Chapter 22, A New Year to Remember. Author's notes. I plan to make the next chapter more interesting, so don't expect much from this one. Hey Ash, play another song with us. I opened my eyes to see Alex, Eli, Rage, Mac and Javier standing in the center of the bucking bronco beckoning me over. After we all escaped from the scrapyard, we all went out for a walk before we all got sucked into Equestria. Now I was celebrating with all my friends old and new at the bronco. I got up off my seat and walked over to them and stood next to them while Eli counted us in. I couldn't believe the fool I made of myself, but honestly I couldn't care cause I was going to be too drunk to remember this night. I walked over to the booth to see everyone there and Luna and Dreamcatcher having a blast. Then we'll throw up, pass out and go drinking un si agoin, Dreamcatcher sang. That was the funnest and funniest song I have ever had the pleasure of singing, Luna said. Eli taught me that one. He was born in Ireland after all, but he is half Scottish as well and he takes great pride in both sides of his family, I said. How about another? Dreamcatcher suggested, causing the others to shout in agreement. Why not? I doubt any of us will remember tonight anyway, I said before I walked over to Eli and the others. Hey Eli, how about Rocky Road to Dublin and the Star of County Down, I suggested. Nice thinking Ash, get your whistle and fiddle and we'll play, Eli said. I walked over to the side of the stage in the bronco and grabbed a case and opened it and pulled out a penny whistle before I was counted in by Eli. After the song I put away the whistle and pulled out a simple violin and bow and waited for Eli to count me in again. Once we finished we bowed to the audience before I stood up to see both Dreamcatcher and Luna walk over to me. That was amazing, I didn't know you could play a violin or that whistle, Dreamcatcher said. It's called a penny whistle and also there is some stuff I don't share for my own reasons, Dreamcatcher, I said. Suddenly bright light began to break through the walls and my friends froze and began to fade. What's going on? I asked. Oh no, please don't wake up, this has been the most fun we've had in forever, Luna said. Wait, what's going on? I asked, totally confused. Just then, everything went black. I opened my eyes to see the sun trying to blind me, but I moved a hand to block the light and felt something wrapped around my arm. I looked at my arm to see Luna was naked and was holding my arm in between her cleavage while she had a leg on my hip. She stirred awake and was also blinded by the sun, which I moved my hand to shield her eyes. When I did, she looked up at me and smiled before she glared at the sun behind my hand. Your sister really knows how to disturb a good dream, I said. Yes, I swear she does this on purpose and just when we were having fun, Luna whined. So you and Dreamcatcher were in my dream, I said. Well yes, Luna admitted with a blush. It was really fun, I said. So you're not mad? Luna asked. Nah, I couldn't blame you really, in fact I'm glad you watched, I said as we snuggled closer. We stayed silent for a few minutes enjoying each other's company before we got up. I opened the window to let the smell of our activities flow out to be replaced by fresh air. While Luna took care of the sheets by burning our mixed juices but leaving the sheets unburned. We had a shower together and got dressed, but when I went to open the door I saw it was still locked. Door's still locked? Luna asked. Yeah, but I'll open it, I said. How, I believe Cadence enchanted the lock so you can't lockpick it, Luna said. I have my ways, I said. I stood in front and kicked the lock with the sole of my boot. The lock flew off the door as the door opened and I stood to the side to let Luna out. She gave me a smirk as she passed and wrapped her tail around my hand and pulled me along. Once I caught up with her she let go of my hand and we walked to the dining room and opened the doors to see everyone there. But I was keeping my glare on both Cadence and Celestia. I looked at Luna, who shared my mood. I gave her a nudge to get her attention before I whispered an idea into Luna's ear. After I finished she had the devil's smirk. While every pony was still too busy to notice, as I used my magic to move Celestia's and Cadence's bowls every time they tried to get a spoonful of cereal. But every time they looked at the bowl to correct themselves I let them grab a spoonful before I continued to move the bowls. I could see they were getting a little irritated at this before I made the bowl hover over their heads. When they went to grab a spoonful of breakfast only to discover the missing cereal they looked around for them. But I kept the cereal out of their view, causing some in the group to snicker. I then emptied the bowl's contents onto both their heads and getting it into their hair. The snickering then turned into full-blown laughter and the only ones who weren't laughing were Twilight, Rarity, Fluttershy and Shining Armor. The four stared in shock at what happened. Celestia and Cadence looked at each other before they looked at Luna and I while we gave a little wave. Care to explain what that was for? Celestia asked, unamused. Sure, for Cadence it was for locking us in my room last night and for not unlocking the door this morning, which led me to kicking the lock off the door. Also for you, Celestia, for positioning the damn sun in my line of sight this morning, waking me up from a fun dream, I said while Luna and Dreamcatcher nodded on the last one. Okay, I suppose that's fair, but what exactly was so entertaining that you didn't want to wake up from? Cadence asked, trying to wipe most of the food off of her. Oh, just everyone here and a few old friends from my world enjoying a few songs I used to sing back in that cell at the Bucking Bronco. Also, I gotta say all of you were really enjoying it thanks to Luna and Dreamcatcher. They made you guys more lifelike, I said. What do you mean, Cell? Shining asked. I'll tell you both latter causes it's not really something to discuss while we eat, I said as Luna and I sat down and began to eat. We finished breakfast and the princesses left to take care of the business we didn't get to 3 days ago. I was left to tell the others about my story about when I went back to my old world and I told Shining my story. Luna and the other princesses were walking down the hallways in silence before Cadence spoke. So how was Ash? Cadence asked. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? Luna asked. You know what I'm talking about, Luna. Alicorns can smell scents of lovers on each other and that only happens when someone sleeps with another and I can smell him all over you, Cadence said. We can all smell him on you, Luna and Dreamcatcher said. So that's why Ash smelled different this morning, Twilight said. I must say Ash's scent is simply divine, Chrysalis said. You stay away from Ash, he's mine and you should remember that, Luna growled. Okay sheesh, I was only teasing, Chrysalis said, holding up her hands in defense. Anyway, I don't feel all that comfortable about sharing such info, Luna said. Oh come now Luna, I want to hear how big his mast is and all the juicy parts, Celestia said, leaning on Luna's shoulder. And you wonder how you got the nickname Molestia, Luna whispered. Please Andy, tell us, Cadence pleaded, giving the puppy dog eyes with a quivering lip. Fine to start. Ash was a virgin. He said he was waiting for the one that he loved, Luna said, causing Cadence to squeal and for Celestia to lick her lips. So he was gentle and careful with me at first, but his confidence picked up when he started to rut me. And when he was eating me out, he used his left hand to pleasure me. The cold made me come straight away while he was sucking on my clit. His dick was as long as my forearm from the elbow to the wrist and half as thick, but that's not the best part, Luna said. What could be better than that? I was already wet from when you mentioned his arm, Dreamcatcher said with burning cheeks. He can last longer than an energized stallion and can become hard again in only a few minutes, Luna said, causing the princess's mouth to gap open in shock. This is extraordinary, Twilight said, writing everything down on a notepad. Indeed, you'd better keep this one, Luna, otherwise I'll be the next mayor he bucks, Celestia said. Shall we get this summit over with, Molestia? Luna asked with a smirk, causing Celestia's face to turn red in anger. It's been 3 days since the portal to my world closed and we were up in Canterlot and Twilight was preparing for the summer sun celebration. Coincidentally, today was also the same day I arrived in Equestria, marking today as my 1-year anniversary. I planned to keep everything quiet, but that didn't go according to plan with Pinky. She was able to use her Pinky sense to see it was a special day to someone. I managed to get away before Pinky could ask anything. I was now standing on the point of a cone-shaped roof of the castle, gazing out onto the endless horizon. Hello, Ash. I looked behind me to see Celestia has come up and stood on another roof not too far away from me. Hello, Celestia, come to relax and enjoy the view? I asked. Yes, have you come to do the same? Celestia asked. Yes, but mostly to reflect, I said. Reflect on what exactly? Celestia asked. The year, basically today marks my first year since my arrival, I said. It's been a year already, my time moved fast, it's almost hard to believe, Celestia said. I hear you there, but try and keep it secret. I don't want Pinky to know, I said. Why don't you want me to know? I looked to see the ever-lovable and smiling pink party mare sitting in front of me staring at me. I let out a yelp of surprise before I lost my balance and fell backwards and onto the roof and slid downward, but got my footing before I climbed to the top and addressed Pinky. Because Pinky, I don't want to have any kind of celebration or such. I've just been so exhausted, so no party, am I clear? I asked, pointing a finger at the mare to empathize my point. Got it, and Ash, if you were clear I'd be able to see through you, Pinky said as she climbed through the skylight that was on the roof. I let out a sigh while Celestia surpassed a giggle at my predicament before she turned her gaze to the horizon. You know, Mother always took us here to watch the sunsets. They were a beautiful thing to see and I never grew tired of it, Celestia said. Listen, Celestia, when you asked me to take you to see Faust, there's something I have to admit, I said. What is it, Ash? Celestia asked with a little worry. Faust is imprisoned and also I could have taken you to see her, but Faust wanted all of her children to be there because if only you saw her then it wouldn't have been fair for the others, I said. Celestia was silent for a few minutes, taking my words in before she spoke. How selfless of me, I should have thought about the others seeing her instead of my desire, Celestia said. I know it must be hard, Celestia, but I made a promise to Faust to get her out and nothing is going to stop me from doing that, Celestia, I said. Thank you, Ash, Celestia said. I nodded to Celestia before I jumped off the roof and flew towards the train station to see my friends off because they were organizing a special party back in Ponyville. Twilight, Spike and I were going to be staying here to help around Canterlot. I looked at the station to see every pony there, so I touched down and said my goodbyes to the group before they got on the train and left. I looked at Twilight to see her let out a depressed sigh as the train left. I can't help it, guys, they've been gone only a second and I already feel like I'm missing something, Twilight said. For the princess, a male pony said, handing Twilight an envelope before Spike took and opened it. Dear Twilight, you aren't missing anything, your friend Pinkie Pie, Spike read. That's me, Pinkie shouted as the train disappeared from view. But I am, I just know it, Twilight said. I was walking up the stairs to Luna's bedroom with nothing important on my mind. I reached a pair of midnight blue doors with a few white stars and a crescent moon in the center. I then knocked on the door and waited for a response. Enter, Luna's voice called. I opened the door and walked inside to see midnight blue walls and blue floors and a few shelves of books, a table and chairs plus a large doorway with see-through curtains in the doorway. I walked through the doorway and saw a room similar to the first except it had banners showing images of the night. A roof had a large window in the center. The window had gold moon and star frames holding up the glass panes. Shooting stars, clouds, stars and a moon were painted on the ceiling going around the window. Instead of tables and chairs and bookshelves there was a small desk facing the large window that led to the balcony outside. The window was so large it spread halfway around the room. A possum sat in a small basket next to a 4-poster bed with a blue fabric going over the top of the posts. I then walked over to the possum and petted him. Hello Tibabius, have you seen Luna? I asked. Tibabius just looked at the balcony. I followed his gaze and saw Luna resting on the railing while she raised the moon. I crept up behind her and scratched her ears, hearing a squeak of surprise and happy coos. So what brings you here, my lover dearest? Luna asked. Can't a guy spend some time with the most gorgeous mare in Equestria? I said teasingly. Luna smiled before she leaned her head onto my shoulder and let out a tired sigh. Long day? I asked. Yes, most the damn nobles have been getting greedy lately, wanting more bits and power from the crown, Luna said. I guess Earth and Ekis share more than I thought, especially when it comes to power, I said. Yes, some have even made demands to become princesses, even kings or queen of Equestria because of Twilight. Even Blueblood has made demands as to become an alicorn and is for the king or queen title. Only one mare has that title and that is Mother, Luna said. So Faust is the only one who can choose who will bear the crown. I asked. Yes, what about you, Ash? Would you want a royal title? Luna said. Not really, I'm happy with what I've got now besides too many downsides of being a royal, I said. You continue to amaze me, Ash. You would deny a royal title to carry on being ordinary, Luna said. Luna, I'm anything but ordinary, remember that, I said, stroking her mane. True, you are a handsome, intelligent, loving and downright sexy, Luna said with a lust-filled smirk causing me to blush. I believe I will retire, I need my rest. Would you like to sleep with me tonight? Luna asked. Thanks, but I'm going to sleep in my room tonight, Luna, I said. I gave Luna a quick peck on her nose before I left. I walked down the stairs, but I was suddenly grabbed by my leg and tripped. I managed to not hit my head on the stairs and looked at my leg to see a black thorny vine was sprouting from the floor and wrapped around my leg. Suddenly, more vines grabbed my limbs, restricting my movement. A plant with a head like a Venus flytrap sprayed a cloud of mist in my face, making me feel sleepy, and soon my eyes closed. I woke up to the sound of shuffling dirt around me. I opened my eyes to see dirt and roots passing above me. I tried to move my body to no avail. I looked down at my body to see vines wrapped around my body and injecting me with a green liquid through the thorns. I tried to wiggle out of the plants, but my body wouldn't cooperate with me. I figured the liquid was some kind of paralysis toxin, but the plants weren't smart enough to realize my left arm was immune to such things and left it dragging behind me. The plants started to drag me towards the surface, so I decided to wait and let them do the work for me in getting out of this tunnel. Once I was above ground, I saw I was in a forest, most likely the everfree forest, and the whole place was covered in these plants. But what was stranger is that the sky was half day and night with both the sun and moon in the sky. Black clouds with thorns were in the sky, and with the sky split in half, I knew something bad was going on with the princesses. I grabbed a hold of the vines around my body and pulled them apart, freeing me. I had to wait for a while before I got any feeling back into my body. I stood up and summoned my sides for this trip. I looked around and saw most of these plants were coming from a single direction. I looked at the vines dragging me. I saw they were going in the same direction. I decided my route and followed where these damn weeds were taking me. I walked for a while before I heard the sounds of a fight. I followed the noise and found my friends were battling some snapping plants. They were leading the plants in circles and looping them around each other. They managed to tangle the plant a knot before the group hurried over to Twilight and helped her up. My guess she got hit by that sleeping mist. I sure am glad you came looking for us, Applejack said. Not as glad as I am that you found me, Twilight said. The truth of it is, Twilight, we're simply lost without you, Rarity said. Ain't that the truth, Pierce said. Equestria may need its princess, Rainbow said. But we need our friend, Fluttershy finished before they all gathered in a group hug. I didn't know what was happening and decided to leave it for now and reveal myself, but I saw the snapping plants had almost untangled themselves. They were sneaking up on the others, so I unhooked my sides, but for this fight I decided to try something new. As soon as I flicked the blades out, they were lit on fire with my magic. I threw the sides at the plants, slicing and burning them at the same time while the rest of the vine twitched and shrieked at the pain. The blades flew back to me and caught them. I leapt out of the bushes and started cutting the vines left and right. 5 of them got in front of me and sprayed their mist at me, but I covered my face with my sleeve and connected the blades together and twirled the around. As I twirled the scythe, a small vortex of fire pulled the plants in and burned them. I stopped spinning the scythe around and looked at the rest of the plants. Leave or burn, I said while pointing at the plants with a burning scythe. The plants didn't hesitate to leave. They crept back into the forest while I stopped the fire on my sides and looked at the group, who were shocked to see me. I gave them a smile before my vision went blurry and I dropped my sides and placed a hand on my head. I was shaky on my legs and toppled over, only for Big Mac to catch me. Steady on, partner, Mac said. Thanks, Mac, I said. Ash, where have you been? Comet asked. Damn plants were dragging me underground, also hit me with a paralysis toxin to prevent escape, but they weren't counting on a metal limb, I said. So those plants must have the princesses in rage with them, Twilight said. Well, I guess that explains what happened to the sky, I said as I stood up. Are you all right to be moving, darling? Rarity asked. I'll live now. Why are you all here? I asked. Okay, so basically this tree was the thing to keep the everfree forest in check, but if that's the case, then how did these plants grow in the first place? I asked as I looked at the tree of harmony, which was covered by the vines and being poisoned. We were at the bottom of the gorge, right in front of the everfree castle, inside a small cave where the plants were coming from. Twilight flew over to the tree to have a better look. But she was attacked by the vines, but Twilight cut the vines with her magic. The then vines got into a defensive position and Twilight was in deep thought before she flew back at us. I know how we can save the tree. We have to give it the elements of harmony, Twilight said. Whoa, how are we supposed to save Equestria? Rainbow asked. How are we supposed to rain discord, and if we can't use the elements to turn him back to stone? Rarity asked. Twilight, the elements of harmony, they're what keep us connected no matter what, Applejack said. You're right about one thing, Applejack, the elements of harmony did bring us together, but it isn't the elements that will keep us connected. It's our friendship, and it's more important and more powerful than any magic. My new role in Equestria may mean I have to take on new responsibilities, and our friendships may be tested, but it will never ever be broken, Twilight said. Twilight is right. As long as you all wish to be friends, you'll always remain friends, I said. The group nodded before they looked at Twilight. There's no time to lose. Every pony ready, Twilight said as she lifted off the ground. Ready, every pony shouted. I drew my sides to give Twilight cover while Twilight grabbed the elements and prepared to return them to the tree. While Twilight was working, the vines attacked, but I leapt in and hacked the vines as fast as I could. But I was outnumbered and some of the vines went for Twilight and the elements and managed to grab them. I tried to do something, but I was surrounded. I saw Twilight manage to get the elements away from the vines. Twilight was able to return them to their proper places on the tree before the vines covered Twilight. The tree of harmony began to glow, and just like that, all the vines were burned away by a rainbow-colored flame. 5 stacks of vines next to the tree, but just then the stacks of vines began to glow and dissolve, leaving Celestia, Luna, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, and Rage in its place. The 5 walked over to us while Twilight ran over to Celestia and Luna and wrapped them in a hug. We know how difficult it must have been for you to give up the elements. It took great courage to relinquish them, Celestia said. I let out a smile before the tree of harmony glowed and a rainbow line went down the trunk of the tree and past Celestia's, Luna's, Dreamcatcher's, and Chrysalis's cutie marks before it went to the roots. A stem and a large flower bud began to grow out of the roots and reached Twilight's waist. Twilight then touched the bud and the flower petals opened to reveal a small hexagon-shaped chest with 6 keyholes. What's inside it? How am I supposed to open it? Twilight said. 6 locks, 6 keys, Luna said. Luna, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher, Twilight, Rage, and I all turned our gaze to Celestia. I do not know where they are, but I do know it's a mystery you will not be solving alone, Celestia said, gesturing to my friends. I let out a smile before a pedestal pushed out of the ground next to the chest. The pedestal had a handprint with my cutie mark in it, so I walked over to the pedestals and inspected it. This is gonna hurt, I said. I placed my right hand on the handprint and waited, but at first nothing happened, but then 4 long square prisms extended from the pedestal surrounding my arm and went up to my elbow. A blue light came out of the prisms and scanned my arm, then blue light disappeared. I waited for anything else. Suddenly, spikes quickly extended from the prisms. Before I could react, they impaled me right through my arm, drawing a lot of blood while a silvery mist circled my arm. I screamed in pain and everyone ran over to us to try and pull me away. My arm wouldn't budge cause of the spikes holding me in place, but then the spikes retracted and I fell backwards into the group. I looked at my arm to see the silver mist was seeping into my wounds. Once it did, the wounds closed but the blood remained. Ash, are you alright? Luna asked as she inspected my arm, surprised by the lack of wounds. Yeah, damn thing hurt though, I said, flexing my fingers. What was that thing and why did it try to hurt you? Chrysalis asked. Often ancient devices will hurt someone in order to do something important, I said. Only question now is what is so important it needed your blood, Rage said, pointing at the pedestal. I looked at the pedestal to see all the blood I lost was being absorbed by pedestal. I don't know, but I suggest we leave before it decides to take more, I said. It was the day of the summer sun celebration, and after yesterday my friends and I discovered that the vines were called plunder seeds. Also, that Discord was the one who had planted them to capture the princesses and the 5 knights thousands of years ago. When I found out, I was ready to throttle the guy myself, but I held my anger. Now I was standing on a raised platform with 2 poles with a moon and sun on the top with the princesses in rage. Twilight was wearing a different crown that Caramel made himself. It was gold and had 5 spikes with 3 overlapping the other with magenta gems on top of each point. I was dressed in my armor like Rage and stood on the sides. Luna and Celestia walked in front of the poles while Celestia cleared her throat and spread her wings. Citizens of Equestria, it is no longer with a heavy heart but with great joy that I raise the summer sun. For this celebration now represents not the defeat of Nightmare Moon but the return of my sister Princess Luna, and along with the return of the humans, Celestia said, gesturing to both me and Rage while we gave a nod in return while the crowd cheered. Luna then rose into the air and hovered in the air while her horn glowed to set the moon. As Luna slowly descended with the moon, Celestia slowly raised along with the sun. As the light just peeked over the horizon while Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis and Twilight flew into the air and fired a spell that made their cutie marks. For Chrysalis it was a green growing plant and Dreamcatcher a purple Dreamcatcher, while Twilight made a 6-pointed magenta star. I gave a nod to Rage, who nodded back before we flew into the air and made our own cutie marks. We all landed on the platform before we continued with the rest of the celebration. Now that was one hell of a year, I said as everyone walked into my home at sunset. True, but Ash, there's something to give you that I should have given you 3 days ago, Luna said. What do you mean? I asked. Luna just summoned a small gray case and handed it to me. I opened it to see something I didn't expect to see. A simple violin, but polished so well I could see my reflection. I took it out to show everyone while they were a little surprised. Luna, I don't have the words for this, I said. Then play me a song, Luna said. I gave her a smile before I put away the violin, then grabbed the case and led the group to the entertainment room. The room was large but plain except for the small stage at the back as you walked in. The group stopped in front of the stage while I went onto it and unpacked the violin and tuned it before I spoke. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm a little out of practice, so don't expect a perfect performance, I said before I placed the bow on the strings and closed my eyes. When finished, I opened my eyes. I could see everyone was staring at me with a blank expression. Was I that terrible? I asked with worry, snapping them all out of their trance. Ash, that was beautiful, Celestia said. Really? I asked with relief. What was that lovely melody? Rarity asked. It's a song that has many purposes, like when someone dies or in celebration for an event, I said as I lowered my violin and bow. It's been a long time since I heard that song, Ash, Rage said. Well, why not play it now? I mean, it is a celebration, I said. You're right, and I say we have some fun and a few drinks and Ash can sing a few songs with his new violin, Dreamcatcher said. Yeah, why not? Chrysalis said. Well, I don't mind. Anyone else want to stay? I asked. The room was filled with agreements from everyone else, so Rage went to get drinks and we partied until none of us could stand. Chapter 23, First Target and the Tomb. I was standing on a beam of wood that was connected roof in Canterlot. I was dressed in my assassin robes while my eyes scanned the city. It was the night of the summer sun celebration 6 days ago that Faust came to see me and inform me of what was going to happen tonight. Flashback. I opened my eyes and was in Faust's library, and the alicorn was standing in front of me with a knowing smirk on her face. What's with the look, Faust? I asked. So you slept with my daughter Luna, did you? Faust asked. Don't tell me you saw that. I asked in a really creeped out. Of course not, I'm not a pervert, I can just smell her on you, Faust said. Wait, you can smell her on me? I asked, confused. Yes, it's something only alicorns can do, so don't worry about others smelling you. Also, you should be able to smell it too, Faust said. I thought I washed it off, I said. Don't worry, Ash, the scent will disappear on its own in a few days, Faust said. Well, that's good to know, I said. Now about why I brought you here. I found a Templar for you and the others to take care of, Faust said. I see, and what's the target's name? I asked. His name is Ornate Chest. He's the pony in charge of the royal treasury. He has been secretly supplying the Templars with bits straight from the vaults and the nobles, Faust said. And he's also the one that went into Fancy's home and demanded the money he asked for. Also explains why the pony from my home said he had the amount, because Ornate can just look at the numbers in banks, I said. Yes, he lives in a mansion in Canterlot. No doubt he made his home out of stolen money, Faust said. We'll get it done, Faust, I said. Thank you, Ash. Also, the guards are not the ones you've trained. These ones are Templars, so be cautious. Also, I spoke to the knights about the Apple of Eden, Faust said. And, I asked. We have agreed that the best place for it would be in the Knights' Temple in their tomb, Faust said. Wait, in a tomb for the 5 knights? No offense, Faust, but won't grave robbers be a problem? I asked. No, the place is located in the heart of the Everfree Forest with a guardian watching the grounds. Also, the insides are guarded by a series of traps that are almost impossible to get by. Also, the tomb holds other pieces of Eden which have been undisturbed to this day. No one else knows of the temple except for a few ponies that are long since dead, Faust said. Okay, well, this is gonna be fun. Care to tell me how I can get past the traps? I asked. I'm sorry Ash, but I couldn't if I wanted to because I don't know what they are, only the knights know. Plus the traps are designed to be a test to prove if you are worthy of something, Faust said. Worthy, but worthy of what? I asked. You'll know in time, Ash, Faust said. Fine, we'll start with the Templar before I leave for the temple, I said. Ash, I have one request, you take my children with you, Faust said. What, Faust? That's a bad idea, bring the royals to a place that could become their tomb as well, I said in shock. I understand your worry, Ash, but they need to see the knights and give them a proper farewell, Faust said. I understand Luna, Chrysalis, Discord and Dreamcatcher coming along, but didn't Celestia place the knights in the tomb? I asked. No, the knights enchanted each other so when they died they would be teleported to their resting places inside the temple. Please let them come, Ash, if they wish to, Faust pleaded. I still say this is a bad idea, but I can understand wishing to say goodbye. I'll take them, I said. Thank you, Ash, and one last thing, I've seen this a lot with you, but you're not afraid of being seriously hurt when someone is in harm's way. Why is that? Faust asked. It's because I've lost so much in my life, and now that I've actually found something that's so important to me, I can't have them taken away. That something is Luna and the friendships I've made with the others, I said. So you'll face death himself in order to keep them safe? Faust asked. Yes, and die if necessary, I said. You say that as if you're not afraid, Faust asked. I gave a small chuckle to the mayor, who returned my laugh with a look of confusion. Faust's death is unavoidable for me, so why fear? It's something unavoidable, and when I do come face to face with the Reaper, I'll do what I always planned to. I'll face him with a smile on my face, I said before I left. Oh Ash, if only you knew, Faust said after I disappeared. Hey Ash, we doing this or not? I looked behind to see Rage and the rest of the Brotherhood were with me as well. All of them wore their robes. We didn't bother to cloak ourselves in our shadows because no one will be there to recognize us. Sorry guys, I was lost in thought for a minute, I said. It's fine, and by the looks of the house it's going to be all too easy to just sneak in and kill our target, Soren said. Yeah, for someone with a lot of bits in his pocket I was expecting him to have more security, Spike said. It's because there hasn't been a threat made against these guys. As we kill the Templars the more security will be added, I said. Well, if we're going to attack I'd say we do it now, Pierce said. Alright, remember I linked your minds together so whatever you say in your head will be transferred to another. Also spill as little blood as you can, I said. Right, the group replied in sync. Each one of us took a separate way to the mansion. I entered through the chimney while the others took their own paths. I landed in the fireplace of the second floor study and I was grateful that the chimney was cleaned recently so I didn't have too much soot on me. I then proceeded through the study and looked through the keyhole on the door to the study. I saw some pony walking to the door so I quickly moved away from the door and hid in the shadow of a grandfather clock. The door opened and I saw our target walk in. The stallion was a unicorn with a brown glossy slick mane and tail and tan yellow fur. He was wearing a black business suit and was carrying a candle with a yellow folder in his hand. Ornate Chest walked behind his desk and opened a drawer and reached for the roof of the drawer. I then heard a click and a secret compartment opened and Ornate Chest placed the folder inside. He then closed the compartment and drawer before he left. Guys, target just left second floor study. Also I saw something that may be interesting, I thought. I see him, he's heading into the bedroom. I'll take care of it, Spike thought. Very well, hold off until we all arrive, I thought. I walked over to the desk and opened the drawer and flicked the switch and the compartment opened. I pulled out the folder and opened it and I saw a list of how much Ornate Chest has stolen from the Valtan nobles. There was enough evidence to put him away for life. I took the folder with me and walked out of the study carefully and quietly. I crept over to the bedroom and made a quick check to see if anyone was around before I walked inside. Once I was inside I saw everyone was already there with our target tied to a chair with a rag over his mouth and struggling to free himself. I walked over to Spike and patted him on the shoulder before I walked over to Ornate Chest. I crouched in front of him before I spoke. There's no point in struggling or screaming. This room has a soundproof spell on it so no one can hear you, Templar, I said, causing the pony to freeze in surprise at the last word. I could see he wanted to talk so I removed the rag over his mouth. How did you know about that? Ornate asked. Simple, our Brotherhood has been at war with the Templars for centuries all the way back to Earth, I said. You're Ashblade, the Knight of Equestria, aren't you? Ornate asked. Very observant. There's no way we were going to allow scum like you take Equestria, so you might as well give up now, I said, removing my hood and mask. Our order will never die. The Father of Understanding guides us into a new era. One ruled by the Templars and where the princesses are no longer in control, Ornate said. Well, with this I could put you behind bars for life and expose you as an enemy to the princess, I said as I showed him the folder, causing him to go wide-eyed. You won't win when the guards find me to take me away. I'll let them know who killed those ponies in that fake princess's tower, Ornate said. I looked at Comet to see him reach for his weapon, but I held my hand out to stop him. That's why tonight was your last, I said, causing the look of fear to wash onto Ornate's face. No, please no, I'll keep quiet. I won't say anything. I'll even return what I stole, Ornate pleaded. You dug your grave when you sent your goons to kill Fancy Pants, Fleur and I said as I stood and turned around. No, that was the Grand Master. He ordered it, Ornate said. But you had a hand in it, I said as I placed my hood and mask over my face and walked over to Spike and placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered into his ear. You caught him, he's your kill unless you don't feel comfortable about it, I whispered. No, I can do it, Spike said. Spike walked over to the Ornate Chest while Ornate continued to plead for his life. Face your death with some courage, Spike said as he extended his hidden blade and stabbed Ornate in the throat. Ornate let out a few gurgles as the blood entered his throat and blocked it. Spike then removed the blade and did a small prayer before he stepped away. I then walked over to Ornate's body and pulled off his necklace and handed it to Spike. To remind you why we do this, I said. Spike gave me a nod and took the necklace and put it away before I turned to Caramel. Do you have it? I asked. Caramel handed me a photo of Ornate handing some of his Templar foot ponies a large bag of bits from earlier today. I gave Caramel a nod before I placed the folder and the photo on the bed and gave a nod to the others before we teleported to our den. Talk about a first mission, Max said as we changed out of our robes. Yeah, but I want to know who this Grand Master is, Comet said with anger in his voice. Next Templar we meet we can ask real nice, okay, Soren said. Yes, so far we don't know much, but I promise we'll find out who sent those ponies to kill you guys. But for now, let's get you lot back home before your mare friends think you're hanging out with some other mares, I said with a smile. Next morning, I was walking over to Twilight's place for some kind of holiday party for National Random Holiday Party Day. Don't ask me what it is, cause Pinky just gave me the title. I walked inside and I saw all my friends were there. Pinky just jumped out from behind me and shoved a leprechaun hat on my head. I just decided to go along with it, and after that I'd get on with looking up a map to the heart of the Everfree Forest and any info on the Knights Temple that I could dig up. How come no pony bothered to invite me? Rainbow said. I came to invite you personally, but it seems you were busy reading the last Daring Do book for the 12th time, Applejack said. Yeah, well, in 3 months and 26 more days I'll be able to read the next one, Rainbow said, taking a drink. Twilight was levitating on a plate. Oh, haven't you heard the release of the next book got pushed another 2 months, Twilight said, causing Rainbow to spit out the drink in her mouth right in Twilight's face. 2 more months? I've been waiting so long already, I don't think I can take another 2 months, I'll never make it, Rainbow said as she collapsed. Yeah, I can vouch for that, Fluttershy said. Did they give a reason? Rainbow asked. The publisher just said author A.K. Yearling won't be able to finish the book for another 2 months, Twilight said. How could you possibly know that before me? I'm the serious biggest fan, Rainbow said. I'm just as big a fan as you, in fact I'm the one that first introduced you to the books, remember, Twilight said. Oh right, Rainbow said. That and your mother edits the books, Twilight, I said, taking of the leprechaun hat and placing it on a table. Hot, Twilight and Rainbow said in union while they looked at me. You both didn't know, honestly, she's your mom, TWI, how could you not know? I asked. Well, I never really asked, Twilight said. How did you know that, and when did you start reading Daring Do? Rainbow asked. Just because I have a lot on my plate it doesn't mean I don't read books, in fact Daring Do reminds me of someone similar from my world called Indiana Jones. And for how I knew about Velvet being the editor, she told me at Twi's coronation. I even saw her name marked as the editor on the book, one said as I pulled out a Daring Do book from a shelf and showed them Velvet's name. Okay, but who the hey is this Indiana Jones? Rainbow asked. He's like Daring Do but human and goes in search of artifacts of myth like when he went in search of the Holy Grail or El Dorado, I said. What are those two things? Twilight asked. The Holy Grail is a cup that whoever drinks from it will gain eternal life, and El Dorado is an ancient city made entirely out of gold, I said. Whoa, gotta give the guy props for that, Gilda said. Yeah, but anyway, back to the main topic. A.K. Yearling just might be my favorite author. I know everything about her. Where she grew up, where she studied literature, where she wrote the first Daring Do book, Twilight said. Where she lives, Rainbow asked. No, though I could probably find out somehow. Why? Twilight asked. Don't you get it? The new book is obviously delayed because she needs help dealing with whatever everyday nonsense is distracting her from spending her every living breathing second writing, so I mean fans like me can get to read the new book ASAP, Rainbow said. Rainbow, you do realize this, A.K. Yearling isn't some sort of machine programmed to write you books, I said. I know that, so what? Rainbow asked. She has a life to live, Road, and you make it seem she isn't a pony that needs rest, food and everything else. She may also have hobbies she may want to do, sheesh, I said as I rolled my eyes. But still we could do laundry, groceries, cook her meals, whatever. Now who wouldn't appreciate that, Rainbow said. And not a word got through to her, I said as I face-palmed. I don't know, what she probably wants is respect for her privacy, Twilight said. She can always say no, Rainbow said. Everyone in the group nodded except me. I suppose you're right, Twilight said. Of course I am, so how's about getting us that address, Rainbow said, causing Twilight to glare at her. Well, you guys have fun then, I said as I walked to the door. You're not coming, Ash? Spike asked. No, I'm not really needed on this adventure. I would have come but only if A.K. Yearling had info on the Temple of the Five Knights, I said. What's the Temple of the Five Knights? Twilight asked. In another word for it's the Knight's Tomb. No pony knows it even exists anymore except me, Faust, and now you guys, and Faust has asked me to look for it, I said. Why is Faust sending you there anyway? Applejack asked. Can't tell ya, I said. Well, can we come? Rainbow asked. No, cause there's a 90% chance of dying, I said. Still not scared, Rainbow said. Rainbow, what's more important, going to probably die or go pester an author about a book you really like? I asked. But Ash, you could die too, Twilight said. Twilight, Faust wouldn't have sent me on this trip if she knew I couldn't handle it, I said. I suppose that's true, Twilight said. Just have a little faith that I'll be fine, Twilight, I said. Okay, well, good luck, Ash, Twilight said before I left. Few days later. Okay, according to this there are a total of 8 tests in this place, I said out loud. I was in my library looking over a bunch of books before someone knocked on the door. Come in, I said. Ash, your friends the Princesses and Rage would like to see you, Feather said as she walked in. I was expecting the Princesses and Rage but I had no idea my friends were back, I said. Shall I send them in? Feather asked. Tell them to wait in the living room, I said. Feather gave me a nod before she left while I turned back to have a final look at the book. I then walked out the door and over to the living room where I saw all my friends, the Princesses Discord, Iris and Rage. There was also a new mare. She had tan fur and dark-colored mane. She was wearing a long purple cloak, glasses and a pink hat with a white ribbon and bow going around it, and red glasses. When you mentioned your friend being different, I never expected him to be the last guardian, the mare said. A guardian is Ash some type of sacred being for something? Thunderlane asked. You have no idea, the mare said. Oh, excuse me, but what are you talking about and who are you? I asked. Oh, where are my manners? The mare said as she removed her cloak, hat and glasses to reveal a khaki shirt and shorts and a pit helmet. She also had a whip attached to her hip and a satchel hanging from her shoulder diagonally. Name's Daring Do. I was a little surprised to find out that the fictional main character of a story wasn't actually fictional. Well, pleasure to meet you, Miss Do, I said, extending my hand, shaking off the surprise. Please call me Daring Do and the pleasure is all mine, Daring said as she shook my hand. Ash, have you seen the news? Dreamcatcher asked. About what? I said. It turns out that the royal treasurer Ornate Chest was responsible for the attempted assassination of Fancy Pants, Fleur and you. And quite possibly the elements of harmony and everyone else as well, Celestia said as she showed us the front page of the newspaper. Murderer our hero. On the 10th of January the body of the royal treasurer ornate chest was discovered by a maid returning to work after vacation. She found her late employer tied to a chair in the bedroom with a stabbed throat. Royal Guard was soon notified and when arrived were baffled by a folder and picture. The picture was of ornate chest dealing with some ponies who wore the same clothing as the victims of the shadow vigilante from the attempted assassination of Princess Twilight Sparkle. And the contents of the folder are of recent thefts of money from the royal treasury and nobles throughout Canterlot. See more of story on page 6. So the vigilante struck again, huh? Rainbow said. Gotta, this guy knows how to find stuff when it comes to seeking justice, Gilda said. Guys, I need to talk to the princesses in Discord alone please, I said. Why only us? Chrysalis asked. Are you still looking for the knight's tomb? Caramel asked. The princesses Discord and Daring Do gasped at what Caramel said while I shot him a glare. Yes, I'm planning on going to the Temple of the Five Knights and Faust requested that the princesses and Discord should come with me to give a proper last goodbye to the knights, I said while I rubbed my eyes. The princesses stayed silent at what I said before Celestia spoke. Why didn't you want the others here? Celestia asked. Well, I wanted to explain this to you myself and also if they heard you're coming if you are no doubt they want to come as well. And I don't want to bring them because nearly every single pony that went into the place we're going has never returned, I said. If the risk is that high then why exactly do you think we should come along? Discord asked. Hey, I said this is a bad idea to Faust herself but she is the queen also I never said you have to come it's an option, I said. I'm going. Everyone looked at the source of the voice to see it was Luna who spoke. I need to see them, Luna said with a few tears. Same, Dreamcatcher said with a few tears of her own. Celestia, Chrysalis and Discord walked over and wrapped the two in a hug. We all do that's why we're all going, Celestia said before she turned to my friends Twilight I would like you and all your friends to come as well, Celestia said. Really? Twilight asked excitedly. Any problems Ash? Celestia asked. I'd say this is a really bad idea but it appears in a situation like this I won't be able to change your mind, I said. What have you Daring do? Celestia asked. A new adventure to write and a chance to learn of the Guardians how could I say no to that Daring said. Great are we forgetting anyone else? I asked sarcastically. Yeah my brother and Cadence should come, Twilight said. TWII was being sarcastic, I said. Then it's settled we'll take few days off royal duty go find the knight's tomb. We'll meet back here tomorrow morning this will be exciting, Dreamcatcher said before she left followed by Chrysalis, Celestia, Discord, Eris and Rage. Thank you so much for telling us this Ash, Luna said as she gave me a quick hug and kiss before she left too. Come on every pony let's get ready for whatever we're going to face, Applejack said. Hey Do where will you be staying? Gilda asked. I'll rent out a room at a motel, Daring Do said before they all left. Before I knew it I was alone in the room I just threw my hands in the air and walked to my room to lie down. I was in the living room waiting for the group with a large bag to my side along Whispering Wind and my hidden blades. I also packed the Apple of Eden I told the immortals and maids about where I was going and to take a few days off and asked if they could take care of Dust. They were a little concerned about what was happening but I reassured them easily and agreed to look after Dust. Just then, Celestia, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher, Luna, Discord, Eris and Rage appeared with bags similar to mine. I'm surprised you didn't bring the Royal Guard, I said. It would have been too dangerous for them I fear, Celestia said. Besides we have two handsome strong humans here to protect us, Luna added with a sultry smile. Just then, the front door opened and I was knocked to the ground in an instant I looked at the pony who tackled me to see Cadence to see a worried look in her eye. Cadence are you alright? I asked. You were committed to slavery, Cadence slightly wept. Yeah my guess Shining told you, I said. Cadence. All of a sudden Shining and my friends came running in through the door. Shining can you get your wife off me please? I asked. Sorry Ash, Shining said as he helped Luna get Cadence off me. What's going on? I asked. Well I told Cadence your story and when Twilight showed her and me some memories of when she was in your head well this happened, Shining said. Okay Cadence it's alright and TWI what were you thinking showing her that? I asked angrily at the purple. She wanted to see them I tried to say no but she gave me that look Twilight said. What look? I asked. The big sister look it's how they squeeze information out of younger siblings, Twilight said. I know what you mean, Chrysalis said giving a look to Dreamcatcher who just stuck out her tongue at Chrysalis. Okay moving on yes I was once a slave and it was horrible for me everyone's on the same page now, I said. After all that how are you even sane? Cadence asked when her tears were dried. Honestly Cadence I've been asking myself that question for a long time now, I said casually. The room was silent as the grave now no one able to say a thing. Is everything alright? We turned our attention to the doorway to see Daring Do in her disguise and ready to go. Yeah just having a chat, I said as we walked to the door. We walked through the streets of Ponyville gaining a strong amount of attention because of the undisguised princesses. Ash Princess Luna Princess Dreamcatcher. We turned our heads in the direction of the voice to spy Pip Squeak running over to us. Hey Pip I haven't seen you in a while where are you off to? I asked ruffling Pip's mane. I'm off to the clubhouse to try and figure out how to get our cutie marks are you going on a dangerous adventure? Pip asked. Dangerous is the right word for it but don't worry when I get back I'll tell about it Kay, I said. You pinky promise Pip said. Cross my heart and hope to fly stick a cupcake in my eye, I said as I did the gestures. Just then Pip gave me a hug I was surprised at the action but hugged him back unaware to me Luna let out a large smile at what she saw. Okay Pip we have to go and you have some friends to see, I said as I released him. Yeah take care Ash Pip said. Also try and stay out of trouble, I called after him. Yeah like that will ever happen Ash Rage said slapping me on the shoulder as he passed behind me. One can hope though, I said as we walked over to the Everfree forest. We walked for hours through the D's trees with me at the front and everyone else talking about things to keep themselves in a good mood. I stayed silent and kept my senses sharp for predators. We kept walking until we reached a large pond of water with a small waterfall coming from a ledge just above it. It's almost nighttime. I suggest we make camp here, Celestia said. Agreed, we can reach plenty of water here too so we can refill our canteens, I said. Everyone unloaded their bags and pitched their tents while I went looking for firewood for a fire. When I came back the others were playing a few board games or just longing around or finishing placing some logs around a fire pit. I placed the wood by the fire pit before I grabbed a book one was looking at before we left and opened it to the page I was looking at. I then climbed into a tree that gave me a view of the camp. I looked at everyone and gave a nod of satisfaction before I turned to the book. I returned to camp with some fish I caught for both Gilda and I. It was late sunset and I could feel the warmth gently touching my back. I could see everyone was enjoying their meal while I savored mine. Ash, do you mind if I try a bit? I looked at my right to see it was Luna who asked me and she was giving me a pleading look. Try a bit of what? I asked. Your dinner, Luna said. And those were the words that caused the whole camp to go quiet. Not even the crickets were chirping. Sure, and if you don't like it then just spit it out, I said. Luna gave me a nod before she took a small piece of fish and placed in her mouth. Her face changed from a variety of unreadable expressions until she swallowed the fish and spoke. Not bad, but I can see why carnivores like this, Luna said. Everyone just stared at Luna. No one knew what to say, so I just said something simple. Glad you like it, I guess, I said with a small smile before Luna leaned into me and started purring like a cat. I then gave her a smile before I scratched gently behind her ear while she let out a relaxing sigh. Hey, I don't know about the fish, but if the princess of the night is enjoying that then I gotta try it too, Pinky said as she appeared out of nowhere. Pinky then placed my left arm on her head. I looked at Pinky strangely before I scratched behind her ear. It wasn't before she had the same look as she does when she thinks about frosting. My turn, Rainbow said as she pulled my hand away from Pinky and placed it on her head indicating me to scratch behind her ear. I want to try, Cadence said as she removed my hand from Luna's head causing Luna to growl at Cadence in disapproval. Cadence, I believe I made it perfectly clear to you that you already have a husband, Luna said. Yeah, but he can't do this with his fingers on. Now I see why you like this so much, Auntie, Cadence said as I scratched her ear. Hey, I want to turn, Twilight said. Same here, Chrysalis said. Me too, Applejack said. Soon all the mares except Eris, who was having her ears scratched by rage, were asking me to scratch behind their ears while the stallions gave me jealous glares. I was having a difficult time trying to keep these mares from fighting over me and trying to kill each other. I looked at the others and mouthed help, which they responded by pulling their mares away. Spike, Rage, Discord and I restrained the princesses along with Gilda, Trixie and Daring Do. Okay, listen all of you, I only have so many hands to work with and you all have stallions who can do this besides me, I said. Not really, when we tried with Shining it didn't work, Cadence said. We figured it may be some kind of human gift, Luna said. Well, I'll have a look into it and see what I can do, but right now I need to go over the plan for tomorrow, I said as I pulled out a chart and unrolled it revealing a map of the Everfree Forest. Ash, where did you get this? Twilight asked. The knights left it for me to use, but back to the main topic, tomorrow morning we'll be entering the anti-magic zone, I said as I pointed to a large blank circle. Anti-magic zone, Dreamcatcher asked. Yes, in this place all magic is cancelled out ranging from simple magic to flight and earth pony magic, I said. How is that possible? Twilight asked shocked. The knights designed it so you can ask them when we get to the tomb, I said. Ash, I've told you ghosts don't exist, Twilight said a little infuriated. And I said you're entitled to your opinion, just expect a big I told you so when we arrive. Oh, and Celestia, Luna, I did some research and found out that the zone won't cut off your connections with both sun and moon, so you'll still be in control of night and day, I said. That is good news, Celestia said. I don't like the sound of no magic in this zone, it means we'll be easy prey for beasts, Luna said. Yeah, I have good and bad news there, I said. Okay, so what's the good news? Thunderlane asked. Good news is no wild beasts go into the anti-magic zone, I said. Great, and the bad news? Eris asked. Yeah, Faust mentioned a guardian that protects the place, I said. Guardian, Fluttershy stuttered. Yeah, when I went to find out what it is, the only thing that was mentioned were the words of an old explorer, I said. Really, and what were his words? Daring asked. He said he saw a giant faceless monster, I said. Faceless monster, what does he mean by that? Gilda asked. No idea, he was crazy when some pony found him, I said. So what happened to him? Trixie asked. He's still in an asylum kept in the suicide ward, I said, earning gulps from everyone. Can we go home now? Fluttershy asked. Don't sweat it, Flutters monster, or not I'll kick its flank into next year, Rainbow said while throwing a few air punches. Well, glad to see you're pumped up, Road, but I suggest you all go to bed, I've got night watch, I said as I rolled up the map. Agreed, all that walking has left me exhausted, Spike said. Yes, I believe I shall retire as well, good night every pony, Rarity said as she went inside a double-story tent. Soon every pony crawled into their tents while I stayed out with the fire and the 8 glowing red eyes that were watching us through the night. Soon the lights in the tents went out and I heard the gentle snoring of the group and the unmistakable snoring of Rainbow Dash. I then turned my head and stood up to look at the eyes. Okay, big boy, it's just you and me now, I said as I pulled Whispering Wind out of its scabbard that was leaning on the log I was sitting on and walked over to face my opponent. Daring woke up the next morning with a relaxed smile on her face. She stretched out her wings and limbs. She got out her sleeping bag and put on some clean clothing and her pit helmet and opened the tent flap to breathe some fresh air. But, instead she smelled something disgusting. She put a hand to her nose to block it out and went outside. As she put her foot on the ground, she stepped into something sticky. She looked at her foot to see a long silver wire holding her foot to the ground. She lifted her foot off the ground, but whatever it was still held on. She grabbed her knife and cut the sticky substance and looked at the other tents to see rope similar to the one in front of her. She looked at the rest of the camp and saw what made the rope. It was an incredibly large black spider that was bigger than Celestia. The arachnid was lying down with a sword pricing its skull and purple blood leaking from it. Daring looked around some more but couldn't find Ash anywhere. She got a little worried and decided to look around. She walked over to the waterfall and found Ash, but she saw a little more than she would like to see. Ash was sitting underneath the waterfall naked while he was stitching a wound in his lower leg closed. He grimaced every time the needle pierced the skin, and she could see all the different scars that littered his body, including his metal arm. Just then, Ash closed the wound with a pole and cut the bit of thread before he stood up. He walked over to a towel and dried himself off before he went over to his clothes. You know it's not polite to stare at others, especially when they're like this, I said in an angry tone. Daring's eyes widened in surprise before she ducked behind the ledge while I just rolled my eyes before I got dressed. Once I did, I walked over to Daring and saw her face was completely red from what happened. She saw me approach and looked at the ground in embarrassment. I'm so sorry about that, it's just that when I woke up and saw the spider and you weren't here I began to worry, Daring said. It's alright, I should have got rid of the spider's body anyway before I went to clean myself up, I said. Well, why didn't you? Daring asked. Damn thing poisoned me and I had to get the ingredients to make an antidote, I said. Wait, you were poisoned, Daring screamed. Shush, you'll wake the others, and yes, I was poisoned and it wasn't the first time too, I said. Okay, well, sorry, and if I may ask, how'd you get those scars? Daring asked. Well, the others know, so I guess it won't hurt to tell you, but I was a slave for 4 years, I said. A slave? Daring asked a little spooked. Yeah, it's not pretty, I know, I said. Can't imagine what that would be like to go through that, Daring said. It's best not to be thought about, I said. Right, Daring agreed. Well, let's clean up this mess before the others wake up and give them a heart attack, I said as I began to walk towards the spider's corpse. Too late, Daring said, pointing to Rarity's tent. I looked at the tent to see Rarity was in a state of shock and horror at the moment. I remember her telling me she hates spiders. I looked at the spider, then at Rarity, and then thought a spider of this size was never a good idea to show to Rarity. I took a step towards Rarity and was about to get her to calm down, but she let out an ear-piercing scream. Soon everyone was out of their tents and looking around for what disturbed them. When they saw the spider, they all started freaking out. Land snakes, what is that thing? Applejack asked in shock. I've never seen or heard of a spider like this before, Fluttershy said with fear. I'll get rid of it, I said as I grabbed Whispering Wind and pulled it out of the spider's head and lifted it with my magic and tossed it far into the forest. Problem solved. What was that thing doing here in the first place? Chrysalis asked. He was watching us through the night waiting for us to fall asleep, I said. Why didn't you say anything? Because Twilight asked. 'Cause I wanted to avoid giving Rarity a heart attack, I said, gesturing to a terrified Rarity while Thunderlane tried to comfort her. You make a good point, Twilight said. So why didn't you clean this up sooner? Rainbow asked. Oh, I'd like to see you deal with a giant spider while you've been poisoned, then clean the mess and look for ingredients to make an antidote and all before you all woke up, I said. Wait, poison, Max said. Are you okay? Luna asked with concern. I'm fine, the last of the poison should be gone now, so I'll be fit to walk, I said as I went to pack my gear. The group just looked at me in a little worry before they all went to have breakfast. The stallions and I along with Rage were packing up camp while the girls were having a bath in a small pond and Discord was napping in a tree. He may be a legendary god of chaos, but would it kill him to I don't know pitch in and help us, Caramel said. Would you prefer him to be awake and have him bring the tent to life or some animals to attack? Spike asked. Hey, don't forget the training we have, thanks to Ash we'll be able to beat a wild beast any day of the week, Rage said. Hey, not so loud, we want to keep that hidden, remember, Comet said. I know, I'm not an idiot, Rage said. Just then the girls started laughing and there was a lot of splashing. Sounds like they're having fun, I said. You wanna go have a peek? You know we're supposed to, right? Soren said. I don't wanna die just yet because if I did I would have let the spider do the honors, I said. You're just scared of being caught, aren't you? Soren teased before he walked over to the small ledge that separated our view from the girls. No, I'm just not an idiot like you, I whispered. How long do you think of a look he's gonna get? Rage asked, looking at Soren as he peeked around the corner of the ledge. Not long, I'd say he'll feel plenty of pain in about 3.2.1, I said, and as I finished Soren was shot in the face and was sent flying into the tree Discord was resting in. Ooh, he'll feel that one tomorrow, I said with a grimace while the rest of the boys laughed at Soren's misfortune. I'd say you'd had that one coming to you, Soren, Mac laughed. We shared a laugh as Soren got up and limped over to us while holding his face. Say what you want, but that view was totally worth it and will be forever more burned into my mind, Soren said as a little blood escaped his nose either from the magic blast or from his perverted mind, I couldn't tell. Well, care to give us a hand or are you going back for more trouble? I asked. Soren just rolled his eyes before he walked over to us and helped us finish packing before the mares returned. If I may ask, which one of you fine mares gave Soren here the shock of his lifetime? Pierce asked. I believe that would go to me, Chrysalis said with a prideful smirk. And if he tries that again he'll be sorry, Rainbow said while cracking her knuckles. Anyway, we packed everything up, all we need to do now is get Long and Lazy out of his tree, Caramel said, gesturing to Discord. Allow me to try, I said. I walked over to the tree. I drew Whispering Wind and used the wind slice to cut the branch Discord was sleeping on, causing him to fall from the tree and hit on the ground hard. He gripped his head while little birds flew in circles around his head before he shook his head before he gave me a glare. You could have woken me in a nicer way, Discord said. True, but where's the fun in that, I said. We walked for 3 hours before we came to a shadow-like wall in the trees. I was able to see through the shadow, but it was just darker on the other side. This indicated that this wall was the anti-magic dome. If you flew over the dome, the only thing you'd see were trees and nothing more. I walked over to the wall and placed my hand in it. The wall shadow then wrapped around my hand like a silk glove. I pulled my hand away and the shadow returned to its original form before I addressed the group. This is the entrance to the anti-magic dome, so a reminder, magic flight or earth pony strength will not be able to help you here, I said. Everyone gave me a nod before I turned around and entered the dome. It was a thin layer of shadow. Once I passed through, I felt like my breath was grabbed then pulled out of my lungs. I steadied myself and found my breath again. I then gestured for the others to come through. Once they came through, they also shared the effects. That was something, Daring said. True, but it's best if we keep moving. The Guardian probably knows we're here, I said. Everyone gave me a nod in agreement before they picked up their stuff and we continued into the forest. This part of the forest had few words to describe it, eerie and creepy, and light fog covered the ground. I looked at the group to see some of them were jumping at shadows. Fluttershy was the most terrified. I slowed down and placed a wing over her, causing her to look at me while I gave her a reassuring smile, which she returned with a smile of her own. I then walked ahead of the group until I caught wind of something. I held out my hand to tell everyone to stop. I gave the air a few more sniffs before I drew Whispering Wind. I then walked through the bushes and came into a small clearing with fog everywhere. I walked into the clearing but kept my blade at the ready and scanned the fog for any movement. As I walked to the center and stepped on something, I looked down to see it was a piece of paper with something written on it. I picked up the paper to see what was written on it. There's no escaping it. I looked carefully at the writing to see it was written in blood. Just then something wet hit my head. I touched the spot on my head and brought my fingers to view to see blood. Another drop landed on my head, so I looked up to see a pair of hooves dangling just outside the fog. Slowly the fog cleared away, but I wished it stayed. The view presented to me in the group were hundreds of corpses, either hanging from branches, also either in or on tree trunks, or tied to posts and giant X's. I was actually a little scared of the sight before us, and I knew Flutters was not taking this well. Many of the corpses were old while few were fresher than the others. Also a good majority of them were brutally butchered, some were ripped in half. It brought back memories of my enslavement. There was a majority of corpses ranging from pony to griffin, diamond dog, minotaur, dragon, and other species. Well, I guess we found out what happened to the victims of the Guardian, Rage said. He's warning us to leave or we face what these guys faced, I said. What could have done all this? Celestia asked as she looked at the massacre with disgust. Personally, Celestia, I really don't want to find out, so I suggest we get out of here before we're next, I said as I dropped the letter. I looked around and found an exit out of the clearing. Problem was, it was a large pit filled with corpses and blood and a ledge on the other side. Okay, how do we get over that? Daring asked. I absolutely refuse to get in there, Rarity said with disgust. I rolled my eyes before I took off my bag and grabbed some rope and handed it to Rage. Tie that to a tree for me, would you? I said before I took the other end of the rope and jumped into the pit, much to everyone's shock. The blood was higher than I thought and I managed to hit the bottom. I leapt off the bottom and reached the surface, pushing a corpse off of me in the process. I then swam over to the ledge and pulled myself out of the blooded pit and onto the ledge. I tried to wipe off all the blood on my body before I tied the rope to a tree and made sure it was secure. I looked at the group to see their faces showed shock and horror on their faces. I was confused why they had those looks on their faces before I looked at myself to see the blood maybe freaking them out. Come on guys, it's just a little blood, it's not like I haven't been covered in it before, I said. Ash, behind you, Rage called. I was a little confused by what he said, but suddenly something wrapped around me and pulled me into the thick fog. I was then flung into the air and landed into the trunk of a tree, resulting a shock of pain to hit me all the way through my body. I then fell face first into the ground and tried to stand up but only managed to get onto my elbows. I then lifted my head up to see what attacked me, only to see something terrifying. It was a tall skinny pony but stood on 4 hooves and wore a black tuxedo top with a red tie. It had pale white fur and black wiggling tentacles grew out of its back and acted like spider legs, making the pony taller. For its cutie mark it had a red circle with a red X going through it. The creature didn't have a face, just a white pony head. The pony stepped closer to me and I panicked a bit and scrambled backwards and went to draw Whispering Wind. But I wasn't fast enough, for the creature grabbed me with his tentacles again and threw me into another tree. A good majority of contents in my bag spilled out and I thought the creature seemed to be toying with me. I got up again and I saw the creature had stopped moving and was just standing there. I was confused until a tentacle reached out with a tentacle. I was about to go for Whispering Wind again, but the creature didn't go for me, instead it reached for something else. I followed the tentacle and saw it grab the apple of Eden and watched as the creature brought the piece of Eden to its head. The creature stared at it before its head turned back to me. I gave the creature a glare as I stood up and got ready for anything. But, instead of attacking me, I was shocked as the creature's tentacles lowered its body to the ground and the tentacles folded against its sides, making them look like wings. The tentacle holding the piece of Eden remained beside its head. The creature then turned to me and a ghostly whisper echoed in my head, which I assumed belonged to the creature. Who are you and why do you have this sacred artifact? Did you sneak into the temple and take it while my back was turned? I shook off the eerie feeling running down my neck before I spoke. I am Ashblade, 6th Knight of Equestria and the Knight of Freedom. I did not steal the piece of Eden. It was hidden in a rock structure called the Hydra's tonsils. Faust has asked me to place it in the Knight's tomb for safekeeping, I said. The creature reared back a bit when I said Faust, then he circled me, looking me over. I stayed calm and waited for him to respond. The creature then stopped in front of me before it spoke. If you are who you say you are, you must show me your mark to see if you really are who you say. I nodded to the creature before I rolled up my sleeve to reveal the cutie mark on my shoulder. The creature gave another nod to me before he placed the apple of Eden into my bag along with the other items that fell out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. It is truly an honor to be in your presence, the creature said before he tucked one of his 4 hooves underneath himself and bowed deeply. Ash, are you all right? I turned my head to the voice to see all my friends run through the fog but stopped dead in their tracks when they saw the company I had. The creature stood up and the tentacles exploded from his sides and was ready to attack. Whoa, wait there with me, I said as I stepped in between the creature and my friends. The creature folded his tentacles once more and lost his attack stance while the others stared at me in shock. It's alright guys, he won't hurt us, I said to the group. What about when that thing grabbed you? Rainbow cried. I apologize for grabbing Ash like that, but in my defense I thought he was another grave robber or someone who came to destroy my home like so many before. Also, I would like you to us my proper name, Slender, Slender said, causing some in the group to jump at the echoes inside their heads. Well, I can understand you wish to protect your home and such, Slender, but killing them is not the way to go, Celestia said. I would have just told them to leave, but they attacked first, so I had to defend myself. Also, I have a sacred duty to protect and care for the Knight's Temple from intruders who would try and steal what lie inside its walls, Slender said. Well, he makes a good point there, Rage said. And who exactly asked you to protect this place? Luna asked. It was your mother, Queen Faust, Princess Luna. She and I have been friends for a very long time and we first met in Dream Valley. I even knew all of you when you all were still in dippers, Slender said, causing Luna to scowl at Slender in anger. Wait, you were in Dream Valley? Celestia cried in shock. But of course I was the tree spirit that watched over the forests, Slender said. The others and I were confused at what was going on until I spoke. Slender, could you please lead us to the temple? It's important, I said. Slender nodded before he turned to a large wall of trees. All of a sudden a black horn pushed its way out of its forehead and was then covered in a pale aura. Slender flicked his head and the wall of trees seemed to split and made a pathway for us to walk through. The horn on Slender's head retracted back into his head before he stepped forward. Slender then gestured for us to follow before we walked behind him. I still don't trust him, Rainbow said. Why, if he wanted us dead he would have done it by now, I said. Well, maybe he's just taking his time to pick us off one by one, Twilight said. Still, that tuxedo he's wearing suits him nicely. He must really appreciate fashion, Rarity said. Forget the clothes, Rarity, we have more important things to deal with by deciding if he's dangerous or not, Applejack said. Alright, that's enough from all of you. Look, I know all of you have an uneasy feeling right now, but I don't want any of you bad-mouthing Slender, I said. I agree, least we can do is give him a chance, Fluttershy said. The main six lowered their heads, knowing deep down we were right. We continued to walk and soon saw light at the end of the tunnel. We exited the forest and I shielded my eyes from the light of the sun after walking through the dark and fog. My eyes adjusted to the light and once they did I saw a magnificent sight. This is nothing like I was expecting, I said. Indeed, it must have taken the nights years to create this, Celestia said. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Pinky said excitedly before she bounced over to the temple with us not too far behind. We entered the gardens to see all sorts of animals. Fluttershy and Chrysalis couldn't keep their smiles off their faces. All the animals walked over to us and all the birds landed on Slender's outstretched tentacles. They really like you, Chrysalis said. Each one of these critters had their home destroyed long ago, so I brought them here where I can watch over them, Slender said. Oh dear, you poor little things, Fluttershy said as she petted a squirrel. So you've been taking care of this place for centuries? I asked. Yes, but I enjoy it. It's peaceful here, no fuss, no trouble, just me, the animals, the temple, the lake, the trees, and the sky, Slender said. Well, it's sunset, guys, we'd better go inside and make camp, I said. If you're going to make a fire, please use dead tree branches. It hurts a lot if you cut down a live one, Slender said. Of course, Slender, I'll make sure, I said. Thank you. Oh, and before I forget, this temple has 3 purposes, Slender said. 3 purposes, and what are they? I asked. It's a vault and a tomb like you've been told, but also a prison, Slender said. A prison for what exactly? Chrysalis asked. I don't know all the names except for one: war sword, the alicorn of war and bloodshed, Slender said. Sounds intimidating, but I'm not scared yet, I said. May Faust guide your way, Knight of Freedom, Slender said before he walked away. I turned my attention to the group and gave them a nod before I walked up the stairs to the main doors. Were made of stone and was large enough to fit a full-grown dragon. Images were carved into the stone doors in perfect detail of hundreds of demons and other evils piled upon each other. The 5 knights stood on top victorious with both the sun and moon behind them. I walked up to the doors and gave them a push and the doors swung open with ease. I walked inside to see the room was circular and enormous, decorated with golden yellows, blues and reds. Pillars held up the walls and banners with the knights' marks circled the room, including mine. All perfectly preserved. Rarity was gazing at each one, completely lost for words. But what had most of everyone's attention was the ceiling. It was like someone pulled out a piece of the sky and placed it in here. There were even pictures of the knights' battles along the walls. The group spread out to enjoy the sight while I walked over to the back of the room and looked at a doorway that leads further into the temple. It was a simple square doorway, but what made it interesting was that a statue of Faust stood on top. She had her wings outstretched and the sun and moon on either side of her. I continued to look at the statue before I walked over to the group who were setting up their sleeping bags. Rage and Mac found a fire basin and a stand and set it up in the center of the room for us to make a fire. I was sitting by the fire with the others, each one of us telling all sorts of jokes and fun things. It was like I was back in the cell, only I had my new friends and I didn't have to fight in the pit and have no more worries. It brought a smile to my face. Hey Ash, I never got to ask, but how was it with Luna? Was she inexperienced? Celestia asked with a shit-eating grin. What? I asked. Was she too tight? Celestia asked. Oh, for the love of Pete, just say it and save us all embarrassment, Celestia, I said as I rubbed my eyes. So you diddled, dearest darling little sister, Celestia said before she lost her composure and laughed her head off. Tia, Luna screamed in embarrassment. Diddled, that makes me sound like a pedophile, Celestia, I said with disgust. So you lost your virginity to the beautiful princess of the night. When exactly were you going to tell me? Rage said, grabbing me in a headlock and rubbing the top of my head hard. It wasn't your business to know, so why should I have told you? I said as I pushed Rage away from me. So what was it like? Thunderlane asked, earning him a slap from Rarity, but I could tell she wanted to know too. It was better than I imagined, but I was inexperienced, I admitted. That's nothing to be ashamed of, and from what Auntie Luna told me you pulled of a few tricks, Cadence said. Her voice was sincere. I gave a smile to Cadence before Luna laid her head on my shoulder. Hey Ash, you know those 2 songs, the one the Stallions, Rage and I sang with you, and the one where you got your violin? Why don't let's play those to lighten the mood, Spike suggested. Good idea, Spike, come on you guys, give me a hand, I said as I stood up and pulled the case for my violin out of my bag and walked in front of the audience with the Stallions, Rage and Spike. Big Mac had a banjo while Rage had a guitar while Caramel sat on a box and started a beat. After the song the audience clapped. I gave a gesture to settle down before I selected some background music on my iPod for a familiar song. Sorry about background noise. As I played the song everyone joined in, we were all singing. I even saw a Discord dance with Fluttershy. It was truly one of the best moments of my life. Once the song ended, the Stallions, Rage, Spike and I took our seats once more. You never told us that was a pirate song, Gilda said. I don't remember you asking me, I said, causing us to laugh. Ash, in all seriousness, we know why we're here but not why you're here, Chrysalis said. Yeah, how come you wanted to come here anyway? Rainbow asked. I took a breath before I looked at everyone. I was actually hoping to avoid this, but I suppose it can't be helped now, I said as I went over to my backpack and pulled out the piece of Eden. Causing the ones who didn't know about it stared in wonder. Ash, what is that thing? Twilight asked. This artifact Twilight is as old as time itself. It belonged to my planet's first civilization, I said. Wait, first civilization? Twilight asked with surprise. Yeah, my planet had at least 3 civilizations before mine. First is the civilization where this came from that relied on technology. Then there's Link's civilization which relied on magic, then Corvo's which relied on both magic and technology. Finally mine where Altair, Ezio and Arno also came from which relies on technology, I said. Wait, what happened to each civilization before the other appeared? Daring asked. Same thing that happened to all of them. A solar storm wiped out as many living things as possible, I said. Everyone was a little shocked at what I said. Some even gave Celestia a strange look. But what does this thing have to do with you being here? Luna asked. Faust asked me to seal this away along with the others so that no one can use them, I said. Why, it looks harmless, Discord said. Maybe you don't know this, Discord, but your mom is wiser than all of us combined, and if she asks us to seal something away she has a reason for it, I said. So in other words, you don't know what it does, Trixie said. I actually do know what it does. I just wanted to make a point, I said. So what does it do already? Applejack asked impatiently. It bends the laws of reality to your will, I said. I let my words sink into everyone before I heard Rainbow snicker before she burst out laughing before she calmed down enough to speak. That's a good one, Ash. That puny thing can bend reality to your will, Rainbow said before she fell back into laughing. Okay, how about we try this then, I said as I activated the Apple of Eden. All of a sudden everything started floating except me and the fireplace, and Rainbow stopped laughing. Hey, what the heck is going on here? Rainbow asked, trying to get back to the ground, even trying to flap her wings, but it was useless. Think of it as flicking a switch to turn off the gravity, I said. This is fun, Pinky said, doing somersaults. Ash, can you bring us down now? Rarity asked. I gave her a smile before I set everyone and everything down gently. Ash, why didn't you use that for earlier purposes? It would have helped us out so many times. Iris asked. I was about to respond, but all of a sudden I started coughing violently and covered my mouth. Once I was done, I removed my hand to see blood covering it before I showed the others, only for them to gasp in shock. Because it comes at a price, I answered. The others went silent as I put the Apple of Eden in the upper half of my left arm for safekeeping. There's also something else I need to discuss with all of you, I said, gaining everyone's attention. There are going to be a series of trials awaiting us in the temple, and Faust told me it must be me and me alone that clears the traps ahead, because it's a test from the night to see if I'm worthy, I said. Worthy, but worthy of what though? Luna asked. That I do not know, I said. Well, I suggest we get some sleep. It's going to be a long day tomorrow, Rage said. Each of us nodded in agreement before we settled down in our sleeping bags, and Luna cuddled close to me and I draped a wing over her for extra warmth and fell asleep. Chapter 24, Testing Myself. I awoke to the sound of an all too familiar click and something small and circular pressed against the side of my head. He's waking up, an unknown voice said. I opened my eyes and looked in the corner of them to see the barrel of a gun aimed at my head. Since we were in the anti-magic zone, I assumed these weren't loaded with crystals but instead with bullets. I looked around for my weapons only to see a pony was holding onto them. The others were awake but tied up and in a similar predicament. All of the princesses along with the 2 Draconiquesses had also been tied up and placed in the center of the room. The ponies guarding them were armed with alicorn stone blades. Daring Do was lying on her belly, also tied up and glaring at a pony that was walking towards me. He had gray fur and a black and slightly gray mane and tail with green eyes and a beard. He wore a pale top with a red and white polka dot cloth scarf around his neck and khaki shorts. Everything about this guy was the no-good type of archaeologist and will try to get rich by selling valuable artifacts. When some of my men said they saw 2 hairless apes that had wings and could stand on 2 legs and speak, I thought they were speaking nonsense. But then I remembered the tale of the 5 guardians of secrets. I must say, Daring Do, I'm a little upset you kept this secret from me, the pony said before he placed a hand on my chin to inspect me. I reeled back and bit his hand hard enough to draw a small amount of blood. The pony screamed in pain while the pony who had me at gunpoint pushed the barrel into my head a little harder. I let go of the pony's hand and he pulled away while holding it. Well, it appears you have quite a temper on you, the pony said, clutching his hand in pain. It happens when you take my friends hostage and I'm tied up by a pony I don't know, I said with fury dripping from my words. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Caballero, but to you it's Dr. Caballero, Caballero said. Don't make any difference to me now. Maybe you can tell me how you got by Slender. I asked. If you're referring to the monster, I was forced to sacrifice some of my men so the rest of us could journey on, Caballero said, causing me to hate this guy even more. How did you even find us, Caballero? Daring asked. When you gave me that bag of fake bits I was enraged, so I went to seek you out, but that's when I saw you talking to your friends about this place. I was intrigued beyond words, so I decided to follow you, and well, here we are, Caballero said. So what do you plan to find in here? I asked. According to the stories about this place, there's a massive fortune in these walls along with power without equal. I plan to claim both, and with all the princesses of Equestria here, there is no one to stop me from doing just that, Caballero said. You won't get away with this, Chrysalis said. You all are powerless here, my men, and I have the means to kill you all. I believe I'll get away with it, Caballero said. Then why keep us alive? I asked. Oh, that's a simple one for you. See, the text says only the worthy can pass these challenges, and since you're a guardian, I will need you to lead us through the trials, Caballero said. And give you access to such dangerous power? No thanks, I said. I wasn't giving you an option, Caballero said as he snapped his fingers. One of the hench ponies nodded and picked up Luna and held his blade dangerously close to Luna's throat. If you cooperate nicely, there won't be any need for bloodshed, Caballero said. Fine, but no one dies. Am I clear? That also includes Daring, I said, giving the Caballero a death glare. You have my word, Caballero said as he gestured to his man to release Luna. Caballero then pulled me up and undid the ropes holding me while his stallions did the same for my friends. I stood up and looked at the others before I was pushed towards the doorway that led further into the temple. The hench ponies picked up my friends and pulled them along with me. I walked up the stairs and entered the dangerous parts of the temple. Trial of observation. I walked through the corridors before we came across beams of sunlight that were coming in through the ceiling and stopped. Why have you stopped? There's nothing to fear here, Caballero said. That's what scares me, I said, giving him a dark look. I walked forward and looked at the roof where the beams of light were coming through and the floor before I took a step back. I held out my left hand right in front of the light before I quickly placed my hand in and out of the light. A click sounded next to me and a compartment opened and a wall of spears burst out all along the corridor. Impaled on some of the spears were decomposing bodies. The one in front of me still had an eye still in the skull. Most of the group jumped away in fright at the sight while I remained still. Light trap, very clever, I said as the spears slid back into place. How'd you see that? Daring asked. Slender told us that he keeps the temple in perfect order. Do you really think he'd miss a small section of broken roof? Also, if you look at the ceiling you can see a border going around the holes where the light comes in. So this indicates they were designed this way. Also, all the dried blood on the floor along with a little Mayan studying, I said as I stepped through the maze of lights and everyone followed. I'm amazed you were able to see through that, Celestia said as she moved her way through the beams of light. This is the test of observation, Celestia, so it means I have to use my eyes and my head when it comes to this, I said. I'm impressed that you humans were able to craft such traps, Daring said. This trap is actually one of the classics. It's nothing more than a few mirrors, sunlight and a few wooden gears and rope to make it work, I said, wowing Daring and Twilight. I looked at Rarity, who was just about to come through along with the last hench pony, but the hench pony accidentally moved his arm through the light and a click went off. I immediately grabbed Rarity, but the hench pony was too far away. I pulled Rarity out just as the spears sprang out and impaled the poor pony. I released Rarity and looked at the unfortunate one before I gave a small moment of silence to him. Thank you, Ash, Rarity said. No problem, Rarity, I said. Let's keep moving, Caballero demanded. I gave Caballero a scowl before I walked upstairs to the next floor. Test of honor. The next test led us to a doorway and we walked through. We were almost blinded by the amount of gold that was piled in the room. There was so much of it I doubt anyone would know what to do with it all. The gold was piled on two sides of a small path. 10 of the hench ponies ran ahead of us and went to fill their pockets with gold. I looked around and I saw a good number of golden statues. Odd thing was they all were of explorers. Each one of the statues looked terrified and were trying to shield themselves from something. A thought hit me as I looked at the ponies playing in the gold and jewels. Hey, wait, don't touch that. I cried out, but my cries fell on deaf ears. Why'd you tell them to wait, Ash? Rainbow asked, looking about at the massive room. Rainbow, tell me, in every Daring Do book you've ever read, has Daring ever found treasure in a temple by completing one trap? I asked. Ash is right, Daring said. Just then, the ground started to shake violently. The hench ponies realized their mistake and ran back to us. But it was too late. Golden gilded spears shot out of the ground and created a force field between the bars separating the hench ponies from us. The hench ponies pleaded for help, but we were unable to do anything. Just then the gold started to rumble and shift. We all watched as the gold came together and formed a giant dragon made of golden items and gems. The dragon had two extremely large rubies as its eyes and let out a mighty roar which shook the room. The dragon then opened its mouth and aimed its head at us. I backed everyone as far back as we could go. The dragon unleashed its breath, but instead of fire it was melted gold. The gold rushed at us and hit the hench ponies, but it didn't touch us because of the force field. The melted gold continued to splash against the shield, but then the gold just flowed away. All that was left of the ponies were gold statues of them. The dragon then used its tail to pick up the gold statues and placed them off to the side before it looked at us and gave us a snort and dissolved, and all the gold returned to its proper place. Maybe from here on out I should lead, I said. Agreed, Caballero said. I then stepped forward and looked around the room. I then walked past the piles of gold and at the back of the room I saw an open doorway so that we could go further into the temple. I then saw a large bowl sitting on a pedestal in the pathway. I walked over to it and saw a barrier in between me and the pedestal. I scratched my chin and thought before I reached out and touched the barrier, only for my hand to go through it. I walked past the barrier and suddenly the ground then rumbled, but not as violently as before, and I saw the large dragon's head materialize. I went back to focusing on the bowl on top of pedestal. I looked inside the bowl to see a golden dragon egg. I assumed that egg was trapped inside the barrier and the larger dragon was its mother. I went to reach for it so I could carry it, but the mother growled, telling me to back off, so I did. I looked at the bottom pedestal and saw a lever. I reached down and pulled it and the barrier turned off. I turned around to face the giant dragon and the mother dragon was silently staring at me. She then lost interest in me, moved her head to the pedestal and peered at her egg. The dragon then picked up the egg gently with her claws and turned towards me. She then bowed her head to me and extended a claw just in front of me, and treasure fell from the claw and at my feet. The gold continued to flow until it reached my knees. I was a little confused, then I just smiled and looked at the dragon and shook my head. Thank you for offering, but this belongs to you. Also, I don't have a use for it, nor could I carry it, I said. The dragon gave me a final nod before she, her egg, the statues and the treasure at my feet turned into a golden streak of air. The streak then rushed to a stone slab above the door. Once the golden streak hit the slab, it exploded. Once the golden smoke disappeared, a golden picture of a dragon and her egg were in its place. Why didn't you take what it offered you or just walk away when we had the chance? I turned around to see Trixie was the one who spoke and the others were behind her just staring at the picture. It wouldn't have been very honorable if I took something she was protecting for a long time plus being made of it, and she needed help and I was able to help her, I said. A truly noble deed, Chrysalis said. I'm seriously confused here. There shouldn't be any magic here, but back there that was definitely magic even when Slender moved those trees, Twilight said. Maybe it's because we passed through that field. It did something that stops us using our magic and they didn't that go through it, which allows them to have magic in this place, I suggested. Yeah, that must be it, Twilight said. I gave the mare a nod before I walked towards the doorway that left this room. Test of the Penitent. We were walking through a narrow corridor and I saw the skull of a pony on our way up and I was feeling a little edgy now. Hey Ash, Daring asked. Yeah, I said. What exactly is the next test? Daring asked. Well, my next test is the test of the Penitent, I said. Penitent, Daring said, confused. I don't know myself, but it sounds familiar. I remember something in the books about this place saying only the penitent will pass, I said. Just then a hench pony pushed his way past me because I was slowing down a bit, but I wasn't worried. I was busy trying to figure out what penitent meant. Penitent, 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 penitent has two meanings. Penitent is a feeling when you seek forgiveness for something you did, I said as we walked. The corridor soon widened slightly in a small circle, and in the center of the circle was a pedestal. On top of the pedestal a statue of Faust with her wings outstretched, giving her a goddess-like appearance. Before we entered the circle I saw the skull from before skeletal body lying on the ground. The second meaning is when someone is wishing to repent for their sins and doing this by kneeling towards their god. Gasped Kneel. I shouted as I grabbed Daring by the back of her head and pushed her down into a kneeling position. I also kneeled, and just in time as a saw blade shot out of the wall and almost severed off both our heads. The hench pony in front of us wasn't so lucky and was beheaded. I helped Daring back up and looked at the headless pony before I looked at Caballero. 12 of your ponies are dead, Caballero. I suggest you turn back before something really bad happens, I suggested. No, we go on, Caballero said as he poked me with his revolver to indicate me to continue. I turned around and walked towards the door on the other side of the corridor. Ash, how did you know you had to duck? Shining asked. Well, I remembered what penitent means. It's when someone will seek forgiveness from their god or show their commitment to their god by kneeling and giving a prayer. When I saw the statue of Faust back there, it gave off a goddess-like feeling. Also, the severed head from the skeleton gave it away as well, I said. Well, thanks for the save, Daring said, rubbing her neck. Test of hope. We walked up the stairs to the next test, and once we arrived I saw a large room with 6 pillars and was filled with stone statues of ponies. Only one was wearing a crown and was standing up while the rest were on their knees begging. At the bottom of the stairs we were standing on was a stone sword on an altar. I walked down the steps followed by 2 hench ponies. I reached the bottom of the stairs and walked over to the altar. I looked at the blade for a few seconds before I picked it up and examined it. Ash, watch out, Luna cried. I looked up to see a whip made of fire rush at me, but I dodged to the side and the whip wrapped around the midsection of one of the hench ponies. In a yank the pony was torn in two and turned into a burning inferno. I looked at the owner of the whip to see the statue of the pony with the crown had come to life with glowing red eyes, and the whip made of fire was in his hand. I ducked behind one of the pillars just before I got hit. Ash, Rage yelled. I looked at the group to see they were behind spikes again, and Rage tossed my shield over the spikes and over to me. I caught my shield and peeked out from behind the pillar to see the hench pony was shooting the king pony with his rifle, but it wasn't doing any good. I looked around and I saw a statue who was more like kneeling, and his expression looked fed up. His hand looked like it could grip something. I then looked at the handle of the blade I picked up to see it would make a perfect fit. Just then I saw the king pony manage to grab the pony's rifle with the whip and yanked it out of his hands. It was about to strike again, but I ran out of cover and grabbed the pony and brought him to cover. Stay here and don't come out until it's clear, I said. The hench pony nodded before I ran out from behind the pillar and was blocking attacks from the tyrant king and ran over to the kneeling statue. I managed to place the sword in his hand before I ducked behind cover. I looked at the statue to see it stand up and raise the sword at the tyrant. Then all of a sudden the pleading statue stood up and charged at the tyrant and overwhelmed him. They then grabbed his arms and held him for the sword-wielding pony to stab him through the heart. Once they did, they all stopped moving and went silent, and the spears separating me from my friends went down and the hench pony came out from behind the pillar. I handed my shield to a hench pony. I led the others to the door and was about to walk through, but Rainbow asked me a question. Hey Ash, why did you save that guy? Rainbow asked. Just because he's an enemy doesn't mean I can't save his life, I said before I walked through the doorway. Test of order. Our next room led us to another large room with statues, only they looked like they were arguing with each other about different things. There was a throne with a crown on it in the center of the room. I looked around at the arguing ponies before I spotted one off in the corner with a parchment and quill and was writing something on it. I then walked over to the crown and picked it up before I placed it on writing pony's head. The pony then went around and helped all the other ponies with their problems before they placed him on the throne and kneeled to him. How'd you know about this one, Ash? Celestia asked. Arguing ponies in the test of order and someone needing to lead them, yeah, not really that hard to figure out, sort of reminds me of Twilight in a way, I said, causing most of the group to giggle and for Twilight to blush before we walked through the door. Test of faith. I then led the group through a narrow passageway but stopped as I reached a ledge that stood over a pitch black hole, and hanging on a wall next to me was a stone falcon's head. So anything from your books that mentioned this? Thunderlane asked. Yeah, this is the test of faith, and the book said that a leap from the falcon's head will prove thyself worthy, I said. But this is insane, Twilight said. I know, that's why it's called a leap of faith, I said. I turned around and took several deep breaths before I closed my eyes and leapt from the ledge and spread my arms and wings out and fell into darkness. As I fell I did a front flip, folded my wings and prayed for a soft landing. I continued to fall before I landed on something soft. I opened my eyes and my vision was filled with hay. I then got out of the stack of hay and looked up to see it was a 40 feet drop I made. I looked at everything on the ground and saw large spikes with a few bodies impaled on them. I then checked to see if the apple of Eden was still in the same place as I hid it to discover it was. I looked around and saw a lever, so I walked over to it and pulled it, and stone stairs slowly emerged from the wall and went up in a spiral. After a while the others walked down and joined me, and Luna ran straight for me and locked me in a bone-crushing hug. But the reunion was short-lived by Caballero when he nudged me with his revolver. I gave him a scowl but complied as I walked over to the doorway. Test of peace. The next room was large like the others and had what looked like animatronic body parts on long thin poles that held them in the air. At the back of the room was a picture of 2 ponies fighting with swords, and around the room were pictures of grim and terrified faces. The floor was checked and riddled with holes for something. In the center of the room is what looked like a bronze staff with lenses and a candle on it. I gazed at the staff incuriously, but then, a hench pony tripped over and tumbled down the stairs. I tried to grab him, but before I could do anything bars of fire cut me off. The pony stopped falling when he reached the bottom of the staircase. He looked around and scrambled to stand up. He then put on a brave face and walked forward slowly. Hey, does anyone hear that, or is it just me? Discord asked. Yeah, it sounds like bugs, Pierce said. I listened for the sound carefully and when I heard it I swear my face turned pale. Get out of there now, I shouted to the hench pony. But I was too late. The mouths of the pictures on the walls opened and large black beetles stared crawling out of them. They made their way over to the hench pony and once they reached him they crawled under his skin and noticeable bulges started running all over his body. The pony screamed in pain and the group could only watch as the insects devoured him from the inside out. Once they were done the only thing left was skin and bones. Suddenly the floor came alive with fire and all the beetles scurried back into their hiding places. Once they were gone the ground stopped smoldering with fire, the mouths on the pictures closed and the bars of flames disappeared. All of the remaining hench ponies dropped their gear and my weapons and ran away leaving Caballero. Get back here, Caballero demanded. Well, looks like your own Caballero, Daring said. Caballero spun around only for Big Mac to knock him out. I then tied him up with some rope the hench ponies used before I put my weapons on. What were those things? Dreamcatcher asked, looking sick at what happened with those beetles. Those were scarabs, nasty vermin that live in ancient burial grounds or in hot desert areas in my world. These guys are only native in Egypt and are man-eaters. They can also survive on nothing for over 1,000 years as well, but they hate light and fire, I said. I say you guys are lucky you don't have them here, Rage said, giving a small shudder. So what do we do to get past them? Rainbow asked. I'm sorry every pony, but we're not, Celestia said. Why not? Luna demanded. Because this just became too dangerous, that's why, Celestia said. But it was dangerous when we first walked into this place, Chrysalis said. Yes, but we were held captive, we had no choice but to go. Also I will not risk the lives of my little ponies or my family any, Celestia said. Ash, what are you doing? Daring shouted. Everyone looked at me as I ran across the floor over to the bronze staff. Ash, get back here, Celestia demanded, but the bars of fire shot up and cut us off. I made it to the staff and saw the mouths of the pictures began to open. I took out a box of matches and tried to light a match, but the scarabs were closing in fast. I managed to light the match, then I lit the candle and a circle of light appeared on the ground holding the scarabs at bay. I let out a sigh of relief. I didn't know I was holding along with the group. A beam of light also shot out through the lenses lighting up the wall. I picked up the staff and walked around while the scarabs stayed away from the light. I aimed the circle of light that was on the wall around and thought about how to open the door. I then looked at the picture of the two sword-wielding ponies, then at the body parts and then at the circle before I worked it out. I walked around a bit more and found what I was looking for. It was a bunch of body parts that when lined up it creates a body. I shined the light at the mural before I placed the staff in a hole at my feet. On the mural of the fighting ponies was the shadow of a third pony. The limbs on the poles and picture moved to show the third pony was breaking up the fight between the other two. Once they stopped moving, the mouths where the scarabs came out from had fire shooting out of them along with ground. The only place it didn't touch was where I was standing since the scarabs had nowhere else to hide, they were all burned. Once the fire stopped I looked around and not one of the scarabs survived the blaze and the bars of fire disappeared. The others came down to join me but Celestia looked pissed. I told you that we were going back, Celestia said. Sorry Celestia, I can't obey an order when I wasn't paying attention to it, also I have to keep going. You all can turn back if you wish but I need to lock away the apple of Eden, I said. Celestia gave me a ticked off look but she knew I was right and what I was doing. How many more tests must you do? Celestia asked. 2 left so we're almost there, I said. Celestia gave me a nod before I led them through the next door. Test of courage. It was a dark spooky corridor we were walking down now, there was not much to see. We reached the test only to see a large slab and below that slab a pit of black water. Okay, test of courage, simple enough, face my deepest darkest fears, I said with an uneasy tone. Okay, so what do you fear most, Ash? Soren asked. That's the thing I don't know, I said. How's that possible? Caramel asked. When you're living a life of fear you start to see less and less fear, I said. Okay, well maybe this won't work then, Soren said. Maybe or maybe it will just create something to fear, I said. The group then went silent before Luna spoke. You've already done so much, Ash, I clear this test so we can continue, Luna said as she placed a hand on my shoulder. No sister, I'll do it. If this is like facing nightmares then it shall be me. After all you need to raise the moon, Dreamcatcher said. I will not allow my sisters who I just regained after years risk themselves falling back into darkness. I'll go, Celestia said. Soon everyone was arguing about who should go and who shouldn't, all except me and Rage. I then removed my hidden blades and shield and handed them to Rage. I also handed him the apple of Eden but kept whispering wind on my back. I gave a nod to Rage which he returned before I stood at the edge of the water and dived in, creating a splash loud enough to be heard by the others. Suddenly the large slab of stone covered the water, cutting off anyone from following, and behind the slab of stone a glowing orb on a pedestal that slid over and onto the stone slab. Still wants to keep you all safe, Rage said to the group before he walked over to the orb and looked at followed by the others. I swam through the water but my left arm made it hard to move. I reached the other side of the stone slab and kicked off the floor and shot to the surface. I then pulled myself out of the water and looked at my surroundings only to see a dark room. The only light source in the room was a lamp hanging from the ceiling. In the light was some kind of table with restraints so you couldn't move. You're just in time. I spun around to see Pinkie Pie, only her mane was flat and she had a strange look in her eyes and the only word to describe it was creepy. Pinkie, why did you follow me and what exactly am I in time for? I asked. My name is Pinkimena and you're just in time to help me make cupcakes, silly, Pinkie said. Cupcakes, but what with there aren't any ingredients, I said. That's because you are the ingredients, Ash, Pinkie said. I almost missed it but I saw Pinkie pull out a kitchen knife and tried to stab me in the stomach. But, I dodged to the left but Pinkie still managed to slash me in my waist. Pinkie, what are you do _AAARRRHHH? I yelled only to be cut off as I felt pain go right through my wing. Need any help, Pinkimena? I looked at the owner of the voice only to see to my horror Fluttershy holding a bloody chainsaw in my entire left wing on the ground from when she hacked it off. I backed away from the two. I then felt something inject into my neck so I quickly pulled it out to see a syringe. I turned around and I saw Rainbow Dash, only she was wearing a lab coat stained with blood. I then felt a little funny and started to sway a little before I regained my balance. Oh, still not down? Oh well, maybe another dose will knock you out, and while you sleep I'll take your blood and turn it into the red that will go on my rainbows, Rainbow said with a snicker. Rainbow, flutters Pinky, snap out of it, this isn't you. What would your cold friends along with Gilda, Trixie, Spike and the other girls say if they saw you like this? I said, trying to get them back into their own selves. Oh, you mean our former cold friends? They're all over here, Rainbow said as she flicked a switch. Suddenly strange colored liquid flowed into containers, providing more light to the room, and to my horror I saw the stallions along with Trixie and Gilda all chained to the wall. Some had their chests opened up and their organs removed, while the others had missing limbs. As for the rest of us, we think their new personalities are delightful. I turned around only to have a crescent branding iron burn through my clothing and burn my chest, causing me to scream in pain. I leapt away from my attacker before I looked at the pony, only to see Rarity. Only she had cat scratches across her face. Her hair was springing out in places like Twilight when she had the smarty pants incident. Speaking of Twilight, she was also standing next to Rarity with the maniacal smile and hair sticking out, and was armed with a scalpel. You know, I always wondered what it is that makes humans tick. Maybe after I carve you up and report my findings to Princess Celestia, she'll forgive me for being tardy, Twilight said. Twilight, that was ages ago. Celestia didn't need to forgive you for missing one deadline, I said. Twilight responded by throwing the scalpel at me. I went to block it, but my body was surrounded by a magenta aura by Twilight's magic. I could only watch as the scalpel went into my right eye. Once it hit, Twilight released me and my hands shot to my face as I pulled the scalpel out without pulling out my eyeball. Once I did, I looked to see a shadowed figure on the other side of Rarity. I'm gonna take a guess and say that the figure over there is Applejack, I said, covering my right bleeding eye. Oh no, darling, that's my pet I made, Rarity said. Just then the figure stepped into the light and the sight almost made me sick. There before me was Spike, except his eyes were made of buttons and he seemed to be swaying on his feet. I made this out of the parts our former friends were so generous to donate to us and the scales of my dear little Spiky Wikey, Rarity said. Donate? You butchered them and took pieces of them, skinned Spike, and turned them into a puppet? That's just sick, I shouted. All of a sudden I received a kick to my ribs and was sent flying into the table. I hit the table, but I was sent into a spin before I landed on the other side. I shakily got to my knees and saw Applejack had kicked me with her special kick she only uses to buck apple trees. You're one to talk when you murdered Luna, Applejack said as she stood up and walked towards me. What are you talking about? I would never dare harm her, I said. Well, what's her body doing there then? Applejack asked as she pointed to a corner. I followed her finger and there I saw Luna lying on the ground with a knife in her chest. And isn't that her blood all over you? Applejack asked. I looked at a trail of blood and followed it, and it led to me, and I saw my clothes were stained in blood. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Face it, Ash, you're just as crazy as us now. Why don't you let us put you out of your misery? Pinky said. I sat in silence before I stood up slowly. Despite the horrible pain I was feeling both physically and emotionally, I kept my head down before I spoke. If I'm to suffer for the rest of my life, then so be it. However, I will not let you all harm others with your insanity, I said. And just how do you plan to stop us? Rainbow asked. Simple, I'll bring you all to peace by stopping your misery in any way possible. Like any friend should, then I'll see to it that I suffer for what I did, I said before I unsheathed Whispering Wind. I kicked Rainbow in the gut and sent her flying backwards. Pinky tried to stab me once more, but I grabbed her arm and spun her around before I tossed her into Applejack, Twilight and Rarity. I grabbed the knife was holding and the puppet Spike attacked, but I drove the knife through the puppet's head. Then I pulled knife out and let the deformed body fall. Fluttershy tried to take my head off with the chainsaw, but as she spun around after she made her swing, I used the knife to slash the nape of her neck, making it quick and painless for the once shy and timid Pegasus. I then walked over to Rainbow. As she stood up, she charged at me. But I dodged to the left, and as she passed me, I grabbed her and snapped her neck, also making it quick and painless. I turned to see Applejack jump over the table and tried to punch me. But I dodged right just as Applejack smashed the ground with her bare fist. I held the knife backwards and stabbed her in the nape of her neck. Then Rarity used her magic and her sewing materials to sew my right arm to my body. Twilight then charged at me with a scalpel, but I dodged left just in time before I kicked Twilight in the stomach. The kick sent Twilight flying into the side of the table. She hit her head and the result was a quick death. I then tore my right arm from my body, ripping off a fair amount of skin before I pulled the rest of the thread out. I then saw Rarity come at me with the branding iron. I readied myself with Whispering Wind and charged as well. When we passed, I sliced the branding iron in two before I threw the kitchen knife at the back of Rarity's neck. I then looked around for Pinky. I then sensed her presence to my side. I quickly ducked her attack from another knife. I then lifted her into the air and threw her into the table, where she landed on it perfectly. The restraints snapped closed, holding her in place. I then sheathed Whispering Wind before I walked over to the former party pony. You think you can escape madness, Ash? You're just as insane as us, maybe even more, Pinky said. That may be true, Pinky, but at least I'm still sane enough to stop your madness, I said as I reached the table. Pinky, I know you all too well. You would rather die than do something like this. I'm helping you, I said as I placed my hands on the sides of Pinky's head. Next time we meet, I'll make sure I throw the biggest I'm so sorry for killing you party I can make. It may not be as good as yours, but I'll put my heart into it. See ya around, Pinky, I said before I snapped the pony's neck. I then stepped away from the table and sat on the floor on my knees. I then started to cry, but I didn't care. I let all of it out, from tears to screams. I eventually stopped crying and looked up at the back of the room and saw a pedestal with a vial on it. I stood up and walked over to it. The vial was filled with a green liquid and had writing on it that said poison. I picked it up and had a look at it. I then know about what I just did and how I was a bad luck magnet for others. I took the vial in my hands and uncorked it and brought it to my lips. But before I drank any, I then thought about something Alex said to me once. No matter what happens in life, if you ever came to an option to kill yourself after you did something terrible, think about the ones you care about. Would they want you to die yet, or carry on living for them until you couldn't anymore? Great courage comes from continuing despite the pain of losing others. Alex's words echoed in my head, causing more tears to fall. With those words in mind, I removed the vial and corked it before I tossed it into the air and unsheathed Whispering Wind and slashed the vial. Once the vial shards hit the ground, the world became bluey. Suddenly, a silver mist surrounded me and pulled my wing over to me. I could feel all the wounds I received repair themselves and reattach my wing. Soon I was completely healed and my clothes repaired. I looked around to see the room I was standing in was empty except for old bones. All of a sudden I felt a little uneasy and dropped Whispering Wind. I stumbled backwards and hit the floor, and not long later I heard footsteps running across the floor. Ash, are you okay? Rage asked as he helped me sit up. Rage, what's going? Are you dead too? I asked. Pull yourself together, dude, you completed the test of courage, Rage said. I thought about what he was saying, then it all came flooding back. Of course it wasn't real, but it was at the same time, I said. Yeah, we saw everything from the corridor. An orb showed us what was going on in here, and by the way, that was a pretty damn brave thing to do, Rage said. That water must have done something to make you temporarily forget what you were supposed to be doing, Daring said as she came into my vision. I then looked behind me to see the main six all looking at the ground. I then stood up and walked over to the main six and spoke. I'm sorry I did that to you while I was out. I was cut off as the main six grabbed me in a hug. You have nothing to be sorry for, Ash. If anything, we want to thank you. There is no way any of us would want that to happen to us, and we'd rather die than commit such things, Twilight, as she buried her head in my chest and cried while the rest nodded in agreement. I couldn't help but smile at my friends before I wrapped my wings and arms around them in a hug. Now these are the friends I know and love, I said. Are you feeling all right, Ash? Fluttershy asked in the voice I sincerely missed. A little sore in my torso, but all live, I said. The girls gave me a smile before let them go and turned to the rest of the group to see them smile at me as well. Rage handed me Whispering Wind and the rest of my gear before I led the group through the exit doors to the last test. Test of Judgment. I walked through the hallways with the others before we arrived at the last test. It was a large room like the others, but a giant stone golem with a giant sword was blocking our way. Step forth, the WHO wishes to be judged. The stone golem roared in a deep voice, making Fluttershy cower. I stepped forth to face the creature, but some pony grabbed my shoulder. Ash, you can't go against that thing, you can barely stand, Luna said. Who said I have to fight it anyway? It has to be me, remember, I said. Luna was hesitant but let me go, but not before giving me a kiss. Once we separated I gave her a nod before I limped over to the towering creature. I will be judged, I said. No, this mortal no one has ever passed, the golem said before he raised his sword above his head. I'm ready, I said. The golem then brought his sword down on me, but as it came in contact the blade broke around me before the rest of the blade turned into dust. Ash, Blade Knight of Equestria, you are worthy to pass into the tomb of your brothers in arms, but be warned, there are creatures in there that must not be disturbed from their slumber. The golem roared before he too faded into dust. I took a breath before I saw the others just stare at me in shock. Are you all right? I asked. You must be harder and braver than anything I've ever seen before, Applejack said. He was judging me to see if my intentions were pure enough to pass. If they were, then what you saw will happen. If not, well, it wouldn't have been pretty, I said. Come, let us finish what has been started, Chrysalis said. I gave her a nod before I began to walk to the doors. Hey, what do we do about this guy? Max said, gesturing to the still unconscious Caballero. We'll take him back with us and he can be placed in a cell for the remainder of his days, or we can leave him to Slender to deal with. I'll let you all decide, I said before I walked over to a large pair of doors covered in golden yellows, blues and whites. Pictures of the 5 knights' marks were carved into the doors along with mine in the center. I saw a circle with a handprint in the door. I just rolled my eyes and cut my right hand with my hidden blade and pressed it against the handprint. The door made a few clicks and we saw some gears turn. I could feel magic heal my hand before the door opened and we walked through. We arrived at the top of a large staircase and stood in a massive room, white and a red carpet that spread out in a T shape. We were standing at the bottom of the T and ahead of us was a raised platform. Above the platform at the top of the T was a dome ceiling, and along the carpet were relics the knights had taken for safekeeping from the outside world. Tapestries also lined along the carpet that had pictures of the knights' battles or of their marks, including mine. I even saw battles I fought were a part of the collection. In the spaces in between the carpet were shelves of books and pillars holding up the ceiling. There are no words, Twilight said as she looked at the thousands of books in the room. Indeed, look at the beauty of these wonderfully made pieces of art, Rarity said. I just rolled my eyes at the two before I walked over to the platform, but a case caught my eye, so I went to have a look at it. When I got close I saw it was a book, but this book's cover was made of skin and fur from a pony along with a diamond dog, a minotaur, a centaur, and griffin all stitched together. The spine of the book was made of a dragon's spine and the cover of the book had a circle with a star pentagram on it and was drawn with blood. The book was locked with a large lock and it looked like the lock had sharp teeth. I noticed a word had been placed in a nameplate just below the book that read Necroidion. I looked back at the center of the pentagram to a griffin eye opened and looked at me, causing me to jump back in fright. Whoa, okay, that was messed up, I said. Find something, Ash, Rage asked. Yeah, remember that powerful necromancer book that I was mentioned in the knight's books? I asked. Yeah, the Necroidion, Rage said. Well, I found it, I said. What? I turned to see it was all the princesses who shouted. Even Twilight was horrified to hear that the book was in this place. I said that the Necroidion is here and locked away, I said, gesturing to the case. Celestia ran over to the case along with Luna, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis and Discord and peered inside while the Necroidion glared back at them. Doesn't seem happy to see you, Rage said. Just then the book shook the case trying to get free while it let out growls of anger. Same to you, pal, I said. Yeah, book, Pinky said while glaring at the Necroidion. Wait, you both can understand it? Discord asked. Sort of, and you guys really don't want to know what he thinks of you, I said before I walked over to the raised platform. I walked up the stairs and looked up to see a beautiful stained glass window with the 5 knights' marks all around my mark. I then looked ahead of me and saw 5 thrones and a skeleton on each one. It was the first time seeing the knight without being a silhouette. The one in the center was Link. Next to Link on right was Altair. On the far right was Ezio. On the left of Link was Arno. And finally on the far left was Corvo. I was impressed with their clothing and I was soon joined on the platform by Celestia, Luna, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher and Discord. They all walked slowly towards the skeletons, but that's when more trouble appeared. I must say I am beginning to enjoy this place. I spun around and ran to stairs to see a large purple part dog part ape creature wearing tribal jewelry like when I was in the arena. He was standing at the stairs with a large amount of tribal warriors. Let me guess, Ahuizotl, you decided to follow me so you could have vengeance on me for destroying the fortress of Talakan. But when you saw Ash the last guardian, you decided to follow us to the vault and take everything. Daring guessed. Always spot on, Daring. Do now hand over all the pieces of Eden or she dies, Ahuizotl said, stepping to the side to reveal Rainbow Dash gagged and at spear point. I felt a strange sensation come from behind me, so I looked behind me to see the night skeleton's eyes begin to glow and move. I then looked at Ahuizotl and took the piece of Eden out of my arm. Is this what you're looking for, Fleabag? I said. A legendary piece of Eden handed over, Ahuizotl demanded. No, if you want it you'll need to pry it from my cold dead fingers, I said. Get it, he can only use the apple once or it will kill him, Ahuizotl demanded. The main 6 who weren't captured along with the stallions, Trixie, Spike, Gilda and Daring ran over to us along with the tribal warriors. I handed the piece of Eden to Dreamcatcher before Rage and I walked forward with our swords drawn. We stood half down on the steps as my friends ran past us. Just then, the skeletons of the knights leapt over us and charged into battle with the tribal ponies with Rage and I not too far behind. The 5 knights were very skilled in combat and fighting side by side with these great warriors made me feel all giddy inside. I blocked a spear strike to my head before I grabbed the pony and threw him into the air. The pony was then struck by a dart from Arno's phantom blade. Corvo was a whirlwind when it came to the sword. He then whispered a spell and a swarm of rats appeared out of nowhere and started to eat the ponies alive. The rats didn't stop until there was nothing left of the ponies before they disappeared. Link was very skilled when it came to sword and shield like I was. He then took out a bow and arrow and hit a pony right between the eyes. Ezio was rather skilled with his hidden blades. He slashed at a pony's neck and that spun the pony around, giving Ezio a clear shot at his back to stab. Altair was skilled combining his sword attacks with his hidden blade and able to hit 5 targets at one with his throwing knives. The battle was soon over and all that was left was Ahuizotl and the ponies holding Rainbow Dash. It's over, Ahuizotl, you can run now and never come back or this place shall also become your tomb, I said. The ponies released Rainbow Dash and ran off while Rainbow raced over to us, but Ahuizotl just charged at us, picking up some weapons that his warriors dropped. I ran at him and jumped into the air and did a front flip. As I did, I extended my leg and brought my heel down on top of Ahuizotl's head, knocking him out in one blow. I landed on the ground and I saw the Knights of Equestria give me a nod before they sheathed their weapons and teleported back onto the platform. I ran over to the platform and when I arrived, I saw the knight skeletons were back in their thrones and their ghosts stepped out. I must say it was nice to stretch out those old bones, Link said. True that, Corvo said. Hey guys, next time you pull something like that please make sure you don't try and give everyone a heart attack, I said. What do you mean? Ezio asked. I gave him a deadpan stare before I gestured to my friends, half of which were spooked out of their minds. Well, it's not like we can do anything about it, Ezio said. Oh yeah, I said. Twilight stuttered. Yes, Miss Twilight Sparkle, we're ghosts. I suppose you owe Ash an apology now, right? Altair said. Uncle Altair, Luna said as she gazed at the silhouettes. Long time no see, Link said. Uncle Link, Dreamcatcher said. How have you all been? Corvo asked. Uncle Corvo, Discord said. It's good to see you all, Ezio said. Uncle Ezio, Chrysalis cried. You all seem to have grown a bit, Arno said playfully. Uncle Arno, Celestia cried as well. Would you lot just hug already, Rage said. The princesses and Discord ran at the ghosts and managed to hug them. It was a wonderful reunion that made me tear up a bit once everyone was released from the hug. Luna spoke. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry to all of you, Luna cried. We did this to all of you, Dreamcatcher said. You girls have nothing to be sorry for, Corvo said. No matter what happens, we never give up on family even if they turn against us. Besides, you were both manipulated, Link said. And we're glad you're all safe and I'm more happy that you found love with someone, Luna, Ezio said. Same, but the nobles will be in a fit when they hear about this, Luna said. Well, guess what, they don't get to make the rules, you do, Altair said. Right, Luna said with a smile. I'm sorry to break up this moment, but I believe I should put the Apple of Eden in a safe place, I said. Oh yes, here you are, Ash, Celestia said, handing me the Apple of Eden. There should be a case for it down that way, Arno said, pointing down the carpet that went left. I gave a nod before I left to go lock the piece of Eden away. I walked along the carpet and looked at the different relics until I found a case that held 3 other apples of Eden. I opened the case and placed the apple inside of it before I closed it, and all of a sudden I felt something warm behind me along with a pair of eyes. I turned around and I saw an empty suit of armor made for an alicorn inside a glass case. The armor was chained to the floor with sealing runes around it. The armor was dark red and had horns and spikes like Rage's, only made for an alicorn. I looked at the nameplate below and saw it said War Sword. Just then the armor came alive with fire and smoke billowed out of the nostril area. Red slitted pupils appeared in the eye holes and stared at me. Seer Faust's new pet hut, the armor hissed. War Sword, the alicorn of war, I said. Oh, so you know who I am and why I'm here, War Sword said. No on the last part, but if you're in chains with sealing runes around you and you're in this place, then you must be for a reason, so don't expect me to free you, I said as I began to walk away. I don't need the help of a worthless creature like you. I doubt you'll last 2 seconds against me, War Sword said. Well, if or when you get out we'll just have seen, won't we, I said. And what is the name of my soon-to-be opponent? War Sword asked. Ashblade, Knight of Freedom, I said. Then until we meet again, Ashblade, War Sword said as I walked away. Chapter 25, Mayday Mayday. I was walking along the carpet after I had my little chat with War Sword and I was coming up to the raised platform. I walked up the stairs and saw the others talking to the 5 knights ghosts. Daring and Twilight seemed to be having a whale of a time asking a large manner of questions. Dunwall must have been horrible during that time, Daring said. Yes, but we made it through with a little work. I had to make some dark decisions that still haunt me, but past is past, nothing I can do now, Corvo said. I'm interested about this Triforce. For such power to be placed into 3 objects, it's incredible, Twilight said. The power of the gods is great, Twilight, but it must remain separate for the better, Link said. I can see you're all having fun, I said. Oh Ash, did you find the case? Arno asked. Yeah, also your buddy War Sword is in a good mood, I said. Normally is, Link said. Wait, War Sword, the fake alicorn of war and carnage, Celestia said. Yes, since he was able to escape Tartarus a few times too many, he was sent here to remain in our custody, Ezio said. Well, as great as it was to see you all, we need to go, I said. What, we can't go, Chrysalis said. Sorry, Chrysalis, but we have a time limit of how long we can stay here before we must return to our slumber, Arno said. This isn't goodbye, we'll still be around, Altair said. And Luna, we saw the constellation you made recently and we must say we're honored you placed us in your night sky, Corvo said. You saw it, Luna said, surprised. Luna, there's not a night we don't take the time to see it, just like we always have when we were with you, Ezio said, placing a hand on Luna's cheek. Luna's eye filled with tears before she hugged Ezio, which he returned. It's time to leave, we'll teleport you all back to the entrance of the Everfree Forest, Link said. The group said their goodbyes before I said my farewells to the knights. We all gathered in a group and the knights held out a hand and in a flash we were gone. He's almost ready, Arno said. Indeed, but first he has to face the test of self-sacrifice, Altair said. I just pray he's strong enough to do so, Link said. He will be, it's his destiny, Link said. We appeared at the entrance of the Everfree Forest. I tested my magic and wings to see they were in working order. Oh, that is so much better. I hate being grounded for so long, Rainbow said, doing a few mid-air backflips. I hear you there, Daring said, stretching out her wings. This trip was something else, but I'm afraid we have to go, Cadence said. Oh, and Celestia, are the new shipment of weapons ready? Shining asked. I've had Ash and Caramel working on them, so you'll need to ask them, Celestia said. We're almost done. Last load should be done later today, so you can pick them up tomorrow with the chariot, I said. Actually, I'll send down the airship that will carry the weapons to the Empire so it saves us time to unload and reload the weapons, Celestia said. An airship? I think I'll actually come along. I've always wanted to go in one, I said, unable to keep a stupid grin off my face. Well, I suppose you were going to step inside one sooner or later, Celestia said. Great, I'll go get the rest of the weapons ready, I said with a wave before I left. The next morning I was standing in the field with Caramel and a large container of swords, spears and rifles waiting. I could see the airship descending from the sky and I gotta say, damn thing was huge. Now that's one hell of a ship. How could such a monster fit underneath Canterlot? I asked. Beats me, Caramel said. Ash. I turned around to see Pipsqueak, Cheerly and the rest of her class were walking over to us. Hello everyone, what are you all doing here? I asked. When we saw that airship coming this way, I thought I might bring my student to have a look. It's not every day a military airship passes this way, Cheerly said. Well, you're in luck because the ship is coming down to pick up this crate of weapons so it can be taken to the Crystal Empire, I said. Seems like a lot for one crate unless it's a very serious weapon, Cheerly said. Actually, the cargo is filled with crates like this because Caramel and I have been working hard on it and it's not a good idea to transport it by train, I said. So why are these weapons going to the Empire? Cheerly asked. Shining Armor is starting to train the new guards and they need a fresh supply of weapons, I said. I see, Cheerly said. Suddenly a gust of wind appeared and I looked at the airship to see it was looming over us. A small craft that reminded me of the ship the Griffin King used to arrive at Canterlot, except had the equestrian symbol, was coming down to land. When the craft landed and the gangplank lowered, an indigo Pegasus stallion with a brown short-cut mane and tail walked down the gangplank. He had a small beard and wore a blue military cap and jacket with pins and medals on it and matching pants. The stallion looked strangely familiar to me. For some reason the stallion walked over to me and gave me a salute, which I returned with one of my own. Lightning Strike, captain of the SS. Stormbreaker, Lightning Strike said. Nice to meet you, Captain. I'm Ashblade, Knight of Freedom, but you can call me Ash, I said as I offered my hand, which he shook. I've heard a lot about you, Ash. Nice to finally you in Pony, Lightning said. So Stormbreaker, fierce name, I said, gesturing to the ship. Yes, it is. So is this the last crate to be loaded onto her? Lightning asked, gesturing to the crate of weapons. Sure is, I said. Well, I'll have some of my troops get it on board, Lightning said. No need, I can do it, I said. Ash, I think that crate may be too heavy for you to carry, Lightning said. Hey, if I'm able to carry this thing from the forge to here, then putting it on that deck will be a breeze, I said before I walked over to the large crate. I managed to lift it off the ground with ease and placed it on my back. I looked at Lightning Strike to see his surprise, which I couldn't help but giggle. Lightning led me up the gangplank and onto the small airship. I placed the crate down and looked over the railing and waved goodbye to everyone. The ship took off and flew over to the Stormbreaker. As we flew over to it, I saw all the weapons this thing had. Gotta say, it was impressive, all the firepower on this ship. I can see you're admiring the turrets, Lightning said. Indeed, I can't wait to see the rest of her. She'll be the first airship I've ever been inside of, I said. Well, this is an honor for me. I'd be happy to give you the grand tour, Lightning said as we approached a hangar. I'll take you up on that, I said. The ship landed and I looked around and saw ponies tending to some rather unique crafts. Interesting craft, but what purpose do they serve when you have Pegasi on this ship, I said. True, but these Hornet fighters give an extra punch to enemy craft when they have thick armor. Also, they're used as escape craft for ones that don't have wings, Lightning said. I see, still impressive either way, I guess, I said. Come along, I'll show you the ship, Lightning said. A few hours later. Oh man, I'm certain my legs are dead now, I said as we walked to the doors of the bridge. Quit complaining anyway, we're at the bridge. I wanted to save the best room for last, Lightning said. Lightning opened the door and gestured for me to enter first. I walked through the door to see a large bubble-like window that went around most of the room. In the center on a small gangway was the wheel that hung over the window. Closer to the door was a long table with a few papers on it. On either side of the table were stations where stallions were working and keeping updated with parts of the ship. Not bad, huh? Lightning asked. Not bad indeed, I said. Come take a seat, Lightning said, gesturing to a chair at a table. I was about to when I saw a picture hanging on a wall. I walked over to it. I looked at the picture and saw Lightning Strike and the mayor from the Wonderbolt Academy, Lightning Dust. They were both smiling and sitting on a bench with a wing and hand wrapped around each other's back. Oh, that's me with my granddaughter, Lightning said. Lightning Dust, I said, surprised. Oh, so you know her, huh? Lightning said. From the Wonderbolt Academy. I was a temporary combat instructor, I said. I see, Lightning said as he sat down in a chair with a frown on his face. Captain. The door suddenly opened and I saw a guard at the door standing next to a familiar brown and white Colt hugging a yellow and blue striped ball. Pip, I cried in surprise. What's going on here, Lieutenant? Lightning asked. I found him in a crate of weapons. Says he knows the Knight of Equestria, the stallion said. I do actually, I said as I walked over to Pip and kneeled in front of him. Pip, what are you doing here? I asked. Snips and Snails were picking on me and grabbed my ball and placed it in the crate and said if I wanted it back I'd have to fetch it like a dog. Pip sniffed. Shush, it's all right, Pip, I said as I brought Pip into a hug and waited for him to calm down before I turned to Lightning. Captain, is it all right if we head to the mess hall to get young Pip Squeak something to eat? I asked. But of course, Lightning said as he stood up and led us to the door. What the mess hall looks like. Pip had just finished eating a daffodil sandwich and right now I was telling him of when I went to find the Knight's Temple but kept the gore to a minimum. That slender guy sounds scary, Pip said. He was pretty scary but he was alright in the end, I said. Hey, I'm gonna play with my ball for a bit, Pip said. Alright, Pip, just make sure you don't break anything, okay, I said. Got it, Pip said. Pip left the table and walked into a large area where the tables wouldn't crowd him. He's a fine young stallion, Lightning said. He certainly is. Even though he was abandoned in an orphanage when he was young, he still has a big heart. Reminds me of myself, I said. You were abandoned too, Lightning asked. When I was but a baby I was left in the woods and a family of wolves took me in, I said. You know that's a calling, right? Lightning said. What? I asked. It's a calling for you to take him in as your son, Lightning said. A few moments passed before I actually responded to what Lightning said. Okay, listen, there is no way that's some kind of calling. Don't get me wrong, he's a great kid but he deserves a family, where one of the parents doesn't have so much blood on themselves it completely covers them. Also he'll need a pony family, not an alien as a father. And finally, what makes you think I have a father-like figure in me? I asked. Ash, if there's one thing I've learned in life and you should know this, to that family is not who you're related to or if it's a different species, it's who you love and who loves you that matters. Also I can see it in your eyes and Sprit that you'd make a great father if you believe you can do it, Lightning said. I let out a smile at Lightning and I was about to respond before the ship shook violently, tossing me out of my seat. Red lights and alarms blared to life as I grabbed Pip and his ball and looked at Lightning. What's going on? I asked. We're under attack, Lightning cried. Just then I looked out a large window to see another airship came alongside the Stormbreaker. I looked at a symbol on the ship to see a red identical clover-sided cross indicating it was the Templars. Just then boarding ropes shot out of the ship and he spikes impaled the wall above a window. Lightning, take Pip and get to the bridge and help us get away from that ship. I'll take care of our guests, I said as I handed Pip to Lightning and summoned Whispering Wind and my shield. I drew the two from my back and even summoned my revolver. Lightning gave me a nod and ran out the door while I turned to the window. Several armed ponies crashed through the window but they also had heavy armored griffins and minotaurs. I didn't waste any time charging head on into the fray. These guys were well equipped but poor at using them. Some were skilled like a pony using claw gauntlets and a minotaur with a war hammer. The rest were children pretending to be soldiers to me. The pony with the claws swiped at me but I blocked the attack but left my back open for the minotaur. The minotaur swung his hammer at me and sent me flying into a bar. I landed in the shelves of bottles and fell to the floor. The rest of the bottles fell onto me and smashed, emptying its contents along with it. I got to my hands and knees and kicked the bar at the minotaur and sent him flying. I then stood up and went to face the pony. I was blocking blows and striking back. Each one of our attacks got faster and stronger, testing to see who would last longer. Just then I felt the presence of the minotaur behind me, so I ducked down and the hammer swung over my head. I grabbed the pony's armored shirt and as the hammer hit the pony's face I tightened my grip and the pony's head was torn clean off. I then let go of the pony's body and spun around and jumped up and over the minotaur. I grabbed one of his horns and rested my feet on his lower back and used Whispering Wind to stab him through his collarbone. I let the body fall before I sheathed my weapons and ran for the bridge. I reached the bridge to see a giant hole in the wall and the wheel has been smashed and I saw Lightning lying on the ground and ran over to him. Lightning, are you alright? Where's Pip? I asked as I looked at the wound in his chest. Ash. I looked at the boys to see Pip running over to me. Oh thank God, Pip, I said as I grabbed Pip and brought him in for a hug. Ash. Pip, Lightning wheezed. Hang on Lightning, I'm going to get you out of here, I said as I went to pick him up. No, it's a mortal wound, lad, you can't save me, Lightning said. I have to try, I said. Ash, I know you want to try but it's hopeless, cough cough. Listen, you need to get out of here. I can see in your eyes that you are meant to do great things. Don't let the deaths of others haunt you, Lightning said before he turned to Pip. Hey Pip, can you do me a favor? Lightning asked. Pip mumbled. I want you to be strong for when you need to be strong for yourself and strong for others just like Ash here, Lightning said. I'll try, Pip sniffed. Good, and one last thing, Lightning said as he handed me his cap. Tell my granddaughter that I love her and that the flight of life is hard. But you can either brave through the storm or land and wait. Either way, there is nothing wrong with either way, Lightning said as he handed me his cap. I promise, I said. Lightning gave me a final nod before he closed his eyes one final time and breathed his last breath. I sat in silence with Pip before the ship shook again. Come on Pip, we need to go, I said. Pip gave me a nod before I picked him up and lifted him onto my back and drew my revolver before I ran through the door that exits the bridge. As I ran through the corridors I saw many bodies, both belonging to equestrian soldiers and Templars along the way. I told Pip not to look but I could tell he couldn't look away. I continued to run but suddenly part of the ceiling came down and I slid under it just in time. But, unfortunately my leg was trapped and possibly broken and dropped my gun and Pip tumbled off my back. I looked up and a door opened to my side to see a pony armed with a sword. He looked at me and then got in front of held his sword downward over my head ready to impale. But all of a sudden, a bang went off and the pony went still before he slowly turned around and I saw a bleeding hole in his back. I looked at what happened to see Pip with my revolver in hand along with a smoking barrel. I stared at what happened and realized Pip shot the pony before me. The pony in front of me then dropped his sword and kneeled over and died. I looked back at Pip to see the same terrified look in his eyes. Pip, I whispered. I then looked outside to see the storm breaker was falling out of the sky. I then reached for the ceiling that fell on me and lifted it up as quickly and carefully as I could. Once I was free, I crawled over to Pip and took my gun away from him and holstered it. I then scooped Pip up and used my good leg to launch us into the room the pony came out of and used my magic to close the door. I then wrapped my wings around Pip and held him close just before the ship impacted the ground. I slowly woke up and looked down to see Pip was still out. The second thing I noticed was that it was freezing. I looked at my iPod to see we were out for a day. I gently shook Pip to wake him and his process was the same as me. Pip, are you alright? I asked. Yeah, what happened? Pip asked, rubbing his head. The ship crashed. I believe we're somewhere in between Canterlot and the Crystal Empire, only in a cold section between the two, I said. Is there any pony else? Pip asked. I fear we're the only ones that made it, Pip, I said. Oh, Ash, that pony from before the one, Pip started, only for me to stop him with a finger on his lips. Let's not think about it for now. First things first, we need to call for help because my wing is too injured to fly. Also, my mind is having trouble to focus, so I can't teleport us, and I think my leg is broken. So walking is out of the question for now, I said, getting Pip to nod. Maybe we can try that radio, Pip suggested, pointing to a radio sitting on a table behind me. Nice thinking, Pip, I said as I tried to stand, only for a spike of pain to shoot through my leg. Ash, are you okay? Pip asked with worry. Yeah, listen, Pip, I need you to go find 2 bars of metal roughly the same length and a long rag of cloth so I can make a splint for my leg, I said. Okay, but what will you do, Ash? Pip asked. I'll try and call for help with the radio, I said. Okay, but what if they are still out there? Pip asked. I don't know, Pip, they've most likely left, and besides I won't be able to move unless I have a splint, I said. Okay, well, wish me luck, Pip said as he opened it and a cold rush of air washed in. I saw Pip was terribly cold, so I took off my coat and handed it to him. He smiled before he walked out and closed the door behind him. I then turned to the radio, then sat in a chair and flicked a switch and the radio turned on. I thanked whoever was watching over us before I picked up a speaker and got to work. Mayday, mayday, this is the SS. Stormbreaker, we have been attacked and shot down by unknown forces. 2 survivors aboard requesting immediate assistance, I said, only to receive static. Mayday, mayday, this is the SS. Stormbreaker, we have been attacked and shot down by unknown forces. 2 survivors aboard requesting immediate assistance, I repeated, only to receive more static. Come on, please work, I pleaded before I tried again. Mayday, mayday, this is SS. Stormbreaker, we have been attacked and shot down by unknown forces. 2 survivors aboard requesting immediate assistance. Quote. This is Fancy Pants of the Silver Fin. Ash, is that you? Ha, 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 yes, thank you, Lord. Fancy Pants, you have no idea how glad I am to hear your voice, I said with cheers of joy. It's good to hear from you too, Ash, but why in Celestia's name are you so happy and sending out a distress signal? Fancy asked. As explained in the call, we were attacked and shot down. The entire crew has been declared key. I survived with a young colt named Pipsqueak from Ponyville who watched the entire ordeal, I said. My word, are you both alright? Fancy asked. Not really, I've got a broken leg, injured wing, and I'm struggling to keep my head together. Also, we're in a sub-zero temperature zones right now. Also, Pip may be injured mentally, I said. How so? Fancy asked. Fancy, there's no easy way to say this, but he killed a pony out of fear for my life, I said. Sweet Celestia, is he alright? Fancy asked. I doubt it, he's getting some materials so I can make a splint, I said. Alright, Ash, just hang in there. If you can activate the emergency beacon, we'll be able to locate you, Fancy said. Got it, we're somewhere in between the Crystal Empire and Canterlot, so that should help narrow it down for you, I said. It does now. If you're in the radio room, there should be a button on a wall that says emergency beacon around it, Fancy said. I gave a small look around and saw the button Fancy mentioned and limped over to it as best as I could and pushed it. All of a sudden a steady beeping sound went off. Fancy Pants, it appears to be working, I said as I went back over to the radio. Excellent, I can see it on the sonar. We'll be there soon, Ash, just hang on, Fancy said. See you soon, Fancy, I said as I turned off the radio. I waited a little while before the door opened and Pip walked in. Ash, I think I got everything, Pip said as he placed everything on the table. Great job, Pip, I said as I ruffled his mane. I took the 2 bars and placed them on either side of my broken leg. Pip then held the bars while I took the long piece of cloth and wrapped it around my leg and bars to hold them in place. What's that sound? Pip asked, listening to the distress beacon. It's the distress beacon, Pip. I managed to get in touch with a friend. He'll be here soon to pick us up, I said. Really? Pip asked with hope in his voice. Yeah, all we need to do is be patient, I said. Pip then climbed up onto my good leg and gave me a hug, which I returned and wrapped my wings and arms around him to keep him warm. We stayed like that for 15 minutes before I heard the gentle hum of an engine approaching. I picked up a sleeping Pipsqueak and walked out the door to see the ship had been severely damaged by the crash and was split in 2. I looked at the sky to see an airship coming down. I walked down to the ground level and walked over to the ship as it touched down and the gangplank lowered. A few ponies ran down and wrapped me in a heated blanket before they helped us on board. Bring them inside, Fancy said. Pip was taken from my arms and brought inside and I almost collapsed then and there but made it inside and was placed in a bed next to Pipsqueak. I'm glad to see you're alright, Fancy said as he entered the room. Same, how are you feeling by the way? I asked. Fit as a fiddle, Fancy said. Ash. I turned to the door to see Fleur standing there with a tray with 4 mugs and steam rising from the top. Hello Fleur, it's good to see you, I said. Likewise, but we need to stop meeting each other when someone's in trouble, Fleur said as she placed the tray on a table next to me and Pip. I gave small laugh at Fleur's humor before I looked at the mug's contents to see hot chocolate. Glad to see you're feeling well too, so how'd it go? I asked. Fleur just smiled before she went through another door and appeared with a small bundle in her arms. I sat up so I could see better. I looked at the bundle to see a unicorn foal wrapped in a blanket and let out a tiny adorable giggle. His name is Saint Blade. We decided to name him after you, Ash, Fancy said. I am truly honored, I said. Just then I saw Pip tossing and turning in his bed. He appeared to be having a nightmare. I stood up and walked over to Pip and shook him awake gently, causing him to wake up with a start. It's okay, Pip, you were having a nightmare, I said. Where are we? Pip asked as he looked around. Pip, this is Fancy Pants, Fleur-de-Lis and their son Saint Blade, and right now they're taking us home, I said as I gestured to all three. Here, young Pip, squeak, this should warm you up, Fancy said, handing him a mug. Thank you, Pip said as he took the mug and drank slowly and calmly. Just then Saint Blade let out a large yawn which broke the silence. Time for bed, little one, Fleur said. Is it all right if I can put him to bed with you, please? Pip asked. But of course, Fleur said as she led Pip Squeak to the door. My congratulations for your son, Fancy, I said when they disappeared behind the door. Thank you, Ash, but tell me, have you found some pony yet? Fancy asked as he took a drink from his mug. Yes, Princess Luna, I said, causing Fancy to almost spit out his drink. The Princess Luna? Fancy asked. How many Princess Lunas are there, Fancy? I said jokingly. My goodness, this is fantastic news, Ash. I'm shocked I haven't heard about it yet, Fancy said. That's because we haven't announced it yet. We've been keeping it hidden for a while now, I said. Keeping what hidden? Both Fancy and I looked at who spoke to see Fleur. Oh hey Fleur, where's Pip? I asked. He says he wants to look after Saint until either Saint or he falls asleep, Celestia bless him, Fleur said. Indeed, anyway, I just told Fancy I'm dating Luna now, I said. Oh my Celestia, this is amazing news, Fleur said, covering her mouth. Anyway, can I trust you two to keep this to yourselves until Luna and I announce it, please? I asked. Of course, Ash, but be warned, not every noble will agree to this, but you'll have my support all the way as a friend and not the favor, Fancy said. Mine as well, Fleur said. Thank you both, this means a lot, I said as my head began to spin. Ash, are you okay? Fleur asked. I just need to lie down, my head won't stop spinning, I said. Okay, get some rest, Ash, we'll tell someone in Canterlot to pick you up and have you taken to the hospital, Fancy said before he and Fleur left and I entered a dreamless sleep. Meanwhile in Canterlot. My mind is made up, sister, Luna said, who was standing in front of the throne. Luna, I don't know, Celestia started, who was sitting on the throne. Tia, if you actually want what's best for me, let me leave. I want a life surrounded by friends and good ponies. Not power-hungry nobles who are only interested in our titles. Many have even tried pretending to love me and you, and I want a life closer to Ash, Luna said. I don't see why Ash can't live here though, Dreamcatcher said, standing off to the side. We went to a lot of trouble to build him a home in Ponyville, and now you're saying Ash should just leave it and come live here and then put the house in the market or let it fall into ruin. Ash likes living there, he has friends and work there, besides this isn't goodbye forever. I can fly from there to Canterlot in under a few minutes, Luna said. I suppose that's true, Dreamcatcher said. You won't need to worry about building me a home, I can just stay with Ash, besides we're going to need to tell every pony about Ash and I, Luna said. Sigh, very well Luna, but maybe you should ask Ash first, Celestia said. Luna didn't waste any time teleporting up to the throne and trying to crush her sister in a hug. Oh thank you Tia, I'll go down and ask him as soon as the Stormbreaker returns, Luna said as she released her sister. I'd hold off on that, Luna, Chrysalis said as she walked through the throne room doors. What do you mean, Chrysalis? Dreamcatcher asked. I just got a message from Cadance saying the SS Stormbreaker never arrived in the Crystal Empire, Chrysalis said. Your Highnesses. All attention turned to a royal guard who ran into the room. Yes, Celestia said. We have received a request from a noble named Fancy Pants to bring his airship into the castle grounds, the guard said. I'm afraid this must wait for now, we're trying to discuss the recent disappearance of the SS Stormbreaker, Celestia said. Your Majesty, he requests to land two survivors of the SS Stormbreaker can be treated, the guard said, gaining everyone's attention again but Luna's expression into worry. Survivors? Celestia asked. Fancy Pants has answered a distress call from the SS Stormbreaker and would like to bring the two survivors in, the guard said. Request accepted, tell them that we will personally be there to see to this, and do we know who the survivors are? Celestia asked. No, Your Majesty, the guard said. Very well, go give Fancy Pants our response, Celestia said. The guard gave a salute before he ran out the door and Celestia turned to Luna. Luna, I'm certain Ash is aboard, he's a strong one, Celestia said. Yes, you're right, Luna said as she took a few breaths. We should inform Twilight Sparkle of this along with Cadance, Luna said. Indeed, I shall notify Twilight and her friends at once, Celestia said. I'll let Cadance and Shining Armor know, Chrysalis said before she left. They'll tell Rage, Dreamcatcher said before she left. The princesses, the main six, the stallions, Spike, Trixie, Gilda, Shining and Rage watched as the silver fin touched down and the gangplank lowered. As soon as the gangplank touched the ground, Pinkie wasted no time to dash up the plank and look around. Some ponies were holding a stretcher with Ash, who was still asleep on it. Pinkie was about to run over and hug Ash but was stopped when a certain farm mare grabbed her tail. Whoa, hold on, Pinkie, don't want to break him any more than he already is, Applejack said as the rest of the group arrived. Luna had a look of extreme worry on her face when she saw Ash. Princess Luna. Luna was snapped out of her trance when something small wrapped around her leg and called out her name. She looked down to see a familiar brown and white colt. Pipsqueak, what are you doing here? Luna asked. He was on board the SS Stormbreaker with Ash. His ball was thrown into a crate by two nasty colts, and when he went to grab it, the crate was placed on the ship with him still inside it, Fancy Pants said as he and Fleur walked over to everyone. Fancy Pants, thank you for bringing these two home safely, Celestia said. But of course I owe Ash much more than that, Fancy said. Will he be alright? Trixie asked. I'm no doctor, but he has a broken leg and injured wing, possible concussion. Apart from that he seems fine, Fancy said. I just hope he wakes up soon, Rarity said. Fancy, you said Ash has a broken leg, right? Rage asked. Yes, why? Fancy asked. Then I know how to wake him up, but first let's get them inside, Rage said with an evil grin. The group arrived at the infirmary wing of the castle. Fancy Pants, Fleur and Pip waited outside while the rest set Ash on a bed. Okay Rage, how do we wake him up? Thunderlane asked. Simple, Rage said before he walked over to the bed. Wakey, wakey Ash, Rage said before he brought his fist down on Ash's broken leg. Erg, son of a bitch, that hurt. I screamed as I woke up and clutched my leg. Welcome back, Rage said. You psychotic evil bastard, if it weren't for the pain I'm in I'd kill you right now, I said as I shot Rage a death glare. Love you to bro, Rage said. Ash, Pinky shouted as she was about to wrap me in a hug only to be stopped by Rage. Pinky, what did we discuss? Rage said as he held his arm out in front of Pinky. No hugging until Ash has recovered, Pinky said, offering a sheepish smile. Rage gave a nod before he dropped his arm. How are you feeling, Ash? Twilight asked. Terrible for so many things, I said. Ash, can you tell us what happened? Pipsqueak wouldn't say a word to any of us on what happened. He only gave us this necklace, Celestia said, holding up a Templar necklace. He has a reason not to say anything, but I know what he's going through right now and it's nothing good. Also, that symbol, I've seen it quite a number of times in my history lessons on Earth and here, I said. Perhaps start at the beginning. How did Pip get on that ship in the first place? Chrysalis asked. Well, when we were back in Ponyville, Pip's teacher Cheerly came over to the landing site with her class so they can see the airship. Once a landing ship came down to take me and the crate on board, two colts by the name of Snips and Snails tossed Pip's ball into the crate. They then told him to go fetch it, so Pip did, but as he was, the crate was loaded onto the ship. It was really an accident that he was on board, I said. I see, but what happened? Celestia asked. My face fell as I looked down and let a shadow cover my face. After Pip was discovered, I took him to the mess hall with the Captain Lightning Strike to help Pip relax. But that's when we were attacked by the basters. They had that symbol on the side of their ship and I know it is the symbol of the Templar Knights, I said. Templar Knights? Celestia asked. Didn't Altair tell you about the Third Crusade? I asked. I remember the Crusaders were trying to take back the Holy Land and the Crusaders were led by the good King Richard, Chrysalis said. Bingo, but there was a separate group who were out for riches and power, namely the Templars, I said. You said you've seen this mark somewhere in Equestria before the attack. Where was it? Celestia asked. On the same ponies that attacked my home and my friends, I said, earning gasps from the group. But how Ornate was the one who organized it and he's dead, Twilight said. Maybe his ghost is still at large, Rainbow suggested. Or maybe I have a simpler answer that doesn't involve you guys acting like idiots, I said with an annoyed tone. The group turned towards me and went silent, awaiting my response. This is obvious, we're dealing with a power that's out for control. If we look at the attacks, we can see we have someone trying to steal money from royalty and the nobles, then an attempt on Equestria's newest princess life. Finally this, they're trying to weaken us for something, I said. But what? Applejack asked. Beats me, I said. All right, Ash, can you tell us what happened next in your story? Luna asked, which I returned with a nod. Yeah, the Templars boarded us and it wasn't just ponies this time but griffins and minotaurs as well. I told the captain to take Pip and run while I took care of the ones in the room. Once I was done, I ran to find Pip and the captain. I found both in on the bridge. But Lightning received a mortal wound and was slowly dying and Pip was hiding and watched the entire ordeal. After the captain passed on, I grabbed Pip and ran to find a way to get off the ship. But a part of the ceiling collapsed on me, breaking my leg. A pony heard the crash and came to investigate. When he saw me, he prepared to stab me through the head if it weren't for Pip, I said. What do you mean? Luna asked. Pip was on my back when the roof collapsed and I was holding my revolver. I dropped both when I hit the ground and before the Templar killed me. Pip picked up my revolver and shot him in the back, killing him, I said, causing the group to freeze in shock. Oh my Celestia, Pierce said. As soon as I was able to free myself, I grabbed Pip and went into the room the Templar came out of and closed the door just before the ship crashed. We woke up a day later and from what I know, the entire crew of the SS Stormbreaker was Kia, I said. This has just gone too far now, Rage said as his hand came alive with fire. Agreed, the Templars need to be declared terrorists of Equestria and anyone who is involved shall face a severe punishment, Chrysalis said. Hang on, what about the vigilante? Rainbow said. What do you mean? I asked. Think about it, the vigilante has been hunting down these Templars. Every time he or she appears, a Templar dies, Rainbow said. Rainbow's right, maybe this vigilante knows more than we do, Twilight said. Then we must find him or her and ask, Celestia said. Whoa, hang on, don't you think you should wait before you go do something? This pony may not want your help, I said. Well, I ain't taking no for an answer, Rainbow said before she left along with the main six, Trixie, Gilda and the princesses. Well, that backfired really badly, I said. Gee, you think now our own Mara friends will be hunting us, Comet said. I thought the tenets said never compromise the Brotherhood, Spike said. I didn't compromise the Brotherhood, Spike. I told them about the Templars but nothing about us. Besides, if anything, my original plan worked, I said. How so? Mac asked. I managed to get the princesses against the Templars and to help hunt them down, and we are now in the good books. Problem is they will want to interrogate us, I said. Two good things over a slight bad thing. I say it went rather well, Rage said. I suppose so, Comet said. So what now? Thunderlane asked. Now we wait for Faust to give us a target. Also, how's Pip doing? I asked. He's alright, but he was sent back to Ponyville, Soren said. I see. Well, I'm gonna be here for a while, so I'll let you guys go, I said. See ya later, Ash, Caramel said with a wave before he and the others left. 3 weeks later. I was walking through the streets of Canterlot. My cast was removed from my leg 3 days ago. I decided to stay for today for the funeral for every pony on board the SS Stormbreaker when it was attacked. Celestia revealed a beautiful memorial statue of the ship in the Canterlot graveyard with every single soldier's name on it. There were plenty of sad faces in the crowd and I was dressed in the black hooded coat Rarity gave me on Heat's warming day. As I watched in silence, I saw a familiar mare wearing a black coat and pants but stayed in place until the end of the funeral. When it finished, I followed the mare into a bar. I saw her take a seat at the bench. I made sure my hood was still on and I pulled out Lightning Strike's cap and placed it next to her. I'm sorry for your loss, Lightning Dust, I said. Lightning slowly took hold of the cap and held it in her arms and cried. He seems so invincible, like nothing could stop him, Lightning Dust said as she let out her tears. I know what you're talking about, he seems so strong, I said. Did you see how it happened? Lightning asked. Yes, a mortal wound in his chest, slow but peaceful, and his last thoughts were of you, and he asked me to deliver a message to you, I said. Lightning Dust turned around and I saw her eyes were bloodshot from crying. He said he loves you and that the flight of life is hard, but you can either brave through the storm or land and wait. Either way, there is nothing wrong with either way, I said. Gramps, Lightning said as she hugged the cap closer. Did you see who or what killed him? Lightning asked. No, I'm sorry, but what will you do now if I may ask? I asked. I don't know. I want vengeance against the ones responsible for this though, and be able to become something more. Something better. From when I was at the academy I saw what I did and now I want to be better than that, Lightning said. What if I told you I could provide both? I said. This got Lightning to turn to me in shock, but that's when a stallion Thestral walked up to the counter. He had gray fur and a black mane and tail with slitted amber eyes. He was wearing a hoodie and blue jeans and had a backpack with him. Suddenly he pulled out a gun and aimed it at the bartender, causing a mare to scream. Give me all your money or I'll blow your head off, and don't even go calling the guards, the Thestral said as he placed his bag on the bench. I saw Lightning was about to do something, but I stopped her before I looked at the pony. Are you sure you want to do that? I asked. Shut it, the pony said, pointing the gun at the side of my head. Are you willing to risk your life? I asked. What? The Thestral asked in confusion. That gun isn't some type of toy. If you pull the trigger now it will kill me, then you'll be labeled as a murderer for the rest of your life. If you go through what you're doing now you'll be considered a criminal. Are you sure you want this? I asked. The Thestral's hands began to shake and tears fell from his eyes. I then gently placed a hand on the gun and he let go of it. I then placed the weapon on the table and gestured for the stallion to sit down, which he did. I then ordered 3 drinks and assured the barkeeper there was no danger before I removed my hood. Tell me, what cruel thing made you decide to rob a bar? I asked. I'm sorry, I didn't want to hurt anyone. It's just that real estate has raised the rent on me and my family's home and I don't have the bits to pay for it. If I don't come up with the bits soon, my family and I will be evicted from our home, and I've just been fired from my last job. No pony will take in a Thestral, and there are even less jobs for someone with my talents, so I had to retort to stealing, the Thestral said. Got a name? I asked. Quick Shot, the Thestral replied. I'm going to guess your special talent is being a marksman, I said. Yeah, how'd you know? Quick Shot asked. Lucky guess, but anyway, I think I have an idea of a job for you and I can help you find a better home away from here in a smaller town with good ponies, I said. Really? Quick Shot asked. Yes, let's head over now, I said as I placed the money for the drinks on the bench. I then lead the ponies out of the bar and into the skies towards Ponyville. We touched down in Ponyville and I gave them a little tour before we began to walk back to my place. What are you doing here? I turned around. Rainbow was hovering in the air above us, giving a hard stare at Lightning Dust. Rainbow, I said, trying to get her attention. Are you here to cause more trouble? Rainbow accused. Rainbow, I said a little louder. Or maybe you're here to create another tornado, only this time you'll wipe out Ponyville, Rainbow accused. Rainbow dash, I shouted in anger. Rainbow looked at me in surprise at my outburst before she looked at Lightning Dust to see tears in her eyes, which made her float to the ground gently, her ears folded against her head in shame. Her grandfather was captain of the SS Stormbreaker and the funeral was held today. If you haven't noticed the attire, so why don't you back off? I said angrily. Rainbow looked at the ground in shame for what she said before she looked at Lightning. Sorry for your loss, Rainbow said before she flew away. What just happened? Lightning asked. She has a problem with holding on to things from the past, I said as I led the two inside. I see, Lightning said. Don't be so glum, you're not the first one who went through this and I doubt you'll be the last, I said as I the two through the left side of the staircase. So why are we here? Quick Shot asked. This is why, I said as I opened the door to the gym to see Swift Spear, Holy Light, Storm Cloud and Nocturnal Shadow using the equipment. Immortals Fallen, I said. Immediately the guards stopped what they were doing and lined up in front of me. Everyone, this is Lightning Dust and Quick Shot, our possible new recruits, I said. Wait, new recruits? Quick Shot asked. Yes, you see, the ponies you see in front of you are known as the Immortal Squad and I'm their leader. We basically a squad that can do missions outside Equestria's borders as well as in it. And as you can see, we're a little short-handed and we needed a sniper, I said. What are you saying? Lightning asked. I'm asking you if you both wish to be immortal guards. The pay is good but training is hard, and also Quick Shot, I can offer you and a family a home in Ponyville. But the decision is entirely up to you both, I said as I held out 2 badges of a pair of wings and a European crown in the center. Both Lightning Dust and Quick Shot looked at me, then at each other, then the badges before they took one. Welcome to the Immortals, you two, and as for the rest of you, I said, turning to the senior guards. I want you to show them the training they'll be going through, I said. Yes, Ash, sir, the 4 said in sync with a salute. Ash, sir, I would like to tell my family of this, Quick Shot said. Of course, and once you get back, give this to the pony who runs the real estate here in Ponyville, a mare that goes by the name of Sandy Beach, I said as I handed him a letter with my seal on it. Thank you, Quick Shot said as he was about to run to the door. One last thing, I need to see you both later today about something, I said. Got it, Quick Shot and Lightning said as they left. I was walking over to the school thinking about what I should say, but sooner than I realized my face was almost touching the door. I stepped back and took a few breaths before I knocked on the door. A short while later, Cheerly opened the door. Hello, Ash, what can I do for you? Cheerly asked. I need to see Pip, and if it's all right with you, take him on a little alone time trip, I said. Mind if I may ask why, Ash? Cheerly asked with a little worry. You have been informed about 3 weeks ago and what happened, right? I asked. Yes, Cheerly said with guilt. Listen, Cheerly, I need to fix this with Pip. Talk to him about it, I said. Ash, how can you fix this? Not even the best counselors or Golden Heart can help him. Cheerly asked. 'Cause I was forced to do the same thing when I was young and I know from personal experience how to fix it, I said. Cheerly looked at me in confusion and worry before she nodded her head and let me in. I walked inside to see a load of quiet students. All except 5 were smiling at me. One of those 5 was Pip, who was looking at his desk and was barely moving. I took a breath before I walked over to Pip, kneeled down to his side and gently placed a hand on his back. As soon as my hand touched his back, he shot up and looked at me in fear. But when he saw me, he wrapped his arms around me in a hug. I gave him a few pats before he let go of me. Ash, I'm glad to see your leg has healed, Pip said, gesturing to my leg. Thank you, Pip, and it's good to see you, but Pip, if it's alright with you, I'd like you to come with me for the rest of today, I said with a smile. But I have classes to finish, Pip said. Don't worry, Pip, besides I think Ash has something more important to talk about, Cheerly said. Pip gave a nod to Cheerly before he packed up his things and collected his bag and walked over to the door. As we walked, I looked at Snips and Snails out of the corner of my eye and used my magic to send a small chill down their spine. They shivered and noticed my gaze but looked at their desk in shame before I turned to Cheerly and whispered to her. Have you been told about how Pip got on board? I asked. Yes, they have faced my punishment, but those two are grounded for 2 months by their parents, Cheerly said. I gave a nod to Cheerly and thanked her before I walked outside to join Pip just as the door closed. Diamond Tiara shoot her hand into the air. Miss Cheerly, why does Pip get special time with the Knight of Equestria? Diamond Tiara asked with a small tone of jealousy. Call it a healing process, Diamond Tiara. Now on to our lessons, Cheerly said. We walked a little way away from the school before Pip spoke. Ash, where are we going? Pip asked. I thought it might be nice if I gave you a tour, but from a different point of view, I said. Okay, what point of view exactly? Pip asked. Climb on, I said, gesturing to my back. I kneeled down and Pip did as I asked and I let him get comfortable before I stood up. Okay, now what? Pip asked. Hold tight and let me do the work, I said as I extended my wings. When Pip saw my wings extend, he gripped me for dear life. I gave a few flaps to test the movement of my wings with Pip on board. I then gently lifted off the ground. Once we were a good distance in the air, I selected a song fitting for the moment. As we flew over Ponyville, I checked to see Pip was having a blast. I then headed for Canterlot and circled the castle a few times, and I think I saw Luna see us and give us a wave. Go faster, Pip cried. I gave him a smile and in one flap of my wings we shot off, but Pip was laughing the entire way. I then did a few tricks with him which he enjoyed as well before I set us down on a cloud just as the music ended. That was awesome, Pip said as he sat on my lap. Glad you had fun, Pip, I said. Ash, why did you ask me to come out here with you? Pip said. I then took a breath before my face became serious. Pip, I wanted to make it up to you cause I felt responsible for what happened 3 weeks ago, I said. Silence overcame us until I spoke again. I know what you're going through, Pip, and I was the same as you. I killed someone at a young age as well, I said. How? Pip asked silently. Pip, this is a piece of my life you can't tell anyone. You can tell the rest of the CMC, but you and the rest of them must pinky promise not to say a word about this to anyone else, I said. Cross my heart and hope to fly. Stick a cupcake in my eye, Pip said as he did the gestures. Good, now you know those scars I had on me for Nightmare Night? I asked. Yeah, Pip said. Well, I got those during my 4 years of being a slave. I was sent to fight in an arena to kill others. It's where I made my first kill. The reason I killed him was because I was scared of dying, I said. So how'd you move past it? Pip asked. A good friend of mine taught me how not to fear death. I was put through an unimaginable amount of pain in the process, and if you like I can help you with this problem, I said. But I don't want to get hurt, Pip said. No, Pip, you misunderstand. My fear was fear of dying, and the only way to stop it was to kill, but that's when Alex taught me how to defend myself and to take on pain and not how to fear death. Your fear is watching others die when you can't do anything but kill, so I want to help you be able to defend not only yourself but others, and as you grow so will your training, I said. Okay, so how do we start? Pip asked. Meditation, and I know just the mayor to help us, I said. I flew into the everfree forest and walked along the slightly worn path towards a small pond where we found Zecora balancing on a bamboo pole with her head in over the water. Whoa, Pip exclaimed. Suddenly Zecora lost her balance and tumbled over, but not before I caught her with my magic. Sorry, Zecora, we didn't mean to startle you, I said as I set her down on the ground. Ash, this is quite the treat, but who is this you brought for me to meet? Zecora asked, gesturing to Pip. This is Pipsqueak. I'm sure you remember him from Nightmare Night. He wore a pirate costume, I said. Oh yes, you must forgive my mind, it likes to wander sometimes, Zecora said. It's good to see you too, Miss Zecora, Pip said. Zecora, Pip is here to learn how to meditate, I said. For what purpose must this be done for a mind so young? Zecora asked. I then told her what happened 3 weeks ago and her face turned into a frown. For such a thing he is not ready to see, but for a young mind I have the remedy, Zecora said. So you can help, Pip asked. Yes, my dear, but Ash will make the path clear, Zecora said as she pulled out a blindfold and handed it to me. I took the blindfold and tied it around my eyes and walked into the pond. But my did not go below the water line. It was like I was walking on solidified water. Ash then got into a stance and breathed a few times, and Zecora pulled out a few small metal balls the size of marbles. Zecora then walked around the pond while Pip remained quiet and watched. Once Zecora was behind Ash, she threw a ball at Ash's back. But Ash spun around and made a swipe with his hand which caught the ball and waited patiently. Pip stared in amazement at the scene and watched as Zecora threw another, but Ash caught it easily and waited again. Zecora kept on throwing the balls at Ash, which he caught without disturbing the still water. Zecora then got a handful of balls in her hand and tossed them all at Ash. But Ash threw all the balls he caught into the air and caught every single ball flying towards him and every ball he threw up in the air. Ash then walked out of the pond and removed the blindfold and handed all the balls and blindfold back to Zecora. That was incredible, Pip said. That was a type of meditation that lets me focuses on my surroundings even in my blind spots, I said. Will I be able to do that? Pip asked. Only if you wish it, Pip, I said. But first you must train to rid the fear from your brain, Zecora said. Okay, when can we start? Pip asked. Tomorrow after school, I said. Would you mind if I watch? I turned my head to see Luna walking out of the trees. Luna, Pip said as he hugged her leg while Zecora bowed. Hello, Zecora, and please don't bow, Luna said. I am honored the princess of the night remembers me, but this is a strange place for you to be, Zecora said as she stood up. I was actually looking for Ash. I wanted to discuss something with him, Luna said. Well, we can discuss it back in Ponyville if you like, because it's getting late and I need to get Pip back to the orphanage, I said. I see, Luna said with a smile. We said our goodbyes to Zecora and walked back to the orphanage while Luna was disguised. I had a small chat with Goldenheart and was glad to find out that she held no ill will against me for what happened to Pip. And was relieved to know I was helping him with his problems on what happened. I hope you're not out to steal the spotlight from me as Pip's favorite, Luna said as we watched Pip go inside. Luna, you're Pip's favorite princess, that's something I can't take away from you while I'm his favorite human, I said as I wrapped my wing around Luna and began to walk away. True, but it's hard to believe that no pony would want such a delightful child, Luna said. I know how you feel, but there is the chance his parents couldn't care for him, I said. True, Luna said. Anyway, you said you wanted to talk to me about something, I said. Oh yes, well I've been thinking about a change of scenery for myself because Canterlot doesn't really suit me, Luna said. Okay, so what does this have to do with me? I asked. Well, I was wondering if I could move in with you, Luna said. This caused my mind to derail for a bit before I got it back together and stopped walking. That's a big step for us, don't you think? I said. I know, but I want to spend more time with the one I love, Luna said. Well, I guess we were going to get to this point in our lives sooner or later, I said. Does this mean? Luna asked excitedly. Sure, so when can I expect you to come down? I asked. How about now? Luna asked. Whoa, hold on, look, I know you're excited, but I need to let the staff know that way they won't freak out, I said. Oh right then, how about tomorrow at noon? Luna asked. Works for me, I said with a shrug. Luna then gave me a long passionate kiss before she teleported away. I then walked back to my house and saw Lightning Dust and Quickshot about to leave. I teleported onto the balcony and donned my assassin robes and disguise ring and cloaked myself in my shadow. I then waited for them to walk out from under the balcony before I dropped down behind them. Lightning Dust and Quickshot, I spoke. The pair spun around and saw me before I hit them with a sleep spell, then teleported us to the assassin den and summoned the others. Chapter 26, Moving in, Bats and the Pale Horse. Quickshot and Lightning Dust were sitting back to back in a dark room with a single light above their heads. Damn, what the heck is going on and who was that? Lightning asked, trying to get the ropes tying her hands behind her back loose. I think that was the Shadow Vigilante, Quickshot said. Shadow Vigilante? Lightning asked, confused. Don't you read the newspapers? The Shadow Vigilante is a pony who managed to save Princess Twilight Sparkle and the Elements of Harmony. It also killed Ornate Chest because he was involved with the assassination attempt and stealing from the royal treasury, Quickshot said. Okay, anything else? Lightning asked. They say he is but a shadow of a vengeful pony and will do nothing but see the ones who wronged him suffer, Quickshot said. Sorry to disappoint you, Quickshot, but that rumor is false. A shadowed specter then stepped into the light, seeming to materialize out of the dark itself. Who are you? Lightning demanded. It's kinda dumb to ask a masked pony who they are, don't you think? Why did you kidnap us? Quickshot asked. My apologies for having to bring you here like this, but believe me, if there was a more polite option I would have taken it. Why did you bring us here? Quickshot asked. I'm sure you're both aware of the ponies I have killed, yes. The shadow asked, getting them both to nod. Well, these ponies are responsible for a lot of bad things lately, like evicting good ponies from their homes. Also attacking the SS Stormbreaker and killing every pony on board, the shadow said, earning looks of shock from the two. What are you getting at? Lightning asked. What I'm getting at, Lightning Dust, is that I have been secretly working in the shadows to stop them, these ponies. They call themselves Templars and will stop at nothing to claim power and bring absolute order by ruling us in fear. So why do you need us? Quickshot asked. You both have suffered at the hands of what the Templars did, and I'm offering you a choice. You can join me and help bring them down. Or I simply wipe your memory of what happened tonight and you'll both wake up in your beds tomorrow morning like this never happened. I give you my word you won't be harmed in any way. The two looked at each other before Lightning spoke. If what you say is true, then these Templars killed my grandfather and I will seek vengeance against them, Lightning said. The shadow nodded before it looked at Quickshot, who nodded as well. The shadow flicked its head and the ropes on the pair fell off and two mannequins out of the shadows. In front of them, the mannequin in front of Lightning had indigo and golden yellow robes with a single sword on the hip. The one in front of Quickshot was black and gray like his fur and had a revolver rifle with a scope attached to the back and a dagger in the belt. Welcome to the Brotherhood, the shadow said. The darkness of the shadow retreated to the figure's feet and removed the disguise ring and mask to reveal Ash. I woke up in my bed and rubbed a sore spot in my side from where Lightning punched me after I revealed myself, but in the end I managed to get her to calm down. I sent them home. I got out of bed and stretched myself out and got changed and let Dust out. I then walked downstairs for breakfast. Excuse me, Ash, do you have anything you want us to do today? Feather asked. Oh yes, not that you mention it. Luna is moving in with us today at around noon, I said. Wait, moving in? Feather asked in shock. Yes, weren't you informed that I was dating Luna? I asked in a confused tone. I was told, Ash, but I just didn't expect her to be moving in so early in your relationship, Feather said. Luna told me she doesn't like it up in Canterlot. What with the loud noises, airs a little nasty and all the complaining nobles, I said. That I can understand, Feather said. Anyway, Luna will be here at around noon, so don't make a big deal about anything, okay, I said. Understood. Should I go tell Silver Tray and the guards about this? Feather asked. Please, that would be helpful, I said as I stood up and went to the kitchen with my dish. What will you be doing in the meantime? Feather asked. I'll probably head down to Sweet Apple Acers. If I remember correctly, it's apple bucking day and I want to see if I can lend a hand, I said. I see. Well, I guess I'll see you at around noon, Feather said. Definitely, I said. I was walking along the dirt path to Sweet Apple Acres when I heard the warning bell coming from the barn. Not wasting a second, I ran over to the barn to see Applejack was ringing the bell in the bell tower above the barn. This is a Sweet Apple Acers code red. I need all hands and claws on deck. Applejack yelled as I arrived with the rest of the main 6-5 of the stallions and Spike. Calm down, Applejack, Rarity said. Calm down? How can I calm down at a time like this? Applejack asked rhetorically as she had her face inches from Rarity as she walked forward while Rarity walked backward. Maybe if you tell us what's going on we can help, Soren asked. Fruit bats are attacking Sweet Apple Acers, Applejack said. But I thought the fruit bats usually stayed put in the West Orchid, Twilight said. The fruit bats do, but these aren't your everyday ordinary fruit bats, they're vampire fruit bats, Applejack said with a spooky voice at the end. I couldn't hold in my laughter for long before it erupted from my mouth, gaining odd glances from the group. I'm sorry AJ, but vampire fruit bats, come on, I said in between laughs. Laugh if you want, but I'll be darned if they think they're gonna sink their fangs into my blue ribboned apple, Applejack said as she pulled a sheet off a bending tree, and attached to the tree was an apple 3 times the size as the ones Discord made when we first met. As a bonus, the thing was so shiny I could see my own reflection in it, causing the group to wow at it. This here is our entry for the Appaloosa State Fair Prods competition. You know how much TLC goes into getting an apple to grow like this, Applejack said. Color me impressed, Applejack, I said. The vampire bats want to shrivel it up like a raisin, Applejack said. Oh, I'm sure if we let them know how special that particular apple is to you, they'll leave it alone, Fluttershy said. Yeah right, be my guest, Applejack said, gesturing her to give it a try, which Fluttershy beamed. We were waiting for Fluttershy to come back and I managed to get a look at the bats. They were large and came in an assortment of dark colors with red eyes. Their main feature were the bleach white fangs the size of toothpicks. Well, what did he say? Applejack asked when Fluttershy returned with seeds in her hair. Yes, Fluttershy said, getting rid of the seeds. But it could have been a no, Fluttershy said, causing Applejack to groan. This is the first vampire fruit bat I've ever met and it might take some time to really understand their language, Fluttershy said. Meanwhile this pest and his vermin friends are gonna go after my prized apple, and while they're at it, every apple in the orchid. These vampire bats are nothing but a bunch of monsters, Applejack said. Monsters, that's a bit harsh, don't you think, Fluttershy said. No I do not, Applejack said before she began to sing. After the song, Fluttershy was cowering on the ground under the stern gaze of everyone while I stood off to the side. I'm sorry Fluttershy, but I believe Applejack has made a better argument. These vampire fruit bats sound downright dreadful, Rarity said, helping Fluttershy up. So let's get to rounding them up so they don't destroy the rest of my orchid, Applejack said. Excuse me, but instead of rounding them up we let them have part of the orchid, Fluttershy suggested. Have you lost your pest-loving mind, Applejack said angrily. They're only here because they're hungry. If we built a sanctuary for them they can have their own apples to enjoy. After a while they can help the rest of the orchid. The vampire bats don't eat the seeds of the apples. And when they spit them out they grow into more productive apple trees, Fluttershy said. Listen Fluttershy, that sounds real nice and all, but every minute we spend building this so-called sanctuary is a second they'll spend destroying the orchid, Applejack said. I agree with Fluttershy, if we do build a sanctuary the bats get to eat and sweet apple acers production goes up by a ton. I don't actually see a loss here, I said. You're siding with Fluttershy, Applejack said, turning on me. Yes, and if you have a problem with it then I'm sorry, but you need to deal with it, I said. Okay, you two back up here, Caramel said, stepping in between us. Ash, you don't know what it was like the last time we had an infestation. Granny Smith has told me enough stories about it, just the thought of it gives me nightmares. Granny said we lost a huge section of the orchid that year. They had to ration out apples all winter, Applejack said. What about the cider? There was still cider, right? Rainbow asked. Not a drop, Applejack replied. No cider, we need to round up these monsters and we need to do it now, Rainbow cried. If Granny Smith wasn't with Apple Bloom and Big Mac checking out the competition in Appaloosa she'd be here telling us to do just that, Applejack said. I'm sorry guys, but I believe Applejack is right. I just wish there was another way to convince them in the first place. Gasp, maybe there is, Twilight said with a grin that I knew meant trouble. I gave a worried look at Fluttershy, which she returned with one of her own. We were inside the Golden Oaks library. I was sitting on top of a bookshelf watching while Twilight was looking through her books for something before she spoke. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is I found a spell that can stop the vampire fruit bats from sucking the juice out of the apples. But in order for the spell to work I need the bats' full and complete attention, Twilight said, looking at Fluttershy. Oh no, Fluttershy whimpered. Fluttershy, I need you to do your stare on the bats, Twilight said. Oh gosh, I don't know, Fluttershy said. What's the problem? You've used the stare plenty of times before, Rainbow said. Yes, but it's not something I take lightly. I've made a vow not to use it except in dire circumstances, Fluttershy said. This circumstance is plenty dire to me, Applejack said. Wait, what is this stare you lot keep talking about? I asked, confused. Oh, that's right, you weren't here when Fluttershy last did her stare. Think of it as a form of hypnotism, Twilight said. What, by staring at them? I asked, confused. Fluttershy, would you be a dear and demonstrate on Ash, please? Rarity asked. Oh, I couldn't do that, Fluttershy said. It's okay, Fluttershy, you don't have to, but it would help me understand this better, I said. Well, as long as you're okay with it, I suppose, Fluttershy said hesitantly. Fluttershy flew up to me and took a few deep breaths before her eyes opened wide. I got a small tingly feeling running along my back, but apart from that, nothing. Should something be happening by now? I asked. Wait, you're not affected, Fluttershy said, confused as she broke her stare. No, except for a small tingle going across my back, I said. I need to write a report about this, it's quite interesting, Twilight said, writing something down in a notebook. Twilight, I noticed this a lot, but what are you writing down in that? I asked, gesturing to the notebook. Oh, just some small studying material about you, small info, nothing big, Twilight said. Okay, well, back to the main topic. When you do you spell Twilight, what will you change their diet to? I asked. Oh, I haven't really thought about that one, Twilight said. Twilight, you can't just do that. Those guys need to eat as well, and their system only allows the juices of apples to be processed. If you take away the desire to eat apples without switching the diet to something else, then they'll starve, I said. Well, what about all of us? We need apples too, and if those varmints eat the orchid, we starve, Applejack said. You're also forgetting, Applejack, that you guys also eat hay, flowers, grass along with other fruit and vegetables. These bats don't have that luxury, I said. Oh, what would you know? You're just a dumb human, Applejack said, causing the group to gasp at what was said. I was shocked at what Applejack said, but I held my anger in as best as I could and jumped off bookshelf and walked past Applejack. My hand was clenched so tight I could feel pain and blood seep through my fingers thanks to how hard my fist was clenched as I walked over to the door. True, I may be a dumb human, Applejack, but at least I know what I'm saying is right. You're too stubborn to admit it. Or maybe you're more concerned about winning a damn competition to care about your friends' feelings, I said as I opened the door and walked out, slamming the door closed with enough force to crack the wood. Applejack, what the hey was that? Comet shouted. I don't know where that came from, I was just so mad that Applejack started. That's no excuse, AJ, if Mac were here he would be fuming at you for what you just said. You know as much as anyone that there are those in town that still think of Ash as a monster. Even after everything he's done and been through, Twilight said. You're right, I'm a fool, I'd better go apologize to him, Applejack said as she walked to the door only to be stopped by Spike. I don't think right now is the best time, Applejack, Spike said. Why not, Spike? Applejack asked. Didn't you see how hard his fist was clenched? Spike asked. What do you mean, Spike? Soren asked. Spike just showed them the droplets of blood that fell from Ash's hand and the bloody handprint on the door handle, causing them to gasp. We'd best leave Ash alone for him to blow off some steam unless you plan on making him angrier by just being there. Meanwhile, we should go deal with the bat problem while we wait for Ash's anger to calm down, Spike said, earning nods of agreement from the group. I let out another cry of anger as my fist destroyed another tree in Whitetail Woods. Once I was done, I sat against the tree stump and cried. I sat there for a while before I looked at the clock on my iPod to see it was 11:54 a.m. I stood up and dried my eyes before walked back towards my home. Once I arrived, I walked inside and I received a surprise kiss from the moon alicorn. I was surprised from the kiss but quickly adapted to it. Luna then prodded my mouth with her tongue, requesting entrance, which I didn't deny. As our tongues danced, Luna grabbed my hands with hers, but when she touched the palm of my left hand I felt a sting rush through me, causing me to hiss in pain. Ow, Luna jumped back, holding the area where I bit her tongue. Sorry, Luna, I said as I examined the nail-shaped cuts on my hand. Ash, what happened? Luna asked as she noticed my hand. I held in my anger when one of the girls said something, then took my anger out on a few trees, I said. You come with me, mister, so I can help get that fixed, Luna said as she led me into the lounge room where she used her magic on my hand. What got you so angry you broke the skin of your hand with your fingernails? Luna asked. It's nothing, I said. Luna gave me a glare which told me she wasn't taking no for an answer. I let out a sigh before I told her about what happened at Sweet Apple Acers and at the Golden Oaks Library. I never thought Applejack would be the one to say something like that, Luna said as she finished applying the magic. I hear you there, but my guess she's just steamed about what's happening down at the farm, I said as I tested my hand's movement. Still, I say both you and Miss Fluttershy are in the right. These vampire fruit bats do not deserve to have this done to them, Luna said. Glad to see someone shares our opinion, I said. I thought this is where you asked me if I could use my authority to help you, Luna said, confused. That would be playing dirty. They may have Twilight on their side, but I'm not going to ask for your help. Otherwise it could break our friendship permanently. Also, this is an issue that must be resolved with words, I said. You are truly wise, Ash. Are you sure you're not an ancient royal being, or perhaps you were one in your old life, Luna said with a cheeky smile. I was actually using common logic, I said as I picked Luna up carrying her bridal style before I kissed her cheek. I went down her neck to her collarbone, earning little squeaks and moans of pleasure. Excuse me. I snapped my head to the doorway to see Silver Tray standing there with a blush on her face. What can I help you with, Silver? I asked as I put Luna down. I just came to inform you that Her Majesty's bags have been placed in your room upstairs, Silver said. Thank you, Silver, and please call me Luna, Luna requested. Silver gave us a nod before she left. I then turned to Luna and gestured her to enter the dining room for lunch. As we sat down to eat, Luna told me how Discord took it pretty hard when she found out she wanted to leave. Chrysalis wished her the best, and Dreamcatcher and Celestia were in between happy and sad. After lunch I went upstairs with Luna to help her unpack, and I saw Tibby's playing with dust. When that was done I got bored and decided to play a few rounds of Angry Birds, which Luna took great interest in immediately. It was a miracle I managed to get my iPod back from her, and then I had a realization that I turned one of the princesses of Equestria and my girlfriend, Marifriend, into a gamer, not that I was complaining. I then took Pip out to do some more meditation with Zecora while Luna watched. After that we both snuggled into bed and I could tell Luna was having dreams of Angry Birds. Dawn came quickly and we were sitting down eating breakfast when there was a knock at the door. I'll get it, Feather said as she went to the door. After a while she returned. Miss Rarity Bell wishes to see you, Ash, Feather said. You can tell her to come in, I said. Feather nodded before she left and returned a little while later with Rarity. Oh Ash, I'm so sorry for interrupting your breakfast, Rarity said. Nonsense, Rarity, please come in, Luna said with her mouth full. Gas, Princess Luna the First was not aware you would be here, Rarity said as she bowed. Please Rarity, there's need Bo, and I thought Ash told you all I would be moving in yesterday, Luna said. It was pushed out of my mind when the incident arose, I said. Yes, and Ash, we need your help, Rarity said. If it's about taking away the bat's desire for apples, then I'm afraid you're wasting your time, Rarity, I said. No, that part has been done already, Rarity said, causing me to groan in annoyance. I hope Twilight Sparkle has found a new source of food for the bats, Luna said sternly. I believe so, yes, but the problem is that now someone or something else is eating the apples and we're planning on having a stakeout tonight so we can find out what it is, Rarity said. So what, you can take away that thing's desire to eat as well? I asked. No, we would like you there in case this thing is a threat, Rarity said. I sat in silence weighing the options over in my head before I let out a sigh and spoke. I'll help, but only if this thing is a threat, I said. Thank you, Ash, I know we'd all feel a little safer with you there, Rarity said, causing Luna to give her a raised eyebrow. I think I shall accompany on this, it sounds entertaining, Luna said. All right, Rarity, where do we meet? I asked. Witching Hour, Rainbow said as we walked through the abandoned creepy area of the farm while part of the full moon was hidden behind clouds. Okay, this place is giving me a Dracula vibe right now, I said. Dracula, Thunderlane asked. Prince of Darkness, King of the Vampires, I said. The vampire fruit bats have a king, Rainbow asked in surprise. If he was, I would have said King of the Vampire fruit bats, I said. So what's the difference between a vampire and a vampire fruit bat, Soren asked. Simple, vampire fruit bats suck juice out of apples while vampires suck out blood of animals and humans, I said, causing the group to turn green. Okay, that's just sick, Rainbow said. It gets worse, I said. How so? Fluttershy squeaked. Vampires are creatures of the night and undead. They look human, but once they pounce, you're dead. They have insane speed, superhuman strength, and if they stay out in the sunlight, they turn to dust. Their fangs are retractable so they can hide them easily and can turn into a bat at will, and once you're in their grip, there are two options on what happens to you. They drain you of any blood in your body, killing you, or you turn into a vampire as well. But really, they are nothing more than a myth, said to the spooked group. Truly, your world is one filled with all kinds of fantasies, Luna said. So vampires don't really exist? Caramel asked. No idea, but vampire bats do. These guys don't suck out all the blood though or turn you into a vampire, they just give you a nick and lap up any blood that flows out of the skin, I said. How are you able to live with such creatures? Twilight asked in shock. We manage, I said with a shrug. All right, y'all have your signals, Applejack asked. Each one of us pulled out a torch or beams of magic and shone them into the sky, showing our cutie marks. Now no pony leaves this orchid until we solve this mystery, Twilight said. Let's just pray we actually leave it all, I thought. Scared are we? Luna said in my head. Get out or I tell everyone your pet name Faust gave you, and also I ain't scared, I thought with a sneer, which Luna gave me a look of surprise then grumbled. All right, every pony split up, we'll each patrol our own row of the orchid, Applejack said. Wait, split up? That is the worst idea in this situation, I said. All right, what do you suggest, smart guy? Applejack asked. Watch it, Applejack, you haven't earned my forgiveness after what happened yesterday. Also, the only reason I'm here is to make sure you lot aren't dead by the end of the night, I growled. Okay, you two stop please, we'll split up in groups of 2 couples and Spike can go with Fluttershy since Mac isn't here, Twilight suggested, separating us. I gave a sigh before I nodded, and Luna and I walked off. I kept my hand ready to reach for Whispering Wind in case things got ugly. Soon later I saw a shadowed figure move between the trees. But before I could turn my head, it was gone. I looked at Luna to see her give me a nod before we continued. I heard movement from the bushes and gave a signal to Luna to stop before I rested my hand on Whispering Wind's handle. I kept my gaze on the large bush and I saw Spike suddenly push himself out just as I drew Whispering Wind. Spike, what are you doing over here and where's Fluttershy? Luna asked. I don't know, she just vanished and I ended up getting lost, Spike said. Stay with us, we'll find her, I said. Just then Applejack's and Caramel's signal shone in the sky, alerting us that she found something. Come on guys, let's go check it out, I said before we ran to the signal. Once we arrived I saw Applejack and Caramel looking at something in a tree. Applejack, what is it? Twilight asked as she and Comet arrived. Hey, I said as something hit me in the head. I looked at what hit me to see a dried up apple with fang marks in it before I looked at the tree where it came from. I then saw a large leather-like cocoon hanging on a branch and with Pinky hanging on the end of the branch. Suspicious, Pinky cried as she shunned her torch at the cocoon. All of a sudden the cocoon unwrapped itself, revealing 2 large bat wings, and attached to those wings was a familiar buttercup yellow mare with a pink mane and tail. Difference was she had red eyes and a pair of fangs and let out a hiss of annoyance. Sweet mother of Faust, I said in shock. Fluttershy, you who Fluttershy, Pinky said, receding a hiss from the bat mare that startled Pinky out of the tree and fall to the ground. That's not Fluttershy, that's Flutterbat, Rarity gasped. We've got to get her down from there, Twilight said. Fluttershy, sweetness, please come down from there and do stop being a vampire bat, Rarity said, earning a hiss from Fluttershy. Well, that didn't work, I said. Fluttershy, it's me, Rainbow dash, why don't you cut the bad act and come on down? Rainbow said. Fluttershy then spread her wings and hissed and knocked Rainbow back with a flap of her wings. Maybe we should let her come down when she's ready, Rainbow said. All of a sudden I saw Fluttershy dived out of the tree and lunged at us. Down, I shouted, getting everyone to duck below Fluttershy as she swooped over us. Flutterbat on the loose, run for your lives, Pinky said as she spun her legs around so fast they looked like wheels, but instead of going anywhere she dug a hole in the dirt. Pinkie Pie, calm down, she's back on her branch, Twilight said, gesturing to Fluttershy who was hanging upside down on her branch watching us. She's just buying her time, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce, Pinkie assumed. Pinkie Pie, bats don't eat ponies, not even vampire bats except the ones in Ash's world, Applejack said. Correction, I said, they go for a small amount of blood, not a whole pony, I said. But maybe vampire ponies eat other ponies, I'm not taking any chances, Pinkie said before the front of her mane turned into a drill and dug further into the ground. Well, that just happened, I said. Indeed, Luna said. How did this happen? That's what I don't understand, Rarity said. I think this was actually our fault, Twilight said. Our fault, Rainbow said. And how'd you figure that? Applejack asked. Twilight went into lecture mode with a grid, explaining that when Fluttershy was doing her stare on the bats, and Twilight did her spell, the desire of being vampire fruit bats was transferred to Fluttershy. Come on, we'll reverse the spell and make it right, Twilight said. All of a sudden Pinkie drilled out of the ground before she spoke. Then what are we waiting for? Let's save Fluttershy before that thing eats us all. Pinkie shouted, pointing at a hovering Fluttershy. Fluttershy then dived at us with a predator look in her eyes. Hit the deck, Rainbow shouted. I was too late to duck as Fluttershy slammed into me and I was sent flying into a tree. The tree shook from the impact and an apple fell off a branch and landed on my chest. I shook my head and I had a split second to react as Fluttershy pounced on me with a hungry look in her eyes. While I used my arms to hold her at bay. Fluttershy, stop, it's me, Ash, I cried. I didn't receive a response from her. If anything, she was putting more effort into what she was doing. All of a sudden a spell shot past us and startled Fluttershy. She leapt off of me and into the air and was gone. Are you alright, Ash? Spike asked. Did you forget to tell your friends that I'm the only one who can bite you, Ash? Luna said with a sly smirk. Didn't think any of my friends were the biting type, I said as I stood up and the apple on my chest slid off me, but I caught it and gave it a curious look. Hey Twilight, you said you can change her back, right? I asked. Yes, but I need her attention, Twilight said. Alright Rarity, I'm gonna need a large mirror, I said. Darling, now isn't the time to admire yourself in a mirror, I should know, Rarity said. It's not for me, I've got a plan, I said. I was leaning patently in the orchid with a large bag of apples with cuts in them so the scent of the apples could lure Fluttershy to me. I waited for a while before I saw Fluttershy position herself on a branch. I then walked over to her calmly and without spooking her before I reached into the bag and pulled out an apple. Fluttershy gave a few sniffs before she hissed as she did. I tossed the apple to her which she devoured in a second. I tossed another one to her before I stepped back a bit. Once she was done I held the last apple out to her. She flew down from the tree and carefully crept closer to me. Once she was close enough I tossed the apple high into the air. As Fluttershy was distracted I teleported behind her and wrapped my arms around her. She couldn't use her arms or wings but Fluttershy's squirming made it difficult to hold her. The others stepped out of their hiding places and Rarity placed the mirror down in front of us. Rainbow held her head and aimed it at the mirror so Fluttershy was looking at herself. As Fluttershy gazed Twilight signaled for us to let go and move back so we did. Once we were back safely Twilight performed her spell. The magic wrapped itself around Fluttershy and in a flash Fluttershy slowly floated to the ground unconscious. Her wings and teeth back to normal. When Fluttershy opened her eyes I saw they were back to their original blue color. Oh, where am I? Fluttershy asked. Thank goodness you're okay, Applejack said wrapping her arms around Fluttershy. But what happened to me? Fluttershy asked. You turned into a vampire pony, Pinky said cutting between the two. I tried to eat ponies. Fluttershy panicked. Of course not, Pinky said. So I wasn't a vampire? Fluttershy asked. Yes, Pinky said. Yes I was or yes I wasn't? Fluttershy asked. Yes you were, Pinky said. But I didn't try to eat ponies. Fluttershy asked. Yes, Pinky said. I did. Fluttershy panicked again. No, Pinky said. I'm confused, Fluttershy said. Me too and I was there, Rarity said. I'll explain everything to you tomorrow but right now I need some sleep, I said as I yawned and stretched my limbs. Wait Ash, Applejack said. What is it? I asked casually. I just wanted to say how sorry I am about what I said yesterday. What I said was completely out of order and should never have been said and I hope someday you'll forgive me, Applejack said as she took off her hat and hung her head. I walked over to the mare and gave her a hug and a warm smile. I already do AJ, I said. But how can you say that? Aren't you the least bit mad right now? Applejack asked. You're my friend Applejack and friends forgive each other no matter what's been said or done, I said as I placed her hat back on her head while she had a few tears in her eyes. The next day Twilight reversed her spell on the bats and received a strong lecture from Luna and a few days later we built a sanctuary for the vampire fruit bats. Applejack apologized to Fluttershy about not going along with the suggestion which led to Fluttershy forgiving her. Now we're sitting in Fluttershy's lounge room while Spike was writing in a journal the girls decided to keep to record their adventures so they can share it with others. Okay, got the part about the spell Fluttershy turning into a bat building a sanctuary, Spike said. Be sure to put in there that I came to realize that my short-term solution was a little short-sighted, Applejack said. In that you shouldn't let any pony pressure you into doing something you don't think is right. Sometimes you have to tell even your closest friends no, Fluttershy added. Well said Fluttershy, I said. Should I add something about you Ash? Spike asked. Last I checked Spike this journal is for the girls only not me, I said. Come on Ash you should be able to write something in here, Twilight said. Sigh okay add that no matter what lines have been crossed between you and your friends even with old enemies you should forgive them to build stronger friendships, I said earning nods from the group. No how about we celebrate our stronger than ever friendship with a nice ripe juicy apple, Applejack said holding an apple out to Fluttershy. Stand back I want to suck its juice Pinky said with a vampire accent and fake fangs. Pinky grabbed the apple and bit into it but once she pulled back the fake fangs were still attached to the apple and fell out of Pinky's mouth causing her to smile sheepishly. Everyone laughed and as we all laughed I looked at Fluttershy and I swear I could still see fangs in her mouth. But I shook it off as me seeing things. I must say your antics never cease to make me laugh Pinkie Pie, Luna said as she calmed down from her laughter. Aw thanks Princess Luna, Pinky said with a smile. Just Luna please, Luna said. So Luna you're going to be living in Ponyville from now on right? Thunderlane asked. Yes I am, Luna said. Gasp I need to throw you a welcome to Ponyville party, Pinky said. Wait Pinky, I called out getting the mare to freeze in her tracks. If we reveal Luna to everyone here then there are going to be severe problems, I said. I'm afraid Ash is right Pinky but you can hold me a party once we announce to Equestria that I'm dating Ash, Luna said snuggling up to me. Alright but after that I'm throwing a party, Pinkie Pie said giving us a stern gaze. Fair enough Pinky now I gotta go take care of something inside the Everfree forest so I'll see you all later, I said. Everyone was slightly worried but they all knew I was more than enough for anything in the forest. I walked out of the cottage and into the forest following the directions Faust gave me last night. She told me that inside a cave I'll find something useful for me and my immortals could use. I was told it was the only one of its kind and that Faust ordered to have it made for the ponies. But the project was forgotten over time now Faust wants me to finish it so it could be put to use. I continued to follow the directions till I reached a small square-shaped tunnel. I walked inside and into the dark until I came across a white curtain. I pulled the curtain to the side to see only pitch black. I looked around and on the wall next to me in the available light was a lever. I walked over to it and pulled the lever downward and I suddenly braziers lit up with fire all around the room. The room was extremely large but the main attraction was a sailing ship. Only thing that made this ship different were the large engines on either side of the rudder, along with other parts indicating that this ship could fly. I stared in wonder at the beautiful piece of work. I looked at the bow above the ramming spikes to see a wooden horse rearing on its hind legs with a pale color. I then looked at a tower in front of the ship before I flew to the top to see a bottle of champagne on a string. I then realized that Faust wanted me to name her. A ship is never completed and can't sail without a name. I picked up the bottle and looked at the ship before an idea struck me. I remembered a line someone spoke when I was a slave. He was reading out loud from a book and the line echoed in my head. In there before me stood a pale horse and the rider's name was Death. I repeated the line a few times in my head before I decided. I hereby christen you the pale horse, I said before I swung the bottle at the ship. The bottle swung at the ship and broke on contact, spilling its contents. I gave a smile as the ship gave a small noise of approval. Chapter 27 Operation Hivebreaker and Family Decisions. I walked out of the cave and out of the ever-free forest. I was excited about the pale horse and I saw that it was in perfect working order. I planned to tell everyone as soon as possible, but I wanted to tell them all at the same time, so for now it was my little secret. I looked at the sky to see it was almost sunset, so I decided to just head home and tell everyone tomorrow. I walked inside and had a quick dinner, and Silver told me Luna wanted to see me upstairs. I was curious on what Luna wanted, but I gave a nod to Silver before I wished both her and Feather good night before I headed up. I saw both Dust and Tiberius had their beds placed in the living room and were resting peacefully. I gave a smile before I opened the door to see Luna with a seductive smile on her face. She was leaning against the bed dressed in dark blue lace bra and panties which was almost invisible against her fur. Does my stallion like what he sees? Luna asked in a sexy tone. I couldn't help but nod dumbly at the question. Well, come then, a mare doesn't like to be kept waiting, Luna said, beckoning me over with a single finger. Not wanting to disappoint her, I shook my head, regaining my senses, and calmly walked over to Luna and placed my hands on her beautiful hips. I then leaned in to kiss her, which she returned. I then used my metal arm to gently run it up and down right between Luna's wings, making her shiver in delight. Her wings started to extend. When we separated, Luna removed most of my clothing with her magic, leaving me in only my boxers. When Luna saw the noticeable tent in my boxers, she licked her lips. She then rubbed one of her soft velvet hands across my wings, making them extend. Ow, I cringed when Luna touched a feather on my wing. Luna looked at where her hand was touching before she looked at me with a smile. I can see no one taught you how to preen those, Luna said, giving the base of my wings a teasing rub. Whenever I asked Rainbow, Gilda, Soren, Thunderlane, or Flutters, they just blushed and left, so I was stuck. I even asked Twilight for a book about it, but that didn't help either. Even Twilight was having trouble, I said. I can understand why wings are very sensitive pleasure zone for a Pegasi and alicorns and is normally only done with family and lovers. If they don't have a partner, they do it on their own or at a spa, Luna said. I see, I said. Here, I'll show you how to preen these beasts, Luna said with a coy smile before she led me to sit on the edge of the bed while Luna sat behind me. Now extend your wings, please, Luna instructed. I extended my wings. Just one of them was a 7 feet and the light gray feathers gave of a silver glow in the moonlight. When Luna saw the condition of my wings, she was surprised. How can you deal with the pain of these out of place and broken feathers, let alone fly? Luna asked. Same way when I was in the cell, muscle through it, flying must be my luck, I said with a cheeky grin while Luna playfully swatted me over the head. Let's start, shall we? Luna said before she placed her mouth on a feather, which caused me to let out a small gasp. It felt as if a bolt of lightning shot through my wing, which made Luna giggle. Luna tested the feather with her tongue before she held it in teeth and gave it a yank. It hurt a bit, but the pain soon gave way to relief that the pain was gone. Luna rubbed her hands gently across my wing to help me relax. I memorized by the feeling on what everything Luna was doing with my wings as she one by one Luna removed all the damaged feathers. She then went onto my other wing and got every feather. There was a little blood, but it couldn't be helped. I let out a sigh as Luna pulled out the last feather. Done, Luna said. I stood up and gave my wings a test and they felt great like when I first got them. Thank you, Luna, I said. I believe it's your turn to preen me, Luna said as she placed the pile of broken feathers on the ground. She then turned around and sat on the bed with her back facing me and grabbed her mane and pulled it in front of her and extended her wings for me. They were a little shorter than mine, but they were strong and beautiful from the mere sight. I climbed onto the bed but was hesitant to start. Do you need me to guide you? Luna asked as she looked at me. No, I'd like to give it a try first, I said. Very well, Ash, Luna said before she turned her head back around. I looked at Luna's wings for a while before I decided to start with her right wing first. I placed my hand on it and brought my face close to the feathers closest to the base. I then placed my mouth on it, earning a gasp from Luna before I ran my tongue along it, checking for any damages. Feeling none, I moved on to the others. After a few more good feathers, I felt one that was torn. I gently placed my teeth around it and gave it a small pull, earning a moan in pleasure from Luna. Thank you, baby, that feather was really getting on my nerves, Luna said. I smiled at Luna before I continued on with what I was doing as I went on with the preening. Luna couldn't help but squirm a bit and let out moans and sighs of pleasure. When I finished with her wing, I went on to the next one. But, as soon as I touched it with my left hand, she let out a small yelp of pain. Crap, sorry Luna, it's a little harder to do when you can't feel anything with this thing. Also, it's going to be too hard to use my other hand, I said. Maybe I can try something, Luna said as she turned around and took a hold of my left hand. Luna's magic covered my hand for a minute before it disappeared. Luna then placed a hand on the palm and to my shock I could feel it her hand despite my hand being metal. How? I asked dumbstruck. Life spell, it brings anything I wish to life or anything the magic touches, and since it's connected to you it will allow you to feel with this hand now, Luna said. Luna, I don't know how to thank you, I said. You can thank me by going back to finishing what you were doing, Luna said as she turned around and spread her wings once more. I gave Luna a smile before I placed my hand on her wing far gentler than before, which rewarded me with a small moan before I went on with preening her wings. As I preened her, I noticed Luna was doing her best not to jump me then and there. Once I finished preening, I quickly noticed Luna was tense in her shoulders. I placed my hands on her shoulders and began to rub them. My left arm could have been softer. But thanks to my sense of feeling, I was able to stop myself from applying too much pressure. I could tell Luna was enjoying the hell out of this because her tail kept getting in my face, causing me to swat it away. I decided to keep going while my right hand snaked down towards her belly and began to rub small circles around it. That was the hair trigger before Luna spun around and lunged at me like a jungle cat and pinned me below her. Her eyes consumed by lust. I want no need you inside of me now, Luna cried as she got rid of both our underwear with her magic. My member slapped against her stomach and her soaked pussy was dripping onto me in the bed sheets. If that makes my mare friend happy, I said. Luna slammed her mouth against mine and shoved her tongue into my mouth, unleashing a full-on tongue battle between us. Luna was skilled, but I was just as skilled, but Luna's tongue had the advantage for being long enough to coil around mine twice and was more slender, which led to her victory. But while she was busy with my mouth, I snapped my left hand away from her hip and slapped her ass, making her gasp in surprise and pain. Harder, Luna moaned, almost inaudible. I gave her a smile before I did what she asked again and again. I kept building up Luna's pleasure before Luna slammed herself down on my cock, making me gasp. Once we relaxed, Luna stated to bounce on my rod. I held her by her waist with my right hand to help lift her up. I kept spanking her right butt cheek with my left hand while Luna continued to ride me. Luna was lost in her own little world as wave after wave of pleasure smashed into her. She couldn't hold it anymore, opening her floodgates and coating my penis in warm Mercombe. I switched our position where I was on top of Luna but didn't stop hammering into her while Luna bucked upwards, meeting me halfway. Wet slaps of flesh on fur along with moans and gasps filled the room. Luna then looked down at her breasts, which looked left out, before she looked at me with a wicked look. You look parched. How about a drink? Luna said, holding her left mammy out to me, which I couldn't resist but dive in. I sucked and pulled on the teat, making Luna gasp and moan while she placed a hand on the back of my head and held me in place while I continued to thrust into Luna. I then aimed a little higher in my thrusts, hitting Luna's sweet spot. Harder, oh baby, harder, buck me till I'm walking funny for weeks. Luna screamed almost at Royal Canterlot voice volume. Pressure started building up in my loins, getting stronger with each thrust. I'm about to come again, Luna said while I let go of Luna's teat to breath. Same, in, or out? I asked. Luna wrapped her legs and tail around my waist, indicating for where she wanted it. I tried to hold out, but sooner or later I unloaded rope after rope inside Luna's love tunnel. Luna's back arched and opened her mouth and let out a silent scream. Once she came down from her orgasm high, she was a drooling mess. I pulled out of Luna with a loud pop and I crawled up next to her and laid my head down on a pillow. That was incredible, Luna said. Yeah, you okay? I asked. Better than okay, I say. The feeling right now would indicate I was in paradise, Luna said. Great, cause I've got something to say, I said, whispering into Luna's ear, making her flinch. This night is far from over and I can go for as many rounds as you like. I woke up to the smell of sweat and sex. I was laying on my stomach while Luna was resting on my back. I felt Luna shift above me and before I knew anything, Luna gave me a kiss on the cheek. Morning, I said. Good morning, Luna said with a lazy yawn. You gonna let me up? I asked. No, you feathers are so soft I don't think I'll ever want to move again, Luna said, burying the side of her face into my feathers. Is that so? I said as I pulled out a feather and started to tickle Luna's side, causing her to laugh out loud. I found out from Faust that Luna is extremely ticklish. While Luna was trying to get away, I went after her and managed to pin beneath me. You fiend, Luna cried through her laughter, trying to escape. Suddenly her horn was surrounded by a blue aura. Oh no, that ain't allowed, I said, grabbing her horn, stopping the magic flow before I brushed the feather behind her ears, making her scream in laughter. Okay, stop, please, stop. I beg of you, Luna shouted through her laughter. I don't know, maybe I should increase my efforts. How did you say it? The fun has been doubled. Well, in this case the tickles will be doubled, I said as I pulled out a second feather out of Luna's wing with my magic and brought it an inch away from Luna's other ear. No, please, not that. I beg of you. I'll do anything, Luna screamed. Anything? I asked. Luna gave a nod before I got off the mare and let her sit up. All right, Luna, I take some time for what I want you to do, but you have to do it when I say so, I said with a victorious grin. Luna just sighed in defeat before she nodded and sat on my legs and relaxed against my chest. I then wrapped my arms around her, my left hand feeling her fur as it glided over her. Luna started. I hummed. My time with you has been one of the best parts of my life, Luna said. Yeah, same here, but why are you saying this? I asked. I fear of one day losing you, either to battle or to time itself, Luna said. I looked at Luna with a small frown on my face before I saw my feather I pulled out of wing for the tickle fight off to the side. I looked at it for a few seconds before I got an idea. I levitated my feather over to me and held it in front of both Luna and I. Luna watched with curiosity as I placed a charm on the feather and a silver chain grew out of the stem. It had a hoop and a lobster claw clasp on either end of the chain to hold the necklace together. My feather flew over to Luna and I grabbed both ends of the chain and placed it around Luna's neck. Once I was done, I let Luna examine it. She placed a hand on it. It's a soul charm. It will always stay by your side, and whenever you need guidance, no matter how far away I am, I will always be with you, I said. Luna turned around and kissed me. Once we parted, I saw her feather in front of me also turned into a necklace before she placed it around my neck. I'll never take mine off if you don't, Luna said. Of course, I said. We stayed in each other's arms for a time. We later had a wash and got dressed and cleaned up our mess and also opened the windows. We walked downstairs and saw Silver and Feather were there with knowing smile on their faces. We sat down to eat. Suddenly, I hear screaming coming from outside, so I get out of my chair, knocking it over in the process. I snapped my fingers and I was dressed in my armor and weapons. I rushed outside only to see a whole mass of massive wasps as large as a manticore or bigger attacking. Some were taking off with ponies in their grasp, but I knew what had to be done. I charged into battle and flapped my wings and jumped onto a rooftop. A wasp was about to take off with a pony, but I jumped on top of it and drove whispering wind into its head. The three of us fell to the ground and I fell off the wasp. I looked at the pony to see they were okay. I gave them a nod before I rushed off to deal with the rest. One wasp blocked my path and had its stinger ready to strike, but I just pulled out my revolver and blew a hole right between its multiple eyes. I then saw a squadron of wasps chasing a family. I switched the cylinders on my revolver and fired at the squad of bugs, resulting in a fiery boom burning the wasps alive. I watched them twitch on the ground as they burned. My shots seemed to get the attention of every wasp in the area. All of them were in the air, creating a dome around me, preventing escape. I kept myself ready, waiting for their next move. Suddenly wasps were being blown out of the sky. I turned around to see the immortals had arrived and all geared up. The wasps then scattered while the immortals ran up to me and saluted. Sir, what are your orders? Swift Spear asked. These wasps are going after the civilians. I want all of you to fan out and protect them and gather them all at town hall and kill as many of these bugs as possible, I said. Yes, sir, the group replied before they took off. I was about to do the same before my eye caught sight of something coming towards Ponyville from Canterlot. I watched the dot come closer and saw it was Rage, all armored up, and Fury and Hate were alight with fire. Rage came roaring down and burned any wasp dumb enough to get in his path until he landed next to me. Glad to see you made it to the party. Did Luna send for support? I asked. Yeah, funny thing though is that Canterlot was having the same problem. Some broke into the palace and almost snatched the princesses. If not for me and the princesses along with Discord being crazy strong, Rage said as a wasp dived at us but Rage slashed it with ease. Well, it's reassuring to know I don't need to save Luna, I said as I cut a wasp in two. Oh yeah, congrats for you both on her moving in, and by the way, you got a song for this situation? Rage asked. Sure do. This song also describes the mood I'm in now, I said as I quickly flicked through my songs finding the song I wanted. I could tell Rage wanted to hear this song as well. We stood back to back as the wasps watched us both in confusion. In all honesty, they should have used the alarm as a warning to run. When the music kicked and I was itching to start the bloodshed and the wasps charged. When the lyrics started, Rage and I were unstoppable. We were cutting down wasps left and right. I plunged Whispering Wind into a wasp before I removed my scythes. I stabbed them into a wasp's head and threw it into a wall, pulling the head off in the process. The head was still on the blades before I ripped it in two with ease before I sheathed the scythes and grabbed Whispering Wind. We continued to hack at the abominations. I then gestured to Rage that we take this to the rooftop. He gave me a nod and we flew onto a roof on either side of the street. We were running along the rooftops cutting wasps down and keeping our eyes out for civilians. Just then, there was an explosion off to the left and on my right I saw wasps going for the orphanage. I saw kids still inside along with Golden Heart. Rage, check out what made that explosion. I'll head to the orphanage. I shouted. Rage gave me a nod before he ran over to the explosion while I ran over to the orphanage. The wasps ripped open the roof and grabbed Golden Heart while some more went to grab the foals. I pulled out my revolver and fired an explosive round at the wasps, making them burn. I then flew after the wasp carrying Golden Heart. I got next to the wasp and cut the legs holding her, making the wasp shriek in pain. I then grabbed Golden Heart and flew back towards the orphanage, but the wasp was in pursuit. I pulled out a scythe and threw it at the wasp, hitting him in the eye. The wasp screamed at me before he turned around and flew off. I looked at all of Ponyville to see all of them were fleeing as well. Can you let me down please? I'm not good with heights, Golden Heart said. Oh, of course, sorry Golden, I said as I let her down on the ground outside the orphanage. Just then the foals came running out of the building and many of them hugged Golden Heart. Ash, thank you for saving me, Golden Heart said. I would have saved anyone who was in that situation. Now I best escort everyone to town hall, I said. Yes, thank you Ash, Golden Heart said. Ash, are there any more out there? Pip asked, tugging on my pants. I doubt it Pip, but if there are any I won't let them get to any of you, I promise, I said, ruffling his mane. I opened the doors to the town hall and let everyone in. I looked around and saw some ponies were up and about helping others. Many looked traumatized or crying over something. I then saw Bonbon, who had a few tears in her eyes. Bonbon, are you all right? I asked. Ash, they took Lyra. We were on our way here when she was snatched, Bonbon cried. It's all right Bonbon, I'll find a way to get her back, okay, I said as gave the mare a quick hug and continued on. I was also informed that Dinky was taken, but the rest of my friends were able to hold their own. As I walked through the crowded room, I received pleads from many to recover their loved ones or accusations about me being the one that brought them here. All of a sudden a teleport spell went off on the balcony in the room, revealing Celestia, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher, Discord and Eris. Everyone was too distraught to notice the princess's arrival. I teleported next to the group and gave them a nod. Hello Ash, I'm sorry we couldn't arrive sooner, Celestia started. I already know wasps hit Canterlot too. The only thing they took, and strangely, were a fair amount of mere civilians, nothing more, and none of the wasps were out to spill blood either, I said. Thank you Ash, and Chrysalis knows why we were visited by these pests, Celestia said, a small amount of malice in her voice. Should we talk elsewhere, Celestia? I suggested. Yes, and please gather my sister, the bearers of harmony, Rage, and your immortals please as well. We shall discuss what to do next, Celestia said. I gave a nod before I went to take care of what was asked. So let me get this straight, you're saying that when the wasp's queen is dying and when a new one comes into power, the drones celebrate by going out and grabbing mares and bring them back to their hive so they lay their offspring in them? I asked with disgust for so many reasons. I'm afraid, Ash, their main source were my changelings, but now that we've been freed from the demon's hold, the wasps will expand their search for other potential mares, Chrysalis said. Okay, so now we know why. Let's go find them and show them why we don't take kindly to creatures taking civilians for their personal vendetta, Rage said. If only it were that easy, Chrysalis said. What do you mean, Princess? Applejack asked. Every single drone I sent out to find the hive either came up empty-handed or never returned, Chrysalis said. Way ahead of you there, Chrysalis, I said as I walked out of the room. Ash, where are you going? Dreamcatcher asked as the group followed me. To kick a fucking big hornet's nest, that's where, I said. You've got guts, but if you weren't paying attention, Chrysalis said. She doesn't know where it is, Eris said. True, but thankfully I was thinking ahead, I said as I opened my right hand and an orb grew out of it showing a small red blinking dot moving across the land. Ash, is that? Celestia asked. Correct, I placed a tracking spell on my side before I threw it into a wasp's eye. The spell was transferred to the wasp. Now I see what he sees and also control him, I said. Amazing, Twilight exclaimed. I'll show you the latest footage, I said as I tapped on the orb. The orb showed us what he was looking at, and it was two large mountains with a large gap in the center, and in the gap was a large sphere-like hive. Axe-cut mountain, Celestia said. Yes, now that we know where they are, we can get the mares back and give the wasps a lesson they'll never forget, I said. I'm afraid that still leaves us with a problem, Ash, Celestia said. What is it? I asked. All our airships were damaged when the wasps invaded. To prevent any following, Celestia said. No sweat, we'll take my ship, I said as the orb disappeared. You have a ship, Rage shouted. Yeah, gift from Faust to help me and the immortals get to places, I said. Well, where is it? Cause this I need to see, Rainbow said, rubbing her hands together. I gave Rainbow a smile before I snapped, and in a flash we were gone. We reappeared in a pitch-black room. The group shuffled around a bit but kept on banging into things. Who's standing on my tail? Beats me, but who's touching my wing? EKK, something brushed against my leg. If you'll all calm down and let me get the light switch, we'll be able to see, I said, getting the group to stop. I navigated my way through the dark and found the switch. I gave it a flick and the braziers lit up the room. I looked at the group to see Discord was brushing his tail against Rarity's leg and standing on Applejack's tail and fiddling with the feathers on Twilight's wing. The three mares we about to turn Discord into mincemeat if I didn't politely cough, gaining their attention. I then twirled my finger around telling them to turn around. Once they did, they all gasped in shock. Like her, you won't find another ship like her. She was the only one built during her time, I said. It's magnificent. Ash, have you thought of a name for her? Celestia asked. Yes, I called her the Pale Horse, I said with pride. The Pale Horse, like the one from the Bible? Rage asked. The very same, I said. Oh, Uncle Arno told me about that. I must say it was a fascinating read, Discord said. Great, you can tell everyone about it while the Immortals, Rage and I go kick some wasp stingers, I said. Oh yeah, now we get to do something exciting, Rage said, rubbing his armored hands. First things first, you'll need a crew, Ash, Celestia said. Celestia, unless you have a spare crew lying around, the Immortals, Rage and Ash will have to make do on their own. The mares have until the queen dies before the wasps start, and normally they go out on the day the queen dies, Chrysalis said. How'd you know that? I asked. When the demon had control over me, my mind along with my hive's minds were connected, so the captured told me of what happens, Chrysalis said. Okay, interesting information, but back on topic, I actually do, Ash. They're fresh out of the academy, so they should serve you well, Celestia said. How soon can you get them down here? I asked. 2 hours later. I looked from the wheel of the Pale Horse at my crew. They were a fresh bunch and knew what they were doing. So what do you think of your scurvy crew? Celestia giggled. A little young, but they're all hard workers, I can tell you that, I said. Ash, remember, you must get every pony out of there before the queen dies, Chrysalis said. I gave Chrysalis a nod before I walked over to the wheel of the ship. As my friend stepped off the gangplank, it was then pulled aboard. Once everything was in place, I gave the signal. Mac pulled a lever and the rock door above us opened. I then pulled a few levers and the ship's engines hummed to life. We slowly lifted into the air. We gave a small wave to my friends and Luna before we exited the roof. I halted our accent and looked at my crew. Full speed ahead, I shouted. The crew speed into action and climbed into the rigging when they released the sails, and we sped off with surprising speed. I was impressed by the ship so far, and I was getting anxious to see what she could do in battle. I let go of the wheel and handed it to a crew member before I walked below deck to check on everything. I walked onto the gun deck to see the crew checking the cannons, and below the gun deck was the holding bay for cargo prisoners and troops, civilians. I went over one last check before I walked into the war room. Rage and the Immortals were all standing around a circular table. I walked over to them and explained the plan. That's our objective, Shadow asked. We were gazing from a tree line on a cliff not too far away from the hive. It was dark and the Pale Horse was not too far away, remaining hidden until I give the word. Yep, and according to what I saw, the mares are being held in the nursery along with other species of females ranging from griffins, minotaurs, diamond dogs, and zebras. Even the queen's larva was there also. The queen is almost dead, so we need to hurry, I said. Well, I don't know about you lot, but I intend for the queen to die, but not of age but by murder, Rage said. Agreed, Rage, but our main priority are the females. We get them out first, I said. Understood, Rage said. I gave Rage a nod before I used my thoughts to talk to the crew on board the Pale Horse. This is Alpha to Pale Horse, come in, over, I thought. Roger, Alpha, we're hearing you, over, a voice replies. Start the diversion, over, I thought. Roger that, good hunting, Immortals, the voice said. Not too long later, the Pale Horse comes out of hiding and starts firing its cannons at the hive. The rounds are destructive crystals and do a fair amount of damage. The wasps respond by charging at the ship, but the wasps are either shot down by the puckle cannons or smash into the ship's shields. We watched the show for a bit before I signaled for the Immortals to follow. We flew along the edges of the cliff, our wings as silent as an owl's, before we landed on top of the hive without so much as a wasp spotting us. I then used Whispering Wind to cut a hole in the roof. Rage and Swift Spear grabbed the roof and pulled it up. We peered inside, and seeing no wasps about, I jumped into a corridor and kept my revolver at the ready. I checked both ways before I gestured for the rest to jump in. Once everyone was inside, I lead them all to the nursery. The hive had plenty of wasps around, so we had to hide a few times. Many of them were close calls before we made it to the nursery doors. But the door was guarded by a pair of wasps while we hid behind a corner. Now what? Stormcloud asked. Hang on, I said as I pulled out a spring razor. I tossed it in between the wasps. The wasps looked at the spring razor and got close to it, realizing too late on what it does, turning them into severed parts. I then gestured to the group to follow me into the nursery. Once we were inside, I saw a ton of larvae in honeycombs, and at the back of the room behind some strange wax and in large honeycombs separated by species were the captives. In front of them on a small pedestal was the largest larva in the room, possibly the new queen. I then made hand signals to grab the prisoners silently, and the group nodded before we walked over to the honeycombs. I went to the ponies one and looked inside and saw Dinky and Lyra. Dinky looked scared, and when she saw me, her eyes lit up. She ran over to me and placed her hands on the wax, gaining everyone's attention. I then gestured for her to move back. I grabbed my scythe and drove it into the wax and pulled it down, opening it. I made the hole bigger so everyone could get out, and Dinky ran over to me and gave me a hug. Thank you, Ash, Dinky said. Glad to see you're all right, Dinky. Now let's get you back to your mom, I said as I picked her up and handed her to Lyra. Lyra, can you look after her till we get back? I asked. Of course, her mother is a good friend of mine, so I'll make sure she gets home, Lyra said. Great, now let's get everyone out of here before Bonbon decides to have a fit about me not being quick enough to get you out of here, I said. Once everyone was freed, I asked Swift Spear to set up a charge in the most vulnerable place in the room since he was our demolitions expert. I then gave everyone strict instructions about what to do. I led the group with both Shadow and Holy Light, while Rage, Swift Spear, Lightning Dust, and Storm Cloud covered the rear, while the group of prisoners stayed in between us. I rounded a corner only to come face to face with a wasp, causing one of the mares to scream. The wasp's antenna twitched, sending out a message before he tried to impale me with his stinger. I dodged left and unsheathed Whispering Wind and flew onto the wasp's head and stabbed it in its back. The wasp then span around out of control, but I held on tightly. I then jumped off just as the wasp crashed into a wall and died. We need to move now, I shouted, getting everyone to run along the corridor. As we ran, we encountered very little resistance from the wasps, making it easy to get past them. Once we arrived at our entrance, I got Swift Spear to set up the charges. Once he did, he hit a button and the charges exploded and the wall crumbled. I could see the pale horse was taking care of their playmates. Just then I hear a buzzing coming from beside me, so I turn to my side to see a wasp's stinger ready to strike. But before I can do anything, a bang goes off and the wasp's head explodes. I look at the tree line and I see a flash of light from quick shot scope. I give a wave before I contact the pale horse. Alpha to pale horse, civilians secured and at LZ. How about you stop playing with your friends and come pick us up, I thought. Roger that, Alpha. What about the queens? We're about to take care of that. Just come and get the civilians while Rage and I deal with the rest, I thought. Copy that, hang on tight. As I cut the connections, a pulse shot out from the ship and all the wasps around the ship were electrified and fell to their deaths. The pale horse then flew over to us and the gangplank lowered and the group climbed aboard. Swift handed me a bomb and a large bag. I walked to the other side of the corridor and with Rage before we smashed through it with our magic. We kept doing this until we reached a massive room and in the center was the queen. She was easily 7 times bigger than her drones and was being guarded by hundreds of drones. Rage pulled out fury and hate while I armed the bomb. Rage then flew down and started slashing at the drones. Once he got their attention, I jumped from the ceiling with the bomb and grabbed the queen by the antennas. I then pulled with all my strength. The queen let out a few shrieks, but I kept pulling until I succeeded in pulling the queen's head off. I then tossed the bomb down her body's windpipe and placed the queen's head in the bag. Rage, time to go, I shouted. Rage acknowledged me with a nod before we flew up to the hole in the roof. Thankfully the hole was just large enough for Rage and I. But it was too small for the wasps, meaning they had to take the long way. Alpha to pale horse, takeoff bomb is in place and we need to get the hell out of here, I shouted in my head. Roger that, see you outside. Rage and I continued our run. Before we reached the exit, the pale horse was already a fair distance away and was waiting for us. I was also just able to see quick shot return to the ship, so Rage and I also flew out of the hole and also returned to the ship. I had the detonator in hand and cast on final look at the hive before I pressed the button. After a second the hive lit up with a boom from the inside followed by a shock wave which rattled the ship a bit. The hive then exploded and collapsed in on itself. Whoa, now those are some nice fireworks, Rage said, leaning on the railing watching the explosion. You said it, but I can't help but wonder if I forgot something, I said as I also leaned on the railing. All of a sudden I hear a thunk ring out next to me and I turn to see the scythe I rammed into the wasp dug itself into the wood. We arrived back in Canterlot the following morning and when I stepped off the gangplank I was greeted by not only Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Discord and Eris, but the other leaders from the other kingdoms as well, like King Danclaw, the Diamond Dog Queen and the Minotaur King and Zebra Queen. I gave a bow to the new royals and they all except Danclaw seemed curious about my appearance. Fellow leaders, I'd like you to meet Ashblade, the Knight of Freedom and the 6th Knight of Equestria, Celestia said as I removed my helmet, resulting gasps to ring out from most of the leaders. Once again you have managed to go against the odds and come out on top, my friend, Danclaw said as he shook my hand. It is good to see you again as well, Danclaw, and how's your family, I asked. My chicks are still wanting to be like you and Rage when they grow up, Danclaw said. They're a great bunch, I'm glad to see they've recovered from the incident, I said. If it weren't for both of you none of us would be here today, Danclaw said. I am surprised that the humans actually existed, the Zebra Queen said. Please forgive me but I am not aware of your names, I said. I am Queen Amara, Queen of the Zebras, the Zebra Mare said. Diamond Cutter, Queen of the Diamond Dogs, the Diamond Dog said. I am Glory Slasher, King of the Minotaur said, pounding a fist on his chest with pride. Delighted, I said with a small amount of emotion in my voice to try keep things professional. Ash, did you succeed? Chrysalis asked. I gestured for the royals to follow me on board where all the victims were wrapped in blankets and were being tended to by the crew. The only casualties were the wasps, so everyone is accounted for, I said. And what of the queen and her disgusting grub? Danclaw asked. Dead, I said. What is your proof? Diamond Cutter asked. You dare question Ash's victory, Dreamcatcher said angrily before I held my arm out to stop her. Peace, I have brought proof just in case, I said. I walked over to a bag that was sitting on a barrel and placed my helmet on the barrel and grabbed the bag before I walked back over to the royals. I reached into the bag and pulled the queen's head out by the antennas. A few of the royals backed off in fear before I placed the head back into the bag. The queen of the wasps had itself torn right from its shoulders before I blew the hive to kingdom come, I said. I like this one, not afraid to get his hands dirty, Glory Slasher said, patting me on the back as he took the bag that held the dead wasp queen's head. This will inform my subjects of the night's great victory. Consider it a gift to bond our friendship then, your majesty. But forgive me, it's been a long night and I must get everyone back to their respective families, I said. We will take our subjects back to our respective lands. You have done much for us, great knight, Amara said. Think nothing of it, I'm not only bound to this country but all of yours to protect, but let me make one thing clear to all of you, I said, gaining the royals of the 4 other kingdoms' attention. You pull another stunt like you did in the Griffin Arena with the elements of harmony, then I won't hesitate to bring you down, I said. Are you threatening us? Diamond Cutter asked. I don't make threats, I make promises, but this is a warning, I said. The leaders nodded to me before their guards came and helped their species off the pale horse. Ash, are you sure that was wise to say that? Chrysalis said. They needed to know I don't mess around when it comes to protecting Equestria and the ones I care about, I said. I believe that's enough gloom and doom, let's get everyone back to their homes. Ash, would you bring the ones from Ponyville back with you? We'll keep the pale horse here for when you need it, Celestia said as solar guards came and helped the civilians of Canterlot off the ship. Thank you, Celestia, I said as I let out a yawn. Luna and Twilight Sparkle are waiting back in Ponyville trying to calm the situation, Chrysalis said. Well, I have a big job ahead of me, so I'd better get to it, so I'll see you all around, I said as the princesses Discord and Eris and Rage stepped off the ship and I sailed to Ponyville. In Ponyville, Luna and Twilight along with the rest of the group were trying to help out everyone by either rebuilding destroyed buildings or handing out supplies. All of a sudden a foal cries out to everyone to look at something through the sky. I looked at the crowd below before I handed the wheel to a pony and walked over to Lyra and Dinky. As the ship landed and the gangplank lowered, the mares and immortals walked down the gangplanks to be greeted by the ones they love. I led Dinky and Lyra down and looked around for Bonbon or Derpy. Once the last mare was off the gangplank, I gave the crew a wave before they took off back to Canterlot. Mama, Dinky shouted. I looked at where Dinky was looking and I saw both Dr. Hooves and Derpy running over to us. Oh my little muffin, thank Twilight you're safe, Derpy cried as she scooped up her little filly and wrapped her in a loving hug. I looked at Derpy with a smile because after the coronation ponies have started using Twilight's name as a god reference which Twilight couldn't stand, which I found amusing. Thank you Ash, thank you, I don't know how we can ever repay you, Dr. Hooves said as he shook my hand. It was my pleasure doctor, and you should thank Lyra for watching over her, I said. Thank you so much Lyra, Derpy said. I was glad I could help, Lyra said. Lyra. I turned to see Bonbon run over and almost hugged the life out of Lyra. It's okay Bonnie, I'm alright, Lyra gasped. Thank you Ash, thank you so much for saving her, Bonbon cried. I'm just glad everyone's alright now, you'll have to excuse me, I need to clean myself up, I said, gesturing to the dark green blood that covered small parts of my armor. I walked through the crowd receiving many thank yous from many mares. I made it out of the crowd only to faceplant into the ground as something tackled me. Not even going to say hi Ashy, Pinky said. Maybe when I'm less tiered and cleaner, I said. That can wait, we need to hold a victory party for you and the Immortals, Pinky said. Pinky, can it please wait? I pleaded. Nope, Pinky said cheerfully. Fine, where do we meet? I asked. I was sitting on a chair watching as everyone was dancing in the barn of Sweet Apple Acers. We were celebrating the Immortals' first victory. Hey Ash, you're our leader, have a drink with us, Lightning said, gesturing to the rest of the Immortals who all had a glass of whiskey. Alright, I don't see the harm of having a drink, I said, gaining a small cheer from the group. They poured me a glass before I raised it to them. Now this is something sacred that a friend of mine did with me when we celebrated a new year or a large job well done. He raised his glass and said Prognost, I said. What does it mean? Shadow asked. Strength, durability, stamina, toughness, solidity and endurance, I said. The group looked at each other before they raised their glasses to each other. Prognost, we all shouted before they threw back our drinks into our throats. That's good stuff, Lightning said. True, I said. Ash, is it alright if I talk with you about something? Luna asked as she placed a hand on my shoulder. Of course Luna, what do you need? I asked. Can we discuss this privately please? Luna asked. I could tell she was worried about something, so I gave her a nod before I placed my empty glass on the table and followed Luna outside the barn. We walked a little bit further from the door before she turned around and looked at me, her eyes show worry. Hey Luna, what's wrong? I asked as I wiped away a tear from her eye. I'm sorry Ash, it's just I'm worried if I tell you'll get angry with me and leave me, Luna cried. Luna, there is no way you can ever make me that angry or angry in particular, but it will hurt us both if you don't tell me, I said as I caressed her cheek. Luna took a deep breath before she spoke. Are you sure about this, Ash? Luna asked while she was disguised. Luna, I was thrilled when you suggested the idea. I was shocked, yes, but still thrilled. Your own family and all of our friends were as thrilled as I said as I kissed Luna on the end of her muzzle. You're right, Luna said with a smile. Let's get inside, we're already late, I said as I knocked on a door. We waited a few minutes before the door opened. Hello Ash, your majesty, come in, we're just about to have the cake, Goldenheart said when she saw us. Please Goldenheart, address me as Luna, Luna said as we walked inside. When the door closed, Luna removed her disguise before Goldenheart led us through the corridor. We walked behind Goldenheart until she led us to a room where foals were all sitting around a table and Pinkie Pie was there as well. She placed a candlelit cake in front of Pip, everyone sang happy birthday to Pip while Luna and I smiled and watched the scene unfold. Once the song ended, Pip closed his eyes to make a wish before he blew out his candles with on puff. The kids cheered, but Pip snapped his head in our direction by our claps. Ash, Princess Luna, what are you doing here? Pip asked as he got out of his chair and walked over to us. Well, we have a present to give you today, young Pipsqueak, Luna said, crouching down so she and Pip were at eye level. A present, Pip said excitedly. Yes, and it's yours if you wish to accept it, I said as I kneeled down as well. Pip gave us a curious look until I spoke. Pip, Luna and I talked, and if you wish, we'd like to adopt you, I said. The room was silent. Pip stared at us in shock at what I said. I was about to speak again before Pip suddenly wrapped his arms around me and Luna. I then extended both my arms and wings around us as Luna did the same. Chapter 28, Tyrk's Return. Are you sure about this? I asked. I was standing off to the sidelines with Pip. It has been 3 months since we adopted him, and now we were standing in a courtroom with the other princesses. The room had rows of seats going along the walls facing the middle while a large stand. The stand was facing the double doors that were used to enter the room, and on the stand were 6 thrones for the princesses. Ash, the media is starting to get suspicious. They were going to find out sooner or later, and it was agreed that we will come clean and announce to the world about you and Pip. And the best time to do it is before we head for the Crystal Empire to meet the dignitaries of Meritonia, Luna said. Besides, like Uncle Altair said, these nobles have no power over us, so they can't do anything against you, Celestia said. That's not what's scaring me, I said under my breath. I'm sure everything will be alright, Ash, Pip said. I ruffled Pip's mane, but the fact he was still calling me Ash was slightly worrying, but I wasn't going to force him to call me Dad. All of a sudden the doors opened and a mass amount of nobles walked in. Luna and Celestia flew back up to their seats while Pip and I stayed out of sight. The nobles entered the seating areas but remained standing. Please be seated, Celestia said before everyone sat down. I have gathered you all here today for something important, Celestia said. Have you summoned us all here to grant us the rights to become alicorns? A noble asked. I shot the noble an angry look, and I could tell I wasn't the only one. We are not going to repeat this again, Golden Horde. The reason Princess Twilight Sparkle is an alicorn is because she earned the right to become one, Chrysalis said. He wasn't talking to you, Bug Queen, another noble said, sending the room into a fit of voices in agreement. Enough, Celestia shouted, and like that the nobles fell silent. As said by my sister, that discussion is no longer up for debate. Today we have a different matter to be addressed, Celestia said, causing the nobles to sit and wait patiently for what comes next. Ash, will you and Pip step forth please, Celestia requested, gesturing both me and Pip to reveal ourselves. I was dressed in my armor, but I left my weapons and helmet and walked out with Pip, who was hiding behind me. I could tell many of the nobles were not happy to see me, but I didn't let it get to me. I'm sure you all know who the Knight of Equestria is, Celestia said. Yes, the hairless ape that supposedly rescued two of our nation's lost princesses, slayer of demons and saver of both the Crystal Empire and Canterlot. It's all nothing but a load of rubbish. He's right, that thing is nothing more than an animal that needs to be put into a cage. And what of the colt hiding behind him? Is he willing to become that animal's caretaker? I was about to lose my temper with these jerks. I was ready to pound their faces in so hard I would rearrange their bone structure, but thankfully I didn't need to. If I were all of you, I'd show proper respect to my maiden son if you truly wish to see the next day. Luna roared before she flew down to us. She then picked up Pipsqueak and kissed me on the lips before she faced the crowd with a stern glare. The nobles were taken aback quite fiercely on what happened before they shouted in outrage at us. What gives that freak the right to date a princess? How dare that bitch even give birth without some pony noticing? This is blasphemy. The shouting went on, and Pip hugged Luna for dear life. When I saw Pip's situation, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked forward a bit and took a deep breath. SSSHHHUUUTTTIIITTT. I shouted in the Canterlot royal voice. The volume was so great the double doors were ripped off the walls, taking pieces along with it. Every window in the room shattered and many of the wooden stands cracked from the force of the noise. The nobles all covered their ears from the noise. Luna and the princesses were gobsmacked and Pip just stared in surprise. I stared at the nobles in anger. The only sound now was the falling and breaking of glass from the windows. Thank you, Ash. Now may we continue, Celestia said, recovering from what happened first. Those rumors about Ash saving our lands are all true, and all of you will show respect to Ash like any other pony, including my new nephew, Celestia said sternly. But princess, a noble started. All of a sudden all of the princesses' wings snapped open, and if any pony else was going to speak out against the princess, they were all silenced. We are the ones who decide what will happen. We are the princesses of Equestria, and you all will respect our decision on who we will love, Celestia said. You've always had my support. I looked at the owner of the voice to see Fancy Pants smiling down at us. I returned his smile with one of my own and a nod. It seems to me that all of you take so much for granted. Many months ago Canterlot was attacked by the rebel Griffin army. And if I remember correctly, I saw it was Ash along with his brother Rage that fought back in saving Canterlot from certain doom. And again 3 months ago many of the mares who live here were taken by giant wasps. I know there are mares in this room that were also taken, and yet not one of them gave Ash a proper thank you for saving them. You all know going into the wasp's hive would be suicide, yet Ash didn't back down. He went in there and got every single mare captured out without so much as a scratch. Also, Ash has also let us study his left arm so we too can make prosthetic limbs for the disabled here. Thanks to him they can have a second chance to live. The technology and ideas that come from this human are too great to begin with. Even when he was taken from his world he did not despise us, instead offered us his protection. And according to me he has done so much good and no harm. He even saved my life. So I'll be damned if I didn't stand with him on this now, Fancy Pants said. Thank you, Sir Fancy Pants, Celestia said as her motherly tone returned. And if that is all, this meeting is over, Celestia said. The nobles left the room in absolute silence, unsure of how to act towards what has been said. When every pony left I breathed out a sigh. I'm shocked that most of the royal court is made up of such bastards. I can't believe you all have to deal with that, I said. The nobles do tend to test our patience, but as the land's rulers we must keep level heads, Dreamcatcher said. I seriously doubt I'll be able to keep my head cool when things get like that, as you all saw, I said. I'm surprised you were able to make the Canterlot royal voice louder than Luna, Twilight said. What are you talking about? I asked, confused. How could you not notice you used the Canterlot royal voice? Chrysalis asked. Oh, again, what are you talking about? I asked. The princesses just gestured to the room around me, so I looked around and saw the damage. Wait, I did that? I asked, dumbstruck. Maybe you were so angry you didn't even notice it, Cadence said, tapping her chin in thought. That must be it, but it's rare that I don't pay attention to my surroundings when I'm ticked off, I said. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, but let us be off. We must leave for the Crystal Empire tomorrow, Celestia said. Of course, but I'll be arriving later than all of you, I said. Of course, and it will be my new cousin's first time in the Crystal Empire, Cadence said, picking up Pipsqueak and nuzzling him. Come on, Cadence, put me down, Pip squirmed while the rest of us laughed. Hey, I've noticed this, but why isn't Discord here? Isn't he royalty too? I asked. Discord is royalty, Ash, but not fully, Celestia said. What do you mean? I asked. Discord is our adopted brother, but we still love him as if he was blood related, Chrysalis said. I see, I kind of feel bad for him, I said. Come, we mustn't talk about this behind Discord's back. Let's go get ready to leave for the Empire, Luna said as she took Pipsqueak from Cadence and placed him on the ground before we left. Crystal Empire the next day. Seems like it was only yesterday when I was saving this place from being totally destroyed. Hey, you guys remember that? Spike said as we walked down the streets to the Crystal Palace and stopped in front of a crystal statue of Spike holding the crystal heart. You only ever mentioned about 15 times on the way here, Rainbow said. Yes, and we never hear a peep out you about your exploits, Rarity said. Hey, point taken, Rainbow said. The only one that comes to mind that doesn't bring up his big hero moments is Ash, Applejack said. Because there's nothing to brag about, I said. What are you talking about? Aren't you forgetting you helped save this place? To just look at you, Comet said, gesturing to a crystal statue of me resting my hands on Whispering Wind's hilt while it was embedded into the ground. It's a statue, all right, no big deal. Also, I saw that day is just another demon to kill, I said. Dude, you're a legend, one that strikes fear into the hearts of demons. You gotta at least show off some of it, Soren said. I just gave Soren a stare before Twilight got our attention. I'm glad you all wanted to come, but I don't think it's going to be all that exciting. I pretty much just need to smile and wave as the dignitaries arrive, Twilight said. Yes, but you get to smile and wave like a princess, Rarity said. How exactly is that different than smiling and waving like not a princess? Applejack asked, causing Rarity to rub her chin in thought. It isn't, Twilight answered, looking upset. What's wrong, Twilight? Fluttershy asked. Why the looning face? Pinky asked, pulling on Twilight's face, making stretch before she released it. I've just been feeling a little unsure about things lately. It doesn't seem that my new role as a princess acquaints to all that much, Twilight said. That's just silly. You've got a real important role in Equestria, Applejack said. Princess Celestia wouldn't have asked you to come today. She didn't think so, Fluttershy said. After all, we needed all of the princesses' signatures to approve of Pip being accepted into the royal family. You certainly made me and Luna happy, I said. I guess you're all right, Twilight said. Of course we are now. Hurry along. You can't risk having that royal title diminished because you're tardy for your regal meet and greet, Rarity teased. Later I was standing outside the Crystal Palace with the princesses in front of us and Rage on the other side of the princesses, and we were both dressed in our armor. Pip was inside being entertained by Pinkie Pie. The Duke and Duchess arrived and walked up to us while the princesses extended their wings and walked up to them. As they did, I saw Twilight unroll a banner with the Meritonia symbol on it. As the group faced each other, the Duke and Duchess bowed to the princesses while the princesses nodded before they led them inside. As the group passed both me and Rage, we nodded to the dignitaries, which they returned with one of their own. Rage and I followed the dignitaries, and I looked at the balcony and I saw Twilight waving. Both Rage and I stood outside on either side of the throne room doors while Twilight paced back and forth and found of us waiting for the dignitaries to finish up. Just then the doors opened inwardly and the Duke and Duchess walked outside. They looked at both me and Rage and gave us a bow, which we returned with a bow of our own before they turned to Twilight. Your Highness, thank you for understanding our desire to keep the number of those minimum to these confidential discussions, the Duke said. Of course, Twilight said. The Duke and Duchess bowed once more before they left, and Twilight turned back to the princesses who just walked out of the throne room. Is there anything else I can do to assist with their visit? Twilight asked. I'm sorry, Twilight, but their visit is already over, Cadance said. Oh, Twilight said in a depressed tone. Something wrong? Luna asked. I guess I just don't understand why I'm here. Couldn't one of the royal guard unroll the banner? Twilight asked. Having all 6 of us here in the Empire to greet them lets the dignitaries know that their visit is considered an important one. And that both Ash and Rage are here shows that we are concerned for their safety and that they are protected, Celestia said, gesturing to both Rage and I as we walked up to the group. Plus it gives me an opportunity to see my favorite sister-in-law, Cadance said, hugging Twilight. I gave Cadance a curious look when she said favorite but decided to just stay quiet. And I'm happy to see you all of you, but Twilight started but stopped. But Cadance said. But it's just that Princess Luna raises the moon, Princess Celestia raises the sun, you protect the Crystal Empire. Ash and Rage protect all of Equestria, and all I seem to do is smile and wave, Twilight said as she walked away. I followed her to a balcony with the others. When we arrived, I leaned against a wall to remain out of sight along with Rage. The princesses then stepped out as Twilight began to sing. I was spellbound when I heard Celestia, Luna and Cadance sing in perfect harmony. I peeped out from behind the wall just as the song ended, just as Celestia hugged Twilight. Your time will come, Celestia said when she released Twilight and walked inside with the other princesses and left along with Rage, leaving me with Twilight. What do you think, Ash? Twilight asked. I think they're right. It's like when you're looking for your cutie mark, it takes time. TWI, and don't forget Faust wanted you to finish that spell for a reason. I don't know why, but all will be revealed in time. Don't forget what I said to Derpy. Every pony is here for a reason, I said. Thanks, Ash, I needed that, Twilight said before she gave me a hug before she walked inside, leaving me to gaze at the night sky. In an alleyway somewhere, a brown-furred unicorn stallion with a white mane and tail wearing a plain white shirt and gray pants. He had 3 emeralds as a cutie mark and was carrying a large wooden bucket full of oranges in his magic. Just then a clanking noise rang out behind him, causing the stallion to look to inspect the noise only to see an empty can roll along the ground. The stallion sighed in relief before he turned around. In front of him was a large black cloaked figure, his breath visible in the cold, but his face was hidden beneath his hood. Very sorry you came out of nowhere, the pony said. Is he friend or is he foe? The pony wonders. I can assure you I am no friend, the cloaked figure said in an old voice. I am Lord Tyrk and I will take what should have been mine long ago, the figure said before he started to swallow all the magic out of the pony from his horn. The color in the pony's eyes began to go pale and for his cutie mark to disappear. Once the magic was gone, the pony collapsed from exhaustion and the cloaked figure grew. The gap in the cloak was big enough for me to see he was a centaur, and the centaur from my vision as well, only weaker. The centaur let out an evil chuckle, and the only color under the hood I could were 2 yellow pupils glowing like lanterns in the blackest of nights. I shot up out of bed in cold sweat alongside Luna. The look on her face told me all I needed to hear. She had the same dream. We must inform our sisters, Luna said. I think they'll know soon enough, I said. All of a sudden we hear a gasp of terror come from Celestia's room. Luna and I are already up and charge into the room. Sister, are you all right? Luna asked as we entered. I've just had the most terrible dream, Celestia said. Why do you think we're here? You know this was not a dream but a vision, Luna said. Then we haven't much time. The stronger he becomes, the more we are all in danger. Ash, wake up the rest of our sisters along with Twilight, Cadance and Rage. I don't care if you have to pour icy water on them, Celestia said as she walked towards the window and gazed out of it along with Luna. It will be done, I replied before I ran out of the room. We stood inside a regular room with a circular table in the center. Some of the princesses were more damp than others. They were tossing angry glares my way because I tossed water on them to wake them up. Celestia looked at all of us before she spoke. As I'm sure you all know, Tyrk has escaped, Celestia said, causing most of the princesses to gasp in shock. Wait, who exactly? Rage asked, causing Celestia to open the book and read it. Tyrk and his brother Scorpion came here from distant land intent on stealing Equestria magic, but Scorpion soon came to appreciate the ways of Equestria, even befriending a young unicorn wizard, Celestia said. Scorpion urged his brother to abandon their plans when Tyrk refused. Scorpion alerted us of Tyrk's intentions, Luna said. Scorpion returned to his own land and the knights banished Tyrk to Tartarus for his crimes, but it appears he's found a way to escape, Celestia said. We believe it happened when Cerberus left his post at the gates, Luna said. But that was a long time ago. Why is he just now starting to steal magic? Twilight asked. His time in Tartarus left him very weak. He has just now gained enough strength to use his dark powers, Celestia said. But with each passing moment he grows stronger still, Luna said. And I know just the princess who can stop him, Cadance said looking at Twilight. Yes, I'll find. Twilight started only to be interrupted by Celestia. No, Twilight, I'm afraid I must call in another to stop Tyre, Celestia said. Who, Ash and me? Rage asked. No, Discord, Celestia said, causing the rest of the princesses to gasp. Are you sure, Celestia? Chrysalis asked. Yes, he can sense when there is a magical imbalance allowing him to track down Tyre. Besides, I believe it's about time we gave him an important task so he feels he belongs, Celestia said. Ash, you've been very quiet over there for a while, are you okay? Dreamcatcher said, causing everyone's eyes to turn to me. Oh sorry, I was thinking about something that's been bothering me, I said. What would that be? Celestia asked. Well, do you guys believe in reading the future? I asked. Well, that all depends, why, Twilight asked. Well, I remember that day we went to my world when I got zapped by the crystal heart. I asked. Let me guess, the heart showed you visions of your future, Cadence said. Yes, how did you? I asked. A myth about the crystal heart is that it shows us visions of the future. Many times the predictions are correct but can often be avoided, Cadence said, causing me to go a little pale. Ash, is there something you need to tell us? Celestia asked. I don't remember much. Only thing that comes to mind is that Tyre and I will sooner or later meet on the battlefield, I half lied. Very well, Ash, if you remember anything please inform us. In the meantime, all the princesses must remain in Canterlot until Tyre is recaptured, Celestia said. There's one last thing, I said. What is it, Ash? Cadence asked. Most of you princesses saw the vision of Tyre stealing magic, right? I asked, earning nods from Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher, Luna and Celestia. Then why did I see the vision when I'm far from being an alicorn? I asked. Visions are complicated things, Ash. Perhaps it was because you were sleeping next to Luna that you saw it, Celestia said. That must be it, I said. If there is nothing else we must leave immediately, Celestia said. Everyone gave Celestia a nod before we left. I grabbed Pip and placed him on my back before we walked outside and Luna gripped my shoulder. She gave me a worried look which I returned with a smile to reassure her before we walked over to the train station. As in Discord, Applejack asked. We were back in Ponyville and Twilight and I explained to the rest of the main six along with Mac, Caramel, Pierce, Spike and Comet what happened after they left. Pretty much, I said. I don't think it's that big of a surprise. He can be very helpful, Fluttershy said before she looked at the rest of the group to see them just deadpan her. He can sense when there's a magical imbalance. The next time Tyre steals magic, Discord will be able to track him down, Twilight said. So what are you supposed to do in the meantime? Rainbow asked. Sigh, nothing unless of course one of you needs me to smile and wave, Twilight said before she walked towards the Everfree forest. Where you going? Spike asked. To the castle of the two sisters. I'm not really needed anywhere else. Might as well catch up on some of my reading, Twilight said. Want some company? Rainbow asked. It has been a while since we visited the castle. Might be fun, Applejack said. Maybe I could use a little company right now, Twilight said. The stallions and I just smiled at the group before we all walked into the forest. I still can't believe we had to give back the elements, Rainbow said as we stood on the edge of the gorge that had the cave to the Tree of Harmony at the bottom. It had to be done, otherwise the Tree of Harmony wouldn't have survived, Rarity said. But Twilight was right, even without the elements our friendship is as strong as ever, Fluttershy said. True that, Max said, nuzzling Fluttershy. I just hope another friend of ours doesn't make us sorry we had to give them up, Applejack said. Oh, you're talking about me, I presume. I looked for the owner of the voice to see Discord holding onto an umbrella with a large bag in his talon hand and a flowered hat on his head and a scarf around his neck. How'd you guess? Applejack asked. My ears were burning, Discord said as he gestured to his flaming ears before he tossed a glass of water over his face. Nice to see you, Discord. How've you been? I asked emotionlessly. Oh, quite well, thank you for the concern, Discord said. What are you even doing here, Discord? Rainbow asked. Oh, just a bit of light reading before I head out on my extremely important mission. I suppose you've all had. I've been tasked to capture a certain escapee, Discord said as he changed into a general outfit. Big deal, Spike said. You're right, Spike, it is a big deal. It seems I possess a magic that gives me quite an important role in Equestria. Maybe they should make me an alicorn princess, Discord said as a pair of large purple wings grew out of his back. And his antlers were replaced with a single purple horn and crown and started blowing kisses to an imaginary audience. If that ever happened, I would wear makeup for the rest of my life, Caramel said. Yeah, that would only happen in your dreams, Discord, Rainbow said as she knocked the crown off Discord's head. Oh, I never dream of such things. Ask my sisters Luna and Dreamcatcher, Discord said as he got rid of the wings and horn and made his antlers grow out of his head. Not even your sisters go into your dreams, Discord, and for good reasons, I said. Besides, don't you have a creepy magic-stealing villain to track down? Applejack asked. Yes, of course, Discord said before he grabbed us all in a hug and teleported us in front of the Tree of Harmony. It's just that I couldn't help but notice Twilight hasn't opened this little chest of hers. It got me thinking, what if what's locked inside is something that could help prove her royal worth? I only bring it up because she said she's been feeling like her role as a princess doesn't accumulate too much, Discord said. Wait a minute, how do you know how she was feeling? Pinky asked in an angry tone. Oh my, is eavesdropping not the way you find out what your best pals are up to? Woe is me, will I ever learn the basics of being a good friend? Discord said in a dramatic voice before he looked at us, which we just deadpanned him. Ahem, well, in any case, I suppose now is as good a time as any for me to make my exit, Discord before he got on a pink motor scooter with white polka dots on it and put on a blue helmet before he teleported away. In good riddance, Applejack said. Oopsie doopsie, I almost left with the little journal you've all been keeping, Discord said as he appeared behind us and loomed over and in front of us. As we were looking at him upside down, he brought the book in question into our view. What a fascinating read, haven't you all been learning so much except you, Ash? There's nothing in here about you, Discord said. When I learn something about friendship, Discord, I'll write something down. Till then that book will remain barren of my name, I said. Well, anyway, I've bookmarked a few more interesting passages. You really should take a look, Discord said as he balanced the book on Twilight's horn before he turned to Fluttershy. We're still on for tea later, aren't we, Fluttershy? Discord asked. I wouldn't miss it, Fluttershy said. Oh ho, and I'll bring the cucumber sandwiches, Discord said as he made a door out of solid air and was about to go through before I called out. Discord, just be careful out there, okay? Tyrek may try to trick you with words but may end up betraying you if you join him, I said. Your words are kind, Ash, but I do the tricking around here, Discord said before he left. Sometimes I think the reformed Discord is more obnoxious as the before he was reformed Discord, Applejack said. Indeed, Rarity agreed. But he could be right, couldn't he? What if there is something important in that chest, and what about the pedestal Ash touched? Why did it take his blood? Fluttershy asked. There's only one to find out, Twilight said. I think I found something, Twilight shouted. Great, I was beginning to get bored with continuing to come up with zero answers, I said as I jumped off the second level of the library in the Everfree Forest. I've been reading our journal and there's something interesting about the section's Discord bookmarked. Applejack, do you remember when you had to tell every pony the tonic Granny brought from the Flim Flam brothers didn't really work? Twilight asked. How could I forget? It was one of the hardest things I ever had to do, but in that moment I knew I had to be honest, I just knew it. But what does that have to do with opening the chest? Applejack asked. I found out each of the girls had to face a situation where living up to the element of harmony you represent wasn't easy. Fluttershy, it was when you realized the only way to show kindness to the Breezies was by forcing them to leave your home, Twilight said. Oh, the looks on their poor little faces, but I knew that as difficult as it was, pushing them away was the kindest thing I could do, Fluttershy said. Rarity, even after Surrey took advantage of your generosity at Fashion Week in Manhattan, you didn't let it cause you to abandon your generous spirit, Twilight said. I simply couldn't live with myself if I didn't do something special for the friends who have always been so generous to me, Rarity said. Rainbow Dash, you had a chance to fly with the Wonderbolts at the Equestria Games, but instead you chose to compete with your friends, Twilight said. Sure, but being loyal to my friends was way, Rainbow started. Oh, my turn, Pinkie interrupted. Pinkie Pie, you realized that seeing your friend laugh was more important than proving you're a better party planner than Cheese Sandwich, Twilight said. Best party I've ever had, Rainbow said, wrapping an arm around Pinkie. It's clear we've all had our moments to shine, Twilight, but I'm with Applejack. What does this have anything to do with the opening of the chest? Rarity asked. All of you had tough choices to make, and when you made the right one and embraced your element, it helped some pony else make the right choice too. Each of you received something from the pony whose life you helped change. I know it sounds crazy, but maybe there's something special about those objects that can lead us to the location of the keys. The chest is connected to the Tree of Harmony, and the Tree of Harmony is connected to the elements, and the elements are connected to all of us. There must be a connection. I hate to admit it, but maybe Discord was trying to be a good friend after all, Twilight said. We were in the cave of the Tree of Harmony, and the girls brought in the objects mentioned in the girls' journal on trays. Pinkie brought in a rubber chicken named Boneless, Rarity brought in a spool of rainbow thread, Applejack brought in a single gold bit. Rainbow Dash brought in a gold pin of a pair of wings and a lightning bolt, and Fluttershy brought in a blue flower. I don't see anything on them that would give us a clue as to where the keys might be. They're just ordinary everyday objects. What about you, Ash? Twilight asked as I finished scanning the objects with my magic. Nada, I can't see any magic on them, I said. Come on, Boneless, give us that key, Pinkie said, shacking Boneless around. I don't think that's going to work, Twilight said right before Pinkie lost her grip and Boneless flew at Twilight and me. Watch it, I said as TWI and I ducked below the flying chicken. Boneless hit the chest, and as it did, a lock lit up, and Boneless was encased in an aura before it turned into a golden key with 3 balloons on the end before it inserted itself into the lock. The objects are the keys, I said, stunned. The rest of the girls then picked up their objects and placed them on top of the chest before they too were transformed into keys that matched their cutie mark and placed into their locks. There's still one key missing, the key that represents the element of magic, my element, Twilight said. Oh, but I'm sure that if we've got our keys, you have too, Twilight, Fluttershy said. Think, Twilight, when have you completed a difficult magical task, and in doing so encourage another pony to do the same? Rarity asked. I haven't. If I have, I would have written about it in the journal, Twilight said. Don't worry, Twilight, I'm sure you get your key eventually, Spike said. Thanks, Spike, Twilight said, giving the Drake a hug. Hey Ash, that pedestal of yours seems to be glowing, Max said. I looked at the pedestal to see the handprint was glowing. I walked over to it and cautiously placed my hand on the handprint. A silver mist appeared around my arm and was absorbed into the pedestal before a few clicks and a hiss sounded off. The pedestal opened and a bright orb hovered above the pedestal before the pedestal closed again. I looked at the orb for a bit before the orb flew around me and flew into my chest. My breath escaped my lungs and I felt a large surge of energy bolt around my body before it calmed down. Ash, are you alright? Pierce asked. Yeah, that was weird, I said. Hey look, Pinkie said, pointing to the pedestal. I looked as well, only to see the handprint was gone, only to be replaced by a keyhole. Another key scavenger hunt, only it's for Ash, Comet said. Yeah, but what will it unlock, I wonder? I asked myself. All of a sudden Spike burped out a scroll and a scroll appeared in front of me. I quickly tore mine open and read the contents. Well, what do they say? Spike asked. That I'm needed in Canterlot at once, Twilight said at the exact same time. Twilight and I didn't waste any time in spreading our wings and flying towards Canterlot. The moon was rising over the horizon when we reached Canterlot. We landed in front of the palace and ran straight to the throne room. We came as quickly as we could. Is something wrong? Is it Tyrek? Twilight asked as we ran through the throne room doors. We saw Celestia sitting on the throne while Luna, Cadence, Dreamcatcher and Chrysalis stood on the sides. Even Rage and Eris were there. I'm afraid I put too much faith in Discord and the effect of friendship would have upon him, Celestia said as she stood up and walked down the stairs to join us. Discord has once again betrayed us and has joined forces with Tyrek, Luna said. How could do this? I thought our friendship and Faust meant something to him. I thought he had changed back to good, Twilight said. Tyrek has stolen enough magic. He now has the strength to steal flight magic as well, Dreamcatcher said. Without Pegasi to control the weather, there will be no rain in Equestria, Chrysalis said. There is word they have gone after Earth ponies as well. Without their strength, they will not be able to tend the land, Celestia said. Ponies will no longer be in control of their world. That power will belong solely to Tyrek, Luna said. There is no doubt Tyrek is now after Alicorn magic. With Discord by his side, we will not be able to stop him from taking it, Celestia said. Once it is in his possession, his power will know no bounds, and it is doubtful that even you'll succeed, Ash, Cadence said. Don't sell me so short, Cadence, I said. Were you in on this? Twilight shouted as she stomped her way over to Eris. Hey, unlike my dad, I don't have any intentions of taking over Equestria. You're all still my friends, Eris said. Liar, Twilight shouted as her horn blazed with magic to fire at Eris. I teleported in between Eris and Twilight and flicked Twilight's horn, cutting off her magic and making her cry in pain from it being a sensitive part for unicorns and alicorns. Enough, now is not the time to argue with each other. We need a plan before Tyrek and Discord get here, I said sternly. We already have a solution. It is only by making this sacrifice that Equestria and the lands beyond it might be saved. We must rid ourselves of our magic before Tyrek has the chance to steal it from us, Celestia said, making Twilight gasp in shock. Tyrek is set on having alicorn magic when he comes for us. We cannot have what he is looking for, Luna said. I'm more than willing to do my part and give up my magic, Twilight said. You misunderstand. Our magic cannot just disappear into thin air. Someone must keep it safe, Luna said. That someone is you, Twilight, Cadence said. Why me? Can't Ash or Rage take it? Twilight asked. Bad idea. TWI, Rage and I can't take equestrian magic cause ours operates on a different wave level entirely. Also, if Rage or I were able to take on the magic, even split it between us, it will turn us into two supercharged nuclear bombs that could blow all of Ekis apart, I said. Also, we believe Tyrek is not aware of a sixth alicorn princess exists in Equestria. If we transfer our magic to you, Tyrek will not know where it has gone, Celestia said. Do you understand what it is we are asking of you? Dreamcatcher asked. Yes, it's just I'm only learning to control my own alicorn magic to take on even more, Twilight started. Twilight, you represent the element of magic. If any pony can do this, it's you, Cadence said. Taking on this task will be one of the most difficult things I'll ever do, but with the help of my friends. Twilight started. I'm sorry, Princess Twilight, but you must keep your new abilities a secret. I fear that your friends being aware of your new power will put them at great risk. Do you still think you can take on this responsibility? Celestia asked. This is the role I'm meant to play as a princess of Equestria. I will not fail to do my duty, Twilight said with determination. The princesses surrounded Twilight and charged their horns. Their eyes were closed before they opened, glowing white with power. Their magic rushed out of their horns and formed a giant sphere in the air that took up most of the room. The sphere came down on Twilight, resulting in a magic pulse that knocked me to my knees. Once I recovered, I looked at Twilight to see her floating in the air. Her mane and tail were blowing in a non-existent wind and she was sparking with electricity. I looked at Luna to see her on the floor. I ran over to her and helped her up and gave her a quick nuzzle. Her mane and tail was no longer ethereal way and lost its twinkle. Her fur and feathers were duller than before, like the feather around my neck, and her cutie mark was gone. It is done, Celestia said. So what happens now? Rage asked. Ash, I have an important task for you, Celestia said. Let me guess, guard Twilight and all the alicorn magic, I said. No, there have been reports of something happening in Manhattan. We believe Tyrek may have unleashed something, Celestia said. Great, so he's trying to divide and conquer us, Rage said. You know what I'm asking of you, Ash. Find whatever it is that's destroying Manhattan and end it, Celestia said. Very well, but Twilight, I need someone to take care of Pip while I'm gone, I said. I can take care of that, Twilight said. Rage, can I talk to you, please? I asked, gesturing for Rage to follow me. We walked to the opposite end of the throne room before I spoke. Do you have any orders from the princess? I asked. No, I've been keeping Eris company since we found out about Discord, Rage said. Well, I need you to do something for me, I said. Of course, Rage said. Look after the princesses, and if Tyrek shows up, I don't want you to hesitate to put him down if you can. But don't go for Discord, block or dodge his attacks, but Tyrek is the target you need to worry about, I said. Not going to be easy, but I'll try, Rage said. I have faith in you, I said before I gave Rage a quick hug before I left. After a weird sunrise, I was finally approaching Manhattan. The place reminded me Manhattan from Alex's stories, but I didn't let it bother me. I flew above the streets but couldn't see anything. No fires, no monsters, nothing. I flew down to check, but there was no pony around. Ash. I turned around and I saw Vinyl and Octavia running over to me with another pony. He was well-rounded unicorn stallion and had aqua fur and a brown mane and tail. He wore a tailored coat and pants and a small badge that said Mayor on it. Vinyl, Octavia, what are you doing here? I asked. We were going to try and put our music together like you suggested and try it out on a stage, but then an ugly brute of a centaur appeared and took our magic, Octavia said. We had a killer of a song that we were going to play too, Vinyl said. I see, and who is this? I asked, gesturing to the unknown pony. I'm Mayor Fix-It. I'm the mayor of Manhattan, and am I glad to see you, sir? A centaur has stolen all of our magic, the mayor said. I'm already aware of this. The centaur has been stealing magic all over Equestria, and I was told that he unleashed something here, some kind of monster, I said. I'm afraid we have no monster situation here, sir, apart from the magic stealing centaur, Fix-It said. Odd, but why would— Oh no, I said before I leapt into the air with a flap of my wings. Hey Ash, what's going on? Vinyl asked. The princesses are in danger. I have to go, I said before I took off. I was pouring everything I had into my wings. I even pulled off a shot of boom or two, but it still took me a few hours to get back to Canterlot. I landed on the ground and saw ponies too weak to stand. No, I whispered. I walked through the town and I saw both Twilight Velvet and Nightlight on the ground, very weak. Nightlight, Velvet, are you both all right? I asked the two as I ran up to them and helped them sit up. Ash, is that you? Nightlight asked. Yeah, it's me. Did a centaur do this to you? I asked. Yes, Nightlight said. Okay, I'm going to get you both someplace safe, I said. No, you have to go help the princesses and our children, Velvet said. I can't leave you like this, I said. Don't worry, Ash, we're not dying, Velvet said with a smile. I gave her a nod before I flew for the castle. As I flew over the wall that separates the city and the castle grounds and saw Shining struggling to move. I flew down and helped Shining sit against a wall. Ash, I thought you went to Manhattan to take care of a monster situation, Shining said. I did, but it was a setup for me, so I would be too busy heading for Manhattan. I wouldn't be able to stay here and help Canterlot, I said. What about the princesses Cadence and Twilight? Are they all right? Shining asked. I don't know, but I'll find out. Don't forget Rage is with them and he's a tough son of a bitch, I said. True, Shining said with a chuckle. You stay here and get your strength back. I'll find out what happened, I said. And if Discord and Tyrek are there? Shining asked. I'll have more than a few words with Discord. Believe in me, but as for Tyrek, the same punishment cannot be said for him, I said. Good luck, Ash, you're our only hope now, Shining said before he lost conscious. I stood up and launched myself into the air and did not stop until I made it inside the castle. As I flew through the corridors, I saw many ponies sucked of their magic. I saw the throne room doors had been destroyed. I flew inside only to see a few broken pieces of stone along the floor from the ceiling and sword slashes in the walls and altered stained windows showing Discord and Tyrek. There was a fair amount of blood on the ground and I decided to test a new spell. I closed my eyes and poured magic into the room around me and into my eyes. When I opened them, I saw the throne room was back to the way I left it, but Twilight was gone along with Eris and Rage. The princesses and Luna were sitting around the throne. Just then the doors were ripped apart. Tyrek walked in and up to the throne. He grabbed Celestia in his magic and went suck out Celestia's magic. What have you done? Tyrek asked when he realized there was nothing there to extract. He then went to the other princesses, but when they didn't have their magic, he lost it. Where is your magic? Tyrek roared. It's gone, dickhead, and none of us will say where. I turned around to see Rage standing in the doorway dressed in his armor and with fury and hate in his hands. So there are those that have spine, Tyrek said. Rage, what are you doing? Run, Celestia ordered. Let's dance, ugly, Rage said before he charged at Tyrek. Tyrek summoned a large battle axe and swung it at Rage. The blades clashed and Rage was thrown into a wall. But Rage was quick to get up and strike back. I fast forward the vision and saw the two still going at it, but Tyrek was almost exhausted. Rage was almost down, but suddenly Rage was placed in an aura and thrown into a wall, then the ceiling, then the slammed into the floor. I looked at who created the aura to see Discord was doing it. But the expression on his face showed guilt. Before Rage could get up, Tyrek grabbed Rage and held him tightly and drained him of his magic before Tyrek dumped Rage on the floor. Interesting, I was not expecting that much power from one pony, Tyrek said as he pulled of the helmet to reveal Rage. A human now, this is a surprise, Tyrek said with a grin. Rage just glared at Tyrek before he spat in his face. Tyrek became furious with Rage before he slammed him into the ground hard. All of a sudden a blast of magic hit Tyrek. I looked at the doorway to see it was Eris, but Discord placed anti-magic cuffs on her. Tyrek then stood up and walked over to Eris and prepared to drain her of her magic. No, not my daughter, Discord said, stepping in front of Eris, cutting off the magic. She chose her side, and if you want my help, Discord, you'll need to listen, and if I don't take her magic, I won't be strong enough to do what you asked of me, Tyrek said. Discord looked at the ground before he stepped aside so Tyrek could suck out her magic. Once he did, Discord looked away in shame. I hope you're proud of yourself, Discord. Discord looked at the badly beaten up Rage to see him glaring at him. Whatever deal you made with that power-hungry monster had better be worth it, because when Ash gets his hands on you, there is no force in either heaven or hell that can save you now, Rage said before he passed out. Tyrek then climbed onto the throne and used his magic to bring the princesses Rage and Eris in front of him. So getting rid of your magic so that I couldn't take from you, that was your plan. How does it feel knowing that every Pegasus, unicorn and earth pony will bow to my will? And that there is nothing you can do to stop me, Tyrek said. You will not prevail, Tyrek, Celestia said. Give my regards to Cerberus, Tyrek said before he opened a rectangular flaming portal that led to Tartarus and cast Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, Cadence, Rage and Eris into the portal, but left Luna. He brought her close and inspected my feather around her neck. I presume a cold friend of yours gave that to you, correct? I can feel the soul charm on it and it's powerful, Tyrek said. Yes, and when he returns you'll be sorry you messed with this country, Luna said, squirming in Tyrek's magic grip. Quite the contrary, when I do meet the unfortunate stallion I'm going to drain him of his magic before I slowly squeeze the life out of him. For so much as thinking of touching my future queen, Tyrek said, caressing a hand over Luna's cheek before he sent her through the portal. I hope you don't actually plan on doing that. Luna's maid is quite a fearsome one, and also you must remember the deal, Discord said, altering a window like he did with others while Tyrek was talking. Of course it was an old habit, but here I want you to have something, Tyrek said as he pulled of a triangular amulet and held it out to Discord. This was given to me from someone very close to me. I give it to you as a sign of my gratitude and loyalty, Tyrek said as he placed it around Discord's neck. Oh my, I do love a good accessory. I suppose that's Rarity's influence, Discord said, stroking his goatee. Ha, amusing, Tyrek said as he gazed at a window that showed Tyrek holding a sword in the air while Discord rode on his horseback holding a long sandwich in the air. But we have no time for such things with the princess's magic. We can now, Tyrek started before he walked past the windows that showed Twilight's coronation and my knighting ceremony. Are these meant to be humorous? Tyrek shouted, gesturing to the windows. Oh no, I haven't touched those yet, Discord said. There is a 6th alicorn and a 7th knight and you didn't tell me this. Tyrek yelled. I needed some assurance that you would keep to our bargain and now I have it. And as for the human you faced earlier, he isn't a knight, more like a copy of the 6th knight, Discord said. Well, where can we find this 6th princess and knight? I'll start with princess first before I go for this knight. Where is the princess's castle? Tyrek asked, grabbing Discord. Castle? Oh no, Princess Twilight lives in a library in Ponyville Castle, Discord laughed before Tyrek released him. Not for much longer, Tyrek said before he melted Twilight's window. I released the magic around me and I was looking at the melted window that once held Twilight's coronation before I walked over to window of Discord and Tyrek. I stared at Tyrek's face before it burst into flames. If you want me, Tyrek, stay right where you are, cause I'm coming for you, I said as I flew out of the room and saw the sky had turned red. I flew straight to Ponyville and I saw smoke covering it. I landed on the ground and saw the source of the smoke. It was the Golden Oaks Library. The place was blown to pieces, only a small part of it still remained, and papers and burned or burning books were scattered everywhere. I found Starswirl's journal and the girl's journal. They were a little damaged but not too badly. I teleported the books back to my home for safekeeping and looked around. Ash, over here. I spun around to see the Mac, Soren, Thunderlane, Caramel, Pierce, Trixie and Gilda, only they were barely able to stand. I didn't hesitate to run over and check on them. Thunder, Soren, I thought you were with the Wonderbolts, I said as I reached them. We were, but Tyrek and Discord got us. We came here to alert every pony but we arrived too late, Thunderlane said. I can't believe Discord betrayed us like this, Pierce said. Where's Comet, Spike and the girls now? I asked. Discord captured them all before he was betrayed by Tyark. He was going to use Comet, Spike and the others to get Twilight to give up her magic, Gilda said. And what a pip, I asked. Trixie handed him to the zebra that lives in the forest, Trixie said. Thank you, Trixie, I said. Ash, what are you going to do now? Mac asked. I snapped my fingers and I was wearing my armor and weapons. I clenched my right hand in front of my face and black flames sprouted from my hand. The group jumped back before the flames vanished. End this, I said before I turned around and faced the Everfree. Be careful, there was a lot of noise coming from there, Soren said. Well, if I'm correct, you lot are going to be in for one hell of a light show, I said before I ran for the Everfree. I continued my run through the Everfree forest, jumping over or sliding under roots, dodging trees. I even noticed the predators of the forest were too afraid to show themselves. I finally made it to the tree line of the clearing that had the castle of the old royal family. I saw Twilight and Tyark, and behind Tyark, trapped in force field bubbles, was the rest of the main six, Spike, Comet and finally Discord. As you wish, Tyark said before he snapped his fingers and everyone's except Discord's bubble lowered and popped, freeing the captives. All of my friends, Twilight said. After the way he has betrayed you, you still call him a friend, Tyark said, gesturing to Discord. Release him, Twilight demanded. If that's what you want, Tyark said before he freed Discord. Thank you, Twilight, Discord said before he whispered an apology to Fluttershy. Your turn, Tyark said before he sucked all the magic in Twilight. Tyark grew till he was towering over the trees of the Everfree, probably reaching a 40 to 50 feet mark, and let out a roar that could have been heard from the Crystal Empire. Twilight, what were you thinking? Spike asked as Comet helped Twilight up from exhaustion. I'm sorry to all of you, Tyark tricked me into believing he could offer me something more valuable than friendship and also return something important that was taken from me. He lied when he said that this medallion was given as a sign of gratitude and loyalty. But when I say that it is a sign of our true friendship, I am telling the truth, Discord said as he placed the medallion around Twilight's neck. You think that may be the last one we need? Applejack asked. We have to get to the chest, Twilight said. You're not going anywhere, Tyark said as he was about to crush the group under his hoof. The group huddled together, but just as Tyark brought his hoof down, I teleported and found of the group and grabbed the hoof with both my hands and held it in place. Since Tyark had a lot of earth pony strength plus the princess's, it was extremely difficult. I was surprised that I was even able to stop the hoof in the first place. Ash, Twilight shouted. No time to talk, guys, I need to fix this mess, I said. Ash, I'm sorry, Discord said. Save it, Discord, now's not the time or place, I'll deal with you after I deal with Tyark, I said. Ash, if you go against Tyark now he'll kill you, Rainbow said. Something inside me came to life and I could feel energy fill my body. I pushed all of that energy into my hands and let out a roar of power. My hands shone brightly until it turned into a beam of magic that burned Tyark's hoof, forcing him to jump back in pain. While he was distracted by his hoof, I took the opportunity to fly at him and charge more magic into my hand. I smashed it into the side of his face, sending him flying back a few feet. I looped around and landed next to my friends. Still think he can take me? I asked. The group shook their head in response. Good, now I won't be able to return the magic back to its original owners. So let's pray that whatever is in the chest might. You guys head to the chest while I hold Tyark here, just wait until I say go, I said before I turned to face Tyark. Tyark stood up and when he saw me a grin wormed its way onto his face. The sixth night of Equestria, finally I can have my revenge on those that imprisoned me, Tyark said. You'll be waiting a long time, Tyark, because I have something to say to you about trying to take Luna as your own because you wanted to, I said. And why do you care? Tyark asked. I pulled the necklace out from beneath my armor and showed it to Tyark before I put it away. So you're the one who touched my queen, Tyark said. She isn't property, asshole, she's a beautiful mare and deserves to be treated as such, I said angrily. She's just a bitch in heat that can satisfy my lust, Tyark said. I couldn't take any more of what he just said. I rushed at Tyark at impossibly fast speeds to stand in front of him. I flapped my wings and flew up and past his head and grabbed a hold of his bead as I passed him. I was able to pull him up with me despite his size. I was still moving insanely fast. I climbed higher and higher into the sky. I passed the layer that there was nowhere and held my breath before I reached the peak of my ascent. I swung Tyark overhead and threw him to the ground. I waited for a few seconds before I flew after him. As I flew after him, I pulled off a shadow boom, and as soon as I hit Tyark, I heard the sound of a few breaking ribs. I still rushed to the ground. At the last second, I pulled off and Tyark hit the ground really hard. I flew to my friend's side to see their odd out expression. Rainbows was by far the most stunned. Get to the chest, he's mine, I said as I drew my shield, and Whispering Wind. Difference was with Whispering Wind the blade was coated in black fire. The group was brought back to their senses before they made a run for it. I remained focused on my friends. I didn't notice Tyark wrapped me in an aura. He brought me into his grip while the group screamed my name. I can tell you have a lot of magic in you and I will truly savor that, Tyark said before he opened his mouth to drain my magic, but nothing happened. What? Tyark said confused. Looks like you can't drain me, you bastard, I said as I freed my right arm and plunged Whispering Wind into his hand, making him scream in pain from the fire and released me. This makes my job all the more easier, I said as I stood on his open palm. I ran up along his arm and up to his head and jumped onto his head before I slashed off Tyark's left horn, making him scream in pain. He then used his hand to swat me off his head and to skid along the dirt. I dug my left hand's fingers into the ground to slow myself before I looked at Tyark to see him clutch the area where his horn used to be. I then saw the group behind Tyark just staring at me before I gestured them to go. The group shook their heads, getting their senses together before they all ran for the gorge before I turned to Tyark to see him glare at me. I'm going to end you. Tyark roared as he summoned his battle axe. Well then come and get some, I said as I banged the hilt of Whispering Wind on my shield in a taunting way. We charged at each other, exchanging blows. Sometimes I would take to the air to fight. He may have been massive to me, which made things difficult, but his speed was his disadvantage. I was able to dodge his blows easily, but when it came to magic, well, we did plenty of damage to each other. After a while we were both badly damaged. Tyark had a missing foreleg and his nose ring was ripped out of his nose and he had cuts and large slashes everywhere. Me on the other hand, my armor was a wreck. The entire left arm was a mess of metal and was bleeding fast. The left side of my helmet had a large hole where the eye should be protected, exposing my eye. I received blows from his axe to my right side in my chest and my left thigh, and I was very weak. I grow tired of this, Tyrk said. Same, how about you make this easy and just surrender now and return all the magic you stole, I said. I have a more interesting idea. Let's see if your feelings for your dear Luna are true, Tyrk said as he snapped his fingers and held Luna in his grip. Ash, Luna screamed. Luna, I shouted. I'm going to kill her. Let's see if you have the heart to save her, Tyrk said as he charged his magic and fired a beam at Luna. No time to think, I made a quick replacement spell and switched places with Luna. The beam struck me in the chest. The metal did its best to hold out against the magic. But the magic destroyed the metal and the beam went right through me, burning everything in its path. The magic stopped and I looked at Luna only to see her fade into nothing. A hologram, I said in realization. You humans are so gullible. Of course I wasn't going to kill my queen, but the act worked either way, right, Tyrk said with a victorious grin. I gave a glare before I teleported high into the air above Tyrk. Running away, the original knights never ran even when I was beating them. You disgrace them, Tyrk said. Who said I'm running? I'm putting all my anger into this one attack. I shouted. Anger into an attack, Tyrk repeated, confused. All of a sudden a bright burning ball formed in my hand and it got brighter and brighter as I added more of my anger into it. When I was satisfied, I held the ball in front of me and supported my right hand by placing my left hand behind it and unleashed a massive beam of energy. As the beam came down, it turned into a Chinese dragon made of rainbow-colored fire. Tyrk formed a shield around him, but it was pointless. The dragon crashed into the ground and a large wave of heat rushed past me. Once the blast stopped, I was exhausted. My vision was going bleary before it became clear again. I looked at my chest to see that Tyrk's beam of magic burned through the area. My heart was destroying the vital organ. I then lost my strength and fell out of the sky. I impacted the ground, but I was in so much pain I couldn't feel the impact. I crawled onto my hands and knees and heard a crunch beneath me. I looked at what it was to see the dirt had been heated up so much the ground had been turned to glass. I didn't have long to process it before I was grabbed from behind and pulled into Tyrk's view. Once all the smoke cleared, I could see he was severely burned and in patches he had bits of bone showing. He looked more like an undead being than a living one. How can you possibly have that magic? No one should have that much, Tyrk said, but I didn't reply. I was too weak to do anything. I can't allow you to live. You may become a problem for me later on, Tyrk said as he began to crush me in his grip. I half screamed, half grunted in pain, but all of a sudden the gorge where the tree of harmony was began to glow. Tyrk then threw me away. The only thing I could do was watch as a bright ball appeared out of the gorge with 6 figures inside of it. I crashed through the trees and hit the ground only to bounce off it and crashed through more trees and bounced again. I finally hit the ground and formed a fairly deep trench in my wake and sat in a sort of reclining position. I had enough strength to look at the still dark red sky and see a giant rainbow line go across it. The line wiped away the red and returning to its once blue color. I let out a smile and hung my head, then fell into darkness. The girls were currently standing in front of a crystal tree-like castle in Ponyville after Ash had held off Tyrk. The group ran into the gorge and into the cave where the Tree of Harmony was located while Comet stayed outside to watch Ash battle Tyrk. Twilight placed the amulet against the last lock on the chest and the chest turned it into a key with a star on the end and slid it into the lock. Just then there was a loud boom that shook the cave followed by a rush of heat. What the hey was that? Applejack asked. I hope Ash is alright, Rarity said. Let's open the chest and help him already, Rainbow said. Together I think we have to do this together, Twilight said. The main 6 walked up to their keys and turned them at the same time and the chest opened and a rainbow came out of it and went into the element of magic. Different colored lines spread out along the branches and touched the other elements making them glow. All of a sudden, a light shot out of the elements and descended on the girls changing them. Their manes and tails grew longer and had new colors added to them. Pictures were also added to their hooves and wrists and Twilight's rainbows and Fluttershy's wings had different colors added to the tips. The girls ascended from the gorge and saw Tyrk and were surprised at Tyrk's condition. Tyrk became enraged and fired his magic at the girls, but the girls' magic was too strong. How is this possible? You have no magic, Tyrk said. You're wrong, Tyrk. I may have given you my alicorn magic, but I carry in me the most powerful magic of all, Twilight said. The girls fired a beam of light at Tyrk and when it combined it made a rainbow and as the rainbow was fired at Tyrk he got smaller and weaker being drained of all the magic he stole. He was then sent back to Tartarus. The girls then fired out a ring of rainbow magic. The rainbow returned all the magic Tyrk stole back to its rightful owners. The girls then returned to the cave. The chest closed. The girls stood there in their harmonic form before the element of magic fired a rainbow through the roof. The chest also flew up and followed the rainbow. After a little while the girls were teleported in front of the crystal tree-like castle. All of a sudden the girls' harmonic forms deactivated before anyone spoke. Sweet Celestia, are you all seeing what I'm seeing? Rarity asked. But whose is it? Twilight asked. I believe it is yours, Princess Twilight, Celestia said with her sisters Cadence, Rage, Iris, Mac, Caramel, Soren, Thunderlane, Pierce, Spike, Trixie, Gilda and Discord by her sides. Celestia then led the girls inside and walked down a corridor alongside Twilight before she spoke. You've been wondering what you are meant to do as a princess. Do you know now? Celestia asked. As princess I believe I have the magic to spread the magic of friendship across Equestria. That is the role I'm meant to have in our world, the role I choose to have. But I didn't defeat Tyrk on my own. It took all of us to unlock the chest, Twilight said as she teleported in between the main 6 and Spike and they all gathered in a group hug. Then it is unlikely you are meant to take on this task alone, Celestia said as she opened a pair of double doors that led into the throne room. When the doors opened the girls and Spike gasped because inside instead of one throne there was 6 and a slightly smaller one for Spike. You are now Twilight Sparkle, the princess of friendship, but was as the princess of friendship without her friends, Celestia said as the main 6 stallions and Spike hugged. Twilight saw Discord hiding behind a pillar from the entire group. Twilight then lifted him up in her magic and brought him into the hug. Wait a minute, where's my throne? Discord said as he looked around while the princesses, Rage and Iris, rolled their eyes. I don't think you're quite there yet, Fluttershy said. Yes, I suppose not, Discord said. All of a sudden the girls started to sing before Twilight let the curious citizens of Ponyville in to explore the new castle and Pip was reunited with Luna. After the song ended and the girls had their picture taken by photo finish before Discord spoke. I'm really glad you've all come to forgive me, especially you two, Discord said, gesturing to Rage and Eris. You're still my friend, Discord, that doesn't change no matter what, but I'm still a little ticked, Rage said. And you're still my dad, Eris said. Well, thank you, Discord said. Hey Discord, there's also something I've been meaning to tell you, and I suppose now is as good a time as any, Rage said. What is it? Discord asked. But before Rage could answer, the doors burst open and Comet came in completely out of breath. Comet, what happened to you, dude? Thunderlane asked as he flew over to Comet. Ash, trouble free help, Comet said as he grabbed Thunder by the front of his shirt and passed out from exhaustion. Oh, what did he just say? Chrysalis asked. I think he said something about Ash, Thunder said. In the Everfree, Max said. Rage placed a finger on his chin and thought before he looked at Luna's necklace and saw pieces of the feather burn away. Rage then walked over to Luna and held the feather and saw it was slowly burning. He looked at Luna and she looked at Rage. Both with the same look of horror on their face. This is bad, Rage said as he let go of the feather. What's bad? Discord asked. This feather has a soul charm on it and basically shows Ash's life force. If all the sides of the feather burn away, it means Ash is dead, Rage said, getting the entire room to gasp. So that means, Eris started. Ash is dying right now, Rage said. I can't believe we forgot all about him. What kind of friends are we? Fluttershy said. That's not important. What is important is that we find him, Rage said. And why should we? The crowd parted to reveal Hoops, Dumbbell, Score and Thunderhead. That thing is as good as dead. Beside, what could he do against the centaur? If he's dying, then it means he isn't good enough to protect us. He even let the centaur take our magic, Thunderlane said. There were a few in the crowd that agreed with the four. Luna wished she could throttle the four, but as a princess she had to keep her dignity in public and set a good example for her son. At least Ash is twice a pony than you are and far braver than all of you put together. If you were so brave, where were you when Tyre took every pony's magic? Pip asked. And what does a runt like you know? Thunderhead said, causing Luna's eyes to narrow dangerously on Thunderhead along with the other royals and friends. That runt, as you called him, is Ash and my son and your Prince of Equestria, so I suggest you watch what you say next, Luna said, causing the whole room to gulp. Besides, where were you, Thunderhead? Oh wait, I remember, you flew off home with your tail between your legs, Soren said. The four Pegasi stepped forward, but as they did, the rest of the stallions, including Spike, Dr. Hooves and Rage, stepped next to Soren. And for an added measure, Rage rested his hands on Fury and Hate. The four Pegasi backed off and left the castle before Rage spoke. Anyone who is willing to help in the search, please meet us outside so we can find Ash. Rage shouted. Damn, where is he? Fleetfoot said as she, Soren and Spitfire searched the forest by the sky. I'm surprised by the damage done here, Spitfire said. Yeah, total woe there, Fleetfoot said. I agree, I can't believe what I'm seeing either. That black patch is completely made of glass as well, Soren said. Well, let's hurry up and find Ash before he dies, Spitfire said. All of a sudden something flashed in Spitfire's eye. She looked at the source to see something coming from the canopy of trees. I think I see something, Spitfire said before she flew down to the shiny object. The group landed and found a gray piece of metal reflecting sunlight off of it. Spitfire picked it up and inspected it. Hey, that's a piece of Ash's armor, Soren said. Which means he can't be too far away, Spitfire said. But which way is he? Fleetfoot asked. We follow the broken trees, Spitfire said, gesturing to the mess of broken trees and vines. The group followed the trees and found the beginning of a trench. They followed the trench till they reached the end. What they saw made Soren and Fleetfoot spew out the contents of their stomachs. There sitting in the trench was Ash, his armor a wreck and a large hole in his chest where his heart should be, and he was covered blood. Even the ground was red. Spitfire walked over to him and checked his pulse. Dear Celestia, how is he even still alive after what happened to him? Spitfire asked. He won't be till I'm done with him. Spitfire spun around and saw Thunderhead armed with a revolver and aiming at her, and Soren. Spitfire looked at Thunder's hooves to see Fleetfoot lying on the ground. Fleets, Spitfire shouted. Relax, she's just asleep. The only one that I want dead is that thing behind you, Thunderhead said. Are you still sore because he beat you twice now and one of the times you were armed? Soren asked. Yes, and for so many other reasons. He's been getting the mayor's attention instead of me. Everywhere I go it's always Ash, or Knight of Equestria. He humiliated me and took my fame. Well, now I'm going to take his life. I don't care if I go to prison for the rest of my life. I'll be labeled as the pony who killed the 6th Knight of Equestria, Thunderhead said, and he pulled the hammer on the gun. Now out of the way, he's going to die if it's the last thing I do, Thunderhead said. Spitfire looked at Soren to see he wasn't going to budge. She was surprised at this as she stood her ground too. I'm serious here, move or I'll kill you too, Thunderhead said, but the two still refused to move. Fine, you asked for it, Thunderhead said as he aimed the gun at Soren and pulled the trigger. Soren closed his eyes and waited for the pain to come, but it didn't. Soren opened his eyes to see an armored hand in his vision. He followed the hand and saw Ash was on his feet. Ash then brought his left hand away from Soren and held it out to Thunderhead. He opened it to show the bullet in between the index finger and the thumb. Big mistake, I said in a threatening tone while I dropped the bullet. In an instant I was in front of Thunderhead and wrapped my right hand around his throat and lifted him into the air. Thunderlane fired the rest of the bullets at me, hoping to hit a vital spot, but the bullets bounced off what was left of my armor. I kept my gaze on Thunderhead, and when he dropped the gun, I pulled him close and used the back of my left forearm to smash it into his neck, knocking him out before I threw him onto the ground. I began to feel myself collapse, but Soren and Spitfire caught me before they set me on the ground. You are seriously one tough dude to kill, Soren said. What do you think you were doing moving around like that? How are you still conscious? Spitfire asked. How can you sleep when you're in a dangerous place without someone to wake you in case there's trouble? I asked. So you were never asleep? Soren asked. Only for a few short minutes, I said. Dang, I'd be out for longer, Soren said. Hey, what happened to Tyrk? I asked. Back in Tartarus and every pony's okay, Soren said. Good, I replied. Hang on, we're calling for help to get you out of here, Spitfire said as she pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the air. After a little while a teleportation spell went off and I could see Twilight. Ash. Twilight cried in horror when she saw my condition. Hey Twilight, I said with a small wave before I coughed up a little blood. Don't talk, Ash, save your strength, I'm going to get you to a hospital, Twilight said. Alright and guys, thanks for come to get me, I said. Of course we would, you moron. We'll see you later. You just survived the operation, Soren said before I vanished along with Twilight. Come on, you wake up, Fleetfoot. I'll take care of this one, then we'll tell everyone we found Ash, Spitfire said as she went to grab Thunderhead. Later at Ponyville Hospital. Twilight was pacing back and forth in the waiting room. She handed Ash over to the doctors and was now waiting for something to happen. All of a sudden, the doors that lead outside burst open, almost tearing the doors off its hinges. Twilight jumped 2 feet in the air before she saw Luna and the others come in. Twilight, where is he? Luna demanded as she grabbed Twilight. They're operating on him as we speak, Twilight said in a panicked tone. Luna let go of Twilight and ran for the door that leads further into the hospital but was stopped when Celestia grabbed her arm. Tia, let me go, Luna demanded. No, Luna, you have to wait here with us till they say so. If you go in and disrupt the operation, you could put Ash's life in jeopardy, Celestia said. Celestia, I can't just sit here when my mate could be dying. I need to know if he's alright, Luna said. Luna, Ash is a strong one. He'll be fine. You also have that feather to see if he's fine, Celestia said as she wrapped Luna in a hug. She's right, Luna. I saw how Ash fought Tyrek and I gotta say he can certainly take a beating, Comet said. Did you say you saw Ash fight? Dreamcatcher asked. Yeah, it was a battle that would have earned its name in history's greatest battles, Comet said. Maybe we can watch it while we wait, Caramel suggested. I don't know about you all, but I don't think Luna would enjoy it, Comet said. It's alright, Comet. I think I'll be able to handle it, Luna said. Well, I don't know how to show you all anyway, Comet said. I'll do it, Twilight said. Okay, but just don't show anything you're not supposed to, Comet said. Calm down, just think about what you want to show and I'll take care of the rest, Twilight said. Comet nodded before he closed his eyes and thought about what he wanted to show. Twilight charged her horn full of magic and tapped Comet on the head. An orb was pulled out of Comet's head and Twilight took it in her grasp and made it larger for everyone to see. She played the battle from when Ash appeared to when he was thrown into the forest. Celestia had to cool Luna's anger when Tyrek called her a bitch only meant for his pleasure. But everyone became furious when Tyrek tricked Ash with the fake Luna and gasped when Tyrek fired his magic trough Ash, but were all amazed when Tyrek couldn't take Ash's magic. Holy Faust, I've never seen anyone take that amount of punishment and still have strength to keep going, Discord said in awe when the memory ended. That Shadow-Boom attack was totally awesome though, Gilda said. True that, Rainbow said, fist bumping the griffin. That level of magic was amazing. It's hard to see Ash is capable of so much power that it could burn the ground into glass, Twilight said. I like that dragon, although I've never seen a dragon that looks like that, Spike said. All of a sudden the doors that led further inside and a doctor stepped out. He looked exactly like Caramel. Only difference was he was a unicorn and he wore glasses, a lab coat, and his cutie mark was of a heart monitor. Caramel, honey, why did you clone yourself? Applejack asked with a raised eyebrow. I didn't do anything of the sort, Caramel defended. He's right, miss, but don't worry, it's a common mistake. I'm Dr. Heart Monitor and I assume you're all here for the night of Equestria, correct? The doctor asked. Will he be alright? Luna asked with worry. There's no easy way to say this, but when we saw him we had no idea what he was. When Her Majesty Princess Twilight explained, we were horrified at the damage. When we ran an X-ray and saw his insides, it was a mess. Some of his bones were so bad they were turned to dust. It's a miracle that he's lived for this long. But I'm afraid that without the proper vital organs from his species he's done for, Heart Monitor said, causing Luna to cry while her siblings hugged her. Doctor, isn't there something we can do? Twilight asked. I'm afraid not. If we were even able to get the organs needed, Ash will be dead long before we even finished, Heart Monitor said. All of a sudden a familiar scream of pain erupted through the entire hospital, making Luna cry harder and cover her mouth in worry. Dr. Monitor, his magic levels are spiking again, a nurse said as she appeared out of the doorway. She had a pink mane and tail. Her mane was tied up into a bun. She was wearing a standard nurse outfit that matched her fur. She had a red cross with a small pink hearts in each corner on her skirt and a nurse cap on her head with the same cross that she had on her skirt. Oh no, not again, Heart Monitor said, face palming. What's happening, doctor? Celestia asked. I think it's best if I show you, Heart Monitor said before he led the group down the hall. He led them into a room where there were a few seats and a window. On the other side of the window, strapped to a table and thrashing about like crazy and only in his pants, was Ash. The group looked on in worry as Ash screamed at the top of his lungs and trashed about. Ash's magic levels have been going haywire ever since he was brought in. We've been able to subdue him and stopping from hurting himself, but it keeps happening. He has broken several restraints, so we had to place him on a bed made of pure titanium, the doctor said. Oh my Celestia, this is torturous just to watch, Rarity said. Agreed, Celestia said. Excuse me, I have to go subdue Ash before something happens, Heart Monitor said. Hey doc, you said you have to subdue him, right? Does that mean it stops his magic as well? Rage asked. Yes it does, Heart Monitor said. Well, the feather around Luna's neck has a soul charm on it that Ash made and it says that he's healing, Rage said, pointing to Luna's necklace. Heart Monitor adjusted his glasses and true enough, instead of the small flame burning the feather's sides, it was restoring them. All of a sudden, Ash stopped thrashing and screaming and calmed down. Heart Monitor quickly ran out of the room and into the one Ash was in and looked at Ash's body to see a heart growing in the hole in his chest. Once the heart was finished, it began to slowly beat, pumping blood through the body. Heart Monitor was amazed at this and took his glasses off just as a lung began to reconstruct itself. Heart Monitor then left the room and walked back into the room everyone else is in. It seems Ash is growing new vital organs for his body, and the thrashing and screaming was when his body was in pain from preparing for the growth of new organs so he could live, Heart Monitor said, shocking the group. But that shouldn't even be possible, Twilight said. I'm only telling you what I saw, Princess and your Majesties. I'd like to make a study of this ability. It could help us in the field of medicine, Heart Monitor said. Of course, doctor, but I want you to do it when Ash's injuries have healed. Also, I want you to find out the power of his magic. If the results are what I think they are, then I believe I may know what happened, Celestia said. If I may ask, Princess, what exactly is it? Heart Monitor asked. I'd rather not say until I've seen the test results, Celestia said. I understand now. I must ask you all to leave, but I promise Ash will be in safe hands, Heart Monitor said. The group said their goodbyes to Ash before they left. Luna's was a little longer than the others before she left. As the group left for the exit, Spitfire and Fleetfoot walked in and gave a quick bow to the royals. Hello, Captain, are you here to see Ash? Celestia asked. Yes, and we also came to tell you, Your Highness, that Thunderhead has been taken into custody, Spitfire said. For what purpose? Celestia asked. At this, Spitfire glared at Soren. You didn't tell her, Spitfire asked angrily. It wasn't the best moment to talk about it when Ash was dying, Soren said. Wait, he was dying? Fleetfoot asked in shock. Calm yourself, Fleetfoot. Ash was able to pull through, but it's still too early to say if he'll fully recover. Just know that he's fighting, Celestia said. That's great to hear, Your Majesty, Spitfire said. Yes, now tell me, what's this about Thunderhead being taken into custody? Celestia asked. Well, Princess, when Fleets, Soren and I found Ash, we were pursued by Thunderhead. He was armed with a revolver. He knocked out Fleetfoot and was planning to murder Ash while he was downed, almost killed Soren and I if Ash didn't stop him, Spitfire explained. What? Luna shouted in the Royal Canterlot voice while her eyes burned with fury. Luna, keep calm, Discord said cautiously. I will not calm down when my lover and subjects have almost been murdered, Luna said. Celestia, do something please, Discord begged. I'm afraid even I can't let this one slide, Celestia said, causing the group to stare at the solar goddess in shock. However, it will be a fair trial with a harsh punishment, Celestia said, causing some in the group to relax. Luna, go to where they're holding Thunderhead and beat him till you're satisfied. Just don't kill him, Celestia said, causing the group to gulp. With pleasure, Luna said with a demonic grin and cracking her knuckles. I woke up and my head felt like it had been crushed under a mountain, and that doesn't even compare to the rest of my body. I opened my eyes only for it to sting. I covered my face and found it hard to move. I opened my eyes and looked at my body to see I was wearing some hospital gown and was wrapped in bandages. I slowly sat up and looked around to see all kinds of flowers, balloons, and get well cards. I smiled at them all before I found what I was looking for, a glass of water. I quickly took it and sculled it down like my life depended on it. I saw cords attached to heart monitors and an IV drip bag. I then unhooked myself and tested a few parts of my body. I then looked out the window to see all of Ponyville along with a new castle standing just outside of it. All of a sudden, a nurse walked in and didn't even notice I was awake. She picked up the clipboard at the end of the bed and began to flip through it. Nice day, huh? I said, trying to make small talk. It certainly is, the nurse said without even bothering to look at me. I counted down from 5 and once I hit 1, the nurse looked at me and jumped backwards in shock. Oh my Celestia, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were awake, the nurse said. It's fine, nice to meet you, nurse, I said. Redheart, the nurse said. Nice to meet you, Redheart, call me Ash, I said. The pleasure is mine, how are you feeling? Redheart asked. Head hurts but everything else feels alright, and if I may ask, how long was I out for? I asked. 5 whole months, Redheart replied. 5 whole months, damn, that was some fight, I said, stunned. It must have, you came extremely close to dying, Ash, Redheart said. All of a sudden I sniffed the air and followed the scent to my arm. I gave it a sniff only to regret it. Phew, I reek. Is there a place where I can get cleaned up? I asked. Yes, that door should lead to a bathroom, and would you like me to contact the princesses to let them know you've awoken? Redheart asked. No, let them come in their own time, I'm sure they all have plans and I don't want to spoil their day, I said. I see, well, there should be cleaning supplies in there and I can have a barber come in and have him cut your hair, Redheart said. Thanks, but why the special treatment? I asked. Because of you, countless casualties have been avoided. The only one in any real danger was you. Also, it was requested by the princesses, Redheart said. I see, well, thank you, I said as I went to stand up only for Redheart to stop me. Not so fast, just let me get the doctor to come in and give you the okay to move, Redheart said. Fair enough, I said. Redheart walked out of the room and returned with a caramel look-alike. Hello Ash, it's good to see you've woken up. I'm Dr. Heart Monitor, and by the way, you have my thanks for saving Equestria, the stallion said. Nice to meet you, Doc, and it was nothing. Also, I hate to be rude, but I'd like to clean myself up as soon as possible, I said. Of course, let's have a look at you, Heart Monitor said as he scanned my body with his magic. You'll be pleased to know everything is back in place, but I recommend taking it easy. You have been asleep for a while, Heart Monitor said. Got it, I said. I then swung my legs out over the bed and was able to get some movement into them after being asleep for 5 months. I pushed off the bed and almost lost my footing, but supported myself on the bed till I could stand. I did a small test run. Satisfied with my walking, I walked into the bathroom. The first thing I saw was a face that looked like mine but had a beard and a large amount of hair growing out of his head. Now I see why Redheart said she'd call in a barber, I said with a chuckle. After a shower and a shave and the barber coming in, I was back to my handsome self. Also, the bandages were removed, revealing a massive circular scar in my chest and back. The good news was that a piece of the branding mark was also gone. Now I was sitting back in my bed. I was told I'd have to stick around for a little bit just to make sure nothing was wrong and to perform a magic test. I just finished reading the get well soon cards and now I was watching the day pass from out the window. The door opened and I closed my eyes and heard someone walked in. I could tell that there were 4 and they all seemed young. I opened my eyes slightly to see it was the CMC, and Pip climbed on a chair and sat down and looked at me. Looks like they gave him a shave and cut his hair again, Rumble said. Sure did. I remember him having more hair last time, Apple Bloom said. Hey Pip, do you really think he'll wake up soon? Sweetie Belle asked. I hope so. I miss our meditation lessons together, Pip said, looking at Sweetie Belle. Then how about as soon as I get out of here I'll take you and maybe do something fun afterwards, I said, causing the group of foals to look at me in surprise while I just smiled. Dad, Pip yelled before he jumped onto the bed. I was so surprised by the word Pip spoke that I didn't even register the pain when Pip landed on me. My only thought was wrapping Pip into a hug while he tried to squeeze the life out of me. Not long after, all the others jumped up onto the bed with Pip and I and hugged me. Wow Ash, when did you wake up? Scootaloo asked. Today. I can't believe I've been out for 5 months. You've all grown a bit, I said, ruffling Pip's mane. Mum's gonna be so happy to see you, Dad. I should go tell her, Pip said, about to get off the bed. Hold on Pip, I believe your mother may be a little busy right now, so let her come in her own time, okay, I said. Okay, you should know she's been extremely worried, Pip said. I see. Why don't you tell me what I've missed while I was out, I suggested. Pip then told me about Thunderhead's trial and he was sentenced to life to work in a salt mine and when he showed up in court he was a mess of bruises and broken bones. Twilight got the title as Princess of Friendship and that the tree-like castle was hers called Friendship Castle. Why it was given that name sounded silly to me but the castle was still beautiful to look at. Also Twilight went to my world to save it once more from a new threat of creatures called the Sirens. The girls went to a town where a unicorn was taking the other ponies' cutie marks. When Pip left he mentioned Luna and his aunts and uncles along with all my friends were coming down to check on me. I thanked Pip for the information and told the CMC to keep me being awake a secret till after Luna and the others came along. They agreed and the CMC left and said they would be back again with the others before I settled back into bed and waited for the others. I then decided to take a quick nap. After a few hours I slowly opened my eyes and saw Luna was resting her head on my bed with her eyes closed. I looked around and saw the others were talking and no one was paying attention to me. I then calmly and quietly rested my hand on Luna's head and scratched her ear receiving a gentle hum of approval. I then took my hand off Luna while she let out a moan of disapproval before I got up and snapped my fingers and I was dressed in my casual clothes. I looked at the group that was still talking and completely unaware of me being awake. I still can't believe it's been 5 months since that mess, Thunderlane said. True, I'm beginning to doubt he'll ever wake up, Twilight said sadly. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. He took some serious punishment, Caramel said. True, but I'm still better looking than you and also the weapons in the cell hit way harder than Tyre, I said, causing the whole group to spin around and gasp in shock. Holy buck, Rainbow screamed. Language Rainbow, there are a couple of kids here also. I've been awake for 5 minutes and not one of you noticed me honestly, I said with a huge smile on my face. Ash. Before I could even react I was tackled into a wall by Luna and she had her arms wrapped around me for dear life. I didn't hesitate to wrap my arms around her and hold her close. If this is a dream I don't want to wake up until you do, Luna cried. You're not dreaming, Luna, I'm really here and the last thing I wanted to do was scare you, any of you, I said as I looked at the others to see a few of the girls were crying and Celestia had a look of relief on her face. Ash, how are you feeling? Chrysalis asked. Like nothing happened but wound is still a little sore, I said as I cringed when Luna placed her head over my heart. I should let the doctor know you woke up, Comet said as he went to the door. No point, I woke up earlier today and they said I can leave tomorrow after they perform a magic test on me, I said. Yes, I requested that to check your magic levels because it appears to be the thing that saved you, Celestia said. Understandable, I said. All of a sudden a pink pair of arms wrapped themselves around my throat area cutting of my air. I'm so happy you're awake, Ash, now we can celebrate with a party, Pinky said while crushing me. Pinky, I still need air to attend, I said as blackness crept into the edges of my vision. All of a sudden the rest of the main six and Luna pulled the pink mare off me and allowed air to enter my lungs once more. Land snakes, Pinkie Pie, the poor guy just woke up and now you plan on putting him back into a coma. Applejack scolded. Whoops, Pinky said. Once I regained my breath I looked to at the rest of the group to see Spike, Mac, Soren, Pierce, Gilda, Trixie, the CMC, Dreamcatcher, Rage and Iris were all here as well. But my gaze was focused on a certain male Draconiquus. Can you all give me and Discord the room for a moment? I asked. The entire room froze as the words left my lips. Ash, I don't think, Rage said. Calm down, Rage, the answer that Discord gives to my question will decide what happens and for that I want to talk to him alone, I said. The group was hesitant before they all nodded and left leaving me and Discord. I grabbed 2 chairs and placed them so they were facing each other. I gestured for Discord to sit down which he did and then there was an uncomfortable silence around us till Discord spoke. So Rage told me about him dating Iris. Gotta say I was seriously mad. I wanted to kill him. I chased him around Canterlot for most of the day till my sisters calmed me down, Discord said with a chuckle, but his chuckle died in his throat when he saw my unamused expression and his ears flattened against his head. As I said, Discord, what happens next? Discord will depend on your answer to my question and don't lie to me because I will know and it will only make this worse. Am I clear? I said, earning a nod from Discord. What I want to know right now, Discord, is why did you help Tyrek and let him go on a rampage? I asked, almost shouting. Discord stayed silent for a while, then I saw something I didn't think I'd see. Tears, the feared god of chaos. Discord was crying right in front of me. When I found Tyrek I was going to bring him in honest, but then he said he could offer me something more valuable than friendship. He also said if I could help him become strong enough he could free Mom, Discord said as he buried his face in his hands. At first I didn't believe him but he swore he would do it. All my life Mom taught me to see the good in everything, even in enemies, so I went along with it, but I was still cautious until he gave me that amulet, Discord said, ashamed of himself. Discord, I started softly to get his attention. Do you think Faust would have wanted you to do that? I asked. What do you mean? Discord asked. Let's just say you wanted to bring someone back from the dead, but in order to do so you had to sacrifice 10,000 lives in order to do so. Would that person pony would ever really want to live again for a few more years only to find out that they were brought back to life because the person who did it sacrificed 10,000 lives in order to do so? I asked. Discord seemed shocked at what I said and I let him register it before I continued. I know for a fact Faust would have been horrified at what you did if you went through with it, I said. Oh no, what did I do? Discord said, his face full of guilt and horror. Calm down, Discord, you did in the good in the end, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Also, Discord, when it comes to that situation we have something in common, I said. What do you mean, Ash? Discord asked. When I lost my family, Discord, I was willing to trade anything to bring them back, but later I soon realized that what's done is done and there was no possible way for that. I then thought about taking my own life and joining them wherever they were. But then I realized they would want me to live my life instead of end it, and so in the end I did the best thing I could do for them. Bury them and keep my memories of our time together locked in both my heart and head. Then wait to meet them again when the time comes. You and me are a lot alike, Discord. We're both orphans and we both lost family to something, which is why I'm going to make you a promise right here right now, I said as I stood. A promise? What kind? Discord asked. The most sacred one. We humans have a blood oath. It's where we make a promise to each other that must never be broken, even if it leads to our grave. Even if we have to complete the promise in the afterlife, I said as I summoned a small knife. So what do we do? Discord asked nervously. I responded by cutting my right hand on the palm before I handed the blade to Discord, which he did the same with his paw. I made the knife disappear before I took Discord's paw in my hand and held it. Discord, I promise you this, I will find a way to free Faust from the world between worlds, and when I do I will face Heartless and end him so Faust will remain free, I said before I let go of Discord's paw, and Discord healed his in my hand, leaving no evidence of the promise, not even a scar. Thank you, Ash, it helps to know that you're doing what you can, Discord said. Of course, Discord, but one thing, if you ever betray Equestria again, I said. Outside, Celestia was leaning into the door with her ear pressed against it. What are they saying now? Twilight asked. Ash is saying he's going to make a blood oath to Discord about something, Celestia said. Whoa, this must be big. A blood oath is a sacred promise that is more sacred than a pinky promise, Rage said. How so? Rainbow asked. The one making the promise must keep the promise even if it means going into the deepest circle of hell or dying to keep it. And you must keep it even in the afterlife, not even death is allowed to break it. The blood oath, it is only used for serious situations, Rage said. Well, when you humans go to great lengths to keep your word, you mean it, Chrysalis said. Shush, I'm trying to listen, Celestia said before she went back to the door. Ash is promising Discord that he's going to free Mother and kill Heartless, Celestia said. Well, he's certainly noble when I say you picked a rare one, Luna, Rarity said while Luna blushed. Hang on, Ash is saying something else, Celestia said. She stayed quiet before she took her head off the door and shuddered. What did Ash say? Twilight asked. You don't want to know, Celestia said. Chapter 29 Deja Vu. I was walking through Ponyville with both Luna and Pip. The doctor gave me the okay to leave today. I performed the magic test, but it will be a while before the tests come through. Now I was on my way to a party at Bucking Bronco that Pinky said she was going to organize for me yesterday after I woke up. Pip was running around ahead of us. I could only smile at his antics as we reached the Bronco to see it was full of life. Half of Ponyville was here, ranging from all my friends: Gilda, Trixie, Bonbon, Lyra, Derpy, Doctor Who, Stinky, Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Nightlight, Twilight Velvet, Fancy Pants, Fleur and Saint Blade, Vinyl, Octavia, Feather Duster, Silver Tray, Lightning Dust, Quick Shot, Swift Spear, Holy Light, Nocturnal Shadow, Stormcloud, Shining Armor and Cadence. Even the royals graced the party with their presence. There were so many smiling faces and I was having a blast. My excitement doubled when Shining informed me that Cadence was 3 weeks pregnant. The problem was they didn't know how to break the ice to everyone. I decided to do it for them by proposing a toast to the lucky couple. That triggered the real excitement from everyone about a new royal family member. Cadence gave me a slap on the back of the head but hugged me for doing the hard work for them. Just then, Shining Armor and Celestia had to leave for something and Rage came up to me and whispered into my ear that we were going after a Templar called Real Estate. He was the pony who evicted Quickshot and his family from their home and others like them to create Templar storehouses and safe houses. I gave him a nod before I snuck out with the others, left for the assassin's den and got into our robes before we left for Canterlot. There he is, Quickshot said in thought. We were at the rafters of the throne room. Celestia was sitting on her throne and an orange Pegasus with a yellow mane and tail was standing in front of her. He was wearing a fancy business suit and wore rectangular glasses and carried a briefcase. All right, every pony and everybody into position. We do this whether or not Celestia is looking, I said. What, have you lost it? Rage asked in shock. We need to know if she will try to place us in prison or not. Besides, we'll be wearing our shadows, so no sweat, I said. I gazed at the pair below us before I climbed down the sides of the room and stayed in the shadows before I put on my disguise ring and coated myself in my shadow. I saw Rage do the same, only he was a blazing red earth pony with a dark red mane and tail. I nodded to Rage before I listened to the conversation between Celestia and Real Estate. Real Estate, I've called you here for one reason and one reason only, Celestia said. Have you reconsidered my proposal to sell the old warehouse in the lower district? Real Estate asked with hope in his voice. No, Real Estate, for too long I have received reports about you evicting ponies from their homes in Canterlot for no reason. I didn't do anything because I didn't have any evidence to stop you, but now I do. So before I decide what to do with you, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Why are you doing this? Celestia asked. Real Estate just sighed before he kneeled down and opened his briefcase and spoke. I was hoping you would reconsider, Your Highness, and we didn't plan to do this yet, but since you decided to stick your nose in where it doesn't belong, I've been forced to use my hand, Real Estate said as he pulled out a gun and aimed it at Celestia. You see, my Templar brothers and I were going to kill you and your siblings at a later date. But since there are no guards around and just you and me, I believe I'll just kill you here, Real Estate said. Do you honestly think that thing will kill me? Celestia said as she stood up from the throne. Yes, if the gun is loaded with alicorn stone, Real Estate said. You won't get away with this. My siblings plus Ash and Rage will come after you, Celestia said. I'm counting on that. Then we can end the Alicorn and Draconiquus bloodline, also be rid of the two smelly humans, and the Grand Master will take control. See you in hell, Celestia, Real Estate said as he was about to pull the trigger. I quickly unhooked a rope dart from one of my pouches and threw the dart at Real Estate. The blade hit the arm that was holding the gun. As it hit, I pulled it away from Celestia and the gun went off, but the bullet missed her entirely. Rage then threw a rope dart and it hit Real Estate's other arm, and we both pulled until Real Estate was spread out. Once he was secure, Quickshot jumped down from the ceiling in a shadow disguise and landed in front of Real Estate. His wings gave him a terrifying appearance. I could see Real Estate was scared. Quickshot drew his knife and stabbed Real Estate in the heart and twisted it. You had this coming, Quickshot said, and Real Estate's eyes widened in realization before his body went limp, and Quickshot took his necklace. Quickshot then took the darts out of Real Estate and Rage, and I wound them up before we stepped out of the shadows and the rest stepped out of their hiding places. I gave a quick pat on Quickshot's back before the throne room doors burst open. Shining Armor and about 20 guards stormed in and aimed their weapons at us, but we just stood there and gazed at each other. Stand down, Captain. I turned around calmly and saw Celestia staring at us. You have my thanks for saving me, but I'm afraid I must detain you all for questioning, so please put down your weapons, Celestia asked. I looked at my group to see them all looking at me. I gave them a signal and they all nodded before each one of us disintegrated like when someone throws ashes into the wind. The guards were shocked along with Shining and Celestia. One by one they disappeared until I was left. I was about to leave until... Hold it, Shining shouted before he tackled me. I managed to throw him off before I got back to my feet and looked at him to see he was ready to fight, but I stood up straight calmly and looked at Shining Witch him. Stay away, I said in my disguised voice before I vanished. I woke up the next morning with Luna cuddled up to my side. I stroked my hand through her mane before I then had a shower and got dressed. I opened the door. I then walked downstairs, and short time later I was having breakfast with both Luna and Pip. Silver Tray brought in the newspaper and her face had a look of worry. Ash, you may want to look at the front cover, Silver said. Thank you, Silver, I said before I took the newspaper and looked at the front page. 1 becomes 11. The Shadow Vigilante struck again last night, but not in any ordinary home. The Vigilante attacked Canterlot real estate owner Real Estate. It happened in the throne room right in front of one of our beloved princesses of Equestria, Celestia herself. According to reports, Real Estate had been evicting innocent ponies from their homes. All to support the terrorist group the Templars, who were responsible for the destruction of the SS. Stormbreaker. Along with the assassination attempt of Twilight Sparkle, Real Estate was also armed with a revolver ready to kill Princess Celestia. Had the Vigilante not intervened when he did, he would have succeeded. Later we find out instead of one Vigilante it's a group of 11 ponies. Prince Shining Armor, former captain of the Royal Guard, attempted to catch one of the Vigilantes. But the Vigilante's words were, "Stay away," before he disappeared. Whoever these ponies are, they have the thanks of many civilians. I finished reading with a sigh before I saw a picture of me and the others in our shadow disguises before I looked away. What is it, Ash? Luna asked. I responded by passing the paper on to Luna. When she read it, her eyes widened in shock. I must see Celestia immediately, Luna said, standing up from her seat, still gazing at the paper. Is Auntie Tia all right? Pip asked with worry. She's fine, Luna said. Luna, why don't you take Pip with you to see Celestia? I said. But Ash, Pip has school, Luna said. They'll talk about it with Cheerly. Also, it's unlikely Pip will be able to focus on his work if there's something to worry about. I know I couldn't when Alex was in the arena while was having classes, I said. I see your point very well, Pip. We're going to Canterlot, Luna said as Pip got out of his chair and walked over to Luna and took her hand and teleported to Canterlot. I then left the house and walked over to the schoolhouse to tell Cheerly about the situation, which she understood completely. I then walked over to Friendship Castle. If I was told correctly, the girls were having a pancake breakfast. I walked inside and went straight to the dining room and walked, and I saw all the girls along with Trixie having pancakes. But Twilight was asleep and her mane was a mess with twigs, dirt and mud in it. Howdy, Ash, Applejack greeted along with the others. Morning, Applejack. Hey every pony, what y'all eating? I asked. Every berry, any chip, surprise pancakes, Pinky said before she scarfed down a good portion of pancakes. Sounds tasty, I said. Here, try some, Pinky said, handing me a plateful of pancakes. Thanks, Pinky, I said. So you said Twilight was up all night, is that why she's so out of it? Rainbow asked, gesturing to Twilight. I know I've seen rats' nests in a better state, I said. I don't mean to sound unappreciative, but has anyone noticed that Twilight's been a little too helpful lately? Fluttershy asked. Now that you mention it, she was lending a hand at Sweet Apple Acers the other day and stuck around till near midnight, dug up 50 tree planting holes when all I needed was 10, Applejack said. She spent an entire afternoon rearranging a single gem draw at the boutique. An entire afternoon, Rarity said. What about you, Ash? Trixie asked. Well, I noticed that Twilight has been repeatedly coming in to visit me in the hospital, and it was more often than Luna plus longer. I just thought she was interested to see the results of my magic test, I said. You think that's weird? She raced me 100 times the other day and lost every time. She just kept going. Best out of 10, best out of 20, best out of 100. I mean, hanging out with me is awesome, but it was like she'd rather keep losing than. Rainbow stared. Leave, Fluttershy finished. Yeah, who does that? Rainbow asked. We looked at Twilight to see her land face first into her breakfast and cuddle it like a pillow. Some pony who's avoiding something, that's who. As soon as she wakes up we'll ask her, Applejack said. Pinky then started to gag because something was stuck in my throat. I saw this and ran over to her and slapped a hand on her back. She spat out what was caught in her throat onto the table, and I looked at the object to see it was a measuring spoon. I win, Pinky shouted. I'm pancake, I mean awake, Twilight said while she had a pancake stuck on the end of her horn. I just stared at Pinky in confusion before I remembered it's just Pinky being Pinky. Twilight, is there something you want to tell us? Applejack asked. You know how much we appreciate all you do for us, Rarity said as she lifted the pancake off Twilight's horn, only for Pinky to jump up out of nowhere and grab the pancake and disappear. And we simply adore having you around, but we worry you might have been avoiding something else. Has it been that obvious? Twilight asked, which we gave a nod. Have been. The thing is, and I know it's silly, but I've been avoiding this place, Twilight said, gesturing to the castle. Gasp, why in Equestria would you want to avoid such a gorgeous castle? Rarity asked. Yeah, this place has everything: big tall ceilings that make you feel tiny, shiny new floors that are cold to the touch, and it even has long empty hallways, Pinky said as her last words echoed throughout the castle. Okay, I get it. It doesn't feel like home, does it? I asked. Yeah, how'd you know? Twilight asked. How do you think I felt when I left my cave? I asked. Well, you're right, it doesn't feel like home, Twilight said. Oh, is that all? Rarity said with a little laugh. Why, you simply need to decorate, darling, make the space your own. It's just so daunting, look how big this place is, I don't even know where to start, Twilight said. You can start by letting us do it for you. We will make this the castle of your dreams while you head to the spa for some much needed relaxation. I'm saying this with love, but have you looked in the mirror lately? Rarity said as she showed Twilight her reflection in a mirror. I've never seen you look this frazzled, Fluttershy finished. Yes, that is absolutely the word I was going to use, Rarity said. I guess I do need a little help, and it is my castle, and I know you'll do a great job because no pony knows me better than all of you, Twilight said. We'll make this place feel cozier than hot cider on a rainy day, Applejack said, causing Rainbow to perk up at a certain word. There's going to be cider, Rainbow asked, causing me and Applejack to give her a deadpan look. I mean, let's decorate. Oh no, did I miss the pancakes? I sleep like a baby under that cold cavernous ceiling, Spike said as he walked over to us and stacked up on a few leftover pancakes. Spike, I'm so glad you're here, Rarity said. Really? Spike asked. Yes, you're taking Twilight to the spa, Rarity said. Great, I've been meaning to get my claws sharpened, Spike said as he took a bite out of his pancakes and noticed us smiling at him. Oh, you mean now, Spike said as he took a few more pancakes and left with Twilight. Trixie will come to. I've been meaning to get my horn filed as well, Trixie said as she followed the two. Hey Ash, why are you here in the first place? I thought you weren't coming to have breakfast with us. Rainbow asked. Oh, I forgot in all the excitement. Did any of you read the paper this morning? I asked. Not really, what's so special about it? Applejack asked. I summoned the newspaper before I showed it to the girls who were shocked. There are 11 now. Has that guy been recruiting? Rainbow asked. Well, it does prove that they're heroes if they saved Princess Celestia from a Templar, Rarity said. Still, these Templars are getting bolder in their attacks going for the princess like that, Applejack said. How did Luna take it? Fluttershy asked. She was shocked. Left with Pip to go see her, I said. Well, it's a good thing Twilight hasn't seen it yet, otherwise it will add more to her stress level, Rarity said. Indeed, now let's get to work. I've got a fair idea on what to add to this place, so I'll see you all later, I said before I left, and as I did I heard singing come from the others. I walked around town and got the necessary things I needed for the castle before I went back and dropped by my house to collect something. Once I fixed up everything, I decided to go check on everyone in the throne room, and on the way I ran into Spike and Trixie. Hey Ash, what do you think of my claws and Trixie's horn? Spike asked while we walked. Sharp and beautiful, I said. And how are you all doing? Trixie asked. I've placed some things in one of the empty rooms, but I'm not finished and I was about to go check on the others, I said. Well, let's check it out, Spike said as he opened the door and we all walked in. Hey guys, how do my claws look, sweet Celestia? Spike shouted when we entered. The first thing I noticed about this room, cause it was my first time here, was the 5 thrones sighting around a circular holographic map of Equestria. Next thing I noticed was the entire room was a mess of country lifestyle and garden supplies. An athletics trophy room, a designer's room with a giant portrait of the girls along with Spike and me in the bottom corners. An animal daycare center with animals running around the place. There was also with a party table and confetti cannon went off beside me. Spike, are you Twilight and Trixie done already? Rarity asked. Don't worry, I ordered her the super deluxe main blowout. She'll be a while, man. This place is a mess, Spike said. Mess would be a complete understatement to describe this, Spike, I said, but I was confused when the girls let out a sigh. Thank goodness someone said something, Fluttershy said. It's pretty bad, Rainbow said. This place is a mishmash of knickknacks, Applejack said. I suppose it is a little cluttered, Rarity said. What are you guys talking about? I think this place looks super fun, Pinky said as another cannon went off. The animals were then spooked and started running around out of control. I looked at the girls to see them try to control the situation. I then saw Rarity try and stop some chipmunks from destroying her curtains but failed before she lost her temper. Every pony stop, Rarity shouted, and just like that the room came to a halt. Okay, now it's a mess, Pinky said. What are we going to do? Rainbow called out. I don't know, but Twilight's blowout won't take that long. If she was avoiding the castle before, she'll never set hoof in here now, Spike said. Come on guys, we gotta do something. Twilight's counting on us, Rainbow said. Spike, Trixie, you have to get back to that spa and stall her. Whatever you both do, don't let her come home, Rarity said. Like forever, but we live here, Spike asked. Well, maybe you can manage until sunsetish, Rarity said. Got it, Spike said with a salute before he and Trixie ran off. Alright you guys, I've got some more things to collect for the castle, so I'll let you all sort this out, I said before I left. It was almost sunset and I just finished placing the last few things in the room and I was now walking over to the throne room. I heard a bit of a commotion coming from inside. I peeked in to see that the only things left in the room were the thrones, the map, and the girls all sitting around depressed. What doubt had doubt waft Twilight comma shamano shall be like, what did you guys dan will have it be like, and nothing shall be like, was counting go you some friends you and well be like, Pinky said before she let out a scream and Fate cried before she collapsed. Calm down, Pinkie Pie, we just need to figure out what we did wrong so we can make it right, Applejack said. Well, I didn't do anything wrong. I did exactly what I would do if this were my home, Rarity said. And that there is the problem, I said as I entered. Ash, did you take care of what you needed to do? Rarity asked. Yeah, but listen, this isn't your home, Rarity, and you've been treating it like it is, I said. Yeah, Rarity, Twilight's not into fashion like you are, Rainbow said. You're not off the hook either. Rainbow, posters of the Wonderbolts and trophies, seriously, I said. Touché, Rainbow said. You're all guilty of making yourselves feel at home here instead of Twilight, I said. Ash is right, y'all, we just need to think about Twilight. What was it she loved about living in the Golden Oaks library? Applejack asked. Oh, everything, the books, the smell of books, the joy she felt from organizing books, Fluttershy said. Remember the time I crashed into all those books attempting my sonic rainboom after you guys just cleaned up? Oh, that was good times, Rainbow said. Yeah, for you maybe, Applejack said. Oh, and Applejack, remember when we were stuck having a sleepover there? That turned out to be so much fun, Rarity said. I remember the day I first met you all. That was quite a memory, I said. Remember the time it got blown up to smithereens? Pinky said, causing me to facepalm. Wait, no, wait, that was the worst. We had a lot of good memories there though. That's what made the Golden Oak Library home, Applejack said. Yeah, we all said in union. Gasp, that's it, Applejack said. We were standing in front of the ruins that used to be the Golden Oaks Library with shovels and pickaxes and ready to get to work. Maybe my plan won't work after all, Applejack said. Of course it will, darling, I can see it. You, Fluttershy and Ash, stay here. Rainbow, Dash, and Pinkie Pie, you come with me. We're going shopping. We'll meet back at the castle, Rarity said before she, Pinkie, and Rainbow walked off. I then grabbed a shovel and we all began to sing once more. Hello, we're home, Twilight said as she, Trixie, and Spike walked in through the main doors. Welcome home, the group and I said as we came to greet them. Oh, well, I love what you've done with the place. You've all done a good job of preserving the integrate of the original design, Twilight said as we walked the still empty corridors. Oh, come on, it looks exactly the same. Do you know how hard it was to keep her from coming back here? I never want to see another duster for as long as I live, Spike said. Wait, keep me from coming back here? Twilight asked. It took a teensy bit longer than we thought, Rarity said. What really makes home feel like home isn't what it looks like, it's the memories you make when you're there, Applejack said. So we made something that celebrates the memories we made with you since you moved to Ponyville, Rarity said. We led Twilight to the throne room and there hanging from the ceiling was a chandelier made of roots and hanging from the roots were gems on strings. The ornaments on the chandelier are reminders of all the fun we had together, Fluttershy said. That one shows your party at the Golden Oak Library. Welcome you to Ponyville, Pinkie said, gesturing to a gem. The time we shared donuts after the Grand Galloping Gala, Fluttershy said, pointing at another gem. Also when I first started to teach you human magic when we were on our way back to the Crystal Empire, I said, pointing at another gem showing Twilight and me on the train on our way to Canterlot. We were hoping that being able to look at your beautiful old memories would inspire you to make new ones, Rarity said. And the best part of it is that it's made from the roots of the Golden Oaks Library so you'll never forget where you came from, Applejack said. Twilight walked towards the chandelier and gazed at it in silence. We were worried she didn't appreciate it before she turned around to look at us with tears in her eyes. It's exactly what the castle needed, Twilight said before she ran over to us and wrapped us in a hug which we returned. And I am ready to make new memories here. Then let's start now with a new memory cake, Pinkie said before she ran off and came back holding a 7-layer multicolor cake. 7-layer, what's that flavor? Mystery surprise. These might be chocolate chips or they might be super spicy black beans. Let's go to the dining room, Twilight said before she led us there and began to open the doors. It's a little plain but at least it has tables and chairs. Whoa, what happened in here? Last I checked this place was empty, Twilight said as she gazed around the ballroom-like room. The decorations just screamed Rarity's idea. I aimed a smile and a raised eyebrow at the white unicorn. I couldn't help myself, it was just begging for the personal touch, Rarity admitted. Truth be told I couldn't either. Your kitchen might have some rustic farm decor, Twilight, Applejack said. And there may or may not be some daring do posters up in your library, Rainbow said. And some stuffed animals in your bedroom, Fluttershy said before a confetti cannon went off. What was that? Twilight asked. Sigh, one of Pinkie's confetti cannons, I said. What, it's not my fault I hid them so well, Pinkie said before we shared a laugh. Hey Ash, what did you add? You said you were organizing something, Applejack said, causing every pony to look at me. I just gave them a smile and gestured for them to follow me, which they did. After our walk through the corridors I stood in front of a pair of double doors. I looked back at the others to see them smiling at me before I faced the double doors and pushed them open. I let Twilight go in first and the look on Twilight's face was priceless. It was the same as when she first saw how large the library in the Everfree Castle was. In the room was an entire large chemistry set all shiny and ready to use. I managed to scavenge some parts from the Golden Oaks and restore them into working condition, and whatever is new came from my bits. Also as for all the things you were studying with, they're over there on that shelf, I said, pointing to a bookcase-like shelf up against the wall. But that's the Twilight started. One that was in the library. Yeah, also everything is stacked how you left it along with all those gizmos you made. The surroundings may be different but everything is in its proper place, and best of all, I've added a switch that activates a soundproof spell so no one can interrupt you while you're busy, I said. Twilight then spun around and leapt at me and wrapped me into a hug. How you are able to do all this amazes me. Thank you, Ash, Twilight said. Hang on, this is half of what I did. There's one more thing, I said before Twilight let go of me and I led the group to the library. I walked inside and saw the posters Rainbow was talking about before I searched the shelves for what I was looking for. Aha, found it, I said before I pulled out a book and handed it to Twilight. Recognize this? I asked as I handed Twilight the book. Twilight took the book in her hand and gazed at the cover. Her eyes widened when she saw it. Starswirl's journal. Ash, how'd you? Twilight started. There's also this, I said as I handed her the girl's journal, which Twilight took and hugged it close. In fact, this entire shelf is filled with all the books that the Stallions, Trixie, Gilda and I were able to save. We each held onto a few and figured we'd return them to you once a new house for you was built, I said. Twilight gazed at every single book before she covered her mouth with a teary smile on her face before she turned back to me. You're a miracle worker, Ash. You too, Trixie. I don't have the words for both of you, Twilight said. I just gave Twilight a 2-finger salute while Trixie smiled before Twilight went to look at the books that were saved. You, Ash, are something else, Rarity said. I try now. I must leave you all. I have dinner waiting for me back home and I'm starving, I said before I waved to the others and left. Luna was calm when she came back from Canterlot with Pip. They told me Celestia was fine, which I was pretended I didn't know any of the details. Now I was lying next to a sleeping Luna with that bad gut feeling. I then got out of bed and got changed and summoned Whispering Wind. I wanted to summon my armor. But the damage was so bad and the metal was so strong it couldn't be repaired, so now it sits on a mannequin in the trophy room as a reminder. I stepped onto the balcony and looked back at the sleeping Luna to see her shivering from the cold. I closed the door and stared out over Ponyville and took to the sky. I did a quick circle over the place before I landed in the streets. My eyes remained sharp for anything. All of a sudden, I hear a scream that sounded like Rarity. I didn't waste any time and ran for the boutique. I arrived at the door and went to grab it only for the door to slam into me and toss me a few feet away. I looked at the door to see a dark smoke-like creature with Rarity in its chest behind a set of bars. Ash, help, Rarity cried out. Before I could react, the creature flew off. I then stood up and saw 4 other smoke creatures were following the one that took Rarity. They each had Pinkie, Applejack, Twilight, and Rainbow trapped in them too. I was about to take off before the Thunderlane flew out of the boutique with Sweetie Belle in tow and both were in their pajamas. Ash, Rarity's been grabbed by some smoke thingy, Sweetie Belle said. I saw and 4 have got another 4 of the girls as well, I said. Just then I saw Angel hopping over to me as fast as his little legs would carry him. When he reached me I crouched down. He was out of breath before he started squeaking something at a rapid pace. Whoa, slow down, Angel. You remember you need to speak slowly to me in order for me to understand you because my rabbit isn't very good, I said. Angel then took a few breaths before he squeaked what he wanted to say to me. Great, he said that Fluttershy was also taken by a smoke monster and they went into the Everfree. At least we know they wanted the bearers of the elements of harmony and where they are, but why, I said. Who cares, we need to go after them before something does happen to them, Thunderlane said. All right, Thunderlane, you gather the stallions, Spike, Trixie and Gilda, also get Scootaloo over to Sweet Apple Acers so Granny Smith can take care of her. Also wake up Luna and tell her what's happened and tell either Spike or Luna to send a message to Celestia explaining what happened. Sweetie Belle, get over to Sweet Apple Acers and tell Granny what's happened and expect company from Scootaloo. Angel, I need you to take care of Fluttershy's animals till she gets back, I said. Angel responded with a few angry squeaks and waving his arms around frantically. Because that's what Fluttershy would want you to do in this situation, okay, I said sternly. Angel looked at the ground and nodded before he hopped away because he knew deep down I was right. Ash, what will you do? Sweetie Belle asked. I'm going to see if I can get your sister back. Now head over to Sweet Apple Acers while I go kick some tail, I said before I put my hood on and ran off towards the Everfree. As soon as I came to the entrance, I changed into my wolf form and ran through the trees at lightning speed. I decided to go investigate the Everfree castle cause it seemed the most logical place to look, but there were a few predators that got in my way. But I dodged and weaved my way past them, but I did not stop running till I arrived at the rope bridge to the castle. I changed back into my human form and drew Whispering Wind before I walked over the bridge carefully. I looked at the castle to see it was quiet, but the only problem was that it was too quiet. There wasn't even a chirp from a cricket. I walked up to the castle and quickly looked inside to see no one there. I continued through the corridors, still finding nothing till I came to the room where I first Nightmare Moon. I peeked inside to see all the girls were lying on the ground unconscious. I looked around for anything else, but seeing none I crept in. Satisfied that there was nothing else, I ran over to Rarity and tried to wake her. Come on Rarity, now is not the time to be dozing, we need to go, I said, shaking Rarity. All of a sudden, Rarity's eye snapped open, but instead of the pupil being rounded it was slitted. Before I could react, I was hit by a strong magic blast from Rarity that knocked me into a wall. Once I hit the ground, I looked up to see all the girls were standing up, but their fur and clothes were darker. Their eyes were slitted and they all were a little taller. The one thing that remained the same was their manes and tails remained the same color but were longer. Did you miss me? All six mares said in union and in a familiar voice. Nightmare, I spat. Oh, so you do remember me? I'm touched, Nightmare said. How are you still alive? I asked as I stood up. Heartless still has use of me, and with the great necromancer Groger I can be revived whenever my master needs me, Nightmare said. Well, when I free the girls I'm gonna make sure that this Groger won't be able to bring you back at all, I said. Just the nightmare versions of the girls turned into the insanity versions and we all charged at each other. I was able to block many of their attacks, but Applejack was able to punch me in my chest and make me stumble back a bit. I charged magic into my left hand, which I couldn't do till Luna enchanted the hand to feel, and punched Applejack in the face, resulting in knocking her out. Just then, the smoke creature that captured her exited her mouth and flew into Rarity. Fluttershy came up beside me and tried to slash me in two at my waist with her chainsaw. But I used Whispering Wind to block the attack, but Pinky ran up behind me ready to stab me with her kitchen knife. I used my left hand to backhand the knife out of Pinky's hand before I gave her a sidewards kick to her stomach. I then leapt over Fluttershy's attack and tapped Fluttershy's head with my magic. Once again the smoke flew out and into Rarity. I then saw Pinky was getting up, so I gave her an uppercut to the chin and the smoke flew out again. All of a sudden a scalpel went into my left arm. I looked and saw Twilight holding a mass amount of scalpels in her magic. I held Whispering Wind next to my head and stared at Twilight. All of a sudden the scalpels flew at me, but I swung Whispering Wind in front of me in a figure-8 path. I cut and deflected all the incoming scalpels while I walked towards Twilight. When Twilight ran out of scalpels I grabbed her by the shoulder and sheathed Whispering Wind before I tapped Twilight's head with my right hand. Twilight then went unconscious and I placed her on the ground and saw the smoke fly out of Twilight and into Rarity. I looked at Rarity, but I knew I was forgetting. One realization struck me. I leaned forwarded to do a handstand, and as I placed my hands on the ground I lifted my feet up. I saw Rainbow dash behind me inches away from injecting me with the needle. I then used my legs to kick the needle out of Rainbow's grip before I landed on my feet in a crouching position. I rammed my right elbow into Rainbow's chest and tapped her on the head with my magic, and Rainbow collapsed. Once again the smoke left Rainbow and flew into Rarity. You'll need to do something a little better than that, Nightmare, I taunted. Agreed, Nightmare replied. Just then Nightmare left Rarity's body, confusing me. Rarity stood on shaky hooves before she regained her balance. When she saw me she opened her mouth to speak. But the words died in her throat when the sound of something pricing something rang through the room. Rarity collapsed and I saw Nightmare had stabbed her with a dagger. While Rarity was on her hands and knees, Nightmare kicked her with enough force for Rarity to come flying into me. I caught and carefully placed her on the floor before I began to look around for something to help me stop the bleeding. I suddenly remembered something just as the doors burst open and the others and the princess ran in. Ash, what's happening? Rage asked as he ran over to me and saw the wounded Rarity. Rage, I need you to look at that crack in the wall over there, I said, pointing at a crack next to the doors. Rage then ran over to the crack while the others checked on the others, while Thunderlane came over to me and Rarity and wept. What am I looking for? Rage asked. Something to help stop the bleeding, I said. Rage felt around inside the crack before he pulled out a white medical kit and brought it over to us. How'd you know that was there? Rage asked. Pinky said she stashes them all over the place for emergencies like this, so thank her, I said. Stop the bleeding if you can, but it's futile. None of you will leave here with your lives, Nightmare taunted. Luna, Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis and Discord were ready to take on Nightmare, but I held my arm out and stopped them before I spoke to Rage. Rage, get every pony out of here now, I said. Why, what are you going to do? Rage asked. I just gave Rage a message and thought when I was done. Rage had a look of terror on his face. Every pony, we need to go now, Rage said. What? The stallions and royals asked. Trust me, we need to go, Rage said as he picked up Rarity and led them through the doors. The group looked at me in worry before they followed, leaving me with Nightmare. Run, little maggots, it doesn't matter though because I'll be after you next. Nightmare shouted. But until then I'm the only opponent you need to worry about, I said. Please, what exactly can you do? Because while I was being reborn I had a few upgrades done and I have a little backup, Nightmare said as a few circles of fire appeared out of the wall's ground and what's left of the ceiling and demons crawled out of them. Well, guess what, you're not the only one who was upgraded, but I'm not going to waste my time with you, I said. You know it's not wise to underestimate your opponent, but please don't let me stop you, Nightmare said. I know exactly what you're capable of, Nightmare, but there is one thing you missed. You thought you could scare me. What you did with the girls' insanity modes like now is a joke, but what you did to Rarity that will cost you dearly, I said threateningly. What exactly are you going to do to stop me? Nightmare asked teasingly. I'm going to teach you real fear also if you think you're a monster, I'll show you a true monster, I said the last words in multiple voices like with Chrysalis when she was possessed. Third person POV. We should be safe enough here, Rage said as he put down Rarity on the other side of the gorge. Here, let me see if I can heal the injury, Cadence said as she went to work of Rarity's wound. Oh, what happened? Twilight asked when she came round. Are you alright, Twilight? Celestia asked. One by one all the girls came round including Rarity who just had her wound treated by Cadence. I think so, I don't remember much except gasp. Oh my gosh, is Ash alright? Twilight asked. He's taking care of Nightmare, the only one that was seriously injured was Rarity, but it looks like she'll pull through, Spike assured her. I remember fighting Ash in that insanity version of myself along with the girls, Applejack said as she cried. Don't worry Applejack, you're safe now, okay, Caramel said as he hugged her. That was really scary, Pinkie said with a terrified look on her face. Glad Ash was able to stop us when he did, Rainbow said. Rage, why did Ash tell us all to leave? I saw how terrified you were when Ash spoke to you, Celestia said. Rage just gave a sigh before he looked at the group who were watching him and stood up. It's not something that Ash or I tend to talk about, or heaven forbid use you see when I was in Ash's head whispering dark choices into him, all of them had to go somewhere. Since I was an emotion that came to life, my words seemed to bring something to life inside Ash. Namely an alternate Ash that took every idea I thought of and feed off it until it became the very definition of the word monster, Rage said. What's this monster like? Fluttershy whispered. You know your insanity versions along with Nightmare Moon, Chrysalis when she was possessed, a mad plus crazy Discord, Sombra and Tyrek and Weddy-chan was like, right? Rage asked, earning shudders and nods from the group. Well, imagine all that placed inside Ash and smashed all together, only this time it's out for blood, Rage said, earning gasps from the group. But why does this have to do with us being out here? Chrysalis asked. When Rarity was stabbed, Ash snapped, he's going to unleash that thing on Nightmare, Rage said. We have to stop him, Luna said before she ran over the bridge. Wait, stop, Rage called out, but Luna kept going and soon the entire group passed Rage following Luna. Damn it, why do I even bother when I know they're right, Rage said before he too ran across the bridge and caught up to the others. Hey, anyone hear that music? Thunderlane asked. Yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but I like it, Gilda said. We're too late, Ash has let it out, Rage said. The group ran through the corridors and did not stop till they reached the throne room doors. Rage pushed open the doors, but what they saw they were not prepared for. Ash had his back facing the group, all the demons were looking at Ash in shock. Coming out of Ash's hood was shadow like smoke, and in the grip of his right hand was a demon with a terrified look on its face. Suddenly, Ash brought the demon to his face and the group heard a disgusting crunching sound, indicating Ash was biting the demon's throat. The demon tried to escape Ash's grip, but slowly the demon died. Ash removed it from his face to reveal to the group a large gap in the demon's neck and shoulder. The group watched in shock as Ash threw away the demon corpse and wiped his mouth with his right hand. There was a mass amount of blood, but just then the blood on Ash's hand changed and moved. Long claws extend from his hand and went up his arm, and the blood did the same for the other arm. Ash then stepped forward but disappeared in an instant, and at the same second a demon was torn to ribbons. Ash reappeared and swept his legs under another demon before he stood up. As the demon was airborne, Ash used his claws and slashed the demon in two in one strike. Kill him, Nightmare ordered. Just then a demon leapt at Ash from behind, but Ash caught the demon by the head and glared at it before he crushed the demon's head as if it were a grape. He then threw the body into a demon before Ash disappeared again. Ash then appeared behind a demon and drove his claws through its back. Once he did, he expanded his claws, ripping the demon apart. A demon then lunged at Ash behind the dead demon, but was impaled on the spikes that formed from the puddles of blood thanks to Ash. He's using blood as a weapon, Celestia said in shock as she watched the carnage unfold. Now that's something I didn't know he could do, Rage said. The entire group watched as Ash ripped the demons apart with ease before he turned to Nightmare. Ash was in front of him in an instant and roared in his face at the same time as the song roared before Ash threw Nightmare into a wall. Ash was quick to grab his leg and snap the knee backwards so the bone was showing. Ash then picked Nightmare up and stabbed him in the stomach and threw him to the floor before Ash tried to jump onto Nightmare. But Nightmare rolled away only for Ash pick him up by the legs. Ash then swung him around overhead and slammed him into the ground and repeated it a few more times until the song ended and let go of Nightmare. Ash, Rage called out to Ash. Ash's head snapped in Rage's direction, giving the group a full view of Ash's face, but the only thing to see was black and a pair of red evil eyes and a set of sharp teeth. Black smoke flowed out of the hood like the vapors from Sombra's eyes. Ash, you need to calm down, okay? He's beaten and Rarity is fine, okay? It's alright, Rage said. Ash let out a roar before he disappeared. Rage quickly drew his blades in a cross shape and blocked Ash's attack before he could slash Rage. But the force and the speed sent the two through the doors and into the chamber where the elements of harmony once stood. Both Rage and Ash stood up and glared at each other before the clashed steel and blood against each other. The two fought fiercely till Ash locked both fury and hate in between his claws. Ash then twisted them out of Rage's grip, leaving Rage defenseless. Rage backed away from Ash as Ash moved closer. As Ash was about to strike, Ash was hit by something and was sent flying backwards. But Ash did a backflip in midair and dug his claws into the ground and stood up. He looked to see the royal family were all armed with their weapons. Ash just snarled at the group while the group stood their ground. Rage, how do we stop Ash? Celestia asked. I don't know, Ash has never used this before, Rage said. So what do we do? Twilight asked. We figure out how to stop him, Aris said, wielding a pair of nunchucks. Just then Ash attacked, but Celestia blocked the attack with her halberd. Chrysalis then thrusted her staff at Ash and hit him in the ribs. The blow sent Ash flying into the pedestal that once held the elements. But Ash did a flip and jumped off the pedestal and kicked Chrysalis in the face before he slashed at Dreamcatcher, only for Dreamcatcher to block the strike. Ash, please pull yourself together, don't make us fight you, you can do this, Dreamcatcher pleaded. The eyes and teeth showed a small amount of pain before Ash leapt away from Dreamcatcher and held his head before he growled. Dreamcatcher, what did you do? Rage asked. I just told Ash to pull himself together and not make us fight him and that he can stop this, Dreamcatcher said. Well, it seems to be working, we gotta keep it up, Rage said. Ash then lunged at Rage, but Rage blocked the attack again. Ash, I know you're still in there. What Nightmare almost did to Rarity was not your fault. You always told me to never become the monster you're fighting, otherwise there's no point in winning, which is what you're doing now. You're better than this. Ash once again stumbled backward in pain and clutched his head. Ash, if it weren't for you, we would have never known about Mother still being alive and of Chrysalis and Dreamcatcher's existence. You brought most of our family together again, so please help us complete our family, Celestia pleaded. Ash, you taught me the importance of doing right thing even if it isn't always easy, but what you're doing isn't right, Discord said. One by one the group spoke their words to Ash, and Ash's screams of pain got louder and he collapsed to his knees until Luna walked up to Ash. Ash, please, this isn't you. I remember when you told me you'd do anything to keep us all safe, but this isn't what any of us would want you to do to protect us. Please don't turn into a monster and hurt others like I did, cause it won't solve anything. Please come back, Luna said as she placed a hand on Ash's cheek. Ash reeled back and roared at the top of his lungs. All the darkness that was radiating off Ash slowly began to drain back inside him. Ash's roars became screams of pain and Ash collapsed into Luna, which she caught before she lifted his head up and Ash's olive green eyes slowly opened. Luna, Ash said tiredly. Luna kissed Ash on the lips before she wrapped her arms around him. You certainly know how to scare ponies, Applejack said. Guys, I'm glad to see you're alright and sorry I had to knock most of you out, Ash said. It's alright, darling, we're just glad that you're safe, Rarity said. What happened anyway and why is there an awful taste in my mouth? Ash asked. Are you saying my kiss tasted terrible? Luna asked with a frown and raised eyebrow. No, I'm talking about a different taste, Ash said. I don't think you want to know, Rage said as he helped Ash stand. Do you remember anything from between when we ran out of the room and now, Ash? Celestia asked. Can't say that I do, sorry, Ash said. Well, I hope you haven't forgotten our match. Ash looked behind the group and saw Nightmare in his smoke form charging at him and Luna. Ash then pushed Luna out of the way just before Nightmare struck Ash and sent him flying back a bit. The group watched as Ash remained still, but suddenly Ash got up, but only by using his feet. Okay, that was seriously creepy, Rainbow said. Ash's eyes snapped open to reveal cyan-colored slitted eyes. Ash then looked at his fingers and felt his sharp teeth before he spoke in a voice that was not his own. Now this is a body I can feel the power from. This one is great. He will make a fine soldier in Heartless's army, Nightmare said. Like hell we'll allow that, Soren said as he and the rest of the group readied themselves for a fight. Oh, I will take great pleasure in this, and the best part, Ash will be watching as I, Nightmare started before he started screaming in pain and clutched his head. What, this isn't possible. I do believe you're an uninvited guest in my head and I don't happen to like uninvited guests, Ash said as his left eye returned to normal. Ash is fighting back, Dreamcatcher said. The two souls in the one body both began to scream in pain as they tried to force the other either back into the subconscious or out of the body. We need to do something, Rarity said. Rage, can you separate them? Celestia asked. No, Ash was the only one who knew how to use that spell, Rage said. Then we are left with one option, the elements of harmony, Celestia said. The girls nodded before they stood in formation and closed their eyes. No, not again, Nightmare shouted as he went to go for the girls to stop them, only to be stopped. Nightmare looked at what was holding him to see the metal arm's fingers dug into the ground. You just stay put till this is over, Nightmare. Girls, don't hesitate to use that power on me no matter what. Ash called as the girls changed into their harmonic forms. The main six eyes snapped open and were glowing white with power before a rainbow flew out of them and came crashing down on the two. Nightmare had a look of anger while Ash had a peaceful smile and closed his eye. The rainbow hit and formed a sphere around the two and let out a massive boom that sent the group flying in all directions and were knocked unconscious. After a few minutes the group regained, woke up and rubbed their heads. Oh, that happened, Spike said. You said it, Thunderlane said. Is everyone alright? Rage asked. Rage's response was a load of weak groans from everyone. What about Ash? Rage asked as he looked over at where Ash was only to see a mass of smoke. Rage stood up and walked over to the smoke and wafted it away only to see a large burn mark on the ground. The group then checked the area for Ash in case he was flung like the others only to come up with nothing. Damn, where the heck did he go this time? Gilda said. Trixie does not enjoy having to repeatedly look for Ash, Trixie said. He's gotta be around here somewhere, Rage said. Luna made sure to look everywhere for Ash till she saw Pinkie Pie looking at the sky before she flew down to her. Pinkie Pie, not that I don't appreciate you looking at my night, but now is not the time, Luna said, but Pinkie remained silent. Luna, did you do something different with the night sky recently? Pinkie finally asked as she looked at Luna out of the corner of her eye. No, I didn't, Pinkie. Why? Luna asked. 'Cause I think I found Ash, Pinkie said as she pointed upward. Luna followed Pinkie's finger and once she saw what it led to, her eyes filled with shock and tears before she collapsed. The sound of Luna's sobbing alerted the others and they came to see what was wrong. Luna just looked at what she was looking at, causing the rest of the group to do the same and give off similar looks. There on the silver white moon was a silhouette of a wolf's head. Chapter 30, Training with the Masters and Dream Walking. I slowly opened my eye to view my surroundings. The first thing I saw was on some type of bench and there was a lot of dust at my feet. I tried to move only to discover I couldn't. I moved my head only to see I was in some sort of cave. The night sky was shining outside in a barren place with only dust and rocks all around outside the cave. I looked for the reason I couldn't move to see almost black deep blue chains pulsing with power attached to my limbs and body to prevent movement. The only thing I could do was move my fingers, toes and head. Everything else was immovable. I opened my mouth and tried to speak but nothing came out. What was worse, there was no air to fill my lungs. I slowly began to panic until an unfriendly voice appeared inside my head. Don't waste your time, these chains are unbreakable and they're the only thing keeping you alive at this point, Nightmare said in my head. Still deciding to stick around? Huh, if you know so much about this place then maybe you can tell me where we are, I said in thought. You'll see, Nightmare responded. I sat patiently and watched the entrance of the cave. Soon something came into view. It was a planet, but not just any planet, it was Ekis itself. All the contents matched those on a globe Twilight had in the Golden Oaks library. I then realized I was sent to the moon. Now you see what your so-called friends did. They must not care about you if they sent you to this place. Don't speak like you know them, cause you don't, I spat. No, I was possessing them. I saw their plans to get rid of you, Nightmare said. I know what you're doing, Nightmare, so let me give you a heads up. I'm not going to listen to you or your foul words. So save your energy for when you and I fight when we're separated, I thought. And just like that, Nightmare was silent. I gazed at the planet in front of me and filled my thoughts with the warm memories of it. I watched the planet until it was moved out of my vision. While it was there, I swear I could hear Luna's voice. She was telling me about her day and how much she missed me. I closed my eyes and repeated her words carefully in my head until I could see something bright behind my eyelids. I opened my eyes only to have them stung by the bright light that sat in front of me. Once the stinging stopped, I looked at the light to see it envelop me and everything went to a painful white before it went pitch black. I woke up to see shelves of books towering over me. I realized where I was. I quickly shot up only for pain to flood through my body. Don't move yet, Ash, a familiar voice said as a hand was placed on my chest and pushed me back down. I looked at the owner of the hand to see Faust was looking at me with concern. Good to see you, Faust, even if I am just dreaming, I said. You're not dreaming, Ash, your spirit is in here in the world between worlds like so many times before, but your body is still on the moon, Faust said. So you saw that, huh? I asked. I've been keeping an eye on you more carefully since I saved you from death at Tyrk's hands, Faust said. Wait, you're the reason my heart and the rest of my body grew back. I asked in shock. I am practically a goddess, Ash, you should know that, Faust said with a smirk. All of a sudden I hear growling come from my right. I looked over at the source to see Nightmare was scratching at the sphere force field he was in. Why is that thing still alive? I asked. Don't worry, Ash, I'll leave him to you later so you can deal with him, Faust said. So the great Faust has been helping the knight. I should have known. How's your imprisonment, Faust? Lonely enough, Nightmare said. Faust just ignored Nightmare's words until he said something he shouldn't have. I'm sure the dying screams of your loved ones was terrifying for you. In fact, I'm looking forward to the scream. Gak. Nightmare didn't get to finish as Faust shrunk the force field so it was almost crushing him. I suggest you keep quiet, Faust said before she made the sphere half as big as it was before it shrunk, giving Nightmare little room to move. Even goddesses get angry, I said jokingly before I sat upright. Only when something personal is brought up, Faust replied with a sigh. I saw the sadness on Faust's face, so I placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to turn and face me while I gave her a smile which made her smile a bit. If I may ask, Faust, why have you brought me here? It's not like I can do anything while I'm on the moon for the next 1,000 years, I said. That's one of the reasons why I brought you here. You're not going to be on the moon for 1,000 years but for 9 months or so. But since time flows differently here, it will be approximately a year and a half or so, Faust said. How am I not going to stay on the moon for 1,000 years? In case I'm not mistaken, the only way off the moon is when the stars come into alignment, I said. There is another way, Ash, and it's a very rare. It's when 3 solar systems form a harmonic convergence. It's on this day when every being on Eki's magic is amplified tenfold and also the chains holding you will weaken, Faust said. Great, now what's the other reason you brought me here? I asked. Your enemies are getting stronger, so I brought you here to train with all the magic knowledge here. Your magic will reach new heights. Also, I wanted to see that ability you used before with the blood, Faust said. What do you mean? I asked. When you unleashed that monster, you were able to do a unique ability not seen in an extremely long time. You were able to control blood without using a spark of magic, Faust said. What? How is that possible? I asked in complete shock. I promise, Ash, all will be explained at a later date, but for now you must rest and regain your energy, Faust said. Actual time 5 months later. The training Faust put me through was intense, ranging from magic for healing, combat and other uses along with weapons training. I practiced on living dummies or with the 5 knights of Equestria, even dueling Faust herself. Admittedly, it was worse than the training Alex put me through. You need to remember to swing your blade at just the right moment, Link instructed. Right, I said as I got up and using a wooden sword as a way of supporting myself. I stared at the dummy made of armor that acted like a living, breathing thing. It could think on its own but had to follow instructions when it was assigned to. We were outside the library, which turned out to be a giant tower. The metal dummy formed a ball of magic in its hand and tossed it at me. I concentrated on the ball and swung at it only to miss it and knock me into the ground again. I think it's time for a break. You've been working too hard on this one lately, Link said. No, one more try, I can do it, I said as I stood up. You said that the last time, Altair said, who was watching me. I can feel it this time. I can do it, I said. Very well, last go, Link said as he stepped away. The dummy made another ball of magic and got ready to toss it at me. I stood my ground and readied my practice sword and waited. The dummy threw the ball of magic at me and I concentrated on it and calmly breathed before I slashed at the ball of magic horizontally. The magic ball made contact with my blade, but instead of pushing me away, the ball of magic flew back at the dummy at a faster speed, and on contact the dummy broke apart. Damn, I thought I was never going to get that, I said with a sigh. You did well, Ash, go take a break, we'll continue later, Link said. I gave a nod before I used my magic on the dummy and the dummy pulled itself back together and followed me inside. I walked through the massive double door that led inside and handed my sword to the dummy and used my magic to tell him to go put himself and the sword away. I then followed a staircase that led me to the library. I walked over to my bed to relax before Faust came up to me. On break, Ash? Faust asked. Oh hey Faust, yeah, that technique Link taught me was a tough one, I said. I'll bet you've been working very hard lately, Faust said. Guess it's the drive to get home that's pushing me, I said. Come with me, Ash, Faust said. I was curious why Faust asked me to follow her, but I didn't hesitate to do so. She led me towards the window that shows what's happening on Ekis. Why did you bring me here, Faust? I asked. There is a small trick about this window that I want to share with you. It shows you what's happening down on Ekis, but it also allows you to actually be down there. Problem is they can't see, hear or touch you, and you can't touch them. The only ones that can are animals cause of their heightened senses. Before you ask why the ponies won't be able to see you is because of the bipedal side and their DNA cancels it out, Faust said. That's actually really neat, I said. You ready to try? Faust asked. Yeah, but I think there is a pony that will be able to see me, I said. Really, who? Faust asked. Pinkie Pie, she has a tendency to simply break the fourth wall, I said. Oh yes, that is quite a possibility. I believe I saw her waving at me once, Faust said. Well, what do I do now? I asked. Close your eyes and face the window and think about where you want to be, then open your eyes, Faust said. I gave the alicorn a nod before I did as instructed. I closed my eyes and thought about Ponyville. I felt a warm sensation wrap around my body before I felt light. I soon heard the sound of birds chirping. I opened my eyes and saw I was in Ponyville Square and it was sunset. I looked around and saw all the smiling faces of the civilians. Just then I saw the main six and the stallions along with Trixie, Gilda and Spike. As watched them, a song began to play somewhere, but I paid little attention to it. I watched the group as they walked along the street talking and having fun. Just then Pinkie looked over at me and gave me a wave. I slowly raised my hand and returned the wave with a smile. Pinkie, who are you waving at? Applejack asked. Oh, no one, Pinkie replied. When Applejack turned back to face the others, Pinkie gave me a wink which I smiled at before I closed my eyes. About Cadence and Shining Armor. When I opened my eyes, I was in a room made of crystal and lying on the couch I saw Cadence, and behind her was Shining Armor. He was slowly rubbing her belly while they both watched the fire. Suddenly Cadence let out a slight gasp before she placed a hand over Shining's hand. Not too long now, Cadence said before she popped another carrot stick in her mouth that was in a bowl in front of the couch. And you know I can't wait, Shining said before he nuzzled his wife. I gave the pair a warm smile before I closed my eyes and thought about Discord, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher and Celestia. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the throne room and I saw the siblings talking and having a small laugh at a joke that Discord made. Just then, Rage walked right through me from behind and shuddered while Eris was on his arm and shoulder. I gave the group a smile, glad to see my little brother was doing all right before I thought about Luna and Pipsqueak. I appeared in Luna and my bedroom and I saw Luna sitting on the bed looking at a book. I looked around the room and saw Dust and Tiberius both had their gaze on me. I raised a finger to my lips for silence, which they nodded. Just then, Pip walked in with a worried look on his face. He then walked over to Luna and sat next to her and placed his head on her arm. She then wrapped her arm around Pipsqueak and brought him in close before she kissed him on the forehead. I wanted to be there with them in person right then and there and wrap them both in my wings and arms. But since I couldn't do that, I decided to do something else. I used my magic and the window blew open and Pip immediately got up to close it. While both of them were busy, I conjured a night rose in my hand and placed it on the bed next to Luna, and as soon as I let it go, the flower materialized for them to see. Luna placed the book to her side and immediately saw the rose. She put the book down and picked up the flower. She then stood up and walked over to the window. But as Pip was about to close it, she stopped him and walked out onto the balcony, and Pip followed her. Luna then showed Pip the flower and he took it into his hand and gave it a sniff. Who gave you this, Mum? Pip asked. Luna just turned and gave him a teary smile. Your father, Luna said before she looked at the sky and raised the moon. Pip watched as the moon rose and I walked out to see on the moon was a silhouette of a wolf's head. I then watched as Luna picked Pip up and held him close. I then turned my attention to Ponyville and saw a lot of ponies either stepping out of their homes or looking out of their windows. They all had their gazes turned to watch the moon rise. I couldn't believe what I was seeing before the world around me faded just as the song ended and I was back in Faust's library. I turned to the alicorn and let out a smile and a few tears. Thank you, Faust, I needed that and the song really helped, I said. You're welcome, Ash, now you best get to bed, Faust said. I gave Faust a nod before I left. I woke up with a gasp and in cold sweat. I was dreaming about me sitting on a hill looking over Ponyville. I was sitting with Luna and Pip on a picnic blanket. But, all of a sudden, a small blue smoke-like creature crossed in front of me and in a flash the entire world was ablaze with fire. Demons were cheering for their victory and both Luna and Pip were at my sides, both dead, and I was in my monster form. That's when I woke up. I decided to go see what was going on in Ekis. If I was correct, it should be daytime down there. I walked over to the window, then closed my eyes and thought about the carousel boutique. When I opened them, I saw the main six stallions and Spike were here grooming the girls' pets. But the main six all looked exhausted. Even Dust was there getting tended to by Fluttershy. This is amazing, Pinkie said. Yeah, Rarity, thanks for setting all this up, Rainbow said as she scrubbed Tank's shell while he was in a bath. A grooming day for our pet really was a good idea, Fluttershy said. The group was so exhausted it looked like no one got any sleep. I saw Rarity was brushing Opulence's for Rarity's cat. But she slowly began to fall asleep as she accidentally stabbed Opulence, causing her to jump into the air and use her claws to hold onto a curtain. Oh my, I'm sorry I didn't get my normal beauty sleep last night, Rarity said with a yawn while Opulence hissed at Rarity. You know, yawn, I didn't sleep well either, Twilight said as she groomed Olicious and the rest nodded. I'm totally beat too, Pinkie said, cartwheeling across the floor looking completely full of energy. All right, Winona, time for your brushing, Applejack said to her dog as she went to grab a brush but grabbed Gummy Pinkie's pet alligator instead. I immediately saw what was going to happen, so I gestured for Dust to be ready, who had just been pampered by Fluttershy. I saw Gummy bite Winona on her left ear and Winona shook her head back and forth, throwing Gummy off her and causing Gummy to land on Olicious. Olicious panicked and knocked Twilight into the tub Tank was in and flew around the room. Dust then sprang into action and managed to grab Gummy off Olicious. Pinkie Pie ran under Dust and Dust dropped Gummy into her arms and Dust went to calm Olicious down. He succeeded before he flew back down next to Fluttershy. Thank you, Dust, Pinkie said. Guess I'm too plum tuckered out to do this right, Applejack said while Winona glared at her. Yana, I even went to bed early last night but then I had a really scary nightmare, Fluttershy said. Me too, the rest of the main six responded. Only I didn't think mine was that scary, Rainbow said. Well, mine sure was. There was this blue smoke monster and... What? Twilight asked when she saw the girl staring at her. I dreamt about a blue smoke thingy too, Fluttershy said. Me too, the rest of the Applejack, Pinkie and Rarity said. So what, probably just a coincidence, Rainbow said. That's an awfully big coincidence, Twilight said as she stepped out of the tub and grabbed a towel Spike brought over and tried to dry herself as best as she can. I wonder why I didn't have a nightmare. I slept great, Spike said, causing everyone to deadpan him, which he didn't notice. So then what could have given us the same nightmare? Rarity asked. I don't know, but I do know who might. Spike, can you send a scroll to Princess Luna and Princess Dreamcatcher? Twilight asked. Sure, but she does live in Ponyville now, so we can just go and walk over to Luna and Ash's place. And Spike clamped his mouth shut when he saw the looks of guilt on the mares' faces. I mean, yeah, I can do that, Spike said before he pulled out a scroll and quill. Dear Princess Luna and Princess Dreamcatcher, last night my friends and I all dreamt of a creature made of blue smoke. I'm sure you're very busy, but yawn when you have the chance. Please let me know if you have any idea of what it could mean. Yours yawn, Princess Twilight Sparkle. You can leave out the yawns, Twilight said to Spike, who crossed them out before he sent it. The scroll was only gone for 3 seconds before a teleport spell went off and both Luna and Dreamcatcher burst through the door. Which of you saw the creature of blue smoke in your nightmare? Luna asked. Wow, that was fast, Fluter, she said. Just us girls, so you both encountered the smoke monster too? Twilight asked. The Tantabus is a creature of my nightmares. It escaped from my slumbers yesterday, Luna said. But how did it get into ours? Fluttershy asked. The Tantabus is like a parasite. My dreams must no longer be enough for it now. It seeks others to infect and corrupt. It must have learned of you six and possibly Ash by seeing you all in my dream, Luna said. Wait, possibly Ash? Comet asked. Luna told me Ash was in the dream along with the bearers when the Tantabus escaped, but we don't know if the creature was able to infect Ash's dreams. Because he's on the moon, we can't pass into his dreams, for his mind does not dream. There is a brief flash of his dream door, but before we can enter it disappears, so it is unlikely his mind is corrupted, Dreamcatcher said. Hate to disappoint ya, I said. So Smokey gave us bad dreams, no biggie, Rainbow said, but Luna shook her head. I saw that the Tantabus had grown more powerful, but I did not realize that power was enough to enable it to escape my dreams. If its power grows, it could very well find a way to escape into the real world. It could turn all of Equestria into a living nightmare, Luna said. Okay, I take it back. That does sound bad, really bad, Rainbow said. Later, after Luna told the girls her plan to catch the Tantabus, I told Faust of the situation and she taught me a spell to help with the situation and told me to fall asleep while I was back on Ekis. Once I returned, I was in the Castle of Friendship's bedchamber. There were 5 small double beds sitting at the foot of a grand large king-sized bed. We've prepared everything exactly as you requested, I heard Twilight said as the doors to the room opened to reveal the main 6 stallions, Spike, Trixie, Gilda, Luna and Dreamcatcher walk in, and the main 6 were in their pajamas. Good as the bearers slumber here, Dreamcatcher, and I will pursue the creature into whichever of your dreams it infests, Luna said as she flew around the room a bit. Ooh, it will be like a princess sleepover, Pinkie said as she bounced onto a bed. Speaking of princesses, aren't you both going to ask Celestia, Chrysalis and Discord for their help as well? Twilight asked. There is nothing our other siblings can do. None of them have power in the realm of sleep. Only Luna and I can move from dream to dream. I'm afraid Luna and I are on our own tonight, Dreamcatcher said. Even us? Applejack asked. Especially you have suffered so much because of me. You need only slumber while Dreamcatcher and I hunt the Tantabus in your dreams, Luna said. All of a sudden Spike got her attention by poking her gently. I know you said no pony can help, but I'm no pony, Spike said before he got onto a bed and sat on it. I'm gonna stay up and watch over you guys just in case. Same here, Comet said, earning nods from the rest of the stallions along with Trixie and Gilda before they pulled out a chair and sat next to their mare friends, our close friend. Aw, thank you guys, Twilight said while Luna and Dreamcatcher smiled. Yon, one good thing about not sleeping well last night shouldn't be too hard to fall asleep now, Applejack said. Are you kidding? This is so exciting. I don't know how I'm ever going to, Pinkie suddenly said as she appeared out from under the bed sheets in Applejack's bed. But I used a sleep spell on her and she was out like a light and began to snore. One by one I saw the main 6 fell asleep while the stallions, Spike, Gilda, Trixie, Luna, Dreamcatcher and I watched over them. Luna and Dreamcatcher then spread their wings and flew into the air. I saw as the grooves on both their horns lit up. Suddenly, white thin lines grew out of the tips of their horns and connected to the girls' foreheads. I then sat on the floor against a wall and prepared my spell to piggyback onto Luna's and Dreamcatcher's spell and step into the dream world with them, but in a disguise. Once I made a line to Luna's horn, I closed my eyes and entered the dream space. I opened my eyes and looked at my hands to see the look like they were made of the same thing the Tantabus was made of, only I was brownish gray. I imagined a mirror and saw I was the silhouette of a wolf that could stand on 2 legs and had hands. Oh my, this is simply divine. I looked at the source of the voice to see Rarity was looking at a bunch of dresses bobbing around like jellyfish in water. How avant-garde, Rarity said as she looked at the dresses. All of a sudden a roar rang out and I saw a dress had been brought to life as a monster and was charging at Rarity. Forget avant-garde, I should have said on guard. Rarity fired a beam of magic at the dress, stopping it before she fired it at another. The second dress that Rarity used her magic on hit a wall and exploded, leaving Luna and Dreamcatcher in its place. It is here, Luna said. Just I saw the Tantabus change 3 more dresses into monsters before they tore another dress to pieces. It was such a pretty little siphon. What kind of monster would do this? Rarity shouted dramatically. The Tantabus, Dreamcatcher answered. Then let's stop it, Rarity said. No wait, I don't want you to suffer anymore because of me. I will catch it, Luna said before she flew at the Tantabus with Dreamcatcher not too far behind. The Tantabus blocked the path with more monsters and both Luna and Dreamcatcher were so busy dealing with them they didn't notice the Tantabus about to leave. But I ran after the creature just as it jumped through a window and I just made it before the window was bricked up. I landed in a starry void and saw the Tantabus flying through 2 long rows of doors. I did not hesitate to run after the creature. It either tried to lose me between the doors or tried to escape into one. But each door was locked to it till it came to door that looked like the front door of Sugar Cube Corner with Pinkie's cutie mark on it. The Tantabus was able to open the door and went in with me following behind it. Next thing I know I'm in a room with all kinds of cakes in it and Pinkie in the center. Ooh, cake, Pinkie said as she looked around the room. Just then the Tantabus appeared and touched one of the layered cakes. As Pinkie was looking around she got squirted in the face with frosting from the cake. Pinkie managed to get a look at the cake to see it now had several eyes and 3 mouths along with 2 arms. Ew, cake, Pinkie said as more living cakes surrounded Pinkie. Another cake dropped in next to Pinkie and burst open, revealing Luna and Dreamcatcher, and the pair used their magic to make an energy shield that destroyed the cakes. I saw a cake that managed to survive the blast sneak up behind the princesses and was about to attack. But I made a bow and arrow out of my hands and fired the arrow at the cake. The arrow hit the cake, causing the cake to return to normal and the arrow to disappear. The mares looked at me and saw me lower my bow. They were about to ask me something, but I saw the Tantabus go for an open box. I leapt at it and managed to get in before the lid closed and hit the ground. I picked myself up and saw I was outside Fluttershy's cottage, and I saw the Pegasus herself getting her mane brushed by a giant angel bunny. "It's so nice to be the pet for once," Fluttershy said in a relaxed tone. Just then the Tantabus crept up behind Angel and touched him. Angel changed him from fluffy and cute to having red eyes, purple horned instead of ears, sharp teeth, claws, and a long tail with a flaming end. "Nice giant evil Angel." Fluttershy trembled and as Angel went to grab her. But I swooped in and stopped Angel from touching her while Luna and Dreamcatcher grabbed Fluttershy. They both flew her up onto the safety of the tree. I then dodged backwards, then created my bow and another arrow and aimed it at the demonic-looking Angel. "Wait, don't hurt him." I heard Fluttershy cry out, but I released the arrow and it hit Angel, turning him back to normal. I heard Fluttershy sigh in relief before I saw the Tantabus about to enter a birdhouse. I just managed to grab onto it and tried to pull it back out, but the Tantabus pulled me in. We then appeared in the sky above Sweet Apple Acers. I could see Applejack tending to that apple she showed us during the Flutterbat incident. But I returned my focus to the Tantabus and climbed my way towards where its head would be and punched it, sending us to the ground. Both the Tantabus and I rolled along the ground, turned into a ball of blue and brownish gray. Each one of us punching the other before the Tantabus and I flew towards the apple Applejack was polishing. When the Tantabus touched the apple, it shriveled up. The Tantabus and I went through a hole in the apple with Luna and Dreamcatcher not too far behind, who appeared sometime during the dream. As we flew the hole in the apple, the Tantabus threw me into a rock pillar. "Okay, future note, let Luna and Dreamcatcher take care of future dream walking issues if possible, cause this is starting to give me a headache," I thought before I looked around to see Rainbow going head to head with a horde of demons with her bare hands. "I can see the Tantabus has already turned your slumbers into a nightmare," Luna said. "What are you talking about? This is my favorite dream," Rainbow said while she punched a demon that was behind her without looking. "Ever since Ash and these demons showed up, this dream became my favorite because of how awesome Ash looked while doing it. I saw the Tantabus touch another stone pillar and the whole world changed from the pits of Tartarus to some kind of foul's fantasy land with singing sunflowers. We are such happy friends, we will now sing for hours, aren't we unbearably cute? Watch me solo on this flute," the sunflowers sang before one began to play a flute, causing Rainbow to scream. I was horrified by this place too, so I did the one thing that was sane enough to do. I shot an arrow at the flower playing the flute and watched it burn. "Thanks for that, but why?" Rainbow asked when she flew over to me to talk while Luna and Dreamcatcher searched for the Tantabus. I snapped my fingers and words appeared in front of me. "There is a difference between cute and disturbing, but that was way over the disturbing limit," the words said while I shuddered. I then saw the Tantabus about to leave. I then made a grappling launcher and fired it at the Tantabus, managing to grab it. But the Tantabus pulled me along and into the clouds. I couldn't see anything while I was in the clouds. The next thing I saw after white fluffiness was the ground, and I hit it hard, but the Tantabus still dragged me along. I could see we were in an extremely large library, giving me a good idea on whose dream this was. As I was being dragged, I saw the Tantabus change books into creatures. The Tantabus tried to get rid of me by making sharp turns or sending creatures after me, but I held on tightly. Once we made another turn, I saw the Tantabus heading for Twilight, but Luna blocked its path and turned the Tantabus into crystal. But I skidded past them and was sent into a desk. I shook my head and saw my body was being turned to crystal except my head by Dreamcatcher. "Don't even think of escaping, creature," Dreamcatcher said. I then saw the crystal holding the Tantabus was beginning to break. I tried to say something, but then I remembered Faust telling that I would not be able to speak when I was like this. I then made head gestures which got her to look at the Tantabus, but it was too late before the Tantabus broke free and covered the dream. "What happened? Are you guys okay?" Spike asked as we awoke with a gasp. That was terrible. I never want to have that nightmare ever again," Fluttershy said, hiding behind her blanket while Big Mac rubbed her gently. "Shudder me either," Rainbow said as she slowly rocked herself back and forth, surprising Gilda. "But Luna and Dreamcatcher caught it, didn't they?" Spike asked. "I'm sorry, every pony, but we failed," Luna said as she floated to the ground with Dreamcatcher. "Princess, you did say there was only one Tantabus, right? Because I saw two, only one was different colored than the other," Rarity said. "Another Tantabus, but there should be only one," Luna said. "It saved us from being eaten by a bunch of cakes in mine," Pinky said. "He stopped a giant evil angel from hurting me," Fluttershy said. "I even saw the two battling each other in my dreams, so they ain't friends," Applejack said. "He managed to stop the worst part in my nightmare," Rainbow said. "I saw the second Tantabus to sister. I managed to catch it before the first escaped," Dreamcatcher said. "Oh gosh, will it be alright?" Fluttershy asked. "I do not know, but it seems that this second Tantabus has opposite intentions on what the first wants," Luna said. "Well, I reckon I can go without seeing that blue Tantabus ever again," Applejack said. "But you will again and again every night until it grows powerful enough to infect the waking world. After what I did is Nightmare Moon, the fact that I am once again responsible for harming others is more than I can bear," Luna said. "It'll be okay, every pony makes mistakes," Pinky said. "As long as none of you dreamt about another pony, the Tantabus remains confined to your dreams. We still have a chance to catch it before it's too late," Dreamcatcher said. "Phew, that's good to hear. Although after you all left I had a dream that I was eating a giant ice cream cone with all of Ponyville while having to take a test we were studying for. See, what did I tell ya? Every pony makes mistakes," Pinky said, causing the room to look at Pinky in horror while I just face-palmed. "But that means the Tantabus could be turning every dream in Ponyville into a nightmare," Twilight said. "It is far worse than that. Infecting all those dreams gives it more and more power. Soon it will be able to escape into the real world and infect Equestria with its nightmare plague," Luna said. "Then you must let us help you stop it before that happens," Rarity said. "But how the Tantabus was able to escape Luna, Dreamcatcher, and the other Tantabus when it only had 6 dreams it could get to," Fluttershy said. "It is true, with so many dreams it could hide, and I don't know how we can catch it," Dreamcatcher said. "What if every pony in Ponyville were having one dream?" Twilight suggested. "We can create shared dreams, yes, but for so many ponies at once we both have never done anything like that. The amount of power it will take," Dreamcatcher said. "Well, it is worth a try, isn't it?" Fluttershy asked. Of course I would do anything to end this, including accept your help. I cannot allow the Tantabus to escape into the real world. All of you must go to sleep and hope that we can make such a dream, Luna said. Everyone in the room settled into either a bed or chair and went to sleep. Luna and Dreamcatcher once more lit the groves of their horns. Even more lines emerged from their horns and into the dreams of everyone in the room and all of Ponyville besides me. Once again I did the same thing as last time and entered the dream realm. Once I opened my eyes and I was on a roof. In my disguise I saw I was in Ponyville at night, but the weird thing was Muffins had wings and were flying about. There were living lampposts and I saw Derpy, only she was an actual Pegasus that stood on 4 hooves, and whenever she spoke she meowed like a cat and she was as big as a house. I jumped down from the roof and looked around. I earned a few odd looks but didn't mind. I soon found the main 6 altogether. Princess Luna did it, Twilight said. I was about to look around for the others, but then I saw Mac, only he had a horn growing out of his head. I stared at Mac in surprise before he used magic and shot an apple out his horn that said "E up." I continued to look around till I was spotted. Hey, you're that archer that helped us out, Rainbow said as she was in my face. Ponies. I took my attention off Rainbow to see Luna and Dreamcatcher in some form of a bubble with the glowing lines coming out of their horns. They both looked like they were struggling from the strain of the magic. All the ponies in the dream except me and the others went to bow to the princesses. There is no time for bowing, my friends. There is something coming, something terrible. No, it's already here, Luna said, pointing to approaching Tantabus, which had grown 20 times from when I last saw it, and many of the ponies began to panic at the sight. I am so sorry I brought this upon you, but I will end it now, Luna said as she and Dreamcatcher fired a beam at the Tantabus, only for it to have no effect. Luna, Dreamcatcher, what's wrong? Twilight asked as the girls and others ran over to the princesses. It's taking all of our strength just to hold this massive dream together. You will have to stop it. I truly wish I did not have to ask this of you, Luna said. Then you're in luck, Twilight said. Yeah, we're already on it, or that archer is anyway, Rainbow said, surprised as she saw me parker my way onto a roof. I used my bow and arrow to fire an arrow into the Tantabus. The Tantabus roared in pain before it launched a tendril at me. But I removed the bow and arrow and turned my arms into a pair of swords and cut the massive tendril with ease. But the severed tendril attached itself to the Tantabus once more. But instead of the Tantabus attacking me, it touched a house, turning it into some kind of monster. But another worst part was there were ponies still inside the house. I saw Filthy Rich was in a monster's grasp. By Rainbow kicked in the face and caught Filthy Rich. All of the girls worked together to save the ponies from the monster's creations. I looked at Fluttershy and saw her turn into Flutterbat while I was dealing with a few scary-looking toy robots of my own. I then saw Big Mac was cornered by a large amount of winged muffins. Big Mac, you can do anything, a dream, remember? Applejack called out to her brother. I saw Mac close his eyes and he began to glow. When the glowing stopped, all the winged muffins were pushed back and I saw Mac had a pair of Marin red wings on his back. He was also wearing an apple crown on his head and gem-studded yoke around his neck. He let out a cheer of joy as he flew through the air. Well, that just happened, I thought. I was so busy focusing on Mac it wasn't until I heard a roar and saw the Tantabus had turned a tendril into a blade and cut open a hole in the dream so it could escape into the real world. I then saw Twilight fire a beam of magic at the Tantabus and Luna sealed the hole with her magic. I looked at the princesses and saw Luna and Dreamcatcher would not be able to hold out for long. I quickly jumped off the roof and ran to the pair. They were surprised to see me. I pulled 2 small orbs of magic out of my chest and placed them into their horns. They were still struggling holding the dream together, but not as much as before, buying us a few more minutes. Thank you, Dreamcatcher said. I gave them a nod before I summoned my swords again and made 5 slashes in the air, making a gap but not to the real world. I reached into each gap and pulled through Celestia, Chrysalis, Discord, Eris and Rage. At first the group were confused. But when they saw me they got ready for a fight, but I simply pointed to Luna and Dreamcatcher before I pointed to the Tantabus attacking ponies. Luna, Dreamcatcher, what is this? Celestia asked. Celestia, how'd you get here? Dreamcatcher asked. Your friend here brought us, Rage said, gesturing to me. Well, we're trying to stop the Tantabus from escaping. We could use the assistance, Dreamcatcher said. The small group nodded, ran off to see how they could help, and I saw Pip had summoned the Pale Horse and was using its cannons fire it at the Tantabus. Rainbow turned into some kind of superhero along with Applejack. Spike was in some kind of knight armor with a red cape and he had more muscle on him and was riding on Derpy's back with a lance in his right hand. Scootaloo had a pair of massive wings. She was using the force of wind from the wings flaps to keep the Tantabus away from the gaps to the real world. But it wasn't enough. The Tantabus soon turned into a pony unicorn that stood on 4 legs and was about to make a large gap. But I summoned a long length of rope and tied it around one of the Tantabus's legs. With a thought of super speed I ran around the Tantabus's legs multiple times. I then added super strength and pulled on the rope. The Tantabus's legs were then pulled together and it fell forward and landed on the ground with a giant boom. But the Tantabus wasn't through yet. It used its massive tail to grab me and threw me into the attic of a house. It then tuned its tail into a pair of scissors to cut the rope, so I stood up and out of the wreckage of the broken roof and looked at the situation before I heard Luna speaking. I can't hold this dream together for much longer. Equestria will fall because of me, Luna said. After Luna spoke, the Tantabus got bigger, brushing off ponies of Ponyville attacks like they were nothing and used its horn to make a large gap in the dream realm. Am I crazy or did it just get even bigger after Luna said that? Spike asked. I think it's feeding of your guilt, Princess Luna, Twilight said. If that is so, then perhaps that is how it grew strong enough to escape in the first place, Luna said. Say what now? Applejack asked. I created the Tantabus to give myself the same nightmare every night to punish myself for the evil I caused as Nightmare Moon, Luna said, gaining the attention from the rest of her siblings. But why would you do that when the knights and every pony else forgave you? Fluttershy asked. It was to make sure I never forgave myself because I was too weak to say no and for how much Equestria suffered because of me. But it seems I have not learned my lesson, for now I have only made you suffer more, Luna cried. I then leapt down from the roof and stood in front of Luna. I then created an orb and held it out to Luna. The orb then lit up and floated out of my hand. I then kneeled, which everyone found confusing before a voice spoke out of the orb. Luna, Faust's calm and loving voice came from the orb, causing the royal siblings to stare in shock at the orb while Rage kneeled as well, only confusing the group of friends more. Mother, I'm so sorry. I let you down. I broke our promise to stay together, Luna sobbed, causing my friends' mouths to go slack-jawed at the word mother. Luna, there is no reason to be sad nor a reason for you to be punishing yourself like this. I can see your life has taken a turn for the better. You have your brother and sisters back, wonderful friends to support you, a charming cold friend and a wonderful son by your side to help you, Faust said. But mother, how can I forgive myself for what I did? Luna asked in tears. My dearest Luna, look around you. You're trying to stop something that Nightmare Moon would have wanted to be set free on Equestria. You can ask any pony here tonight and they'll give you the same answer. That Nightmare Moon is in the past and I forgive you. The only one that's not forgiving you is yourself. Do you believe me that I'm right? Faust asked. Luna looked around at us and saw the smiling faces of my friends and the royal siblings. She looked at the almost freed Tantabus before she turned back to the orb and smiled. I do, Luna said. All of a sudden the Tantabus was ripped out of the gap in the dream and shrunk down to Luna's height. Once it did, it walked into Luna and the dream was once more at peace. Remember, Luna, what happens in the past doesn't define you, it's what you do in the present, Faust said, earning a nod from Luna. Look out for each other and I promise I'll be home soon, Faust said before the orb went silent and disappeared. Thank you all, Luna said. I just gave a two-finger salute before the world faded. I awoke, I stretched out my limbs and saw the sun was rising and my friends were waking up. Luna did it, Twilight said. She sure did, only I'm not exactly sure what she did, Applejack said. Luna created the Tantabus to punish herself. The worse she felt, the more power it had, but once she finally forgave herself for what Nightmare Moon did, Twilight started. Poof, Spike shouted. Shish. I turned my head to see it was Fluttershy who shushed us before she pointed to a sleeping Luna and Dreamcatcher at the end of the bed, both of which had peaceful smiles on their faces. I wonder what they're dreaming about now, Spike wondered. I walked over to Luna and used my magic to see what she was dreaming about, only to see her on a bed sleeping in a moonlit garden while giant nocturnal plants grew around her. Her bed was under a plant on a small island in the middle of a lake lit by moonlight. I'll be home soon, Luna, I promise, I said before I gave her a kiss on the forehead. You'd better keep your promise, Pinky said, resulting in me giving the pink mare a smile. Who are you talking about, Pinky? Rainbow asked. Oh, Ash, he just made Luna a promise and now he's going to give Luna a night rose, Pinky said. And sure enough, I was going to do that. I placed the rose next to Luna and as soon as I let it go, everyone besides Pinky gasped in shock as the rose martyrized in front of their eyes. Whoa, that just blew my mind, Soren said. I placed a finger on my lips and aimed it at Pinky, which she nodded. Before I left, I opened my eyes and stood up, then stretched my body. I felt my body completely full of energy and then some. I looked around the room and I saw Faust with a smile on her face. Thank you, Ash. In all my time here, I never could get a chance to talk to my children, not even get them all together in the dream world, so thank you for doing that, Faust said. No problem, I said with a dismissive wave. Now you're late to practice, so we'd best catch you up on what you were supposed to be doing and no breaks or sleep till we're done, Faust said as she began to walk away, leaving me to groan in annoyance. Actual time 1 month later. I was standing outside the tower with Link. He had just finished showing me a special attack that was quite powerful. My sword training from both Altair and Arno was improving and I was now unstoppable with my hidden blades thanks to Ezio. Corvo taught me how to use my surroundings to my advantage and use them to attack my enemies more fiercely along with a few tips in magic. My magic has improved to using more powerful spells and lasting longer thanks to Faust. She taught me how to deepen what she called a mana pool where all my magic is stored. The deeper it was, the more magic I could use, and the stronger the mana, the more powerful my spells. I was even taught resistance against all matter of things from being possessed and the basic elements and more. All of a sudden, Faust walked out of the tower with Nightmare still in his bubble. Ash, I've learned everything I now needed to know from Nightmare. I believe now is the time for you to face him, Faust said, which I nodded. Wait, learn? I haven't told any of you a damn thing. Nightmare spat. No, but that bubble you're in did more than keep you prisoner, but also let me get inside. You had to find out every single plan you and Heartless planned for the future. There were a few, shall we say, volunteers to help me learn your little language before you came along. I also learned to make the spell I taught Ash so he could separate you from my daughters thanks to this, Faust said. I'll take absolute joy in killing you, Nightmare snarled. While Faust had Nightmare's attention, I walked up behind him and grabbed him and ripped him out of the bubble and onto the endless plane around us. I summoned Nightmare's sword and tossed it into the air and it stabbed the ground in front of Nightmare. I told you to save your strength for when you fight me. Well, now's your chance, I said as I summoned Whispering Wind onto my back. Nightmare snarled at me before he grabbed his sword and charged at me in blind rage, but I held my ground and didn't make any moves to draw Whispering Wind. As Nightmare got closer, I still stood still as Nightmare was about to bring his sword down on my head. I grabbed Whispering Wind and in one fluid motion I spun around and drew Whispering Wind and slashed down on Nightmare's shoulder, going diagonally across his chest. The blow threw him back into the pain with a mortal wound. I then walked up to Nightmare and picked him up by the neck. Ash, you remember the spell I taught you to banish your foes to the Void Realm? Faust asked. At the words of the Void Realm, Nightmare went pale, for he knew that no matter what, nothing and no one comes back from the Void Realm. It is a place far worse than Tartarus that Death himself created to send the worst of the worst. Even necromancy could not bring back the souls sent there. It was the perfect place to put the demons. I gave Faust a nod before I looked at Nightmare. He was giving me a begging look to not do this. My eyes became ablaze with fire. Nightmare could only stare in horror at me as his body was consumed with fire. I kept my grip on him until Nightmare was gone. Once he disappeared, I rubbed my eyes and ended my stare. I then looked at my teachers to see them give me a nod. Author's notes. R.I.P. Paul Walker, gone but will never be forgotten. Chapter 31. Nothing like being home in delivery. I stood in front of a pair of doors that lead to a room where I must face something. I was armed with both Whispering Wind and my shield, and I had my hood over my head. I stood ready to face an opponent I should have fought long ago. Are you sure about this, Ash? This doesn't need to be done, Faust said as she stood behind me along with the knights. No, Faust, this needs to end. I don't trust myself with it and I can feel it's getting stronger, I said. All of a sudden I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked to see it was Link. Know this, he knows every move you know and he has some of his own, so he will be your toughest opponent yet, Link said. I gave Link a nod before I stepped forward and placed my hands on the doors ahead of me. I pushed the door open and I was greeted by a bright light. I shielded my eyes from the light and walked inside. I kept my eyes shielded until the light faded and I saw I was in a dimly lit room. The floor was covered in water and a large thick tree stood on a small island in the center of the room and the roots crept into the water. The doors closed behind me and I took a deep breath before I calmly walked forward, my eyes gazing at the space around me. I continued my walk forward and past the tree till I reached the other side of the room only to find nothing. I then looked at my feet and gazed into the water, but the only problem was nothing was gazing back. There was no reflection or anything. I turned around and saw something leaning against the tree. The figure was dark and had its arms folded across its chest, just quietly staring at me. The figure had no weapons but was wearing the same clothing as me, only they were all black. I stared at the figure in silence before I took my hood up, revealing my face to the figure. The figure did the same, revealing a familiar face with red eyes and sharp teeth and silver hair that looked like mine. I was staring at my nightmare form. "It's time we ended this," I said as I drew Whispering Wind in my shield. My nightmare form responded by pushing of the tree, and as he took a step forward and disappeared, leaving a ripple across the water, but I saw it coming. I managed to block his claws from killing me. I followed up the attack with smashing my shield into his side, sending him skidding across the water. I ran up to him and thrusted while he was still on the ground, but he disappeared into the water, so my blade hit nothing. I looked around the room frantically. I then looked at the branches of the tree to see nothing before I looked down. On the tree's reflection on the branches was my nightmare form. I stared at it before the nightmare jumped out of the tree and burst out of the water in front of me and into the air. He came down on me and prepared his claws, but I used my shield to block him and then used Whispering Wind to try and cut him, but he just backflipped off my shield before I could cut him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, I thrusted Whispering Wind at him, but he just leapt onto my blade and held his balance perfectly before he flipped over me and slashed me in the back. I grunted in pain from his attack before I smashed my shield into him just as he landed and attacked him. But he just blocked me again. He then kicked water into my face before he slashed at me, only for me to block him before I leapt over him and rolled across his back and slashed at his left leg. I felt pain in my leg, but I assumed it was just because of the landing before I attacked my nightmare form with lightning speed. He managed to dodge or block many of my attacks, but he took a few hits himself and I kept going till I had his back against the tree. Once that happened, I thrusted Whispering Wind into his left arm, pinning him before I punched him in the face. But the odd thing is I also felt the punch, yet he didn't do anything. I looked at my darker self in confusion while he looked at me in anger. I then looked at all the damage I did to him, then at myself to see I had his wounds and he had mine. Every attack against him was an attack against me. My mind was filled with questions on what I did now. It was doubtful he was going to let me live and I couldn't kill or chain him without doing it to myself. I gazed into my nightmare form's eyes and he gazed back at me. I finally realized what I needed to do. I took a step away and pulled Whispering Wind out of his arm and backed away from my nightmare form. My nightmare form stood up and got into a battle stance, but I simply sheathed Whispering Wind in my shield, causing my nightmare form to tilt his head in confusion but still remained in his stance. I then simply offered my hand for a handshake and my nightmare form just stared blankly at me before he lost his stance and walked over to me. His right claw disappeared, leaving behind a hand before he accepted my hand. Once he grasped mine, there was a bright light coming from our hands before he vanished. I flexed my fingers before I looked at the water to see my reflection smiling back at me before I walked over to the doors. I pushed the doors open and I was met with Faust and the knights. "I can see your battle was a fierce one, Ash," Link said. "More like fierce on myself," I said. "So what happened?" Arno asked. "I couldn't destroy him without destroying myself, so I was left with one option: accept him," I said, gaining surprised looks from the knights and Faust. "You accepted him?" Faust asked in surprise. Yeah, is that a bad thing?" I asked. "No, it's just not what I was expecting," Faust said. "Okay, well, what's next on my training schedule?" I asked. "Clearly you haven't been keeping track," Corvo said. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "It's time for you to go home, Ash," Faust said. "What, none of you are messing with me, are you?" I asked excitedly. "No, Ash, Altair started only for him," and the knights to grimace in pain and flicker before they went back to normal. "Are you all alright?" I asked. "Ash, something is happening in the temple. You need to get down there and stop it," Arno said before the knights vanished. "What the heck is going on?" I asked. "Like they said, Ash, something has happened in the temple. I must return you to your body," Faust said. "Understood, and Faust, I still intend to keep my promise," I said. Faust's only response was a nod before my vision went blank. I opened my eyes to see the dust of the moon at my feet. I looked outside to see the starlit sky and I could see one of the 3 solar systems in front of me as it lined up. Suddenly, 2 beams for energy shot into the distant sun in front of me and the solar system began to glow. A beam of energy suddenly shot into the cave, hitting the chains holding me. I could feel the energy in my body grow. The beam of energy from the 3 harmonic convergences finally broke the chains. I stood up and stretched my body, gaining a serious amount of painful pops. I grinned as I managed to finally move my body. I then exploded out of the cave, leaving behind a massive dust storm before I turned around and flew towards Ekis. I was flying so fast I looked like a meteor. I continued my flight across the planet until I reached the sunlit side of the planet. I entered the atmosphere and the fire intensified, but I slowed down when I saw the everfree forest come into view. I aimed for the center of the anti-magic zone where the lake should be. I went through the barrier. The lake came into view. I tucked my legs in and created an enormous splash with steam rising into the air from the fiery re-entry. I resurfaced and took a few deep breaths, glad to have air fill my lungs once more, and I took a large drink of the water. Once I had my fill, I swam over to the temple and did not stop till I reached the edge. Once I got out of the water, every part of my body hurt. I lay in the sand exhausted before I regained my strength and the pain turned into a dull throb. I stood up and looked around to see part of the ground and trees were burning. I thought about what I could do to stop the fire. Then I remembered Faust told me the anti-magic field around this place was weakened because of the harmonic convergence, so the anti-magic zone couldn't neutralize my magic. Acting immediately, I used my magic to gather as much water as possible from the lake and drowned the fires with it. Once the fire was stopped, I then saw Slender on the ground, badly injured. "Slender, are you all right?" I asked as I ran over to him and kneeled at his side. "Ashblade, what are you doing here? You've certainly changed. For one thing, that's quite a lot of hair," Slender said. "Listen, I don't have time to worry about my hair or how much there is of it now. Are you all right?" I asked again. Slender's response was by his wounds healing and him standing up along with me. Nothing, I won't survive, Slender said. I was told some trouble was happening here by the knights. What did this? I asked. Demons and War Sword. The demons made off with several items while War Sword escaped and fought me and set fire to this place. I made sure to send the animals into hiding till the situation is under control, Slender said. I need to get to the knight's room. Is there any other way to get in besides the main doors? I asked. War Sword made a giant hole in the roof so you can get in through there, Slender said. Thanks, I said before I flew up to the domed roof. I found the giant hole and flew in. I saw the room was a mess, overturned bookshelves and destroyed cases. I flew over to the raised platform and saw the knight's remains were scattered all over the place. I used my magic to fix up the skeletons and to put out any fires in the area before I looked around for any opponents that stayed behind. Ash. I turned around and saw the knights were all in front of their skeletons and looking at me. War Sword escaped and the demons took many objects, I said. We know they took several prisons and the Necroid Iron with them. No doubt they plan to hand that foul book over to Groger, Ezio said. We also sense that War Sword is attacking Canterlot along with several other creatures from the Everfree Forest, Link said. Then I better go after them, I said as I turned to leave. Hold on, Ash, there is something we want you to have, Arno said, causing me to raise an eyebrow at the ghost. Third person POV Canterlot. Celestia was lying on the ground in the throne room. Her once white beautiful fur had black patches on it. Her siblings were also badly beaten along with the bearers of the elements of harmony. Eris stood next to the heavily pregnant Cadence. Shining armor was struggling to stand up while the burning Alicorn War Sword watched while many of the royal guard in the room were injured, dead or dying. Spike, Rage and the Stallions were in Canterlot City fighting a large mass of monsters. Is this what the great city of Canterlot has to offer me? Weak soldiers that don't know how to fight, War Sword taunted. Stay back, whoever you are, if not you'll be sorry, Eris said. I have no interest in talking to you, freak, unless you can stand against me, War Sword said. Eris's anger fumed. She summoned her nunchucks and charged at War Sword. Once she was in range, she swung them at War Sword only for War Sword to catch them and headbutt Eris, knocking her out. Tell me, where is the sixth knight? He promised me a duel and I'm waiting, War Sword said. He's not here. He has been banished to the moon because he was possessed. You'll be waiting a long time before he returns, Celestia said. Possessed? Huh, then it appears I got excited over nothing. If the knight can't stop a being from possessing him, then he's not worth my time, War Sword said. At least he has a heart, something you don't have, Luna said. War Sword glared at Luna before he walked over to her and grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the air. I think I'll leave you as an example to Ashblade for wasting my time, War Sword said as he drew a flaming sawtooth cutlass from his belt. All of a sudden Pinky started shuddering. Pink, please tell me that ain't what I think it is, Applejack said. I'm afraid it is. It's a doozy, Pinky said. A doozy now all of all times, Twilight said in shock. Whatever it is, it's certainly a big one, Pinky said while shuddering. All of a sudden her tail started twitching. Twitchy tail. All of a sudden a part of the roof broke and fell. Every eye in the room watched as an object fell along with the stone rubble. A large dust cloud covered the area and War Sword released Luna from his grasp and walked closer to the mess. The dust settled and the fallen object looked metal. All of a sudden music leered to life and the object moved. The thing stood up to reveal a figure wrapped in a strange armor. The noticeable qualities of the figure were the feather and webbed wings that shot open on the figure's back, the sword and shield on the figure's back, and the helmet that covered the figure's face looked like the one that was damaged by Tyrk. Except this one was the same color as the armor on the figure's torso. Ash, everyone screamed. So you finally show yourself. Let's see if you're strong enough to face my army, War Sword said as minions made of flaming armor appeared around Ash. The group watched with worry as War Sword's minions circled Ash like a pack of. Ash drew Whispering Wind and waited. Suddenly, all the minions all pounced on Ash, but Ash quickly spun around while holding Whispering Wind outward. The sword gave of a golden glow as Ash spun, creating a golden hurricane that cut everything it touched to pieces, wowing the onlookers. Impressive, War Sword said before he snapped his fingers, summoning more minions. One of the minions was extremely tall and wore black heavy armor and carried a massive sword and shield and carried a rapier on its hip. The armored figure then made a few large swings with its sword to show its strength. Ash remembered Link telling him about this creature and told him that it was called a Darknut. Quite the beast, is it not? He may not be the real thing, but I've seen enough pictures and read enough information about them to know what they can do, War Sword said. Then that's a real shame, Ash finally spoke, much to War Sword's confusion. Because I fought the real thing for practice. Ash ran at the Darknut, cutting down any armored figures that got in his way before he faced the Darknut. The Darknut brought his sword down on Ash, but Ash simply dodged to the side and bashed his shield into the Darknut, stunning. Ash then leapt up and over the Darknut while doing a front flip and cutting the Darknut's helmet in two before he landed behind the Darknut and slashed the parts that were holding the armor together before the Darknut turned to face him. The Darknut swung faster but not fast enough, allowing Ash to dodge and cut the straps holding the shield to his arm. With its defenses broken, the Darknut leapt away from Ash and threw its sword at him before it drew its rapier, disregarding the scabbard. Ash ran at the Darknut while the sword was flying at him and got to his knees and leaned his body backwards, resulting Ash to skid under the blade before he stood up and continued his run. The Darknut ran at Ash with great speed and swung its sword at Ash, but Ash bashed his attack away with his shield before he thrusted Whispering Wind into the Darknut's chest. The Darknut moved away from Ash as he moved away from it. The Darknut held the hand that was holding the rapier over its wound while the other went limp. The Darknut let out a few weak grunts before it stumbled around and raised its sword at Ash before it dropped it and fell to its knees and hit the floor. The Darknut then turned black and disappeared in a puff of purple smoke along with its armor, shield and swords. The onlookers were memorized by what happened and Ash then turned to War Sword. Let's find out who's stronger, shall we? Ash said. Just make sure you make it interesting, War Sword said. The two moved with impossible speeds at each other, their weapons sending sparks across the room. The two were evenly matched when it came to sword fighting. War Sword fired 3 bolts of fire from his flaming horn, but Ash leaned side to side to avoid the first 2 and swung Whispering Wind horizontally, sending the last fireball back to War Sword. The ball of fire hit War Sword and sent him back a few feet and was surprised by the attack. Ash twirled Whispering Wind around in the air in a taunting fashion which enraged War Sword. He then lunged at Ash, but Ash simply stepped backwards to avoid the attack before he attacked Warsword with both grace and ease. The fight continued with Ash simply stepping out of the way when Warsword attacked, making Warsword angrier. Warsword had finally had enough and thrusted his sword at Ash, but Ash simply jumped into the air and landed on the blade, and the pair held that position, the fire not bothering Ash at all. Ash then kicked Warsword in the face and back-flipped off the blade and looked at Warsword while he held a hand on his face. Warsword looked at Ash in anger before he took his hand away from his helmet head to reveal a large crack in it. Warsword then summoned a minion behind Ash. The minion went to attack, but Ash simply spun around and destroyed the flaming armor. Ash, look out! Twilight cried. The warning came too late as Warsword cut off Ash's entire right arm. Ash cried in pain before he turned to Warsword. That was a dirty move. I thought you had honor, Ash said. Sometimes you must play dirty to win a match, Warsword said. Then I hope you don't mind if I return the favor, Ash said before tendrils made of blood rushed out of the wound and grabbed Warsword by the throat. The tendrils threw Warsword away and the group watched in shock as the blood grabbed the severed arm from where it was cut and pulled back into its proper place. Ash then tested his arm and saw everything was back in working order and the wound along with the armor repaired itself before he turned to see Warsword was up and had Cadence hostage. I don't know what that was, but I am not going back in a cage, so here's what's going to happen. Here is I'm going to leave, and if you try to stop me or follow me, this bitch and her child die. You got that? Warsword said. You know there's something behind you, Ash said. Oh please, you must think I'm a novice. That is the oldest trick in the book, Warsword said. Who said I was trying to trick you? I said. Warsword gave a confused look before he looked behind him, and as fast as lightning his sword was knocked out of his hands and he was lifted up into the air by the throat. The figure holding him was a shadow with red eyes. The shadow then threw Warsword into the center of the room where Ash teleported into Warsword's path and kicked Warsword to the ground, and Ash landed on Warsword with Whispering Wind piercing Warsword's chest. You know you can't kill me, so that only leaves imprisonment, but that won't hold me. I'll just break out again and again till one day Equestria is engulfed by war, Warsword said. I know that's why you're going somewhere where you definitely won't be able to break out of, but don't worry, you'll have company so you won't be lonely, I said as I stood up while holding Warsword. When you get to the Void Realm, do me a solid and tell Nightmare I said hi. With the words said, Ash's eyes lit up with fire. I stared at Warsword as he screamed in pain from the fire Ash was controlling. The flames consumed him, and before anyone knew it, he was gone. Ash turned towards the shadow, who walked over to Warsword's sword and tossed it to Ash, which Ash caught the blade and teleported it off to be taken care of later. Ash then looked back at the shadow and watched it sink into the ground and attached itself to Ash's feet again. Ash's POV. I looked at my shadow and tested to see if it was fully attached before I looked at the group, only for Pinkie Pie to run at me and wrap me in a bone-crushing hug, but thing was I couldn't feel the pain. Nice to see you too, Pinks, but I've still got to save Canterlot, I said as I squeezed Pinkie. Once I released her, it looked like she was the one out of breath. I spread my wings and flew out of the hole I made earlier and viewed the situation. There were about 12 giant cockatrices attacking Canterlot, and I saw Rage having a hard time dealing with two. I flew down and thrusted Whispering Wind onto a cockatrice's head and landed on the ground behind Rage. I then created a silver shotgun that had a skull with sharp teeth on the barrel out of the blood of the cockatrice. The shotgun was tossed into the air and I caught it by the fore end and gave it a pump to load it. Rage, catch! I yelled out before I tossed the shotgun to Rage. Rage caught the shotgun by the handle and aimed it at the cockatrice's head before he pulled the trigger. Fire shot of the barrel blowing the cockatrice's head clean off. Rage looked at the shotgun in awe before he turned to me. I gave Rage a two-finger salute. Suddenly, I heard something being thrown into the air. I looked at the object to see it was a car. That's right, a car. The car hit the ground and formed an explosion. I stared at the burning wreck in wonder before I looked at the cockatrice that threw it. You just don't do that to a nice car and expect to get away with it, I said before I flew over to the cockatrice and used Whispering Wind to cut its head off. I then landed on a roof and looked around at the 9 other cockatrices and decided to end this. I raised my hand into the air and the sky went dark. I could hear thunder rumble. Just then, a cockatrice came up and roared in my face. Go to hell and take your friends with you, I said before I brought my hand down. Lightning fell upon each and every cockatrice, frying them. Once I cut the lightning, the dark clouds disappeared and remaining cockatrices fell extra crispy and dead. I suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell off the roof. Luckily someone caught me, then heard someone talking but couldn't make out what it was before everything went dark. Looks like he's coming around. I slowly opened my eyes to see every pony looking at me with concerned looks. Hey guys, what's happening? I asked. Dude, what was that out there? I've never seen anything like that before, Comet said. And what was all that back in the throne room? Chrysalis asked. Hey, give Ash some breathing room, Celestia said, getting everyone to back away from me. Thanks, Celestia, and I gotta say re-entry was a bitch. Every single part of my body hurts, even talking hurts because I haven't used my voice for so long, I said. What do you mean, Ash? Caramel said. I was chained to the moon so well I couldn't move at all. There was no air, no water, and no food. The only thing that was keeping me alive was the chains holding me, I said, causing the main 6 to look away from me in guilt. I know what you 6 are thinking and I want you to know it wasn't your fault. Thanks for trying to cheer us up, Ash, but it won't work, Rainbow said. No, it really wasn't. It was a healing process I had to go through to weaken Nightmare's hold on me, I said, causing the group to look at me in confusion. What are you saying, Ash? Dreamcatcher asked. When I was sent to the moon the same way you and Luna were, it was because Nightmare had dug himself in so deep in only a few seconds the elements of harmony were not strong enough to sever the connection. So they had to weaken Nightmare's hold by cutting Nightmare off from any magic he could feed on, and the only place that could do that was the moon. Weakening the connection doesn't take that long, only around a month or so, but the way back is harder to achieve because the door only opens either when the stars come into alignment or when 3 harmonic convergences happen all at once like today. If you take a moment to sense the magic in the air, you can see the magic has boosted dramatically, I said. He's right, the magic is stronger, Discord said. That explains how the cockatrices got so large and Warsword's escaped, Shining said. So girls, you have nothing to be sorry for, you actually helped me, I said with a smile. The girls smiled at me before they wrapped me in a hug. Now darling, I don't mean to be rude, but you really need a shower, Rarity said. Yeah, I guess I do need a cleanup, huh, I said as I released the girls. I like that line of silver that's running through your hair though. How'd you get it like that? Rainbow asked. What are you talking about? I asked. Rarity created a handheld mirror and handed it to me. I could see I had one hell of a beard and my hair reached my shoulders and a silver line cut through the black in my hair and reached the end of my fringe over my right eye. Whoa, I really need a trim. How soon can you have a barber here, Celestia? I asked. As soon as you can stand, Celestia said. I looked down to see I was in my casual clothes and got off the bed. I gave a smile to everyone before my stomach growled loudly, begging to be filled with food. Damn, I forgot I haven't eaten anything in 9 months, I said, clutching my stomach in pain. You just wait, Sugar Cube. As soon as you're fixed up, I'm gonna give the best apple cooking you'll ever taste. I'll even ask Granny Smith if she can come up along. Apple Bloom and the other Crusaders, Applejack said. I get Gilda to come up a say hi as well, Rainbow said. Trixie will want to say hi as well, Twilight said. I can have Spitfire and Fleetfoot over here fast, Soren said. I know Vinyl and Octavia will be happy to see you too, Ash, Luna said. Those sound like terrific ideas. I've been really hoping to see everyone again, I said. Immediately Applejack, Rainbow, Twilight, Soren and Luna pulled out a phone and started texting. I was shocked at what was going on right in front of me. I had no words. Where'd you get those? I asked, finally forming words in my mouth. How about we explain everything later once you're clean, Celestia giggled. After everyone left, I had a shower and a shave and waited for the barber to arrive. When he did, I decided to go with a style that had a side of my fringe covering my right eye. When I looked in the mirror, I had to say I looked awesome. I thanked the barber and gave him a few coins, but he wished to deny having any, but I insisted before I left for the ballroom. Once I arrived, I saw everyone was here, either setting up streamers or balloons and placing food on a table. I stood inside the doorway and gave the door a few knocks, causing everyone to look at me. How do I look? I asked. Vinyl just responded by giving me a whistle. Nice style, Ash, Gilda said. It certainly gives you that mysterious look, Rarity said as she walked up to me and started drawing circles on my chest. I could see both Luna and Thunderlane were giving us a bad look. Oh, I'm deeply flattered, Rarity, I said as I removed Rarity's arms from me. Dad. I looked at the owner of the voice to see Pip running up to me. I crouched down and spread my arms out and hugged him. Hey Pip, wow, you got taller in just 9 months, I said. Ash. I looked to see the rest of the CMC jump on top of me, causing a large dog pile. All right, you youngsters, let Ash up. I'm sure he has other ponies to greet. The CMC got off me, revealing Granny Smith. I stood up and gave the mare gentle hug and kiss on the cheek. It's been too long, Granny Smith, I said. Yeah, darn right, you young whippersnapper, you just can't seem to stay out of trouble, Granny said. That or trouble can't stay away from me, I said, causing us to laugh. All hail the conquering hero. I looked to the source of the voice to see both Spitfire and Fleetfoot smiling at me. Spitfire and Fleetfoot, and how are my two favorite speeding angels? I asked, causing them both to blush and giggle. Hey, Rainbow shouted. You're a speed demon, you don't count, I said, getting a laugh from the group. To answer your question, we're doing great, Fleetfoot said. The real question is what made it okay for you to go to the moon for 9 months when we just got you back from being in a coma, and not to mention you left without a goodbye, Spitfire said, slugging my arm and for her rub her hand. And are you wearing armor under that, or is it possible for humans to get tougher skin? No armor, just cloth and skin there. If you wanted to hit something metal, try the other arm, I said jokingly. Ash. I was suddenly pulled into a headlock and someone rubbing the top of my head hard. I turned my head to see a pair of familiar shades. Good to see you too, Vinyl, I said, still in the headlock. Now tell me, do you have some kind of death wish, or is it a habit? You seem to end up in the most deadly of situations. Vinyl asked. Maybe it's just my luck. Now can you let go? I asked. Nah, I kinda like you where you are, Vinyl said. Sigh, alright, you asked for it, just remember you had your chance, I said. What do yo, ha 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 ha, hey knock it off. Vinyl screamed as I tickled her with a feather from my wing, but her grip on me was still strong. Let me go and I will stop, I said. Alright, you win, Vinyl said as she let me go. I hope you aren't forgetting some pony. I turned around and was met with a pair of mulberry eyes that belonged to a familiar cellist player. Octavia, it's so good to see you, I said, hugging the mare. Likewise, but you simply must cease getting yourself into all kinds of crazy situations, Octavia said when we ended the hug. I was about to speak when the doors opened and a face I despised walked in. Auntie, this room is used for public parties. Why is it being used for a beast's return party? Blueblood asked with disgust. Oh geez, real original Blueblood, I said, clapping my hands in a mocking way. Also, we shouldn't be allowing commoners into the palace unless they have important business, Blueblood said. Blueblood, I have given you a very good life so far, but it appears you're never happy with what happens around you. First with Ash arriving in Equestria, then with who your Aunt Luna falls in love with, who also happens to be Ash and the technology we recently recovered from Ash's home world. Why, if I must ask, nephew, is that makes you hate Ash so much you hate everything about him? Celestia asked. It's an alien monster that has no place here. Don't any of you see this creature is nothing but trouble? You may have every pony else fooled, but I know what you are. You're a bloodthirsty carnivore savage that has no place dating a class of superior bloodline. You're just a common animal, and I will find out every dirty secret you hold, Blueblood said, getting into my face. You want to know a secret, do you, Blueblood? I'll tell you one. When I was on Earth, I was a slave forced to fight in an arena for my life. I was brutally tortured and faced countless creatures, and I lost good friends, and if you don't believe me, I've still got the scars to prove it, I said. So you are a slave. I wonder what would happen if that story were to reach the press tomorrow. Unless if you are a slave, then you should know how to submit to your better. Then I won't say anything, Blueblood said as he went to backhand me, but I grabbed his arm. Release me, you damn piece of property. Here's what's going to happen, Blueblood. You can tell the entire world about me being a slave, but no one would care. If anything, many will see me as inspiration that even a slave can become something great. And no one I care about will think of me as anything less, so go ahead and tell the world because it won't matter, I said. The nobles will never allow you to continue to date a member of the royal bloodline. They'll see that you are sent back to your cage, Blueblood said. In case you forgot, Blueblood, the nobles and you don't make the rules here, I said, pushing Blueblood away. Don't you worry, there are rules that even the princesses have to obey, and before you know it you'll be gone, Blueblood said. I suggest you leave, Blueblood, I said. Is it because you know I'm right and that you can't win? Blueblood asked with mock concern. No, it's because he looks hungry, I said, pointing to Blueblood's side. Blueblood looked at me in confusion before he turned to what I was pointing at. However, he was met with a massive roar and a mouth filled with 5 rows of sharp teeth. Blueblood screamed something like this before he ran out the doors, still screaming. Never gets old, I said with a grin as my shadow returned to my feet. What in the name of Equestria was that? Gilda asked, gesturing to my feet. Oh, most of you remember my nightmare form from the night I was sent to the moon. Well, that was him, I said. And you managed to let him out without killing? How exactly? Rage asked. Well, for so long I have been fighting against him or trying to get rid of him, but then I found out him and me are two sides of the same coin. To kill him is to kill me, and the other way round. I couldn't trap him, I can no longer contain him, and I can't kill him, so I was left with one option: to accept and become one with him, I said. That's quite something, Celestia said. Yeah, with a little training from Faust she taught me all manner of magic, I said. Wait, training with Faust? Twilight asked with surprise. Oh yeah, I never told you. Faust dragged my spirit into the world between worlds to train with her, and the nights I even learned to control my blood, I said. Wait, control your blood? Rarity asked, turning slightly green. I simply demonstrated by cutting my hand with my hidden blade. I used the blood and transformed it into the claws I used as my nightmare form. The group was surprised before I returned the blood back into my bloodstream and healed the wound. From what I saw, that was clearly black magic. Why would Mother train you in that art? Luna asked. Actually, Luna, that wasn't black magic. In fact, that wasn't magic at all, I said. Ash, that clearly had to be magic. What else could it be? Chrysalis asked. Blood manipulation. Think of it as moving a part of your body. It's magic if I am using someone else's magic, but I need to be touching it in order to work, I said. Can you teach me that? Rage asked. Sorry, Rage, but this was just something that happened. Faust said this ability hasn't been seen in a long time, but Faust taught me other forms of magic, I said. Ash, you can only learn one form of magic in a lifetime, like Discord with chaos magic. Chrysalis controls life magic, Dreamcatcher controls dream magic, Cadence controls love magic, Twilight controls friendship magic, Luna controls night magic, and I control solar magic. You can't control 2 different forms of magic or more. Well, hate to disappoint you, but I can do it, I said, gaining confused looks from the group. Let me give you all a demonstration. I created a ball of light magic in my right hand and a ball of black magic in my left. The princesses plus Discord and Iris were surprised by what I was doing. But their jaws fell when I brought the two together and let them twist and make different shapes together. That is incredible, Twilight said. Hey, hang on, aren't we all forgetting something? Ash, why did you tell that jerk of a prince you were once a slave? Vinyl asked. Oh, I never told you, did I? Well, what I said was true. I actually was a slave and I hated every moment of being forced to do something I didn't want to do, I said. So what did they do if you disobeyed them? Fleetfoot asked. I breathed out a sigh before I took off my jacket and shirt, showing her my chest. That big circular one came from Tyre, but the rest are from being tortured, I said before I covered myself up. Holy buck, I didn't think those were real when I saw them, Vinyl said. Damn, you have some serious guts if you're going to let Blueblood publish what you said to the world, Spitfire said. Let them think what they want. It doesn't bother me anymore, but now that that part is over, let's eat, cause I'm starved and I want to know everything that has happened while I've been away, I said as I walked over to the table to eat. During dinner that was fit for several kings, everyone gave me a welcome home gift. I immediately opened it and saw it was a brand new phone. After I thanked everyone, Twilight told me of how she and Sunset Simmer had been busy discussing and bringing technology into Equestria, such as phones, tablets, cars. Even my iPod gave birth to a new line of devices called the P-Pod. It wasn't as perfect as mine, but it still worked. Equestria has become better with the technology from my world. Luna even told me about the Xbox One and new flat-screen HD TV she installed in the house, and in all manner of games. Even a DVD player was installed, meaning I could show them movies from my world. Damn, and when did you start this project, Twilight? I asked. Oh, it was after I helped stop the sirens in your world, Ash, so you were still in a coma, Twilight said. Yawn, well, this old mare had better be off to sleep along with the youngest of us, Granny Smith said. Ah, the CMC whined. Please can't we stay up longer? Apple Bloom pleaded. At the 5 got on their knees and gave me the puppy dog eyes, and for an added touch they pulled of the same technique as my wolf siblings. I stared at the Crusaders in disbelief at what they were doing. I could feel my resistance crumbling, but I shook my head rapidly before I addressed the 5. Nice try, you lot, but if Granny says it's bedtime, I said firmly. The Crusaders awed in defeat before they followed Granny Smith out the door. Hey Ash, you alright? Rage asked. Those 5 managed to do something that no one else has done in a long time. I almost gave in to their cuteness, I said. That is scary, Rage said. Ha, now we only need to learn from those fools their secret of cuteness before we can break your will. Luna shouted in triumph. Why would you want to get any cuter when you're cute enough the way you are? I asked, booping Luna on the end of her muzzle. Hey, now that the youngest and Granny have gone to bed, how about a game of spin the bottle, truth or dare with a twist? Rainbow said, holding a glass bottle with a seductive smile. Look out, every pony, I think Rainbow's heat cycle came early, Soren said jokingly, earning him a glare from Rainbow. What's the twist? I asked with an interested smile on my face. You deny the dare or refuse to tell the truth. You have to give up one piece of your clothing. Once all your clothing is gone, you have to tell the truth or do the dare, so I suggest you choose wisely, Rainbow said. Why not? I haven't been able to play this game in a long time, Celestia said. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious on where this was going, I said. Soon everyone agreed to play. Rainbow placed the bottle in the center of the circle and gave it a spin. At first the truths and dares were harmless, but as time went on and everyone continued to drink, the truths became more personal and the dares got kinky. I was glad Cadence was here to prevent everything from going out of control, but that didn't mean she couldn't play. Now Shining was in nothing but his boxes, while Soren and Thunderlane and Mac had given up their shirts, while the rest of us guys were still fully clothed. Celestia was now only in her underwear along with Rarity and Octavia, and the other princesses gave up their jewelry, and both Twilight and Fluttershy were only in a skirt, panties and bra, and Iris gave up her pants. So far there was nothing to revealing. Everyone watched as the bottle spun around frantically till it landed on me. About time, I thought we'd never get to you, Ash, Rainbow said. What can I say? The world likes me to keep my secrets and dignity, perhaps, I said with a laugh. That may be true, but not anymore, so pick your poison, truth or dare. Rainbow asked. I don't know whether it's the alcohol or my head, but I'm going to go with dare, I said. All right, I dare you to eat Celestia out till she orgasms, Rainbow said. Those words managed to shock me out of my tipsy mode before I raised an eyebrow at Rainbow. Okay, I think you've had too much, Rainbow, I said. Aw, come on, Ash, give me a taste, Celestia said as she stood up, put hands behind her head and pointed her elbows to the ceiling and shook her hips at me, causing me to sweat. I then looked around for Cadence to see she was nowhere in sight, meaning I was left on my own. Time's up. I didn't get a chance to respond before I was tackled by all the mares and pined my while Celestia loomed over me with a terrifying smile on her face before she began to sit on my face reverse cowgirl style. Suddenly Celestia let out a yawn. I breathed a sigh of relief when Celestia stoked, but my luck changed when Celestia fell onto me, her tail and massive butt cheeks covering my face. I tried in vain to push Celestia off me, then thought to myself things couldn't get any worse. Great idea, Celestia, sleep pile. Pinky shouted. I tried to cry out in protest, but my voice was muffled. One by one I could feel the weight of the others added to the pile. I didn't want to hurt anyone by throwing anyone off, so I was stuck there till I fell asleep. I woke up to the sounds of movement above me. I opened my eyes to see nothing but black. I then remembered the little party we had and Celestia fell on top of me. Then how the rest of the group jumped on top of us, forming a pile. Wow, that was refreshing, Rage said. Where are my clothes? Rarity shrieked. Damn, Thunderlane, you picked yourself quite the looker. Ow, Soren cried as he was slapped from either Rarity, Thunderlane or Rainbow. Hey, where's Ash? Dreamcatcher asked. Suddenly my air supply was cut off when Celestia shifted. I let out a muffled cry for help and tried to push Celestia off me, but the only response was a moan of pleasure from Celestia. I don't know about any of you, but what I'm sitting on is certainly nice, Celestia cooed. I was starting to lose my patience. I then used all my strength to try and push Celestia of me, but there's still ponies on top, so I could only shift the group. Whoa, what's going on? Comet asked. Hey, I think Ash is under there, Gilda said. I then felt the weight lighten off of me before all that was left of Celestia. Whoa, that I wasn't expecting, Discord said. Celestia, you're sitting on Ash's face, Dreamcatcher said. That explains why he's so comfortable, am I right, Luna? Celestia said. Tia, get off of him, Luna demanded. But he's so comfy, Celestia whined. I then decided to take matters into my magic and pushed her off me, letting me suck in a good amount of air. Damn it, Celestia, I needed you to move. I was beginning to suffocate in there, I said. Well, why didn't you say anything? Celestia asked. I guess you couldn't hear me through 2 tons of butt, I said. My flanks are not that large, thank you, they are considered a national treasure, Celestia said, giving her ass a smack, causing some of the stallions to gawk and for their mare friends to give them a disapproving glare. How did you get in that situation anyway? Chrysalis asked. You don't want to know, I said, rubbing my head. Oh, I know. When Rainbow spun the bottle and it landed on Ash, Ash decided to do a dare and Rainbow dared Ash to eat out Celestia, but Ash tried to back out of it, but all the girls grabbed Ash and pinned him to the floor. As Celestia got ready to sit on Ash, she fell asleep on top of Ashley. I told everyone we should make a sleep pile and then we went to sleep, Pinky said with a massive grin. Well, what she said, I said as I looked at the group. One saw the main 6 had red faces along with Celestia while the guys had envy on theirs. I'm surprised at you, Ash. I know plenty of stallions that would kill for a chance to go to town on Celestia. Why not you? Spitfire asked. I'm already faithful to a mare and I would never betray that, I said, causing Luna's heart to flutter. So you don't want to form a harem, not even a herd? Caramel asked, but I just rose an eyebrow at him. You're kidding, right? You don't know. Not really, I said. Ash, a herd is basically a where 2 to 3 mares share one stallion, and a harem is where several mares share a stallion, and a harem has a lead mare to keep the harem together also, as long as the stallion treats all he mares equally, Cadence said. Well, that sort of thing isn't legal on Earth, so it's no wonder why I haven't heard of it before, but why is it considered legal here? I asked. The stallion ratio to mares is 1 to 10 in Equestria, Celestia said. Damn, that must suck for you girls along with the stamina problem for you guys, I said, gesturing to the stallions. How so? Comet asked. Meaning where stallions can last up to 30 seconds before coming along the sperm reproductive system, humans can last longer and can come multiple times, Luna said with pride, gaining shocked looks from most of my friends. Damn, you two certainly got the best pick on the planet, Vinyl said, gesturing to Luna and Eris. Whoa, back up, so you're saying Ash and Rage here can last longer than our stallions and can go for multiple rounds? Rainbow asked. Yes, he made me come several times before coming himself, Luna said. You do realize that you're making me and Rage very big targets, I whispered to Luna, who only stuck her tongue out at me. If I knew he could do that I would have jumped Ash in the shower. You certainly got a good one, Luna, Spitfire said, licking her lips. Come on guys, it's no big deal, I said as Rage and I backed away from the mares who all had lust-filled looks on their faces. All of a sudden I saw Cadence almost collapse. Cadence, I shouted as I ran over to her. It's time, Cadence said, giving me a smile before I turned to Shining, who was fully dressed and came to check on Cadence. Looks like your day of being a father begins today, pal, I said. I sat on a chair in the waiting room with everyone waiting for results along with Twilight's and Shining's parents while Shining was panicking out of his mind. He was pacing around in a circle and I could see that he had begun to wear out the carpet, and Twilight gave up on trying to calm him. If Celestia, what do I do? Who knows what's happening in there and I feel so useless. What do I do? Shining said as he continued to pace in circles. I've never seen him like this. How do we calm him? Twilight asked. Leave this to me, I said as I stood up and walked over to Shining. I then held his shirt with my left hand before I slapped Shining, then backhanded him and slapped him across the face before I grabbed his shoulders. Pull yourself together, Shining armor. Now listen and tell me, how strong is Cadence? What do you mean? Shining began before I slapped him. How strong is Cadence? I asked again. Very strong, Shining said. All right, do you have faith in her? I asked. Yes, Shining replied. Then sit your flank down and breath, cause you're panicking over nothing and it's not helping anyone, I said as I pointed to a chair. Shining sat down on the chair and began to breathe calmly before I did the same while the room just stared at me. How'd you learn to do that? Twilight asked. Kabir was in the same predicament when Rosa was giving birth and Alex calmed him down, I said. Just then the doors opened and the doctor walked out. Shining was quick to get on his feet and almost ran to the doctor, but I got up and slapped him again before he nodded to me and thanks while her rubbed his cheek before he walked over to the doctor. How is she, doctor? Shining asked calmly. Both Princess Cadence and your fowl are perfectly healthy, your highness. Are you ready to see them? The doctor asked. Shining nodded before the doctor led us through the hallways to where Cadence was. We walked into the room. I saw Cadence holding a small bundle in her arms and was humming a small lullaby. Shining approached the bed and sat next to Cadence and his child. I watched from the doorway as the two nuzzled their heads together and smiled at their fowl while he rest crowded around the bed and watched. I stepped in closer and saw the foal was a white alicorn with a blue mane and curled at the end like her mother's along with her tail. The foal had baby blue eyes, let out some baby gibberish which I couldn't help but chuckle at, and then I noticed the foal's horn and wings were rather large. It's a filly, Cadence said. Then Flurry Heart it is, Shining suggested. Congratulations you two, Rage said with a smile. Why Rage, I've never seen a smile like that on you before, Celestia teased. I only smile like this on one and only celebrations, Rage said. It's a great smile, you should wear it more often, Iris said as she held Rage close. Yay, another crusader to add to our adventures and to make the head of the Crystal Empire branch, Sweetie Belle cheered. Don't you think she's a little young? Rumble asked. We have to start somewhere, Scootaloo said. I watched in silence with a smile on my face at the CMC's antics as all the mares and foals tried to get closer without cramping the area while all the males moved away so they weren't caught in the crowd. I then decided to leave the couple, and the group one stood in the doorway and gave a final glance and smile before I walked away. Chapter 32 Lust from Heat and Awesome Rides. I was in my assassin robes, disguise ring, and with my shadow cloaking me. It's been 2 weeks since my return, and now the Brotherhood and I were at a garden party. The host was a Templar noble called Golden Horde. I remembered him from when it was announced that Luna and I were dating and Pip was announced as our adoptive son. Now I sat patiently in a tree along with the others. Quickshot took up a sniping position in the trees as well because the party was under a thick canopy of trees. The princesses along with Twilight and Cadence and Shining Armor were here along with the rest of the main six were here along with Gilda and Trixie. The girls wanted the stallions, Spike, Rage and I to be the +1 to the invitations, but we all gave an excuse not to come, leaving Gilda and Trixie to go. Luna almost decided not to go if I hadn't convinced her to go. Pip was safe in bed and the rest of the immortals were watching over him. Now all we had to do was wait and pray we didn't get caught. Now we sat patiently for Golden Horde to arrive, which he did. He had a green coat and a yellow mane and wore a shiny suit. Geez, it's ponies like this that make me want to barf, Lightning Dust said. Don't worry Lightning, you're not alone when it comes to smugglers, Rage said. Hey, what do we do now? Spike asked. Basic kill and run. As soon as Golden Horde is dead, the guards will come after me when I place the file we gathered of his crimes. Also we'll have the princesses Iris and the girls to deal with this time. Samak, Pierce, Comet, Thunderlane, Soren, Caramel, Spike, Rage and Lightning try and stay out of sight for as long as possible, I said. Golden Horde climbed up onto the wooden stage with a glass of water and some papers and set them on the pedestal in front of him before I silently made my way through the trees till I was over Golden Horde. I decided to try out the new poison I learned how to make from Ezio's books. I took the bottle out of a pouch and got the poison into the eyedropper and carefully held my arm out above the glass. I squeezed the dropper and a drop fell, but it missed the cup. I re-aimed the dropper and squeezed the end, managing to get the drop into the cup. The poison had a different color than the water, but no one would be able to tell in the light. Also the poison was tasteless and had an antidote, but the poison was a fast-acting one, so I didn't have long to wait. Golden Horde began his speech like any other, but I basically drowned out his voice. It wasn't until he had a drink from the glass that I paid attention. When Golden Horde placed the cup down and began to talk again, but he started to cough violently. Most of the audience looked on in concern, but I heard Rarity scream in terror when blood began to leak from Horde's mouth, nose and eyes. Golden Horde then stumbled around and collapsed, causing the guests to panic and try to flee. The princesses and the main six plus Gilda, Trixie plus Shining ran to the stage to inspect the body, and I then jumped down onto the stage, causing the group to jump in surprise. I stood at my full height, causing the main six, the princesses, Trixie and Gilda, to gawk at me. I walked over to Golden Horde's body and pulled off the necklace and placed the folder on his chest like no one was there. But when I stood up, Shining drew his sword and held it on the back of my neck. Don't move, Shining ordered. I turned my head slightly to look at Shining. Suddenly a spear flew out of the bushes aimed for me. I pushed Shining to the side and moved my head to the side as well as the spear flew past me. I saw it was going to hit Dreamcatcher. I then quickly caught it while the tip was mere inches from Dreamcatcher's face. I gazed at the bushes to see Templar soldiers leap out and charge at me. I then threw the spear at the ponies, impaling 3 onto it before bangs went off in the garden from Quickshot's rifle. Soon the rest of the Brotherhood joined the fight. I grabbed one of the Templars and threw it into the air for Mac to swing his war hammer at the pony, sending him into a tree while Spike was protecting the group of bystanders with his pistols. Soon the royal guard arrived and Celestia ordered the guards to seize all of us. I then signaled the Brotherhood to scatter. Thanks to the shadows they were wearing, it made it hard to see them in the dark. I managed to get past the royal guard and ran towards the castle. I entered the hallways and looked behind me to see the main six, Gilda, Trixie and Shining, in close pursuit. I made a sharp left turn down a corridor before I made a right, only to come to an area of the castle that was being reconstructed. The entire wall that separated the outside from the inside was gone, only blocked by a ton of scaffolding. I used my Parker skills to climb through the scaffolding, and I saw the girls and Shining were close behind me. I then moved faster than ever before until I reached the top. I raced onto a pole that hung out over the ledge and gazed at the maze in the gardens. I turned around and saw the way down was blocked, but the main six, Gilda, Trixie and Shining. Got nowhere to run now, pal, so why don't you just take off the mask before we come over and do it for you, Rainbow said. I looked at the ground below me and saw a bush underneath me. I looked back at the group and backed away till I was standing on the tip of the pole. Look, whoever you are, there's no way you can survive a fall like that, so don't. Twilight didn't get to finish before I leapt backwards off the pole and angled my body for the bush in a soft landing. I continued to fall till I felt the flowers, leaves and branches cushion my fall. I then climbed out of the bush and looked up on the scaffolding to see the group. One could almost see their odd-out faces. I just smirked before I turned to walk away, but suddenly heard a teleportation go off behind me and a pair of wings. I looked behind me to see the group was on the ground. Okay, wise guy, that was seriously cool, but you're going to be cornered sooner or later, so why don't you just give up, Gilda said. My only thought was run, so that's what I did. I then thought I could lose them in the maze, so I ran into the entrance and took a path and continued to run until I was almost out of breath. I slowed down to a walk but kept my eyes on the skies for either Rainbow, Gilda or Fluttershy and my ears open for the others' hoofsteps. I continued to walk until I heard voices from close by. They didn't belong to the others. I crept up to the voices but I heard the sound of leaves brushing up against something behind me. I instantly turned around and held a knife at my prey only to see Rainbow the blue Pegasus was scared out of her mind when she saw the blade. I then saw Gilda land next to us. When she saw the knife she got ready to pounce at me but I simply placed a finger on my lips and removed the knife from Road. The Pegasus and Griffin stared at me in puzzlement before I crept along the bushes. We came to a gap in the hedge and I peeked around the edge to see two figures. One wore a brown cloak and the other was a Templar soldier. This cannot go on. The assassins are picking us off one by one. We must stop them before they kill any more of us. We've already lost 3 of ours in these last 2 months, the cloaked figure said. Apologies, my lord, but the Grand Master has given you new orders and would like them carried out immediately while he assigns someone to take care of the assassins, the soldier said as he held out a letter with seal of the Templar cross on it. He'd better take care of it. I don't want an assassin's blade to be wedged into my throat, the cloaked figure said as he took the letter. I then stood up and looked at the 2 girls who were watching the scene before they looked at me. I gestured for them to stay put before I grabbed my knife and walked out of my hiding place calmly and in plain view of my targets. I calmly walked over to them. By the time they realized I was there, I stabbed the soldier in the back, but the cloaked figure had a sword underneath his cloak. The pony in front of me made a magical shield in front of him. I nearly lost a hand twice from his attacks from when I tried to attack. I then decided to go with a tactic I've been meaning to try. I had both hands at my sides and I calmly walked forward. The Templar was confused and scared at the same time as I approached. Once I was close enough, I brought my hand holding the knife upwards like I was about to attack, but I dropped the knife. As the Templar watched the blade fall, I clapped my hands in his face, making his shield and concentration shatter like glass before I used my hidden blade to stab the Templar in the abdomen. As I stabbed him, I used my other hand to grab the letter in his necklace before I let the Templar fall and retrieved my knife. I then looked at Rainbow and Gilda only to see the rest of the group had joined in. I gave you a warning, shining armor, yet like everyone else you don't heed it, I said. Just listen, Mr. Vigilante, we don't want an argument with you, but we want to help you stop these Templars, Rarity said. I've already got all the help I need, and if I wasn't able to stop those 2 from making too much noise when they tried to get the drop on me, these 2 would have run with this, I said, holding up the letter. And what exactly are those? Twilight asked. No chance of me telling you, I said as I put the letter away. You can't run anywhere, you can't fly or climb these hedges, and I placed an anti-magic bubble around this area, so why don't you just come quietly? Shining asked. Last warning to you all, stay out of my war, I said before I threw a smoke bomb at the group and ran past them. I did not stop running even when I was out of the maze. I must say, Ash, you certainly know how to crash a party. I looked at the voice to see Discord flying next to me before I removed my shadow and ring. How'd you know? I asked while I ran. Who else can do something this crazy and still not get caught, Discord said. So what do I have to do for you to keep you silent? I asked. You're already doing it, Discord said before he vanished. I then pulled out my fully charged crystal and teleported back to the den. What happened to you? Spike asked. Damn, crystal took forever to recharge, I said while I was out of puff from running. Well, why didn't you teleport with your magic? Caramel asked. You know why Twilight made a spell that tracks our magic signals, and each magic signal is like a fingerprint for a unicorn or alicorn. Each one is different, including Rage and mine. Well, I'm glad my new wings were able to save me from getting caught, Spike said as he gave his wings a flap. They were purple and the web part of the wings were light green. I still can't believe you grew those things while I was on the moon and you didn't bother to tell me about it when I got back, I said. Hey, I said, sorry, it slipped my mind, Spike said. Relax, dude, I'm not mad, I meant it in a joking way, I said. Oh, Spike said, rubbing the back of his head in embracement. Well, anyway, I managed to grab a Templar letter from a pair of Templars, but I'm not going over it tonight, so let's get some sleep. But Caramel and I have to work tomorrow, I said. Dude, have you forgotten? Soren asked. What? I asked. Dude, heat season is starting in 2 weeks and we need a place to hide, Thunderlane said. Wait, are we all sure we want to discuss this in front of her? Comet asked, gesturing to lightning dust. Relax, you lot are already in a relationship with some pony. Even if what Luna said is true about you humans, I'd rather not tangle with an angry alicorn and or draconiquuses. So while I still have my sanity left, I'm going out of town, so none of you will be in my crosshairs. Good luck out there, boys, cause 2 of you will need it, Lightning said before she left. Well, that's one problem solved, but what did she mean while she still has her sanity left in her? I asked. The stallions went pale before they told me they will tell me tomorrow before we left. I now call this stallion meeting to order, Comet said, banging a hammer on a gavel. We were in the barn with every stallion in Ponyville to discuss possible locations to hide during heat season and to inform both Rage and me about it. We were told of how the mares become lust and sex-crazed machines, not literally machines, but you get the idea, during this time, and if that wasn't bad enough, I was shown photos of the poor souls that were caught. I was starting to become nervous about this because those were of stallions that had sex with an average mare. If a simple mare was able to do that to those stallions, what will Luna and the rest of the princesses do to Rage, me and Comet? I was then shown a table that had a map of all the safe houses around and on the outskirts of Ponyville. I stretched my back and looked up to see a white fuzzy object with a red ring on it on the ceiling. I looked at the object for a few seconds and realized it was Lyra and Bonbon's pet spider Scary. I then looked back at the map and pretended I didn't notice him. So where exactly will you be, Ash? Caramel asked. It's best I don't say, cause if I told any of you, the mares will come hunting me and any stallions that are with me, and if you resist, then you'll all probably end up like those stallions in the pictures, maybe even worse, I said. The stallions nodded and gulped. Once the meeting was over, I offered to stay behind and help Mac clean up. I then looked up to see Scary was no longer there. Mac, I think this meeting was compromised, I said. How so? Mac asked in worry. I saw Scary, Lyra and Bonbon's pet spider on the roof above the map, I said. Do you think they know where the safe house locations are? Mac asked. Most likely yes, I said. So what do we do? Mac asked. We tell all the other stallions, but it must be done discreetly so the mares don't become suspicious, and if the stallions choose to ignore us, then so be it. We can't say we didn't warn them, I said. But Ash, the safe houses were our only way of staying safe, Max said. Then the ones that do believe us must leave Ponyville and fast, but as for you, me, and the rest of the boys, I know the perfect place to hide, I said. During the week, Mac, Comet, Pierce, Thunderlane, Soren, Caramel, Spike, Quickshot, Swift Spear, Holy Light, and Storm Cloud have been helping me move supplies to the den. The male members of the Brotherhood were a little nervous that we show them the den, but I assured them that it would be fine. I then told the Immortals the purpose of the den. At first their minds were blown but agreed to keep our secret. During the week, Rage told me he found a place to hide, and Luna and I sent Pip off with Granny Smith and the other Crusaders till the heat was over, and Luna had no idea of the stallions and my plan, at least I didn't think so anyway. Now the stallions and I were in the den making sure everything was in place before my phone vibrated. I fished my phone out of my pocket and saw it was a message from Rage. Princesses broke into my safe house, help. Shit guys, the princesses broke into Rage's safe house. I'm going over to Canterlot to rescue him, I said. Ash, that's crazy. The heat will be starting soon, and when it does all the mares will be on the hunt, Caramel said. I'm not leaving him. Besides, I don't mind a little game of cat and mouse even when I'm the mouse, I said. Yeah, but the mouse will be bucked to death if he's caught, Soren said. Well, it's one hell of a way to go, I guess, I said. Boy, you have some serious balls, Thunderlane said. I walked over to the exit and looked back at the others and gave them a quick salute, which they returned before I left. I arrived at Canterlot Castle and landed in the gardens and slipped inside. It was still dark out, so I assumed no one was awake except the female Thestral ponies. As I crept along the halls, I hid in empty rooms or behind pillars or statues whenever a patrol passed. I then decided to look through the princesses' rooms, and I immediately found Rage in Celestia's room, and he was chained to the bed in only his boxers while the three princesses and Eris slept waiting for the heat to begin. I slowly used my stealth skills to make my way over to the bed. I placed a hand over Rage's mouth and he woke up in alarm, but I held a finger to my lips for silence and gestured to the still sleeping mares. Rage gave a nod before I removed my hand and cut my finger and turned the blood into a key. I unlocked the shackles holding Rage to the bed before I helped him up and found his clothes. You all right? I whispered. Yeah, but you shouldn't have come here. Not that I'm complaining, Rage said as he took his clothes and began to put them on. There's no way I was going to leave you with a bunch of alicorns and draconiquis in heat. You saw those images, I said. Yeah, thing you should know, Celestia looked like she's the worst. Her mane and tail turn a pink like gray, and she keeps telling us to call her Molestia, Rage said with a shudder. I'll remember that, but for now let's get out of here, I said as I opened the door to leave. By the way, how'd you find out I was in trouble? Rage asked. What do you mean you sent me a text asking for help? I said. I never sent you a text. The princesses grabbed me before I could do anything, Rage said. My face went pale as I slowly turned back into the room to see Celestia with a maniacal smile on her face and was looking at both of us, and her mane and tail had turned grayish pink, and the other princesses and Eris were awake as well. Leaving so soon? Not even going to stay for some fun, Celestia said in a seductive tone as she began to strip. You have to admit they are sexy, Rage said as his mouth began to water. Fuck this shit, we're out, I shouted as I grabbed Rage by the arm and ran. The first ran like mad, not even bothering to hide from the guards with Rage in tow. They still behind us. Yeah, but if I may ask, why do we need to run when we have some really horny and sexy mares behind us just begging to be fucked? Rage asked. Clearly you don't pay attention to warnings about heat season. If we're caught, we'll be fucked to death, I said. Not a bad way to go when you think about it, Rage said. True, but if you drag me down with all I go all nightmare form on you in the afterlife, I said with a heated glare. Fair enough, Rage said, his face filled with fear. As we ran through the maze of halls, Celestia teleported in front of us, but I jumped onto the wall and ran along it while Rage slid under Celestia's legs and slapped her ass, sending it into a fit of jiggling while Celestia moaned in both pain and pleasure. The hell was that? I asked in anger. What if we're going to die from these mares? Then I'm going to at least go out without any regrets, Rage said. And slapping Celestia on the ass was one of them, huh? I asked. Yep, Rage replied happily. Sometimes I really hate you, I said as we ran for the landing pad. Rage ran out first and took to the air first, and I spread my wings, but all of a sudden my body stopped. I looked at my body too. It was encased in a golden aura. Rage saw what was happening and began to fly back to help me. No, Rage, get out of here, I'll catch up. What, I can't leave you here when you came for me, Rage said. I'll be fine, no get you but moving, I catch up with you, I promise. I yelled. Rage looked at me as if he was coming back for me but turned around and flew off while I heard hoof steps approach from behind. It appears my little trap worked, Celestia said as she came into my view. I shall go after Rage, Eris said as she was about to take off. Calm down, Eris, he'll come to us now that we have Ash, and speaking of which, let's find out what this stallion's got, Chrysalis said seductively. Indeed, I couldn't stop thinking about everything Luna said when you came back. Just thinking about it has made me very wet. I can't wait to try you out, Celestia said. Hate to disappoint you, but that's not happening anytime soon, I said. Oh, and why is that? Dreamcatcher asked. Cause I'm about to escape, I said. The princesses just looked at me before they all laughed. Now that is funny, Celestia said. All right then, just watch, I said. I closed my eyes and calmly breathed. The princesses continued to watch with confident smirks as I breathed. I opened my eyes and simply stepped out of the aura like water running through someone's fingers, slapping the smirks right off their faces. I tipped my hood to the mares before I took off before they could process what they just saw. By the time they came to their senses, I was already too far away from them. Well girls, it appears this hunt just got a little more fun. Pack your bags, we're going to Ponyville, Celestia said. I flew through the air at great speed. I could see the sun was about to rise and I needed to find Rage before we were spotted by female Pegasi. As I flew through the air, I saw a dot heading in the same direction as I was. I put in more speed and I got closer to the speck to see Rage. Rage, I called out. I seemed to get his attention and he turned to see me. I slowed down to face him and saw a smile on his face. You son of a bitch, how'd you escape this time? Rage asked, never losing his smile. I'll tell y'all once we're at the den, but we need to hurry. Dawn's approaching and the mares will be up on the hunt for a stallion, I said. Gotcha, Rage replied before we speed off towards Ponyville. Rage and I were hiding in a cloud with part of it pulled over us to hide from any Pegasi. Honestly, I felt like Rage and I were a spotter and a sniper. As we gazed down at Ponyville, we saw a horde of mares breaking down a safe house door and run inside. I saw stallions jump out of the windows or chimney and make a break for it while many stallions were grabbed. I gazed at the scene in shock and pity for the poor stallions. I was about to suggest we leave when I heard a familiar cry for help and looked down in the alleyways to see Fancy Pants running from at least 12 mares. There was no way Fancy was going to be able to survive that. I told Rage to head to the den while I saved Fancy Pants. Rage nodded at my decision and we checked for any Pegasi before we took off. I flew into the streets close to where Fancy Pants was running and I stood in an alleyway. I then hid behind some abandoned barrels and saw Fancy Pants was well ahead of the mares. As he ran past me, I grabbed him by his mouth and chest and pulled him behind the barrels. Fancy squirmed in my grip, but once I got him to look at me, he breathed a sigh of relief and I let him go. He calmed down. Thanks, Celestia, it's you, Ash, Fancy Pants said. Good to see you, Fancy. Are you all right? I asked. Yes, thank for the save, Fancy replied. All of a sudden the mares that were chasing Fancy ran past us. Both Fancy and I held our breath as they ran past us. We're not safe yet. I suggest we get to my safe house now, I said. You have a safe house where? Fancy asked. You'll see, but first you must promise me you won't reveal it to anyone because not even the princesses know of this place, I said. Of course, Fancy said. I gave Fancy a nod before we left our hiding spot and stuck to the back alleys to avoid the mares. We went through a few buildings and crossed a few main roads. All the while Fancy was telling me about how he and Fleur agreed that when heat season came round that Fancy would go into hiding while Fleur took care of Saint Blade until we reached the Everfree entrance. In there? Fancy asked. It's the only place the mares never dare venture even during heat season, I said. But what about the creatures? Fancy asked nervously. If there's one thing these guys have in common, Fancy, it's that they know it's not wise to cross my path, I said with a smile. I looked at the sky and saw a carriage approaching Ponyville. I grabbed Fancy Pants and pulled him into the trees and watched as the carriage landed in Ponyville. That was the royal carriage, I said. But what are the princesses doing here? Fancy asked. It's because of Rage and I were considered the most wanted males during the season because of our stamina in the bed and how our sperm reproductive cycle is faster than a regular stallion. Rage and I could easily satisfy at least 20 mares each and still have the energy to keep going, I said. Then why are you running? Fancy asked. 1, the mares will crush our pelvises and they wouldn't care until every last one of them is satisfied. 2, we now have 5 alicorns in Ponyville and they are harder to satisfy. 3, many of the mares are in a relationship at the moment and if Rage and I get caught that could destroy that relationship and it would seem that we were cheating on both Luna and Doris, I said. I see, Fancy said. We'd better get moving before we're spotted, I said as I stood up and walked into the forest. Agreed, Fancy said as he followed. Our walk through the forest was silent. There was the occasional timber wolf, but like I said, they knew not to go against me. We stepped out of the forest and saw the Everfree Castle while Fancy stared at the leftover damage done by both Tyrek and I. As we walked across the bridge, I saw a figure watching us from the roof of the castle. I looked at it to see it was Spike before he jumped through a hole in the roof. We walked inside and I introduced Fancy to the group and showed him the den, and when I told him of its actual purpose he was shocked but agreed to keep it secret even from Fleur. I then told everyone about the safe house that was attacked earlier and the sighting of the royal carriage which caused the group massive discomfort. I was then told about how the group organized a lookout duty to keep an eye out for any mares or beasts that were getting close to the den. Mac offered to be the cook and Holy Light was our medical, and Fancy offered to help repair any torn or damaged clothing and blankets we had. I then went to work on training the Brotherhood and Immortals while Fancy looked around before we went to bed. I woke up the next morning to the smell of an apple breakfast being made. I got out of my makeshift bed and walked over to the table to eat. I greeted everyone before I sat down to enjoy breakfast. Excuse me, Ash, but I found this lying around and I was wondering if you knew what it was. I looked at the voice to see it was Spike holding some strange tablet in front of me that looked like it was made of the same stuff a piece of Eden and my armor was made of. Let me see that, I said as I took the tablet and examined it. I stood up and walked around and saw the tablet was covered in dust. I wiped the dust off with my hand and I must have touched something caused the tablet hum to life. Suddenly a holographic screen lit up with the words select vehicle with a picture of a car or motorcycle under them. I tapped on the motorcycle thinking this tablet was some sort of game. Vehicle selected scanning, a computer-like female voice said before a blue light scanned me up and down. Scan complete, vehicle and driver match found. A beam shot out from behind the tablet and an object materialized right in front of me. Once the light stoked I gasped at the object in front of me. Implanting information for vehicle use and modeling equipment for vehicle use, the voice said before 2 wires extended from the tablet and connected to my head. The wires started painfully forcing knowledge into my head on how to operate the bike and the blue light scanned me again before the light on the back of the tablet created more items. Once it was done the wires retracted into the tablet and then the tablet turned itself into some keys for the bike. I rubbed my head from the pain and looked at the others who were just staring at me. Whoa, now that is one hell of a ride, Rage said, who was walking around the bike. I then walked over to the bike with the keys and saw on the seat was a black leather bike jacket and a snarling wolf helmet complete with ears and muzzle even teeth. The top half of the muzzle and eyes were a movable visor and the power source for the bike were power crystals. Okay, now things are getting good, I said, getting giddy. Damn, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life so far, Soren said. You know, I think this could help us out. I was going to need to go and get some more medical kits from Ponyville today and this bike will be able to help me carry more, I said. But those things make a ton of noise, Ash. The mares will be onto you as soon as you're in Ponyville, Caramel said. Then use 2 bikes, Rage said, causing us to look at him in confusion. Think about it, if one bike distracts the mares the other can grab the medical supplies from one of the abandoned safe houses. I mean, no one is going to use them anytime soon. Great thinking, Rage, but problem is we don't have another motorcycle, Thunderlane said. Actually, I found another one of those tablet things, but there was only one left. I don't want it cause what Ash went through looked painful and I don't want to find out how much either, Spike said, holding up another tablet. None of the other stallions raised their hands either. I could sense they were scared of going to Ponyville. I'll do it, I've always wanted my own bike. Besides, Ash and I are the perfect guys for the job, Rage said. Spike handed Rage the tablet and Rage went through the same process as I did, but he came out with a different bike and helmet. He didn't need a jacket like I did because he was wearing one already. Wow, now that's something, I said. Hey, I like it, Rage said as he picked up the helmet and examined it. Come on, let's test these babies out. Rage and I sat on our bikes at the edge of the Everfree before we turned to each other. Now remember, if we run into any mares, especially Luna, Iris and the main six, we do everything we can to escape without harming them, I said. Gotcha, you just make yourself known and stay far away from Molestia, Rage said as he pulled his visor down. Will do, I said before I pulled mine down. I then placed my key into the ignition and the bike purred to life and the wheels gave off a black ore that flickered like fire. I then turned to Rage to see him turn his key in the skeleton's ribcage and head lit up with fire along with the wheels and let out a demonic scream. Terrifying, I'm beginning to think you should be the one distracting the mares, I chuckled before I drove down to Ponyville. I approached the main streets and saw it was abandoned. My guess many of them were still asleep, so I decided to be an asshole and wake them up. I took out my iPod and stuck it into a dock that came with the bike and scrolled through my songs but didn't play it just yet but instead revved my engines making plenty of noise. I saw many mares step out of their homes to see what was causing the noise. Many of them were still putting on clothes but I didn't let that bother me. All of them stared at me and they gave me that predator seductive smile. Well, this stallion has backbone if he's come to Ponyville and decided to wake us all up while we snoozed, a mare said as she toyed with one of the straps on her shoulders that was holding up her nightgown. So what should we do with him? Reward him for his bravery or punish him for waking us up? A mare asked. Why not both? A mare suggested. You all want me, you need to catch me first, I said as I pressed play on my iPod and spun my back wheel and turned around kicking up a cloud of dirt at the mares that lunged at me before I took off. I drove around Ponyville trying to get the mares' attention away from the abandoned safe house. As I raced through the streets, more and more mares appeared out of their homes. The earth ponies and unicorns weren't hard to leave in the dust, but the Pegasi were a pain to get rid of. I kept on dodging their dives at me, but I couldn't keep this up forever. I then drove in front of the Castle of Friendship and planed my next direction to head in while the mares closed in on me. Can't a pony get any sleep around here? All the mares that were chasing me stopped dead and stared. I looked behind me to see all the main six plus Trixie and Gilda glaring at the mares, but when the mares saw me their faces changed to one of confusion. We remained silent, just staring at each other, but then I heard the sound of wing flaps and landing hoof steps come from in front and behind me. I looked to see it was Celestia, Dreamcatcher and Chrysalis, and behind me it was Spitfire, Fleetfoot and Luna. Well, this is certainly unexpected, Dreamcatcher said. Indeed, sister, a stallion has come to Ponyville while we are in heat, Chrysalis said. Why are you here? Is it because you wish to surrender? Spitfire asked. No, I was bored and I just felt like taunting you and wake you all up early, I said in a confident voice. That was a big mistake, Sugar Cube, Applejack said. Just then a demonic howl from Rage's bike rang out from the streets telling me he was done and heading back. Actually, I think I did a good job distracting you, I said. What? All the mares replied. See you around, I said as I revved my engine and made a 360 kicking dirt into the mares' faces before I raced off down a random street. I looked behind me to see all the mares were chasing me. Now I shook my head in annoyance before I saw Gilda charge at me from the front. I placed my feet on my seat and as Gilda was a few seconds in front of me I leapt off my seat and over Gilda before I landed on my bike again and turned a corner. I then saw a large horde of mares and Pegasi coming at me from the front and behind, creating a pincer trap. As I drove forward I looked around for something to help me and I saw a few planks of wood on a barrel making a ramp that lead on into a wall at a diagonal angle. I smiled before I drove at the makeshift ramp and prayed this worked. I drove my bike at the ramp and leapt onto the wall and drove across it, stunning the mares before I landed on the road once more behind the mares. I quickly poured on the speed and soon rounded a corner and lost sight of the mares. I then took several turns to confuse my hunters and once I was sure I lost them I made a skid turn. Only a blue beam materialized in my way. I had no time to avoid the beam and crashed into it just as the song ended and was sent flying into a window of a pawn shop along with the bike. I landed on my stomach and pushed myself up, hearing broken glass break beneath me, and rested my back up against the counter. I heard the mares approach but I remained absolutely still and the mares passed, causing me to release the breath I was holding. Don't worry, I placed a don't pay attention to me spell around the window so those mares won't come in looking for you. I looked at the voice above me to see it was Luna lying across the counter in a sexy pose and her head resting on a hand. But I do believe a mare deserves a reward for rescuing you from those mares, Luna said. Really, cause the way I see it you just didn't want to share me, that's why you created that beam that sent me flying in here, I said as I stood. Oh, don't you just want me but my sisters as well do you, Luna said in an upset tone. Oh no, that's not it, in fact I just don't want to share my mare friend with anyone else, I said as I pulled off my helmet and presented my face to Luna, causing her to stare at me in surprise. Then a sexy smile worked its way onto her face. I must say, Ash, this is quite a treat. I'm actually glad it's you that woke up all the mares in Ponyville, Luna said. Is it because I made it easier for you to find me? I asked with a chuckle, but Luna lunged at me and wrapped her arms around my neck and shoved her muzzle against my lips, roughly kissing me. Oh, shut up and prepare to fuck me senseless, Luna said as she charged her horn. What about my bike? I just got it today and I don't plan to leave without it, I said. Why should I bring that home? What's in it for me? Luna asked seductively. I'll rut you till you pass out and then I'll do it again, I said. Done, Luna said as we and the bike were encased in her magic. I stood in the bedroom of Luna and my house. I was in the nude and I was looking at Luna, who was splayed out on the bed naked, the scent of her leaking marehood filling the room as well. I saw my clothes were on a chair but my bike was nowhere to be seen. Don't worry, your motorcycle is in the backyard so no one will know you're here. Now come and give your princess what she deserves, Luna said. I smiled at Luna before I crawled onto the bed to meet her. I kissed her passionately but suddenly I hear a polite cough come from the balcony door. I looked to see Spitfire in her flight suit with her zipper zipped down to her stomach, her amazing breasts inches away from being released from her flight suit. Spitz, what are you? I began but Luna placed a finger on my mouth, cutting my words off. I asked Spitfire to join me as soon as I found a stallion to have fun with since she has been under so much stress lately, but I was not expecting it to be you, Ash. And before you go and ask, no, it does not mean anything unless we decide to form a herd or harem, but for now, no, this isn't cheating on me if I allow it, Luna said as she kissed my nose. Well, it just seems a little uncomfortable and I'm not sure how I feel about this, I said as I turned to Spitfire and saw her ears flatten against her skull and her face became sad as she turned to leave, making me feel like I just killed an adorable puppy in front of a little girl. But as my friend Spitfire, I can't leave you like this, so how about we give this a try, and if it's still uncomfortable, this will be a one-time thing. And if it's the opposite? Luna asked. We'll see, I said with a small smile that made Luna and Spitfire smile. Thanks Ash for offering to help, Spitfire said with a small blush. Come on, get over here before I change my mind, I said as I gestured for Spitfire to join us. Sex scene continue to end of scene to skip. Spitfire didn't need to be told twice. She slid out of her flight suit and pounced onto me and smashed her mouth against mine and engaged in a full-on tongue war. I was surprised by Spitfire's aggression but understood it because of the heat, so meaning these mares weren't interested in foreplay. I placed a hand on Spitfire's on the back of her waist and her side and rolled on top of her and started planting kisses down the side of her muzzle and down her neck and gave it a bit of a nip that made Spitfire moan in pleasure. I then looked at Luna, who began to finger herself and play with her breasts as she watched the show Spitfire and I were putting on. I then brought my right hand to Luna's drooling lower lips and inserted 2 of my fingers into her, making Luna gasp and moan in pleasure and approval. I then decided to use a trick that I've been working on. The 2 fingers I inserted into Luna began to extend slowly, making Luna whine. Once they reached their full length, I began to scratch Luna's sweet spot inside her moist walls. Oh yes, 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 don't you dare bucking stop, Luna screamed in the Royal Canterlot voice. Damn, she's loving whatever it is you're doing, Spitfire moaned. I bet you'd scream like that if you were her position, I said as I pinched Spitfire's nipples with my canines, causing her to gasp as a few drops of milk leaked from her sensitive nipples. I licked the droplets and a sweet and fiery taste hit my taste buds, making my want more. I suckled on Spitfire's teats like a newborn foal while Spitfire was losing her mind. She grabbed my head to hold me in place while her other hand gripped the bed sheets for dear life. Wow, if this is how you get when someone touches a sensitive spot, I bet I could make you come with what I'm doing to Luna in no time. Well, why don't you let me be the judge of that? Spitfire smiled. I kept on scratching Luna's G-spot and soon her back arched and her eyes rolled into her head and her mouth opened for a silent scream and her warm mare comb coated my fingers. I retracted my fingers and pulled it out and brought it to Spitfire's view, whom started to suck the liquid off my fingers. Wow, your majesty, you taste divine, Spitfire said to a breathless Luna. Shall we try something a little different, Ash? Luna asked as she began to regain her breath. What did you have in mind? I asked. Luna gave me a seductive smile before she got onto her hands and knees and presented her ass to me and then placed her head on the bed and spread her twin moons wide. Are you sure about that, Luna? Luna just gave me a confident nod and smile, which I sighed before Spitfire got into the same position, except she rested her head on her arms. I gave Spitfire a nod before I aimed my steel-hard member at Luna's other hole and inserted my metal fingers into Spitfire's pussy and extended them, causing Spitfire to gasp and moan in relief. Once my fingers fully extended into Spitfire, I then began to push into Luna, but her back hole was extremely tight. It was like pushing my member through a funnel. Luna let out hisses of pain but told me to keep going. Once my member was completely hilted inside Luna, I let Luna adjust to it before I began to pull out. Once I was a decent way out, I slammed back into Luna and gave Spitfire's sensitive spot a scratch, making Spitfire scream in pleasure. I synced my thrusts into Luna with my fingers scratching Spitfire's sensitive spot and began to pick up speed, going faster and faster, and used my free hand to massage Luna's wings. It wasn't long before both mares released their juices. Luna, I'm almost, should I stop? I asked. No, finish, Luna said. I did as instructed and released my load into Luna's ass before we all collapsed, and I retracted my fingers and pulled my fingers out of Spitfire. Those fingers were great, but this heat is still there and pissing me off, Spitfire said with a small growl. Well, then isn't a good thing that I last longer than an average stallion, I said with a grin. Spitfire grinned devilishly before she climbed onto me and positioned her flower over my hardening member and slowly slid down on it, and the look on Spitfire's face told me she was adoring it. Now, Spitfire, I can't let you have all the fun with my stallion, Luna said before she kissed Spitfire on the lips and began to fondle with Spitfire's breasts and pinch the nipples before Luna sat on my face, giving me obvious instructions. I ruthlessly stuck my tongue inside Luna's marehood and wiggled it around and placed my hands on Spitfire's hips as Spitfire began to bounce on my member. I helped lift Spitfire up before I slammed her down and continued. Oh, sweet Luna's moon, he's amazing, your highness, Spitfire gasped. I know, right, but I didn't fall in love with Ash because of how well he fucks, it's what he saw in me, Luna said in between gasps. A stallion that fucks well and has a heart of gold, what are the odds of those two things being in one stallion, Spitfire said. Very few here, but somewhat common in my world, I said as I pushed Luna off me so I could speak, only for Luna to push herself back onto me. Who said you could stop pleasuring me, Luna said while I just rolled my eyes. My thrusts became faster and faster as we went on. After 10 minutes I felt pressure build up within me. Luna, Spitz, I'm getting close, I said. Inside, release your seed inside, but only after I do, Spitfire roared. Same, Luna gasped. I gave a nod before I resumed pleasuring the mares. It wasn't long before the mares' floodgates opened and my face and member were coated in Maricume. Spitfire collapsed onto Luna, but Luna caught her. Finish it, Spitfire whispered. It only took a few more thrusts before I pumped my load into Spitfire, making her moan in bliss as she placed a hand on her stomach and felt the warmth spread before she and Luna collapsed onto their sides. That was the best fuck in my entire life, Spitfire said. Glad you enjoyed it, Spitfire, I said as I stood up. Ash, remember your promise, you need to buck me till I pass out, then buck me again, Luna said as she and Spitfire got up. Fuck me, was all I could say before I was bombarded by both mares. End of scene. The 3 of us lay on the bed all sweaty and covered in cum. Both mares had both their holes filled, but I was in extreme pain in my pelvis after hours of rutting these 2 in a manner of positions that left them asleep cuddled up on either side of me. I looked at the window above me and saw the stars. I then decided to leave before these 2 awoke and decided to go for another few rounds. I cleaned myself off and left a single night rose for Luna and a sun rose for Spitfire and a letter to tell them I left but will return after heat season. Before I got dressed, I opened the window and breathed in the cooling air. Luna, are you awake, dear sister? I turned around and saw Celestia standing in the doorway along with Dreamcatcher and Chrysalis, and Celestia's mane and tail were back to normal. We couldn't find our mystery motorcyclist, but did you? Celestia started, but when she saw me she froze, and when she sniffed the air her mane turned pinkish gray. Oh hell, not this again, I said before I put on my helmet and ran out the balcony doors. As I ran out I gave a whistle and my bike raced around the corner and I jumped off the balcony and landed on my bike as it passed, adding more pain to my pelvis. Come back here this instant, your princess demands it, I heard Chrysalis shout in the Royal Canterlot voice. I drove through Ponyville and saw lights flicker on, but I covered myself and my bike in a cloaking spell, making me and the bike invisible. It wasn't perfect because you could see my shadow, and it's not very good when others are close. I saw mares beginning to step out of their homes, so I drove into an alley and cut the engines on my bike and let the shadows conceal me. I saw the princesses fly past, but Chrysalis stooped before she looked around, then gazed my way before she approached me. Chrysalis, come on, we have to find that stallion and have him rut us like he did Luna, Dreamcatcher said. Chrysalis looked at where Dreamcatcher was before she looked at me and flew off, and all the mares outside that herd stallion, they all followed, hoping to get a piece of the action. I watched as they all left, but a cream-colored mare with a curly two-toned blue mane and tail with ridicule's large-sized breasts was fixing up her dress. Suddenly, a stallion appeared out of the alley behind her and grabbed her and pulled out a knife to warn her not to scream before he began to lift up her dress while she begged him to stop. I turned off the cloaking spell and got off my bike then and removed my helmet before I glared at the stallion. I then picked up a chain that was sitting on a barrel next to me and I turned on the front light of my motorcycle, shining the light on the pair. Who's there? The stallion cried. I responded by stepping into the light of my motorcycle with the chain in my right hand. All right pal, just move along and no one gets hurt. All right, the stallion said, but I didn't budge. I looked at the mare to see her eyes pleading for help. I'm serious, get lost now, the stallion said as he pointed his knife at me. I reacted quickly and threw the chain at the stallion. The end of the chain hit him in the face, making him stumble backwards and release the mare. I then spun the chain around, causing it to wrap around the would have been rapist's arm, and yanked on the chain. The stallion flew at me and I reeled back, right fist, and smashed it into the side of the stallion's head, knocking him out easily. I then materialized some ropes and hogtied the stallion before I strung him up on a lamp pole, leaving him to dangle. Satisfied with my work, I looked at the chain and smirked before I wrapped it up like a rope and placed it on my bike before I turned off the light. Thank you. I looked at the voice to see it was the mare I saved. Oh hey, are you all right? I asked sincerely. Better thanks to you, the mare said. Glad, but you'd better get back inside and I should leave before those mares come back, I said. Wait, I can't let you go without some type of reward. I'm afraid I can't offer much except my body though, the mare said as she was about to take her dress off, but I stopped her. After what almost happened to you tonight, I couldn't ask you of that. Also save your virginity for the one you love, I said as I rolled my bike out of the alley. Wait, how'd you know? The mare began. Your voice and actions showed you were nervous and I can tell it's not from the stallion's attempt, I said. Oh, the mare said sadly. Hey, you're a drop-dead gorgeous mare. I'm sure any stallion or mare would be extremely lucky to have you. All you have to do is just keep searching, I said, causing the mare to smile. Thank you, but what happens to him? The mare asked, gesturing to the hogtied stallion. I let you decide what to do to him. Humiliate him, leave him like that, or send him to prison. It's your decision, I said as I placed my helmet over my head and turned on the engine. Hey, I read the article about you being a former slave. Is it true? The mare asked, whom I replied with a nod. Well, I just wanted to say it doesn't matter to me because you were always a hero when I first heard about you, and I still think you are. I let out a smile before I gave the mare a two-finger salute and drove out into the night. I saw no mares were following me before I drove into the Everfree forest. I didn't stop till I made it to the Everfree castle. I parked my bike next to Rage's inside the library and walked into the den, and I was met with the others who were overjoyed to see me and asked what happened. I told them everything, and both Soren and Thunderlane fainted when they heard I had sex with Spitfire, so after a quick dinner I went straight to bed and slept. Author's notes. A special request to the readers: I need your help with something. I'm willing to let you decide the fate between Spitfire, Luna, and our hero Ash for the next chapter. A. Spitfire joins the relationship between Luna and Ash. Or B. Ash continues his relationship with Luna and only Luna. I leave this decision to you, dear readers. Be sure to let me know in the comments below or PM me. Also, my next chapter will be after Equestria Girls Friendship Games comes out, so till next time, Wolf Blood out. Chapter 33, Friendship Games. Author's notes. Sorry for the delay everyone, and I thank you for the patience. But I recommend watching the Friendship Games first because this chapter contains spoilers. Also, a big birthday shout out to ZeusDog17. Sorry this wasn't posted sooner, and I hope your birthday was an awesome one. It has been a week since the heat season began and I was heading home with the others. I was sitting on my bike along with Rage on his, slowly rolling along the ground with the others walking with us. Man, I'm exhausted, Spike said as we walked. Why are you complaining? You've been walking for only 10 minutes and Rage and I have been the ones to gather supplies, I said. Well, we're here, Thunderlane said as we got out of the forest. I gave everyone a nod of goodbye before Rage and I drove into town. As we drove I saw mares and stallions going about their day like always. When the mares saw me they either gave off seductive smiles or a nod while the stallions just stared in curiosity. Looks like someone is popular among the mares, Rage said. Save it, Rage, let's go see the princesses, I suggested. As we continued to drive I saw the main six along with Gilda and Trixie come round a corner and spot us making a stop. Hey, I remember you from before. You had some nice moves when you dodged Gilda like that, especially those mares, Rainbow said as she flew in front of my bike. PFFT, he just got lucky, Gilda said. Where you say luck I call it skill, I said as I removed my helmet exposing my face to the group. Ash, where the hell did you get the bike and is that you, Rage? Rainbow screamed in shock when she saw me. You know it, Rage said as he took off his helmet. And where we got these is our business, I said with a smirk. Well shoot, gotta say you clearly know how to disguise yourself even when you never intend to do it, Applejack said. I like this one, it just screams awesome on so many levels, Gilda said. Glad someone likes it, Rage said with pride. Sash, were you the rider that saved that mare from earlier in the week? Twilight asked. Yeah, I said. Well then I guess that also makes you the one responsible for waking up Ponyville for your enjoyment. Rarity shouted in my ear. Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but I gotta go, so see ya, I said while I rubbed my ear and drove off with Rage in tow. I drove up to my home and parked my bike, and I saw the royal carriage was still here, meaning Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis and Eris were still here. Come on, let's go see if your Draconequus is inside and pray she doesn't chew your head off for abandoning her during heat season, I said with a chuckle. Hey, you dragged me out of the castle, Rage said. Yet you could have gone back to her at any time, I said. Touché, Rage said as we stepped inside. I walked inside and I saw Luna sitting in the lounge room playing a game called Minecraft. She also didn't seem to notice our entrance. Hey, watch this, Rage said before he crept up behind Luna and got close to her ear and hissed. Creeper, Luna squealed cutely and jumped off the couch and latched onto the ceiling. Luna looked down and saw Rage on the floor roaring in laughter while I watched the scene stunned. I'm not sure whether to laugh or squeal, I said. That was fun. Hey, whoa, come on Luna, I was only playing, Rage said as Luna levitated him into the air. As am I, this game is called Twister, Luna said as she flew back onto the ground and began to spin Rage around so fast he looked like he was going to be sick. Come on Luna, put him down before he throws up, and if that happens you're cleaning it up, I said. Very well, Luna said as she placed Rage on the ground and walked up to me, then wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a kiss. Welcome home. What's with all the noise? I looked at the stairs and saw Eris walking down them. Nice to see you again, Ash, Eris said. Likewise, and sorry for running out on you at the castle, I said. Don't worry about it, you seen Rage? Eris asked. Resisting the urge to barf, I said as I thumbed over to Rage. What did he do this time? Eris sighed when she saw Rage. Pretended to be a creeper while Luna was playing Minecraft, was it? I asked, which Luna nodded. I see, Eris nodded. But what have you been up to? I asked. Oh, chasing some mystery motorcyclist, Eris said. Mystery motorcyclist, did he have a helmet like mine? I asked as I showed Eris my helmet. Yeah, he did, Eris said. And did he have a jacket like mine? I asked as I spun around and showed Eris my jacket. Yes, he did, Eris said. And did he have a black bike like the one outside? I asked. Eris walked outside to look at the bike, and when she came back she nodded. Yeah, exactly the same, Eris said. I leaned against a wall and smiled at Eris, and soon it hit her like an anvil on the head, literally. Wait here, Eris began as she tossed the anvil away. You sure are slow when it comes to this, Luna smiled. Is everything all right down here? I looked at the stairs and saw the rest of the princesses walk down. Glad to see you three are back to normal and you're not calling yourself Molestia anymore, Celestia, Rage said after he recovered. Let's not bring that up again and never speak of it again now. What's going on? Celestia asked. Ash was the cyclist you all were chasing, Eris said. The princesses looked at me, causing me to just show them the helmet. I see you certainly know what you're doing when it came to escaping us, Celestia said. You weren't that hard to get away from, I said with a smile. HMMPF, well anyway, we've left our royal duties for too long, so we must be going, Celestia said. Hang on, will you at least stay for dinner? The Apples are hosting a dinner at the farm for our little group. It's a little tradition they hold to celebrate a new generation of foals. Granny and the foals will be back soon. Also, I've already sent an invitation to Shinning and Cadence along with Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Vinyl and Octavia along with the Immortals, and they all agreed to come tonight, I said. Oh, I can't come without something nice to wear, Dreamcatcher said. Dreamcatcher, the Apples don't care about any of you coming all dressed up, so come in something casual. After all, it's just an outdoor evening dinner, I said. You know, I think we can put our duties off till tomorrow, Celestia said. Great, I'll let Mac know what's happening, I said as I pulled out my phone and texted Mac. Now Ash, I've been meaning to ask, how did you escape that trap when you were in Canterlot? Celestia asked. That was a simple trick that Faust taught me to get out of magic grips and move through force fields, I said as I finished texting Mac. Mother taught you the anti-magic spell? Celestia asked, surprised. Yeah, you know of it, huh, I said. Yes, but the spell temporarily shuts down magic of the user. There should be no way for you to fly after that, yet you flew, Celestia said. Have never had that problem before, maybe it has a different effect on humans, I said. Perhaps that's it, Celestia said. Now you'll have to excuse me, but I've got to grab some barrels of cider from the basement, I said. I'll help you, Luna said as she followed me. I walked down into the basement with Luna behind me. I stood in front of a barrel and turned around to face Luna. Okay Luna, what is it? I asked. What do you mean? Luna asked. Come on Luna, I know when something is bothering you, I said. Luna gave a defeated look before she looked down, hiding her face. I tilted he face up to look at me and I saw tears in her eyes. Ash, I took a test yesterday, and it came back positive, Luna said, causing me to give a confused look before Luna placed one of my hands on her stomach. Ash, I'm pregnant and the child is yours and the foal is an alicorn, Luna said. I saw Luna was struggling to tell me this, and this news threw me for multiple loops. I saw Luna's tears and immediately reacted. I pulled her close and kissed her on the lips before I let her go. How can you not be mad? You now have 2 children to care for. Now why haven't you shouted or hit me at least? Luna, why on earth and Ekis would I shout or hit you over something like this? I asked in shock. It's because it's rare for a stallion to accept the role of a father of one foal, but almost impossible for one to accept 2, Luna cried. Luna, you should know this, but I'm no stallion. I'm a human, and humans are willing to give their lives to save their families, and any stallion who doesn't share that is an ass, I said as I held Luna close and placed my head on top of hers. Nothing gives me greater joy than the words that a family is going to have a new member added to it. What did I do to receive this blessing? Luna cried happily, causing me to let out a small chuckle. That's easy, you just had to be you, I said. But what do we tell the others, and Pip, what will they say? Luna asked. I haven't a doubt they'll be as thrilled as I am, I said. Okay, but when should we tell them? Luna asked. At the party, and also Luna, I wanted to talk to you about Spitfire, I said. It was around sunset when we arrived at Sweet Apple Acres. Luna had a nervous look on her face the entire walk over. I squeezed her hand for reassurance. I saw a large table outside with a vast assortment of foods on it and all my friends sitting around it enjoying themselves. After I was reunited with Pip and sat down with Luna on my lap, I saw Shining had bandages around his midsection, and when I asked, he said Cadence in heat, which I nodded. So I hear it was you who woke up all of Ponyville with the bike during the season, Vinyl said with a cocky smile. As a matter of fact I did, but I was merely a distraction so Rage could grab what we needed, and also I wouldn't have woken anyone up if Lyra and Bonbon didn't send Scary to spy on us and find out the locations of the safe houses. But thankfully I managed to alert the others so we could hide elsewhere. I assume you ransacked every single safe house, correct? I asked. We did, but we couldn't find any of you, so where were you lot hiding? Twilight asked. You must be off your rocker if you think we're going to tell you, Rage said. Oh, don't worry, when it comes to extracting info I'll make you sing, Rarity said before she gave Rage the puppy dog eyes and quivering lip. Rarity, I don't work like that, Rage said as he folded his arms over his chest. Rarity gave the same look to the other stallions, but none of them broke. Ho, how? Twilight asked in shock. Sorry girls, but while they were with me I've been working on their resistance against such things and it seems to be working, I said. You beast, Rarity said. Perhaps, but that's not all they learned. Show them Thunder, I said. Thunderlane gave me a nod before he placed a hand behind Rarity's ears and scratched, causing her to coo and sigh. I take that back, this is so nice, Rarity said. You managed to help them scratch behind the ears? Cadence asked in surprise. Yep, turns out they were scratching wrong, that's all, I said. Can you teach Shining? Cadence asked, pushing Shining over to me. Okay, well first Shining, place your hand behind Cadence's ear like so, I said as I demonstrated with Luna, and Shining copied me. And give it a gentle scratch, not one where you're digging your fingernails into her. Shining did as instructed and received happy moans and sighs from Cadence. Oh, that's much better, Cadence said. Hey Luna, you haven't drunken any cider so far, here have a cup, Rage said handing Luna a mug. Whoa no man, she can't, I said placing the mug on the table. What do you mean? Rage asked. She can't, I replied. What do you mean she can't? Rage replied, but when he saw me rubbing circles over Luna's stomach and her hand on mine his eyes widened in realization. Are you serious right now? Rage shouted. I let out a solid chuckle at Rage's reaction before Luna got off my lap so I could give Rage a hug, which got everyone's attention. How can you keep this a secret from me, dude? It's your baby. What's happening? Celestia asked. Luna's pregnant with Ash's kid, Rage said. There were a few smiles but mostly gasps of shock. The happy moment was over when Shining grabbed my shirt. You'd better be staying and help raise that foal, Shining said holding up a fist. What are you talking about? I was gonna stay and help raise the foal anyway, I said as I pushed Shining's hand off me. You'd, wait what? Shining asked in surprise. I looked around at the others and saw they had the same looks of surprise as Shining. Oh hell no, you all honestly thought I was going to leave Luna because she's pregnant with our foal? I asked, receiving looks of guilt from the group. Damn it guys, you all know me better than that. Would I really do something so shallow? I know most stallions would, but come on, I'm a human and humans would sacrifice themselves to save their young. Well, what about your parents that left you? Caramel said. They could have left me for a good reason, but the point is, would I ever abandon Luna and my children? I asked with a firm glare, causing the looks of guilt to intense. We're sorry Ash, and you're right, just because most stallions would do it here it does not mean you will. You were unjustly accused to do something when we should have known better, Celestia said as the rest of the table was filled with apologies. It's fine, just remember I'm human not a stallion, so I do things differently, I said. Like when you knocked up Luna? Rainbow asked, trying to get some humor back into the conversation. Oh, wouldn't you like to find out? I said, causing the group to laugh. Hey Dad, Mum, does this mean I'm going to be a big brother? Pip asked in the cutest and most excited way possible. Yes Pip, I said, causing the colt to try and squeeze the life out of me before he ran over to Luna. While he did that I walked over to Spitfire. Hey Spitz, remember when I said I'd think about having a herd with you? It's not happening, is it? Spitfire asked plainly. Yeah, I'm sorry, and for the record it's not you, I'm just not comfortable with the id. I was cut off when Spitfire placed a finger on my lips. Don't worry about it Ash, if anything I should thank you. Most stallions would just cut me off or ring me up to tell me that it was over. But you, I can see you were thinking really hard on this and you actually came to me to say it, and for that you have my thanks. But admit it, you're going to miss this ass, Spitfire said with a smile as she gave her flank a light slap. Well, it's not exactly over between us Spitz, I said. You'd better not be telling me you plan to cheat on Princess Luna with me, Spitfire said with a scowl and raised fist. No, you misunderstand, and before you ask, Luna suggested this, that during heat season you and Luna share me, I said holding my hands up. So is in heat season fuck buddies or something? Spitfire asked. Yeah, but the rule stands, you want my dick you need to catch me, I said with a grin. Oh, continue to tempt me, it will just get me more riled up for the chase, Spitfire said seductively. Unfortunately our conversation was overheard by a certain mare. Suddenly, a rainbow-haired Pegasus grabbed the front of my shirt and started to shake me like a rag doll. You bastard, I wanted to be the one to do it with Spitfire. Rainbow shouted before she clamped her mouth shut with her hands. Let me guess, old fantasy? I asked, earning a nod from the mare. Don't feel so bad Skittles, I wouldn't mind giving you a try, Spitfire said, causing Rainbow to blush slightly at the nickname I gave her. Well, it appears this dinner just got all the more interesting. I say we turn this celebration into one for a new royal family member, Granny suggested, causing Rainbow dash, Spitfire and I to turn our attention back to the table. I second that option, Granny Smith, Pinky said happily. I sat down at the table with Luna and Spitfire sitting on either side of me, and Pip was on my lap talking with Spitfire, and the rest of the evening was a delight. This is unacceptable. I was in the courtroom along with Spitfire and the princesses along with the nobles. It's been about 2 months since the end of heat season and the news of Luna being pregnant has just been released, and as expected the nobles were not happy in the slightest. A half-breed as a royal family member is preposterous. Might as well invite a common animal to be royal, worse yet a human. Enough, Dreamcatcher said, silencing the room. We do not need your permission to decide if the child will rule Equestria. The reason why we have called this meeting is to inform you of what will happen. Incorrect, your majesty, you must remember the law. An old gray and long-bearded unicorn said he wore a pair of reading glasses and brown suit. Celestia introduced him as Paper Scroll. He was one of the nicer nobles in the court and we became good acquaintances, but he knew every law and made it his job to enforce it here. You dare play that card when we all were present when the law was first written? Each one of us wrote down multiple laws. B. Chrysalis started, but Celestia held up her hand. Paper Scroll, can you explain what law you're addressing? Celestia asked. Column 63, paragraph 10. This law is the law of public decision. This law allows the civilians of Equestria to choose the next heir to the throne, Paper Scroll said. But Luna is the one who is pregnant with the child. That counts as a blood tie, I said. True, but the child is also of your blood as well. Now we can respect that you saved Equestria multiple times now. And because of that this law would not have been needed, but because of your history as a slave it changes the matter, Paper Scroll said. What does me being a former slave have anything to do with this? Also, it's not like I was given a choice to become a slave or not, I said. You see, the monster admits it's passed to you all. He was a slave and deserves to remain as one. Blue Blood yells, earning shouts of agreement. You also forget the law, Blue Blood. The ponies are forbidden from committing another to slavery, Paper Scroll said. Stuff the law, I'm a member of the royal family, I'm above the law. Blue Blood screamed. That's funny, Blue Blood, as I seem to remember you said that not even the royals are above the law, so that includes you, I said. Blue Blood looked like he was going to pop a vein with anger, but he released a sigh and sat down. Paper Scroll again, I ask, what does me having been a former slave have anything to do with this? Because of your history and the history of Princess Luna and Princess Dreamcatcher being Nightmare Moon, the ponies of Equestria may not all approve of this and it must be settled through a vote. Also, this law also affects your relationship with Princess Luna and can be ended immediately, and if the relationship is not ended if voted for, the princess must give up her title as royalty, Paper Scroll said, causing the royals to gasp. I looked around at the ponies in the stand to see evil grins on their faces. Some were snickering and others were whispering dark plans to the pony next to them. Is there a loophole or a way to get out of this, Paper Scroll? I asked. Well, quite possibly. I'll have to take a look, but it will take some time, I'm afraid, Paper Scroll said. Very well then, until Paper Scroll has completed his search this meeting shall be put on hold, Celestia said, and the nobles left. Why did that old stallion have to open his mouth? Spitfire grumbled, who came along to see how the meeting would play out. Don't blame Paper Scroll, he's just doing his job. It's the law you should be angry at, I said. What are we going to do? We can't let this happen, Luna said as she flew over to me and hugged me tight. I don't know, Luna, but I'm going to see if I can try and help find a way out of this, I said before I gave Luna a kiss and ran off after Paper Scroll. Man, this sucks, I said. I was in the Canterlot archives sorting through mountains of paperwork, but nothing was coming up. Tough day. I looked at the owner of the voice to see Discord with a glass of chocolate milk in his talon. Like you wouldn't believe, Discord, I said, returning my eyes to the paper. I saw what happened at the courtroom, Discord said. I said, not taking my eyes off the paper. Not going to ask me how? Discord asked. You're a god of chaos, I'm pretty sure it's in you power to gaze into a room without being in it, I said. Fair enough, so how's your little search going? Discord asked. If I found something I wouldn't be here right now, Discord, but what exactly do you need that you came to see me? I asked, finally looking up at Discord. I figured you could use my help, Discord said as he pulled a piece of paper out of his ear and handed it to me. What's this? I asked as I took the paper. Something that could help, Discord said before he disappeared. I looked at the paper and all that was written on it was a way to disband a law. I raised an eyebrow at the paper before I rolled the thought over in my head before I went to look for Paper Scroll. When I did found him, he was asleep at a table, so I walked over to Paper Scroll and shook him awake. Wah, who's there? Paper Scroll asked. It's just me, Paper Scroll. I was wondering if it's still possible for someone to disband a law. I asked. Disband a law? Well, it's not unheard of, but there have been folks that have done it, Paper Scroll said. So it is possible? I asked with hope in my voice. Not any longer, sadly, Paper Scroll said. Why not? I asked. Well, the rule that allows civilians to disband a law was disbanded, leaving only the royals to disband a law, or the pony who created the law must agree to disband it. But the pony who created the law you want to be disbanded is long since dead, Paper Scroll said. But the princesses can still disband the law, right? I asked. No, this type of royal has to be either a king or queen, no one less, and Equestria has not had either in eons, Paper Scroll said. Well, she may not living on Equestria, but I know an equestrian queen that's still alive, I said with a smile. So you see the dilemma we're in, Faust, I said. I was standing in Faust's library with the alicorn herself and I just finished telling her the situation. I understand, but I disbanded that law long ago. Why was it not written down as disbanded? Faust said, talking to herself. So I don't have to worry anymore, I said. Yes, Ash, now I suggest you go tell my daughters about this, Faust said. Yeah, wait, that won't work, I said. What do you mean, Ash? Faust asked. If I'm the one who tells the nobles this, then they won't believe me and then this mess will continue. And me bringing some pony to you as proof won't work either, cause the passageway could do some serious harm to a pony, so there's only one option here, I said. And what would that be? Faust asked. I'm getting you home today, Faust, I said. I was in Twilight's library looking for any info on the world between worlds, but there was nothing, not even from the Canterlot archives, the Everfree Castle library, even my library, and since some books from the Canterlot archives have been moved to Twilight's place, I figured I'd have a look. But now my head was beginning to hurt. Even Faust wasn't of any help when it came to the world between worlds, and she's been there for how long? I was looking through a book before I heard a buzzing sound come from close by before it stopped. I looked around but found nothing. I turned back to my book, but the noise sounded off again. I then followed the noise and saw on a pedestal a brown book with Celestia's cutie mark on it. Odd thing was it was glowing and vibrating like a mobile phone. I remember Twilight telling me about this book and how it helped Twilight get to my world and how it served as a phone between both Earth and Ekis. I walked over to the book and opened it and saw words being written onto a page. Dear Princess Twilight. How's life treating you in Equestria? Any cool new magic spells? Things have been really quiet here at CHS since the Battle of the Bands. We still pony up when we play music, which Rainbow Dash just loves to show off. But I still can't grasp what it's all about. I would love to hear what you think about it when you get a sec. Your friend Sunset Shimmer. I smiled at the message that appeared before me and decided to write to Sunset in reply. I thought it might be nice to send her a message and tell her what's been going on here from my point of view. So I then picked up a pen from the table and began to write. Dear Sunset Shimmer. I'm glad to hear everything is going well for you and the girls back in Canterlot High. How's Akachi doing? Things have been getting pretty crazy for me lately, like you wouldn't believe, and I could use a break from the whole saving Equestria from certain doom thing. Maybe we can catch up sometime to talk about it. Also, I have some amazing news that I want to tell you all in person, but until then I'll have to keep you all guessing. Signed, Ash Blade. I closed the book and placed it on the table before I stretched my limbs out before I returned to my search. I was about to glide my hand across the covers when I saw a red drop of liquid slide down one of my fingers. I turned my hand over to discover a tiny thin cut on my finger. I looked at the message book and saw a similar drop of red on the pages, telling me it was just a paper cut. I shrugged it off and turned back to the shelves, failing to notice the book beginning to glow. The book then opened and flipped along some pages before a portal opened up in the center and grew, and as I realized what happened, I was sucked into the portal and the book closed. WHHAAAA. I screamed as I was flung out of the portal and onto the ground. I let out a groan of pain and just lay there and wait for the pain to stop. Well, that hurt, I said as I pushed myself off the floor and rubbed my head. Ash. I turned around and saw humanoid versions of the main six and Sunset Shimmer, and behind the girls were the human versions of the CMC and Akachi, and we were standing in a school hallway, meaning only one thing. Hey guys, Misa back, I said casually. Jumping Junebugs. Ash, where did you come from? Applejack asked and shook my hand. Well, I was writing a message back to Sunset before I got sucked into some portal that opened in the book, and well, here I am, I said. It does explain why my book was acting funny just now, Sunset said while she held the book in question. Oh darling, when did you dye your hair like that? It suits you marvelously, Rarity said as she traced her fingers along the silver line in my hair. Oh that isn't dye, it just appeared like that out of the blue when I got back from the moon, I said. So are you getting old or something? Rainbow asked with a smirk. Yeah, laugh it up Skittles, but for the record I'm only 20 years old, I said. Skittles, Rainbow asked questionably. Wait a minute, you went to the moon, why? Sunset asked. Oh that's right, Twilight didn't tell you because I was still in a coma from the Tyrk incident when Twilight last visited, I said. Twilight mentioned the coma but nothing else really, Applejack said. Well, I'll just have to fill you all in on it, but not here, I said. We can go to my house, Ma and Pa would be glad to see you, and Rebecca and Eli are there as well, Akachi suggested. Great, this way I won't need to repeat myself when I see them, I said. Well, I was going to show our fans some awesome shreds with my guitar, but this sounds way more awesome, Rainbow said. I suppose my dress can wait for now. I'd like to know how things have been for you, Ash, Rarity said. Well, I guess story time will have to wait, Fluttershy said. Aw shucks, why not, Applejack said. Ooh, I can't wait to hear this, Pinky started. Mind if I tag along? Sunset asked. Not at all, the more the merrier, I said. I knocked on the door to Akachi's house and waited for the door to open, and when it did I was greeted by Habir. Ash, it's good to see you again, Habir said as he bear hugged me. Same to you, Habir, I said as I hugged back. Rosa, dear, Akachi's home and he brought Ash and some guests, Habir said. I walked inside and I was greeted by Rosa, Eli and Rebecca, who all gave me a hug. It's good to see you're well again, Ash, after what Twilight told us when she returned, Rosa said. Yeah, I was holed up in a hospital for 5 months if you can believe it, I said. And yet you're not dead yet, Eli said. True, I replied. Well, please sit and tell us how things are in Equestria, Rebecca said as she gestured to the couches. Thanks, but I want to hear what's been happening with you lot, I said as I sat down along with the others. Soon I was filled in on all the details of what happened when the sirens came, and I was even shown a video of when the girls sand and formed a giant rainbow-maned alicorn and how it destroyed the sirens' power. Damn, that was something, but I'm glad you guys pulled it off, I said. Okay, now enough about this world. What's been happening with you in Equestria? Rainbow asked. Oh, where to begin? Well, since Twilight didn't give you guys any info on the Tyrk incident, I'll have to fill you in, I said before I told them about Tyrk and what he did, then my fight with him. Wait, you're saying that this magic-stealing centaur called Tyrk was able to suck out everybody's magic except yours, and he completely vaporized your heart and most of your left lung? Rainbow asked in disbelief. You don't believe me, do you? I asked. Of course not, if your heart was burned into nothing you would be dead, Rainbow said. I have the scars as poof, I said. All right, prove it, Rainbow said in a tone that makes her sound like she won the argument as she leaned back in her chair. I then stood up and removed my jacket and placed it on my chair before I removed my top. Once the main six and Sunset saw my scars, they were shocked beyond words. Wait, Tyrk did all that? Applejack asked in disbelief. No, just this large circular one, and it went all the way through, I said as I turned around and moved my wings out of the way so the group could inspect the damage. Hey Ash, what's that snake mark for? Sunset asked. Oh, that, well, it's from 8 years ago. I'm sure you all know about the junkyard in this area and the story behind it, right? I asked. You mean the one that used to harbor that slave arena? Applejack asked. I gave a nod before I put my shirt and jacket back on. Wait, so you were a Rainbow started. A slave, yeah, I said. And he wasn't the only one, us four were as well, Habir said as he gestured to Rosa, Eli, Rebecca and himself, who all had saddened expressions. Now I remember why you looked so familiar. You were on the TV. When the police came, Rarity said. If it's alright, I don't want to talk about it anymore, I said, earning nods from the group. So anything else from Equestria you want to share, Ash? Sunset asked, trying to change the subject to a pleasant one. Yeah, and believe me, every single word is true, I said. After I told them about Nightmare's return along with being banished to the moon, the Tantabus Fausts and the Knight's training sessions and my battle with War Sword and my new bike. I left out the entire heat season because of the younger ears and to make sure Eli didn't get any ideas. Wow, you have been busy, Rebecca said. Yeah, well, I'm going to be even busier soon, I said with a small smile on my face. Oh, and why is that? Rose asked. Well, it's because Luna's pregnant with my child, I said the last part just barely above a whisper, but I could tell they all heard me because of their faces. This is fantastic. Ash is having a baby with a goddess of the moon. Javier shouted as he walked over to me and picked me up in a bear hug. Soon after Jabir's actions, I was swarmed by the others offering their congratulations to me, and Rosa and Javier were offering advice to me about parenting. I soon realized that it was late and Rosa and Javier ordered pizza for us, and once it was finished the girls, CMC, Eli and Rebecca left for their homes and I slept it on the couch once again. She was definitely doing something to the statue, or was going to, Sunset said as she paced back and forth on the second level of Canterlot High School library while I sat on top of a bookshelf listening to Sunset talk about a girl who was touching the statue on the front lawn. Do you think she came through the portal from Equestria? Fluttershy asked. No, I'm pretty sure I would have noticed that. I'm pretty sure she was over here, Sunset said. Besides, the book that opens the portal was in my possession when this happened, so this one is not from over there, I added. Well, that's a relief. The last thing we need is another magical and so bent on world domination coming over from Equestria, Applejack said as she winked at Sunset, who responded with a smirk. Agreed, I have no interest in another fight with the powers of evil magic. The wear and tear on my wardrobe is just too much to keep up with, Rarity said. But still a mysterious figure snooping around the portal. Don't you want to know what she was up to? Sunset asked. Oh, I don't even want to guess, Fluttershy said nervously. Well, you don't have to because I totally figured it out who it was, Rainbow said as she appeared from around a bookcase. Oh, a nighttime statue cleaner, a magical portal maintenance maintainer, a gardener, Pinky guessed in her usual random way. Last one would make sense to me, I said to myself. Seeing as how they got off a bus from the city and they got on a bus to the city, I bet they go to, Rainbow started. Crystal Prep, all the girls besides Sunset said in sync and in an equally annoyed tone. Yep, with the friendship games starting tomorrow they'd totally try to prank us by defacing the Wondercolt statue, Rainbow said. Why would someone take a bus all the way from a city for that? Sunset asked. Because the Crystal Prep Shadow Bolts are our biggest rivals, Applejack said. Because that's just what the students of Crystal Prep would do, Rarity said. Because even though they beat us at everything soccer, tennis, golf, they still have to gloat, Rainbow said as she showed us a book of the previous friendship games and the statue on the front lawn was dressed up as a clown. Seems kinda silly to me, Sunset said before she pushed the book away. Silly, the rest of the girls exclaimed. So I guess you think the friendship games are silly too, Rainbow assumed. Well, it's not like we'll be fighting the powers of evil magic, Sunset said. No, we'll be fighting against a school full of meanies. Not everything needs to be magical to be important, Fluttershy said. You're right, I'm sorry, I know it's a big deal, Sunset said. Oh, that's putting it mildly, darling. They're still revamping the playing field in preparation, Rarity said. What I don't understand is why the rivalry on the friendship games supposed to about the two schools getting along. Sunset asked as she did air quotes. Well, it's kinda hard to get along with someone who beats you at everything, Applejack said. Not anymore, cause this time things are gonna be different, Rainbow said. What do you mean? Sunset asked. Oh, you'll find out, Rainbow said. You know, you guys make it seem like this Crystal Prep is under the rule of Sombra, but considering how our worlds are connected, I guess Crystal Prep would be the Crystal Empire, I said. The Crystal Empire, Sombra, what are you talking about, Ash? Sunset asked. Damn, I think I'm gonna need to write you a book about what you've missed when you left, Sunset. To put it bluntly, no one knew the Crystal Empire even existed until recently because 1,000 years ago a demon took control over the Empire and ruled with an iron grip of fear. But when he was defeated, he was turned to shadow and banished to the northern ice lands, but he cursed the Empire, making it vanish into thin air. And when both Sombra and the Empire returned, I was the one who tore out Sombra's soul while Spike placed the Crystal Heart, saving the Empire, I said. Wait, hang on, did you just say you tore a demon's soul out of a demon? Applejack asked. Twilight never told what I do in Equestria, did she? I asked, resulting in shakes from the entire group. Sigh, well, basically I kill demons that are trying to take over Equestria. Sunset was different because you were turned into one and you didn't serve the demon leader Heartless, I said. Who's Heartless? Rainbow asked. The Demon King, the one who is trying to take over Equestria but was stopped thanks to Faust. Holy crap, I completely forgot, I said, repeatedly slapping myself in the side of the head. Forgot what, Ash? Rarity asked. I was working on finding a way to get Faust of the world between worlds when I got sucked over here. Now I have to get back and figure out how to free her, I said. Whoa, calm down, Sugarcube, you're not making a lick of sense here. Let's talk and walk and you can tell us what's going on, Applejack said. After taking a deep breath, the girls led me to the gym while I explained the situation to the girls. We then a musical assembly thanks to Rainbow Dash and Sunset wrote a message to Twilight to open the portal. I returned to Akachi's, Jabir's, Rose's home to brief them on my situation. Now I was back at Canterlot High in the music room with the girls. There was still no reply from Twilight, but the girls were helping me take my mind off the situation by playing their instruments. I hope the friendship games have music competition cause we would totally rock it, Rainbow said as she strummed her guitar. We're supposed to keep magic outside the games, remember, Sunset said. Easier said than done, darling. I'm sure in Equestria magic does whatever you want, but Rarity said. This isn't Equestria, Sunset said. She's right back in Equestria. When you use magic it takes about a few minutes to replenish itself, but here I can still gain magic but very little and very slowly, I said. Well, when it comes to magic I'm sure you'll figure it out, Applejack said as she rested a hand on Sunset's shoulder. And while Sunset works on keeping the magic out of the games, I have been working on what to put in, Rarity said. Rarity, what did you go and do? Applejack asked accusingly. Well, I had a little time on my hands and since we don't know what the friendship games events are I made a few options for uniforms, Rarity said as she pulled 5 to 10 racks of clothes out from nowhere. You really didn't have to do that, Rainbow said. I know, Rarity said. No, you really didn't have to, Applejack said. I know, Rarity repeated. Well, I'll leave you all to get changed, I said as I was about to exit. Aren't you going to try anything on? Rarity asked in surprise. Not like you noticed, Rarity, but I'm not competing in the games cause I'm not a student. Besides, a guy being in the same room with changing girls, tell me how awkward would that be? So just give me a call when you're done, I said before I left and closed the door behind me while the others just stared at Rarity, who let out a nervous laugh. I stood outside in the hallway for a while. Suddenly I heard Rarity had raised her voice, thinking it was a bad idea and I'm going to feel pain. I decided to risk it anyway. Hey, is everything alright in here? I asked as I entered and closed the door behind me only to be flung into a rack of clothes by a wave of energy. Once I recovered, I looked at Rarity, who had the extra long hair and pony ears and was offering me a sheepish smile. Oh gosh, are you alright? Fluttershy asked as she helped me up. While she did, I noticed she was wearing hockey goalkeeper gear. I looked at the others and noticed Applejack was wearing a rugby outfit, Pinky was wearing a cowgirl costume, Rainbow was a police officer, and Sunset wore welding gear, but Rarity was still in her original clothing. Yeah, I'm fine, Flutters, I said as she helped me up only for me to feel weaker suddenly and nearly fall over again. On second thought, maybe I could use a minute, I said. I looked over at Rarity and saw she was looking a little drained as well and was returning to her normal self. Actually, Applejack, now that you mention it, I suppose I could use a tiny break, Rarity said before she collapsed into Applejack. I told you, Applejack said. Suddenly the door opened and a girl walked in. She wore a dark purple uniform along with purple hair that had a pink stripe going through it, and the hair was done up in a bun. The girl wore a set of glasses that matched her uniform, but despite this everyone knew who this girl was. Twilight, the girls shouted in excitement. Yes, Twilight replied. Well, Albie, you should have told us you were coming, Applejack said. Darling, those glasses, what are you wearing? It's a severe, Rarity said. My uniform, Twilight said. Your uniform for what? Fluttershy asked. For Crystal Prep, but why does everyone at this school know who I am? Twilight asked, causing my eyes to widen in shock. Hey, Twilight questioned, what do the words mare in the moon mean to you? I asked. I'm sorry, I don't know, is it some kind of band? Twilight asked. No, don't worry about it, it's nothing, I said, putting on my best fake smile. Hang on, did you say Crystal Prep? Rainbow asked, only to receive a bark from Twilight's backpack. The source of the bark then revealed itself as Spike. Spike, the girls exclaimed in union. Gasp, you know my dog's name too, Twilight said. Twilight, a voice said from the door, revealing Principal Celestia. Another woman stood next to Celestia. She was tall, skinny, and wore half-moon glasses. The new lady struck me as the uptight and no fun allowed type of woman, but I decided to keep my mouth shut. This is getting ridiculous, Twilight said. I must apologize for the curiosity of my prized student, the new woman said, leading me to assume she was the principal of Crystal Prep. Your student? Celestia asked. The smart ones are always curious. I'll return her to check in with the rest of her class, the woman said as she led Twilight away. I didn't know Twilight had a twin sister, Celestia said. She doesn't. That Twilight is obviously the Twilight that goes to this world, so she couldn't possibly be the Twilight from the Pony World, cause the other Twilight doesn't wear glasses or goes to Crystal Prep, Pinky said. Never mind, Celestia said, completely confused before she walked away. We were walking down the hallways discussing about the new Twilight and wondering if she'll compete in the games. I cannot believe our world's Twilight goes to Crystal Prep, Rarity said. Are you saying Twilight's gonna play against us? She'd never do that, Rainbow assumed. Our Twilight wouldn't, Fluttershy said. Our Twilight is a princess in Equestria and an expert in friendship magic, and if she was here we'd have already figured out why magic is randomly popping up during pep rallies and costume changes, Sunset said, causing us all to stare at her. Let me guess, you're having a tough time trying to figure this all out, right? I asked as I placed a hand on Sunset's shoulder, earning a nod from her. Yeah, I'm just frustrated that I haven't heard back from her, Sunset said. She's a princess in Equestria, probably got problems of her own, Applejack said. We certainly can't expect Twilight to drop everything and pop through the portal whenever, especially if it's to deal with something minor as a few random pony ups, Rarity said. But they aren't minor. Magic came into this world when I stole Twilight's crown. It's taken a lot for me to earn everyone's trust if we have to forfeit the games because I can't keep it under control, Sunset said. Oh, Sunset, I'm sure you'll be able to figure this out, Fluttershy said. You helped us understand what was going on with the sirens, remember, Applejack said. I guess, but Twilight was the one who really figured out what we needed to defeat them, Sunset said. And yet you seem to be forgetting what it was, Sunset. It was you they needed, I said. All right, Sunset said, earning squeals of joy from the girls. Come on guys, let's go see if we can get any info about the events so we can come up with a strategy, Rainbow said before the group walked off, leaving me with Sunset. You both coming? I'll catch up with you guys in a bit, Sunset said. Same, I replied before I walked out onto the front lawn with Sunset. Sorry Ash, still no reply, Sunset said as she looked through her book. Not your fault, I can understand if Twilight's busy right now. What happened with that law and everything, it threw us all for a few loops. I bet Twilight is trying to figure out how to fix it somehow, I said. At least you're optimistic, Sunset said. I try, but since we can't get the other side of the portal to open, maybe we can try and open it from here, I suggested. That could actually work, Sunset agreed. I walked over to the statue with Sunset and placed my hand on the portal, but instead of its shimmery appearance, a circle of black fire that went around my hand and held me against the portal and was sucking me of my energy. As I tried to get away, Sunset grabbed me from behind and tried to pull me away. Finally, the portal released me, but I blacked out and collapsed. Ooh, wow, that hurts, I said as I sat up. I looked around and saw I was in the nurse's office. I looked at my wings and was glad to see they were still hidden, but when I checked my magic, I saw a large quarter of it was gone. I then got off the bed and was a little uneasy on my feet, but I cleared my head before I walked over to the door and began my walk down the hallways. Suddenly, I heard noise coming from the gym and decided to check it out. When I arrived, I saw the place was divided, the Wondercolts on one side of the gym and the Shadow Bolts on the other. I then saw the others and made my way over to them as best as I could. As I did, I began to hear their conversation. Wow, Pinky, what happened to you? Sunset asked, an exhausted Pinky, which was a sight that didn't suit her. I don't know, everyone started having fun when Twilight and I fired the party cannons and I ponied up, Pinky said. Of course you did, Sunset said as she rolled her eyes playfully. But then the magic just drained right out of me, Pinky said. Wait, what do you mean drained out of you? Sunset asked. Exactly as it means, Sunset. I felt it as well at the portal as if someone just sucked it right out of me, I said, causing the group to turn to me and see me almost collapse onto a bench. Ash, you shouldn't be moving. Are you all right? Sunset said as she provided me support. I'm fine, but what happened back there? I asked. Ash, I don't know how to say this, but the portal's gone, Sunset said. Gone how? I asked. As in it's not there anymore, the magic's been sucked out of it, Sunset said. So we're dealing with another magic thief? I asked. Yeah, but I think Twilight may be the culprit, Sunset said. Hey, where is that other Twilight? Applejack asked. Oh, she's right well, she was right here, Pinky said. Okay, well, I'm going to go try and figure out how to reactivate the portal so I can get home. Meanwhile, you guys keep your eyes on Twilight. Last thing we need is more magic going haywire, I said before I left. I was up most of the night trying to fix the statue. I tried giving it my magic, even the magic from Sunset's book, to get it working, but it was like trying to apply fuel to a car with no motor, so I was stumped. Hey Ash, wake up. I slowly opened my eyes to see Sunset shaking me. Come on, Sunset, leave me be, I said as I shut my eyes. Have you been up all night? Sunset asked. Most of it, I said as I sat up and let out a yawn. Okay, you need to get some rest, Sunset said as she helped me up and gave me a sniff. And a wash, you stink, Sunset said with a smirk, causing me to chuckle. After I had a shower in one of the school's change rooms, Sunset gave me an apple for breakfast and led me to the library and showed me where Twilight slept when it was her first night hereafter. I got into the bed made of books. I was out like a light, and after a few hours of sleep I felt refreshed and my magic was almost full again. I looked at the time to see it was 11:04 a.m., so the first event for today should be done. I stepped outside into the sunlight. I then saw Twilight talking with Fluttershy and was holding a bunny. Suddenly Fluttershy ponied up in front of Twilight. I then saw Twilight's pendant start to levitate and opened, and it began to suck in Fluttershy's magic. Suddenly, portals started opening around the pair. When I saw this, I ran over to them and saw Spike start to chase a jackalope, a jackrabbit with horns on its head, through the portals. Spike suddenly ran into the flow of magic between Fluttershy and Twilight's amulet. But to top of the situation off, a large portal opened up and a familiar white alicorn with a crimson mane and tail fell out of it, but the problem was I could see through her. Faust, I cried before I ran over to the alicorn. Ash, what happened? Where are we? Faust asked when she saw me. I'll explain later. Right now I think we should get you out of sight, I said as I offered my hand for the ancient alicorn. Faust took my hand, but before I could pull her up she started to glow and was sucked into me, causing me to black out again. Ooh man, that needs to stop happening to me, I said when I awoke. Ash, Faust called. Faust, is that you? Where are you? I asked. I'm up here in your head, Faust replied. Oh well, this is fantastic, I said with my voice dripping in sarcasm. I said. Well, at least I'm out of sight, right? Faust said. True, but now people will see me talking to myself when I'm talking to you, I said. I'm inside your head, I can hear your thoughts, you know, Faust said. Also true, but it doesn't help privacy, I said. Well, you'll be glad to know that I can get out of your head whenever I like, Faust said. That is good news. Could you do it now, please? I asked. That isn't a good idea right now, Ash, because my spirit is here and my body isn't, and I can't go back to the world between worlds because the pathway is cut off now. Also, I need to stay in your body because your magic is the only thing that is keeping me alive at the moment, Faust said. Well, Faust, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we have a magic thief here and she stole the magic to the portal, I said. Magic thief, and where is here? Faust asked. Oh, where are my manners, Faust? Welcome to Earth, and as for the magic thief, it's this world's Twilight. I think she's just a kid who is trying to understand this. After all, there is very little magic here, I said. I see. Well, I must ask you to use your magic carefully. Remember, there are 2 in here now, Faust said. Will do, I said before I checked my mana pool to see it was half empty from when Twilight last used her amulet. Hey, is she a friend of yours? Faust asked. I looked around and I saw Fluttershy was unconscious. Crap, Fluttershy, I called as I ran over to the girl. Ash, is that you? Fluttershy asked. Yeah, Flutters, it's me. Come on up, we get, I said as I helped up Fluttershy and walked back over to the school entrance. Once we were inside, I saw the girls, and when they saw Fluttershy's condition they panicked and bombed us with questions. All I did was hand Twilight a bunny, then I ponied up, Fluttershy said. I just don't get it. Rarity's magic came out when she made us outfits, Pinky's when she fixed the party, and now Fluttershy, Sunset said. And then Twilight's pendant thingy pulled the magic right out of me. I couldn't stand up or stay awake, Fluttershy said. Like me at the party, Pinky said. Or me right before we met, Twilight, Rarity said. So she's stealing magic, Sunset suggested. I don't know, she doesn't seem like the magic stealing type, Applejack said. Yeah, but she had something to do with closing the portal. If the pendant can pull in magic, maybe it stole the portal too, Sunset said. So in a nutshell, that Twilight has the magic. I need to get myself and Faust home, I said. Wait, Faust, she's here how? Sunset asked. A portal opened up to her library and her spirit was dropped here. Now she's taking shelter in my head until I can get her back into her body, and she's using my magic as a way to anchor herself in my head. But if I'm depleted of all of my magic, then Faust won't survive for very long, and not only that, part of my magic is going into hiding my wings, so I have to get back to Equestria, and soon, I said. We'll get the magic back into the portal as soon as we can talk to Twilight, but for now let's focus on beating the Shadowbolts. And as long that puts me in a playing field, I don't think we have anything to worry about, Rainbow said as we walked outside. Oh, it puts you in a playing field all right, Applejack said as we stared at the track, which was a mix of archery, speed skating and motocross. Am I the only one that thinks this is overkill? Sunset asked. Well, I'm going onto the roof so I can get a bird's eye view of the track and to keep my eyes on Twilight while you lot get set, so I'll see you all later, I said before I climbed my way onto the roof and looked out over the track. Those girls you were talking to remind me of the elements of harmony back in Equestria, Faust said. Well, technically they are the same, just from different worlds, I said. Oh, that explains it. Well, looks like they're going to start, Faust said. An air horn rang out and Fluttershy and a Shadowbolt ran over obstacles so they can get to a quiver full of arrows and a bow to hit a bullseye before their partner could start. Once both archers hit a bullseye, the team speed skaters start and must complete 8 laps before the motocross team starts, and whoever wins the motocross wins the match. The first Shadowbolt had some skill. She fired 3 arrows at once and all 3 hit the target, but only one got the bullseye. The next Shadowbolt up was Twilight, and let's face it, she's no athletic. Meanwhile, Fluttershy managed to hit a bullseye and Applejack ran off. She made it past the obstacles with perfect ease and managed to get a bullseye on her second arrow while Twilight was struggling to hit her target. All the while her so-called teammates were not helping by insulting her. I was ready to teach them some manners myself. I know you're angry, Ash, but you must keep your temper, otherwise you may cause a scene, Faust said. You're right, I said before I took a breath. I then saw Applejack go and assist Twilight. When Twilight hit a bullseye, she hugged Applejack, and suddenly, Applejack ponied up and Twilight's pendant once more sucked out the magic. Twilight tripped over her dog Spike and the pendant opened and started opening portals all over the place. Aw crap, this isn't good, I said. You'd better get down there, Ash, Faust said. Already planning on doing that, I said before I leapt off the roof and onto the roof of the judge's stand. I then front flipped off that roof, and as I did I saw the judges were surprised to see me. I just gave them a wave before I landed in a crouching position and spirited over to the track to grab the pendant. Suddenly, I saw a plant creature had grabbed Twilight, so I changed direction and delivered a kick to the plant's head, causing it to drop Twilight and turn its attention to me. But soon I was surrounded by more of these things as more and more portals opened. Damn it, if only I had Whispering Wind here, I said. Ash, you do remember you have an ability that allows you to cut objects without using any magic, right? Faust said. Oh right, I said as I offered a sheepish grin. Suddenly, chainsaw blades made of blood extended from my right wrist and I transferred some blood to my left arm and made the teeth on the saw spin. I looked at the plant creature and gave a dark smile. Time to get rid of these weeds, I said before I ran at the plant and leapt at the monster and cut the head in two, turning the head into quarters. I turned to the rest of the track and saw some students were surrounded by these plants. I then made a pair of chainsaw teeth that went over my legs and made them spin. Now I was wearing a pair of automatic razor roller skates, and whenever I went to kick something or someone, I'd hack them in two. I raced my way over to the students. I leapt onto one of the creatures and let my leg saws hack it while I moved along its spine. More and more plant heads suddenly appeared and tried to take a bite out of me, but the wrist saws made short work of them. I then ran out of vine to cut and leapt onto the seats. When I landed, I saw a plant sneaking up on a small group of students. I carved along the seats and the group of students saw me coming. They all ducked as I jumped over them just as the plant was about to turn the students into a snack. I spun around and cut off the head and 3/4 of the neck. The trick was so awesome I wish I could have seen it in slow mode. I landed on the ground and zoomed off back to the track where I saw these things were about to cause more trouble. I saw one of the Shadow Bolt's bikers' bike was eaten by the monstrosity of a plant, and the plant was looking at her as if she was the main course. As the beast was about to make its move, I raced and grabbed the rider and got her to safety milliseconds before the jaws smashed into the dirt. I then got the girl safely out of the danger zone before I stopped and got her to let go of me. Stay here, I said, earning a nod from the girl before I raced off. I then raced onto the ramp and leapt off, only to be met with 12 plant heads. I just smiled before I shifted and twisted my body to use my legs and arms to hack and slice these things as I passed over them, which would have been awesome to any viewers. I landed on the other ramp perfectly and skidded to a stop before I looked at my work and saw the dead plants. Show off, Faust said. I know, but a friend of mine said I should show off sometimes, I said with a smirk before I saw all the remaining plants and the ones I killed get sucked back up into the portals before they closed. I then used my leg saws and raced over to the girls. Is everyone alright? Applejack asked. Better than alright, we won, and Ash, those moves were totally radical, Rainbow said as she appeared all ponied up. As she went to fist bump me, I almost did as well. But before I did, I suddenly remembered to deactivate my wrist saw. Once I did and retracted the blood, I fist bumped Dash. So what is that stuff made of anyway, and how did you do it? Rainbow asked. Oh well, the gear is actually my blood, only I turn it into any object I like, and the best part is that it doesn't cost me any magic at all, just a skill that a rare group of people can pull off, I said, causing some of the group to go green. But shouldn't you be worried about your blood mixing with other stuff like dirt, other blood and bacteria? Rarity asked, resisting the urge to vomit. Nope, before I retract the blood, something inside of it acts as a defense against such things, so once my blood returns to my body it will be like this never happened, I said. In the injury? Applejack asked, but I just retracted the rest of the blood gear and showed her the healing wound. Well, that's all fascinating, but somebody could have been seriously hurt, and if no one has noticed, the magic is going haywire and I have no idea how to fix it, Sunset said in a frustrated and panicked tone. Excuse me. We turned our heads to the new voice to see it was Twilight. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, I just wanted to learn about the strange energy coming from your school. I didn't know it was magic or how it works, Twilight said. That's okay, neither do we, Rainbow said as she and I stepped closer to ask if she can return what she took. Oh no, 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 not again, Twilight cried as the pendant began to levitate once more. The pendant opened again, but to make things worse, it was rapidly sucking in almost all of my magic along with Rainbow Dash. I was losing magic so fast I was screaming in pain. I'm sorry, it just started absorbing energy on its own, but I'm not sure how, Twilight said. What do you mean you don't know how? Sunset asked as she finished dragging me a safe distance away from the pendant and went back to close the pendant. Suddenly a portal opened above us and I could see the night sky over Equestria. I could tell it was because of the constellations. It's also causing these rifts to appear. I don't know how that works either, Twilight said. Is there anything you do know, like how to restore our magic or how to fix the portal to Equestria? Sunset asked angrily. Equestria? Twilight asked in confusion. You're supposed to be so smart, but of everything you shouldn't be messing around with things you don't understand, Sunset said as she closed the pendant, shutting down the portal. But I want to understand, Twilight said. But you don't, and worst of all, you put the life of my friends in danger and your little stunt is killing Faust. Sunset shouted as she gestured to me, causing Twilight to look at me just as I revealed my wings to save my magic for Faust. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Twilight said before she ran off with tears in her eyes, and just before my eyes grew heavy and I fell asleep. I slowly opened my eyes to see Rosa peering down on me and the clouds have become gray. Hello Ash, welcome back. Good to be back, I said before I remembered Faust. Still with me, Faust? Yes Ash, Faust replied. Great, I thought before I sat up and looked around and saw I was in between two stands of seats along with the girls, Rosa, Kabir and Akachi, and we were out on the front lawn. What's going on and how long was I out for this time? I asked. Few minutes tops, Kabir said. Somewhere on campus a pennant from each school has been hidden. The first team to find their schools and bring it back wins, Vice Principal Luna announced. And as soon as both teams are ready we'll begin, another woman said that looked a lot like Cadence. I don't feel like playing these games anymore, Fluttershy said. But we have to play, this is the last event, Rainbow said. It's a little hard to focus with all the magic stealing and portal opening, Rarity said. And I feel awful about what I said to Twilight, Sunset said. Especially since she obviously didn't mean to do all this stuff she did. She's actually really nice, Fluttershy said, causing Sunset to bury her face in her hands while everyone deadpanned Fluttershy. Let's just get through this last event and prove we're not a bunch of cheaters, then you can go over and apologize, Applejack said. Suddenly, Twilight walked out onto the center of the lawn, her pendant held tightly in her hands, but I could see that Twilight had a look of uncertainty on her face. Suddenly, Sunset then walked out onto the playing field and Vice Principal Luna was about to announce the start of the event. Twilight then pressed a button on her pendant and opened it. Sunset saw what she was doing and ran to stop her, but the pendant let out a small magical shockwave that knocked everyone over except Twilight. All the magic that was stolen turned into a ball of energy the same size as a baseball but was growing. Twilight was frozen in place and was being lifted into the air. Ash, you have to shut that down. Faust screamed at me. I gave a nod before I flew up to the orb despite the protests from Rosa and flew over towards Twilight and saw she was almost absorbed by the ball. Help me, Twilight begged as she tried to reach out for me. I grabbed her hand without hesitation and used all my strength and wing power to get Twilight out, but I was only delaying it. A lightning bolt struck my hand, forcing me to let go of Twilight, and she was sucked the rest of the way in. But I wasn't giving up yet. I then flew around the ball and placed my hands in it to try and absorb as much magic as possible, but the magic was so great as soon as I plunged my hand in, my mana pool was completely filled up. Ash, transfer all the magic to me. I should be able to take it, Faust said. I did as instructed and transferred the magic to Faust. I peered inside the orb of magic and saw Twilight was changing. Suddenly a bolt of magic shot out of the ball and sent me flying into a building. Third-person POV. Both schools watched as Ash flew around the orb and gasped when he was shot into the school on the second floor, but what horrified them was what Twilight Sparkle, the prized student of Crystal Prep, had become. She had a pair of dark purple feathered wings and her hair extended to look like a tail, while the rest of her hair looked like purple-colored fire, and a slightly jagged horn made of magic grew out of her forehead. She also wore glasses made of aqua flames that surrounded her eyes, and she let out an evil laugh. You were right, I didn't understand magic before, but I do now, Twilight said before she charged up her magic and fired it at the Wondercold statue, smashing it, and a portal opened. Equestria, Sunset gasped beneath the portal. Purple cracks appeared called mana lines and started to form all over the place, even in the sky. Twilight fired more magic at the lines, opening more and more portals. Twilight, you can't do this, Sunset said. Why not? There's a whole other world right there and it is just filled with magic, Twilight said as she fired another round of magic, creating a new portal. But you're destroying this world to get it, Sunset said. So what? There's more magic there and I want to understand it all, Twilight said as she summoned a large amount of magic. She fired it at the ground, creating a large hole, causing some students to almost fall in, but the ground was crumbling and some students were falling in, only to be saved by their fellow students. Suddenly, Javier fell in and no one was close enough to save him, so he fell as Javier closed his eyes as he saw the ground approach, but he suddenly felt himself jerk to a halt. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ground of the other world getting further and further away. He then went through the portal back to his world and was gently placed on the ground, where he was greeted by Rosa and Akachi. Once he assured them that he was fine, he looked and saw his savior. The figure wore strange armor, but Javier was able to recognize the wings, sword and helmet. Once again you have saved my life, Ash, Javier said. Maybe you should stop getting into trouble, it's bad for your health, Ash said playfully before he flapped his wings and flew up to face Twilight. The two flying beings stared at one another. Twilight's expression was that she was angry, but Ash's expression was unreadable thanks to the helmet. You think you're special just because you have a little magic and a pair of wings, Twilight sneered. No, but unlike you, I never wanted any magic or wings, Ash said before he dived into a portal and reappeared out of another and punched Twilight across the face. Quote, ... I just wanted a home and a family, Ash said as he crossed Twilight and disappeared into another portal and reappeared beside Twilight and punched her in her side. Quote, ... I never found out who my parents were or where I came from, Ash said as he passed her again and went into another portal, but Twilight sent a beam of magic after him, only for it to blast Twilight in the back and for Ash to punch her in the face. But I made a home for myself in Equestria and I have a family there now, Ash said as he disappeared again, but Twilight sent out a multiple bolts of magic into each portal in hopes of hitting her target. When she looked around for her opponent and found nothing, she let out a grin and was about to declare her victory, but stopped when she saw a bright glow come from the large portal and heard a voice. But now you threaten to not only destroy my home world but the world that I protect, and if you continue this path. The glow increased and Ash appeared out of the portal, only he looked different. His armor had changed slightly. The shoulder pauldron were of alicorns, the gauntlets had the images of a wolf's head, the boots went up to Ash's knees, and Ash's cutie mark was etched into the chest plate. But the more noticeable qualities was that Ash's wings had grown 3 times as long and a white glowing elemental circle was floating in midair in between Ash's wings. A black aura that flickered like fire and had a silver line cutting through it was coming out of the back of Ash's helmet and acted like a mane, and a long dark gray straight sharp horn was sticking out of the forehead of Ash's helmet. Ash flew straight at Twilight with unmatched speed and slowed down right in front of Twilight, and Ash's right hand came alive with magic as he curled it into a fist. Then I will fight to protect both worlds, Ash roared as he delivered an uppercut that launched Twilight upward into the air. When Twilight managed to stop and straighten herself out, she glared at Ash and was ready to annihilate him. This isn't the way, Twilight. Both Ash and Twilight turned their heads to see it was Sunset who spoke. I know you feel powerful now, like you can have everything you want. I've been where you were. I've made the same mistake you're making. I put on a crown and just like you I was overwhelmed by the magic it contained. I thought it could get me everything I wanted, Sunset said. Oh, you're wrong. Unlike you I can have everything I want, Twilight said. No, you can't. Even with all that power you'll still be alone. True magic comes from honesty, loyalty, laughter, generosity, kindness, Sunset said as she held up the pendant and more of the girl's magic was sucked in. I understand you, Twilight, and I want to show you the most important magic of all, Sunset said before she closed the pendant and threw it on the ground, breaking it, and like Twilight, Sunset began to change as well, except Sunset didn't wear the flaming glasses and dark clothes, and her wings were made of fire and sun dust, and she had a horn like Ash's, only instead of it being dark gray it was white. The magic of friendship, Sunset said as she flew next to Ash. Sunset and Ash then used their magic to close each of the portals that had been opened, angering Twilight. Twilight then charged at Ash and Sunset, her fists coated in magic. Sunset and Ash did the same. When all the magic met, it knocked them all backwards. Twilight then fired a blast of magic at the pair, and Sunset and Ash did the same. The magic pushed against each other, but no one was gaining ground. Twilight had absorbed magic from this world's elements of harmony, but much of Ash's, and since the portal was created by both stars, World the Bearded and Faust, so they could travel here, it made Twilight incredibly strong. Ash had gained but a fraction, and Sunset was relying on the magic of friendship she just got from the girls, so it was an even match. Suddenly, Spike called out to Twilight, causing her to look at Spike. Sunset and Ash took this as a chance and pushed back against Twilight's magic, and soon Twilight was overwhelmed and the magic absorbed the three supercharged beings. When Ash, Sunset and Twilight opened their eyes, their surroundings were bleached white. Twilight shied away from the pair, more so from Sunset when she approached. "Take my hand, Twilight, let me show you there's another way, just like someone once did for me," Sunset said, offering her hand. Tears started welling up in Twilight's eyes, but reached out and accepted the hand. An orange wisp then circled up Twilight's arm and dispersed all the magic she had inside both girls, and Ash then returned to normal. But Ash's armor still had its additions, and with a bright flash the white surroundings disappeared and the girls and Ash floated to the ground. Ash's POV. "I am so sorry, I didn't mean for any of this to happen," Twilight said. "I know, and going by my own experience I'll forgive you," Sunset said. "You know, Ash, if there was ever a seventh element of harmony it would most definitely be the element of forgiveness, and Sunset would be the perfect bearer," Faust said. "I couldn't agree with you more, Faust, I thought." Suddenly Spike started barking and leapt into Twilight's arms with her glasses in his jaws, being careful not to break them. "Principal Celestia, on behalf of Crystal Prep I demand you forfeit the friendship games. Clearly CHS has had unfair advantage for quite some time, and it's certainly obvious your students have been using magic for their own benefit," the principal of Crystal Prep demanded. "Is she serious? I mean, lives could have been lost today and she's worried about the games. Even Rainbow isn't this narrow-minded," I said. "Hey," Rainbow shouted. "I'd like to think saving the world benefits us all," Principal Celestia said. "At least they didn't manipulate Twilight into releasing all the stolen magic and turning her into a power-crazed magical creature that tried to rip the world apart just to win a game," a Shadowbolt said at Pinkie Pie speed, "and she turned out to be the same one I saved at the motocross." "Wow, that's a lot to take in when you say it all at once," Pinkie said, and I gave a nod. "That's ridiculous," the principal of Crystal Prep said. "Nope, that's pretty much what happened," Spike said. "Wait, you can still talk?" I asked in surprise. "Yep, but now I don't need any magic to talk now. Cool, right?" Spike said. "Buddy, I have a fire-breathing dragon as a friend named Spike. That's cool. A dog that learned how to talk thanks to magic. Yeah, that's like me trying to figure out Pinkie," I said. "I'm a dragon in your world?" Spike asked excitedly. "Well, anyway, I think we're all to blame. Mostly it was her," another Shadowbolt said sincerely before it suddenly became angry. "Obviously my students have been infected with your magic, but I plan to take all of this up with the school board," the principal of Crystal Prep said. "Good, I'm sure they'd be very interested in hearing all about the magical students with wings," Principal Celestia said. "Oh, and portals to different dimensions," Vice Principal Luna added. "And don't forget to tell them about the talking dog," Vice Principal Cadence said, adding in her own piece. "If you want my advice I'd pick out something in orange. It's all the rage in the asylums these days," I said. "But that would never ruin your reputation, would it?" Spike added. "Well, what about his wings? How are going to hide those?" the principal asked, gesturing to my wings. "What wings?" I said after I made them disappear. The principal looked like she was going to blow a fuse, but she just straightened out her coat and walked away. "Well, I know these friendship games haven't been what any of us expected, but given what we've all just been through I think it's fair to declare us all winners," Principal Celestia said, causing everyone to cheer. Chapter 35 Another night of trick-or-treating. The past few weeks have been tearing. After Faust returned I was bombarded with thank yous left and right from the royal siblings, and it continued throughout the week. I wasn't left alone for a minute, not even in the bathroom. It got so bad I had to call in Faust to make them stop. Now I was resting in my bed. But I suddenly opened my eyes with a start. I was drenched in sweat and was breathing hard after a frightful nightmare. Once I got my breathing under control I turned my head to see a sleeping Luna with a peaceful smile on her face. I smiled at the midnight blue alicorn before I got out of bed and let dust out and stood on the balcony and let the warm autumn breeze blow into my face and calm my nerves. I looked at Ponyville and saw decorations being put up. When I got a good look a smile crept its way onto my face. I walked back inside and sat on Luna's side of the bed and gently shook her, resulting Luna to let out a growl. "There had better be a good excuse to wake me up this early," Luna grumbled as she pulled the blanket over her head. "Of course it's Nightmare Night tonight, but I don't mind Dreamcatcher taking over your role as Nightmare Moon tonight," I said with a smile, but Luna gave out a tired uh-huh. I gave a shrug before I got off the bed and walked over to the closet and picked out some clothes and walked over to the bathroom. I was about to turn the handle on the door when the bed sheets from the bed were thrown off and Luna shot up and looked at me. "Nightmare Night is tonight and you dare say my sister will take over my duties as Nightmare Moon," Luna said angrily as she stomped her way over to me. "I thought you didn't want to be Nightmare Moon anymore," I teased. "You know what I mean," Luna shouted. Okay, I'm sorry," I said as I held up my hands defensively, remembering enough stories from Shining about upsetting a pregnant alicorn. "So you're having the first shower?" Luna guessed. "Well, yeah," I said. "Have you ever heard of Mares First?" Luna asked. "Well, you can go first. I just thought you'd want to see the smile on Pip's face," I said. "What?" Luna asked. "Well, you can have the first shower if you wish, but since this is Pip's favorite holiday and it will be his first with us, I thought you might want to tell him the good news. Plus you get the first pick of breakfast. Either way it's a win here, but I'll let you choose," I said. "Very well, I'll inform Pip and you can have a shower," Luna said as she left. I was walking through Ponyville on my way to see a certain fashionista about a costume and I saw Pinkie and Rainbow looking at places and talking to each other. "Hey you two, what's up?" I asked. "Hey Ash, we're discussing on where we can lay some hidden pranks," Pinkie said. "Pinkie, that's supposed to be a secret," Rainbow snapped. "Oops," Pinkie said. "Don't worry you two, I won't say anything, okay? Just make sure Luna isn't caught in it, all right? Also pray it's not Spitfire either, otherwise I can't help you," I said. Noted. Oh Ash, are you going to tell that story, you know, the one you promised to tell tonight while we were heading to the knight's tomb? Rainbow asked, causing me to lift a finger to my chin in thought. Flashback. I was sitting by the fire in the tomb with the others. Rainbow had just finished telling a story about some old pony with a rusty horseshoe, but I couldn't help but let out a yawn when she finished. Was that a yawn I just saw? Rainbow asked, giving me a glare. Sorry Skittles, but that story was so boring. I think you killed my boredom with boredom, I said, lounging backwards against my seat and closed my eyes. I found it terrifying, Fluttershy squeaked. All right Ash, you tell us one then, Twilight said, causing me to open my eyes. Wait, me tell a ghost story? I asked while pointing to myself. Come now Ash, surely you must at least know one ghost story, Rarity said. I do have a story, but it's not exactly a story for tonight, I said while resting my hands behind my head. Why not? Rainbow asked. Well, for starters, it's more of a story told on Halloween, or in this case Nightmare Night, and it's by far one of the most famous ghost stories from my planet, I said. Hey Ash, are you talking about? Rage asked before he drummed his fingers against his seat, which I nodded before he cracked a smile. All right then, next Nightmare Night you tell the story. I don't care how scary it is, Rainbow said. Fine, I promise, I said. Hey Ash, I never got to ask, but how was it with Luna? Was she inexperienced? Celestia asked with a shit-eating grin. End of flashback. Oh yeah, I did promise that. Anyway, I'd better go get myself set up for when the party begins, but first I need to see Rarity, so I'll see you both later, I said as I waved to the pair and walked off to Rarity's. I was standing in front of a mirror. I was wearing black pants and shoes with a white long sleeve shirt and an overlapped black vest with silver buttons. I put on a black cape and top hat and gave myself a once-over in the mirror. I smiled at the outcome before I grabbed a cane stick and whistled for Dust, and the crow flew onto my right shoulder. Shall we go, Dust? We're late enough already, I said. Dust gave me a squawk before I walked out the door and walked down the stairs to the entrance hall, where I saw Luna fiddling with Pip's eye patch. He was dressing up as a pirate again this year, and Luna was going to put on her Nightmare Moon outfit later at the candy offering. How do I look? I asked, causing the pair's heads to snap in my direction. Wow Dad, you sure look fancy, Pip said. Beloved, who are you supposed to be? Luna asked. I'll tell you when we meet up with the others, but for now I'll give you my name, Jack the Ripper, at your service, I said as I held my arms out and gave a small bow. Luna gave a small giggle before I took her hand and we walked out the door. We gave the maids and the immortals the night off to enjoy themselves, and Luna cast a spell on the door to provide any trick-or-treaters candy when they come knocking. We kept walking till we reached the games area of the festival, and I saw everyone was here, even the royals, and all in a costume. I saw Twilight in a warrior outfit, and Comet was in a superhero costume. AJ was wearing a lion outfit, and Caramel was a zombie. Rarity was a mermaid, while Thunderlane was a rock star. Then there was Rainbow in an astronaut outfit and Soren as a shadow bolt. I then saw Pinkie Pie in an 80s roller mare outfit, and Pierce came dressed as a ninja. I also saw Mac dressed as Mummy, and surprisingly standing next to him was Fluttershy wearing a black dress. I also saw Spike in a double-headed costume and Nocturnal Shadow in a black cat costume. Trixie was in a necromancer costume, and Gilda in dark clothing and black face paint all over her face. Spitfire and Fleetfoot were also there wearing Shadowbolt outfits, and Apple Bloom was dressed as a platypus. Scootaloo was a Wonderbolt, and Sweetie Belle was in an old-fashioned French costume like the ones in the French Revolution, while Rumble came as a cyborg. Faust was dressed as the mysterious Mare Duel, which showed her form had completely filled out since she returned. Chrysalis came dressed as her changeling self, and Celestia wore a gypsy outfit, and Rage and Eris wore a demon and angel costume. Then there was Discord, who wore a voodoo witch doctor costume complete with top hat and skull face paint. I then saw Shining Armor in a demon outfit, and Cadence dressed up in a leather corset and horns and webbed wings. My guess she was going as a succubus, and in her arms was Crystal Bright, also dressed up as a demon. Dreamcatcher was also there, but like Luna she wasn't going to get dressed up yet until the offering, but they all seemed to be having a good time. It appears we're a few short at the moment. Has anyone seen them? Discord asked as he held his talon above his eyes and looked around. Art thou talking about us, Discord? I asked in an old British accent. The group turned to me and smiled. You're late, you lot, Rage said, causing me to pull out a pocket watch and open it to look at the time. Fashionably, I said before I closed the pocket watch and put it away. So what are you supposed to be, some prissy noble? Gilda asked as she flew up to me. I gave Gilda a dark smile before I rested my right hand on the cane's head, and faster than she could react I pulled out a blade from the cane and held it at Gilda's throat. Actually, Gilda, I'm going as a serial killer known as Jack the Ripper. His targets were mainly females, but after he killed them he pulled out their organs and sent them to the police as a way to taunt them. The man was a ghost. No one saw him when he killed, and the reason why he's so infamous is because he was never caught. Not even by the best police force could catch a glimpse of the guy. Now old Jack is long dead, but people say his ghost still haunts London streets looking for his next victim, I said. Noted, Gilda said fearfully before I sheathed the blunt metal blade in the cane. So if I may ask, Gilda, what's your costume? I asked. I'm going as a shadow vigilante, Gilda said proudly. Guess they're your idols, I chuckled. I must say I was a bit disgusted when you first told me the origins of your costume, but it came out rather nice, did it not? Rarity asked. You did an amazing job, Rarity. Now tell me, Faust, how is your first Nightmare Night so far? I asked, resting my hands on my cane. It's wonderful, much better to actually be here in Pony, Faust said. Well, this night hasn't even gotten to the fun part, speaking of which we should head over to the stage one thing I'm on soon, I said. Who are you going to play that song like you did last year? Pinkie asked. Sort of, only different song, same artist, I said before I walked over to the stage one, climbed up on the side and saw a pair of musicians working on their songs. Sup you two? Ash, nice to see you, man. Vinyl said she was wearing a vampire costume complete with fangs and red contact lenses. What brings you on stage? Octavia asked, wearing a Phantom of the Opera costume. Oh, I'm playing a song from my world and doing a little performance, I said before I selected a song on my iPod and handed it to Vinyl. Oh, and Octavia, can you also take care of this and Dust while I'm out there? I asked as I held out my cane to Octavia. Yes, I can do that, Octavia said before she took the cane and Dust flew onto her shoulder. Great. Oh, Vinyl, I forgot to ask, but how's your cousin Wooden Toaster? He mentioned he was putting a song together for tonight, I said. He's doing good, and I have the song with me tonight, Vinyl said. I gave a nod to Vinyl before I turned my attention over to Mayor Mare, who was dressed as a judge. Thank you every pony, and I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight on this tremendous celebration and to welcome our newly returned Queen Faust to our little town, Mayor Mare said, causing the audience to cheer. And again for tonight, Ashblade has offered to come up on stage to kick off the celebration, Mayor Mare said as she gestured to me. I then walked out and waved to the cheering audience. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now this is a special night for every pony here and I have quite a treat for you all, but first, I'm going to need a little help, I said before I snapped my fingers and the song began to play. All of a sudden, coffins burst out of the ground in front of the stage, causing the audience to jump back in surprise. After some silence, the coffin lids slowly slid open and decomposing hands pushed the lids open the rest of the way. Figures stepped out of the shadowed interior of the coffin, revealing the rotting corpses. Several more hands popped out of the ground and zombies crawled out of their holes and lined up in front of the stage, and the coffins disappeared into the ground. Ghosts materialized next to me and all kinds of monsters and ghouls appeared on the rooftops before we all began to dance. Many in the audience knew of my little act and enjoyed the dancing monsters, while others were scared out of their minds. As the song ended, the monsters and ghosts vanished into dust and the audience applauded before I took my hat off and swept it under me as I gave a bow. I then walked over to the side of the stage and retrieved my iPod, cane and dust from both Vinyl and Octavia, and both were amazed at how awesome the performance was before Vinyl played a song. I bounced my head in time with the beat and gave Vinyl a pat on the shoulder before I walked off the stage and over to the group. Well, I have to say I'd never thought you'd be one for waking up the dead, Shining said in an amused manner. Basic holograms that any unicorn can conjure up actually, I said. Holograms, nice touch, Faust praised. That was sensational. I turned around and I was met with a flashy pony dressed in a mummy costume with Egyptian jewelry. She had a cream coat and blue mane and tail and golden eyes. Sapphire, I'm so glad you decided to join us, Rarity said as she greeting the new pony. Good evening, Miss Rarity, thank you so much for giving me a call. That song made me missing my hair appointment all worth it, the pony said. Excuse me, but I don't believe you've introduced us, Rarity, I said. Oh, where are my manners, Ash, and everyone who doesn't know her, this is Sapphire Shores, the pony of pop music, Rarity said. And you're the fabled knight of Equestria, Ashblade, I gotta say you have quite the taste in music. Who was that? Sapphire asked. Michael Jackson, king of pop in my world, I said. Damn, if we were able to talk maybe we could make some sweet music together, Sapphire said. If only that was possible, I said. How come, Ash? Rarity asked. Because Michael Jackson died a while ago and his death triggered a worldwide time of grief and mourning, I said. He was that famous? Rainbow asked, shocked. He still is. No one can come close to his talent, so he died with his title. He had a good heart and cared a lot about the everyday life that surrounded him, even wrote songs about it, I said. Now that sounds like something I need to hear, Sapphire said. Well, next time we get to talk I'll show you every Michael Jackson song I have, but right now I'm afraid I must be going. I have a bit of a schedule to keep that must be done before the candy offering, I said. What do you mean, Ash? Chrysalis asked. I made you all a promise to tell a ghost story from my world when we were at the tomb, so you'll have to excuse me. Oh, and Sapphire, if you're up to it, you're more than welcome to join in, I said. I'd like to see what it is you've got cooking up, hun. Count me in, Sapphire said with a spin at the end. Great, I said. When will we know when you're ready? Rage asked. Don't worry, you'll know, I said with a smile before my body clothes and cane turned into bugs, causing the group to shriek and back away before the bugs scattered with dust flying away. Now that's how you bug out, Rage said with a laugh while some in the group just face-palmed. What? Third person POV. The festival continued into the night till Mayor Mare stepped up on stage once more and announced it was time for the candy offering. Zikora also appeared out of a blast of green smoke on stage wearing her evil enchantress costume like last year. She then led the children into the Everfree to offer their candy to the statue of Nightmare Moon, but when they finished the statue came to life. Citizens of Ponyville, you were wise to bring this candy to me. I am pleased with your offering, so pleased that I may just eat it instead of eating you. Nightmare Moon shouted. Look out, Nightmare Moon has eaten a foal because they didn't give her their candy. Run for it, Pinky shouted as she pointed to Nightmare's swollen stomach. The foal screamed in fear before they ran, only to run into another Nightmare Moon. And just where do you all think you're going? The second Nightmare Moon asked. There are two now, every pony hide. Pinky cried and all the foals scattered into some bushes to hide while the adults chuckled. The CMC were cowering up against a tree in perfect view of the twin nightmares. It appears there are a couple of foals still here, the Nightmare Moon on the altar said. Indeed, and they do look tasty, Nightmare said. But we gave you our candy, Rumble said in a scared voice. Yes, but not enough for the both of us, the Nightmare Moon on the altar said before she got off said altar and walked towards the terrified foals. So I suppose we'll have to settle for you, the other Nightmare Moon said. The foals cowered as the Nightmare Moon stepped closer. The Nightmare Moon from the altar picked up the trembling Pipsqueak with her magic and licked her lips. Pip looked away, but instead of teeth he was greeted by a kiss on his cheek. You mom, Pip whined as he whipped off the kiss while the Nightmare Moons laughed and turned back into Luna and Dreamcatcher. Suddenly a flash of lightning and thunder went off, causing all eyes to turn to the sky as lightning bolt then struck the ground in front of some trees and the trees began to move to the side, creating a pathway. Two poles rose up and out of the ground and the tops lit up with fire, and a gust of wind blew through the clearing, and in a faint whisper from the wind said, "This way." I think that's Ash telling us he's ready, Rage said. Well then let's not keep him waiting, Discord said before the group walked through the path of trees, and as the group walked the forest came alive with music. The group soon walked into a graveyard and suddenly, shadows danced on the trees and tombstones and sang along with the ghosts that flew through the air. Jack-o'-lanterns rolled along the group's path as they sang. The monsters lead the group through the graveyard before they came to an old house in ruins and a tree was growing out of it. The group walked inside and saw a monster under the bed and underneath the stairs. The group left the house to see what appeared to be the ruins of a town. As the group walked towards the town, more and more monsters appeared, like a clown that ripped off its own face before it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. A strong wind suddenly blew through the abandoned town that also sang. When the group recovered from the wind, they saw a shadow that looked like Nightmare Moon, who also appeared to be singing before it turned into a swarm of bats. The group continued their walk, the foals staying close to their parents and jumping slightly when a guillotine cut a pumpkin in two. As the group passed a scarecrow, the scarecrow came alive and touched Rarity, making her scream and jump in fright before the scarecrow grabbed a flaming torch and swallowed the flame, causing the scarecrow to burn and dance around. All the monsters gathered around and watched the scarecrow dance and breathe out fire, causing the foals to move back and watch in amazement. The scarecrow then leapt into the air and into a fire pit, making fire explode from it. Suddenly a shadow walked out of the fire, and once it stepped out of the fire pit, the flames that clung to the specter melted off, revealing Ash. Dust then circled the air before he landed on Ash's shoulder. The monsters let out an applause along with the group, and Ash tipped his hat to everyone. "I must thank you all for coming on such short notice. Please have a seat and we can begin," Ash said as he walked over to one of the many log benches that surrounded the fire pit and sat down. "Those monsters won't hurt us, will they?" Scootaloo asked, nervously pointing at the monsters hiding in the shadows. "Have no fear, Scootaloo, they're only here for a little entertainment like the rest of you," Ash said as he petted Dust. The group nodded before they all sat down on the log benches. "Is everyone comfortable?" Ash asked, receiving nods from the group. "All right then, now this story has been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years and has scared many a human over its time. Prepare for a scare as I tell you the legend of Sleepy Hollow." Suddenly lightning flashed overhead along with thunder, causing the fowls to huddle against their parents and scream. "Road, what the hay was that for?" Ash asked as he looked at a thundercloud looming overhead. "What, I'm just trying to set the mood," Rainbow said, peering out from behind the cloud. "First off, I'm not even at the scary part. Secondly, I've already got that covered. Thanks. Now if you're done, please sit down and let me tell the story like I have planned," I said before Rainbow did as instructed and flew down and sat in between Gilda and Soren and crossed her arms over her bust with a pouting look on her face. "I swear, Road, you cause more trouble on this night than the CMC does in a year," Ash said, earning snickers from the group while the CMC and Rainbow had embarrassed blushes on their faces. "Now that everyone's settled, our story begins in a small town similar to Ponyville that goes by the name of Sleepy Hollow. The day started out like any other day. The only difference was that that day marked the arrival of a man. He was tall and lanky but handsome by human standards and could easily be mistaken for a scarecrow in a field. Ash said as a figure made of fire stepped out of the pit who matched the description in the story. The audience gasped at the magic as they watched the burning figure walk around the abandoned town square. As Ash continued his story, more and more figures appeared like the man, giving the group a view of what happened in the story. The man's name was Ichabod Crane. Now Crane was nothing like the big burly men that lived in the town. Ichabod preferred knowledge than fighting or hunting. The women of the town all took notice of Ichabod, earning him the jealousy of all the other men in the town. But Ichabod only had eyes for one girl, and her name was Katrina Bantassel, the most beautiful woman in Sleepy Hollow. But there was a problem. Katrina was engaged to Ichabod's greatest enemy, Brom Bones. Brom was considered the town's strong man and hero, but despite all the awards and praises from the town, Katrina was falling for the lanky schoolmaster, which angered Brom to no end. Brom wanted nothing more than to be rid of Ichabod forever, and on the night of Halloween, or Nightmare Night as it's called here, Brom found his chance to be rid of Ichabod. The schoolmaster had been invited to attend a special party, and it is there Brom found out that Ichabod is highly superstitious. Brom decided to tell a story to scare Ichabod so badly he would leave Sleepy Hollow for good. With his mind set, Brom walked into the center of the party to tell his tale. The children began to grow bored with the story, but when the song began to play, an audience became enthralled and the very forest itself sang along. Ash then picked up a jack-o'-lantern and it lit up on its own as the fire in the pit dimmed. After the party ended, Ichabod rode home, but the problem was the only way home was through the very woods Brom mentioned. The horseman haunted, and as Ichabod rode his horse through the woods, but his head would not put to rest the story he heard that night. Suddenly, fog crawled in through the trees and the air began to get colder, and the moon was soon hidden behind the clouds, darkening Ichabod's path. Ichabod soon got the feeling he wasn't alone in the eerie woods anymore, so he tried whistling a tune to calm his nerves, but the sound only echoed through the haunting trees, and the wind suddenly picked up, making a lonely, pain-filled howl, making Ichabod's blood run cold. Ash said as the sound of someone whistling and the wind howling rang through the trees, causing some in the group shiver. The moon soon repapered from behind its cover, allowing Ichabod to see once more. Suddenly, a tingling sensation tickled the hairs on the back of the schoolmaster's neck, and a shadow appeared over Ichabod, and a spectral evil laugh echoed through the woods. Ash said before an evil laugh rang out from the woods, the foals gripped their parents for dear life. Ash could see his friends were freaking out. Even fear was beginning to grip Rainbow and Gilda. Fear washed over Ichabod's face like a mass flood. His face began to pale, and ever so slowly Ichabod turned around only to regret what he saw. There up on a hill silhouetted by the moon was a figure on a rearing horse, and in the figure's hand was a sword with a red-hot blade, and resting on the shoulders of the figure was a flaming jack-o'-lantern. Ichabod knew then and there he had come to face the headless horseman. Thunder boomed above Ash before he continued the tale. Ichabod immediately returned his sight to the road ahead of him and sent his horse into a gallop, but the horseman was not about to let his prey escape. The houseman let out a guttural cry before he snapped at the reins of his horse. Sparks flew from the hooves of the rider's unholy steed as he chased Ichabod through the trees. The horseman's horse was larger and faster than Ichabod's, but thanks to the size difference, Ichabod was able to slip through narrow areas in the trees, forcing the horseman to take an alternate path. Ichabod hoped and prayed for a miracle to save him from the terrifying rider, and as if his prayer had been answered, Ichabod saw the bridge that leads out of the hollow and remembered Brom's warning about the demonic spirit not being crossed the bridge. Ichabod spurred his horse to go faster, and when Ichabod looked behind him, he saw the horseman preparing to take a swing at Ichabod with his sword. Fortunately, Ichabod ducked just in time to avoid the burning blade, and the sword simply took off a few hairs instead of Ichabod's head, and as the two riders continued their race to the bridge, Ichabod continued to try and dodge the horseman's deadly blade. As the pair reached the bridge, the horseman stopped and Ichabod rode over the bridge. Only when Ichabod reached the other side of the bridge did he stop to look back at the horseman, who let out a cry of anger, allowing Ichabod to let out a sigh of relief for his escape. But the horseman wasn't done yet. He reached for the jack-o'-lantern on his shoulders and pulled it off, revealing the horseman's stump of a neck. The horseman let out one final cry before he threw the fiery pumpkin at Ichabod. As the group was distracted by the flaming figures, Ash threw the jack-o'-lantern he was holding into the fire pit, reigniting it and causing a boom, startling the audience and causing smoke to creep along the ground. The townspeople of Sleepy Hollow were awoken to the sound of an explosion and the cries of a horse. When they looked outside their homes, they only saw Ichabod's horse galloping through the streets, its saddle burning slightly and in tatters. Everyone raced to the bridge to investigate what happened, only to find a smashed pumpkin and Ichabod's hat, Ash said, causing the group's eyes to grow with fear. After the incident, life went back to normal. A new schoolmaster came and Katrina married Brom, but nobody to this day knows what happened to the poor schoolmaster. Some say he escaped the horsemen and left never to return again. Others say it was Brahm who chased Ichabod out of town, but most know the truth. Ichabod Crane had become another victim of the Headless Horseman, Ash shouted, causing many in the group to gasp or scream in fear. Great story, Ash. Also nice touches with those flaming figures along with the music and sound effects, Twilight said. Yeah, only I wasn't scared though. You'll need to try harder, Hen, that Rainbow said, sounding tough. Agreed, don't get me wrong, it was scary but not scary enough to scare me, Gilda said. If you say so, but I have to ask, why were you shaking like leaves during the running through the leaves? Ash asked. It's cold out here, Rainbow defended, rubbing her arms to keep warm. Why, yeah, we just gotta chill, that's all, Gilda said. And yet you both have coats of fur and you're also wearing clothing. Yet I'm not the one wearing a coat of fur and I'm not complaining, I said, causing Rainbow and Gilda to pout and look away while the group laughed. Excuse me, Mr. Ash, but how did the horseman become headless? A Colt asked. Well, I could tell you if you feel you're up for more of a scare, Ash said, causing many in the group to nod. Alright then, first you need to know nobody really knows how the Headless Horseman became headless, but this is one of the most popular theories. We need to go further back in time when the land where Sleepy Hollow stands was engulfed in war and chaos, Ash said as more burning figures appeared. The British came to the lands seeking to build new settlements and homes, but after having enough of being pushed around, the settlers of the new land decided to start a revolution and take the land for themselves. Obviously the British were furious at the revolution and decided to call in support to get the settlers back under their rule by calling in German mercenaries called Hessians. The horseman was also one of these Hessians, but he was different because unlike his compatriots who came for the love of gold and fame, the horseman came for the love of carnage and bloodshed. When battle joined on the fields, he would be there. He was infamous for riding his horse hard into battle, cutting off heads left and right, whether it be the settlers or British. He had no loyalty to anyone but himself. He rode on a giant black steed and his teeth were filed down to sharp points to add to his demonic appearance. Not even the civilians of towns were spared from this rider. If he hadn't had his fill of death in battle, he would attack innocents, Ash said as a flaming figure on horseback appeared and started cutting off the heads of other flaming figures. Foals hid from the flaming specter and the adults watched in fear. The horseman's trail of blood ended one day in the woods near Sleepy Hollow. A cannonball ripped the horseman's head clean off his shoulders and the horse took several bullets before it died. Neither the settlers or British dared to touch the horseman's and horse's body and left it to rot, and as the years went on, a tree grew where the horseman's body lay and a small wild pumpkin patch grew close to it. But not once did the tree have a single essence of life on it. No leaves grew on its branches and no insect dared touch its bark, for you see the tree was made of pure evil. Now the thing about this tree is that the horseman can use it to return to the world as a headless specter seeking heads to replace the one he lost, Ash said. Oh please, that story is so lame, none of that is actually possible, Diamond Tiara said, trying to hide her fear. Hey, don't say that, my dad's story was awesome, Pip said in anger. It's alright Pip, if she doesn't want to believe it then fine, not our problem, okay, the only opinion that matters is yours, Ash said, rubbing Pip's head. Hey Ash, you said the horseman had a jack-o'-lantern as a head, where did he get it? Applejack asked. I mentioned wild pumpkins grew around his tree, so he must have carved one somehow when he rides so he can see where he was going, Ash explained. That makes sense, Applejack said. Hey Ash, you said the horseman's tree was black and dead, right? Rainbow asked. Yeah, why? Ash asked. Well, that tree over there is both black and dead, and if you listen there aren't even any crickets chirping around here, Rainbow said, pointing at something. Ash looked in the direction the finger was pointing and saw the tree she was talking about, and it was the same as the one in the story. Ash stood still and listened to the sound of nothing. Well, I'll be damned, you're right, Ash said. PFFT, big deal. Besides, the so-called headless horseman is on the night's crappy world also. Who said that the horseman will want a pony's head? Diamond Tiara said. Funny thing about ghosts and spirits, Diamond Tiara, is that they can appear in any world, and the only way for the horseman to appear is if his tree is in that world and the clock strikes midnight. Also, if you were listening, the horseman doesn't care what the head looks like just as long as he has one, so he could come for mine or yours, Ash said, pointing himself then at Diamond Tiara. Yeah, right, as if all. Diamond Tiara was cut off as the bell from Ponyville Clock Tower struck midnight and a whinny from a horse echoed through the trees. Okay, very funny, Road, as if we weren't scared enough, Twilight said as she rolled her eyes. But I didn't do anything this time, Rainbow defended. She's telling the truth, TWI, Applejack said. Alright then, Pinky, it must have been you, Twilight said. Not me, TWI, Pinky said. Discord, Twilight asked in slightly scared tone, but Discord just shook his head. What about you, Ash? TWI, do I look like a horse? Ash asked before the whinny rang out again, only louder this time. The group turned their attention to the source of the whinny, which happened to be the tree, and hoofbeats could be heard coming from it as well. Suddenly a hole in the tree opened up and a giant black steed with blood-red eyes and let out a snort of fire leapt out of the hole. The figure on the horse's back was tall and wore old brown armor and a black cape that was ripped and had holes in it, and carried a sword with a red-hot blade. But the main focus on the rider was the lack of its head. It's the headless horseman, Diamond Tiara, Rainbow and Gilda screamed in sync. The figure then climbed off the horse and walked over to a pumpkin growing out of the ground and picked it up before the pumpkin spun around in midair and bits of pumpkin flew off the pumpkin. The pumpkin suddenly stopped spinning, revealing a skull face on it, and the horseman then put the pumpkin on its shoulders and the pumpkin lit up with fire before he let out an evil laugh. Go all of you, I'll buy you some time, Ash said. Are you nuts? Caramel asked. Faced worse, Ash said before he pulled the sword out of his cane and charged at the horseman. The horseman did the same and the two locked blows, sending sparks across the clearing. Go now, Ash shouted, causing the group to run. The group ran through the trees. The foals let out screams of the horsemen as they ran, and they did not stop running till they reached the bridge that crossed over into Ponyville. I'm going to go help Ash, Shining said. Before anyone could stop him, Shining then ran across the bridge before anyone could do anything and ran till he was in between Ponyville and the Everfree. Shining then stopped to catch his breath before continued his run to help his friend. A familiar sounding scream echoed from the forest, startling Shining and filled him with dread. Before he went to run again, something caught Shining's eye. He looked at the object to see it was a light flickering in the pitch black entrance of the Everfree, and it was growing. As the light got bigger, he saw it was a face made of fire, and as the light exited the shadows of the trees, it revealed the headless horseman on its steed and a bloodied and red-hot edged sword in hand. Shining looked at the horseman in fear before his face turned to one of courage. Where's Ash, horseman? Shining demanded. The horseman responded by reaching behind its back and pull out a sack the same size as a head dripping with red liquid. Shining stared in horror before the horseman put the sack away and grabbed the reins and gave them a flick, and the horse slowly walked forward. Shining was paralyzed on the spot before his face twisted into anger and fired a spell at the horseman, but the horseman took it on without flinching. Shining stared in shock while the horseman flicked the reins again and the horse speed up. Shining then decided to run and the horseman gave chase. Shining ran, not daring to look back and see how close the horseman was. Shining then saw the bridge and the others were shouting at him to run, and so Shining did. He ran and ran until his hooves burned, but he did not stop running. He made it to the bridge, he leapt onto it and rolled along it. He saw the horseman charge at him, but when the horseman reached the bridge, the horseman hit an invisible wall preventing him from crossing the bridge. You're safe, dude, Rage said as he pulled Shining the rest of the way off the bridge. He's dead. That thing killed Ash. It has Ash's head in a sack on its saddle, Shining said. The group looked at the horseman in horror and saw the sack. Shining mentioned Luna at first had sadness on her face, but then it became anger. She fired a bolt of magic at the horseman. But the horseman used its sword to bash the bolt away like it were a bat and a ball. The group stared in shock at the horseman before Rainbow stepped up. Hey, look at me, I'm the big bad horseman and yet I can't cross a tiny little bridge, Rainbow taunted. The horseman then reeled back on its horse before it grabbed the pumpkin that sat on its shoulders, revealing the decomposed stump of a neck where a head once sat. You just had to open your mouth and piss him off, didn't ya? Rage asked in a sarcastic tone. The horseman then threw the pumpkin at the group, but Faust created a shield with the magic to protect the group. The pumpkin exploded and the group closed their eyes and looked away, and when everything was silent the group opened their eyes to see they were where they stood, but candy was raining from the sky. The group heard laughter and turned to see it was the horseman who was laughing before the horseman coaxed back an arm up to where the head should be and grabbed something. It pulled it back and out of nowhere appeared a hood in the face under it, revealing a familiar human's face. Happy Nightmare Night, Ash cried in laughter. Ash, the group screamed in shock. Aw man, the looks on your faces says it all, Ash laughed before the horse turned back into Ash's bike. You're dead, Gilda cried as she flew at Ash and tackled him to the ground and began to strangle him. Gilda, let up, would you, and let me throttle him, Luna said as he managed to get Gilda off Ash. Okay, that's enough, no one will throttle anyone, Faust said, cooling the situation. Thanks Faust, sorry if I took the prank too far, Ash said, rubbing his neck. That was a prank, Twilight screeched. Duh, if it wasn't obvious, I wanted to bring the horseman to life tonight to give you all a scare, and from your reactions I did one hell of a job, Ash said. Suddenly laughter rings out from behind the mares and everyone turned to see Discord, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, Celestia, Rage, Iris, Shining, Cadence, the Stallions, the CMC, Trixie, Spike, Nocturnal Shadow, Fleetfoot, Spitfire, Applejack and Rarity laughing, but the biggest amounts of laughter were coming from both Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash. Dude, that was awesome, Rainbow while she laughed. You hick sure had hick us hick fooled, Pinkie said while she laughed and hiccuped from the fright. Oh, so much chaos, I'm going to be satisfied for weeks, Discord said while laughing. Same, Iris said, being the first to recover. The look of fear on you face Spitz was priceless, Fleetfoot laughed. I could say the same thing about you, Spitfire said as she calmed down from her laughter. Aw man, I should have seen this one coming, Rage said. Hey, where's Fluttershy? Ash asked, but Mac showed me Fluttershy who had passed out. Oh crap, I didn't mean to scare her that badly. Don't worry Ash, she passed out from when the lightning stuck in the clearing from when we were offering candy to Nightmare Moon, or in this case Nightmare Moons, Soren said. Phew, that's a relief, I doubt she would have been able to handle that story, but anyway, what are you all doing sitting there? There's candy in front of you and you're not going to have any. Ash asked suddenly. The CMC and Pinkie burst into action and went to grab as much candy as possible. Ash, where did that candy come from? Luna asked. Oh, you remember when you said that you couldn't eat all the candy that was offered to you last Nightmare Night and that you had to throw most of it out, Ash said. Yes, I remember, Luna said. Well, after you all left the clearing I grabbed all the candy in front of the statue and filled the jack-o'-lantern, Ash said. So you're saying that the foals are taking back the candy that was given to me without realizing it? Luna asked. Spot on, Luna, and don't worry, I know you hate to miss out, so I saved you a bag as well, Ash said as he held out a bag for Luna. You always seem to know how to please me, Ash, whether it is a simple talk or something else, and even if it was on me that prank was rather fun, Luna said as she nuzzled into Ash's neck and took the bag. Thanks, but what happened to the rest of the foals and their parents? Ash asked. They ran back into Ponyville. Seems your costume scared them pretty well tonight, Faust said. Well, it's too bad that the horseman can't cross the bridge tonight, otherwise it would have been fun for both Nightmare Moon and the horseman to hunt, Ash said. Who said you can't? Dreamcatcher said. The legend, Ash said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Dreamcatcher's right, Nightmare Moon should able to whip up a spell on the bridge, Luna said with a devious smile. Well, alright then, if the mistress of the night would be so kind. Ash asked with a bow. The foals and adults who went to the candy offering ran through town screaming while the residents just watched. What's going on here? Mayor Mare asked as she ran over to the frightened group. The headless horseman is coming. A filly screamed as the group continued to run. Mayor Mare simply stared in confusion at the fleeing group. She then turned Zecora, who had walked up to the mayor out of steam from running. Madam Mayor, what exactly is happening? A pony wearing an undead groom costume asked as he stood next to an undead bride carrying a foal in her arms. I don't know, they just screamed something about a horseman. Zecora, please tell me what happened. Mayor Mare asked as she turned to the zebra. Zecora was about to respond, but a clap of thunder shook the sky. Citizens of Ponyville, beware, a creature has come this night, a creature that can match my power, but this creature does not want your candy but a head to replace the one he lost. Since I am not one to abandon this creature, I have broken the barrier at the bridge to allow him passage into Ponyville. So if you wish to keep your head, flee before it is severed by the headless horseman. Nightmare Moon shouted in the royal Canterlot voice from a rooftop. Suddenly a whinny rang out and all eyes turned to an abandoned street with fog creeping out of it. The sound of hoofbeats thundered against the ground and the headless horseman appeared from around the corner, its sword raised high in the air. The crowd screamed in fear as the horseman leapt onto the stage and reeled back on its horse and let out an evil laugh, but the laughter turned into normal laughter and the horseman pulled off the invisible hood revealing Ash. Happy nightmare night to all and to all a horrifying night. Ash cried, causing the crowd to clap and cheer. Dude, awesome costume, way better than the costume you were wearing before, Vinyl said as she stepped out from behind her turntable with Octavia. But why did you have to scare us all half to death? Octavia asked in an angry tone. I was telling a ghost story from my world and I decided to bring it to life. If you were there you'd understand, Ash said. That costume can certainly cause a fright, but how did you create that fight? Zecora asked. Oh yes, it was a hologram of the horseman I created to make the prank believable, and considering the results it went rather well. But honestly you all need to stop falling for the holograms, it's getting kinda old, Ash said with a grin. That was quite a scare, although I should have expected it was you, Ash. Ash looked at the owner of the voice to see the undead bride, groom and child, but Ash recognized the faces easily. Fancy pants, Fleur, I'm so glad you made it, Ash said as he climbed off his steed and jumped off the stage and embraced the couple. Quite the costume, Ash, you certainly had me scared, Fleur said. It should have if Faust, the princesses and Discord were scared, Ash said. Now that must have been some story if it scared them, Fancy said. Hey, next nightmare night I could pull this routine off again and tell the story if the mayor and Zecora don't mind, that is, Ash said. Well, it seems the ponies enjoy it and it was certainly scary. What do you think, Zecora? Mayor asked. I do not mind this feat. In the end it was quite a treat, Zecora said with a smile. Then it is settled, the horseman she become a part of Ponyville's nightmare night. I bet tourists will be scrambling to come see this new attraction along with our two princesses of the night, Mayor said. Fantastic, but you must excuse me cause the headless horseman's prowl is not yet done. There are more to scare and a head to collect, so I must be on my way, Ash said before he jumped back on stage and onto his horse. Ash then pulled on the hood and reeled back on his horse and jumped off stage and into the streets. The horse galloped through the streets until it stopped on a hill that looked over Ponyville and the moon was behind him, casting his shadow over the town. Ash let out a smile that was unseen by anyone who saw him. Ash reared back in the horse one final time and raised his sword high and let out an evil laugh before he rode off to Sweet Apple Acres. Author's notes. Happy Halloween, Nightmare Night. Chapter 34, Return of the Queen. I stuck around to clean up the mess that was left from the incident, and I also managed to recover the stolen portal magic that was scattered throughout the school. Now I was back in my normal clothes and Faust was guiding me inside my head as I pieced the magic together in the still destroyed statue. Lucky the altar itself wasn't touched. I just placed the last piece of magic in the altar while the others were watching me. That should do it, but it appears the horse was antenna for the connection to Equestria, so without it I'm stuck here, I said. Isn't there something you can do? Sunset asked. Well, unless you can repair the horse, then no, cause the thing was smashed to dust literally, I said. Ash, did you say Twilight invented a machine that could connect to Equestria, but the power source was a book that was connected to another book here? Faust asked. Yeah, why? I asked in thought. Well, as long as one of the books are in one of the worlds and the other book is in the other, they will anchor the connection. All we need is the magic to be applied to the device, Faust said. Hey Sunset, do you have your book with you? I asked. It's right here, Ashy, Pinky said as she pulled it out of her hair. I'll never understand how you do that, Pinky, I said as I took the book and kneeled in front of the portal. I took a piece of magic out of the book and applied it to the portal before I handed the book back to Sunset. Suddenly, lavender-colored rune circle then appeared in front of me like so many times before when I was working on this thing. I tapped it and twisted it, the rune circle putting in the combination. It was like someone combined a combination lock with an iPod lock. Still no word from Princess Twilight. Fluttershy asked. Not yet, but I think I figured out how magic works in this world. We pony up when we're showing the truest part of ourselves. I was so busy waiting for someone else to give me the answers that I gave up looking for them myself. I'm sure there will be more magical problems that will pop up in this world like Applejack said. Princess Twilight has her own problems to worry about in Equestria, Sunset said. Well, I'm glad that you figured it all out, and once I get back I'll be sure to let Twilight know that she has some catching up to do with you. I trust you guys can fill her in. I asked as I looked at the others to see them nod. But maybe I can be around when the other me isn't. We turned our heads to see this world's Twilight holding Spike and was walking over to us with Principal Celestia. It seems we have a new Wondercolt joining us at Canterlot High, Principal Celestia announced. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but I'd like to try if you'll all give me a chance, Twilight said. If you ask me, you're as welcome here as anyone, I said with a smile before I went back to the portal. I'm sure I can count on you girls to help her feel at home, Principal Celestia said. You sure can, Sunset said as the girls wrapped Twilight in a hug. So Ash, was it? How's Faust doing? Twilight asked. Can you tell her I'm doing well and thank her for asking for me, please? Faust asked. She's doing well, Twilight, and she thanks you for asking, I said with a smile before I went back to the portal. In the portal, Twilight asked. Tricky but not impossible, but this particular combo requires the perfect touch, I said. I pushed a button on the lock and the runes got intensely bright, forcing us to look away. When the light dimmed, the rune circle was gone and the portal was opened. Time to go, I said before the girls Akachi, Kabir and Rosa gave me a group hug. I guess this is goodbye, Rosa asked. Just until next time, I said as I stepped out of the hug. Hey, I never said thanks for saving me. I turned around and I saw the Shadow Bolt team was there to see me off, and it was the one they call Sugarcoat that spoke, the one I saved. I'm just glad that everyone's alright, I said with a smile. She's right, Ash, we never did get to thank you for all your help, Principal Celestia said. Don't sweat it. After I get back to finish what I started, I'm going to be bombarded by more thank yous than I can handle, that and maybe a very pissed off Alicorn Mara friend for being here for so long, I said. And who is this special someone? Vice Principal Luna asked while I just smiled. She's a princess of Equestria that controls the moon and her name is Luna, I said as I pulled my hood over my head and walked through the portal, leaving a pair flabbergasted principals, Shadowbolts, Twilight and Spike while the rest waved. I stepped out of the portal and looked around and I saw I was back in Twilight's castle. I stepped the rest of the way out of the portal and remembered Faust. Still with me, Faust? I asked, only to receive silence. Faust? I asked again, only to receive more silence, causing me to start to panic. Surprise. Gah, I screamed and collapsed on my butt while Faust was cackling herself laughing. For the love of everything that is holy, don't do that, I shouted. I'm sorry, Ash, but a very good friend of mine from long ago used to do that to me and it was hard for me to resist doing that, Faust said. Really, what was her name? I asked. That's it, her name was Surprise, Faust said. I see, well, can you tell me where your body is so we can get you out of my head? I asked. Well, I'm afraid I don't know either, Faust said. What, how can you not know it's your body for Pete's sake? I shouted. It's easier to lose after eons than you think, Faust said angrily. Sigh, fair point, but don't you have some kind of tracer or something? I asked. No, the only way to find out where it is now is to go through time, Faust said. Well, I'm afraid I don't know how to do that, nor am I even close to being strong enough for the kind of travel I'm thinking of, I said. As I was thinking of how to figure this out, I didn't notice the entrance door opening. Hey, Ash. I turned to the source of the voice to see Twilight stumble, and she was swaying on her hooves, her eyes tired and sleepy. Whoa, TWI, what happened to you? I asked when I saw the lavender alicorn. Oh, I just got out of a time loop with Dr. Hooves to prove a theory of mine, and now I just need to take a wee nap, Twilight said before she collapsed onto a couch and was out like a light. I just looked up with a smile and shook my head before I grabbed a blanket and placed it over her to keep her warm, but when I remembered Twilight mentioning Dr. Hooves, the gears in my head started to turn. Got an idea, Ash? Faust asked. I think so, let's go. I think it's time I called in a favor, I said. I ran out of the library and saw Spike dusting off some portraits. Hey, Ash, Spike said as he noticed me, causing me to stop at what he just said. Spike, aren't you going to ask me where I've been? I mean, I've been gone for 3 days, I said. But you went into the library half an hour ago, Spike said, totally confused. Half an hour, I thought. Maybe our little incident in Twilight's time loop had something to do with it, Faust suggested. Maybe, I said. Maybe what, Ash? Spike asked, reminding me he was still present. Oh, sorry, Spike, it's nothing. Listen, can you do me a favor? I asked. Of course, Spike said. Twilight's asleep right now, and when she wakes up, can you tell her to meet me in Canterlot unless a letter comes for her first, then can you wake her up? I asked. You can count on me, Ash, the teenage Drake said as he saluted with his feather duster. Great, now I need to go see a doctor about time travel, I said before I ran off. I banged on the door to Derpy, Dr. Hooves and Dinky's home, and after a small wait the door opened to reveal Dinky, which Faust couldn't help but squeal at. Oh, hi, Mr. Ash Blade, Dinky said in the cutest voice possible. Hey, Dinky, is your dad home? I kinda need his help, I said. Sure, come in, Dinky said as she led me inside. I followed Dinky into the house. At first the house may seem normal, but it's a whole new world once you step inside the inventing room, which is where we were headed. Dinky opened the door and allowed me in, and I saw Derpy helping the good doctor with something. Who was at the door, Muffin? Derpy asked. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, I asked, causing Derpy to look at me and gasp and drop the hammer she was holding. Ow, Dr. Hooves called out when the hammer fell on him. Oops, sorry, I just don't know what went wrong, Derpy said. It's all right, dear, Dr. Hooves said as he got up and kissed Derpy on the cheek, but was surprised when he saw me. Great Wickering Stallions, I had no idea you would be dropping by, Ash. If so, I would have cleaned up a bit. That's actually my fault, Doc. I would have called, but I was in a hurry, I said. Time wondrous thing, is it not? Dr. Hooves asked. Indeed it is, I said with a smile. Now are you here to come on an adventure with us? Dr. Hooves asked, causing both Derpy and Dinky to jump for joy. No thanks, I'd rather not have another Weeping Angel incident, I said with a shudder. Weeping Angel? Faust asked. I'll tell you another time, I thought. I understand those things put a lot of first-timers off, Dr. Hooves said. Yeah, well, this is a time-related matter and it's the favor you owed me, I said. Oh, this must important. What do you need exactly? Dr. Hooves asked. I'm looking for Queen Faust's body, but its exact location has been lost to time. Do you think you could help me find it? I asked. Queen Faust, the first alicorn, why are you looking for her body, and please tell me you're not doing anything dark, Dr. Hooves asked. I can understand your worry, but no, nothing like what you're thinking, but it's a long story and I don't have time, I said. Very well then, shall we go? Dr. Hooves asked, gesturing to a blue police box, a device called a TARDIS, causing Derpy and Dinky to jump in excitement and run inside the machine. If it's all the same to you, Doc, I think I'll stay here until you get back. You know how I get when I'm in there and I want to stay out of it for as long as possible, I said. Dr. Hooves gave me a nod before he closed the door, and after a few seconds the TARDIS disappeared. Ash, can you tell me who that stallion is, cause he seems familiar, like I met him a long time ago, Faust said. You probably have, Faust. Dr. Hooves is a time traveler and a brilliant one at that, I said. Maybe I should ask him for myself when I'm out of your head, Faust said. Now that would be a good idea because things would get a little weird for me if you had that conversation with me in between the pair of you, I said. Suddenly, the TARDIS returned and the family stepped out. Good news, Ash, we found where Faust's body is and we can take you there now, Dr. Hooves said. Well, here goes, I said as I stepped inside the TARDIS. The interior of the machine was larger than it appeared on the outside and was full of all kinds of gadgets and gizmos. I sat on a chair while Dr. Hooves walked over to the console. Comfortable, Ash? Dr. Hooves asked. Let's just get this over with, I said. What's with you? Don't you like time travel, and if so, why not? Faust asked. You're about to find out, I thought. Right, here we go, Allens. Why? Dr. Hooves shouted before he hit a button. Suddenly it felt like I was being stretched and squished and was on fire. Then I felt like I was flattened and in all manner of crazy stuff till finally it stopped. We're here, Dinky shouted before she bounded out the door with the doctor and Derpy following close behind, but I was busy collecting myself. You getting the main idea of why I don't travel like that? I asked in a voice that sounded like I was going sick. Yeah, I think I get it, Faust said in a tone equal to mine. I slowly stood up before I followed the family out the door. I was blinded by the sun once I stepped outside, but once my eyes adjusted I saw what appeared to be a grassy plain with a blue sky above us and snow-covered mountains in the distance. But what was the true interest was the remains of a fortress. The walls have been weathered by time and covered in moss. This is the place I was expecting it to be more grand, I said. Don't be fooled, Ash, it's what lies beneath this place where Faust's body has been placed. The last time this place has seen anyone is when there was conflict, Dr. Hooves said. Conflict then? Who or what won, and was it good that they won? I asked. I cannot say, but all I know is that it wasn't pretty, so be careful, Ash, Dr. Hooves said. Thanks, Doc, and I will, I said. Also, would you like us to take you home after you're done? Dr. Hooves asked. Well, if you ask that, it means we're in the present, correct? I asked. That is correct, Dr. Hooves said. I'll make my own way back, but thanks for getting me this far, I said before I waved the family goodbye and walked over to the entrance of the fortress. I walked inside and saw the place was filled with nothing but rubble and rotting wood. I then looked around and saw a metal disc in the center of the ruins, dented by all the fallen rubble that was on top of it. I cleared the rubble away and moved the ancient rusted disc to the side to reveal a well of some kind, but once I looked inside I was met with a horrible stink, forcing me to back away. I pulled out a large black bandana rarity made for me and demanded I keep it on me at all times and tied it around my face to block out the smell. I then summoned my armor and weapons just in case before I jumped into the hole. The fall wasn't far, but when I landed the ground let out a crunching noise. I looked at my feet to see a mess of bones covered in some kind of mold. I looked around and saw that most of the tunnel was covered in the mold and the walls were decaying around it and bugs scrambled into their holes, but the tunnel was quite wide and tall. I looked at the bones carefully and saw some were holding weapons or were impaled by weapons, while some looked like they were not on, meaning they were eaten, but what got my attention was that they were all pony skeletons. I even saw some foals' bones as well. Shaking my head, remembering I wasn't here to mourn the dead, even if I did feel sorry for the poor souls, I had to find Faust's body and go. I looked around and saw a torch untouched by the Grim. I quickly grabbed it and lit it up so I could see where I was going and soon came to a set of braziers. I decided to light them, but when I lit the first one, a fire crawled along the walls and lit another brazier not too far down the tunnel, and so on and so on. I lit the other brazier and the same thing happened before I followed the line of braziers down the tunnel. Soon I came to realize this place was a maze. Old rotted doors were on the side that led me to rooms that have not been used in centuries. Many had the occasional skeleton huddled in a corner or in my path. I even saw some that committed suicide or looked like they were trying to get away from something. Suddenly, my gut feeling started up, causing me to draw Whispering Wind. Everything all right, Ash? Faust asked. No, not really. I've got the feeling that we aren't alone here, I said. I continued my walk through the tunnels. Every single sound put more and more on guard till finally Faust spoke. Ash, I can feel my body's presence. It's close, Faust said. All right, then you direct me. I'll get us there, I said before Faust directed me to where I needed to go. Suddenly we came to a large circular room with doors all around us. All right, Faust, where to know? I was interrupted when both a groan and a whinny rang through the room. I followed the noise and it was coming from a dark hallway. I gazed at the hallway and held Whispering Wind defensively and dropped my torch and pulled out my shield and glared at the entrance. Suddenly, a large orange and red silted pupil eyeball appeared and glared at me. The sound of 4 hoof steps echoed through the room and the thing stepped out of the dark to reveal a massive furless and skinless horse with one eye. Flames also flickered in its nostrils and it let out a snort of fire, and I could see long sharp teeth in the horse's mouth. Suddenly movement got my attention from behind the beast's head. I leaned to the side to see a human torso and head growing out of the horse's back. The torso was also skinless and its arms were blade-like spears. Instantly I knew what the creature was, and I could tell Faust knew too. A knuckleavy, Faust gasped. What is a knuckleavy doing here? I asked as the demon pawed at the ground with its hoof ready to charge. Well, we can't just run, you'll need to fight it, Faust said. Right, I said. Suddenly the knuckleavy charged and the horse's head breathed fire at me, forcing me to roll to the side, but the torso on the back almost cut me in two, but I used my shield to block the attack as the demon charged past me, knocking me over from the force of the attack. Man, this thing isn't playing around, I said as the knuckleavy prepared to charge at me again. Suddenly a song about the knuckleavy from when I was in the cell appeared randomly into my head. I was playing the violin while Alex played the guitar, Javier played the flute, and Eli sang the song played while the knuckleavy and I fought. I sang along with the lyrics as the knuckleavy and I fought, but when the demon charged at me and breathed out fire, I was forced to dodge to the side and block the attack from the human torso. So when the beast prepared to charge again, but this time I ran at the knuckleavy as well, but when I was close enough I leapt over the horse's head and went to strike at the exposed human torso. But the torso's cheeks swelled, so I quickly flapped my wings and front flipped over the knuckleavy just as it spewed out black sludge that disintegrated whatever it touched. I was beginning to grow tired of this, so when the knuckleavy charged at me again I created a wall of stone to block us off. Before I moved to the side, the knuckleavy disintegrated the wall easily, but I took the opportunity to jump aboard the demon and sever the torso from the horse. Before I jumped off, when the torso hit the ground, the horse reared back and let out a whinny of pain. I then saw movement out of the corner of my eye and leapt back just in time before the torso could cut my legs off. The torso then used its arms as legs and its mouth swelled up again, and I was just about to make cover when a swarm of locusts flew at me. I tried to get rid of the bugs as quickly as possible. I then let out a pulse of fire that incinerated all the attacking bugs. When I turned my head back to the knuckleavy and saw the torso was back in the horse, I was starting to get angry with it. I let out a war cry as I charged at the knuckleavy and leapt over the knuckleavy and severed the head from the torso. The blades for arms swung frantically around before the horse turned around and reared back, prepared to crush me under its hooves, but I thrusted Whispering Wind right through the pupil of the monster's eye. The beast finally went still and I pulled Whispering Wind out of the knuckleavy and let it fall. Suddenly the body and the torso's head turned into another swarm of locusts, but didn't attack. Instead they tried to flee. But I sealed all the exits with fire, burning any that tried to get through. Well done, Ash. Not anyone can go up against a knuckleavy and live to tell the tale, and to kill one is another story altogether. But was that really the time to think about music, even if it's about a knuckleavy? Faust asked. Hey, it just popped in my head. I found that song quite fun to play. Thanks. Now shall we be on our way? I asked as put away my shield and picked up the torch and relit it before Faust directed me out the right door. Yes, and even I have to admit that was kind of fun to listen to even when you were facing certain death, Faust admitted. I continued to walk, still being cautious of anything that may try to attack, but eventually we made it to our destination. The room was circular like the room where I fought the knuckleavy, only this place had a dome roof and a shaft of light illuminated some of the room. In the light I saw a large black box and 4 thin lamps used for ancient rituals stood in a square around the box. I walked over to the box and saw carved into the floor was a protection rune circle. These circles were used to destroy anything trying to harm whatever's inside of it. I walked over the rune circle and I could see the barrier surrounding the box. Is that it, Faust? I asked. Yes, Ash, my body's in there, Faust said. I calmly took a breath before I reached my hand out and pushed it through the barrier. Nothing happened to me, so I walked the rest of the way in and looked at the box. The box in question towered over me slightly. I walked a quick circle around the box trying to find a clue on how to open it. I then saw a plaque on the box, but it was covered in dust. I brushed off the dust before my hand was impaled by spikes and held me in place for a few seconds before they retracted, leaving me to nurse my bleeding hand. Damn, I'm really starting to get sick of this shit, I said before I used my blood manipulation to heal the wounds. Suddenly the box let out a hiss of air before it opened from the top and the front shrunk into the floor and Faust's body toppled onto me. I caught the body and saw it was in terrible condition. Her wings needed a serious preen and she was so undernourished I could see her ribcage through her fur. Her mane was a tangled mess and her clothes were nothing but rags. Faust's sprit immediately went to work and flowed through my right hand and into her body. Everything was still until Faust's eyes opened. Ash, Faust said weakly. Welcome back, Faust, I said with a huge smile on my face. Faust was about to get up but I stopped her. Whoa, hey, don't get up so fast, your body hasn't moved in over a millennia, so take it slow, I said, earning a nod from the mare. After sitting still for a solid half an hour I helped Faust up when she stood at her full height and she slightly towered over me by a head or two. Faust then stretched out her limbs, receiving very loud pops and cracks that made me cringe. Oh, it's good to be back in my body, Faust said. Glad you're feeling well, Faust, but how about we get out of here? I asked. I like that plan, Faust said. I prepared a teleportation spell to Canterlot, but when I went to release it the magic fizzled and died. Damn, anti-teleportation field, looks like we'll need to walk, Faust, I said. All right then, Faust said as she went to take a step but almost collapsed if I hadn't caught her. Here, let me help, I said as I placed one of her hands on my shoulder and helped her take the first step. I acted as a crutch for Faust so she could walk. We started off slow, then we slowly speed up. We were almost out of the maze and Faust was getting better. Do you hear something? Faust asked. I listened for the sound and heard insect-like chittering coming from behind as I turned to the brazier next to me and sent a large flow of magic into it, making the braziers brighter, and then I saw them. A horde of skinny black shadow-like creature were running after us on all fours. I immediately put Faust on my back and ran like I never ran before to the exit. Boy, was I grateful I marked our path out of this death trap, otherwise we'd be in trouble. I saw the exit up ahead, but those shadow creatures were right on my heels. Once I was close enough, I grabbed Faust from off my back and threw her through the hole. I leapt after her and grabbed the sides of the hole, and I was about to pull myself out when I felt one of the things grab my leg. I tried to pull myself up, but the things had all worked together to try and pull me back in. I was about to lose my grip when Faust grabbed my hand and held on while she simultaneously fired a blast of magic into the hole, illuminating the tunnel in light. While the creatures hissed and shrieked in pain, they released my legs and retreated back into the shadows. Faust pulled me out of the hole and covered it with a massive boulder. We both then sat there panting. I looked myself over for any injuries before I went to check on Faust. You all right? I asked. Yeah, you, Faust asked. All live, I said. Good, Faust said. We sat in silence for a few seconds before Faust stood up and walked out of the ruins and took a deep breath of air and curled her toes into the grass and extended her wings and let the wind flow through her damaged feathers. I followed the ivory alicorn, and when I got close I saw tears in her eyes, but they weren't tears of sadness but of joy. Ash, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I truly can't. I made a promise, didn't I? And when I make a promise, I started. You keep it. I do know how to pick them, Faust said. Hey, lucky me, shall we get out of here? I asked, causing more tears to fall. Yes, that would be grand, Faust said before I teleported us to Canterlot. We arrived inside one of the castle hallways, but as Faust took a step she collapsed on top of me. Geez, Faust, I know you're anxious to see your kids, but we need to get you something to eat, I said. Ash, I have to see them. It's been so long already, Faust said. And you won't see anyone if you pass out from not eating anything at all, I said as I got out from under Faust and helped her up. Sai agreed. Where's the dining room? Faust asked. We're in front of it, I said as I gestured to a pair of doors that had a knife on one door and a fork on the other. I led Faust inside and pulled out a chair for her. She then sat at the table before I went into the kitchen and found the head chef Perfect Serve. She was wiping down some benches from when she was cooking. Perfect Serve was a cream-coated earth pony with a black mane and tail. She was originally from France and was a good mare, and no pony ever went hungry when she was around. Hey, Serve, I called out to the cream-colored chef. Oh, Ash, I was not aware you came in, Serve said in a French accent. No trouble, I wasn't waiting long, I said. So what can I create for Z? Serve asked. It's not for me this time. I have someone else here that's here to eat, I said. Oh well, I should go and take their order. No, Serve said as she was about to walk past me when I stopped her, much to her confusion. Listen now, she's not your typical mare, all right, so don't freak out when you see her, I said. Please, Ash, I cook for Z princesses. How bad could Z's be? Serve said as she walked through the doors. Well, have you ever cooked for the princess's mother? I asked when Serve caught sight of Faust. Silence hung in the room. Serve had wide eyes and her mouth was agape while Faust raised a hand and waved. The silence continued for a little while longer before I snapped my fingers in front of Serve's face, waking her from her trance. Look, I know it's not every day when you meet a legendary alicorn, but the mare hasn't eaten anything for a millennia, so could you whip something up for her? Serve then finally noticed Faust's undernourished state and gasped at the sight. Sacre bleu, this will not stand in my dining room. I will call in my best chefs to make you food, your majesty, Serve said before she disappeared behind the door. 40 minutes later, Faust was wolfing down any food in sight. All royal grace that she had was thrown out the window. She was using the tablecloth as a napkin and food was getting into her fur. The chefs were quickly bringing in food and taking the empty dishes while I was struggling to hold in my laughter at the sight. Man, slow down, Faust, you act like you haven't eaten anything in years, I said in a playful manner. If you're going to stay and be a wise guy, make yourself useful and hand me some more of that pasta, Faust said in an irritated tone. I rolled my eyes before I grabbed the bowl and handed it to her, where she buried her muzzle into the food. I couldn't keep the smile off my face, but my attention was soon drawn towards voices coming from the door. There's still been no news. Calm yourself, Luna. Ash isn't one to give up on a situation like this. We'll figure something out. Besides, it's only been 4 hours. Come on, you two, allow me to boost your spirits with a little entertainment, perhaps some dancing. Can't. Discord started only to stop when the doors opened, revealing Discord, Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, Luna, Eris and Rage, all of them staring at us. Faust was still shoveling food into her mouth. She didn't notice the new arrivals, so I gave her a nudge which got her to look at me in a confused expression before I made head gesture to the main doors. Faust turned to the doors and when she saw her children and grandchild she swallowed her food and wiped her mouth with the tablecloth before she stood up and looked at them again. Mommy, Luna shouted as she teleported in front of Faust and wrapped her arms around her. The rest of the siblings followed suit, each one of them hugged each other. Not on I was left dry between all of them. Rage looked at me, then at Faust, then at me again before he let out a smile. Even Iris was beginning to cry seeing her father like this. I myself couldn't stop myself from letting a few tears fall at the sight before me. For a while no one moved or said a word. The family that had been separated for so long was whole again. I was inside the medical ward of the castle and was standing outside Faust's room. She was getting a checkup to make sure she wasn't carrying an ancient disease, and despite the doctor's orders the royal siblings wouldn't let their mother leave their sight. So all of them were in the room, but Faust was behind a plastic wall. Celestia has asked me to make sure they weren't disturbed by any pesky nobles, but I was to allow Cadence, Shining Armor, the main six and the rest of my friends if they decided to show, but so far it was nothing but nobles. We demand to see the princesses. And I told you you're in no position to demand anything, and the princess's orders were clear. No pony except the ones that have been summoned may enter, so that means you lot need to leave, I said. Out of the way, freak, otherwise we'll force our way in, a noble demanded. I'd like to see you all try, I said as I summoned a staff and held it in a defensive position. As one, all the nobles tried to force their way past me, but I held my staff horizontally and was able to hold them back. The strength of the nobles was like a small set of handheld weights compared to Tyrxa. I had no trouble in holding them in place. Is everything all right, Ash? I looked to my side and saw it was both Cadence and Shining Armor. Oh yeah, just fine and dandy, I said as I was able to hold back the nobles with ease. Need any help? Shining asked. Nah, I got this, I said before I headbutted a noble. Besides, you're wanted inside. All right then, Ash, if you say so, Cadence said before she and Shining walked inside, causing more cries of protest from the nobles. Not long after, the main six and stallions along with Spike and Pipsqueak teleported next to me. Ash, what is going on? Twilight asked, shocked at what was happening. Celestia's order, no one gets in except the ones that were invited and the doctor. It's just these guys can't seem to take no as an answer, I said. Has something happened to one of the princesses? Rarity asked in shock. No, nothing bad at least, but I'll let you find out for yourselves, I said. The group nodded before they walked inside and I was left with the horde of nobles. Soon Rage came out. Hey Ash, Twilight wants to see you, Rage said. Could you tell her I have my hands full at the moment, I said. Hang on, Rage said as he went around a corner and returned moments later with a handful of guards. The guards took up their positions and started to push the nobles back and out of the hallway. Thanks, but I could have done that myself, I said. Sure you could have, Rage said before he led me inside. When I walked inside I saw the new arrivals were shocked by the figure in the plastic room, but Pip was excited to meet his grandmother as he was held in Luna's arms. And I could tell Faust was just as happy to meet him. You could have told us we were meeting the princesses and Discord's mother, you know, Twilight shouted as she grabbed the front of my armor and began to shake me. And let me spoil the surprise, I said in an amused tone. Suddenly Rage started to sniff the air and his sniffing led to me, and when he got a good whiff of my armor he recoiled in disgust. Phew, Ash, what the hell have you been up to? Rage asked as he held his nose and fanned the air. Confused I sniffed my arm to discover the scent he was talking about. Oh, that's sorry, I didn't have time to wash the Knuckleavies scent off me when I got back, I said. Nuckelave. Discord, Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, Luna, Iris, Cadence, Twilight and Rage shouted. Oh yeah, what's the big deal? I asked. Whilst I respect your bravery to go up against such a hellish beast, my young friend, even I have to say you're crazy, Discord said. He not only fought at Discord but killed it as well, Faust said, causing the royals and Rage's jaws to hit the floor. What's with you guys? The ugly bastard may have been hard to kill, but still it can't be too hard for you guys, right? I asked. Ash, Knuckleavy are alicorn killers, and whenever they find an alicorn they either kill them or flee if they're beaten. To actually kill one is extremely rare, almost unheard of, Celestia said. Okay, well that I did not know, I said. Wait, hang on a sec, just what the heck does a Knuckleavy look like? Rainbow asked. Perhaps I'll show you when I get out of here. I made a mental video in case any pony wanted to watch, Faust said. Well, I'm going to go get this stench off me. It's no fun smelling like a corpse, I said before I left. I noticed this before but I didn't say anything, but has anyone noticed Ash's armor looks a little different? Rarity asked. Actually, now that you mentioned it, before I arrived here I went to visit Ash's world and boy did my friends there have a story to tell, and I also got a video of something happening to Ash when he fought a power crazed me, Twilight said as she pulled out her phone. A power crazy Twilight, huh, this I got to see, Rainbow said as she flew to Twilight's side so she could see the screen. Rage and I were leaning against the princess's stand in the courtroom. My eyes scanned over the nobles, all of them glaring at me, especially the one I headbutted. It took me 3 solid hours to get the stink out of my armor, and when I heard Faust was cleared to leave her plastic room and going to be taking care of this damn law, I patched myself in my armor and got to the courtroom as soon as possible. Now all the nobles were here along with the princesses and my friends. Princess Celestia, we demand answers immediately. What is the big secret that you have been keeping from us? A noble shouted, causing me to roll my eyes but do nothing more. Yes, I'm aware of this, but the main topic is the law that has been mentioned by Paper Scroll earlier today, Celestia said, causing many eyes in the room to take interest. It has reached our attention that the law in question was disbanded long ago, and apparently the one Paper Scroll found was one of the many that wasn't properly filed, Dreamcatcher said. Lies. Do you have any proof of this claim? How do we know that this isn't some trick to keep the relationship between Princess Luna and the freak together? The voices went on and on, but I stood perfectly still, my eyes watching the nobles like a hawk. We understand why you would think we are lying, but Ashblade has taken it upon himself to bring you all proof, but the reason why you have not known this sooner is because she was recovering, Chrysalis said, causing the nobles to whisper in confusion. Mayors and gentilcolts of the court may present to you our mother Queen Faust, Celestia said as she stood along with the other princesses and spread their wings. As Celestia finished, the doors opened and all eyes turned to them. Confetti rained from the ceiling thanks to Discord, who appeared next to the opening door holding a trumpet under his arm. Before he twirled it around, blew into it as Faust walked in. She was wearing a beautiful ivory and crimson dress. The dress was made by Rarity and it hid Faust's undernourished state. I looked at Rarity and saw her puff her chest out with pride. Faust was also wearing a thick gold necklace and a golden laurel wreath around her head, and her wings were extended, showing off the gold attachments that went along the bone, and the way Faust walked and looked it just screamed power and goddess. I pushed off the stand along with Rage and we walked towards Faust. Before we kneeled to her, even the princesses and Discord walked over to us and bowed as well, shocking the nobles. Please all of you, none of you have a reason to bow to me, Faust said, allowing us to stand up. The princesses then returned to their seats, Faust following, while Discord appeared beside my friends and Rage and I returned to our position. I'm aware that an important law has been misplaced. Well, I am here to both correct that mistake and resume my rule over Equestria, Faust said in a relaxed manner, but the nobles shouted in protest. This goes too far. Obviously this is a trick. What proof do you have that you're the princess's mother? Faust responded by turning to the windows behind the stand. Her horn lit up as magic flowed into it. It was at the time, and Faust asked to have this meeting at this time for a reason. Faust started to lift off the floor while her eyes glowed with power. The sun began to set below the horizon and the moon rose into the air and the heavens were illuminated with stars. Faust's horn powered down and her hooves returned to the floor and she turned around to face the stunned nobles. If you require more proof, Dr. Script, would you be so kind as to tell the nobles the results of the test? Faust asked. Just like that, a brown unicorn with a white mane and tail stepped into view wearing a doctor's coat. Of course, I have taken a blood test from Princess Celestia, Princess Dreamcatcher, Princess Chrysalis and Princess Luna along with the supposed Queen Faust, and the test came back positive, Dr. Script said, causing the nobles to gasp at the news. I saw Fancy Pants stand up, causing every eye in the room to gaze at him. Welcome home, Your Majesty, Fancy said as he bowed. Paper Scroll stood up next and bowed to Faust as well. One by one the nobles stood up and bowed. Rage nudged me in the side and gestured to a seat. I followed his hand and saw it led to Blue Blood, and the Basted was bowing, but he had an irritated look on his face which I couldn't help but chuckle at. After the court ended and the nobles left, my friends and the royal family came over to me in rage. Well done, Queen Faust, I said as I removed my helmet and winked at Faust. Come now, Ash, titles are not necessary, Faust said. I know, but right now it's been one hell of a time for me and I'm exhausted, so right now I'm gonna head home and sleep. So sorry, Pinky, I can't attend the welcome back party, I said, causing Pinky to go sad for a second before she perked back up when I asked her to save me a slice of cake. Ash, I'm going to stay here for a while. I want catch up with Mother, Luna said. I understand, and I'm sure she wants to hang out with her grandson, I said as I gestured to Faust, holding Pip and tickling him much to his delight. While everyone crowded around Faust, I took the opportunity to leave, but a crimson-maned alicorn saw my departure. Ash is certainly something, isn't he, Luna? Faust said as she handed an exhausted from laughter pipsqueak. He is. I can't believe I was the lucky one sometimes, Luna said. Hey, Your Majesty, is it alright if you can show us Ash's fight with this knuckleavy? I'm curious about what made them all so fearsome, Rainbow asked. First of all, you all can call me Faust. Secondly, it's not something I should show while little ones are around, Faust said, looking at Pipsqueak. I'll take care of him. I don't really want to see this monster either, Fluttershy said. Thank you, Fluttershy, Luna said as she handed Pip to her. We'll be right outside, Fluttershy said before she left. Once the door closed, the group turned to Faust and watched as she pulled a memory orb out of her head and made it bigger so everyone could see. Okay, that thing was messed up and badly, Rainbow said when the memory ended. Really, how can creatures become so disgustingly dreadful? Rarity asked. I for one know I've never seen anything like it, but what's with the music Ash was thinking about? Caramel asked. I don't know, but I thought it was fun, Pinky said. And you said that thing kills alicorns? Applejack asked. Indeed, they are demons that bring plague, which is why the black slime was able to deteriorate through rock, but I never imagined Ash would be able to face such a creature and win, let alone kill it, Celestia said. It seems there is more to Ash than meets the eye. He's a mystery even to me, but when we were back on his planet, when he taped into all that energy like in Twilight's video, I couldn't help but feel something familiar about him, Faust said. Familiar, but how so, Mother? Discord asked. I don't know, Discord, but to find out I'll have to look into Ash's origins, Faust said. Chapter 36. Okay, who unleashed the apocalypse? I was sitting at the table in the dining room having some pancakes and bacon while Dust and Pip were having fun playing together and Luna read the paper. It also appears that Luna, Dreamcatcher and myself made the front page labeling us the most horrifying creatures of Nightmare Night last night. There was a picture of Dreamcatcher and Luna both disguised as Nightmare Moon and chasing the CMC. There was also a picture of me on my horse, my head missing and my sword raised above me, and I was silhouetted by the moon. Hey Dad, can we go and see Zecora for a meditation lesson today? Pip asked. I was about to answer when a scroll appeared in front of me. I gestured for Pip to hold on before I opened the scroll and read the contents. Dear Ash. You, Luna, Twilight, the Immortals and the rest of the elements of harmony, and if you wish, your friends are requested in Canterlot immediately. Faust. What is it, Ash? Luna asked. I levitated the scroll over to Luna before I stood up and walked over to Pip. Listen, Pip, something just came up, so I won't be able to take you right now, buddy, I said as I rested a hand on his head. Oh well, can we go when you get back? Pip asked. Definitely, I said, tussling his mane. Pinky promise, Pip said. Cross my heart and hope to fly. Stick a cupcake in my eye, I said as I did the gestures. I shall inform Twilight Sparkle, Luna said as she stood up from her seat. All right, I'll rally the Immortals, I said before I left my home and walked over to the Immortals and knocked. The door opened and I was greeted by a very tired Lightning Dust. Ash, what's going on? Lightning asked. We've been summoned to Canterlot. Grab your gear and meet me at the station. I'll get quick shot, I said. Yes, sir, Lightning said with a salute before she closed the door. As I walked away, I could hear Lightning yelling like a drill sergeant. Canterlot Castle. So why are we here again? Rainbow Dash asked. I was walking through the corridors with Luna, the Immortals, Twilight and the rest of the elements along with Spike, who was chatting with Nocturnal Shadow, Trixie, Gilda and the Stallions. For the millionth time, Road, we don't know. The letter only said is that we were summoned, I said with a groan. Well, you know I hate being woken from a nap without a good reason, Rainbow said. And I said ya didn't have to come, Applejack said. Yeah, but when Ash and these guys are involved it means something awesome is going down, Rainbow said. Oh, how about we guess what it could be, Pinky suggested. Go nuts, I said. Maybe Faust wants us to retrieve a piece of Eden, Twilight suggested. Maybe some kind of evil force has awoken and we need to take it down, Rainbow suggested as he fist collided with her palm. Maybe Faust you to help some poor animal, Fluttershy suggested. Maybe Faust wants us all at some kind of important event, Rarity suggested. Maybe it's zombies, Pinky suggested, causing everyone to stare at her. What it could happen? That last one seems the most unlikely of the lot, Pinky. After all, there's no such thing, Twilight said. And don't forget, Twilight, you were proven wrong about the night's ghosts, I said. Hey, I apologized for that, Twilight snapped. I know, but all I'm saying is that even though it's very unlikely, it doesn't mean it isn't real, I said. So you're saying that we may be dealing with zombies, Spike asked. No, I seriously doubt that's going to happen anytime soon, I said as we reached the throne doors. The guards on either side of the doors saluted as before they opened the doors, and once we walked inside I saw Faust on the throne and the rest of the royals, excluding Shining and Cadence, along with Rage and Eris. They all appeared to be listening to some kind of message from a recording machine but stopped when we entered. Hello everyone, thank you for coming on such short notice, Faust said. What is the problem, Mother? Luna asked. We have received a distress message from the Diamond Dog Kingdom, Faust responded, causing Rarity's eyes to narrow. Can you play it? I asked. Faust nodded before Rage rewinded it and hit play. Radio operator, please, I don't have a lot of time, they're almost through the door, the Diamond Dog Kingdom is in danger, please, if anyone can hear me, say. First background voice, they've breached the door. Grows and snarls appear in background. Second background voice, every dog for themselves. The voice says before he begins to run, only for him to start screaming and flesh and bone being ripped apart. Radio operator, please, if anyone can hear me, help us, please, growls. No, stay back, please, growls. No. No. Static. I looked at the recording in sadness and I could feel chills running up my spine. I looked at the others and saw I wasn't the only one that didn't like what was happening. Was there anything else that came with the recording? I asked. No, but I believe your mission is clear now. Head to the Diamond Dog Kingdom with your immortals and Twilight, then discover the threat and eliminate it, Faust said. Forgive me for asking, your majesty, but why must I go? Twilight asked with a bow. Since you're a princess now, I think it's fair that we let you handle this situation, Faust said, causing Twilight and the girls' mouths to gap open. Ash, Rage, for this mission Twilight will be your superior, you will follow her instructions to the letter, Faust said, causing the girls' jaws to drop even lower. Understood, Rage and I said in union. Then why am I here? Luna asked. I wanted you to be in the loop so that way you're not panicking and causing a problem for your child, Faust said. Unknowing that you're sending us into a dangerous place is enough to make someone panic, I said. So what exactly are the rest of us here for? Applejack asked. Well, since we don't know what is happening, we suggested that the elements of harmony come along just in case, Celestia said. And is Gilda asked, gesturing to the stallions, Trixie, Spike and herself. Also keeping you in the loop, but if you wish you all may go along too, Faust said. Mother, I thought we agreed, Chrysalis started, but Faust raised her hand. Just in case things get difficult since we don't know what we are facing, Faust said. Then I shall go too, Luna said. Luna, Faust started. I'll be fine, Mother, Luna interrupted. But I won't be, I said, causing Luna to look at me. Luna, if this threat is as bad as I think it is, then the last thing I want you be is in any kind of danger, and I wouldn't be able to help but worry about you. If I was busy doing something and couldn't get to you and something happened, I'd never forgive myself. Don't forget you're carrying our child and an alicorn one at that, I said as I placed a hand on Luna's stomach. Very well, Ash, I'll stay, just make sure you come back, Luna said before she kissed me. After our kiss I looked at the others. I'm sure you're all aware of what's going to happen in the Diamond Dog's Kingdom, but there's only one thing that needs to be asked now, who wants to come and kick some ass? I asked. I watched as the group looked at each other, and when they looked at me. When they did, I knew my answer and let out a smile. The pale horse is ready for your departure, Faust said before I gave a nod of thanks to Faust before we turned to leave. Oh, and Twilight, Faust called, halting us. You're a princess and also my friend, I will not have you addressing me by my title or have you bow to me, Faust said with a smile. We sat on the deck of the pale horse as we speed across the land. I was dressed in my armor minus my helmet. Pinky had her head over the railing and her tongue was hanging out and flapping in the wind like a dog. Rainbow was pretending to be a pirate. Twilight was going bonkers over how the ship can fly. Rarity was thinking of new designs for my crew. Fluttershy was for her part scared and she wouldn't come out of a barrel. Applejack seemed to having trouble not to barf and the rest were relaxing on the deck. Diamond Dog Kingdom dead ahead, sir, and it's not a pretty sight, a crew member from the crow's nest called out. I walked over to the railing and took out my telescope and looked through it. The Diamond Dog Kingdom seemed to be surrounded by a massive wall and the circle was cut into fours by more walls. In the center of the circle, raised above the rest of the city on a circular platform, was the palace surrounded by mansions. My guess it was the rich district. But what had my attention was the massive columns of black smoke that were coming from two of the districts. I even saw SOS messages on roofs and large pieces of cloth tied to buildings, and they had messages on it begging for help. This looks bad, Rage said as he came to my side. I can see that. Question is, what did this? I said to myself. Sir, we've made contact with the palace. The ship's radio operated called out to me. Good work, I'll speak to them myself, also informed Twilight, I said. Yes, sir, he said before he ran below deck. I then began my walk over to the radio office, and before I left the deck I saw the crew was looking a little nervous at the sight of the city. I could understand their concern, but I knew this mission was important. I walked into the radio office and sat in a chair and held the microphone close to my face. This is the Pale Horse to the Diamond Dog Palace, please respond, over, I said. This is the Royal Palace to the Pale Horse, identify yourself and your purpose for contact. My name is Ashblade, the 6th Knight of Equestria and Knight of Freedom. I have an equestrian princess on board and we are here to assist, I said. Gods be praised, proceed to landing zone, we'll mark it with a flare. Roger that pale horse out, I said. I stood up and made my way onto the deck and saw everyone was looking at the broken city. Helmsman, head for the palace and keep your eyes open. A flare, that will be our landing point. Aye, sir, the helmsman said. Our course altered and we headed to the palace. I used my telescope and saw a flare in the center of the courtyard. The helmsman brought us above the courtyard and began our descent. The immortals, Rage and I, were in full-out combat gear and Twilight was wearing her crown while the rest stood ready behind us. The boarding plank was lowered and we walked down to be greeted by 2 long rows of guards, and sitting on a throne at the end of the guards was the Diamond Dog Queen Diamond Cutter herself. The immortals, Rage and I, stepped to the side and allowed Twilight to go first. Then it was Rage and me, then the immortals and the rest of the group. We walked down the plank and through the rows of guards. Some of them seemed curious about me and Rage while the others let out small growls. We reached the throne and Twilight gave a small bow to the queen. Your Majesty, Diamond Cutter, Twilight said as she rose back to her full height. I was expecting your more mature princesses to come along and apologize for this mess, then send just their princess in training, Diamond Cutter growled, causing us to look at the queen in confusion. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but what do you mean our mess? Twilight asked. It is because of you ponies my subjects are becoming sick, Diamond Cutter yelled. Forgive my interruption, Your Majesty, but what proof do you have to accuse Equestria? I asked with a short bow. 2 days ago a group of ponies came to my kingdom claiming to be dam specialists. Our dam's machinery kept breaking down in the underground areas which transports water to our mines. Somehow your princesses heard of this and sent some mechanics to assist us, but yesterday evening my subjects started becoming sick from the water and before we could do anything the infection spread to 2 districts. We managed to lock down the other areas but most of our mine systems were lost to the infection, and if you don't believe my words I still have the letter from your princesses, Diamond Cutter said before she snapped her fingers. A butler walked forward with a silver tray. On the tray was a piece of paper with an opened envelope. The butler stopped in front of Twilight and presented the tray to her. Twilight took the letter and had a look at it, and we stood in silence while Twilight read the letter. Ashblade, Twilight spoke after she read the letter. Yes, Princess, I answered, trying to remain professional. Do you know what Princess Luna's signature looks like? Twilight asked. I know it so well I could. I was interrupted when Rage nudged me in the side. Oh yes, Princess, I do. Would you be able to tell if this signature was a fake if you looked at it? Twilight asked. Yes, Princess, I said. Twilight then handed the letter to me before I had a look at it, and the first thing I noticed was that this letter was typed up, and when I looked at Luna's signature I saw flaws in it immediately. Ashblade, is that Luna's signature? Twilight asked. No, Your Majesty, this letter is clearly a fake and the flaws are all over this letter, I said as I handed the letter back to Twilight. What are you talking about? Diamond Cutter demanded. First of all, the princesses would never ever type up a message this important. Secondly, the signatures, I know Princess Celestia's own signature like the back of my hand, and thanks to Ashblade he confirmed Princess Luna's signature was also false. That and I don't remember signing this, and finally this letter is also missing 2 important things: Queen Faust's signature and the royal seal, Twilight said. So whoever these ponies are, Your Majesty, they don't have the princess's permission or knowledge of being here, I said. Twilight handed the queen back the letter and she looked it over once. She did. A sigh escaped her lips. I see the faults and I must apologize, Your Highness. I should have been aware of this sooner, but it does explain why their scent wasn't on this letter. But it doesn't mean this will lead to a cure for my problem, Diamond Cutter said. Your Majesty, if I may ask, do you at least have one infected here? If we can identify what this sickness is, maybe we can treat it, I suggested. I doubt you can cure this, but I will let you see what you're up against, Diamond Cutter said before I offered a hand to her to help her off her seat, which she accepted. When she stood up, she turned and began to walk towards her castle, and I followed behind her along with the others. When I passed the guards, they blocked my friend's path, preventing them from following me. I only want Ash to follow me because he's one out of you I can trust in my home, Diamond Cutter said. I saw Rainbow was about to argue, but I raised a hand to silence her before I looked at Twilight. Just go ahead, Ash, we'll meet you back in the ship, Twilight said as she gestured me to go on. I gave a nod to Twilight before I went to catch up with Diamond Cutter. We entered the palace and I saw the walls were a bright bluish white and small pedestals stood on the sides of the hallway with piles of different colored gems on each one. Grand paintings hung on the walls decorated in gold frames that were studded in gems. If anything, Rarity would have loved to see this. But I focused my mind back on Diamond Cutter and a question that's been bugging me. Diamond Cutter, when we first heard about a problem here, it was from one of your subjects trying to contact someone for help, but he was attacked by something and was most likely killed. Is there anything out here that's been doing that lately besides this sickness you mentioned to me and my friends? I asked. When exactly did you receive this message? Diamond Cutter asked. Probably just this morning, I replied. I wouldn't be surprised. This disease, it does strange things to my subjects. It changes them, Diamond Cutter said. Changes them, I repeated, giving me an idea of what this is, although I was prying whatever this was, it wasn't what I was thinking. It'll be easier if I show you instead, Diamond Cutter said as she continued to lead me through the hallways. It wasn't a very long walk before we walked into what appeared to be observation room with a white screen in the center of the wall in front of us while blurred shadows danced behind it. I could faintly hear voices along with growls like from the message back at Canterlot. Diamond Cutter walked over to a panel and flipped a switch. The white screen disappeared and in its place was a bright white room filled with diamond dogs. All in white hazard suits, and in the center of the room was a cage, and in the cage was what I feared was going to come. The creature in the cage was a diamond dog, but patches of its fur were missing. He was wearing a ruined military uniform. His eyes were pale and glazed over, but they had a sort of green glow to them. Foul black liquid dripped from its maw. I also noticed parts of his skin had been ripped off, and when he turned around I saw a massive hole in his back and the insides were almost hollow. That's a zombie, I said in almost disbelief. I'm aware of what he has become, and his name was Quartz, Diamond Cutter said sadly as she looked at the undead dog. Friend of yours? I asked, noticing the tone in her voice and the look on her face. Since high school, Diamond Cutter said. I'm sorry for your loss, I said after a while. He was organizing evacuations when the infected appeared. He was good friend and he always told me of his dreams of becoming a captain of the guard, Diamond Cutter said as she began to cry. I extended a wing and placed it over Diamond for comfort, and that's when she broke down into sobs. I stayed silent because I could offer no words of losing someone to something like this, and I didn't want to make it worse, but after a while her crying stopped. Diamond Cutter, if I may ask, how long does it take to turn when you've been bit? It may be useful info for us, I said. From what I heard, it takes about 15 minutes for the infection to take hold, Diamond Cutter said. Thank you, I said. Ashblade, I know this is a lot, but I believe some survivors may still be in the southern district. We ran a sweep through the west district. But we lost too many now. All of my soldiers are afraid of going back down there, and yet I'm still concerned for my citizens, Diamond Cutter said. And you want me and my team to look instead, I guess, to which Diamond Cutter just nodded. I'll need to go over this with Twilight and the other princesses before anything is decided, Your Highness. Suddenly, Quartz's undead body slammed against the cage, causing the scientists to jump and move away from him. When I looked back at the cage, the bars had bent from where he impacted them. Diamond Cutter, if you'll let me, I can end his suffering and make it quick and painless, assuming if he can feel any more pain, I said. Diamond Cutter looked at me, then at Quartz, then me again before she nodded. She then instructed her guards to clear the room, and once they did, I walked inside and I had Quartz's full attention. He tried to push through the bars, but I continued to remain calm. I walked over to a control panel and pressed the button to open the cage. Quartz walked out of his cage and walked over to me till he stopped. Strangely enough, I could sense a faint amount of intelligence coming from him. Suddenly, he let out a bone-chilling shriek and ran at me. I slightly crouched and he continued to run and try and grab me, but I dodged to the side and wrapped my left arm around his throat and used my right hand to hold the left side of his face. Quartz snarled and tried to bite me, but I made sure to keep my hands away from his mouth. Sleep in peace, I said before I gave his neck a sharp twist, earning a snap in the body to go limp. I then placed Quartz's body on the floor and gazed at him. I then stood up and saw a cloth and walked over to grab it. I then walked back over to Quartz's body and placed the cloth in his mouth and wiped it across as much surface of his mouth as possible. I then removed it and saw a mass amount of black slime coating the cloth. I then saw a clear container and placed the cloth in it and closed the lid before I walked out of the room. As I walked out, I was greeted by Diamond Cutter. We looked at each other before she gave me a nod, which I returned before I left. Hey Ash, do you know what this deadly virus is? Rage asked as I stepped back on board the Pale Horse. I didn't say anything, but instead I walked past my group of friends and towards the radio room. I didn't stop until I placed the container with the cloth inside on a table and opened a radio channel to Canterlot while my friends just watched. This is the Pale Horse to Canterlot Castle. Come in, Canterlot Castle, I said into the microphone. This Canterlot Castle, go ahead, Pale Horse. Is Faust or any of the princesses there at the moment? This is a high priority, I said. Understood. I waited for a little before a voice responded. This is Faust to Pale Horse. Ash, are you there? Faust asked. Hi Faust, are all the princesses there? I asked. We're here, Ash, what do you have for us? Celestia replied. Danger levels have increased dramatically over here. It isn't some wild beast or some ordinary disease as most of us thought, I said. Most of you? Chrysalis questioned. Yeah, only one of managed to guess right when we were arriving at the castle, I said. My guess, it was Pinky, Discord guessed. Indeed it was, I said. So what did I guess again? Pinky asked as she held a finger to her temple and had a thoughtful look on her face. Listen everyone, there's no easy way to say this. I'm going to come out and say it. We are dealing with a zombie virus outbreak, I said before I let the words sink into everyone. I didn't even need to look to tell everyone's mouths were gapping open. Oh, that's right, I guessed we were going to deal with zombies, but I guess I should call them zombie dogs now since we know what type of zombies. Pinky began to trail off, so I decided to drown her out and wait for someone besides Pinkie Pie to start talking. What? Most of the group screamed at me in shock. Ash, are you certain? Faust asked. A pale-eyed walking corpse with most of its insides missing that tried to eat me counts, I believe, I said. What do we do? Twilight said as she looked like she was about to have a meltdown. Then everyone is starting to talk, but I just took a breath and remained calm. Although I do believe this virus is treatable, I said, causing everyone to stop talking and stare at me, all besides Pinkie Pie. How? Spike asked. Spike, in all your time reading comic books or anything that has to do with zombies, have you noticed there are at least 3 types of zombies? I asked. Spike just gave me a confused look before I answered. Basically there are 3 zombie types. One is where a zombie comes back to life from the grave for some unexplained reason. Another is where magic is involved, aka necromancy, and lastly is when it was done chemically. Seriously, Spike, you should know this. Oh, now I see, but what do you mean this can be treated? Spike asked. It's obvious, silly. An unexplained effect can't be treated, so instead you need to get rid of every single zombie, and for the necromancy you just need to stop the one who's using the magic to stop the zombies. Since you can't treat an unexplained effect, and since you don't need to go one at a time with zombie to zombie and go straight for the necromancer, then it's the last one, the chemical effect. Duh, Pinky said, never losing her smile. Took the words right out of my mouth, Pinks, but from what I know of from Diamond Cutter, I believe this is a chemical infection. When Diamond Cutter said some ponies came and claimed they were sent here by the princesses to fix the damn machinery that transports water into the mines, and the water became contaminated with something, I said. We never sent anyone to do anything, Luna said. We know, Luna, we saw the note and it was a fake, but what I want to know is how did this become so bad in just under a few minutes? Twilight wondered. It was nightmare night last night, and that's when the zombies attacked, so the diamond dogs must have thought the zombies were costumes, which explains why the infection spread so quickly, I explained. That also means this may have been planned, Dreamcatcher said. Ash, I have a new task for you and your team. You're to find the source of this and figure out a cure if possible, Faust instructed. Understood. It's one of the reasons why I brought a sample from an old undead friend, so Twilight has something to work with, I said. Wait, me? Why me? Twilight screeched. Don't pretend you don't want to find out what's going on, Twilight. You practically live for this stuff also, Faust, I said. Faust hummed. Diamond Cutter has requested that we search for civilians first. She's a little worried, I said. That decision is up to the princess. That is with you, Ash, Faust said before the transmission cut off. I let out a sigh before I looked at Twilight. You heard the mayor, Twilight. It's your call on what happens next, I said as everyone looked at Twilight for answers. I could see Twilight was beginning to sweat up a storm, so I gestured for her to do her breathing exercises. Cadence taught her, and after several breaths she looked back at me with a calm expression. Ash, Rage, you and the Immortals will search for any survivors in the city while I study the sample you brought me, Ash. Hopefully when you get back I may have a cure or tell you what I need to make one, Twilight said. Understood, I said as I stood up to face my team. Alright guys, since we know what we're dealing with, I'm not going to just ask you all to come with me, so instead of all of us jumping into the fire, those who wish to stay may stay. I won't hold it against anyone. But if you want to follow me, raise your hand, I said, and just like that they all raised their hands without hesitation. Alright then, let's go kick some zombie tail. After I told Diamond Cutter of the plan, she gave me a map of the tunnels beneath the southern district. I made sure I memorized the map because there weren't many tunnels in this district, but still enough to get lost in. Twilight was going to return to the castle and head to the lab and help the other scientists develop a cure, and the rest of my friends were in the loading bay with me, Rage and Immortals, while we were equipping our armor and weapons. I told them to bring close quarters gear, which meant pistols, swords, shields, and one of the best weapons for killing zombies, a shotgun. But I allowed Quick Shot to bring his rifle just in case things got hectic. After a few modifications, I managed to make a switch to change between barrels, and the barrels on the shotgun worked the same way as the cylinders on our revolvers and rifles. One barrel held a standard blast crystal, another had a stun blast, and the last one was a destructive blast. But the problem was for the last one was that you had to wait for it to cool down to fire again. What are you two doing? Rage shouted. I looked at the source and saw both Gilda and Rainbow had a pair of shotguns with them and were tying a sword to their hips. What, don't think for a minute we're going to let you all have all the fun fighting zombies, Rainbow replied. Are you serious? You're wanting to come with into zombie-infested areas and probably die, Rage asked. Yeah, the two replied in sync. Are you both insane? Twilight asked in shock. Listen, Egghead, if I don't do this then I am going to go insane. If I could, I'd fight zombies all day, Rainbow said. Besides, we can take them, Gilda said. Come on, Rage, let them come, it'll be fun. We can even have a competition on who can kill the most zombies, Lightning said. Oh come on, not you two. Rage sighed. Alright then, if you guys think you're so tough, then let's see if you can prove it, I said as I stood up. Huh, everyone asks in shock as they look at me. But first, a crash course on how to use those, I said as I gestured to their shotguns before I took mine off my back and began to show them how to use it. You're not serious, are you, Ash? Twilight asked. You do realize, Twilight, that even if you tell these two no, they're just going to come with us anyway, so it's better that I teach them how to use this gear so they don't end up dying down there, I said. Twilight opened her mouth to speak, but Applejack placed a hand on her shoulder and shook her head. While I'm at it, is there anyone else here who wants to come along? I asked, receiving no response. PFFT, they're lost, Gilda said. Alright then, but you two, as soon as we're on the ground, you listen to me without question or any smartass comments or wisecracks. So if I tell you to stay put, you do so till I say otherwise. If I tell you to run or fly, you put everything you have into your wings or legs to go. If I tell you to leave me and save yourselves, you do it. Am I understood? I said while I pointed a finger at the pair, who nodded nervously. And that goes for the rest of you as well. Yes, sir, the Immortals shouted in sync. Suddenly a red light and buzzer was going off and the helmsman's voice came to life on the PA. Alright, Immortals, this is your stop, but mind you, it looks a little hot. The lower front part of the pale horse began to lower, and I then fastened my shotgun over my left shoulder before I walked over to the edge and saw zombies were crowding the streets below. I then walked back over to the group and grabbed my helmet before I walked over to Rainbow and Gilda. Ground's littered with zombies, so here's what's going to happen. The Immortals, Rage, and myself are going to clear some ground, and once we all hit the ground, that's when you can land, I said. As soon as you land, but how are you lot going to do that so fast? Gilda asked. You'll see, I said with a grin before I put my helmet on and walked over to the door with the team. When I reached the door, I scrolled through my songs and found one and looked at Rage. Well, shall we? I asked. After you, Rage replied. See you in hell, kid, I said as I patted Rage's chest with the back of my hand before I jumped out the ship with the rest following me. Third person POV. Ash was diving face first at the streets below until he did a front flip and was plummeting feet first. Ash then primed magic into his hand and slammed his fist into the ground, smashing a few zombies in a shower of gore and blowing a few zombies away. Ash then pressed play on my iPod, but he didn't put his headphones in, but instead let the sound play out of the speakers in his arm so the others could hear. Ash then used his right hand to pull the shotgun off his back and cracked his neck with a smile. The zombies were beginning to stand up, but Ash just pulled the trigger, blowing apart 5 zombies before he twirled around and fired again, blowing apart another 5 behind him just as the rest of the group landed, sending zombies flying in all directions. Ash then tossed his shotgun into his left hand and drew Whispering Wind before he spun around, and in one strike he decapitated 10 zombies. Suddenly, a shotgun went off behind Ash, blowing apart another bunch of zombies. Ash turned his head to it was Rainbow, and as he looked at Rainbow, Ash saw zombies being tossed into the air further down the street. What was doing the tossing appeared to be coming closer. Ash then sheathed Whispering Wind in his shotgun and pulled out his scythes. Ash managed to get a look at what the thing was, and it was a big, overly sized, muscular zombie dog that had diamond dog armor barely clinging to its rotting body. What the hell is that? Rainbow cried. Entertainment, Ash said with a smile. Ash then ran at the monstrosity and used his wings to fly over the monster before it could take a swing at him. Ash then dug one of his scythes into the zombie's back before he dug in the other one while the zombie tried to throw him off. Should we go help? Gilda asked as she used her shotgun to blow some zombies apart. Nah, he seems to have it under control, Rage said casually as he ripped the head and spine out of a zombie he had in a headlock. Yeah, when it comes to worrying about someone, both Ash and Rage are the least of our worries. They normally get us out of trouble, Stormcloud said as he blew the head off a zombie with his pistol. Yeah, you more so than us, Storm, Nocturnal added with a laugh as she split a zombie right down the middle. Yeah, when these two fight they're unstoppable, Lightning added. Ash was hanging on for dear life as the massive zombie tried to shake Ash off while Ash was using the zombie's attacks against the other zombies, but finally the large zombie managed to grab one of Ash's wings and pulled Ash off and brought him to its face. Ash then punched the zombie in the face, trying to make the zombie drop him, but the zombie still had its helmet covering its head. The zombie roared in Ash's face before it threw him into the second floor of a building, causing the ones in the group who saw to cringe. But it doesn't mean they don't get hurt, Lightning added with a small chuckle. Ash then picked himself up and out of the rubble and looked out of the new opening in the room and saw the large zombie had picked up a massive rock. The massive zombie looked ready to toss it before it turned to Ash. Oh shit, Ash muttered no sooner than the zombie tossed the boulder at Ash, but Ash held his hands out in front of him. When the boulder made contact, Ash was pushed back into the room a fair way, but he was still standing. My turn. Rainbow and Gilda watched the hole in the wall where both Ash and the boulder were tossed into for any movement. Suddenly, the boulder flew out of the hole faster than the zombie threw it, sending the zombie into a wall of a building, and the boulder smashed from the contact. Ash then jumped out of the hole armed with his shotgun in his left hand, and when he touched the ground he ran at the massive zombie, firing the shotgun at any zombies in his way. The big zombie was getting up and also ran at Ash, using its arms to swat any zombies out of its way. Ash then sheathed his shotgun and drew Whispering Wind. The massive zombie then brought its massive fists down on Ash in a great large arch, but Ash ran past it and slid underneath the zombie's legs. Once he was on the other side, Ash kicked off the ground and onto the zombie's back once more and drove Whispering Wind into the zombie's massive neck before he retrieved his scythe. The massive zombie let out a howl of pain before he charged in a random direction, thrashing its arms about, while Ash grabbed the handle of Whispering Wind and used it like a steering wheel to get the zombie to go where Ash wanted to go. But, in truth, it was harder than it looks. Ash rammed the zombie into buildings 4 times and nearly got his team trampled twice. Coming through, Ash called out as the zombie came roaring through the group. Can't you get control over that thing? Rage cried out angrily. It's harder than it looks, Rage. Ash called back before he pulled Whispering Wind out of the zombie, and then in one quick blow he severed the head from the body. Once he did, the body collapsed, but when it hit the floor, Ash was thrown off of the body and skidded across the ground just as the song ended. Ash managed to recover and shook his head to fix his senses before he saw the body of his latest kill. Suddenly, Ash heard a groan come from next to him. Ash turned and saw a zombie with its insides showing out of its front and were swollen and pulsing, and behind it was a large horde of zombies. "Aw, can't you guys give me a break?" Ash asked with a groan. Suddenly, the zombie's organs began to slowly expand and the pulsing increased. Seeing this, Ash quickly got up and ran for a piece of collapsed rubble and jumped over it before he ducked. A few seconds after he ducked behind the cover, a loud boom echoed through the streets. When Ash peeped out from behind his cover, he saw all of the zombies were gone and all that was left were scattered organs and blood. They explode now. Sigh, just my luck. What's next? Acid-spitting zombies. Ash said to himself. Suddenly, a blob of green liquid hits Ash's cover and starts to burn through it. Ash looked around and in a window of a building he saw a zombie that's veins had an unnatural bright green glow. Its cheeks seemed to bulge out before it spat more acid at Ash that just whizzed by his head. Seeing enough, Ash quickly ducked behind cover again. "Me and my big mouth," Ash said before he saw his team and decided to use his thoughts to get in touch with my team. "Guys, are you available?" "Ash, how'd you get in my head?" Rainbow asked. "Explanation later. Right now I've got a zombie that's spitting acid at me from a window across from my position. Quick shot, I need you to take it out," Ash thought. "Understood. Which window is it in?" Quick shot asked. "3rd floor, 4th window from the left," Ash thought. Ash didn't have to wait long before he heard a bang from Quickshot's rifle, and he looked out from his cover and saw that most of the zombie's head was missing and all the acid in it was leaking out, melting the rest of the body. The zombie's melting remains fell out the window with a splat before Ash then stood up and walked over to the others and saw they finished off the rest of the zombies. As Ash walked calmly over to them, he heard a screech come from above him and he saw a zombie had tried to jump on him. Ash just gave it a glare, and as it came down, Ash used his left hand and grabbed the top of the zombie's head and threw it on the ground. Ash then stood over it and raised his boot and crushed its head. Ash then wiped the bits of blood and brain matter and an eyeball off his boot before he continued to walk over to the others. "Brutal finish," Gilda said. "That's what happens when you try and get the drop on me," Ash said. "How's your wing?" Rainbow asked when she saw the damage done to the wing from the large zombie. "I can't fly for a while, but nothing a little work won't fix. Also, Quickshot, thanks for the save back there," I said. "Hey, you do the same for me," Quickshot said. "Has anyone noticed the freakishly strange things these zombies can do?" Rage asked. "Yeah, the mutated, it happens when it's a chemical infection," Ash said. "And you didn't say this, why?" Rage asked angrily. "Because Rage, zombies don't mutate like this over one night. It would probably take weeks for this to happen," Ash said. Rage just gave a sigh to vent his frustration. "So what now?" Holy Light asked. "Well, I suggest we give these zombies names so we can call them out in case we run into any more. So if you noticed any zombies that may be mutated, lay it on us," Ash said. "Well, I saw one zombie holding a sword. It seemed like it remembered how to use it. Was alive," Swift Spear said. "All right, we'll call those half-lives next," Ash said. "That big one you were riding, we could call it a wrecker," Rainbow said. "I like it next," Ash said. "That one where you crushed its head, they're very fast and can crawl on walls, and they also like to single out their prey," Rage said. "Crawlers then next," Ash said. "The one that was spiting acid, how about a spitter?" Quickshot suggested. "Fitting, and I have one. After I finished off the wrecker, I saw a zombie with its insides swollen and pulsing like a heartbeat. But suddenly, it started to swell even more and the pulsing increased, and I ducked behind cover as it exploded, taking out a large group of zombies," Ash said, earning surprised looks from the group. "Well then, that one's obvious bomber," Rage said with a chuckle. "You read my mind. Also, they're easily agitated. On look at me and it went pop," Ash said. "All right, Chief, what's our next step?" Nocturnal asked. "We're going to scan the streets for survivors. If they were smart enough, they would know to stay out of the tunnels and remain on the surface," Ash said. "All right then, let's go then," Rage said. "Also, mutated zombies means bonus points," Lightning said, causing me to roll my eyes. 2 hours later, Ash's POV. "I don't think there are any survivors, guys," Rainbow said. "Come on, Road, it's only been 2 hours," I said. "Yeah, a regular mission could last 24 hours, Nocturnal said. "Glad I'm not a guard," Gilda said. "Still, I say we go. There's obviously nothing here," Rainbow said. "Ash, I'm picking up thermal activity in that building over there," Rage said as he pointed to a 25-story building down the street. "Where about?" I asked. 10th floor eastern side," Rage said. "Glad to see that thermal vision I taught you is being put to use," I said. "You have no idea," Ash, Rage said as we walked over to the building. "The first thing I sensed when I entered was the smell, then I saw the corpses, then the flies and the coating of blood on the floor that splashed when we stepped in it. Keep sharp, any one of these courses could attack," I said. "Sweet Celestia, I can't believe zombies could do this," Stormcloud asked. "Wait, if these guys were turned into zombies, why haven't they attacked us yet?" Rainbow asked. If the body was so badly damaged the infection wouldn't work. Besides, zombies do eat flesh, not just brains, but this was most likely done by survivors, I said. Well, let's find them already. I've had enough zombies to last me a lifetime, Storm said. Quit your complaining, I'm having a blast, Lightning Dust said. Everyone cut the chatter and stay on mind, Link, I ordered, receiving multiple yes sirs in my head. We walked through the building and began to climb the stairs, and on each floor we stayed on guard as we followed the trail of bodies that were in our path, and when we reached the 9th floor we heard zombies. I gazed over the stairs and saw a mass of zombies trying to grab onto a ledge that led onto the 10th floor, and on the ledge were a pair of civilian diamond dogs armed with a few makeshift weapons. I gestured for the team to stay put while I crept up on the zombies. The diamond dogs saw me immediately and I signaled them to stay quiet and move back. They seemed to get the message and moved away from the ledge. I then got close to the zombies and placed a spring razor on the floor and moved back myself. Once I was far enough I gave a little whistle, and that got the zombies' attention before they ran at me, only for the spring razor to shred them all apart. Once it was done I signaled the others to join me, and the 2 guards that were on the ledge revealed themselves. Thanks for the assist, but who the heck are you lot? One of the sentries asked. I'm Ashblade 6, Knight of Equestria and Knight of Freedom. I'm here with my team known as the Immortals and my brother Burning Rage, along with my 2 friends Rainbow Dash, bearer of the element of loyalty, and Gilda the Griffin. We're under orders by Princess Twilight Sparkle of Equestria and your Queen Diamond Cutter to get you and any other survivors in this district out of here and to a safe location, I said. By my fur, please come up, you have no idea how good that information is to us, one of the dogs said. The diamond dogs helped us up, besides most of us having wings, although mine were still too injured to fly. Once we were all on the 10th level the guards led us through the floor. We saw many diamond dog families and they all appeared to be having a hard time right now. The guards continued to lead us until we reached a door. The guards gestured for us to stop. They walked forward. One of them knocked on the door before they entered and the door closed. We stood still for a few minutes while civilians gathered around us. Couple of kids tried to touch our weapons, but we moved them out of the way or their parents pulled them back. The door finally opened and the guards walked out. Our leader Rocky will see you now, one of the guards said as he pointed to me. I gave a nod before I walked inside to see a diamond dog looking out the window. He was the only one in the room, so I assumed he was Rocky. He was brown like many of his species and he wore a yellow top with tan shorts and yellow eyes. So you're the one saying you're getting us out? Rocky asked. That I am, I said. Rocky then walked over to me. His face had no emotion on it. We stared at each other before he wrapped his arms around me in a hug and let tears fall. Thank our gods, Rocky cried. It's all right, mate, I know it must have been tough for you, I said. You have no idea I was having so much trouble trying to keep it together. I'm not cut out to be a leader, Rocky cried. Hey, you managed to keep all these dogs together. That's a good job in my book, one said as I stepped out of the hug and rested my hands on his shoulders, allowing him to dry his eyes. Thanks, but still I'm not worthy. But do you have a plan on how to get out, because you seem to have drawn a crowd down there, Rocky said as he gestured to the window, causing me to look outside to see a massive horde of zombies in the streets. Damn, must have followed us when we were searching for survivors, but luckily for us we have another way out, I said. Really, where? Rocky asked. Why, up of course, I said. You must be kidding, those floors are filled with infected, not to mention we can't fly, Rocky said. Are there more infected up there than down there? I asked as I pointed upward then downward. No, Rocky said. Then we're fine, okay, just leave the zombies to us, I said. But we still can't fly, Rocky said. I've got that covered as well, trust me, you just gather everyone and what they need while I handle the complicated stuff, I said. Alright, but there are a lot of lives that are depending on you, Rocky said. Wouldn't be the first time either, I said before Rocky left. This is Alpha Leader to Pale Horse, come in Pale Horse. This is Pale Horse to Alpha Leader, do you have survivors? Affirmative, Pale Horse. Note, we're going to have our extraction on a roof in Section 4 of the Southern District marked with a purple flare, I thought. Understood, Pale Horse out. I walked outside the room and saw Rocky was setting up the civilians. I then told my group of the plan before we walked over to a flight of stairs that had been blocked by a ton of objects. I lost some good dogs in there when they went to check it out. I sealed it up immediately afterwards, Rocky said as he walked up to my side. I gave him a nod before we then began to pull everything to the side to open the way, and once we did, the smell of death flooded the room. I turned on a torch that I added to the shotgun and peered into the almost black set of stairs that had body parts and blood on them. Seeing enough, I turned to the Immortals and civilians. Immortals, form a diamond formation around the civilians and keep it tight. Any civilians who can fight, grab a weapon and help protect any unarmed rage, and I will be on point, I said before I lead everyone up the stairs. 10 floors later. Doesn't anyone find it strange that we haven't seen or heard a zombie all the way up here and that Rocky said this place had infected in it? Rage asked. I've been wondering that since the 7th floor up here, I said. Maybe they starved. Do zombies starve? Rocky asked. No idea, but it may be possible, I said. What are you lot complaining about? If there aren't any zombies then? Quick shot started but stopped when we heard crying from above. Is that a child? Rocky asked. Sounds like it, Rage said. Let's check it out, I said before I signaled for us to move out. We went up a flight of stairs and I held my shotgun at the ready. I walked down the corridor and saw a boarded up door where the crying was coming from. I then held up a fist, causing the others to halt. It's coming from in there. Be careful, Ash. I think I developed my own sense from hanging out with Pinky so much, telling me something bad is going on, Rainbow said. I gave a nod before I quietly and slowly walked over to the door, always keeping my shotgun aimed at it. I then peeled off the boards one by one. Once I did, I moved to the side of the door opposite the doorknob and drew my revolver and slowly opened the door. I saw a diamond dog child on its knees with its back facing me. I had a quick look about the room and saw nothing else. I lowered my pistol and walked over to the child. Hey kid, are you alright? I asked. The child spun around and I saw he was an infected, and before I could do anything the child zombie screamed, forcing me to cover my ears and for the force of the scream to blow me right out the door. I landed on the ground and against the wall, and as I shook my head the child zombie jumped on top of me. I used my left hand to hold the child at bay, but the thing was crazy strong. I saw my pistol laying off to the side. I tried to grab it, but it was just out of my reach and I was struggling too much with the zombie to use my magic. I knew I couldn't keep the child at bay for long, but suddenly the child was pulled off me. I saw it was Rage and he had the child's head in a tight grip and was hushing it. Requiescat in, snap pace, Rage said as he snapped the child's neck. He then laid the child on the floor before he helped me up and used his magic to place my pistol in my hand. You all right? Yeah, it's just that kid doesn't look any older than Pip, I said. I know, Rage said as he rested a hand on my shoulder. Suddenly, we hear pounding coming from down the hall. I look at the wall and a zombie bursts through it. When it picks itself up, it screams at us, but the top part of its jaw is normal while its lower jaw is split in two. Man, you're as ugly as they come, Rage said. The zombie then charged at us with great speed. But it's time to put you to bed, I said as I shot the zombie in the head. The zombie's head recoiled, but then it looked back at me and screeched. The fuck? I cried. The zombie then jumped onto a wall and crawled along it and onto the ceiling, all the while Rage and I were shooting it. The zombie passed us and was heading for the civilians. I saw Rainbow and Gilda were firing at it, but they both kept missing it. The zombie leapt at the girls, but I teleported in front of them and put my right arm in between me and the zombie clamped down on it. I then threw my arm against a wall and drew my shotgun and pried it into its jaws and ripped my arm out its mouth. I'm off the menu, you undead abomination, I said as I pulled the trigger, blowing the zombie's head clean off. As I thought. What is it? Gilda asked. Inside head there is no brain, I said as I sheathed my shotgun. God, I sound like Nikolai. Ash, your arm, it had your arm in its mouth, Rainbow cried out as she pointed to the black sludge on my right arm. True, but it didn't breach the gauntlet, I said as I showed her the intact gauntlet. Everyone sighed in relief before we continued. Swift Spear, did you set up the bombs like I asked for? Yes sir, Swift said. Right, can you hand me the detonator please? I asked. Sure, Swift said as he handed me the detonator. I gave him a nod before he walked away, and when everyone passed and no one was looking, I took off the gauntlet on my right arm. At the joint on the other side of the elbow was a single tooth bite filled with black liquid. Damn, Luna is going to kill me, and if not her, everyone else will, I whispered as I slid the gauntlet back on my hand and walked after the others. Suddenly we all heard growling coming from above and below us. Looks like we woke up the nest, Rage said. Everyone get to the roof. I yelled, and just like that they obeyed. I hung back to set up some spring razors to slow down any pursuers and did so all along the way while Rage and the rest of the immortals cleared our path till we reached the roof. I set up the last spring razor before I sparked up a purple flare and stood by the exit waiting for any undead to show their faces. But none too soon. The pale horse came down and I could tell the diamond dogs were surprised, and when the cargo bay door opened and I saw all my friends were there minus Twilight. They began to help the civilians aboard, but the zombies had made it to the roof. That's when the immortals and I opened fire on them. Almost all of the civilians are on board, Ash, Rage said. Good, as soon as they are, you guys get on board while I hold them, I said, getting nods from everyone. I kept firing at the zombies as the others stopped and got on, and once they did I placed a shield on the door and one that led onto the decks and no one could come after me. Pale horse, this is Alpha Leader, it's time to go, and quickly. Glad to have back aboard, sir. If only, I said before I returned back to firing at the zombies. Ash, we're all on board, come on. Rage cried, but I ignored him. I could then feel him walk into the shield. Rage, what's going on? Applejack asked. I can't get through. Ash placed a shield on the doorway. Rainbow, try the door to the deck. Rage yelled. No good. Ash placed a shield on this one too, Rainbow said. Ash, what are you doing? Get aboard. Rarity called out to me, but I continued to ignore them. As everyone was screaming for me, I managed to kill one zombie, but another came up on my side, so I flipped the gun in my hand and used the butt of a gun as a bat, smashing the zombie's head off before I brought it back and knocked a zombie off the roof. I flipped the gun again and continued to fire at the zombies all the while I was walking backwards. I saw the roof was now filled with zombies and they were all stalking towards me, so down to the last option I sheathed my shotgun and pulled out the detonator. I could feel the shocked faces on my friends, but I didn't let that stop me from pressing the button. In a loud boom, the building began to tilt, throwing myself and the zombies off balance. I slid down the side of the roof and managed to grab the ledge before I went over. I began to pull myself up but ducked when a zombie slid towards me and off the roof. Pale horse, Ash is hanging off the edge of the extraction building and his wing is too damaged to fly. Get below him so we can catch him, Rage said in my head. Understood, just let us swing around in. Negative, Pale horse, negative, you are not to come back for me. That's an order. Get those civilians out of here now. I screamed in my head. Ash, are you out of my mind? Rainbow asked. I pulled myself up onto the roof and suddenly I heard a roar come from the stairwell, and bursting out of it in a shower of rock was a wrecker zombie. Rainbow, Gilda, just know it wasn't your fault. I would have done that for anyone, I thought. The wrecker then charged at me, but its weight is what tipped the top half of the building, sending me, the wrecker, and the building through the streets and into the darkness. The last thing I saw and heard was the pale horse and Rage screaming my name. I woke up with a massive headache and opened my eyes only to see a rotting face beside me. I shocked myself awake and saw that the body was really dead. I looked around at my surroundings and saw I was in some kind of tunnel. I then remembered how I got here. When I got bit, I didn't want to run the risk of infecting everyone or force them into killing me, so that's when I decided to stay. I then decided to get up and keep moving, so cracking my neck I looked at my options. One path was blocked by the rubble from the building along with the way up I used to get in, so I had only one direction to go, down the dark spooky tunnel. I drew my shotgun and quietly made my way through the tunnels when suddenly pain coursed through my right arm, so I removed my gauntlet and rolled up my sleeve and saw the infection had spread almost over the lower half of my arm. The hand remained untouched. I checked the time on my phone and saw it has been past 15 minutes since I was bit. I suspected that since it's only one tooth that bit me, it must take longer for the infection to spread. I decided to slow it down more using my blood manipulation. I couldn't hold it out forever or remove it, so slowing it down was the best I could do. I continued to walk down the tunnels, being cautious of my corners and any shadows, and as I walked it began to get warm, so I removed my helmet and continued to walk till finally I came to an opening in the wall. There were some pickaxes on the floor, and thanks to Pinky's sister Maud I saw the rocks looked like they were moved recently. I walked over to the opening and I saw some kind of ancient room, but that's not what all I saw. There were at least 5 metal barrels and about 20 ponies in there, but they were all infected. As I walked into the room I saw some of them looked like scientists, the others were dressed as Templars. Figures, the Templars were behind this, but why? I said to myself. Suddenly a few rocks crumbled beneath my feet, causing the zombies to turn my way. Sigh, damn it. I tossed my last spring razor at the zombies, sheeting most of them before I switched to the destructive blast on my shotgun and blew the rest away in a single bang. Once it was taken care of, I grabbed the officer's necklace, which was stained in black gunk, and searched the body and found a note. Commander, you have been assigned to an important task to infect the diamond dog populace with a new disease. You are to do this by adding the chemical into their water supply, so you will disguise yourselves as dam mechanics pretending to fix their dams to infiltrate the diamond dog kingdom. These disgusting mutts do not deserve to live in our new world, and you will see to it also the Grand Master wishes you to investigate something beneath the city, something that could help our cause. You are also assigned to find it and bring it back. May the Father of Understanding guide us. Magnesium flare. I folded the paper away before I walked over to the barrels and opened them to reveal the infection source, a dark green and downright nasty liquid. I pulled out a beaker and grabbed some of the liquid in my magic and placed it in the beaker. I then made a lid and made sure the beaker was then secure in a pocket dimension, and once I did, I then decided to go search for the artifact. But I didn't notice I wasn't alone until something grabbed me by the legs and lifted me up. I then came face to face with some kind of beast made of wisp-like shadow. It had no eyes or mouth, but its hands and feet were bony-like, and I could tell it was not happy to see me. The beast then pointed at me and was prepared to strike, but stopped. Quite the predicament you appear to be in. The beast dropped me on the floor before it melted into the shadows. I picked myself up and looked around for the voice. When I looked in front of myself again was the one who saved me. Although he wasn't what I was expecting, he was a human is what I thought at first, but he was hovering in midair and his eyes were as black as obsidian. Thanks for the save, I guess, I said. Not necessary, you're still dying, my dear Ashblade, I just delayed it. Should I know you? I asked. You and I haven't met in person, but I know all about you from your time in the arena back on Earth to when you fought Sombra all the way up till now. I have been watching, guess you could call me a fan of sorts. Flattered, but since you know my name, it's only fair I know yours, I said. Of course I am the outsider. The outsider as in the one from Dunwall? I asked. Sadir Corvo has mentioned me, the outsider said. Yes, he has a few times, even taught me a few tricks, I said. I know, the outsider said. So tell me, why are you here and why come and see me? I asked. Corvo has told you of my power to see into the future. The outsider asked. Yes, I said. Well, like Corvo, your futures are uncertain, which means I can't see it except little hints when something happens, and that Ashblade interests me, the outsider said. So the reason you're is because you can't see my future and that interests you? I asked. Indeed, it's quite fun to watch you. You're a large puzzle just waiting to be solved, and it's even more entertaining when there's a prophecy that fits you and the other you, and yet you could die before it's fulfilled, the outsider said. Prophesy other me, what are you going on about? I demanded. All will be revealed in time, the outsider said. Suddenly zombies could be heard coming from the hole in the wall. Perfect, more things to chase me around, I said as I pulled out my shotgun. The outsider waved his hand and the shadow beast from before appeared and walked over to the entrance, and the barrels that had the source of the infection disappeared. I will see to them. After all, you have an infection of your own to take care of, the outsider said as gestured to my arm with an open hand. Also, the artifact the Templars came here searching for, they won't be able to get it because only you can see what needs to be seen. Okay, but how do I get out of here? That's the only exit, I said as I gestured to the hole. Ash, just know that I will continue to be watching you with great interest until the time comes, the outsider said before I began to feel weightless. Give Corvo my regards. Third person Pav. Ash opened his eyes and saw he was lying face down with his helmet in front of him as he lay motionless. Ash then picked himself up and saw he was on a roof. Ash then picked up his helmet and put it on and looked around only to have pain rush into his arm, making him fall to his knees. Suddenly, something grabbed Ash and pulled him into the air. Ash looked up at what grabbed him and saw it was Rage. You, my friend, are a pain in the ass, Rage said as he looked at Ash. Even though he was wearing his helmet, anyone could tell he was glaring at him. Rage, you have to put me down now, Ash yelled. Not this time, Rage said as his grip increased on Ash. Before Ash knew it, they were inside the castle grounds, and Rage dropped Ash in the center of his friends before Rage landed himself and removed his helmet, showing the anger on his face. Rage, you shouldn't have brought me here, Ash said as he tried to stand up. Why not, and why didn't you get on the ship when we all boarded? Not to mention that crazy stunt you pulled could have killed you. Just what was it all about, huh? Rage yelled, but Ash's answer was by spewing black liquid onto the ground, causing everyone to look at Ash in shock as Ash grabbed his right arm in pain. Rage noticed this and ran over to him and removed the armor on his arm and rolled up the sleeve to reveal the infection to everyone, causing them to gasp in shock and horror. Damn you, Ash. What's going on here? Everyone looked at the source of the voice to see Twilight and Diamond Cutter walking over to the group. TWI, Ash has been bit, Rage said as he showed them Ash's arm, causing them both to gasp in shock. Gah, Ash screamed in pain as the infection began to crawl up Ash's neck. He needs that cure now, Twilight, Rage screamed. It's not ready, I need the source of the virus in order to make it, Twilight yelled. We don't have time for that, Rainbow yelled. Ash then used his magic and a circle opened and a beaker filled with a dark green substance landed in Ash's hand. It's the source, is it enough? Ash asked weakly as Twilight grabbed it with her magic. More than enough, Rage, grab Ash and bring him to the lab and place him in a containment cell, Twilight said before she teleported away. Rage then pulled Ash onto his shoulder and teleported to the lab, and once he did, Rage placed Ash on the floor in a glass cage and closed the door. Rage then walked over to where Ash could see him and stared at him for a while. Why? Rage finally asked. You know why, Rage? I didn't want you to worry about me, Ash said. Damn it, Ash, you're my brother, it's my job to make sure you're fine, Rage said. As is mine, which is why I didn't join you on the Pale Horse. I wasn't going to risk infecting all those dogs, my friends, and you, so I decided to do what I did. Also, I didn't want to make things difficult. If I did turn, one of you would have to put me down, and I didn't want any of you have to make that choice, Ash said. Damn it, you selfish bastard, Rage said as he banged his fists on the glass. How do you think Luna and Pip feel if they heard about this? Heck, saw it also your kid. Do you want him to grow up without you? I care deeply about them, Rage, you know I do, and for them to hear news like that would hurt them greatly, and I'd understand if Luna won't forgive me for this. Hell, I can't even forgive myself because I got careless. But you know I couldn't just stand by and let my friends be harmed like that, so I decided to take the fall, Ash said. Just then the doors opened and all my friends came running in, and Rainbow and Gilda looked to be in the most distraught. Come on, you two, don't start crying over me now, Ash said. But this was our fault when that zombie attacked us in the corridor. You jumped in and saved us, and it wouldn't have happened if we weren't there, Gilda said. I'm so sorry, Ash, we did this. I'm so sorry, Rainbow said. Quit your crying, you two, and listen. Ash snapped, causing the rest of the group to look at me in shock. Ash, they're trying to apologize, Fluttershy said. I told you both before I went down with the building that this was not your fault. Okay, I knew the risks of bringing you two along, and even if you both weren't there, it still would have gone for the civilians and I still would have jumped in front. It's as I said, I would have done it for anyone. You both have nothing to be sorry about. I did this to myself for being careless, Ash said as he pointed at the black veins that were creeping along his neck. Besides, just because this happened, it doesn't mean I'm not going to fight back. After all, I pinky promised Pip I'd take him somewhere when I got back, Ash said before he removed his helmet and let it clank onto the ground, showing more black veins on his face. Now look at me and believe me when I say this isn't your fault. Both Gilda and Rainbow looked Ash right in the eyes and gave him a nod before Twilight walked over to us. Good news is the cure is finished, Twilight said as she held up a vial filled with a dark lime green color. And the bad news? Ash asked. We don't know if it will cure you, kill you, or if it won't work, Twilight said. That all right then, let's get it over with, Ash said. But Ash, we don't know what will happen, Twilight said. TWI, it's worse if we don't do anything, Ash said. Twilight paused to think on my words before she nodded in agreement. She then inserted the vial into a slot in a control panel that was connected to the cage. The machine chugged down the vial's contents and Ash got up and moved to the glass that had his friends on the other side and placed his hand on it and smiled. A short time later, a dark lime green gas appeared in the filters and filled the cage. The only part of Ash everyone could see was the hand still pressed to the glass, but slowly the hand began to slip away, and when it did, the group could only wait. Chapter 37, Night Out in Frozen Tears. The first sound I heard was the sound of a heart monitor beeping. Then my eyes slowly opened and saw I was still in the lab. Soon all my senses came back and I could smell a lot of blood. I managed to crack my neck, but I couldn't move the rest of my body. I looked down and saw I was only wearing pants and metal restraints held my limbs in place. I began to remember why I was here after the zombie infected me and could understand the precaution, but right now I had memories of that Pinkamena incident back in the tomb. I looked around at my surroundings for any sign of life and I saw Rage walking over to me. Welcome back to the land of the living, Ash, Rage said. Funny, I said weakly. How you doing? Rage asked. Terrible, I have a bad taste in my mouth and my body feels sore, especially my throat, I said. I wouldn't be surprised about your throat. You've been puking up the infection for an hour, even had to clean it out by hand to make sure there wasn't any of the stuff left in there, Rage said. Okay, I didn't need to know the last part, but how long have I been out? I asked. 2 days tops, gave us plenty of time to organize a cleanup and fix up the mess. Still don't know who's responsible, Rage said. I know who, I said. Really? Rage asked. Check my armor, it's in the breastplate, I said as I nodded to the stack of armor on the table. Rage did so without question and found the letter and Templar necklace. He read the letter and his face twisted into one of anger. An extermination order, huh? Rage asked. Yeah, I said. And the ones who did this? Rage asked. They reaped what they had sown, I said. Good riddance, Rage said before he took a breath. Anyway, since you're awake and Twilight said we can't find any infection in you, so let's get you out of there, Rage said as he pulled a lever and the restraints unlocked. I got off the table and stretched out my limbs and wings and looked at the tooth bite on my arm and saw a small scar. I then put on a clean white shirt before I put on my armor and looked at Rage. Why can I smell a large amount of blood? I asked. You lost a lot of it when you were emptying the infection, hence why you were out for 2 days, Rage said when I gave him a nod and took a step, but I collapsed only for Rage to catch me and instructed me to put an arm on him so he could help me out of the lab. Has the antidote been added to the waterways? I asked. Yeah, and the ones who turned are being rounded up, so things are pretty much going back to normal, Rage said. Good, I said distantly. What's up, Ash? Rage asked. I'm sorry, it was just a dream I had while I was out, I said. Well, don't hold out on me, Rage said. Well, to begin, I was in some kind of snowstorm. I appeared lost, I think, and the only thing I could see was white and feel the cold blowing against me. Then out of the storm appears this massive block of ice. I walked closer to it and looked inside of it. Then 2 bright blue lights suddenly appeared and I backed away. Then the ice exploded. Next thing I knew, I was sent hurling into a trench, and that's when I woke up, I said. Wow, that's either eerie or creepy, Rage said. Yeah, I know, I said. Well, the others are going to be glad you woke up, Rage said as he opened the main doors that led outside, and I saw the sun was beginning to rise over the horizon. Look who woke up. I saw all my friends were here along with Diamond Cutter standing in a circle talking to each other before I arrived. I should have seen what came next when the ever-lovable ball of pink fur and energy knocked me off my feet and hugged me for dear life. The others were about to pry Pinky off when I stopped them with a hand. I was glad that my body had grown accustomed to Pinky's hugs. It made her surprise hugging me manageable for me. I then picked myself up and hugged Pinky back before I set her down and ruffled her bouncy pink mane. Good to see ya, Pinky, I said. Land snakes, Ash, you certainly gave us a fright there, Applejack said. Damn straight. I looked at the source of the voice to see 2 familiar female Wonderbolts both in their flight suits and smiling at me. Spitz, Fleet, it's great to see you both, I said. Tell us about it. We leave you alone for a few hours, and what do you go and do? You get bitten by a zombie of all things. I think I'll have to organize a team to keep you out of trouble, Spitfire teased. It was a split-second decision between the zombie biting both Skittles and Gilda or me. I was the one wearing the armor while those 2 weren't protected at all. Besides, the zombie just got lucky, that's all, I said. Wow, you must have more luck than the luckiest pony in all of Equestria to survive a zombie bite is just awesome, Fleetfoot said. I did have some help. I wouldn't have survived if Twilight didn't make the cure in time, I said. Oh, I didn't do much, Twilight said as she twirled her hair around her finger. TWI, you saved thousands and me while I just hacked and slashed and nearly got myself killed several times actually, I said. You saved a group of my subjects and went into a very dangerous area to do it, and for that, Ashblade, you have my eternal gratitude, Diamond Cutter said as she bowed. Please, your majesty, there's no need to bow, just glad I could help, I said. I can see why Princess Luna has fallen for you, and you may call me Diamond Cutter if you wish, Diamond Cutter said. Thank you. Now why are you both here? I asked, gesturing to both Spitfire and Fleetfoot. Princess Twilight requested our assistance to help spread the cure, and with our help the process was swift and easy, Spitfire said. And since we finished our work here we were just about to head home, but now that you're up and about, shall we get home together? Fleetfoot asked. Sounds great, but Luna is going to give me hell when we get home, not to mention the other princesses, I said as I rubbed the back of my neck. Third person POV. Slap. The sound of Luna's hand going across Ash's face echoed through the throne room of Canterlot Castle. The group of friends who were with Ash cringed at the slap in the force. But Ash didn't do anything to stop her or make an apology, nor did he make a sound when she slapped him. He just took it straight and simple. The impact was more painful than a regular strength because of Luna's earth pony strength was added the force, and it was almost enough to send Ash flying, but Ash didn't care. He looked back at Luna and saw her eyes were filled with tears and anger. Luna then began shouting at Ash and about him being careless and stupid, and asked what would she do if she lost him, or what would Pip do and about their new child and it being brought into the world without a father before she ran out of the room. Ash didn't go after her. Instead he just closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Even the other princesses were angry, but Ash wasn't going to take it. He just turned around and left, and when Chrysalis placed a shield bubble around him, Ash just punched his way out with brute strength and in one blow, and when that was done he left and slammed the door closed. The nerve, what was he thinking? Celestia asked. What was he thinking? What were all of you thinking yelling at him like that? Rage yelled. Burning Rage, stand down, Dreamcatcher demanded. No, he has the right to say that. All of you were in the wrong there, Discord said surprisingly. Indeed, have any of you considered what Ash is feeling right now? Cadence asked. Ash crawled through hell over there and you are all yelling at him as if he was the one at fault. Rage yelled. What's with all the yelling? Everyone in the room turned to see a teared and grumpy Faust still in her PJs and with a few bags under her eyes. Trouble sleeping? Shining asked. Since I was told about the zombies, thought I might get some sleep now that it's over, but luck does not favor me now again. Why are you all yelling? Faust asked. The princesses are having a go at Ash because he almost became zombie food when they don't know what happened, Rage answered. Very well, Rage, tell us exactly what happened, Celestia asked. Better yet, I'll show you, and those who have weak stomachs leave now, Rage said as he placed Ash's helmet on the ground in the middle of the room. How is Ash's helmet going to show anything, Rage? Rarity asked. Ash added a spell to his helmet that whenever he puts it on, it records what Ash sees and we can hear what he thinks. This way he could rewind it to certain point in case something happened, like a mysterious disappearance or to find a clue to something, Rage said before he activated the helmet. A large orb appeared and floated above the helmet. The image in the orb showed Ash putting on his helmet and revealed Rainbow and Gilda holding their shotguns, causing the princesses to raise an eyebrow at the pair. They then saw Ash walk over to the ledge while he selected a song on his iPod and then looked down at the horde in the streets below before he turned to Rage. Well, shall we? Ash asked. After you, Rage replied. See you in hell, kid, Ash said as he patted Rage's chest with the back of his hand before he jumped out of the ship. On top of the highest tower of Canterlot Castle, Ash was balancing on the tip of the spire of the roof on the highest tower in the castle and gazed at the land as the sun bathed it in warmth, but Ash was thinking about Luna and how he could properly apologize to her. He thought about a nice dinner, but that felt like bribery, not to mention all the ponies in the restaurant wouldn't stop staring at them. Disguises were also out because he wanted to apologize to Luna directly, and it didn't seem fair to wear disguises either. Flowers and chocolates didn't seem appropriate for this either. They weren't meaningful enough, so with nothing Ash extended his wings and flew to Luna's tower. He landed on the balcony and walked over to the glass window. He was about to knock, but he pulled his hand back. Ash's mind was filling up with of all the bad possibilities that could happen, but he quickly shook his head, ridding him of those thoughts, and sucked in a large amount of air before he knocked 3 times on the door. Enter, Luna's voice said in a sad tone. Ash opened the door and saw Luna was sitting on her bed. He walked over to the bed and sat down next to her. None of them spoke to each other for a while, that is until Luna spoke first. Why are you here? Luna asked in an emotionless tone. Luna, I know what almost happened has hurt you and you have absolutely every right to be angry. I was careless and ignorant. There was also a chance I could have killed my team, but when I was trying to save Rainbow and Gilda from the zombie there was a split second of thinking. I could have stopped the zombie with my shield, I could have killed it with Whispering Wind. I had so many options and I chose the most stupid one, and for that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being careless. I'm mostly sorry for making you go through that, and I didn't get to finish before Luna grabbed me and hugged me while she buried her head into my shoulder. Ash, you have nothing to be sorry for. I'm the one who must apologize. When I heard about what happened I was scared of the chance of losing you and I'd never getting to say goodbye. You see, I had a friend a long time ago before my banishment, and she out of every other pony in all Equestria was the only one who ever actually understood my knight. She was a sweet but blind young Pegasus who had so much to offer the world. We met on the day of the 100th spring sunrise since the beginning of Celestia and my rule. When she presented her gift to us she called it Wishing Snow, Luna said as she slowly stopped crying. Wishing Snow? I asked, intrigued by her story before I helped wipe away her tears. Indeed, a star for winter, much like the stars that hang in the sky during my night. You can make a wish on it. Snowdrop told me that she made a wish on the stars one night to show the world that she can actually do something. Then after she made her wish, a piece of ice fell to her and she carved a star out of it using one of her feathers. She was so shy when she came to us and her classmates were not very supporting when she presented it to us. But all it took was for Uncle Corvo to clear his throat and for him and Uncle Link to give them their not happy look to stop them, Luna said with a smile while I chuckled a little. Yes, I can imagine those two are quite fond of kids, I said. Snowdrop then told us on how she is unable to see the stars but she heard them twinkling, and then how the snow twinkled and that they should be able to grant wishes too. She even told us that even though ponies ignored it, winter was a gift for us to rejuvenate our land, and the way she spoke about winter she made it sound like my night on how sad and lonely it was. And when we saw her gift, Celestia and I selected it to be the centennial symbol, and she was delighted when we asked her to make more. The following year, the first snowfall of winter became one of the most celebrated events in equestrian history, celebrating the first snowflake. It also became the day Snowdrop earned her cutie mark, a stem with a snowflake blooming from the tip, Luna said. She sounds like an amazing Pegasus, I said. Yes, she was, and as time wore on she became my best friend and she was an adult the day I was banished. It was the last time I saw Snowdrop, Luna said as tears began to fill her eyes. I am so sorry, Luna, I said as I wrapped her in both my wings and arms. You know she would have loved to meet you, Luna said. As would I, Luna, as would I said as I nuzzled the top of Luna's head and held her close. Throne room. The group watched as Ash battled the undead horde, and the princesses and the ones who weren't there at the time were shocked when they saw the mutated zombies. Applejack cheered Ash on when he rode on the back of the wrecker, and they all gasped in horror when they saw the child zombie and when the split-jawed zombie appeared. But they all became curious as to why the recording stopped and started again when Ash was on the roof and Rage swooped in from out of nowhere and grabbed him. I suppose that excuses Ash, doesn't it? Rage said. Indeed it does. We should have not been so hard on him and we'll make it up to him, Celestia said. You can do it now. If there's one place Ash would be going to, it's to see Luna, Rage said. I'm curious as to know why Ash took his helmet off back there and how he got a hold of the source, Twilight said. Maybe we can ask when we find him, Rainbow said. Soon afterwards everyone left, leaving Faust and Rage. There's more to this, isn't there? Faust said. Yeah, Ash found these on the ones responsible, Rage said as he held up the Templar necklace and note, causing Faust to sigh before she took the letter and read it. This is absolutely disgusting, but I believe you have your new Templar target, Faust said. Understood, I'll inform Ash, but let's go find him, Rage said before he and Faust took off for Luna's room. When they arrived they only saw Luna with a relaxed smile on her face as she brushed her mane. Luna, have you seen Ash? Twilight asked. He's gone to go see Pip. Also he said he wants us to get ready for tonight, Luna said. Why? Everyone asked. Can't say, but he did say come in something comfortable to move in and no disguises. I have the address, so there is no reason to worry, Luna said. Ash's paw, Ponyville. I was walking through the apple orchards of Sweet Apple Acres to the CMC's clubhouse, and as I neared it I began to hear banging, and when the clubhouse came into view I saw long pieces of metal were scattered around and in twisted shapes. In the center of the mess were the ones responsible for so much chaos, discord, and Aris themselves would be satisfied for life were the Cutie Mark Crusaders, and all of them appeared to be working on a piece of metal. They were wearing protection gear that was too big for them and using some very familiar tools. Are those my tools in the furnace from the forge? I asked, surprising the group and causing Scootaloo to hit her hand with a hammer when she was banging on the metal. Dad, you're back, Pip cried as he ran over to me and hugged me. Yes, Pip, but what are you doing? I asked. Well, we were trying to get our cutie marks in blacksmithing, Pip said. And you all thought it would be a good idea to use my tools without permission and also take the furnace as well? I asked, causing the CMC to blush from embarrassment. Okay, you lot, I want you all to pack up and put all of my tools back where you found them along with that furnace. And next time if you want to learn blacksmithing you come to either me or Caramel and well help, so that means none of this taking other people's sorry ponies stuff. Am I clear? I asked. Yes, Ash, Dad, the CMC said. Good, and Pip, we have a lesson with Zecora to get to, I said, causing Pip to smile. Can we come? Apple Bloom asked. Sure, but you have to clean this up first, I said. Hey, can you tell us what you were doing over in the Diamond Dog Kingdom? We heard something bad happened over there, Rumble said. Well, I was there, but it may give you lot nightmares, so it's best if I don't know, I said. Please, the CMC said in union as they gave me the same look my wolf siblings did and added the big eyes and quivering lip to it, easily breaking my resistance. Oh, fine, just stop looking at me like that, but I'll tell you when we get back from the Everfree after you clean this up, I said. Yay, they said in sync. I was about to leave when I remembered something. Hey guys, where did all this metal come from anyway? I asked. Oh, we found it lying on the ground in 2 neat rows, Sweetie Belle said. I wonder who would do that? Scootaloo asked. I gave the group a curious look before I left, and as I was walking through Ponyville I saw the station was flooded by ponies all screaming at the conductor. The conductor announced that some of the tracks had disappeared, explaining why the trains were delayed, while I then facepalmed and made a mental note to have a talk to the 5 foals. I was flying towards Canterlot and was massaging my shoulder from the day I took Pip and the rest of the CMC to see Zecora and had our lesson with him. He seemed to be getting better at it. And when we got back I told them a little bit about what happened at the Diamond Dog Kingdom, keeping the story as clean as possible, and I even showed them the bite mark before I told them of what's happening tonight. I managed to organize the CMC being able to have a sleepover at Sweet Apple Acres, and Granny Smith was delighted to take them, and when I told her of what's happening tonight she just smiled. After I took care of that I fixed up the twisted rails that the CMC used to try and earn their cutie marks and fixed the rails before I finally got changed into some jeans and a white shirt. By the time I left the moon had come out over the horizon. As I flew towards Canterlot I saw Luna at the meeting point. I dropped down onto the streets and greeted everyone else. Like I requested, the royals didn't put on a disguise and came in casual clothing. Hey, nice to see you all, I said. Ash, do you have any idea why the trains weren't up and running? We've been stuck at the station for hours, Max said. Indeed, but at least I managed to get some shopping done, so today wasn't a total loss, Rarity said. True that, Thunderlane said sarcastically while rubbing his back. Yeah, and guess what? It was the CMC. They wanted to get their cutie marks in blacksmithing, so they took my tools in the furnace from the forge and used the rails themselves, claiming they just found it on the ground, I said, causing the main 6 to facepalm along with Thunderlane and Big Mac, while Luna just smiled and shook her head, but Caramel looked ready to blow a gasket. Don't worry, Caramel, I've taken care of the problem and everything is back in its place. Also, I fixed the rails so the trains should be back on time by morning, and the CMC are having a sleepover at Sweet Apple Acres, so they're in good hands. The adventures of those 5 never cease to amaze me or make me laugh for that matter, Faust said with a laugh. Sash, why did you bring us out here? Dreamcatcher asked. I simply smirked before I gestured for the group to follow me down the streets. We made a few turns before we stopped in front of a 3-storied blue glowing building looking like it was made of glass. Shadows of ponies were on the glass dancing on the inside with music so loud you could see the sound waves pulsing through the air, and the building was called Neons, and a long line of ponies were waiting for their turn to get in. I walked right up to the bouncer and gave him our names, and he nodded to the door with a grunt, allowing us entrance, causing the ponies in line to cry out in protest. Don't they realize that they're being rude to the leaders of their country? Chrysalis growled. Very observant, Chrysalis, but in all honesty that's why I wanted to bring you here, I said as we walked down the hallway. So you wanted us to feel bad after we shouted at you? Celestia asked. What? No, that's ancient history now. You see, everyone who comes to this bar couldn't care who you were, even if you're a princess or enemy of the state. You're treated like your ordinary pony here. This is why I said don't come disguised, I said. Why? Discord asked. Since the beginning of your rule, when have any of had a chance to be non-royalty and just have fun? I asked. I see your point, but how did you know about this place? Celestia said. A good friend invited us here once and I didn't have any regrets when we left. It was one of the best nights of fun I've had, Luna said. Yeah, after all, these ponies are only here for a good time, but be warned, there are 2 rules you need to follow, I said as I stopped at a door and held up 2 fingers. All right, lay 'em on us, Soren said as he folded his arms. 1. Don't pull the power plug on this place. Last pony who did that when we were last here, well, let's just say it wasn't pretty, Luna said. Secondly, I said, giving them a serious expression before I smiled. Have fun and enjoy yourselves. Now that's a rule I can follow, Pinky said as her smile increased. I opened the door and we were met with flashing lights, a large dance floor and booths around the wall, and you could see the other 2 floors through the square gap in the center of the room. At the back wall on a small pedestal was Vinyl Scratch mixing some beats. Vinyl then looked up from her turntable and saw us while I just gave her a simple wave. Vinyl then waved back and picked up a microphone, and the music slowed down to a stop, causing all eyes to fall on the DJ for an explanation. Mares and stallions and regulars tonight, some very special ponies have just walked in the door, Ash, Blade and Princess Luna, and they even brought the rest of the family. Give it up for them. Vinyl shouted, causing the entire room to cheer. Now something special before we get to the good stuff brought by Ash, Vinyl said as she began a new song. We enjoyed the music till a gray unicorn with a black spiky mane and tail walked over to us. He was wearing gray pants with 3 5-pointed stars on the bottom of his left leg, along with a black shirt, and under the shirt was a white undershirt that showed at the sleeves. He also wore a white tie and black sweatband on his right arm, and to top it off, a pair of black shades covered his eyes. Neon, good to see you, I said as I fist bumped the stallion. You too, Ash, and I can see you brought the entire royal family along with your friends, Neon said as he saw the group. Not a problem, is it? I asked with a smile. Are you kidding? It's not everyday royalty walks through the door, and to mark the occasion, Neon said as he turned around. Drinks are on the house. Neon screamed above the music, causing everyone to cheer. Oh come on, Neon, you mustn't, Luna said. Luna, this is my house, my rules. If I say free drinks, then let the ponies have free drinks, but come on, I'll show you all where Octavia is. I'm sure you'll want to sit with her, Neon said. Neon, you read me like a book, one said before Neon led us over to the left of the club where we saw Octavia sitting in a booth enjoying the music and having a sip of wine. When she saw us, she got up and stood in front of the booth. Hello Ash, hello Luna, Octavia said as she hugged us both. Suddenly, I got slapped in a particularly sore spot on my back, but I hid the pain and turned around and saw Vinyl. If it isn't my favorite human, what been happening with you? Vinyl asked as she snatched a drink off a nearby waitress's tray and began to drink it. Oh, nothing much, went to the Diamond Dog Kingdom and got bit by a zombie though, I said, causing Vinyl to almost choke on her drink and for Neon's and Octavia's eyes to widen. Dude, details now, Vinyl said. Alright, but let's sit down first, I said, gesturing to the booth. Whoa dude, you are hardcore, Neon said after I finished the tale. Dude, if you didn't blow my mind with your arm and music, this just did, Vinyl said. I'm amazed death hasn't claimed you yet, not when your heart was destroyed or when you got bitten. Someone up there must like you, Octavia said. Maybe, or maybe it's something else, I said as I looked at the flooded dance floor. Suddenly a pulse of pain entered my head and my vision went blurry for a second before I saw pony ghostly figures before my vision returned to normal. Ash, are you alright? Twilight asked, waving a hand in front of my face. Shaking my head, I checked my arm to see if there was anything, but the bite was the same as I woke up. Yeah, just fine, I said. Are you sure, Ash? Remember, Twilight started. Inform you if anything happens. I remember TWI, don't worry. You practically burned those words into my head, I said. Excuse me, Ash, but I was wondering if you're not busy tomorrow, do you think you could help us clear out our basement? Octavia asked. Yeah, it's been getting a little crowded in there lately, Vinyl said. Sure, I don't have anything on, I said. Well, as fun a talking as it doesn't stand up to a good drink, I'm gonna grab us a few rounds, Rage said as he stood up and walked to the bar. We'll help, Max said as he and the stallions and Spike stood up and left. Well, I've got a job to get back to, Vinyl said as she got out of her chair. Hey Vinyl, you said I'd be playing some songs, hate to disappoint the crowd, I said. As sharp as ever, Ash, Vinyl said. Third person Pav. I noticed this back in the Diamond Dog Kingdom, but Ash and Rage, well, they become someone completely different when they're in combat, Rainbow said. Different how, Sugarcube? Applejack asked. I noticed it too when Rage was fighting the zombies. He seemed happy to be killing them, almost too happy, and Ash, well, I can't describe it, but he was also different. You all saw the video from his helmet, right? Gilda said. Video, Luna wondered. I'll inform you later, but right now I wouldn't be surprised about this really, Celestia said. How's a prince? I mean Celestia? Twilight asked. Humans' instincts are like those of wild animals. If you core threaten them or a loved one or make yourself seem like a threat, then they will attack first. And if you manage to get mass of humans with great determination, they could move mountains if they wished, Celestia said. Humans are beings of both chaos and harmony, interesting yet deadly. One of the reasons why I didn't decide to invade Earth when I tried to take over Equestria, but the special humans are the ones that should never ever be taken lightly, Discord said. Special humans? Fluttershy asked nervously. What do you mean taken lightly? Twilight asked. All the knights of Equestria to be exact, and let's just say if you're their superior they'll obey you, if you're their friend they'll die for you, but if you're their enemy, shudder, then Faust help you, Discord said. You know, whenever I look at Ash I'm slightly convinced more and more he isn't human, Faust said. What do you mean, Mother? Chrysalis asked. I don't know exactly myself, it's just a suspicion, Faust said. Everyone just looked at each other in silence before Nocturnal broke the ice. Okay, maybe we can lay off such things for now and enjoy the night, and look, Ash is about to do something, Nocturnal said, nodding over to the turntable pedestal. Ash's Pav. Vinyl just finished her announcement while I selected a song on my iPod and connected it to the system before I pressed play. I continued to watch as every pony seemed to be loving it when they danced to the music, but the whole club was cheering when the chorus began. I saw a couple of my friends have their mare friends out onto the dance floor, and when the song ended I played a new one and more. As everyone was enjoying the songs, I decided to mix things up a bit. Hey Vinyl, I got a few mixed songs, wanna hear 'em? I asked. Definitely, Vinyl said. As the last song played, I saw Celestia got out of her seat and starting dancing and started shaking her national treasure, as she liked to call it, which was hypnotizing for most of the stallions and some mares as well. I had to snap Vinyl out of her trance before Octavia came over and ripped her a new one and selected a new song. For this song, I decided to show them what I could do. I front flipped over the turntable and landed on the dance floor, causing everyone to clear some space for me, and when the beat picked up, I began with a simple tap of my foot and then till the singing started and I began to move. I was actually proud of the way I could dance, thanks to a couple of professional street dancers who were kind enough to teach me a few moves, and because of my parkour it built up my muscles and made the moves easier for me to learn. Also, somehow Pinkie appeared next to me and followed my movements with exact precision. I wanted to ask but knew better than to question the powers of Pinkie Pie. When the music slowed down, I did a backflip and slowed time down around me, giving the audience quite a show, but when the song picked up again, I speed up again and landed perfectly on the ground, causing the audience to roar in applause. As I danced, and when the music slowed down again, I slowed the ponies on the dance floor down before I speed them up again. Pinkie then somehow appeared on a top level of the club and jumped off just as the song slowed down for a third time. I slowed Pinkie down as she fell, and every pony got under her and caught her just as the song picked up, and when it did, Pinkie was placed on the floor and both she and I danced till the music ended and I teleported back onto the turntable with Pinkie. You guys know how to pump up a party, I'll say that, Vinyl said. Oh, believe me, Scratch, we aren't done yet. Pinks, go tell Discord to get his shuffle on, I said. Okie dokie Loki, Pinkie said before she left. So what are you playing now? Vinyl asked. Only the party rock anthem, I said, causing Vinyl's eyes to widen. Are you sure about that? I mean, you told me, Vinyl started. What Pinkie doesn't know won't kill us or her, I said before I pressed play. The dance floor was electrifying when Discord showed up and showed them some moves. Pinkie was by far the one who was most into it. Everyone was having a blast right up till the song ended. What was that? I turned around and I saw Pinkie Pie was standing behind me with a simple smile on her face. Oh, it's a song from home, that's all, I said before I turned back to selecting a song. Yeah, but what was it called? Pinkie asked. Ash, you'd better tell her now before things get bad, Vinyl warned me. All right, I said with a sigh before I turned around to face Pinkie. You see, Pinkie, the song isn't any ordinary song. It's known as the party rock anthem. Pinkie just blinked at me once and twice while she held an innocent little smile on her face. I figured she didn't hear me, but as fast as lighting, Pinkie grabbed my shirt and held me against a wall. Why didn't you tell me you had such an important song? Pinkie said with fire in her eyes and steam whistling out of her ears. Well, it's a surprise, I said, causing Pinkie to tilt her head in confusion. Yeah, I was keeping that song as a surprise for special occasions. Oh, I understand now. Well, that was a really good surprise, thanks Ash. La. Pinkie said as she dropped me, patted me on the head before she walked away. Oh man, that was one close bullet to dodge, Vinyl said. Yeah, note to self, never mess with Pinkie Pie, I said. Yeah, how about a few more songs? Vinyl said. Sure, Scratch, don't worry too much about the almost murdered human, I said as I got up. Oh, you'll live, Vinyl said with a dismissive wave of her hand. I just rolled my eyes with a smile before I pressed play on the iPod. The audience was cheering left and right as the song played, and when it finished, I unhooked my iPod and took up a microphone and prepared my voice and waved for Fluttershy to come on up, which she did with a little encouragement from the others. While Fluttershy made her way over to us, I whispered an idea to Vinyl, which she gave her approval, and I created a screen made of magic in front of the turntable in perfect view of me and Fluttershy. I then told Fluttershy the plan, and she almost backed out if I didn't do a little convincing and handed her a mic before I gave a nod to Vinyl, who hit the play button. The ponies were screaming and were loving the way Fluttershy sang, and when the song ended, I fist bumped Vinyl before I took Fluttershy back to the booth where the others were. Fluttershy, darling, that was incredible, Rarity said as she hugged the butter yellow Pegasus. I didn't know you could sing like that, Fluttershy, Luna said. Oh, it was nothing, Fluttershy said. How the heck did ya get Fluttershy sing in front of all those ponies, Ash? Applejack asked. I needed a little push in the right way, I suppose, Fluttershy answered for me. Hey Ash, that thing with your voice was pretty cool. I'm surprised machinery like that exists to do that to one's voice, Soren said before he took a drink from his mug. Actually, that wasn't machinery. I'm using magic to alter my vocal cords, giving me the robotic voice, I said in my robotic voice, causing Faust, the stallions, Rage, Spike and Spitfire to roar in laughter while the rest laughed ordinarily, and Discord was slamming his hand on the table as he laughed. Who taught you that? Rage asked, trying to control his laughter. Vinyl did. I found out that she specializes in sound magic. She could alter her voice to sound like Morgan Freeman, I said in my normal voice while everyone erupted into more laughter. I'm surprised all of you are laughing. We all know who Morgan Freeman is, Ash, and gotta say he's great, Rainbow said. We've seen a few movies of him while you were on the moon, Ash, Twilight said. Oh, I see, remind me to buy some so we can have a movie night, I said. Sweet, Gilda said. Hey Cap, how about a victory toast? Swift Spear suggested as he held a mug to me, which I accepted. Well everyone, these last 3 days have been something, and I'm sure it's something no one saw coming, but today we have just carved our names into history itself. We managed to stop what many would claim impossible to stop, what would strike fear into the hearts of so many, so here's to us, Prognost, I said as I raised my mug. Prognost, the Immortals and Rage shouted, confusing the others, but they shouted the same thing anyway before we drank. Hey Spitfire, you up for a drinking match? I asked with a competitive smirk as I set down my mug. You're on, Spitfire said. I woke with a terrible migraine and to Luna cuddling me in our bed. I carefully removed her arms from around me and got up only for the pain to return. I quickly had a cold shower and got dressed in some fine clothes before I left the room and went downstairs. But as I was walking down, something grabbed my leg and I fell down the rest of the way. I got up and looked around and I saw Vinyl asleep on the stairs, and when I looked around I saw most of my friends were here. Some were in the lounge room, others were in the entrance hallway. Discord was on the staircase railing while Aris and Rage were on the stairs. I then remembered we went to Neon's and I played some music, but everything else was a bit of bluer, but the only ones that weren't here but were at the party the Immortals. Pain soon reintroduced itself to me, reminding me of the hangover. I got up and went to the kitchen and fixed up something to cure this nightmare of a hangover. I chucked the ingredients into a blender and mixed it all together, causing so much noise it was sure to wake the others. When I finished, I poured some of the contents of the blender into a glass and chugged it down without stopping till the glass was empty. Should have figured it was you. I turned my head to see it was Rage. Along with the rest of the gang were up and most of them weren't happy with me. Sorry for the loud wake-up call, everyone. If I could have done this quietly I would have, I said. Here, pass me a glass, Rage said as he sat at the bench, and I poured him a drink which he chugged down in one gulp. Just like I remember. How could you taste this? I asked. When inside your head I could taste what you eat, Rage said. Oh, I said. So what's that you're making? Rainbow asked. Medicine for the hangovers, I said as I poured some more of the contents into glasses. What's it called? Twilight asked. Best not to ask, I said. That's a funny name for medicine, Pinky said. Pinky, that's not its name, Twilight said. Yeah, it is a funny name, but it has reason to be called that, I said as I finished pouring surprising Twilight. So why does it have that name? Celestia asked. Well, it tastes terrible, but its effects are powerful, so unless you all want your hangovers gone in less than a minute you need to swallow everything as fast as you can, then wash it down, I said as I grabbed the glasses with my magic and handed them to everyone. The group looked at the contents of the glasses nervously except Spitfire and Vinyl, who drank theirs with ease. Well, I've had my share of strange and gross brew, but that was the strangest and grossest, Spitfire said. Same, Vinyl said. Come on, if these guys could down it we can, Rainbow said. The group nodded before they downed their drinks, only to almost spit it out if I hadn't used my magic to get them to continue. You have to chug it all down, then wash it down with water, I said. The group followed my instructions and chugged down the rest before I served them all glasses of water, and they chugged it down to get rid of the taste. That was disgusting, Soren said. How come you lot can stand it? Twilight asked while pointing at us in an accusing way. My guess Spitfire and Vinyl downed something similar when having a hangover, I said looking at Vinyl and Spitfire, who nodded. And that stuff tastes exactly the same as the gruel Ash ate back in the cell, Rage said. It was that revolting, Octavia said. How could you eat that? Rarity asked as she refilled her glass of water and gulped it down. It was all I could eat, so it was either get used to the taste or starve, but at least the hangover stopped, right? I asked. The group stopped and focused on each other for a second before they turned back to me. He's right, Pierce said. Well, gotta say that stuff may be foul, but it works wonders, Caramel said. Oh, I can see everyone's up. I turned my attention to see Luna and Faust walk into the room. Good morning, Mother. Good morning, Lulu, Celestia said. Hey, Faust. Morning, beautiful, I said as I kissed Luna. Good morning to you, stud, Luna said. Hey, does anyone know what happened last? I remember I was a drinking contest before everything went fuzzy, Spitfire said. Ash challenged you to a drinking contest and won, Chrysalis said. What? No way, Spitfire screeched. Then after you and Ash passed out we continued to have fun before we left and I teleported everyone here, Faust said. Oh, and Vinyl, Nero said that he'll hold on to your stuff till you can collect it, Luna said. Phew, that's a relief, Vinyl said. Well, I should get this stuff to the Immortals. My guess is they have a hangover just like we did, I said before I poured the rest of the disgusting brew into a bottle and left for the Immortals. When I stepped outside I breathed in the fresh air before I walked over to the Immortals' home, but as I neared the house I could hear shouting coming from inside. I opened the door and I saw Swift Spear and Lightning Dust both struggling over a photo. I looked at the photo and saw it was the same photo as the one on the bridge in the SS. Stormbreaker of Lightning Dust and Lightning's grandfather Lightning Strike. Hand it over, Swift, Lightning shouted. Come on, Lightning, I want to place some photos of mine on the mantle too, Swift said. Suddenly, the photo slipped from their grip and went into the burning fireplace. I reacted immediately and pulled the photo out of the blaze with my left arm. But the frame was destroyed and the picture of Lightning Strike was burned black or in cinders. I handed the ruined photo to Lightning and she collapsed to her knees and cried. Lightning, Swift mummer. Get the buck out before I bucking kill you, Lightning screamed. But, Swift started. Swift, leave, I interrupted. Swift nodded before he left. I looked back at Lightning and placed a wing over her for comfort. Damn it, of all the things to happen now I'll never see his face again, Lightning sobbed. I didn't say anything but sat in silence till an idea hit me. I'll be back in a little bit. Do you have any plans today? I asked, receiving a shake of the head from Lightning. I'll meet you back here when I'm done. With that done I ran outside and saw Vinyl and Octavia and explained why I would probably be late to help clean out their basement, which they understood before I took off and headed north. I flew through the freezing cold of the frozen mountains in between Canterlot and the Crystal Empire, where I found the remains of the SS. Stormbreaker. The ship looked to be half covered in snow, but everything appeared to be the same. I touched down on the snow and walked inside the massive break in the ship and looked at the floor and saw bodies lay frozen where they lay covered in ice and preserved until the snow melts or they will rot away inside of it. I walked through the icy cold corridors listening as the wind howled through them or the metal groaning from my weight being applied to it. I soon came across the radio room and the pony Pip was forced to kill to save my life. I stared at the soulless life-forsaken eyes of the pony before I grunted at the frozen corpse and moved on. I moved the debris that broke my leg when it fell on me and continued my way onto the bridge. The door in front of me was frozen, but after a little heating spell the ice thawed and I was able to open the metal door easily. Once I did, I looked around the ice-encased bridge before I walked over to the wall and saw the photo I was looking for was gone. I had a look on the floor and saw over next to the remains of the wheel was a familiar corpse and at its feet was the photo I was looking for, but the frame was broken. I walked over to the wheel and picked it up before I looked at the remains. Lightning Strike. Hello, Lightning Strike. Turns out you were right, it was a calling to take Pip as my son, but now he has a mother, Princess Luna herself. If you were here you'd probably say I told you so. Hey. Plenty has happened since you left this world. I have my own ship now called the Pale Horse and I managed to bring home Equestria's Queen Faust and your granddaughter Lightning Dust. She's a member of two special squads of mine. One is the Immortals, where we can operate outside Equestria borders, and the Assassin Brotherhood, where we fight against Templars who seek to control Equestria just like the ones that attacked us on that fateful day. I hope you found peace when you died, and if not, I hope my words helped, I said as I looked at the sleeping eyes of lightning strike before I left. I made my way out of the ship and spread my wings, but not before a small wind brushed against my ear and I heard a whisper quiet enough so I couldn't hear what it was before I looked around for the source of the voice, but there was nothing. I shook my head, telling myself I was hearing things before I extended my wings, but this time a massive gust of wind and snow blew me off my feet and sent my flying in an unknown direction and for an unknown distance. I landed in the snow, but the wind still blew hard and strong. I was surrounded by white and cold. I then decided to try and seek shelter from this freak storm. I began to walk off in a random direction, and as I walked I began to get the sense of déjà vu, but I continued my walk till a great block appeared out of the swirling winds. I stared at the block of ice before I remembered it from my dream from when I was in the Diamond Dog Kingdom, so taking precaution I summoned my armor and weapons before I stepped closer to the ice block. I then looked inside it and saw something I wasn't expecting to see: a pale light blue coated Pegasus wearing an old tattered brown cloak with dark purple winter shirt and dress along with winter boots. She had her eyes closed and her mane was straight that reached her back and it ended in curls that sort of reminded me of Bonbon, only her mane was white and the same blue as her fur, but what really reached out to me was the item on her head. It was made of beads, but the piece on the front reminded me of the alicorn amulet, except this one was blue and white and the eyes on the alicorn looked to be peacefully closed and the gem was an upside down blue hexagon. I placed my hand on the ice to get a better look, but the ice began to crack and with a blast of power I was blown backwards and into another pillar of ice, and when I regained my senses I saw the storm stopped and it was like it was never here. I looked at the ice mound and saw it was broken, and standing in the remains was the Pegasus. She opened her eyes to reveal they were as pale, indicating she was blind. I stared at her curiously as she stepped out of the broken ice and walked past me. Unsure of what I did, I decided to stay quiet and wait to see what happens next. The Pegasus mare walked along the snowy ground until she came to a cliff. I didn't say anything but crouched down and wiped away the snow at her hooves, revealing more ice below. The Pegasus then looked up and snowflakes began to gently fall around us, and suddenly, the crown on her head came to life and out of the gem appeared a frozen blue curved horn that reminded me of Sombra's. Soon whispers filled the air and the snow around her was pushed away, revealing more ice. I know you're there, come out, the Pegasus said, so I let out a sigh before I stepped out of my hiding place and stepped forward, and the Pegasus turned to me. Judging by the clanking of metal, you're wearing armor. Do you serve Celestia? Something like that. Why do you want to know? I asked. I hate Celestia for banishing my friend. Now I'm going to end her, the Pegasus said. Well, you come to the point on your objective, but I can't let you do that, I said. I thought you'd say that, which is why you won't live to see it. Nothing personal, I just can't have any interruptions, the Pegasus said as she turned her back on me. I heard cracking come from below me and I leapt backwards before I was impaled on a massive icicle that burst out of the ground. Impressive, most guards would have been killed by that, but you saw it coming, the Pegasus said. Just who the heck is this mare? Even though she's blind, she's got pretty good accuracy, I thought as I dodged another icicle and I looked at the crown on her head. I need to get that crown off. I ran at the Pegasus, dodging the spikes of ice. As I got close to the Pegasus, a pillar of ice curved over the Pegasus and tried to hit me like a hammer to a nail. I managed to leap to the left to dodge the blow and succeeded before I rolled along the ground and faced the Pegasus. It appears I underestimated you, but I can't linger. I have a princess to seek vengeance on, so I must make this quick, the Pegasus said. Suddenly a part of the mountain exploded and ice began to construct itself, creating a dragon made of ice who let out a roar when it was completed. Oh great, I said before the dragon let out a breath of ice, which I dodged just in time before I was frozen stiff. I got behind cover and made a spear out of fire before I threw it at the dragon. I hit the dragon in the wing, making it roar in pain as the wing melted, but once it did, the dragon made a new wing using the ice around it. Figures. I ducked behind cover again as the dragon unleashed its breath on me. Suddenly spikes tried to impale me, reminding me the dragon wasn't the only opponent in this fight. I dodged the spikes as best as I could, but they were pushing me out of cover. I then looked up and saw the gray clouds that filled the sky, and I used my magic and summoned down a barrage of lightning on the dragon. The dragon roared in pain and anger, but the icy breath stopped. I summoned another spear, only this one was 20 times hotter than the last one. Once the barrage of lightning stopped and the dragon began to heal its wounds, I ran out with the spear and aimed it at its head, only for ice to freeze my legs in place. I looked at the Pegasus to see it was her doing before I looked at the dragon to see it recovered and was taking a deep breath, so I aimed the spear at the dragon's head and threw it just as the dragon unleashed its breath. My spear cut through the dragon's breath like a hot knife through warm butter, but the breath still reached me, beginning to encase my body in ice, but I watched my spear as it flew into the dragon's mouth, making the dragon's breath halt. I only had enough time as to see the dragon go up in a ball of fire before I was completely frozen. The Pegasus faced the direction of the battle, and when everything went quiet she turned to leave, but suddenly, the sound of something cracking filled the air. The Pegasus looked at the direction of the cracking. She then heard something shatter and the sound of ragged breathing from a familiar source. I collapsed to my hands and knees and shivered from the cold, but suddenly a blade made of ice appeared in my line of vision and tilted my head upwards, making me look at the Pegasus. You're something extraordinary to survive that, I'll admit, but I can't have you hanging around, so please forgive me, but this must be done, so to show you I'm not a monster I will grant you one last wish, she said. There is nothing you can offer me, so maybe you can spare some time to tell me on why you hate Celestia, I said. I suppose that's fair, but no, I did like Celestia a while ago, but that all changed when she banished my only friend from Equestria because she wanted to be loved and noticed. I fell into depression and left Equestria, and after some thinking I began to hate Celestia and vowed to have my vengeance for banishing her, so I came here to look for an artifact known as the Windigo Crown, the Pegasus said as she gestured to the crown on her head. Unlike the Alicorn amulet, this one doesn't corrupt me but simply gives me the ice powers of a Windigo, and when I was done with Celestia I was going to figure out how to bring my friend home. But when I put the crown on I lost control of the magic and I was frozen till you appeared, the Pegasus said. I looked at the Pegasus in silence before a strong wind picked up, blowing the Pegasus's cloak off her right shoulder, revealing her cutie mark, which was of a flower stem, and instead of a flower it was a snowflake. Snowdrop, I asked. The Pegasus raised an eyebrow before she placed a hand on my face, only to feel my helmet. Do I know you? Your face doesn't feel familiar, Snowdrop said. Maybe it's because it's my helmet you're touching, I said before I removed it, and Snowdrop felt my face again. You're a human, but the Knights of Equestria are dead. Killed by, Snowdrop started. Nightmare Moon, not Luna, I know, I said. Who are you then and how do you know my name? Snowdrop asked. My name is Ashblade. I am the 6th Knight of Equestria and the Knight of Freedom. The reason I know your name is because Luna told me herself only yesterday, I said. You lie. Luna was banished to the moon, Snowdrop started as she pressed the sword closer to my throat, drawing a small amount of blood. 1,000 and almost 2 years ago, and she has been freed from Nightmare Moon, and ponies now appreciate the night sky now, I said, causing Snowdrop to recoil in surprise at my words. 1,000 years, Snowdrop muttered. Listen, I know it's a lot to take in right now, but I promise you she's here. I was there myself when she was returned to good, I said as I healed the wound on my neck. How do I know this isn't some trick? Snowdrop asked as the blade returned to my view. What would I gain from lying when I want to see the two of you together again as much as you both do? Luna has missed you as much as you missed her. She was in tears when she told me your story, and I know she would want to see you again, I said. Snowdrop looked at me in silence before she dropped her blade, and it broke when it made contact with the ground and tears filled her eyes. Is it true? Snowdrop asked and sobbed. Yes, it's all true, I said. Snowdrop then let out all her tears as she hugged me for dear life. She screaming and crying echoed through the mountains. I sat in silence and patted her on the back till her crying stopped and she released me. Thanks, Snowdrop said. You look like you needed it, I said. In all my life I've never met anyone like you. First I threatened to kill you and then I hold a sword at your throat and then you hug me, Snowdrop said. Unlike most stallions, human males are much more respectable. Besides, you weren't even close to killing me, I said. You're kinda strange, Snowdrop said as she wiped away her tears. I could say the same about you, I said, causing us to giggle. So how do you know Luna? Snowdrop said. Well, I was present when she returned, and when she transformed back into Luna I became her first friend after 1,000 years of loneliness, and later she became my Mara friend, I said. Wait, Mara friend is in you and her are, Snowdrop began. Yep, I said. Oh, by the stars, I am so sorry. How will Luna forgive me? Snowdrop panicked. I won't tell if you won't, I said. Really? Snowdrop asked. Yeah, after all, waking up in a block of ice after 1,000 years must be tough. I should know. I was sent to the moon for 9 months, I said. You were, but why did Celestia send you? Snowdrop asked. No, I'll explain everything to you while we fly, I said. Snowdrop mumbled. Can't you fly? I asked. I can, it's just I need help, Snowdrop said. Oh, of course, sorry, and don't worry, it's nothing to be ashamed of needing help, I said as I gripped her hand with mine. Okay, and while we fly, can you tell me about yourself? Snowdrop asked. Well, sure, but some parts of my life are pretty dark, so you may not like it, I said before I lifted off the ground with Snowdrop. We flew home and I told Snowdrop everything about myself and my adventures along with the demon that possessed Luna and Dreamcatcher, then me, and how being sent to the moon was a healing process and how getting back was the problem. She took great interest in what I said and was astonished by the fact of the now larger royal family. And when we landed in Ponyville, Snowdrop pulled her hood over her face. Nervous? I asked. Yeah, and I don't want to scare anybody with my eyes. Many people would think I'm a freak, Snowdrop said. Not really. Ponyville is actually a really friendly place. The kind of reactions you're thinking of would be up in Canterlot, I said. Still, I think I'll keep it on, Snowdrop said. I understand, I said. You said we were in Ponyville. I thought you said the palace was in this Canterlot, Snowdrop said. It is, but Luna lives here in Ponyville with me and our son Pipsqueak, or Pip for short, I said. You have a son, Snowdrop screamed. Yes, and a child on the way, and Pip is adopted, just so you know, I said. Human males are a lot more caring than stallions, Snowdrop said with a sad look. I noticed the look on her face and knew something was bothering her, but it seemed personal, so I decided not to pry. Listen, before we head to the house I need to take care of a small errand, I said. Okay, Snowdrop said with a much volume as Fluttershy would. I led Snowdrop to the Immortal's house and told her to wait outside, and as I walked in I saw Lightning Dust holding the remains of the photo in a chair. I walked over to her and held the photo that was on the SS. Stormbreaker in front of the old one, causing Lightning to snatch the photo out of my hand and hold it tight. How? Lightning asked. It was on the bridge of the SS. Stormbreaker, he loved that photo dearly, I said. Suddenly I get a tap on my back and turned to see Swift Spear holding a simple wooden picture frame in his hand. I stepped to the side and let Swift present it to Lightning and took this time to leave and let them sort their differences out. I walked outside and I saw Pinkie Pie and Snowdrop's face, barraging her with questions like, does she like cupcakes, while Snowdrop's expression showed fear. Pinkie Pie, I yelled, causing both mares to look at me in surprise. You're scaring her back away. Pinkie looked at Snowdrop before he smile faltered into a frown. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to scare you, I was just trying to be friendly, Pinkie said before she turned to walk away. It's alright, it's just I can't see what's going on, that's why I got scared, Snowdrop said. You can't see? Pinkie asked with curiosity in her voice. Pinkie, she's blind, so treat her as you would do with Fluttershy. Speaking of which, why don't you get a welcome party ready for her, but keep it small and no surprises, okay, I said. Okie dokie Loki, Pinkie said before she bounced away. Who was that? Snowdrop asked. That was Pinkie Pie, she's quite the random mare, so if she does something that can't be explained, just tell yourself it's just Pinkie Pie being Pinkie Pie, I said. Why do I need to say that? Snowdrop asked. Trust me, you'll sleep better at night, but right now let's get you reunited with Luna, I said. I led Snowdrop into the house and I saw the royals were still here and they appeared to busy in the living room. I looked inside and saw Luna wasn't there, and Feather Duster told me she was in on the balcony doing some painting. I thanked Feather before I led Snowdrop up the stairs to our room where I saw Luna. She appeared to be doing a painting of the night sky over Ponyville from the view of our balcony. I can see you've been busy today, I said as I massaged Luna's shoulders, causing her to let out a squeak then a moan. I was getting bored, so I decided to catch up on some painting, Luna said. Well, I have a surprise for you, I said. Is it the reason you're dressed in your armor, and haven't you given me enough gifts? Luna asked. I removed my hands from Luna and snapped my fingers, and I was in casual wear again. Trust me, you'll like this one, I said before I led Luna inside, and we saw Snowdrop, who still had her face covered by her hood. You can take off your hood now. Snowdrop did as instructed, and when she did, Luna gasped. Snowdrop, Luna said. Luna, Snowdrop replied. The two stood in front of each other before they did a small dance and sang a song similar to Twilight in cadences but with a few different lyrics and dance steps. Moonlight, moonlight, fireflies awake, make a wish and do a little shake. The two sang and danced, but instead of clapping their hands against each other, they held a hand on their hearts and closed their eyes when it came to the make-a-wish part. When the greeting ended, both of their eyes were filled with tears and they hugged each other, refusing to let go. I gave a nod before I left. I closed the door and I saw the others were climbing up the stairs. Ash, is Luna all right? We heard crying, Celestia said. If you hurt her, I swear I send you to Tartarus myself, Dreamcatcher said in a threatening tone. Whoa, chill, all right, everything is fine, she's just really happy, I said. What did you do that made her so happy she's crying? Cadence asked. It's not my place to say, so when she comes out then you can ask her, but for now leave her be, I said. Everyone nodded before we went downstairs and I left the house to go see Vinyl and Octavia about their basement cleanup. I walked up to Octavia's and Vinyl's house and knocked on the door. The house itself was not what I was expecting. It was like someone split it down the middle. One half was brown and had organ pipes as a chimney and the other half purple, but the house was very music themed. After I finished observing, the door opened and I was greeted by Octavia. Ash, I'm glad you're here, Octavia said. Yeah, sorry I took so long, I said. It's all right now, follow me, I plan on getting this done as soon as possible, Octavia said. I, Captain, my captain, I said with a salute, causing Octavia to stifle a laugh. Octavia led me to the basement and it like you'd expect in any basement, cluttered with stuff and a single window at the back and a non-working light bulb. And in the center of the mess was Vinyl. Hey Ash, what took you so long? Vinyl asked. You know that thing I had to do for lightning dust? Well, it took me longer than I thought because I ran into an old friend of Luna's who was frozen in ice for 1,000 years. And when she wakes up she tries to kill me with a dragon made of ice, I said. Wow, that's cold, Vinyl said with a laugh at her own pun. Yeah, very amusing. And Octavia not going to chew my head off? I asked. No, it appears no matter what happens trouble always seems to come after you, Octavia said. Yeah, I need a break, this is beginning to get exhausting, I said before I noticed a familiar fuzzy object behind Octavia. Octavia, don't move. What is it? Octavia asked in a scared tone. I reached out and got the fuzzy object in my hand and looked at it. Hi Scary, I said to the white fuzzy arachnid. A spider, Octavia asked. Spider where? Vinyl screamed in a panic as she looked around the room. Wow, this a reverse, but anyway Vinyl, Scary here isn't going to eat you, I said as I held Scary out to Vinyl. Keep that thing away from me, I hate spiders, Vinyl said as she backed herself against a wall. How do you know this spider? Octavia asked. Oh, this is Bonbon and Lyra's pet spider, Scary, I said as Scary waved with one of his legs. He's intelligent, Octavia said in surprise as she waved back. Yep, Fluttershy told me about these guys and they have high levels of intelligence like her spider fuzzy legs, I said. Does it matter? Get that thing out of here now, Vinyl screamed. All right, just hang on for a second, I said before I looked at Scary. Listen Scary, if you have any buddies in here you'd better get them out, this place is going to be renovated. Scary saluted me before he attached a web to my hand and climbed down it and disappeared underneath some boxes. A few minutes later we watched as every spider in the basement left through the basement window and Scary gave me a final salute. That was something, Octavia said. Sure was, now you can work without the worry of spiders, Vinyl, I said. An hour and a half later. Octavia, Vinyl and I continued our work in the basement and the room was slowly becoming easier to work in. Whoa, hang on, do you honestly think that's possible? Octavia asked. Why not? I mean, if I did take some of Vinyl's tail hair and add it to the bow of my violin and the sound came out all dubstep like, it would be pretty cool, but it's just a stupid thought, I said. I'm actually beginning to like your thinking, Ash, maybe we should test that theory sometime, Vinyl said. Well, I'm going to get a drink, Vinyl, would you like one? Octavia asked. I'm actually feeling a little hungry, so I'll come up and make something for myself, Octa, Vinyl said. Alright, what about you, Ash, do you want something to eat or drink? Octavia asked. Now you guys go on, I'll continue to work down here, I said. The pair nodded at me before they left. I turned around and I continued to clear boxes full of stuff for a while till I saw two large rectangular wooden boxes that needed to be moved. I grabbed the first one and placed it upright against a wall, noticing how heavy the thing was before I grabbed the other one, only I slipped on something resulting the box to crash on top of me. But I managed to roll it off me and I heard the sound of something clattering inside of it. I immediately found the latch to open it and pulled open the twin doors only to discover robes and weapons inside, but these robes belonged to the Assassin Brotherhood. They were white and electric blue and the box also held a sword, a small dagger and hidden blades along with a black wooden full face mask with purple lenses for the eyes. I got up and looked at the other box and opened it to also revel assassin robes, but unlike the last one, this one was ashen gray and black and the box held a rapier with a treble clef serving as the cross guard along with hidden blades and throwing knives. Suddenly I hear a teleportation spell go off behind me and I stand up and turn around and see Octavia and Vinyl looking at me in shock. Ash, we can't, Octavia started, but I raised my hand to stop her. I think we need to have a little talk, I said. Author's notes. Some parts of this chapter was inspired by theses groups. Juicebox Alvin. Silly Philly Studios. And Dragon Prophecies Studios. I own none of these. Chapter 38, Making Your Mark. Ash, I know what you're thinking, but those robes belonged to one of our ancestors, Octavia said. I didn't say a word or turn around for that matter, I just kept walking through the trees of the everfree forest towards the castle of the royal family. Why are we here? Vinyl asked. To speak in private, I said. Isn't this private enough? Vinyl asked. No, I said before we entered the castle library. I then walked over to the bookcase and kicked the emblem, opening it before I walked inside, not even bothering to look at Vinyl's and Octavia's faces. But they followed me down the corridor into the chamber and I walked over to the side and let Octavia and Vinyl study the room while I summoned my robes and put on the disguise ring and coated myself in my shadow. I turned to the two mares who were still gazing around the room in awe. Ahem, I said politely. The two spun around and jumped when they saw me, but I removed my hood and ring along with my shadow, revealing myself to them. Ash, Octavia screeched. You're the shadow vigilante that everyone has been going on about, Vinyl asked. Yep, I answered simply. Yo Ash, why'd you summon us? I looked at the door and saw Rage and the rest of the Brotherhood were here as well. You're all involved, Octavia asked. Ash, you do know that Vinyl and Octavia are here, right? Spike said. I know, but everyone, these guy had the robes of the Brotherhood in their homes which belonged to the First Order of Assassins in Equestria, I said. They're heirlooms. We were told that one day the robes would be needed to be worn again to repel the darkness, Vinyl said. And the time is now, Vinyl. This is what I wanted to talk to you two about. We want you to join the Brotherhood, I said, causing Octavia's and Vinyl's eyes to go wide. I'm pretty you know about the Templars, so the only thing left is the decision to join. Ash, are you out of your mind? You're all murderers. Even if you did save Celestia that one time, there's no way all. Octavia started. I'm in, Vinyl said. Vinyl, Octavia shouted. Tabby, you know what's at stake here. My grandfather told me stories about his really great-grandmother who was once one of these assassins. I was even told what these Templars tried to do when they were last here, Octa, Vinyl said. Yeah, but, Octavia started. But nothing, Octa. These guys must have known they were going to become killers in order to protect Equestria. It's like the Royal Guards. They know they will need to kill to save Equestria, and also Equestria is my home, and if those Templars want it, they'll need to go through me first, Vinyl said. Octavia just stared at Vinyl in shock at what she was hearing, but that's when I decided to step in. Octavia, I'm not asking you to make a decision yet, but if you wish, come with us on one mission and decide for yourself. And if your decision hasn't changed, you'll wake up the next day in your bed with no memory of this at all, I said. Octavia looked around at us. Her expression showed she was deep in thought. Very well, but you must keep your word, Octavia said. I always do, I said before I turned to Rage. Have we been given the go by Faust? The Queen is involved in this, Octavia screamed. She has, but the only problem is we don't know where Magnesium Flare is, Rage said. I've got that covered, I said before I walked over to a desk and showed them a letter. It took me a while, but I managed to crack the Templars' code for this letter I took from when we killed Golden Horde. It tells us the locations of several Templars till they get new orders, including Magnesium Flare. Where is he then? Spike asked. He's in a hydro plant with another Templar by the name of Aqua Gold. I've been keeping a close eye on this one for some time, and it's his job to make sure Equestria has clean drinking water, but this guy is far from being innocent. What happened in the Diamond Dog Kingdom, it isn't the first time it happened, but on a smaller scale, I said as I held up a folder marked Aqua Gold and handed it to the others. 7 years ago, a small village west of Ponyville had a serious outbreak resulting in 90% of the population dead. 5% of them had lost the ability to use limbs and magic, leaving the rest scarred for life. No one knows how this happened, but after some digging I found out it was Aqua Gold who was responsible, and that's not even the worst of it. Several other incidents resulting mass deaths happened because of contaminated water. Also, the Basted is the father of several foals who he had with several mares but denied responsibility thanks to lawyers and bribes. How'd you find all that out? Caramel asked. Through classified records data, I said. Damn, you really dig deep into this, don't you? Vinyl said as she looked through the folder. I make it my job to find out stuff for these situations, I said. We'll need to do this later. Pinky was holding a welcome party for a new mare by the name of Snowdrop, Pierce said. Oh right, we'll head over to the hydro plant later, but for now we'd best get to the party and mingle to avoid suspicion, I said. Third person Pav. At Ash and Luna's mansion, the welcome party was underway and everyone was enjoying themselves, but everyone who didn't know were shocked when they found out who Snowdrop was. Twilight then went bonkers asking about life from 1,000 years ago, and Snowdrop admitted about what happened when she woke up and met Ash. But despite everything, Luna wasn't angry but relieved on how it ended, and Snowdrop was allowed to keep the Wendigo crown and agreed to let Twilight study it. Are you bucking kidding me? Ash didn't accept the chance to become a prince/king. Gilda shouted. Yes, several times in fact, Luna said. Geez, he's either stupid, smart or something else, Spitfire said. The chance to become royalty and he turns it down. What kind of moron is he? Rainbow asked. The one that isn't interested in being royalty, Faust said as she sat on the couch next to Luna while the others stood around it. Humans are complicated things even for me. Once you think you have them all figured out, bam. They completely turn it around to surprise you. It's one of the reasons why they're an alpha species and why they shouldn't be trifled with, Iris said, munching on some cotton candy. Iris is right. Trying to understand what drives them to keep going is like trying to understand Miss Pie, Dreamcatcher said. Right here, Pinky said, stuffing her face at the buffet table. Ash was over with Snowdrop some drinks with her as he watched everyone having a ball. Is it true you didn't want a royal title? Snowdrop asked. Pretty much, Ask said. Wow, regular stallions wouldn't even think twice before saying yes to that, Snowdrop said. True, but I'm happy with what I've got here, a fine home, beautiful family, great friends and a work I love to do. I can't ask for anything more, Ash said. Must have been hard for you to go through life without that, Snowdrop said. Yeah, but Snowdrop, there's one thing that's been bothering me, Ash said. What is it? Snowdrop asked. When we met you threw quite a few accurate shots at me, but if you're blind, how'd you know where I was? Ash asked. Oh well, since my sight doesn't work, I've had to adjust to my other senses, like feel the vibrations in the ground. Makes it easy for me to see what's going on around me. As long as it's on the ground I can see it, or if the ground is solid, Snowdrop said. Amazing, Ash said before he saw Rage giving the okay to go. Hey Snowdrop, some of us have to go and take care of something, so we'll see you later. Snowdrop gave me a nod before she walked over to the others while Ash and the Brotherhood along with Vinyl and Octavia left. It was nighttime and Ash was in his assassin robes but decided to forego the shadow and disguise ring since the hydro plant was at the base of Canterlot Mountain and all the guards here were Templars. The group was on the roof looking through the windows at the room below, and it looked like a combination between a lab and hydration production line. The group remained silent as we watched Magnesium Flare and Aqua Gold run the show. Magnesium Flare was a bronze-coated Pegasus stallion who wore a lab coat and safety goggles. His mane was orange and it looked like a mad scientist whose experiments had blown up too many times in his face, so his mane turned black as it went up. Aqua Gold was a unicorn stallion. He had a marine blue coat of fur and a slicked back mane and wore a clean-pressed suit. No shadow tonight, Rage asked. No need, there aren't any royal guards here, and by the time anyone finds out what happened here there's no way to find out who did it, Ash said. You're referring to that trick where you were able to see into the past when Tyrk was in the throne room of Canterlot? Rage asked. That's the one, it's called Phantom Eye, Ash said. Can you explain it to me because I'm beginning to get worried, Spike said. It's a very useful spell, but it can only go up to a certain limit. If someone wanted to look into the past, they'd only be able to look about 2 hours into the past before they can't see beyond it, Ash said. Well, that's a relief, Pierce said. Anyway, shall we get this show on the road? Mac asked. Right, Rage Flare is yours, I'll take care of Gold. Octavia will join me, Ash said as he gestured to a robes-wearing cellist player. Fine, Vinyl can come with me, Rage said. All right, the rest of you destroy any chemical formulas that are written down involving the Diamond Dog Kingdom incident along with any of the virus that was recently created, Ash said. Right, they all said in union. And finally a little upgrade for the assassin blades, Ash said as he handed everyone in the group a small object. What is it? Soren asked. It's called a rope launcher. I found some old blueprints and thought it could be useful to us, Ash said. Nice, now that that's done, let's rock this house, Rage said before he stood up and jumped through the window and air assassinated a Templar soldier before he went off to cause more chaos. Come on, don't wanna be left behind, Ash said before he jumped in but landed on the iron supports that went along the roof. Ash silently made his way over and above 2 soldiers who were about to shoot Rage. Ash removed a rope dart from my side and threw it down onto one of the Templars before he leapt off the iron support, hoisting the Templar into the air, and before his friend knew what happened, Ash drove a hidden blade into his neck. Ash tied off the rope dart, keeping the Templar in the air before he to see Octavia had jumped down with him but stayed silent and just looked at the bodies. Ash checked and asked if she was all right, and she gave him a nod before he led Octavia through the stacks of machinery while the others took care of the Templars. Octavia and Ash ran in between 2 large generators but was cut off on either side by Templars. Ash looked around and saw a platform above them, so grabbed Octavia by the waist and aimed the rope launcher at the platform and fired it. Once the hook snagged on the platform, the Templars ran at the pair, but the rope began to retract and both Octavia were pulled up, and once they were safely on the platform, Ash tossed a spring razor at the Templars, shredding them before they could fire at them. Octavia took a glacé before she immediately backed away. Ash apologized to her for the gruesome attack, but she held her hand out in front of him and took a breath. She then looked at the rest of battle. Octavia showed no sign of emotion on her face, impressing on how she was doing before he looked around and saw Spike. He had his back to the wall and was surrounded by Templars. Ash then looked above Spike and saw a stack of large metal pipes held together by a pair of straps before he fired his rope launcher and hit one of the straps that was holding pipes in place. Suddenly, another rope hit the other strap and Ash looked and saw it was Octavia, and she looked determined. On 3.1.23, Ash said as he pulled on my rope along with Octavia breaking the straps. The pipes clattered onto the ground, causing the Templars to panic and run, trying not to get squashed. Spike saw the pair before he gave us the thumbs up, which Ash returned with a nod before he saw Aqua Gold run into what looks like an office, and a heavily reinforced one at that. Gold ran in there, Ash said as he pointed to the office. How will you get in? Octavia asked. I'm curious on which is stronger, that room or me, Ash said before he used the rope launcher and zip lined to the door. Once he landed, Ash turned around and saw Octavia had also used her rope launcher and came down to join him. Once Octavia touched the floor, Ash turned his attention to the door and placed a hand on it and knocked a few times. Let's see you get through this. 5 inches of pure steel. Not even the strongest earth pony or unicorn can break into this room, and the room is outlined with anti-teleportation runes. Aqua Gold shouted through the door. Now what? Octavia asked. Ash gave Octavia a smile before he cracked his neck and reeled back his left hand and punched the door, causing it to fall over, making a large clang once it hit the ground. The door was bent down the middle and a fist print was in the center of the door, and Ash smirked at Octavia's shocked look before he walked inside. Aqua Gold was in a chair behind a desk staring at Ash in shock and surprise, and his mouth was opening and closing like a fish trying to form words, and once Ash was fully inside the room he spread my wings for intimidation. Aqua Gold fell backwards and out of his chair while Ash walked over to him and grabbed his suit coat before he threw him onto his desk and held him there. That may be true, but you must know I'm not a pony. Now tell me, who's the pony in charge? Ash asked. I don't know, Aqua said. Don't lie to me, Ash growled. We never see his face. He always sends us letters, or when it's in pony he's always hidden by shadow, Aqua said. And what was the goal behind the Diamond Dog Kingdom outbreak? Ash asked, only for Aqua Gold to stay silent, so Ash punched him in the ribs, cracking a few bones in the process. They were declared unfit to live in the new world, so the Grand Master ordered Magnesium Flare and I to take care of it, Gold said once he got his breath back. Octavia was fuming at the words that came out of Aqua's mouth before she stomped her way over to Aqua, and Ash moved to the side and Octavia punched Aqua Gold across the face. You monster, those were Diamond Dogs, sentient creatures. They had homes, families, loved ones, and you just destroyed that, Octavia said with a few tears in her eyes. Wrong, assassin. There is only one sentient race, ours, and when we're through and the Templars are in control, every other species in the world who see our ways as truth will bow to us. And any who oppose, well, let's just say it won't be pleasant, Aqua said with a chuckle. Octavia looked ready to spill blood now along with Ash, but Ash stopped Octavia before he grabbed Aqua Gold and teleported the 3 of them to a platform and held Aqua against the railing. The platform was high over a flow of water and was swept into a massive propeller that went into a machine to clean the water. You know those foals that you abandoned with their mothers? I'm glad they never met such an evil bastard like you. To poison waterways and disregard safety protocols is simply disgusting, Ash said. We all have to make a quick bid, and I couldn't care less about those brats along with their whore mothers. But I wonder what will happen with the royal family. Will they writhe in agony as we kill them one by one along with that pathetic wife of yours? Or will we kill them all at once, and as for you and your soon-to-be Frankenstein child, the Grand Master has something special in mind for you, Gold said. Octavia looked at Ash in worry. She couldn't see his face, but what happened next confused her because Ash let go of Aqua's coat, letting him stand at full height. Ash then took Aqua's hand and placed a small bag in it before he turned around and took a few steps away from Gold. What's this? Aqua asked, confused. Open it, Ash said without looking back and with no emotion in his voice. With a raised eyebrow, Aqua opened the bag and saw silver coins. Coins? Aqua Gold asked. 30 pieces of silver to be exact, cause where you're going is expensive, Ash said. What are you talking about? Aqua Gold asked. 30 pieces of silver to pay the ferryman. For your trip to hell. Ash yelled before he turned around and with the sole of his boot kicked Aqua Gold over the railing. Aqua Gold was sent plummeting into the propeller while he screamed all the way down. Ash didn't look, but the sound of bone and flesh being ripped apart confirmed Aqua's death. Ash then looked at the necklace he had in his hand he took when he handed the bag of silver pieces to Aqua before he turned to Octavia. Sorry, I guess I should have made that a little cleaner then let my anger get the better of me, Ash said. No, in all honesty I would have done that myself if you didn't, Octavia said. Well then, here to remind you why we fight, Ash said as he handed the necklace to Octavia. Octavia gave Ash a nod before Ash tied a folder to the railing and led Octavia over to where Rage and Vinyl would be. When they saw them, Rage was holding Magnesium Flare's head in an oil drum while Vinyl watched behind her mask. Rage, what are you doing? Ash asked. Giving this prick a taste of his own medicine, Rage said as he pulled Magnesium's head out of the drum and tied him up in a chain and pulled on the chain suspending Flare in the air. Suddenly Magnesium began to twitch and shake rapidly till his eyes turned green and began to glow and he was trying to get out of the chain. He let terrifying screams that would be branded into one's head for eternity. You turned him into a zombie, Octavia asked in shock. He's getting what he deserves, Rage said. Bang. Everyone was startled by the bang and looked to see Ash holding his pistol and the barrel was smoking. When they saw what he aimed at, there was a hole in the middle of Flare's forehead. Rage, what you did could have been a disaster for us, I said. He turned innocent into monsters. I was showing them their pain. He deserved to suffer, Rage said. Yes, he did, but he can suffer in hell, Rage. If we left him like that, what would have happened? Ash asked. The guards would have found him and put them out of his misery or changed him back, Rage guessed. And if he got free of the chain, what if he infected the guards that came here to inspect this place? What if he infected the dead bodies? Rage, this is serious. Your little mistake could have killed millions. Remember, never take unnecessary risks that affect those around you, Ash said. Sorry, Ash, I'll be sure not to repeat that mistake, Rage said. Good, right now I'm going to make sure to grab any useful info these Templars had. You make sure that virus is dealt with, Ash said before I walked away, ignoring the awestruck Vinyl and Octavia. Ash teleported the group back to the den before he placed some documents he retrieved onto a desk. Ash. Ash turned around and came to face Octavia, who was looking at the ground and was ashamed. Are you all right, Octavia? Ash asked. Yes, but I just wanted to apologize for what I said before about calling all of you murderers. I can see why you're doing this. The real enemy are the Templars and what they are doing is beyond evil. So there's only one option left, kill the Templars before they destroy us all, Octavia said. Does this mean you've reached your verdict? Ash asked. Yes, and I want to help you fight the Templars, Octavia said as she looked up at Ash with a fire in her eyes. Ash just nodded to Octavia before he signaled the others to stand beside him while Vinyl and Octavia kneeled in front of the group. Both Octavia Melody and Vinyl Scratch have chosen to accept our offer to join us, but before this can be done you must know the 3 tenets that uphold our creed, Ash said. Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent, Rage said. Hide in plain sight, Lightning said. Never compromise the Brotherhood, Spike said. Let these words be branded into your minds, follow them and you will succeed, but break them and you will face the consequences. Do you still wish to join us? Ash asked. Yes, Vinyl and Octavia said in sync. Then we welcome you to the Brotherhood and remember nothing is true, everything is permitted, Ash said. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, Octavia and Vinyl said in sync before they stood and were surrounded by the group and welcomed with hugs and handshakes. All right everyone, we best get back to my home. I'll contact you all for our next target, Ash said. Ash's paw. I woke up to the feeling of someone jumping on the bed, so I cracked an eye open to see it was Pipsqueak and he had a massive smile on his face. I then looked over at Luna and saw she was getting up, so I followed suit and looked at Pip with a tired expression. Pip, why are you up so early? I asked, causing Pip to stop bouncing. It's a very important day at school today, Pip said, causing Luna and I to look at each other in confusion before we looked back at Pip. Today's the day the school votes for a new student pony president and I'm competing. Huz, our son is taking on the mantle of a leader. This is amazing to hear, Luna said as she grabbed Pip in a hug. Thanks Mom, Pip said as he hugged back. So what will you plan to do if you're elected? I asked. Well, our playground equipment was badly damaged during the battle with Tyrek, so I plan to fix it, Pip said proudly. The mention of Tyrek subconsciously made me place a hand on the scar over my heart, which wasn't unnoticed by the other occupants in the room. Honey, are you all right? Luna asked with concern. I'm fine, I said before I kissed Luna on the lips to assure her I was fine before I turned to Pip. And Pip, is for your idea. I thinks that's very noble, so in celebration you can decide what's for breakfast. Really? Pip asked, which I just nodded. Then pancakes, butter and maple syrup it is. I gave Pip a nod before he left and I got out of bed. Do you wish to use the bathroom, Luna? I asked. Yes please, and can you tell Silver Tray and Feather Duster to prepare 50 pancakes for me? Luna asked as she rubbed her swollen stomach. I gave Luna a smile and a kiss before I left. I was working in the forge with Caramel for most of the day. Caramel was working on a pair of horseshoes while I was finishing a necklace for one of Rarity's dresses. It had teardrop-shaped gems that came in an assortment of colors and formed an upside-down triangle. Once I finished, I picked up my work and looked it over for any flaws. Seeing none, I gave a no of satisfaction. Done staring at that, Caramel asked jokingly. A true craftsman, or in your case Craftsbony, always checks his work for flaws or ways to improve it, but you already knew that, didn't you? I said as I looked Caramel. Diamond Tiara. I looked at the source of the voice and saw it was a mare who was speaking to Diamond Tiara. I knew her name was Spoiled Rich and she was husband to Filthy Rich and mother of Diamond Tiara. She had a dark purple mane and hot pink coat and she wore a fancy dress like the ones up in Canterlot. She and I never spoke, but Filthy Rich was somewhat more pleasant to talk to. I've helped him out from time to time and we shared a few laughs and I found out he was very caring about Diamond Tiara, but his work always meant he couldn't spend time with his family as much. Why are you making that face? That is not the face of a winner, Spoiled Rich said. Because I didn't win, Diamond Tiara said. What do you mean? I brought all these party supplies to celebrate? Nothing, Spoiled Rich said as she gestured to some maids and a butler who were carrying party supplies. Sorry mother, Diamond Tiara said. It's bad enough you lost to that transplant from Trottingham, but imagine what would happen if you lost to one of those blank flanks. As a rich pony, you must always think of your social standings. That starts here in Ponyville and reaches all over Equestria. Don't ever forget that diamond tiara ever. Spoiled Rich shouted before she walked off. To me to actually hear all that was never a good thing. I almost made up my mind to put down the necklace and walk over to Spoiled Rich with my hammer and beat her face until it was black and blue. And if Caramel didn't hold me back, I would have done far worse. When she called my son a transplant, once I calmed down, heard singing, and I saw it was Diamond Tiara. As I heard Diamond Tiara sing, I placed the necklace in a box before I packed up, telling Caramel I was going to call it a day, which he just nodded before I left. I saw Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo were following Diamond Tiara, and when Diamond stopped singing, I focused on the girls. Is it weird that I feel bad for her? Sweetie asked. If it is, then I'm weird too, Scootaloo admitted. She wants to change, but she doesn't know how, Apple Bloom said. Seems she could use a friend or two to figure it out, Sweetie said. I'm glad you three think that, I said, causing the trio to spin around in surprise to see me. Asha, did you hear all that? Scootaloo asked. Yes, and I'm very proud you three want to help her even though she wasn't the kindest pony to you, I said. Really? Sweetie Belle asked. But of course, look at Trixie, Gilda, and Discord. They've made an effort to change and now they're surrounded by friends, I said. You really think it's a good idea? Scootaloo asked. What do you three think? I asked with a smile before they ran off. I smiled as the girls left before I walked over to the Carousel Boutique. Once I arrived, I opened the door and was greeted by the all too familiar bell above the door. One moment, I heard Rarity call out. I looked around at the mannequins, all with a different dress on them, and smiled before I heard a door open out the back and Rarity walked out, followed by an old light blue earth pony. He wore a butler outfit and had white hair going around his head. I knew him to be Randolph Filthy Rich's butler, and he was holding a dress cover. My mistress thanks you for fixing her dress, Miss Rarity, Randolph said in a professional yet polite tone before he noticed me. Ah, Mr. Ash, I was on my way to see you today. Master Rich has requested your presence tomorrow afternoon at his home. Sure, tell him I can stop by and thank you for letting me know, I said. Randolph just nodded before he left before I turned my attention to Rarity. Ash, are you alright? You seem to be having mixed feelings about something, Rarity said. It's Spoiled Rich, that's all, I said. Why, what happened? Rarity asked. She called my son a transplant, I said. Oh, that tears it, Rarity said, grinding her teeth together. Whoa, calm yourself, Rarity. I was willing to hammer her face in, but that would be a very poor move to make. Also, it's something I need to worry about, not you, I said. I know, but Pip does not deserve such words, even though you and Luna are his adoptive parents, and the fact there are still ponies who can't seem to respect that frustrates me. And I don't care if it's unladylike or not, Rarity said with fire in her eyes. Well, at least there are those that do care, right? I said, calming Rarity's anger. Indeed, but what brings you here today, Ash? Rarity asked. I came to drop this off for you, Rarity, I said as I handed the box containing the necklace, which Rarity took and opened. She gasped in amazement. Ash, it's lovely. If this was a gift to me, I'd never take it off, Rarity said. Hey, I can always make another one for you, I said. Oh, Ash, I couldn't ask you to do that, Rarity said. I know, that's why I'm not asking you, I said. Well, still, how much do I owe you for this fine piece? Rarity asked. Not a bit, am I understood, I said. But Ash, the shine on these gems, surely you must have gone through a great deal of trouble to get them, Rarity said. They were actually a gift from Diamond Cutter back from the incident, I said. What? Ash, I most certainly can't accept this now, Rarity said, trying to hand me the box as if it was a bomb or something. Rarity, those gems were mine to do with as I saw fit, and they deserve to be worn by some pony, so don't ask me to take it back, I said as I placed a hand on the box and gently pushed the box back towards Rarity. I see, and you're right, gems like these need to be accessorized, and you have done a marvelous job, darling, Rarity said as she gazed at the necklace. Well, since you know how to show off clothing and accessories, you keep that one and I'll go and make some more, I said. What, but Ash, Rarity started. And I will not hear a word of protest, Rarity, just consider it a generous gift. Even you must appreciate one every now and again, I said before I left for home. At dinner, Pip told us the news on how he won the vote, which caused us to hold a special dinner before we went to bed. Now I was walking over to Sweet Apple Acres dropping off some nails for Mac. He told me it's to fix a hole in the barn wall after a timber wolf tried to get in, but luckily the crisis was sorted and none of the animals were harmed. I saw Mac was over at the barn and was running a check on all the materials he had. Howdy, Mac, I can see you're ready to go, I said when I was in earshot. Yup, Mac said. Need some help with the wall? I asked. And nope, Mac said. All right then, I said. How's Snowdrop? If I remember correctly, she's living in a cloud house next to yours, Mac said. She's doing well, and yes, she does have her own home just parked next to ours, and she comes down to eat with us, I said. And how's Pip? Heard he won the election from Apple Bloom, Mac said. He's doing great. Luna is really proud of him, just like I am. Also, that reminds me, Apple Bloom told me she wants to help Diamond Tiara. Do you know if the girls are in the clubhouse? I asked. Yup, Mac said. Thanks, Mac, see y'all later, I said before I walked off to Orchid. The farm was quiet this time of year. The apples weren't exactly ripe to be bucked and there weren't many birds here, but the silence was quite relaxing and I could ease my worries just by sitting under a tree and watching the day pass. I finally saw the CMC clubhouse and I began to walk over to it, and I saw Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, and Diamond Tiara on the porch. Suddenly, Diamond Tiara ran down the ramp and through the orchid. Where is she going? Scootaloo asked. Where do you think? Come on after her, Apple Bloom said before she ran down the ramp with Scootaloo. Wait, I'm coming too, Sweetie said. As I watched, I decided to follow them and find out what's going on, and as I ran through the orchid I began to hear singing. The girls and Diamond Tiara ran to the school and I saw the class and Miss Cheerily were outside the school. I then flew into the branches of a tree, giving me a view of the situation. Every pony, I have an announcement, Diamond Tiara said. Diamond Tiara, think hard about the choice you're making right now, Apple Bloom pleaded. You could be a better pony, Scootaloo finished. Diamond Tiara. I turned my gaze to the schoolhouse door and saw Spoiled Rich. I just happened to be here for the school board meeting, and this is what I see in the adjourn. My daughter is associating with confused, insignificant lowlifes. Socializing with their kind is not how you move up in Equestria. Come Diamond Tiara, spoiled Rich demanded before she began to walk away. I was so ready to teach that mare a lesson she would never forget, and I could tell Miss Cheerily was ready to have a few words of her own with her. But we both stopped when someone spoke. No, mother, Diamond Tiara said. Excuse me, spoiled Rich said. You spent your life acting like a high horse and raised me to follow in your hoofprints. At first I thought this was fine, but then I finally realized I wanted something. You don't have friends, Diamond Tiara said, causing everyone to gasp, and I could see spoiled Rich was looking nervous. That's enough, Diamond Tiara, step away from those blank flanks, spoiled Rich said, trying to maintain control. These are the cutie mark crusaders. They are my friends. You need to stop calling them such mean and hurtful names. They are working harder to get their cutie marks than any pony I've ever seen, and they will get them exactly when they discover their true talent, which I guarantee will be amazing. Now will you please deliver this to father? Diamond Tiara asked as she held out a note. Yes, of course, dear, spoiled Rich said before she took the note and left. I have to thank you, crusaders. Obviously I've known from the beginning my talent is to get other ponies to do what I want. I just asked my father to donate the money for the new playground equipment, Diamond Tiara said, causing the group to voice their thanks before Diamond Tiara walked over to Pip. I knew you were worried there for a minute there, weren't you? Well, I think everything will be just fine, Mr. President, Diamond Tiara said before she began to sing. As Diamond Tiara sang, I contacted Twilight to give a hand, and the delivery of the equipment was here in minutes. The whole class also pitched in and the work went by smoothly. And when the work was done, everyone crowded around Diamond Tiara and thanked her for the help. As everyone was distracted by Diamond Tiara, a strange glow appeared behind me. I turned around and saw it was Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, and they were being lifted into the air, but when it stopped and the girls were placed on the ground, I saw something on their shoulders. And from the voices of awe and amazement from everyone else, I could tell they saw it too. What happened? Sweetie Belle asked. What's going on? Apple Bloom asked. Girls, I said as I pointed to my shoulder, indicating the girls to look at their shoulders. The girls did as I instructed and saw what they were seeking for a long time. Each one of the girls had a red, pink, and purple shield on their arms with a picture on the shield of a lightning bolt, a music note, and an apple. We all got the same cutie mark, crusaders forever. The three screamed in union and excitement before they began to sing. As the girls sang, I texted their family along with Luna and the others to tell them to meet us at Sugarcube Corner, which they did, and Pinky said she was going to hold a massive party for the three, and the sisters of the three told the girls how proud they are of them. After that, we had a photo in front of the CMC clubhouse, and Spike sent the letter off to Canterlot so the royal family could see. After that, everyone left for the Cutisenwera celebration while I headed for the rich mansion. I knocked on the door and was greeted by Randolph. He moved to the side to allow me in. Once I was inside, Randolph closed the door and led me to the living room where he announced my presence. So I walked in and I saw Filthy Rich sitting in a plush expensive chair, and sitting on the crotch opposite him was Fancy Pants, Fleur de Lis, and Saint Blade in Fancy's arms. Ash, I'm glad you could come. Allow me to introduce you, Filthy Rich started. Ash, Fleur said as she stood and walked over to me and gave me a hug and kiss on the cheek. Hello again, Fleur. You too, Fancy Pants, I said. Hello, my boy, Fancy Pants said as he stood up and placed Saint in one arm and shook my hand with the other. Saint Blade then let out some baby gibberish and a laugh as he reached out to me, so Fancy handed to me and I gently placed a hand on his chest. Saint then started to suck on one of my fingers, causing the happy parents and me to chuckle at his antics. Hello to you too, little one, I said with a smile. You know each other? Filthy Rich asked. But of course, Rich, Fancy said as I handed Saint to Fleur. May I inquire on how? Filthy Rich asked. Maybe another time, Mr. Rich. I don't mean to be rude, but I have a celebration I'm supposed to be at, I said. Right to the point, I like it. Please sit, and please you can call me Rich, Filthy Rich said. I sat down in a chair next to the couch and waited for what Filthy Rich had to say. This is a little embarrassing, but I've called you all here because you all seem to have experience, Filthy Rich said. Rich, you and I have known each other since school, and Ash can also keep this secret, so please don't be nervous, Fancy said. All right, well, you all know my daughter Diamond Tiara, Rich asked, causing us to nod. Well, it's just I fear I haven't been the best father to her, and I want to try and fix that. But I don't know how to do so. Can you help me? Now the request dumbfounded me nonetheless, and when I looked at Fancy and Fleur, I could only see them looking back at me with small smiles. What? I asked. Come now, Ash, if anyone can figure this out, then it's you, Fleur said. That day in your library when I told you I didn't think I was cut out to be a father, you gave me the best advice and it solved my problem, Fancy said. Plus, Surly, you've seen Diamond Tiara around town, maybe you can see what she needs, Fleur said. I relaxed in the chair and raised a hand to my chin and began to stroke it and closed my eyes. I stayed like that for a few minutes before I looked at Filthy Rich. Well, after thinking about it, my advice is the same as I gave Fancy Pants. Diamond Tiara wants parents that aren't busy with work and can actually be there to support her in every decision she makes, I said. I wish it was that easy. Work has been, Filthy Rich stated. That's not an excuse, Rich, I said, cutting him off. I'm sure you all have heard about the Diamond Dog Kingdom's incident, correct? I asked, receiving nods from most in the room along with saddened faces. Well, before I left, Rich, I made a pinky promise to my son that as soon as I came back I would take him to do something fun like a meditation lesson with Zikora, and yet I almost died over there. But it didn't stop me. I did everything possible to get back and succeeded in doing just that. So Filthy Rich, if I'm able to go through a war zone to get back to my family, then you can take a few hours, even days off work and spend that time with your daughter. Filthy Rich was shocked at my words while Fancy and Fleur just smiled. Like I said, you're the one to go to when it comes to a parent helping a foal, Fancy said as he took a sip of his tea. You're right, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much, Ash, please, for your trouble, Rich said as he held out a large bag of bits. I just gave a smile, pushed Rich's hand away and shook my head, causing Rich to look at me in confusion while Fancy and Fleur smiled. I only spoke words of truth, Rich, so please keep your bits, I said. But still, Rich said. Rich, if you want to thank me, then you'll follow what I told you, I said. Suddenly we hear the front door open and I heard Spoiled Rich yelling. And just where do you think you're going, young lady? Spoiled Rich yelled. To my friends Cutisenwera, I heard Diamond Tiara reply. Rich got out of his chair and I got up and followed as well. I looked in the entrance hallway and saw spoiled Rich glaring down at Diamond Tiara. Absolutely not. I will not allow you to socialize with those inferior to us, and certainly not after how you spoke to me today, spoiled Rich said. I am allowed to choose who my friends are, mother, and they personally invited me and I'm not going to let them down, Diamond Tiara said. Well, I'm afraid you will let them down because you're not going. Also, you need a lesson in respecting your mother, spoiled Rich said as she raised her hand to slap Diamond Tiara. My protective instincts kicked in and I teleported next to spoiled Rich and caught her right arm with my right hand and held it perfectly still despite her try to get free. Spoiled Rich looked at me and glared while Diamond Tiara looked at me in shock. Unhand me, spoiled Rich demanded, which I did so but kept a glare of my own on her. Dear, what is going on here? Rich asked as he walked over to us. This beast has dared to lay a hand on me when I was disciplining our daughter, spoiled Rich said. Discipline her? Why would you do that? Rich asked. She embarrassed me in front of a class of foals along with this impudent creature's son, spoiled Rich said the last words while looking at me with disgust. And I don't happen to like ponies who call my son a transplant from Trottingham, and before you ask, you were outside the forge where I work when it happened. And your voice was so loud it was hard to miss, I said. Humph, it's hard to understand what Princess Luna sees in such a mindless beast such as you, spoiled Rich said, causing me to clench my fist hard, threatening to draw blood. I believe we have heard enough. I looked at the living room door and saw both Fancy Pants and Fleur were there, and the expression on their faces showed they weren't happy. Lord Fancy Pants, Lady Fleur de Lis, I must apologize for the noise. This beast has no place in our home and I will have it escorted out immediately, spoiled Rich said. Actually, we were just leaving ourselves. We find it disturbing to be in the same room with some pony who has insulted a very close friend of ours, Fancy said. You mean you both know this thing? Spoiled Rich asked in a shocked tone. His name is Ashblade, the 6th Knight of Equestria and the Knight of Freedom, and we are deeply indebted to him, Fleur said in an angry tone. If not for Ash, I would be dead and my beloved Fleur's family heirloom would still be missing, Fancy said. We are so indebted to Ash we named our son Saint Blade as a way to honor Ash, Fleur said, causing spoiled Rich to go pale with worry. Rich, I'm sorry but we can't stay, Fancy said. Oh, of course I understand completely, Rich said before he turned to me and shook my hand. And thank you so much for your words, Ash. Think nothing of it, and if I may say, right now would be a good time to use those words, I said as I nudged my head towards Diamond Tiara before I looked at Diamond myself. And also, Diamond Tiara, I want to thank you personally for sticking up for my son. It was nothing, sir, Diamond Tiara said nervously. Diamond dear, don't you have a cutisenware to get ready for? Filthy Rich asked. Really? Diamond Tiara asked. Yes, and if it's alright, I'd like see the lucky foal who got their cutie mark and wish them well, Rich said. Of course you can come, thank you daddy, Diamond Tiara said before she ran up the stairs. Well, I guess we'll see you at the party, Rich, I said. Indeed, see you there, Rich said before we left. So who is the lucky foal that got their cutie mark? Fancy asked as we walked away from the manor. It was Cutie Mark Crusaders Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom and Scootaloo, I said. So they finally earned the mind if we join you? Fleur asked. Not at all, I'm sure Pip would be happy to see you as well, I said. The party was a blast and Fancy and Fleur were shocked beyond words when Luna told them how I turned down several chances to become a prince or king of Equestria, and I also overheard Diamond Tiara tell the rest of the CMC about what happened at her home. There were many games and fun things, and before you know it the party ended with me walking down the road with Diamond Tiara, Filthy Rich, the Apple family, Caramel, Thunderlane, Rumble, Rarity, Sweetie Belle, Fancy Pants, Fleur de Lis, Saint Blade, Luna and Pip. Pinky was right, that was the greatest cutisenware ever, Sweetie Belle said. Well, you lot earned it, I said. Excuse me, Rarity darling, but I have to know, where did you get that necklace? Fleur asked as she gestured to the necklace that I made. Yes, whoever made it must have talent, Filthy Rich said. Oh, this was actually crafted by Ash, Rarity said, causing every pony to look at me in surprise. Guilty as charged, I said. You never cease to impress me, Ash, Fancy Pants said. Ash, you simply must make one for me, it will go beautifully with the dress you helped create, Fleur said. I'd be happy to, and since we're outside the forge I can write in the order book about creating one for you so I don't have to remind myself later, I said before I gestured to the forge and walked inside and over to a brown book and opened it to the latest page. What's in this? I looked over and saw Apple Bloom looking at a vault. Here, allow me to show you, I said as I walked over to the vault and put in the combination before I opened it and pulled out a bowl of glittery powder. Dust, what's so special about dust? Diamond Tiara asked. Nothing, but this isn't dust, I said as I reached into the vault again and pulled out a diamond. I then placed the diamond in my hand and showed everyone before I curled my fingers around it and squeezed. I then began to hear cracking and crunching sounds and everyone just continued to stare in wonder and gasped when I opened my hand to reveal a pile of dust that matched the one in the bowl. It's crushed diamond. The group just stared in amazement at the achievement, but I just chuckled. If you think that was cool, if you all thought the chain for the necklace Rarity was wearing was metal, it's all fully made of diamond dust just fused into a chain with a little magic. Since when have you learned how to do that, Ash? Applejack asked. Faust helped me really during my time on the moon. I learned a lot more than just a few magic tricks, I said as I put everything away and closed the vault and walked back over to the book. I'm just beginning to wonder what Mother has been teaching you, Luna said. Well, next time you see her, I started before pain rushed into my head. The strange ghosts from Nero's nightclub appeared again, only different. They were clearer and they looked human, but some had wings like mine and regular feathered wings and wings like a bat. There were also manticores, hydras and hideously deformed creatures the size of 3-storied houses, basically any creature of myth, along with unicorns, pegasi and horses, but they all stood on 4 hooves and were the size of regular ponies. But the creatures of myth along with the figures who had my wings were fighting the wingless figures and feathered and webbed winged figures, but the part one was freaking out about was I couldn't see the others. I was alone. I tried to pinch myself to see if I was dreaming, but it didn't work and felt the pain. Suddenly, a figure without wings walks in front of me and turns to look at me, then faster than I could move it tried to slice me across my face. I moved back and avoided the blade, but I felt something sting my right cheek. I placed a hand on my cheek and brought it to my line of vision to see blood. I looked at the figure again and saw it was about to try again. I backed away but tripped on something and hit my head, blackening my vision. Chapter 39 Just what is going on? I woke up and my head felt like it was full of pins and needles before I grasped it and rubbed at the sore areas and sat up and looked around the room. The ceiling and walls were made of purple crystal and outside a window I could see Ponyville telling me I was in Twilight's castle. I sat up and rubbed my head and took a drink from the glass that was on the bedside table and noticed a plain band-aid holding a piece of cotton to my right arm before the door opened revealing Spike. Ash, are you alright? Spike asked. Apart from the headache, yeah, but what happened? I asked. You were in the forge with some of the others along with Fancy Pants, Fleur-de-Lis, Saint Blade, Filthy Rich and Diamond Tiara, then well you went a little crazy and tripped before you hit your head. So they brought you here to see if anything was wrong. Applejack thought it may have been the virus when you were bitten, but Twilight did a blood test and it was clean, so it wasn't that, Spike said. Yeah, I think I remember now. Was anybody else hurt? I asked. Nope, just you and Ash. It's pronounced every pony, Spike said. And I told you that sounds racist. Not all of us are ponies, Spike. You're a dragon for instance and I'm a human, I said. Yeah, well that's the way it works, but anyway, can you stand? Spike asked. I did as instructed and stood up with ease. How long was I out for? I asked. All night, Spike said. I then dragged a hand down my face and then felt something on my cheek. Hey Spike, is there a mirror around? I asked. Yeah, here, let me get it, Spike said. Spike then opened a drawer and pulled out a handheld mirror and handed it to me. I took the mirror from his grasp and looked at it and saw a fresh new scar going across my cheek. It was slim and shallow and should heal up in a few days, but it was right where I was slashed by that phantom figure. Hey Ash, are you alright? Spike asked. Yeah, just wondering where I got this, I said as I tapped the scar on my cheek. Oh, it was there when you got knocked out or so I'm told, but anyway we'd better go tell the others you're up. Twilight may have some questions for you, so be prepared, Spike said before he walked out of the room. This may be a coincidence, or was that thing really there? I asked myself as I put the mirror down and followed Spike. Spike led me through the corridors towards the throne room, and upon arrival I saw the main six and the stallions were here, including the royal family and Rage and Eris. Ash. Luna suddenly teleported in front of me and wrapped me in a hug. Hey Luna, and sorry I seem to be making you worry about me more than anything else, I said as I returned the hug. Well, you can always make it up to me later, Luna said in a seductive tone. Ash, what happened? Faust asked. I don't know, I was about to write Fleur's order for a necklace in a book when a spike of pain shot into my head, then my vision went funny, I said as I stepped out of Luna's hug. May I take a look? Perhaps I can find the source of the problem, Dreamcatcher said. Go ahead, I said. Dreamcatcher charged her horn full of magic before she tapped it to my head, but as soon as we did we both reared away from each other, clutching our heads and screaming in pain. Everyone rushed over and I collapsed to my knees, desperately trying to soothe the throbbing pain in my head. Are you both alright? Eris asked. Fine, but something inside Ash's head is stopping me and with force, Dreamcatcher said. Ash, you need clear your mind to allow Dreamcatcher access into your head, Faust said. I did, but something stopped her. It's like a failsafe or something, I said before the pain and the ghostly specters returned, only this time it was like we were in World War II. Oh great, not more phantoms. Phantoms? What are you talking about? Ash Rage asked. The same ones that appeared back in the forge, I said before I Rage was about to get skewered by a figure in a World War II Allied nation uniform who was armed with a rifle and bayonet. I pushed Rage away and moved back myself, but I tripped backwards and the figure tried to finish me off. But I dodged left then right and crawled backwards before I stood up and dodged just in time for the spear to cut the side of my jacket. I tried to punch the phantom only for my hand to go through it. I then leapt backwards before the phantom could attack again. But suddenly, something grabbed me from behind and turned me around and I saw Rage was shaking me, screaming something. I shook my head and my hearing returned. Ash, wake up, would ya? Rage shouted. What? Huh, I said. Jez man, you were going crazy again. Said something about a phantom, Rage said. There was one right there, I said as I turned and pointed at the spot but saw nothing. I guess you snapped me out of it. Maybe you were seeing things. You have been pretty tired lately, Rage said. I looked down at my jacket and saw the rip from the bayonet was still there. I then placed a hand on it and felt it. If I was Rage, then where did this come from? Cause it wasn't like this when I came in, I said. Rage looked at the tear in my jacket before he looked at me. The phantom did that, Rage asked. Yeah, and this came from another one from inside the forge, I said as I pointed to my cheek. I looked at everyone else and saw the worried looks on their faces before Rage let go of me and I slid down a crystal wall and sat on the floor. Just what is happening to me? I don't know, Ash, but it appears that only you can see what we can't, Celestia said. This caused me perk up a bit. I then rolled the words around in my head trying to figure a theory out. Something on your mind, Ash? Rage asked. Hey, do any of you have a rune from Corvo? I asked as I looked at the royal family. A rune? Chrysalis asked. Actually, I think I do have one, Discord said as he opened a portal and stuck his upper half in and began to toss random objects out. Nope, no, not that one, no. Oh, I was wondering where this went. No. Aha, here it is. Discord, where did you get that? Faust asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, I just found it on the ground one day and decided to hold on to it, Discord said. Discord then handed the rune to me and as soon as it was placed in my hand the room dimmed and everyone began to feel nervous. Hello, Ash. Everyone turned to see the owner of the voice to see him hovering in midair in front of me. Outsider, I said. Wait, the outsider? Twilight asked. The outsider turned to see Twilight and fear filled her when she saw the eyes of darkness. The outsider then looked around at the other occupants in the room before he looked back at Twilight. Indeed, I am Twilight Sparkle, but I'm here for Ash only, so if you would be so kind as to keep your mouth shut, the outsider said, causing Twilight's mouth to close. Hey, no one says that to my friends and gets away with it, Rainbow Dash said before she charged at the outsider only to be stopped when she was surrounded by a crimson magic aura. The outsider then looked at the source of the magic and saw Faust and her horn had a crimson glow. Faust, the outsider greeted. Outsider, Faust replied. Outsider, when last we spoke you said something about something only I can see. Was this what you meant, and if so why did you give this to me? I asked, regaining his attention. My dear Ash, I didn't do anything, but what's happening is you regaining your long lost powers, the outsider said, causing everyone in the room raise an eyebrow at him. And you seeing ghosts is when the magic begins to overload you, showing fragments of memories you've seen in your long life. But it will eventually stop once your body becomes used to the power, and it won't stop till all your magic returns. Outsider, why are you even around Ash to begin with? Faust asked with a flare from her nostrils. Because like Corvo, Ash's future is clouded to me and I'm curious to find out where it leads, the outsider said. Faust did not appear to be happy with the outsider's answer, but the outsider ignored her by turning back to me. Whenever you wish to talk, seek out another rune bearing my mark and remember he's coming, the outsider said. What, hang on, you just can't say all that, and I started before he and the rune disappeared and the room got brighter, leave sigh. Well, that was intense, Discord said. Wish he wasn't so cryptic about everything though, I said. Ash, where exactly did you meet him? Dreamcatcher asked with a raised eyebrow. It was during the zombie incident, he kinda saved my life, I said as I air quoted the last part with my fingers. What I want to know is what he said about your power returning, doesn't that sound weird? Chrysalis asked. Everyone seemed to look at me strangely before I looked around to see if they were looking at someone else. What? I asked. Ash, do you have any idea on what the outsider was talking about? Twilight asked. Twilight, if I did have magic abilities before, I'm pretty sure I would remember them, I said. The outsider did say that whenever your power begins to overwhelm you, it will show you fragmented memories, so maybe I can help you get a clearer picture, Faust said. Whoa, not happening, I said. Why not, Sugarcube? Aren't you the least bit curious on what's going on? Applejack asked. I am, but have any of you actually thought about this? As in maybe these memories are forgotten for a reason. Also, you all saw what happened to Dreamcatcher and I when we tried this, I said. Thanks for the reminder, Dreamcatcher said as she rubbed the side of her head. Listen, if we go through with this, it could cause serious brain damage or kill the pair of us, so unless there's a safe way on doing this, then I'm all ears, I said. Ash does make a solid point. Who knows what's in this head of his, Discord said as he tapped me on the head twice. Oh, this so exciting, I think I'm going to lose my cupcakes again, Pinky said as she bounced around me, but I stopped her mid-bounce and covered her mouth before she could puke. Please not here, I said before she zoomed off. I wonder what kind of lost information is in your memory, Twilight said as she began to walk towards me. Suddenly everyone ganged up on me, all asking questions or making estimates. I was soon overloaded with noise and couldn't take it. Enough, I roared in the Canterlot royal voice, blowing a few of the group backwards before I flew out of the room through an open window. What do you think set him off? Pierce asked. I'll give you a guess, Rage said. Rainbow was about to take off after him but stopped when she felt a hand on her shoulder before she turned and saw it was Luna. It's best we leave him alone for now, Luna said. Luna's right, Ash may be able to work under pressure, but there are things that even he must take a breath for, Faust said. I've been pacing back and forth on a cloud over the everfree forest for 4 hours, gripping my head tightly. My thoughts were a mess of questions I didn't know the answer to. So I just fell backwards into the cloud and let out a frustrated sigh. Wow, you look like crap. I looked at the source of the voice and saw both Spitfire and Fleetfoot. I feel worse than crap, but I'm sorry. Are the two of you on a private date or something? And if so, I can go, I said with a smirk which became a laugh when I saw the blushing faces. Very funny, smartass, Spitfire said. So care to tell us what you're doing up here? Fleetfoot asked. Just trying to figure out my life, cause apparently it's become a mystery of questions, I said. Wanna talk about it? Fleetfoot asked. Guess it couldn't hurt, I said as I sat and let the pair get comfortable before I told them of what happened. So basically this outsider told you that you could use magic before you came here, Fleetfoot said. And now you're seeing fractured memories which turn out to be ghosts that tried to kill you, Spitfire finished. Yeah, it sounds absurd, I know, I said. Well, I'd say you're crazy if I didn't see what those phantoms did to your cheek and jacket, Spitfire said, pointing at the spots where the phantoms cut or attempted to stab me. Yeah, but still that must be a lot to take in, huh, Fleetfoot said. Well, what can ya do? One part of me is telling me to leave this alone while the other is telling me to investigate, I said. What I find curious is how are you remembering a time during what you called World War II? You said it yourself, you're only 20 years old and yet it sounds like you saw something 100 years ago, Spitfire said. I don't get it either, I said. You know, I think you should just give up on the thinking for now and get back to it once you get your head screwed on, Fleetfoot said. That actually sounds pretty good right now. Got an idea in mind? I asked. Alright then, a race to Canterlot. We were on our way there when we saw you lounging here, Spitfire said. Hey, you're on. In fact, I know just who to add to this little game of ours if you don't mind some more competition, I said. Bring it on, Spitfire said with a competitive smile while Fleetfoot nodded in agreement. I fished my phone out of my pocket and texted the competitors, receiving yeses from all 3 competitors. I gave them the coordinates and in a few seconds Rainbow Dash, Lightning Dust, Gilda and Soren arrived. What took you lots along? I asked as I stood up. Oh, I'll be sure to make you eat those words when I'm done with you, Lightning said. So we're finally doing this, huh? Rainbow said. Yeah, I figured it was time. Was saw whose wings are best. Your wings are these beasts, I said. I extended my wings to full stretch. Don't bet on it. Those wings may look fierce, but they won't do much in tight spaces, Soren said. Oh, you let me worry about that, bub, I said. Alright, now that we're all done yapping, we've got a race to Canterlot to get underway, Spitfire said. I made a line in the cloud and everyone crouched behind, eager to start. I made sure there was plenty of wing space for everyone. On your marks, get set, go, I shouted, and just like that we all shot off like bullets, each of us going so fast we left our own wake in the air behind us. So far the race was neck and neck. Soren seemed to be slowing a bit. My guess he had a few too many pies from the apple family, not that I could blame him, they were delicious. As for Rainbow, Gilda and Lightning, they were slightly ahead and Spitfire didn't seem like she was going to let me pass. So I angled myself to go lower than Spitfire before I flipped myself onto my back and folded my arms over my chest so I was looking up at Spitfire as I flew under her. Spitfire seemed slightly surprised when she saw me. I simply gave her a wink before I put more speed into my wings and shot past her and passing the 2 leading mares and Griffin. Eat my cloud dust, I shouted as I passed. I kept up the speed and my wings refusing to let up and give the others a chance to pass. I could see Canterlot coming into view. I looked over my shoulder and saw the others were catching up. I looked back in the direction of the capital city of Equestria before I closed my eyes and took deep calming breaths, and when my eyes snapped open my wings felt like someone charged them with lightning. My speed increased and was barely flapping my wings. I looked over my shoulder and saw Rainbow was fast approaching along with Spitfire, Lightning Dust and Gilda. I was impressed by their will to win this race, but I had my own. I flapped my wings hard and zoomed forward. I saw a pair of flagpoles on the edge of the city and decided to use those as the finishing line. I didn't look back at the others but continued my persistent rush for victory. But right before I passed the line, Spitfire, Rainbow and Lightning appeared next to me and we crossed the line at the same time. Following closely behind us was Gilda and Fleetfoot, then finally an exhausted Soren. I landed on a roof and the others followed me, and when Soren touched down he collapsed onto his stomach. Geez wheeze, I haven't flown, wheeze, like that wheeze, in a while, Soren said, completely out of breath. Damn it Soren, you've been getting lazy. I want your flank on the field 4 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning, Spitfire ordered. If I don't die first, Soren said under his breath. Damn Ash, I knew you were fast but not that fast, Fleetfoot said. Yeah, with moves like that and speed, also your reputation in combat, you'd be a wonderbolt as soon as you applied for it, Spitfire said, earning a jealous look from Rainbow and Lightning. Tempting offer, but I'm good thanks, I have enough duties as it is, I said. Don't we all, Spitfire said as she slugged me in the chest. Great race you guys, but the captain and I have to get going, see you lot around, Fleetfoot said before they left. Rainbow, Gilda and Soren also headed back to Ponyville, leaving me with Lightning Dust. Damn, it seems so strange that I became a member of the best guards in the world when I wanted to be a member of the best flyers in the world, Lightning said. Do you regret joining the team? I asked. Hell no, I've got to do stuff I wouldn't be able to do as a wonderbolt, not to mention I get to see royalty every time I begin a new day. Also I have awesome friends now, but I guess I can see why Rainbow cares so much about those other girls, Lightning Dust said with a sigh. Hey, what happened has happened, nothing to do now but move on. Like you said, you have your own friends now and you've made amends with Rainbow. So why don't you come out of the past and make the most of the future, I said. Hey, sometimes I wonder how you got that wise, Lightning said. I just gave Lightning a smile before I saw a black truck and jeep come down the street and stop in front of a building marked with the sign orphanage. What do you think is going on? Lightning asked. No idea, but my gut says trouble, I said before I used my wings to silently get to the other roof to get a better view. I looked at the truck and saw Templars getting off the truck and foals being loaded, and once they were in I saw a stallion hand a bag of bits to a mare who came out with foals. He had a rust brown coat of fur and copper mane, wearing an old London black coat and top hat before. He then got back into his jeep and drove away with the truck following him. What would Templars want with foals? Lightning Dust asked. I don't know, but do know one thing, nothing good will come of this if we don't act. Head back to Ponyville while I find out where these guys are going, I said. Lightning saluted me before she flew off and I turned my attention back to the vehicles before I then scrolled through my songs and found one that I'm sure Octavia would be proud of. I was jumping from building to building and running along the rooftops, and when I needed to cross the street I used my wings to propel me into the air, giving me the boost I needed, making it easy for me to keep up with the vehicles. After a while the truck slowed to a stop in front of a 3-storied factory that had a chimney belching smoke into the sky labeled Bronze Gears Steel Mill. I saw the foals from the truck were being unloaded and escorted into the factory and an open window on the second floor. I made my way over to the window and checked to see if the coast was clear before I entered. I stood on a walkway and looked around and saw no one else was up here, so I crouched and made my way over to the railing and looked over the edge and saw the factory. There were foals and full-grown mares and stallions working on metal and massive containers filled with molten slag, giving the room a red glow. I then saw the stallion at the orphanage walk over to a cloaked figure with a horn sticking out of the hood, but I couldn't see the color or face of the figure, but I could see the guards that flanked the figure. They wore thick brown clothing and were armed with spears. Grandmaster, the bronze stallion said as he kneeled to the cloaked figure. Rise Bronze Gear and walk with me, the Grandmaster said in an encoded voice so I couldn't identify it before he led Bronze Gear around the factory. You're aware of the deaths of Magnesium Flare and Aqua Gold, correct? Yes, Grandmaster, the news was reported this morning. Was it the assassins? Bronze Gear asked. Who else? The Grandmaster said. Suddenly, I heard the sound of crashing machinery and a full screaming in pain. I looked at the source and saw some machinery had fallen on a young colt's legs, breaking them. Some stallions pulled the piece of machinery off him and some children and a mare came over to try and help. Shut that brat up and fix the machine, all of you, or you can go without rations tonight. Bronze Gear screamed, causing everyone to go back to work while the mare picked up the colt and carried him away. Does the caretaker for the orphanage know about our little operation? The Grandmaster asked. Yes, but she's agreed to keep silent as long as we pay her for the foals. She was actually glad to be rid of these twerps, Bronze Gear said. Good, I'm counting on you to get this done while I try and get the hydro plantation back under our control, the Grandmaster said. That's going to be tough, sir, Bronze Gear said. And why is that? The Grandmaster asked. Fancy Pants has already brought it and he has a loyal staff working there now, Bronze Gear said. Damn, I knew I should have sent another group after his head, but if it wasn't for that damned 6th Knight and these assassins, Equestria would already be under our control. No matter, we still have other sources for our latest plan. I'll send a courier when I have new orders for you to follow out, but for now may the Father of Understanding guide us, the Grandmaster said. May the Father of Understanding guide us, Bronze Gear said. I decided to take my leave after hearing all that. I climbed out through the same window as I came in, being careful not to alert anyone before I took off to the castle. Any idea of what this Grandmaster is talking about? Rage asked. No, but right now we have a target and he's using foals and abducted ponies as his workers in the mill. I ran a few faces in the records before I left and they all were declared missing, I said. If I didn't like Templars before, I sure as hell hate them now, Spike said. We'll carry out this op at night, less chance of being detected with our shadows, and I've also let Faust know of this, so for now we're going to train till Faust gives the word to go. Vinyl and Octavia need to learn how to use the basics of their weapons, so Rage and Quick Shot will help them while I take Spike. As for the rest of you, pair up and Soren, I said. Yes, Ash, what do you need from me? Soren asked. For you little exercise with Spitfire tomorrow. I know it's going to be a late night and if you're still asleep and can't make it I'll provide a cover for you, but for the love of Faust please try and get there on time, I said. Got it, Ash, I'll make sure I get there, Soren said. I gave a nod to the Pegasus before I led Spike over to the sparring ring and got into a stance. Spike understood and got into his own stance. We stared at each other for a few intense minutes before we both charged at one another and started either punching or blocking each other. Spike was a great student and a loyal friend, but he seemed to be holding back as of late and I wanted to know why. Come on Spike, I told you to stop holding back, I said as I blocked his attacks. I'm not, Spike said as he continued to try and punch me. Once I blocked another of Spike's attacks, I saw an opening to his chest and used the palm of my hand to push Spike backwards. The force of the push was strong enough to send Spike skidding him across the ring and to open his wings to use them as an air brake. Spike, I know for a fact you're stronger than this, so I want you to come over and hit this, I said as I held a red rectangle bag in front of me like a shield. Ash, I really am trying here, it's just, Spike started. Spike, I'm being serious, you and I have spared together since we started this and now your punches are slower and your attacks are weaker. If you were out there right now and you didn't have any weapons or your scales, you'd be dead right now. The reason I'm saying this, Spike, is if you died out there, how would that affect your team? How would it affect Twilight? How would it affect Nocturnal? How would it affect me, cause I am the one who's responsible to make sure you don't die, Spike, I said. Spike gave a sigh and walked over to me and got into a stance. Now hit the bag as fast as you possibly can and as hard as you can. Okay, Spike said before he took a breath and began punching the bag. Harder, I said, receiving slightly harder punches. Harder, I said, slightly louder, earning harder punches. Harder, I yelled, causing Spike to punch harder. Harder, Spike, I roared, and Spike let out a roar of his own before his left fist turned black, and before I could do anything the punch knocked me off my feet. The black fist then extended from Spike's arm and held me to the floor. I looked at the black arm in shock before I looked at Spike to see anger in his eyes. When he shook his head and saw what happened, the arm disappeared, allowing me to stand up. Spike collapsed to the floor and looked at it with tears in his eyes. I saw the others were staring in shock at what happened before I gestured them to go back to what they were doing. I walked over to Spike and sat in front of him. Spike, when did this start happening? Cause I can tell this isn't your first time doing it, I said. Last month I was in the library sorting out some books for Twilight when I needed to put one in a shelf on the other side of the room. Then I planned to just reach out and put it in, but that's when it happened. My arm stretched out and put the book in the shelf before it disappeared, Spike said. Does Twilight know? I asked. No, and I have two reasons why. First is kinda silly, but I don't want to be some kind of lab rat for Twilight, especially when I have things to do, Spike said. Don't worry, you're not alone when it comes to that, I said. Secondly, I thought everyone would be scared of me if she could see if I could do this, and Faust or Celestia would have to send me away from Equestria and I'd never see you guys again, Spike said. Hey Spike, listen and look at me, I said, causing Spike to raise his head and look at me. There is no way in all of Tartarus I would allow something like that to happen. You're my friend first and the others would agree with me. But this is shadow magic. Sombra also used shadow magic and he was evil. What if I become evil as well? Spike began to panic before I slapped him across the face. Spike, shadow magic is not evil. Misunderstood. Yes, but it's not evil, I said when Spike looked at me after I slapped him. The only time magic is good or evil is when someone uses it that way. Shadow magic is no different. Hell, even dark magic isn't all bad. I do avoid it, yes, but only because I haven't a use for it. So unless you want the magic to be evil, you need to be the evil one. Is that what you want? I asked. No, never, Spike said. Then get up, we have some work to do, I said. What do you mean? Spike asked. I'm going to teach you how to control your power, I said as I looked over my shoulder with a smile. The Brotherhood and I crept across the roof of the steel mill before I attached my rope launcher to the gutter and dropped down to the windows on the third floor. All right, Team Shadows up, I thought as I put my ring on and coated myself in my shadow before I looked at the others and saw the ones who couldn't use magic pull out a magic crystal and their shadows cloaked them. But I stopped Spike before he could don his shadow. Not you, Spike, you can use shadow magic. Let's see if you can get your shadow to obey you. All right, Ash, Spike thought. Spike closed his eyes and I looked at his shadow and saw it start to crawl up his feet, then his legs, but falter a bit when it came up to his torso before it completely covered him. But when he opened his eyes, they were glowing white. Damn, Spike, that's one scary look, Rage thought. Really, Ash, do you have a mirror? Spike asked. Later, dude, right now we have a mission to complete, I thought. Spike nodded before I led the others inside. I saw a group of stallions in the center having a few drinks and dinner while foals and adults worked around them. I gave the others instructions on what they had to do as I looked at the floor for bronze gear, but I saw his shadow go past the office window. The office itself was a cube sitting on the catwalk on the second floor, providing anyone who was looking out its windows a perfect view of the entire factory, and I saw a hatch above the office and I nudged Rage and pointed to the hatch, which he nodded, and we made our way over to it. We got onto the roof of the office and I had a quick look around before I saw myself standing near the entrance along with the team, the main six and Royals, along with Shining, Cadence, Arisk, Gilda, Trixie, and a unicorn stallion. He was dressed in a light brown trench coat that reached his legs and a matching fedora on his head, and from what I could tell he had tan fur. I shook my head, telling myself I was seeing things before I lowered myself down into the room and saw Bronze Gear had his back to us and was sorting through some papers on his desk. Oh, you must be the courier sent by Grandmaster. I must say that was quite the silent entrance. Didn't even notice the door open nor the fact that the Grandmaster would send his orders so soon. Anyway, just hang and I'll have a look at them in a second. Then I need to give you a message for the Grandmaster. Let's see. No, not that one. Bronze Gear said all the time he wasn't looking at us and focusing on the desk. Really, this is so embarrassing, Rage thought. All yours, I thought. Rage walked up behind Bronze Gear and waited for him to turn around. Now then, let's see those papers though. Who the hell? Bronze Gear said. Oh, shut up, Rage said as he slit Gear's throat with both his hidden blades in an X pattern and let Bronze fall to the floor before Rage searched the body. We have the letter now. What do we do? I looked around for a bit and saw some pipes going along the wall. I put my ear to one and heard gas running through them. I tore open the pipe before I grabbed some cloth and stuck it in front of the gap in the door to stop any gas from leaking out. Ash, question, are you trying to get us killed? Cause I don't want to die in a cloud of gas, Rage said. Trust me, just use the magic in this to protect you, I said as I handed a magic crystal to Rage. What does it do? Rage asked. Remember that trick where I walked out of the fire pit on Nightmare Night? I asked. Yeah, Rage said. Well, I was thinking, why don't we give the Templars a show on how fierce we are, where all we need to do is light it up and do what we do, but first, while we wait for the gas to fill up, I need to look at something, I said. Third person Pav. The Templars the table continued to eat and on an occasion tossed scraps to the working kids who rushed to grab it and share it with the others before suddenly an explosion goes off, blowing the office apart from the inside. The Templars are out of their chairs and gaze at the explosion along with the children before they see two black figures walk out of the flames, giving them the appearance that they just walked out of hell. The two then jumped off the second floor and onto the ground with no problem at all, and the Templars themselves looked scared of the two before more Templars appeared. The figures were soon outnumbered 40-2, and another 5 of them being the Grandmaster's elite guard Ash saw earlier. Ash then let out a whistle that sounded like an eagle's screech, and suddenly, massive bowls used for pouring molten slag into containers tipped on both sides of the room, illuminating 6 more of the Brotherhood. Chains then fell from the roof and 4 more slid down them, and when they touched the ground they brandished their weapons before the Templars. Suddenly a deep angry growl appears at the entrance, and the Templars turn to see a figure step out of the darkness. The figure lifted its head. It reveals a pair of bright white eyes, causing the Templars to back away in fright while Ash turns his head to see the group from before he entered the office. But now that he could see them closer, he saw that they were phantoms of a phantom eye spell, but Ash decided to check on that for another time. He looked at the phantom Ash, who was dressed in casual wear, to see him nod his head. Ash returned the nod with one of his own before he saw a Templar slowly go for his gun, but Ash drew first and hit the Templar in the head with a magic bullet. The bang from the revolver is what started the show, and the Templars charged at the small group of assassins, but the assassins held their ground till Ash charged into the fray. One of the elite guards made an attempt at impaling Ash, but Ash leapt onto the spear and leapt over the Templar before he drove a hidden blade into the neck of another before he saw a Templar come at him with a mace. But Ash leaned backwards, avoiding the underarm strike before he drew Whispering Wind and drove it into the Templar's collarbone and pulled it out through the chest. Ash then kicked a Templar in the side who was going for Vinyl, who was dealing with another guard. Suddenly, the elite guard returned with 7 guards as backup, and Ash sheathed Whispering Wind before he gestured for the guards to come at him, which is what they did. A guard made a stab with his sword, but Ash pushed it to the side, making it go past me before he used his right foot to kick him in his left knee, shattering it and causing him to kneel before Ash stabbed him in the throat with a hidden blade. Suddenly, Ash felt something shatter against his left arm and turned to see a sword shattering and the owner of the blade staring in shock at what happened. Ash then used his left arm to backhand the Templar, sending him fly through the air and into an iron support for the catwalks, and when he collided with the floor, Ash saw his neck hit first, sending a nasty snap across the factory. Ash then turned and saw a Templar come after him at the front before Ash looked behind him and saw a chair, so in one quick twirl Ash grabbed the chair by its backrest and brought it down on the Templar, knocking him out cold. Ash saw another preparing to bring a knife down on Ash, so using the remains of the backrest he brought it upward, causing the blade to go through but not break the backrest. Ash then threw the backrest down, causing the portion of the blade that went through the backrest to go into the Templar's leg before Ash jabbed him in the throat with a spear hand. Suddenly, Ash heard screaming and turned to see a Templar standing in molten metal and was being burned alive before Ash looked around and saw Templars were setting the factory on fire in hopes to burn all the evidence here. Ash then saw the foals and ponies who were being forced to work here, trying to keep away from the fighting and fire. Ash then signaled Octavia and Vinyl to get the civilians out while the rest handled the remaining Templars. The pair nodded before they ran over to the civilians while Ash stopped a Templar who was going after them, but while Ash was distracted, a pair of Templars grabbed Ash's arms while a third prepared to kill Ash with an axe, but that didn't happen. A knife found its way into the axe-wielding Templar, and Ash looked to see it was Thunderlane who threw the knife. Ash gave a nod to Thunderlane before he extended his wings, forcing the Templars off him. Many of the Templars stared in shock at the sight, but then an elite ordered the guards that grabbed Ash to kill him, and so the Templars unsheathed some blades and rushed at Ash. But Ash turned the feathers in his left wing into blades and used it in a spin to slice the Templar on Ash's left in two, and the other Templar ran into Ash's other wing when Ash completed the spin, knocking the Templar off his hooves. While the Templar was airborne, Ash brought his left arm down on the Templar and extended the hidden blade, slamming the Templar into the ground before Ash stood up. Ash then saw the elite was charging at him, so Ash did the same, and as the elite guard swung his spear horizontally at Ash, but Ash slid under the strike and kicked off the ground. As the elite turned around, Ash landed on the elite's shoulders, and in one quick motion of his body Ash twisted the elite's head to make a complete 180 before Ash backflipped off the elite guard. Ash saw the body, then fell to its knees, then into the hot melted metal, burning the body before Ash saw the rest had cleared up the remaining Templars and left, leaving Rage and Ash. The pair nodded to each other before they began to make their way out. Wait. Ash turned around and saw a Templar holding the foal that had its legs broken earlier at gunpoint, and the colt was in tears. Rage, I'm going to give you an opening. You grab the kid and take him to the train station with the others, Ash thought. Understood, Rage thought. Ash then looked at the Templar and saw he had an itchy trigger finger, so taking the knife, Thunderlane threw Ash stopped time and threw the knife before he restarted it, and the knife went into the Templar's hand that was holding the gun, causing him to drop it without firing a shot. Ash ran at the Templar and punched him across the face, releasing the child only for Rage to grab him and go for the door. Thanks, mister, the child yells to me before they leave. Ash stared at the Templar and he stared back at him. The Templar goes to draw his sword but stops when he sees Ash get into a stance and raise his arms. The Templar then lets go of his sword and gets into his own stance. The two of us just stare at each other, knowing nothing else, not the fires that burn the building or the melted steel that surrounds them, it's just him and Ash. Suddenly, the Templar rushes forward and delivers a left hook, but Ash uses an elbow block to stop his attack before he punch him in the chin. But the Templar then sweeps his legs under Ash and knocks him off his feet. Ash looks and saw the Templar was about to stomp on Ash's head, but Ash rolled to the right and got up before the Templar could do any more damage. Ash then threw a right hook at the Templar only for him to block it, but Ash followed up with a right kick to his ribs. Ash then sent punch after punch at the Templar. But the Templar blocked and dodged them all before he made a blind jab, but Ash moved to the right and let him pass, and when the Templar turned to face Ash, he ran at the Templar and jumped over him using his shoulders as support before he landed behind him. With his back to the Templar, Ash reached behind and wrapped his right arm around the Templar's throat and pulled, forcing the Templar to look upwards. Who the buck are you? The Templar asked. I looked at the entrance and saw the phantom group who were still watching us. I'm your worst bucking nightmare, Ash answered before he pulled on the Templar's head, resulting the back of his head to touch his back. Ash let go of the body before he looked at the phantom group to see them look at the kill in horror and disgust. Ash took out a note from his robes and looked at it before he walked out of the steel mill and over to a barrel on a shop corner and placed the note on it before he turned back to the phantom group that was following him. Ash then heard the sound of sirens approaching before he looked at the tan-colored unicorn and saw his horn was glowing, meaning he was using this spell. Gotta go, but I'll trust you'll do the right thing for them, Ash said before he slowly reached out and flicked the unicorn's horn, resulting them to disappear before Ash made my way onto the rooftops and ran towards the train station. Ash leapt from rooftop to rooftop, not slowing down at all till he reached the station. There was no pony around, so Ash made his way to the platform where he saw the foals and the rest of the team still in disguise. Glad you made it out, Rage said. Likewise, but we may need to get back soon. Something tells me we'll be back really soon, Ash said. What should we do with these foals? They're all orphans, so shouldn't we take them back to the orphanage? Octavia asked. No, the mayor who is running that place is horrible to the foals there. They can't go back, so it is why I'm entrusting them to Princess Cadence, Ash said. He's right. Ash looked at the source of the voice to see it was the foal with the broken legs and saw both of his legs were in casts and he was using a pair of old and ready to fall apart crutches to support himself. Madame Evering is horrible and I don't want to go back there. She'll beat us with a stick if we do, the colt said. Ash took out some paper and a special quill that changes the handwriting of one who's writing to match the one of the person who's reading it before he turned to the rest of the foals. Can you tell me anything more about her? She likes to drink a lot of cider, a foal said. She leaves us in the orphanage on our own for days before she comes back, another said. She yells at us all the time, another said. She hits us, another said. We don't get to eat enough food, one foal said. And when we're injured she doesn't even help us, so we have to do it ourselves, one foal said. We're basically her slaves as well, the colt with the broken legs said. Ash rolled up the letter along with another he grabbed in the office before it blew up and handed them to the colt. I want you to give this to Princess Cadence and Prince Shining Armor, and if you can tell them everything you can about this ever ring, Ash said. The colt took the letter before he wrapped an arm around my neck and hugged me. Will we need to go back? The colt asked. No, never. I'm going to help you get to a better place than here. You'll maybe even find a family there, Ash said as he petted the colt's back. Thank you, the colt said as he released me. Question: how do you know Cadence is even here and will help these foals? Caramel asked. Ash simply pointed to the Royal Crystal train cabin that was parked at the platform. Oh, Caramel said. And as for your second question, Cadence isn't one to leave foals like this to a woman like Evering, but right now I just need to talk to the station master to get these foals on board, Ash said. Ash then walked off in search of the station master and saw him sleeping on a bench before he walked over and gave a light kick to the station master's leg, rousing him from his slumber. The station master had a gray-colored coat with a white mane and mustache and wore a pair of glasses on the end of his snout. He looked at Ash then the other way before his head snapped back at Ash and tried to get away. Please don't hurt me, I don't have any money either if that's what you want, the stallion said in an old voice. Please calm yourself, I'm not here to end your life or anything bad, I just need your help, Ash said as he raised a hand before he began to tell him of what happened and how he wants to help these foals. Well, I guess I can help, seeing you put it that way. After all, you saved one of our princesses, so that doesn't make you against them, the station master said. Here for your trouble, Ash said as he handed him a large bag of bits. I can't accept that, the stallion said as he held up a hand. Just think of it as me paying for the foals' trip, Ash said. Well, when you put like that, all right, he said as Ash placed the bits in his hand. Thank you, now me and the rest must be going before we cause a scene, Ash said before he and the group vanished. Ash's paw. I walked into my home with lightning dust and fixed us something to drink before we fell into the couch ready to pass out from exhaustion. I began to shut my eyes when suddenly I felt like falling and landed on the floor of Luna's in my room, and Luna was looking at me with a raised eyebrow. Where have you been? Luna asked. Couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk, I replied. Never mind, I received a letter from Celestia saying a fire has started in Canterlot and that shadow vigilantes were responsible. We need to gather the elements, Luna said. All right, I'll make the call, I said as I fished out my phone and called the others, including Vinyl and Octavia, all agreeing to come. After I finished, Luna dragged me along with Lightning, who she grabbed along the way over to Twilight's castle, and as we arrived I saw the others were just arriving. The stallions were being dragged behind their mare friends and Vinyl was dragging Octavia. Once we were all in the castle library, Luna grabbed everyone's attention. Every pony brace yourself, I'm going to teleport us to Canterlot, Luna said before her horn lit up and immediately our surroundings changed. We were 2 stories in the air, we all fell and I hit the pavement first and the rest fell on top of me except for Luna, who glided to the ground. Next time I'm teleporting us, I said as I crawled out from under the others and was offered a hand by Rage and helped me up. So where's this crime scene at? Rainbow asked as she stood up and dusted herself off. You're in front of it. I turned to look and saw Faust, Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, Discord, Eris, Shining, Cadence and the tan unicorn I saw from before standing in front of the remains of the steel mill. I'm sorry for the wake-up call, every pony, but I believed you all had to see this, Faust said. Witnesses said that the vigilante group were seen fleeing the building along with workers who were inside at the time. We also discovered the workers inside were actually kidnapped ponies from across Canterlot and foals from orphanages, Celestia said. But you can be assured that we will return the ponies back to their families and loved ones after some questioning, and the foals will be returned to the orphanages where they came from, the stallion said. Who are you? Rage asked. This is Detective Critical Eye. He has been Camelot's top detective for 5 years and has been interested in this business with the shadow vigilantes since it started, Celestia said. Greatest stalker, Rage said. If everyone would like to follow me, I can use the Phantom Eye spell to figure out exactly what happened, Critical Eye said. Some of the stallions and Octavia gave off worried looks, but I calmed them with a simple message through their minds before we were led inside. When we entered, I looked at the charred bodies of the fallen Templars, the heated liquid metal that cooled from the water that was used to put out the fire and wrecked machinery. All right, everyone, this won't hurt a bit. Critical Eye's horn lit up and in a few seconds we saw the factory reconstructed and the Templars were in their table and the workers were still doing their jobs. I looked at the royals and saw how unhappy they were watching their subjects be treated this way. I nudged Rage in the side and pointed towards the roof of the office where we entered. As the rest of the group looked around, I counted down the seconds before the office blew up, scaring the crap out of most of the group. When Rage and I walked out of the flames, I was proud of how badass we looked. The stallions, Spike, Lightning, Vinyl, Octavia along with Gilda and Rainbow also seemed impressed while the rest were shocked by the appearance. The feelings increased when the rest of the team showed up after more Templars appeared, but the group was stunned when they saw Spike walk out of the shadows. Even Spike was stunned on how he looked. I looked back at myself and I saw him look at me and saw a Templar start to go for his gun. I gave a nod to myself and he returned his own before he shot the Templar in the head, beginning the brawl. The battle was intense, but everyone seemed captivated by it. Rainbow and Gilda let out cheers when I used the chair I grabbed as a weapon to take out two Templars. I could even see Spike using his new shadow abilities to disappear and take out the Templars. But everyone gasped in shock when they saw me throw the Templars off of myself using my wings, but thanks to the shadow cloaking me, it made it difficult to identify my wings. An alicorn, Celestia gasped. And it appears to be a male as well, Chrysalis said. But how is that possible? Twilight asked. Show's not over yet, I don't think, I said. The me in the memory then took out the two Templars with his wings, gobsmacking the group, especially Lightning, Rainbow and Gilda, but were shocked even more when they saw me snap the Elite's neck. As Rage and I were about to leave only to be stopped by the Templar holding the foal at gunpoint, I saw Rainbow about launch herself off the ground, but I placed my foot on her tail, making her fall over before I reminded her that this is just an image of the past. I then looked and watched how I threw the knife at the Templar and then punched him while Rage grabbed the foal and left. Everyone watched as the Templar and I fought with our bare hands, and when I got the Templar in the hold, the others began to freak out as I looked right at them. Who the buck are you? The Templar asked. I'm your worst bucking nightmare, my past self replied before he pulled on his neck, earning grossed out looks and looks of disgust from the others. Nast, Rage said. You said it, Rage, Discord said. Once they saw me pull out a letter and walk out of the factory, they followed me over to the corner store where I placed the letter on the barrel before he turned around to look at us, causing most of us to sweat. My past self then listened to the incoming sirens before he turned back to us. Gotta go, but I'll trust you'll do the right thing for them, my past self said as he reached out to Critical Eye and flicked his horn, causing him to cry out in pain as we appeared back in present. How the buck did he do that? Critical Eye asked as he rubbed his horn. That's impossible, how could he see us? Twilight asked. I don't know, young Twilight, but I'm concerned what he said, Luna said. Well, he did leave us a parting gift, I said as I pointed to the letter that was on the table. Celestia grabbed it and opened it, but what she read startled her. It's an address, but the writing is in my handwriting, Celestia said. Discord then flew behind Celestia and looked at the letter with a puzzled look. That's not your handwriting, that's mine, Discord said. What? Everyone asked. Discord, this writing is too neat to be yours, Celestia said. It's too unorganized to be yours, Celly, Discord said. Is not, Celestia said. Is too, Discord said. Is not, Celestia said. Is too, Discord said. Stop it, you two, you both may be eons old, but you still behave like foals, Faust snapped. Sorry, Mom, Discord and Celestia said as they hung their heads. Now let me see that, Faust said as she held out a hand and Celestia handed the letter to her before she looked at it. Now it's in my handwriting. That clever bastard, he's using a copycat quill, Critical Eye said. You mean those special quills that whoever looks at what's written they'll only see their own handwriting, Twilight asked. Yes, they are used to cover one's tracks and you can enchant an ordinary quill to do it or a while ago buy one from a store here in Canterlot, but those quills were banned from being created for good reasons. But for this guy we know one thing now, and that he has spent probably most of his life covering his tracks. There's literally nothing that could help us find him, Critical Eye said. Except he left that address. Where is it, Mother? Chrysalis asked. It's the train station, I'll teleport us over, Faust said. Before I could protest, we arrived on the ground in front of the station. We walked up the steps and onto the platform where we saw the station master walk over to us and bow. Hello, your majesties, I'm assuming you're here because of the Shadow Vigilante group, the station master said. That is correct, Steam Whistle, but how did you know? Celestia asked. Oh, them fellers stopped by about an hour ago, asked me to help them with something, Steam Whistle said. Help with what exactly? Cadence asked. I can show ya, but ya need to be quiet, it took me a while to help them get to sleep, Steam said, confusing most in the group before he led us to the crystal train. Steam silently opened the door of the carriage, revealing about 20 foals all snuggled together on chairs or on the floor with blankets wrapped around them, causing a few to daw at the sight. Why would the vigilantes bring these foals here? Cadence asked as she kneeled down and stroked a filly's mane. It's because they can see that the caretaker of that place is more rotten than an apple filled with worms, Steam Whistle said. Hey now, Applejack started before I covered her mouth and gestured to a colt who shifted in his sleep from the outburst. Steam Whistle, can you please explain what you're saying? Celestia asked. He means that Madame Everring is a nasty pony. We all turned our attention to a colt who had both his legs in casts and used crutches to move closer to us. Ironheart, what are you doing up? Steam Whistle asked. I couldn't fall asleep till I gave this message to Princess Cadence and Prince Shining Armor, Ironheart said before he was about to collapse, but stopped when he was wrapped in a blue magic aura and was placed upright before Cadence and Shining Armor. Well, I'm Shining Armor and this is my wife Cadence, little stallion, so what message do you have for us? Shining asked. It's from those shadow ponies, Ironheart said as he pulled the scowls out of his pocket and presented them to the pair before he almost kneeled over again. Whoa, steady on Sugarcube, it's way past your bedtime, Applejack said as she picked the colt up and carried him over to an empty chair and laid him on it along with a blanket, and before you know it he was out like a light. What happened to him? Twilight asked while she pointed at Ironheart. He was brought in like that, and when I asked he said a piece of metal from a machine fell on him, breaking his legs earlier today, Steam Whistle said. So the colt was injured today, Chrysalis said with a snarl. I looked at Shining as he read the contents of both letters and the expression on his face showed he was not happy. This is a page torn out of an account book about prices for the number of foals that were brought from this Ever Ring, and the other one is all the wrongs she's done to these foals during her time as caretaker, Shining said as he held up one page then the other before he handed them to Faust to look over. Well, since we can't send them back, what do we do with these foals now? Luna asked. Everyone seemed to be lost in thought before I spoke up. Cadence, I remember you telling me that you have an orphanage that's recently opened at the Empire. Why don't we send the foals there? I suggested. Ash, that's a brilliant idea, Cadence said. Indeed, and we can take care of Everring tomorrow, but for now I wish to speak to you all at the castle. Steam Whistle, will you watch over the foals for the night? I will send some breakfast down for them as well. In Critical Eye, I want Everring apprehended and brought before us first thing tomorrow morning, Celesta said. Understood, Your Majesty, Steam Whistle and Critical Eye said in sync before we vanished in a teleportation spell, leaving Steam Whistle and Critical Eye at the station. We arrived in the throne room and Celestia was rubbing her temples with a hand, asking herself how she could have let this happen. Celestia, please stop pacing like that and speak what's on your mind, Luna said. I don't understand any of this, what these Templars are after, why they have to harm mine and others' citizens to achieve it, just why does it need to happen? I worked hard to secure peace in Equestria and now it's falling apart, Celestia said as she sat on the steps of the throne and began to cry. To say everyone was surprised to see the radiant goddess of the sun start to cry would be a massive understatement. I was about to walk forward to speak when Faust grabbed my shoulder and walked forward instead. She sat next to Celestia, who grabbed Faust and cried into her chest while Faust wrapped her wings around Celestia in a hug. Celestia, I could not be happier or more proud of you for what you have done while I was away. You have kept the peace for so long, and since my absence you've always been the voice of reason and comfort. You've also been the one that held your siblings together, and when things got tough you carried burdens of so many, Celestia, and now I think it's time I lift one from you, Faust said with a sigh. Do you know what Altair, Ezio and Arno did back on Earth, what they did to become members of the 5 Knights of Equestria? Faust asked, earning no's from the royal siblings. Well, it's because I asked them to keep it secret because you were too young at the time to know, Faust said, earning confused looks from everyone. Ash, would you mind? Not at all, I said before 3 spheres of light appeared. Those were parts of Altair's, Ezio's and Arno's memories, and to put it simply, they were all part of a secret creed of assassins who fought the Templar Order to protect their world, Faust said, causing the royal siblings to look at the memories in shock. That was awesome, Rainbow shouted. I'm beginning to like these guys, Gilda said. Those 3 weren't the only ones with something to hide, Corvo did as well, Faust said before she created her own sphere. I could only guess what it must have been like in Dunwall, but that was horrible, Twilight said. Corvo wasn't a member of the Brotherhood, but the reason he killed was for vengeance against the ones who framed him for the death of his empress and to return the home he loved to what it once was, much like the assassins. So I guess you can call him the assassin before the Templars, Faust said. What about Link, what did he have to hide? Celestia asked. In his time on Earth he had nothing to hide, he was a simple goat herder, but when the Templars first came here and I allowed Altair, Ezio and Arno to establish their creed. Both Link and Corvo became members. I believe I have a picture of Link in his robes, Faust said as she summoned a portrait of Link in his robes. Where was that hiding? I asked myself. He certainly looks dashing, Rarity said. So they were all assassins? Luna asked. Yes, Luna, but it's my fault for asking them to keep that secret. I didn't want the image of your uncles to be shattered when you were all still so young, Faust said. That's all good, but what does this have to do with the Templars now and the Shadow Vigilantes? Chrysalis asked. The 5 Knights may have been powerful, but even they couldn't be everywhere, so they recruited civilians who have had their struggle with the Templars, and so the Assassin's Creed was born into Equestria. As for the Shadow Vigilantes, I believe some could be descendants of their assassin ancestors, and kids, I'm sorry I had to keep this a secret from you all, and I hope you can forgive me, Faust said before the siblings hugged her. You were just looking out for us like you always do, Mother. Of course we forgive you, Celestia said. Well, what a touching little family chat, almost made me sick. I looked around for the voice, but there was no one else. Show yourself, Luna demanded. As you wish. Suddenly a pillar of fire bursts out of the center of the room and a figure walks out of it. Heartless, Faust yelled in anger. I snapped my head towards Faust before I look at the figure in the armor. Long time, Faust, Heartless said. In an instant I'm dressed in my armor with my weapons and rushed in front of Heartless and tried to slice him from his right shoulder going down diagonally to his left him, but before I could touch him he pulled a sword from his back and used it to block my blow. Oh, eager to die are we, Heedless taunted, but I didn't say anything but used my right leg to kick him in the side, but he grabbed my leg before it could make contact. I then leapt off my last leg and used it to kick Heartless in the chest, causing him to stumble backwards and release my leg. I backflipped in midair and used my wings to fly at Heartless, but as I got close he used his fist and sent me into a wall. I quickly got up and ran at Heartless with Whispering Wind secured in my hand. As I drew close to him I thrusted Whispering Wind at him and he did the same to me. Both our sword tips met in a clang and we held them there, the both of us trying to push against the other only to remain still unmoving except for the shaking of our swords causing the others to watch in awe. So you're the 6th knight that is said to fight me in the prophecy. Again with this prophecy, what are you talking about? I demanded. You haven't told him yet, Faust, or have you forgotten also? But I suppose it was a long time ago, Heartless said. Silence your tongue if your words hold no meaning or I'll cut it from your head, I said as I used my shield to break the connection between our blades and hit him with it, breaking his defenses before I prepared to strike. Suddenly, I felt something lift me into the air and squeeze my throat, choking me. I looked at Heartless and saw his hand was outstretched and was in a position like he was choking me before he moved his arm like he was throwing me away, which is what happened. I was thrown into a corner of the room where I fell to my hands and knees. I was about to get up only for a lance made of dark purple magic to skewer my right shoulder to the floor. You, Heartless said, gaining everyone's attention as he pointed at Luna. You're the one that he loves and are also carrying his child. Luna wrapped her arms protectively around her stomach while everyone else prepared to stand and fight. But suddenly, a familiar dark purple lance flew by Heartless's face, causing everyone to look in the direction it came from to see me standing up. Take another step, I fucking dare you, I growled with the promise of bloodshed in my voice. Relax, Scary, I'm not interested in those two, and I gotta say that the lance that went through you and that you threw at me is made of a paralysis spell strong enough to freeze a hydra dead in its tracks just by touching it. You fighting against such a spell, it is quite impressive, but however I'd like to wrap this up, Heartless said. Ash, look out, Rage yelled. I turned around and was met with a pillar that sent me flying into the wall on the other side of the room, burying me in a pile of rubble, and before I could get up the pillar that sent me flying landed on top of me, causing me to cry out in pain. Heartless then teleported on top of the pillar and sat on it. You know the reason I came here is because I wanted to meet you in person and I gotta admit I'm not disappointed but you still have a long way to go before you can beat me. And you not knowing what's really going on why this feud between Faust and I is just sad especially for you and me when we have so much in common, Heartless said. We're nothing alike, I spat. Oh, yes, I destroy you protect and all that our goals and motives may differ but I'm not talking about that no we are similar in other things though but I'll let you figure that out on your own. But this should help speed things up a little quicker, Heartless said as he held a white glowing sphere in his hand before he shoved it into my head causing me to scream in pain and black out. Third person POV. What did you just do? Faust demanded. Don't get your mane in a bunch I haven't killed him, not yet anyway but I'm going to wait to do that at the right time, Heartless said as he turned around on his seat to face the others. Right time, Faust asked. You still don't remember well you're going to have quite a serious journey down memory lane when Ash remembers maybe he'll even forgive you for what happened and all will be well oops spoiler, Heartless said with a laugh. What do you mean, what did you do to Ash, Celestia said. Weren't you all listening all I did was speed up Ash's memory recovery by providing the first piece to the puzzle nothing more. But, as fun as this was I'm a very busy guy so I must be off Heartless said as he vanished in blaze of fire. Chapter 40 Fractured and Alone. Darkness it's all I could see around me it was quiet it was dark and if I was being honest with myself I was scared I couldn't tell if I was looking up or down when I looked at my body I couldn't even see that but I could feel it was still there. I felt like I was adrift then I remembered the fight with Heartless and then looked around to come the realization I was dead if I was to collapse to my knees I would. I then remembered my time with everyone then thought about all the things I would miss like my child's birth the games I would play with Pip and the nights I stargazed with Luna. Suddenly, my side hit something solid and hard I place a hand on it and it felt like the ground so I stood up but still couldn't see a thing suddenly a shaft of light appeared and in the light was a tree sapling so I walked over to the tree and stared at it in curiosity. Suddenly, I felt the ground give way underneath me causing me to fall into the dark abyss I closed my eyes not that it mattered and once I opened them I was standing in a castle hallway and I was wearing strange armor. I had a sword sheathed on the left side of my hip and a long shield attached to my arm and when I noticed my sight was slightly restricted I discovered I was wearing a helmet. Captain. I turn around and see people wearing armor that's different than mine running towards me. Sir monsters are about to breach the castle what should we do? A guard asked. Okay what is happening here if I'm dead then why am I here and why are these guys calling me captain? I asked in thought. Alright half of you gather as many forces as possible to help repel them while the other half of you lead the way, I said without controlling my lips. Wait what? Yes sir, the guard said before some of them ran in separate directions while the rest lead me to the wall and my body ran after them. Why can't I control my body or my words? I said as the body ran on its own and yet somehow I felt this situation was familiar but I just couldn't place it. As we ran down the hallways I saw a very familiar symbol on the guards' uniforms tapestries and shields informing me where I was. Hyrule I'm in frickin' Hyrule now just what the hell is going on? Is Link here should I tell him who I am depending if I meet the right Link geez a hero spirit that's reborn whenever a land in danger tends to be confusing to keep track of. Also I can't speak what I want to say along with so looks like I'll have to enjoy the ride, I thought as I ran. I continued to run after the guards we turned a corner and I saw a pair of dark nuts fighting some guards and winning with great ease. These two were different than the one I trained against and fought when War Sword appeared but they were slower. We need to take another route we can't go up against those monsters, a guard said. What about our allies they're getting wiped out there, another guard said. Also there's not enough time to find another path, another guard said. We won't be able to help anyone if we die, the first guard said. Leave it to me, I said as I walked past the guards towards the two dark nuts. Sir, a guard said. As soon as I've dealt with this you lot get anyone that's breathing but too injured to fight to the doctor and anyone that can fight send them to reinforce the wall, I said as I drew my sword. Right, the guard said as I continued to walk towards the metal monsters of war. Hey Scarpface, I yelled at the pair making them freeze before they could deal another blow to the terribly injured soldiers and look at me, yeah I'm talking to the pair of ya come and fight someone that can fight back or do you both think I may be a bit too much to handle for you two knuckle brains? The dark nuts began to slowly walk towards me while I just breathed as the guards were talking about what to do about the dark nuts I checked to see I still had my magic which sadly I didn't nor did I have my wings. The only things I do have is a sword shield and armor that I have no idea how strong the metal is but not the worst situation to be in especially when I know how to deal with these guys. As the dark nuts closed in on me we all took a second to stare at each other before one of them raised its mace and brought it down on me. Captain, the guards yelled. I just smirked and stepped to the side and let the mace hit the ground causing dust and broken stone floor to fly into the air. The guards stared at me in awe and the dark nut just turned its head to look at me. Missed, I said. Suddenly the dark nut's buddy swung its mace horizontally at me but I simply stepped backwards and the mace struck the dark nut in the head smashing most of the armor off it and sending it flying down the hallway. I looked back at the dark nut and saw it was about to strike again. I rolled across the ground and ended up behind him before I then slashed at the joints holding his armor together before I dodged another attack from the dark nut. Suddenly I heard the sound of movement from the dust cloud made when the dark nut was sent flying and all eyes looked at the cloud of dust for anything. Suddenly, the mace from the dark nut came flying at me. I rolled forward and under the weapon and looked behind me and saw the mace had penetrated the dark nut's chainmail and the dark nut was frozen with its mace raised above its head ready to strike me down. But the dark nut dropped its mace and collapsed to the floor before it disappeared in a puff of purple smoke. I turned to look at the falling cloud of dust and saw the first dark nut was up and he seemed pissed. He then drew his rapier and looked at me so I got into a stance and held my shield out in front of me and my sword beside my head and the tip aimed at the dark nut. I let out a battle cry before we both ran at each other and when we passed each other we froze and sheathed our swords. After a few seconds a large slash appeared in the dark nut's chest spewing out black and purple smoke before he too collapsed and disappeared. The guards that watched cheered for my victory before I collapsed into a kneeling position and a guard ran over to me. Are you all right, sir? The guard asked. Fine, but the last one didn't leave me unharmed, I said as I gestured to the slice in my waist. We better get that looked at, the guard said. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I said as I stood on my own. That's not the worst injury I've had. How did you do all that? Another guard asked as he gestured to the places where the dark nuts vanished. Dark nuts may be hard to kill, but they're dumb as a bag of bricks, I said. They've breached the throne room. The princess is in danger. A guard yelled as he appeared from around the corner. All the guards in the room voiced their worry and concern. Some even picked up their weapons with fierce determination in their eyes. Even some of the badly injured began to pick up their weapons. Damn, if the guards who are up there with Princess Zelda have fallen, then it's all over, a guard said. Well, I don't see what's wrong with us lending a hand, I said. Sir, the guard on my left questioned. If any of you that can fight, ready yourselves to either head to the throne room with me to protect the princess or help get the badly injured treated, and if there are any wounded who can still fight and want to fight will leave with us. I yelled, causing the guards to roar in agreement before I pointed at the soldier that delivered the news. Trooper, lead on. The soldier nodded before he led the way. We ran after him all the way to the tower throne room. I had about 20 soldiers, half of them injured in some way, but they were determined to get a job done even when they are in a horrific state, just like I am, and honestly it made me kinda proud. Before long we stood each side of the massive doorway that led into the throne room, which would look amazing if not for the rubble and dead Hyrule guards on the floor and black monsters Link told me about called shadow beasts who were holding other royal guards hostage. I looked at the rest and saw a man wearing robes and a helmet that looked so dreadful. I'm pretty sure if Rarity saw them she would be put into a coma at first glance. And flanking him on both sides were two more shadow beasts, but their faces looked to have a metal disc on them, probably meaning they were his personal guard. If memory serves me right, that guy is Zant. Link also told me the guy has a few screws loose, but why is he here? Link said he was killed by the Twilight Princess Midna, unless this is the invasion to which this all started. I thought before I looked at the guards who were with me before I looked around the room and saw a woman at the back wearing a dress and was being guarded by 4 guards. Seems that the princess is okay. What do we do now? A guard asked. You and the others fall back and get out of the castle now, I said. Wait, what? Why do we need to turn tail? The guard asked. Listen to me, I want you all to fall back while I try and get the princess and the others out at the expense of my life, I said. Expense of your life? What do you mean, sir? The guard asked. It means if I go in I'm not coming out alive, and I'm not going to allow any of you to sacrifice your lives for a prediction of how this will play out, so you are all to fall back and out of the castle while I try and get the princess out by holding all of them back. Besides, you saw how I took care of those dark nuts. I'm pretty sure I can handle this, I said. But you just said that if you go in you won't come out, the guard said as I placed a hand on his shoulder. It's a prediction, a 30% chance of coming back out alive. The rest is death, not something I'm willing to risk another life over, I said. But we have you and the element of surprise, the guard said. Even with that, we're outnumbered and overpowered. Those things just tore through, fully armed and aware of what was coming. Soldiers also, there were a lot more of them than us, and they also had time to set up proper defenses. Yet look at that, I see a lot of dead soldiers, and if we even did it quietly they may notice us, and that guy may just summon more of them, and if you're not going to listen to my reason then I order all of you to fall back and leave the castle, understood? I said in a stern voice. Yes sir, the guard said before he and the others left, leaving me. After they left I let out a sigh before I silently as I could walked inside and over to a shadow beast that was holding a guard by the throat. The guard noticed me and I lifted a finger to my lips and stabbed the beast in the throat, causing it to let out a quiet gurgle before it dropped. I then gestured to the guard to get out and he gave me a nod before I made my way over to the second beast and did the same, allowing the beast to die silently and allowing the guards to escape. Once I dealt with the third and final one I made my way over to Zant, but before I could reach him a bone-chilling roar echoed the throne room and I looked at the shadow beasts I killed and saw them get up. Oh great, I said. Well, a brave little soldier come to face me on his own. Zant said as he turned to face me. Yeah, well, I've got nothing better to do, so why not? I asked as I prepared my sword and shield. Captain, stand down, I surrendered, Zelda ordered. Sorry, Your Highness, but I tend to be quite stubborn when it comes to making up my mind, I said before I charged at one of the beasts and slashed at its chest before I raised my shield up to block a shadow beast's attack before I cut it in two. Zant, call off your beasts, I surrendered, Zelda said. I'm afraid I can't do that, princess, for you see this little worm has tried to kill me, so an example must be made of him, Zant said. Captain, retreat, that's an order, Zelda demanded, but I ignored her. 2 shadow beasts attacked me from both sides, so thinking quickly I remembered a trick Link taught me and used against War Sword's minions. I held my blade behind me and spun around, hitting both shadow beasts in one strike. I looked and saw the only beasts left were the ones wearing the silver discs on their faces. I knew I had to take them out simultaneously, but there was still the fact that Zant was here, but I knew I had to get the others out first. Go, I yelled as I motioned to the others to leave. The guards nodded and grabbed Zelda and began to run. Unfortunately, my shout let one of the beasts and Zant know what was going on. Zant ordered one of the beasts to go after Zelda and the guards, so thinking quickly I saw a spear next to my foot and used my foot to kick it into the air before I threw it at the shadow beast, hitting it in the back of its head. I then looked at the other beast and saw it was about to shriek to bring back its buddies, so I ran at it, and before it could let out a peep I shoved my sword into its chest before I pulled it out and let the body fall. Once the body collapsed all the beasts vanished and the guards were almost out. But Zant grabbed Zelda and used his magic to create a barrier between them and the throne room. I can't have you running off now, Princess Zelda, Zant said. Leave her alone, fish face, I said. You're quite an annoying pest, I shall deal with you myself, Zant said. Do your worst, I said. Zant then dropped Zelda and a pair of identical swords appeared in his hands before he vanished. I looked around for any sign of him when I felt something cut deep into my back before I turned around and saw nothing there. I didn't need to see to know I was bleeding, but I stood up and continued to look around. When I heard Zant from my side I saw he was spinning really fast like a top and was coming towards me. With no time to dodge I raised my shield and blocked his attack before I pushed him away and thrust it at him only for him to disappear, and he continued his cowardly onslaught, never giving me an opening. I collapsed into a kneeling position and took a few breaths before I started to get up. Are you all right, Captain? I looked at the voice to see it was Zelda. I then stood up, ignoring the protests of my body pleading me to rest. Not dead yet, so yeah, but I doubt I'm going to live through this one though, I said. Back to back, Zant wants me alive so he won't attack either if I'm behind you, Zelda said as she stood behind me. Are you sure, Your Majesty? I asked as I looked over my shoulder to look at her. Yes, I am certain, just keep your eyes open, Zelda said. Understood, Gak, I said as I turned my heat look ahead of me only to see Zant and something piercing my chest. I looked down and saw Zant drove both of his swords into my chest. Captain, Zelda asked, and when I tried to answer I just spat out blood and drooped my sword before Zant removed his blades, allowing me to collapse. Captain. While I was on the floor, Zelda seemed to be thinking of a way to save me, but I placed a hand on her knee, getting her attention before I shook my head. Zelda seemed to understand what I meant, judging by the way she had tears in her eyes. She then reached for my helmet and removed it, revealing my face to her. She just looked at me, seeming to take in what I looked like before she mouthed the words "thank you." Zant made himself and Zelda disappear. My head began to feel heavy and I let it hit the floor before I looked at the entrance and saw the barrier was gone, but so were the guards. I then heard the sound of footsteps and turned to see it was a black and white imp with fiery orange hair and a stone crown that covered her left eye, but her right eye was yellow and red and she had a single snaggletooth and her smile just shouted mischief. If I was remembering Link's description correctly, this was Midna, the Twilight Princess. That was a pretty dumb thing to do, take on Zant like that, and yet you look like you don't regret it, Midna said. Why should I when it's unavoidable, I said. If I may ask, what was the point? You only saved 4 guards and you almost saved the princess, but wouldn't it have been better to run? Midna asked. It's obvious no one told you that every life is sacred to even the tiniest insect, I said. So you got a name? Midna asked. Does it matter? I'm kinda dying here, I said. True, but I saw what you did back there. Even though you knew you would die, you still went to fought to get the princess and those guards out. And I found it kinda noble, so I'd like to know the name of said person, Midna said. Ash. My name is Ash Blade, I said before my eyes began to feel heavy. Mine's Midna, Midna said before she vanished, and before my vision went black I saw tree roots creeping out of the ground and towards me. I opened my eyes and saw the tree sapling from before I was in Hyrule, but now the tree was bigger. Before it only went up to my knees, but now it went up to my chest, and entangled in one of its branches was the sword, shield and helmet I wore in Hyrule. I looked at the tree in curiosity when suddenly the sound of a door opening echoed the room, and when I looked I saw a bright light appear behind the silhouette of a door. I walked over to the door and walked inside, shielding my eyes from the light as I walked. Once the light dimmed I saw I was in a small room that had a nasty stink and strange writing written on the walls. My clothes were also covered in muck but were intact. I also felt terrible and my body stumbled its way over to a mirror on its own and looked at the reflection and became horrified at what was looking back. My skin was pale, dried blood left a trail from my eyes, and suddenly I puked up black blood and sludge before I looked around and saw the room that was hidden to me was in ruins. I looked out of the in ruins building and saw men walking on machine stilts and factories in the distance and the rails that were suspended in the air, giving me an idea and where I was. Dunwall, I thought. To say the situation was horrible was an understatement. I saw rats scurrying through the streets while tall boys kept their eyes open for weepers. The air reeked of death and smoke from factories, and to top it off I was also infected with the plague that killed thousands and thousands of people. I looked around and saw an open wardrobe before I walked over to it and saw a uniform of the watch with my name tag on it. I looked at the weapons and found a sword and a pistol, but it was unloaded and I couldn't see any bullets anywhere before suddenly I hear a whoosh sound behind me. I carefully reached for the sword. I listened to the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer before I turn around, drawing my sword, and my blade meets the steel of another blade. I look at my opponent and see a familiar skull mask. Corvo, I said as I pushed away from him, but Corvo seemed to keep his guard up but tilt his head at what I said. Who are you? Corvo asked, putting on a more aggressive stance. I decided to lower the tension by tossing away my sword. It's me, Ash Blade, I said. Ash, Corvo said in realization while I just nodded. Corvo then sheathed his sword before he offered a hand to me. It's good to see you again. How long has it been? Too long, I said, but I didn't shake his hand, instead walked over to a wall. Ash, are you alright? Corvo asked, only for me to spew up more blood and sludge. Lord. Don't worry about it. And out of curiosity, when was the last time we spoke? I asked as I sat against a wall, soon joined by Corvo, who removed his mask revealing his face. I was sparring against you in the palace courtyard before the plague struck, Corvo said. Right now I remember, I said. How'd you know it was me anyway? Corvo asked. A masked man spreading terror through Dunwall right after you disappeared from Coldridge Prison. Not that hard to connect the dots, I said, causing Corvo to laugh. You always were the brightest one in training, Corvo said. Yeah, so bright in fact I know it wasn't you who killed the Empress, I said. What, how? Corvo asked. When I saw how you treated the Empress and Lady Emily, and I knew you'd sooner put yourself in danger than harm them in two. I saw the whole thing when I was guarding a window and saw the now dubbed Lord Regent and High Overseer waiting for the assassins to do their job before they walked in and arrested you, I said. If that's the case, then why didn't you say anything? Corvo asked. I did, but no one listened except for Admiral Havelock. I told him everything, and when he decided to create the Loyalists I told him I could be an inside man against the Lord Regent. But it didn't work out because me trying to tell everyone about the truth lead the Lord Regent to me, and that's when he injected me with the plague and dumped me here and left me to rot, I said. Ash, I'm so sorry for what they did to you, Corvo said. Please don't, just make sure you do what's right and save Dunwall, I said. You know, I found Emily. I'm pretty sure she would like to say hi to you, Corvo said. I'm glad you found her, Corvo, but I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to say hi. Cough cough, could you do it for me please? I asked. Ash, what do you mean? Corvo asked. The plague, I can feel it spreading pretty soon. The Ash you know will be nothing but a mindless walking corpse. I need you to put me out of my misery. I asked. Ash, please don't ask me to do that, Corvo said. Corvo, if you don't and it does happen and the watch will find me and they will kill what's left of me on sight, and I don't want to turn into a weeper, so please just kill me, I pleaded. All right Ash, but do have a final request, Corvo asked as he stood. Save Dunwall and return Emily to the throne, I said as Corvo pulled out a gun and gave me a nod. Be at peace Ash, Corvo said as he aimed the gun at me and pulled the trigger. I heard the bang but I didn't feel the bullet, and again before everything went dark, tree roots crept out of the floor and towards me. I was sitting in front of the small tree that had grown past my head, and a watch officer's sword, helmet and pistol were entangled in the branches along with the other items from Hyrule, trying to figure everything out that has happened so far. I then thought about when I was in both Hyrule and Dunwall and how I couldn't move my body or speak. I was only spectating, but what really spooked me was that both of the Hylian captain and infected guard officer had my name and the later had my face. I looked at the tree trying to seek answers when a light appeared above me, forcing me to cover my eyes with a hand. Suddenly heard seagulls, and I turned to the source to see I was lying on the ground on a ledge in between a cliff and another cliff that looked over the ocean. The body I was in sat up before it looked at itself. I saw my chest was bare but full of muscle, and I was wearing a leather loincloth, braces, shin guards, sandals, and finally a crimson cape. I was unsure why I was wearing this, and then the body I was in reached for something and brought it to view, which I recognized immediately. Wait, a Spartan helmet, long narrow ledge with a cliff going up on one side and a cliff that leads into the ocean on the other. Oh, I see how this will end up, I thought. I pulled over a spear and sword and picked up a rock and began to sharpen the sword's edge. I continued to do this for half an hour, often checking the blade for any blunt edges or if it was about to break. Sharpening your sword, are you? I look at the source of the voice and see a man with as much muscle as me, and his hair was short, black, and also braided, and his eyes held great wisdom, and he had a fairly long pointed beard. He wore the same garments I wore, except his helmet had a black plume on it. My king, I said as I stood up. Please continue. I did not mean to interrupt, the king said, who I could only guess was Leonidas. Not at all, sire, but the only thing that bothers me is my bloodlust for Persians, I said as I went back to sharpening my sword. I haven't seen you before, why is that? Leonidas asked. I did march from Sparta with you, my king, but I was always in the back, unnoticed by any others in my lifetime except for my teachers, I said. Where do you come from? Leonidas asked. I'm afraid I don't know myself. The farthest back I can remember is waking up in a bed after 2 Spartan men found me. They told me I was on the edge of death in the woods before they took me back, and both fed and sheltered me. As I recovered, they told me about their land. They made it sound glorious, so glorious in fact I asked them to help me become a Spartan as soon as possible. A few days later a man came and inspected me and said I was fit enough to become a Spartan. Thus my training to become one of the greatest warriors our world has ever seen began, I said. Impressive. You are aware that it is extremely rare for an outsider to be accepted as a Spartan, correct? Leonidas said. I am, sire, but it matters not to me, I said. Leonidas looked at me before I looked back at my sword and circled it in the ashes of the fire pit that I sat close to last night. What's your name? Leonidas said. My name, I asked, which Leonidas nodded. I don't know that myself either, sire, and I haven't been blessed with a new name. Then what name would you like then? Leonidas asked. I'm sorry, I asked. What name would you like to be known by? Leonidas asked. The body I was in then looked at the fire pit where it continued to circle the sword in the ashes. Lepidotafra, Greek for ash blade, sire, I wish for my name to be Lepidotafra, I said. Then may that name strike fear into the hearts of all our enemies, Leonidas said as he stood up and walked away. I watched Leonidas walk away while a smile curved up my lips. I looked back at my sword still circling the ashes before I looked back up at the sky and at the towering rocks known as the Hot Gates. I gazed at the mass amounts of rock for an unknown amount of time when I suddenly felt the ground rumble beneath me and rocks fall from the Hot Gates. I looked across the waters and saw mass amounts of Persians charging at us. Here they come, I said to myself before I put on my helmet, sheathed my sword and grabbed my spear and shield. I looked around and saw the rest of the Spartans. All 300 of them were prepping for battle. Battle formations. A Spartan yells as he walks to the entrance of the Hot Gates alongside Leonidas, causing us to gather and prepare for battle. We stood in rows with Leonidas in front along with the captain while I waited in the third row. My body was calm while I was a little in awe in what was happening. This is where we hold them, this is where they fight, this is where they die. Leonidas yelled. Earn these shields, boys, the captain yelled. AHOOO, we all shouted. Remember this day, men, for it will be yours for all time, Leonidas said. Suddenly the mass of Persians parted to reveal their commander on horseback. Spartans, lay down your weapons, the Persian demanded. I saw Leonidas give me a nod and my body nodded back, seeming to know what to do. I watched as my body readied the spear in its right hand and tossed it into the air. I watched the spear as it went up and arched downward, hitting the Persian commander dead center in the chest. Persians, Leonidas yelled before he got into a stance with his shield out in front of him and his spear pointing at the enemy along with the 2 rows in front of me. Come and get some. Horns were blown, shouts echoed along the cliffs as the Persian army charged at us while the 2 rows of Spartans that stood in front of me stood patient, ready for what was to come, and not one of them had a drop of fear in their eyes to be seen. Whereas for me, even I did not fear the vast horde of Persians. Instead, I felt honored to stand alongside these great and proud warriors, even if it was a dream or whatever. I just relaxed and watched. Hold, the captain yelled. Give them nothing but take from them everything, Leonidas yelled. Soon the Persians met our shields and pushed against us extremely hard while I dug my feet into the ground as hard as I could, but it was still difficult. I could see the Persians in the front were being crushed in between our shields and their comrades. I could hear the captain yell for us to push and for other Spartans to insult the Persians, like asking if that was the best they could do. I smirked at their words but continued to push with all my might until it was all brought to a halt. I look up at the Persians and see their fear. Suddenly, the Spartans at the front push back with their shields before they stab them with their spears and block with their shields and move forward before the Persians could counterattack. As we continued this technique, the 2 rows began to thin, which led me to join the front alongside Leonidas and the captain, using my shield to hold back the Persians before I cut them down with my sword. No prisoners, the captain roars. AHOOO, we yell. No mercy, Leonidas yells. AHOOO, we yelled again before we broke formation and charged into the fray, slaughtering the Persian soldiers with ease and fury. After my latest kill, I walked over to the dead Persian commander and recovered my spear before I rejoined the Spartans. I saw Leonidas pull his shield up and over him before he held it defensively against the Persians while we did the same. To the cliffs, Leonidas yelled before we walked forward while the Persians tried to think of a way to escape, but they weren't fast enough, so we sent them plunging into their watery graves. Hell of a good start, the captain said before he turned to us. AHOOO. AHOOO, we replied before we heard the sound of a horn being blown in the distance. I turned to look at the direction of the horn when I saw 1,000,000 arrows be fired into the sky that blocked out the light of the very sun itself before they descended on us. Hoplites, the captain yelled, and just in time I crouched down and raised my shield above my head just as the arrows hit. Persian cowards, Leonidas said, which I nodded in agreement. Suddenly I hear the sound of laughter, which was soon joined by more laughter. What the hell are you laughing at? A Spartan asked. You had to say it, the laughing Spartan said. What? The Spartan asked. Fight in the shade, the laughing Spartan said before he began to laugh again, only this time the Spartan and I joined in too. The laughing continued until the arrows stopped pelting our shields and the light from the sun returned. Recover, the captain said before we all stood up and lowered our shields. I looked at Leonidas and saw him hold his shield out in front of him before he used his spear to break all the arrows that stuck to his shield. In a split second I did not see Leonidas or a mortal for that matter, I saw a god of war starving for battle. Leonidas then led us to the center of the path where we got into a spearhead formation. Today no Spartan dies, Leonidas said as we waited for the next wave of Persians, and the only thing I could think of was that this was going to be a long 9 days. Canterlot Castle, third person Pav. Damn it, we've tried everything and yet he's still asleep, Soren said as he stood next to the bed Ash lay on. All of Ash's friends along with his family stood around the bed looking at Ash, who was in the infirmary wing of Canterlot Castle. It has been 2 weeks and Ash hasn't woken up from any attempt to wake him. What are you all so damn worried about? Ash has been out for 5 months for Faust's sake, Rage said. Yes, well that is true, Rage, but this time Ash was fighting Heartless, Faust said in a slight irritated tone from the use of her name in that particular way. Yet you do remember what Heartless said, he's just speeding up Ash's memories, Rage said. And you believe him? Luna asked in an aggressive tone. Look, all I'm saying is why would he lie when he said he wanted to kill Ash at the right time, and why did he say Ash needed to know who he is or whatever before they fight, Rage said. The group all looked at Rage and their expressions said it all. He makes a good point. Suddenly Ash starts screaming and thrashing about and everyone tries to restrain him. Damn it, this is getting worse every time this happens, Spitfire said. If only we can get inside his head and figure out what's going on, Gilda said. Maybe we can, Rage said. Really? Everyone asked. Yeah, but this may not work because Ash's mind may reject it, so don't get your hopes up, Rage said. Just do what you can, Rage, Faust said. Rage cracked his fingers and his neck before he drew a rune in midair and a portal opened and everyone was sucked in. Everyone appeared on their feet, hooves in the black void of Ash's mind, and the first timers we getting used to what was going on. Alright, let's see what's going on inside this head of Ash's, shall we? Rage asked as he walked forward. Rage, how did you know that spell? Faust asked. What, just because Ash gets to study magic don't mean I can't, Rage said before he turned around and began to feel for something. Rage, what are you doing? Spitfire asked. I'm looking for a way out so we can find out what is going in here. Rage said. Rage, that spell should have taken us to where we needed to go. I should know because I made it, Faust said. I know that, Faust, but as you can see there is nothing in here, so it must mean that the problem is probably close by, just not in here, Rage said. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting the feeling that there is something here, Applejack said as she walked off in a random direction. Oh, seems like some pony got her Applejack sense, Pinkie said. I don't have an Applejack sense, Pinkie Pie, it's just something feels a mighty bit strange is all, Applejack said. Well, it may be nothing, AJ, you never know, oh, Twilight said before she tripped over something. TWI, you found something? Rage asked as he walked over to a fallen Twilight. More like tripped over something, Twilight said. Everyone looked to see what Twilight tripped over, only to see nothing there. When Rage went to feel it, a shaft of light appeared and they saw a body that was sitting up against nothing but was being eaten by a few rats, giving everyone a fright and disturbing sight. The rats shrieked at the light before they scampered off. Twilight quickly picked herself up and hid behind Celestia and pulled a wing over her face in terror. Fluttershy hid behind Mac and Pinkie leapt into Gilda's arms only to be dropped soon afterwards. While Rage got closer, he looked at the half-eaten face for a few minutes before he spoke. It's Ash, Rage said, causing everyone to look at him, then the body, then Rage again. Rage, are you certain? Faust asked. I'm pretty sure I would be able to tell if it was Ash or not even if he was like this, Rage said before he turned back to the disgusting corpse and looked at the dried trail of blood from the eyes. And if I'm right, it looks like Ash was infected by the rat plague of Dunwall before someone shot him in the head. Dunwall, why is there a body of himself from that era that is also infected by that foul plague in his head? Chrysalis asked. That's the question everyone wants answered right now, isn't it? And I've got another one. Why are there so many? Rage asked as he pointed behind the group at the 2 long lines of corpses, and each one was of Ash but all wearing something different. Okay, this is starting to creep me out now, Rainbow said. Come on, maybe we can find out what's happening here if we follow this path of bodies, Rage said. And how do you know they just won't jump out and attack us? Soren asked. Well, if you have a better idea, please share it, because it's either this or we continue to stumble around in the dark, Rage said. Everyone looked at Soren awaiting his answer only for him to shake his head. That's what I thought. Rage then led the group down the path, each one gazing at the bodies of Ash, each one dressed in different clothing. Faust was surprised when she saw Ash in the Hylian Guard captain armor, which she pointed out to everyone who became interested, especially shining armor, before they moved on. Next, Rage pointed one out wearing a Vietnam War uniform lying face down in the dirt with bullet holes in the back, which seemed to interest everyone. Hey Gilda, check it out, Rainbow said as she beckoned the griffin over. What is it, Road? Gilda asked. Check it out, Ash in Spartan armor, Rainbow said as gestured to a body, gaining everyone's attention. The body wore Spartan attire and had 10 arrows in his chest and was lying on its back looking at the sky with its eyes still open. Damn, the guy looks like he was spat out by hell itself, Gilda said. I wonder what those arrowheads look like, Rainbow said as she reached for one. Hey wait, don't, Rage warned, but it was too late. As soon as Rainbow touched an arrow, the floor opened beneath them and sent them all plummeting downwards. The group fell and hit the dirt except for Luna, who used her wings to glide down safely. Note to everyone here, don't touch anything while we're here, Rage said angrily while looking at Rainbow. Hey, how was I supposed to know? And if you knew about this, then why you didn't say something, Rainbow said. Well, guess what, I didn't know that would happen, and I was going to tell you not to do that because I don't know what would happen, Hothead, Rage said. Pot kettle black, Rainbow grunted as she got up, and before Rage could do anything, Cadence intervened. All right, the pair of you stop, look, we need to keep moving. Rage, do you know where we are? Cadence asked. No, I've never seen this place before, Rage said. Hey, does anyone feel that rumbling? Snowdrop asked. I don't feel anything, Fleetfoot said. How can you tell, Snowdrop? Didn't you say you couldn't in here? Pierce said. I can only see when we are on solid ground or what might pass as ground in here, and from what I can tell there is a massive army approaching that's causing the shaking, Snowdrop said as she pointed to the cliff. Snowdrop dear, that's the cliff, there can't be an army there, Rarity said. It's on the ledge below us, Rarity, Snowdrop said. Hey, even I can feel the ground shaking, Spike said. Ledge ground shaking, Rage said before he ran to the cliff with the others following close behind. Rage stopped at the cliff and let the others look at the vast army running across the ledge below the cliff they were standing on, weighing everyone out. Rage then looked at where the army was running to only to see a narrow pass that contained a group of people waiting for the army. Mares and Gentlecolts, Rage said before he paused for dramatic effect. Welcome to the Battle of Thermopylae. Wait, Thermopylae as in the 300 Spartans? Rainbow asked. What do you think? Rage asked. Oh my gosh, 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 Rainbow said as her wings flapped in excitement. Wow, Skittles, I haven't seen you this excited since you won the Young Flyers competition. What's so special about these Spartans? Spitfire asked. Here, allow me, Rage said before he teleported the group above the hot gates where they had a view of the entire battle. The group looked at the small handful of soldiers, and when they saw the army that was charging at them, they couldn't believe their eyes. Okay, this is impossible, they'll be slaughtered, Shining said. The prince is right, there are far too many of them for these guys, Spitfire said. Hey, you two are both military ponies, correct? Rage asked. Yeah, the pair said in union. Then maybe the pair of you will look at your surroundings and notice how you're wrong, cause you see in this space numbers don't mean a damn thing, Rage said before he looked back at the battle. I'm going for a closer look, Rainbow said, and before anyone could stop her she flew downwards and hovered over the Spartans and saw a Persian commander appear on horseback. Spartans, lay down your weapons, he demanded. Rainbow looked back at the Spartans and looked at what their response was. She then looked at a Spartan who had a black plume on his helmet and gave a nod to a Spartan. Rainbow then guessed he was their leader, and the Spartan who received the nod raised his spear before he tossed it into the air. Rainbow saw the spear sail through the air before it impaled the Persian commander, knocking him off his horse. Awesome toss, Rainbow said as she got close to the Spartan who threw the spear, but when she saw the face under the helmet she gasped before she flew back up to the others. Guys, listen, you won't believe it, but the one who threw that spear was Ash, Rainbow said, but no one seemed surprised or interested. Rainbow, we kinda figured while you were down there we came to the conclusion that this was a dream, Rage said. Wait, what? Rainbow asked. We think this is a dream, Twilight said. How can this be a dream, cause when I was down there I was in front of Ash and he didn't even flinch when he saw me, it was like I was invisible to him. Also, if that's the case, why the long path of dead ashes, Rainbow said, getting the others to look at each other in confusion. Okay, that is a little weird, it almost sounds like we're in a memory, and she does make a good point, Rage said. True, but there's only one way to find out, Dreamcatcher said. How, if you don't mind me asking, Fluttershy said. If this is a dream I will be able to change something in it, so does anyone have any ideas? Dreamcatcher asked. Oh, can you turn the cliffs into ice cream with hot fudge drizzled over it? Pinky asked. Oh, and don't forget the sprinkles and the cherries, Discord said. Oh yeah, how could I forget those, Pinky said. Very well, Dreamcatcher said before her horn began to glow, only nothing happened. So where's the ice cream? Pinky asked. I'm sorry, Pinky, but it appears this is not a dream, Dreamcatcher said. So if this isn't a dream, then there's only one thing it could be. A memory, Rage said. A memory, but this probably happened thousands of years ago. Ash shouldn't have been alive back then, Fleetfoot said. I know, but it appears that's the case here, but maybe we should be going. We have to find out how to wake Ash up, don't we? Rage asked. Ah, come on, Rage, I want to see how the Spartans fought, Rainbow whined. Indeed, even I am curious on how they held back the Persians, Luna said. Rage then looked around and all of them wanted to stay and watch. Fine, then we'll watch the Spartans for a while, but then we need to go cause I don't know how long we've been in here and you royals do have other things to do, Rage said. The group then watched the Persians battle the Spartans, and everyone was amazed on how the 300 held back the Persians by sheer strength alone, even though they were outnumbered. Rainbow pointed Ash out to everyone and saw him battle, and the best way to describe it was glorious. And after they sent the Persians over the cliff, the group was shocked when they saw the arrows block out the sun before they descended on the Spartans. But the shocked feeling increased when they heard laughter come from under the Spartans' shields, which confused even Pinkie Pie, and the group continued to watch even after the battle. When they made a wall out of Persian bodies, which made a few uncomfortable, and night fell, a new wave of enemies attacked. The best way to describe them was that were like the things that even fear was afraid of. The group watched and sat level with the army on the sidelines, intrigued on how this new enemy will fare. Who are those guys? Gilda asked. I don't know, and I don't want to find out, Fluttershy said as she hid behind a rock. If my memory of the Battle of Thermopylae is correct, I'm going to say that's the personal honor guard of Xerxes himself, the Immortals, Rage said. Immortals, how ironic, Faust chuckled. True, but why are they known for being immortals, I wonder, Shining asked. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that they aren't human anymore, Rage said as he pointed to the deformed hands and feet of the leading immortal, which caused the others to look at the other immortals' hands and feet and see they were all deformed. Spartans push. The group turned to watch as the massive wall of bodies fell on top of a few immortals, and that's when the Spartans charged forth, taking the immortals by surprise. But it wasn't for long. The group watched as the immortals and Spartans battled. They became stunned when they saw a Spartan fall in combat, but the immortals' numbers we cut down faster. The grew worried as they watched as Ash took on 3 immortals all at once with a spear and shield. Ash managed to kill 2 immortals before he grabbed the last one by the armor and smashed his shield against its face, shattering the mask. When the group saw the immortal's face, they were repulsed by the sight. The eyes were as black as the outsider's himself, its teeth were filed to fangs, its skin gray and lifeless. The immortal let out a fearsome roar at Ash. But Ash just kicked the immortal in the chest and sent him over the cliff before Ash then turned his head and saw an immortal charging at him from behind. Ash then readied his sword and swung it up and over to cut down the immortal. But unaware to Ash is that his cape got caught by his sword, and when he brought his blade down on the immortal, it looked like his cape was the one doing the cutting, wowing the audience. Before long, the battle ends and the Spartans were once more victorious before the return to the hot gates to celebrate. That was awesome, Gilda said. Yeah, you gotta hand it to them, they fight hard, Spitfire said. Yeah, now I say let's get out of here, Rage said as he opened a portal out of the memory. "Aw, come on, Rage, I want to see the rest of this," Rainbow whined, but the look from Rage shut her up before they left. "You're no fun, Rage, I wanted to see the rest of that," Rainbow said as they stepped out of the portal and into the black void and among the rows of corpses. "You know why we couldn't stay, Rainbow, we're here for Ash, not look at history, although it was pretty cool," Rage said. Suddenly, before anyone could speak, them hear a child's crying echoing around them. "Where's that coming from?" Iris asked. As if answering her question, a shaft of light appears and shows a massive tree that towered above them, and with thousands of items entangled in its twisted branches, the group walked forward. They continued to walk forward, unaware of the shafts of light that illuminated the bodies were disappearing behind them, but the crying grew louder as they approached the tree. When the group walked around the tree, they saw a small hollow in the bark. Rage walked up to the tree and looked inside the hollow for the source. "It's empty," Rage said before he looked back at the others. Suddenly, the ground they were standing on turned to dirt and trees rapidly grew around them, and the items in the tree disappeared and the branches had leaves on them. "Wait a second, I know this tree, it's the one Ash was found in by his wolf family," Rage said. "So this must be the memory where Ash was found then," Celestia said. "I don't think so, cause Ash isn't here," Rage said. Suddenly, the group hears movement come from behind them, and they turn to see a ghostly black, slightly see-through figure in robes walk towards the tree. The figure is also carrying something in his arms, but no one can see it until the figure then looks at the item in his hands. The item was a baby wrapped in a gray blanket with a silver trim, and stitched to the blanket in black thread were the words Ash Blade. "Please, great tree, please shelter this boy. I fear he is the last one of his kind and he must be protected. The only sin claimed he ever done was to exist in this world. He is denied the very right to breath because his people wished to help. He does not deserve the fate others have planned for him. Please guard him and watch over him." The figure spoke. The voice confirmed he was a male and had wisdom and power behind it. "That voice, I know it," Faust said, causing some to look at her. The tree then let out a groan before branches reached down and carefully picked up Ash and placed him in its hollow. But Ash began to cry. The cloaked figure then walked up to the hollow and placed a ghostly skeletal-like hand on the blanket and shushed Ash silently, causing Ash to stop crying. "I'm sorry, little one, I know both your mother and father entrusted me to get you to the safest place as possible, but I couldn't even do that. I didn't just let you down or your family, I let down your species, and that is the sin I will have to bear now. But the tree of life will guide you now till you're ready to make your way in life. It is doubtful we will meet again in this life, but if we meet in the in-between, I hope you can forgive me for not doing what was requested of me. Farewell, Ash," the figure said before the hollow closed, sealing Ash inside. "Ash will need to stretch his legs and learn about many things in life. I trust you can help him, but you will need to take his wings and magic along with wiping his memory of every time he's away from you so they won't track him. And don't worry about returning them to him, he will regain them all on his own in time." The tree then let out another groan before shouting could be heard in the distance and getting closer. "I let them here argue, idiot, I have to lead them away. Take care of him," the figure receiving another groan from the tree before the figure summoned a massive sigh, but the group couldn't see the details of the weapon because of how dark it was. "All right, you bastards, time to meet your doom." The world disappeared and the group stood there spellbound by what happened. "Okay, now that was intense," Soren said. "Yeah, think, but what the hell was that guy going on about when like last of his kind, and how do you know that voice, Faust?" Rage asked. "I don't remember, it just sounded familiar," Faust said. A growl suddenly came from behind the group, who turned to see Nightmare Ash, causing the group to get in a defensive stance. "You shouldn't be here," Nightmare Ash growled. "What?" Rage asked before Nightmare Ash waved a clawed hand and sent the group flying backwards and into darkness. The group appeared in the castle infirmary and around Ash's bed, who woke up with a sharp gasp and in sweat. "Ash, are you all right?" Rage asked. "Please get out," Ash whispered. "Sorry," Rage asked. "Please get out," Ash repeated only louder. The group looked at each other before in worry before Rage spoke. "Yeah, sure, Ash, we'll be outside if you need something," Rage said before he led them out. Once everyone was gone and the door closed, Ash pulled his legs close to his chest, wrapped his arms around them and cried. Chapter 41, Recovering on Heart's Warming Eve. Have you ever felt that your whole life has been a lie? Well, I just found out that's what my entire life has been. I sat alone in the infirmary wing of Canterlot Castle. It's been 2 weeks since my encounter with Heartless and another 3 days since I woke up from the attack, and in that time I have barely eaten and slept even less. My mind wouldn't put to rest all those memories I had while I slept. I was constantly visited by everyone, but I continued to tell them I wasn't accepting visitors at the moment because I needed to be alone. So many questions swarmed my head like an angry hornet's nest till I finally couldn't take it. I got out of my bed and put on some casual clothing. Despite my still healing injuries, I walked out of the infirmary and down the hall. It was a beautiful night and I could hear the sound of music and laughter coming from somewhere in the castle. I paid it no mind and continued my walk and looked out the window to see Celestia's tower, but I also saw a rope or wire attached to a grappling hook being tossed up to the balcony. Seeing this, I decided find out who was intruding on Celestia's room like this. I ran all the way to the tower, cringing every time my injuries told me to slow down. I ran up the stairs and reached Celestia's room, thanking my luck that there weren't any guards here at the time. I walked into Celestia's room and looked around and saw it was very day-themed. The ceiling was sky blue with white clouds to make it look like the sky, and above a massive circular bed was a golden sun-shaped chandelier, and around the room were many golds, blues, whites, and even some reds. There was also a fireplace up against a wall and a makeup dresser and desk that little to no paperwork. I pulled my thoughts away from the room and hid myself in the shadows of a ceiling corner of the room and waited. I didn't have to wait long before the pony's shadow appeared over the balcony and opened the doors before he walked in. I immediately saw he was a Templar and he had a bag with him, but I jumped down on my prey, pining him to the floor and disarmed him and kept his gaze away from me. "Who are you? Unhand me," the Templar demanded. "Fat Chanson, what is it with you Templars coming in through the balcony window?" I asked. "It's either you let me go or our order will descend upon you and end you," the Templar said. I turned the Templar around to face me, but not before I summoned my robe's hidden blades and put on my ring and shadow. "I've been hunting your order the moment they showed up on my doorstep, pal, but enough stalling. Why are you here?" I asked. "Go fuck yourself," the Templar said. I extended a hidden blade before I drove it into his leg and twisted it, causing him to scream. "So want to tell me now or should I try elsewhere?" I asked as I moved my blade over his crotch. No, I'll talk, the Templar said fearfully. Good now spill, I demanded as retracted my blade and grabbed his shirt and held him close to my face. We were ordered by Goldmine to sneak into the royals' rooms and assassinate them and pin the murder on you, the Templar said. I asked. One pony for each room, the Templar said. Anything else I should know? I asked as I extended my blade again. The masquerade, the Templar said. Keep talking, I said. Goldmine is at the masquerade ball tonight now please don't kill me, the Templar said. Thank you, I said. So you won't kill me? The Templar asked. No, you told me everything I needed to know, I said, causing the Templar to sigh in relief. However, I never said I was going to let you leave. I used my magic to grab the climbing rope the Templar used to get up here and used it to tie up his hands then his feet and used the other end to tie it to the railing before I sent him over the edge. I then left the room leaving the upside down dangling Templar before I summoned some casual clothing and dropped my disguise and walked through the castle. I managed to take care of the assassins in most of the royal family's rooms except Faust's but now I was walking down the hall after my latest episode with a Templar dressed as an assassin in Twilight's room before I stopped. I can't go to a party with blood on me, I said before I removed my shadow then snapped my fingers and was dressed in a suit with a bow tie but I kept my ring on. Much better now if Faust's room is on the other side of the party I'll have to take out Goldmine that way I don't have to come back for him even though it may blow my cover, I said before I walked over to the entrance of the ballroom and saw both Swift Spear and Holy Light at the entrance. You halt, what are you doing here? Swift asked as they raised their spears at me. Whoa guys, it's me, I said only for them to tilt their heads in confusion. I then realized the mistake I made and removed my ring dropping the disguise. Sir, why are you here and in disguise? Holy Light asked. Guys listen, there were a bunch of assassins in the princess's rooms, I said before I raised a hand to hold in their outbursts. Rest assured I've taken care of the problem but they were posing as me or shadow vigilante me to blame me for the deaths also there's one left in Faust's room so I need to get in there and take care of it but there's also another problem, I said. What is it sir? Swift asked. The one who organized this is at the party, I said. Why don't you wait till later? Swift asked. First off I don't know where he lives, secondly this guy managed to get this done rather well, I had no idea if he will plan another attack on the princesses and if he does I may not know about it till it's too late so I need to make sure this doesn't happen again, I said. Alright sir, it's your call, what can we do? Swift said. Sorry, I asked. Come on sir, you said someone is going to die in there, what would you have us do? We are your guards after all, Holy Light said. Besides we owe you, Swift said. Thanks guys, now listen, I'm going to need a straight shot at Faust's room cause that will also be my escape route so in the confusion of every pony trying to get out of the room I'm going to slip out through the doors you're guarding. Once I'm through you close the doors behind me and if anyone asks you close them to try and prevent my escape or if someone asks if I came through you say no, got it? I asked. Understood, the pair said in sync. Great, now all I need is a mask then I'm set, I said. There's a table filled with masks inside sir, you can grab one there, Swift said. Thanks Swift, you guys make sure you're ready when I'm done and be ready, I said before I put on my ring. Sir, you never said why you're disguised, Holy Light said. Holy Light, if I went into the party as myself it would be pretty obvious to spot me as a human so I came as this and put on a mask and now no one will know the difference, I said as the guards made an O with their mouths. I walked inside and found the table Swift mentioned and picked out a wolf mask I found neat. I then put on the mask and walked into the crowd and began to look for Goldmine. I've seen the guy a few times in the castle but even though we never spoke but I could tell he didn't like me. As I looked around I saw Rarity sitting on a table looking a little depressed. I could tell it was her because of her indigo purple mane, not to mention she was wearing a scarlet red glittering dress with a split that went up to her thigh. Her face was hidden behind a gold mask with indigo purple gems on it so I walked over to see the problem but remembered to stay in character. Pardon mademoiselle but I couldn't help but notice how depressed you looked. Is there something I can help with? I asked in a sincere tone. Oh hello there sir, I'm sorry it's just my cold friend has become really popular among the mares and other fans since he became a wonderbolt, Rarity said as she looked off in a direction. I followed her gaze and saw she was looking at Thunderlane who was signing autographs and such. I see, well if you like maybe I can help him get his attention more focused on you and also he may consider doing an activity with you, I said. What do you mean? Rarity asked. Simple, may I have this dance? I asked as I held a hand out to Rarity. Rarity looked at my hand before she hesitantly grasped it and I helped her up before I led her to the part of the floor where people were dancing. It was a slow waltz which I've done many times during one of the forgotten parts of my life. Rarity seemed to be alright now that we were dancing but when the music changed to something foreign I haven't danced to in a long time I decided kick it up a notch. Ever danced to Spanish music before? I asked. Oh yes, but sadly no one to dance with, Rarity said. Well miss, it appears you just found yourself a partner, I said before we started. As the words kicked in, both Rarity and I began to dance and in seconds the floor was cleared for us and everyone watched the two of us and I had to say Rarity was flawless but I may be a little rough around the edges and also my injuries made it a little difficult when it came to dancing like that. But as we danced I managed to do several dips and daring moves with Rarity and at one point I even added a rose to the mix. Before the song finished and I had Rarity up against me before she spun around and let herself fall, all the while I held one of her hands allowing me to stop the fall inches before she hit the floor and while she held the rose in her mouth. The audience then cheered and clapped at the performance before I helped Rarity up. Is he looking? Rarity asked. Not needing to know she was talking about I looked at Thunderlane and saw him giving me the stink eye behind his mask. Yes, and I fear I overdid it, I said. Oh nonsense, come I must introduce you to everyone, Rarity said before she took my hand and dragged me over to Thunderlane. Thunderlane darling, did you see? Yes dear I did, and just why were you dancing with him? Thunderlane asked. I can sense your hostility towards me amigo but please know I was never meant to cause any harm between you two. I would never try to come between such a lovely couple, I said. Oh, and why should I believe you? Thunderlane asked. Thunderlane please, Rarity said trying to stop an argument to break out. No, Miss Rarity was it, please allow me and your charming cold friend to have a little talk stallion to stallion, I said. You want to talk, all right then, Thunderlane said. Then lead the way, I said as I outstretched a hand to allow Thunderlane to go first before I followed. Thunderlane and I walked through the crowd before we came to a small corner that was abandoned of ponies when Thunderlane turned around to have a go at me. What the Tartarus is your problem, dude, going for the mare I love? Thunderlane asked in quiet rage. Thunderlane, I said. There are plenty of mares out there that would go for a guy like you, but no, you want rarity, Thunderlane said. Thunderlane, I repeated. What did you offer to her? Bits, money, fame, cause? None of that is worth more than my low. Thunderlane started before I clamped his mouth shut with my left hand. Thunderlane, would you calm down already? It's me, Ash, I said as I showed him my ring before I released his mouth. Ash, what are you doing here? Thunderlane asked. I'm hunting down Templars. Some got into the princess's rooms and were going to kill them if I hadn't seen one, and the worst part was is that we were going to be blamed for it, I said. Damn, and let me guess, the mastermind to it is here? Thunderlane asked. Yeah, Goldmine, I haven't seen him yet, but I know he's here, I said. Well, it doesn't explain why you were hanging out with Rarity like that, Thunderlane said. I was actually saving your relationship. Thunder, Rarity was in bad way when I saw her at a table waiting for you to finish up with your fans, and the mare's trying to get a kiss from you, which you agreed to give, you idiot, I said as I slapped him upside the head. Gee, now I feel guilty, Thunderlane said as he rubbed the spot where I hit him. You should. Now I recommend you take Rarity to a few dancing lessons, learn a few moves, and who knows, you may like it, I said. Yeah, I guess I owe her that much, but anyway, thanks, Ash, Thunderlane said. Hey, don't sweat it, but I'm just glad I could help, I said. So I guess I should get ready to go since you're here to kill someone, right? Thunderlane asked. Maybe, but I plan to do it silently and get out. I have my escape route covered so the body may not be discovered till late when everyone leaves if my luck holds out, I said. Well, we'd better get back, and if we're lucky Rarity hasn't sent any guards out after us, Thunderlane said before he led me back into the crowd, and once we reunited with Rarity I saw the rest of Girls, Stallions, Spike, Rage, the princesses plus Cadence and Shining were there as well. Oh, there you two are. I was beginning to get worried, Rarity said. Your concern is appreciated, Miss Rarity, I said. Yeah, Rares, but don't worry, everything has been patched up and he forgave me for my little overreaction. He's a pretty swell guy, Thunderlane said. Well, I'm glad the misunderstanding between you, Thunderlane, and our guest has been sorted, Celestia said. Indeed, but forgive me, but who are you? Dreamcatcher asked. I do believe it is the point of a masquerade ball to keep our names hidden, your majesty, I said. Oh, and if that's the case, how'd you know I was a princess? Dreamcatcher asked. Both your manes, tails, horns, and wings gave it away, your majesties, I said, causing all the princesses and Twilight to blush. He does make a point there, sister, and it is a fact we have forgotten tonight, Luna said. As I looked past Luna, I saw my target sitting at a table and was alone. Well, I never said. I can give you a hint on who I am, and let's make it interesting. Does anyone have any paper and a quill? I asked. Twilight then summoned a piece of paper and a quill and handed them to me. I then placed the paper on the table and began to draw lines in what appeared to be random spots on both sides of the paper, and once I finished I handed them both back to Twilight. What is this? It's just some lines, Rainbow said. This is your puzzle, but by folding questions over you'll find answers, I said. Huh, everyone asked. Now I must be gone. I have something that needs to be tended to, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon, I said. Oh, and what makes you say that? Cadence asked. For that answer along with more you must unpuzzle the puzzle to find out what's in store, I rhymed before I disappeared into the crowd. I walked over to the bar and ordered 2 drinks before I looked at Goldmine and saw he was still alone and eating some food before I looked at the group and saw them try and figure out my riddle. I received the drinks and paid the mare working there before I walked over to Goldmine, who was stuffing himself full of food. This is delicious, Goldmine said to himself. Then I'm sure you'll love the champagne, I said as I held a glass out to him. Well, thank you, please sit, Goldmine said as he gestured to the table opposite him, and as he sat down he took a sip from his glass. Oh, that's the stuff. It appears I'm in the presence of someone who knows his beverages. Thank you, I said. I must say there are not many who appreciate a good drink in this town. I'm glad to meet someone who actually does, Goldmine said. Well, everyone has their reasons to do so or not, I said. Now I can probably guess what your talent is, Goldmine said. If you're thinking it has something to do with drinks, then I'm afraid you're wrong. It's just a talent that I picked up, I said. Oh well, it's certainly something I'm glad you have picked up, but I must ask, did you seek an audience with me or was this out of kindness? Goldmine asked. Well, now that you ask, yes, I wanted to talk to you about something, I said. Then by all means ask away, Goldmine said as he continued to eat. I'm curious as to know why you're working with the Templars, I said, causing Goldmine to freeze and look at me calmly. How'd you know? Goldmine asked. The necklace around your neck made it easy for me, and one of your little posers in the princess's rooms told me where you were tonight, but now that I've answered your question, would you kindly answer mine? I asked. Why should I answer that? Goldmine asked. The other Templars whose blood coats my blade aren't exactly talkative when I ask, so I'll ask again, why side with the Templars? I asked. The princesses have been in control for thousands of years now, and all that time they've been sitting on that throne, and it has been declared that we could operate things better than them, Goldmine said. The only thing I've seen coming from you Templars is death, forced labor, and more death. There is nothing good about you, this much is clear, and also you had a damn good life to live, Goldmine, one that others would want. Yet it's never enough, you always want more. If there was anyone that's actually fit enough to govern this land, then it would be the princesses that are currently on the throne. And I can promise you one thing, they will stay that way, I said. Well, when you put it that way, I suppose you're right. I should have been happy with what I had, but now thanks to my greed and stupidity it cost me everything. I suppose I should have quit while I was ahead, but may I ask what is the name behind the shadow? Goldmine asked. My name is Ashblade, 6th Knight of Equestria, Knight of Freedom and mentor of the Assassin's Brotherhood, I said. Well, I suppose you're not going to let me live now that you told me, so let's get it over with, Goldmine said. No need, I killed you as soon as you drank from your glass, I said. Will there be pain like Golden Horde? Goldmine asked. No, it will be like falling asleep, I said. Thank you, Goldmine said before he downed the rest of his drink. Oh, you know, if you offered this to me before, I would have considered you a friend sooner. Well, I figured your last drink would need to be a good one, I said. Well, since you did that for me, I should ask, did you get all the assassins I had planned for the princesses? Goldmine asked. There's still the one in Faust's room, but don't worry, I'll get to him, I said. You'd better hurry because Faust has already left, Goldmine said before I looked at the party for Faust but couldn't see her. Now let's see if you can beat the clock, good luck. I looked back at Goldmine and saw he was dead and blood was leaking from his mouth. Sleep in peace, bastard, I said before I stood up and as quickly and calmly as I could walked over to where Swift Spear and Holy Light went. Suddenly a familiar cyan Pegasus blocked my path. She looked at me, then she held up an origami of the Creed symbol. Gotta say, nice puzzle you gave us, a real head scratcher, but enough games, pal, you need to come with me, Rainbow said. I'm afraid I can't do that, you see I'm trying not to disturb the party and I still have work to do right now, so if you'll excuse me, I said as I began to walk around her only to be stopped by Applejack. Listen Sugarcube, we want to help you, we know you and the others are the good guys but the princesses just have some questions for you, Applejack said. Well as Gron it would be to have another talk with the princesses, I actually need to leave to make sure we still remain the good guys, I said. What do you mean by that? I turned around and saw the rest of the group plus the princesses were there staring at me and behind them I saw a mare walking over to Goldmine's body. I'll show you if you think you can keep up, I said. Buddy, I'm the fastest flyer in Equestria, I'm pretty sure I can keep up with you, and where do you think you're going to go? We have you surrounded, Rainbow said. Suddenly I heard a mare scream, stopping everything and causing all eyes to turn to her as she screamed murderer. I then took this opportunity to sneak past Rainbow and Applejack and summon my ropes, weapons and my shadow. I then took off my mask and teleported it back to the den before I turned around to look at the others who were looking at me. Later, I said, causing the others to spin around and look at me before I disappeared into the panicking crowd. I weaved and bobbed my way out of the scrambling crowd and made it to the door where Swift and Holy Light were and ran down it. But I wasn't alone, the entire group was hot on my heels trying to catch me. They're persistent, I'll give them that. I ran down the halls as fast as I possibly could, ignoring the pain of my injuries and constantly avoiding Rainbow's and Gilda's dives and the bolts of magic before I saw Faust's room. All the princesses teleported in front of me and started making a shield to prevent me from getting through. But I poured on my speed and jumped through a rapidly closing gap before I slid under the princesses and burst through the doors and saw the assassin preparing to kill Faust while she slept. I ran at the assassin and time slowed down as I ran the first leapt over the backrest and tackled the Templar to the ground. I skidded across the floor in a kneeling position, coming to a halt right before everyone came in and I stood up. The commotion woke up Faust and the Templar I knocked down was getting up and I saw he was a unicorn. What the heck is going on here? Faust asked. The Templar then went to draw another alicorn stone dagger but I rushed forward and punched him in the face before I kicked him in the side of his knee, but the Templar punched me in the gut, then the shoulder and then the face, causing me to stumble back. I rubbed my chin and nodded at the Templar before I got into a stance and the Templar did the same. We charged at each other and landed several punches on one another before he drew a blade and tried to stab me with it. But I dodged to the left only for him to blast me with his magic and send me flying into one of the many bookcases that went along the two side walls of the room. I then landed on my back and I saw the Templar begin to pull the shelf down on me with his magic. First the books and scrolls fell on me and then the shelf, but I put my hands and feet in front of me and caught the shelf before I threw it at the Templar, sending him into the far wall of the room. I then leapt onto my feet and rushed at the Templar and punched my hand through the bookcase and yanked the Templar though it. I then threw him into the air before I used my speed to appear above him and slammed him into the ground, and as I stood above him ready to take his life. But I didn't expect his kick from behind, causing me to roll along the ground and got into a crouching position. I looked at the Templar and saw him get up and grab one of the alicorn stone daggers, but I looked around and found a white rose before I grabbed it and stood up, confusing the group of bystanders. I looked back at the Templar and saw him stare at me and placed my hand holding the rose by my side and held it backwards. The Templar and I continued to stare at each other before the Templar let out a battle cry and charged at me, but I just tossed the rose at the Templar stem first. The delicate flower went through the Templar's heart like a blade and came out the other side before it floated to the ground gently. The petals of the snow-white flower turned red with blood, causing the group of bystanders' jaws to drop. Rosy dagger, I whispered to myself before the motionless Templar collapsed into a kneeling position before he fell over dead. I lowered my arm that threw the rose before I walked over to the balcony doors and opened it before I stepped outside. Hey, hold it. Shining, stop. I turned around and saw Shining with a hand on his sword but Cadence stopping him. Those foals from the steel mill, are they all right? I asked, causing everyone to look at me. Yes, they're being cared for in the Crystal Empire by a proper caretaker, Cadence said before I gave a nod. I knew I was right in entrusting them to you too. I'm glad to hear they're safe, I said. It was all thanks to you, and in case you're wondering, Everring has been taken care of as well, Faust said. I see, and apologies for disturbing the party. I was trying to remain discreet, and also Celestia, there's something on your balcony, might want to take a look at that, I said before I walked further out onto the balcony and turned to look at the others. I was right, you know. What do you mean? Dreamcatcher asked. I knew we'd see each other again soon, and maybe the next time we meet you'll see the face behind the shadow, I said before I used my rope launcher and disappeared from their view, and once I was on the roof I teleported myself into the medical ward and dressed myself in the hospital clothes and slept peacefully for the first time in 3 days. Next morning. I had just finished having a shower and got dressed before I walked out of the infirmary and down the corridor where I ran into Chrysalis. Ash, what are you doing up? Chrysalis asked, but I just folded my arms over my chest and raised an eyebrow. What? It's been 3 days since you saw me and you say what am I doing up instead of hello, I said. Hello Ash, what are you doing up? Chrysalis asked. Hello Chrysalis, and the reason I am up is because I needed the exercise, but why are you traveling down this way? I assumed you'd all be at breakfast, I said. Well, I was actually on my way to see you to invite you to breakfast, Chrysalis said. After eating what those doctors call food for 3 days, count me in, I said. Great, Chrysalis chuckled. Both Chrysalis and I walked down the corridors in silence. Ever since I freed her, she and I have become good friends, and the same goes for Dreamcatcher. We've managed to form a bond as strong as the girls. But even though life on our side was good, others still gave the two and Luna a hard time, and I was reminded by that fact as we passed a pair of nobles as we neared the dining room door. I heard one of them mutter Bug Queen under their breath while the other said pathetic insect, making me want to toss them through a window, but when we entered the dining room and saw everyone was sitting at the table, I saw Chrysalis was crying. Chrysalis, don't let what those bastards said get to you, alright? You've been working hard to help Equestria and you know it, I said, causing everyone to look at us. I know, but every time I try to help I'm reminded of my past. It always seems to haunt me, Chrysalis said before I hit the top of her head with a fist, causing everyone's attention to shift to us. Ow geez, what was that for? It doesn't matter, it's in the past, I said. Yeah, but it still hurts, Chrysalis said as she rubbed the top of her skull. Oh yes, the past can hurt. You can ask anyone in this room and we all feel plenty of pain from the past, but during the last 3 days I learned something. You can either run from it or learn from it, I said as I made another swipe at Chrysalis only for her to dodge it. Ha, you see, ha, now tell me exactly what are you going to do now? First I'm going to do this, Chrysalis said before she hit me on the top of my skull, causing me to wince and rub my own skull in pain. Then this, Chrysalis said before she gave me a hug, which I returned. Ash, thank you. I'm your friend, Chrysalis, and never forget that no one is perfect, especially those nobles, and if they says things behind your back then tell them to come up and say it to your face and see how brave they are if they have the balls to, I said, causing Chrysalis to chuckle. I'll be sure to remember that, Chrysalis said before we sat at the table and I was served bacon, eggs and pancakes. Well, it's good to see you up and about, Ash. How are you feeling? Faust asked. Shoulder stings, but I should be fine in a day or so. But what's going down with everyone here? I asked. We had a vigilante visit last night during the masquerade ball, Rarity said. Oh, that explains the screaming I thought I heard, but what happened? I asked. Some Templars assassins disguised as the Shadow Vigilante tried to murder us when we went to bed, but the vigilante took care of it and killed the one in charge who was at the party, a Templar called Goldmine. Also left a Templar hanging from my balcony who is being questioned as we speak, Celestia said. Damn, sounded like fun. Sorry I missed it, I said. Don't worry dude, you didn't miss much, Rage said with a knowing smirk. I see. Well, is there anything else planned for the future? I asked. Yeah, Hearts Warming is coming up next week, Pinky said. Seriously, whoa, time flies, I said. It's hard to believe, but almost 2 years ago you fell into our land and have done so much, Celestia said. Yeah, I know, it feels kinda weird, I said. But we're all thankful for it, Luna said as she cuddled up on my right shoulder. Sash, what did you see while you were out? Caramel asked, earning him glares from everyone. Just parts of my life that have been hidden from me, I said in a depressed tone. Well, what about your parents, any luck? Mac asked. No, that memory of me being placed in the tree was the earliest memory I had, except I could hear screaming. Those screams, I'll never get them out of my head. I felt great pain and sorrow in those screams. I just can't stop it, I said as I gripped my head and felt tears threaten to fall. Ash, calm yourself, you've been through a lot right now, just breath, Faust said. I felt a hand on my shoulder and I looked to see Cadence mimicking her breathing exercise, which I did and calmed down. Better, Cadence asked. Better, I said. That's going to cost you, Cadence said as she leaned her head closer and twitched her ear. Are you kidding me? You have Shining, I said. Yeah, Luna, and Shining shouted as Luna grabbed me in a death lock around my neck. Luna, Faust said as she pointed at me. Oh Ash, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, Luna said. Mood swings. Luna becomes extremely powerful when you feel your mate is in certain situations, Dreamcatcher said. Yeah, I should have expected that, but what I want to know, why do you want me to scratch behind you ears when Shining can do it? I asked. He's not as good as you though, Cadence whined before Luna wrapped her arms around me, being careful not to crush me. Fine, but I'm going to keep an eye on you in future. This activity is meant for Luna and myself, I said. What do you get out of it? Cadence asked with a mischief smile. Like I'll spill that info to you, I said as I stuck my tongue out at her. Fine, just scratch already, Cadence said as she leaned forward again. I simply rolled my eyes before I scratched behind her ear, earning coos from the mare. Be warned, Cadence, if this continues I will personally put an end to it, and that's not the mood swings talking, Luna said with a murderous glare. Oh please auntie, I'm not some succubus, chill, Cadence said. But she seems to act like one about 40% of the time, I said, causing Luna to giggle and Cadence to cross her arms with a huff. Hey Ash, I have to ask, but what was it like to be a Spartan? Rainbow asked. Rainbow dash please, Rarity said. It was hard and I lost many good friends, nothing more road, I said. The group was silent for a few minutes before Celestia sighed. Oh for goodness sake, enough gloom please, Hearts Warming is coming up and we should be preparing to celebrate, Celestia said. True that, Pinky said, causing us to smile. 4 days later, Hearts Warming Eve. Hey Dad, do we get to spend another Hearts Warming at the castle? Pip asked. Sure do, Pip, I said as we walked through the snowy streets of Canterlot. When Luna and I returned home and told the Immortals of spending Hearts Warming Eve at the castle and invited them to join us, but Feather Duster, Silver Tray and all the Immortals besides Lightning Dust already had plans so they couldn't come. But we made sure to decorate the house before we left. We even invited Zecora, Snowdrop, Octavia, Vinyl, Fancy, Fleur and Saint Blade for the holiday, which she agreed. And now Pip and I along with the rest of the CMC were walking through the city on our way to the castle after a little snowball fight. Hey Ash, what do you think we'll get tomorrow? Apple Bloom asked. Oh, I couldn't tell ya, that would be spoiling the fun of you all guessing, I said. Yeah Bloom, we don't want to spoil it, Rumble said. Hey come on guys, let's get back to the castle and see what everyone is up to, I said as I led everyone inside the castle. I found everyone in a room built for sitting back and relaxing where they seemed to be talking about the year and what they did, and some of the family relatives were here as well. There you all are, where y'all been? Applejack asked. Uncle Ash was playing with us out in the snow, Scootaloo said, causing me and everyone to look at her in surprise. Scoots, what did you call me? I asked. Uncle Ash, well all of us except Pip seem to look at you that way, Scootaloo said, causing the others to nod in agreement. Yeah, when you think about it we all seem to act like one big family, Apple Bloom said. I looked at the adults and see them look at each other before Luna stood up and kneeled in front of the foals. I guess that makes all of you my nieces and nephew, Luna said as she scooped the fowls up in her wing and began tickling them. I took a couple off Luna's hands and began to tickle them myself and let them climb all over me, much to the adults' amusement, before the door opened and there stood a dark orange filly with a hot pink mane and tail, and the fringe kept getting in her eye. She was wearing dark gray boots and skirt with a white cut-up shirt and leather jacket. She even had a loop earring in her left ear. Cuz, the filly screamed. Babs, Apple Bloom screamed and she ran over and hugged the other filly. Oh, you must be Babs' seed, I said as I put down Scootaloo and Rumble and walked over to the filly. Apple Bloom here has told me a fair amount about you. 'Cause why didn't you tell me you knew the Knight of Equestria? Babs asked in awe when she saw me. Well, it appears I have a fan, I said with a chuckle. Oh wow, can you please tell me about your adventures please? Babs asked. I'd be happy to. We've got some time before the heart's warming play starts, I said as I led Babs to a vacant couch. Babs wasn't alone. The rest of the CMC wanted to hear a story from me, but I just smiled before I told them an adventure, and when it came time for the play I put on a Wendigo costume and played my role. Cadence and Shining Armor were also Wendigos, and they had gotten better with their howls, and when the play ended and we sat down for dinner I continued to tell Babs about my adventures. Whoa, that was awesome, Babs said after I finished telling the story of the Knuckleavy. True, but he was harder to beat than I made it sound, I said. Hey, can you tell us about the time you fought those zombies? Rumble asked. Whoa, now that's enough stories for one night I think, Twilight Velvet said. It's time for bed, little ones, Granny Smith said, causing the foals to whine. But we're not sleepy, Pip said with an adorable yawn. How about I take them to bed, I offered. Thank you, Ash, Granny Smith said before I gestured to the foals to follow me despite their protests. I led the foals down the hallways to where they would be sleeping and let them get ready for bed before I made sure they were all snug in their beds. We can't fall asleep yet, Uncle Ash, we're too excited to sleep, Sweetie Belle said. Well, Pinky is always excited and yet she goes to sleep, but if you want I can help you all fall asleep, I said. How? Babs asked. I just smiled before I summoned a guitar and made sure it was all tuned up before I began to play. After I finished the song I looked at the foals and saw all of them were asleep and they were resting their heads against big fluffy pillows and just as big blankets, only leaving their heads visible. All 6 foals looked so cute, but I simply placed a kiss on each of the foals' heads and left, and when I closed the door and began to walk away when I saw everyone else was here. What? I asked. Since when do you play guitar? Granny Smith asked. Well, I didn't know I could 3 days ago, I said, giving a clear definition what I meant to the ones who knew. Well, it's obvious you're someone of many talents, Fleur said. Thank you, Fleur, I said. So who exactly is this Robin Hood guy anyway? Spitfire asked. Well, it appears I have a story to tell, I said before I led everyone back to the relaxation lounge. I woke up to the sight of Luna's ethereal mane blowing in my face and tickling my nose, but I just inhaled her lovely scent before I wrapped my arms around her and gently pulled her closer before I laid my hands on her stomach. Suddenly I felt our foal give a kick at my touch and causing Luna to stir. She opened her eyes before she looked down at my hands on her stomach before she turned around and kissed me on the lips. Morning, handsome, Luna said. Hello to you too, beautiful, I said before Luna and I both nuzzled each other and stayed like that for a few minutes before we got dressed and left for the dining room for breakfast. Morning, Mac greeted once we stepped inside and saw everyone besides the foals. Hey every pony, I said as I sat down and was served breakfast immediately. Great story last night, Ash. It worked better than a glass of warm milk, Applejack said. Thanks, it was one of my favorites by the way, I said. So where are the young ones? I thought they would be first to wake up, Faust said. The main 6 stallions, Spike, Gilda, Trixie, Zecora, Octavia, Luna and I all either face-palmed or groaned or both at the words. 2 seconds later the CMC bust through the door on a food cart like last hearts warming, except they were being chased by servants causing Aris, Rage, Lightning, Discord, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, Celestia and Vinyl to laugh their heads off. Meanwhile Faust and the parents plus Fancy, Fleur, Spitfire and Fleetfoot stared in shock while the rest of us sighed. I've got it, I said before I used my magic to halt the food cart in its tracks and send the foals flying, which I caught them in my magic. That will be all, Celestia said as she recovered from her laughter, dismissing the servants. Once they left everyone turned to look at the foals still being levitated in my magic, and each one of the foals had a look of worry on their face. Simple question, I started, causing all eyes to turn to me. What is it with you foals and the food carts? I mean, you did this last year. It's a tradition we have, Rumble said. Tradition? The adults asked in sync. Last hearts warming when we woke up Uncle Ash, he said we had to go back to bed and wait for the sun to come up, and if that we were that impatient find something to do, so we came up with food cart driving, Apple Bloom said. Well, gotta give 'em props for the creativity, Rage said. Rage, please don't encourage it, Rarity said. Look, let's talk about this later, we'll have food now then we'll get on with the rest of the day, cause honestly it's too early in the day for a punishment, I said as I lowered the foals and let them take a seat at the table. My congratulations little ponies for making such wonderful chaos, but it appears that I now have some competition, Discord said as he reached his paw under the table and 6 paws appeared, one in front of each foal indicating a high five which the foals gave. Soon we all finished breakfast and we walked into the throne room to receive gifts. The pine tree was there beautifully decorated and the gifts were in piles thanks to Twilight's organization skills. We all agreed to let the foals go first. There were even gifts for Babs as well, and the foals all smiled and cheered as they unwrapped their new toys and clothes before we got to the adults. First, Twilight and Trixie got their own copy of a rare magic book, which there were only about 5 left in the world. It cost a lot of bits, but it was worth seeing those two going googly eyes over it. Next was Applejack and Rarity. Applejack was difficult mare to get a gift for, so I settled on a country-themed sleeveless jacket with her cutie mark on the back. And for Rarity I got her a supply of sparkling cloth that once you cut out a piece it will flow in a non-existent wind just like the princess's manes. And for something a little more permanent, a sparkling crown that I made and gathered the gems myself. Next came Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie. I managed to get Fluttershy an emerald statue of a bunny, and the reason she was crying was because it looked like Angel, and thanks to a little work I managed to get the smile just right. Pinkie Pie I got her a board game she has been begging to get, and when she saw it she started vibrating rapidly and bouncing off the walls like a bouncy ball before she crashed into me with a giant hug. When that was over I looked at Rainbow, Gilda and Lightning Dust, who were opening their own gifts. Rainbow got an aviator jacket that was worn by one of the first female Wonderbolts, and it was preserved in a frame for her to hang up in her home. Gilda got a spiked leather jacket with her bird skull cutie mark on the back and between the wing slits, along with a new pair of spiked combat boots and spiked braces. Lightning got a book of greatest flyers and pilots in Equestria history, and as she looked through the book she saw her grandfather among them. I got Zecora a copy of a potions book from the Knights of Equestria, and as for Fancy Pants, Fleur and Saint Blade I got Fancy a new molecule where the rim was made up of crushed diamond, and the necklace for Fleur like the one I made for Rarity. Only with one added feature: in the center of the upside-down triangle made of gems was Fleur's cutie mark, and for Saint I got him a squeaky golden apple for when he starts teething. And as for Vinyl and Octavia, I got them both CDs from My World of some music they'd like, along with a few of Lindsay Sterling, and each one signed by her as well. Next came the Stallions and Spike. First I got Spike a new gem kit cause his old one was wrecked by Tyrek, and Mac I got him a new watch, while Pierce got a new set of earrings and Comet an updated star chart. I got Thunderlane a signed wing ball from a famous player, and Soren a hoof ball also signed by a player, and Caramel I got him a hammer that belonged to a famous blacksmith and was sealed in a case. I looked at Spitfire and Fleetfoot and saw them pull out a model of World War II planes, a Spitfire for Spitfire and a Mosquito for Fleetfoot. When Fleetfoot asked why I got her a plane named after a pest, I told her about one of the plane's daring missions to fly into Berlin, Germany during broad daylight and disrupt a parade, then bomb parts of Berlin. And when the AA defenses went up, the plane had to escape at street level, and all the Wonderbolts plus Rainbow, Gilda and Lightning were blown away when I told them that the plane was made of cloth and timber, and yet it had the least casualties in the entire war. When I told Fleetfoot about her speed and maneuverability reminds me of the plane, it caused her to puff her chest out with pride. I then turned to look at Discord and saw him holding a silver stick with buttons on it. I told him it was for him to make a blank dimension where he can create as much chaos as he wishes, which caused him to positively beam it before he slithered around me and began to crush me like an anaconda. But after the hug, I saw Iris pull out a gumball dispenser, which made her get all giddy and begin to crush me just like Discord. Once I recovered, I looked at Dreamcatcher and saw her pull out a necklace with her cutie mark on it, and just like her name, it was a Dreamcatcher, which was made of sapphires. And for Chrysalis, she pulled out a silver bracelet which had a beautiful gold and emerald wings dragonfly on it. The wings themselves were so thin they made the insect look lifelike, along with the detail etched into the wings. I looked Celestia and Faust next, and I saw Celestia pull out a new golden tiara much like her old one, but instead of the purple gem in the center was a massive diamond that went through to the other side of the crown, along with smaller multicolored triangle-shaped gems went around it, making it look like a sun. And when I told Celestia to put in the light, and when she did, the gems made a multicolored beam of light, causing ohs and ahs to come from everyone. When it came to Faust, I had great difficulty in thinking of a gift for her, but when it hit me, I didn't hesitate to get started, and when she pulled out her gift, she was in tears. It was a picture of everyone together in a photo frame that had everyone in the picture's cutie marks around it with Faust's on top and in the center. Finally, I brought Rage's gift over to him and let him unwrap it to reveal a black case, and when he opened, he gasped and revealed a flaming red electric guitar with a flame pattern and a pair of crossed blades on it. "Dude, how'd you know?" Rage asked. "I'd be a pretty stupid brother if I didn't know your interests," I said. "Well, thanks, man," Rage said. "Snowdrop, this is yours," I said as I handed a small present to Snowdrop. Snowdrop unwrapped the gift to reveal a handheld music box. She felt the device and she seemed to know what it is because she began to turn the handle. "Ash, thank you," Snowdrop said as she hugged me, and I hugged her back before I turned to Luna and picked up my last gift. "And my last gift goes to you, Luna," I said as I handed a rectangular present to Luna. Luna took the gift and opened it, revealing a wooden box with her cutie mark on top and in the center of it. Luna then opened the lid and saw the inside was midnight blue with constellations and an assortment of brushes, multicolored paints and pencils, all of them in order and easy to find. Inside of the box on the lid right below the full moon was a silver plaque with the words "To my angel in the night" engraved on it. "Ash, there are no words," Luna said as she looked at the box in awe. "I'm glad you like it, Luna," I said. "Ash, I don't like it, I love it," Luna said as she grabbed me then smashed her lips against my mouth, causing the folds to ew at the sight. Before I knew it, I was smothered in hugs by everyone. "Time for your gifts, Ash," Twilight said before she handed me a book-shaped present. I unwrapped the gift and found out it was a book about all my adventures. I received many wonderful gifts from everyone, but the favorite so far was from Faust. It was a silver arm bracelet made up of a pair of circles held together by a pair of wolf heads and crossed swords behind both heads, and I didn't even hesitate to put it on. "This is from me, Ash," Rage said as he handed me a box. I unwrapped the gift, and what I saw shocked me beyond words. It was the gray blanket I owned as a baby when I was placed in the Tree of Life. "Rage, I started. "Yeah, I figured you'd want that back. It was important to you for some time after all," Rage said before I stood up and hugged him. "Hey, there's another gift as well." I looked back inside the box and pulled it out, making the others gasp. It was a polished silver gauntlet for my left hand with a black tribal wolf pattern engraved into it. But the main feature was that the fingers were claws made for hacking and slashing. I put on the gauntlet and flexed my fingers to see it was working perfectly. "Damn, that's cool," Gilda said. "So true," I said as I went to hug Rage, only to remember the claw, so I took it off and hugged him. "And the last is from me, Ash," Luna said as she held an envelope out to me. I sat down next to Luna and took my gift, but not before exchanging a kiss to Luna, and when I opened my gift, tears fell from my eyes, and when everyone asked what it was, I revealed it to be our child's first photo still inside Luna's stomach, which everyone grew excited for. I then placed a finger on the child's outstretched hand in the picture before I summoned the memory album and put the photo inside. I then had a quick look at the other photos in the book, and memories of us taking each picture filled my head before I closed the book. Author's notes. Dear readers, I have had a thought that has been bugging me for a while now. In many anime I have seen when someone is about to attack, they normally shout out the name for the attack. For example, warning may contain spoilers for One Piece fans. Anyway, do you readers think I should add it into my story? If so, please say so.